Chapter 1. Qin Yu had always considered himself an ordinary individual, never imagining that one day he would accomplish something monumental. It was not until he witnessed a runaway truck barreling towards the roadside, where a panicked child stood, that his life took a dramatic turn. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu exerted all his strength to push the child out of harm's way, only to be struck by the truck, which collided with him like a cannonball. In an instant, he felt himself soaring through the air, before consciousness slipped away into an abyss of darkness. When Qin Yu awoke once more, he found himself lying in a sunlit room adorned with large glass windows. The decor struck him as reminiscent of European or British styles, imbued with a distinctly vintage charm. Clearly, he was not in a hospital. With bleary eyes, he blinked and strained to recollect the events that had just transpired. At that moment, a little girl exclaimed excitedly in English, "Daddy, Mommy. He's awake. He's awake." Her voice carried a note of anxiety, laced with joy. He thought to himself, I in someone else's home? I was just struck by a vehicle. Why has no one taken me to the hospital? Before Qin Yu could utter a word, the little girl bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Hello, what is your name? Do you remember what happened? Where is your home? Being severely myopic, he instinctively reached for his glasses, but after searching in vain, he rubbed his eyes and glanced at the little girl beside him, realizing he could see her quite clearly. He could distinctly observe her delicate skin, long eyelashes, and bright eyes. How astonishing it was that the world appeared so vividly. This experience was utterly exhilarating. Qin Yu pondered, could it be that being struck by the truck miraculously cured my myopia? I've heard that laser eye surgery costs a fortune. How fortunate I am. He returned to the present and scrutinized the little girl before him, suddenly finding her somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her in a film. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he mused, Are you that someone? Perhaps due to the disorientation from just waking up, he could not recall her name. The answer danced on the tip of his tongue, yet eluded him entirely. The little girl furrowed her brow and looked at Qin Yu, inquiring, Do you know me? Before him stood an adorably naive little girl, with chestnut hair, enchanting eyes, and a hint of a smile gracing her lips. In a flurry of memories, he finally recognized her. Wasn't she the brilliant young girl from the Harry Potter series? Qin Yu had accompanied a female friend to watch those films numerous times, and he had always found it peculiar. After all, Harry Potter was merely a fairy tale, cloaked in magic. Its narrative revolving around a group of protagonists embarking on adventures and battling foes. However, as he delved deeper into the narrative, he discovered that it was, in fact, a profoundly warm tale of growth, imbued with a gentle warmth amidst its cruelty. Hermione Granger? Qin Yu finally recalled the name of the girl with the curly hair. Upon uttering Hermione's name, she recoiled slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if they might pop out of her head. To Qin Yu, her reaction was undeniably endearing. Realizing that his comment might have been somewhat inappropriate, he hastily shifted the subject, asking, Why am I here? After speaking those words, Qin Yu paused, belatedly recognizing that he had been conversing in English from the very beginning. He had merely been momentarily disoriented and failed to realize it. Could it be that this accident had yielded such unexpected benefits? It appeared that his mouth had acquired an innate translation ability. If so, communication between the two should be devoid of any linguistic barriers. I could see that moment. Hermione appeared to be around 10 years old. Qin Yu was more familiar with her appearance as an adult, which explained why he had not recognized her immediately. After listening to Qin Yu's inquiry, Hermione blinked her large eyes, pondered her words, and earnestly replied, Well, a few days ago, you suddenly appeared on the street ahead and were accidentally struck by my father's car. She emphasized the word accidentally. Dad has already taken you to the hospital for a checkup. There were no issues with your head or body. However, you have been asleep and have not awakened, and we have been unable to locate your family. Dad felt it was his responsibility, so he brought you home. Thankfully, you have finally woken up. Upon finishing her explanation, the young girl let out a sigh of relief. Hearing her words, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. As the situation seemed to transcend his understanding, he could not fathom how he could emerge unscathed after being struck by a fast-moving truck. Yet the truth was that he did not feel any injuries at all. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hermione inquired with concern, noticing his prolonged silence. As she spoke, she reached out to touch Qin Yu's forehead, checking to see if he had a fever. When she observed his lack of response, she waved her hands in front of his eyes. Qin Yu, exasperated, gently brushed Hermione's small hands away, wishing to convey, I'm perfectly fine, am not blind. However, upon doing so, he was taken aback. Why was his hand so small? What has happened to my hand? Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Without another moment's hesitation, he leaped off the bed and spotted a mirror on the table, hastily grabbing it to take a look. Staring at the youthful visage in the reflection, which bore a resemblance to his own childhood face, Qin Yu was rendered speechless in shock. He felt as though a tumult of emotions surged within him, a cacophony of bewilderment. My age and voice have changed. Is this truly the fabled experience of traversing realms? Am I to comprehend this as a soul transfer or a mere shrinking of my body that has facilitated this journey? Who can elucidate this perplexing situation for me? Qin Yu found himself at a loss, momentarily dazed as he placed the mirror back onto the table. Observing his sudden lapse into confusion, Hermione, standing nearby, was alarmed and felt somewhat overwhelmed. In a hurried panic, she dashed downstairs, calling out, "Dad, Mom, why haven't you come up yet?" Ignoring the departing Hermione, Qin Yu sank onto the bed, lost in thought. In this world, with Hermione's presence, did it imply the existence of magic? Did this realm resemble my former world in any way? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting host's emotional stability. Condition satisfactory. System automatically activated. Stable? Stable my foot. Qin Yu instinctively retorted. However, he soon froze, his heart racing. System? Was the voice he had just heard that of the legendary system? Yet, the voice paid him no heed and continued. Ding! Greetings, host. Welcome to the magical world. You are now interfacing with the Supreme Choice System. Below are two initial options for you to select from. Please make your choice promptly to facilitate the formal binding of the system. 1. Become a Muggle ordinary person. Reward. 10 million pounds. Point 2. Possess the power of the Muggle-born. Becoming a wizard. Note: selecting this option will prompt the system to guide you in eliminating the negative influences of the Muggle-born power. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement within him. After all, fate had not abandoned him, bestowing upon him a system to rely on. So, which option should he choose? He found himself in a quandary. Ding. Host, time is limited. Please make your choice swiftly. 1. Become a Muggle. 2. Possess the power of the Muggle-born. The system, seemingly noticing Qin Yu's prolonged silence, reiterated its previous statements. After careful contemplation, Qin Yu ultimately decided on the second option. While money is undoubtedly a valuable asset, the allure of magic was clearly beyond any monetary comparison, even if it amounted to 10 million pounds. In his recollection, this Muggle-born power had emerged in the spin-off film Fantastic Beasts within the same universe as Harry Potter, yet it had not been mentioned during the Harry Potter era. The origins of this perilous power stem from the distorted psyche of young wizards oppressed by Muggles. Once the magical world and the Muggle world underwent a systematic separation, the environment for young wizards improved significantly, and the Muggle-born power lost its breeding ground. Consequently, by the time of Harry Potter, it had nearly vanished, hence its absence in discussions was quite understandable. Due to the formidable and uncontrollable nature of this power, those who possessed the Muggle-born abilities seldom enjoyed longevity. However, since the system claims to possess the ability to guide the eradication of insidious negative influences, I shall embark on an adventure in this magical realm. After all, to live as an ordinary wealthy Muggle would render my journey through time utterly futile. Ding! The host has completed the initial choice, and the system binding is commencing. 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable force beginning to blossom within him. This power bestowed upon him a sense of both strength and peril. Thus, Qin Yu transformed into a wizard endowed with enigmatic abilities. This revelation filled him with both joy and exhilaration. Meanwhile, young Hermione, noticing Qin Yu's sudden moment of distraction, hurried downstairs to seek assistance from her parents. Upon her father's arrival, he urged Qin Yu to lie down and conducted a thorough examination. Although Mr. Granger was a dentist, he possessed a fair understanding of common neurological responses. With a flashlight typically employed by surgeons, he examined Qin Yu's eyes, assessing his pupil reactions, and gently probed his forehead while inquiring about his sensations. Qin Yu was remarkably cooperative, recognizing Mr. Granger as Hermione's father, a man radiating kindness and warmth. After completing the examination, Mr. Granger spoke in a relaxed tone. Everything appears to be quite normal, aside from slight hunger. At that moment, Qin Yu's stomach audibly grumbled, prompting laughter from little Hermione, who smiled and declared, "I shall fetch you my favorite cookies. I'm certain you will adore their flavor." With that, the young girl dashed downstairs in search of her cookie jar, returning shortly with a delightful assortment. "Here you go, feel free to indulge." Though reluctant to part with them, little Hermione generously offered the treats. Indeed, Qin Yu was famished. After expressing his gratitude and accepting the box of cookies, he began to munch eagerly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Granger, having appeared downstairs at some point, presented him with a glass of milk, ensuring he would not choke while devouring the cookies. Observing Qin Yu consuming several cookies, Mr. Granger gently inquired, "Young boy, what is your name? Where do you reside?" Pondering the question, Qin Yu replied, "I only remember that my name is Qin Yu, but as for where I live, I seem unable to recall." Note: the name Qin Yu is not arbitrarily chosen, it holds significance that will be revealed later. Additionally, there are two possible pronunciations for Chinese names, such as Qiuzhong and Wyoming, though the author prefers the latter. Westerners typically do not use full names, so familiarity often leads to simply calling him Qin. As he spoke, he wore a look of pitiable confusion. Alas, in this world, he was but a nameless wanderer, unable to articulate where his home lay. Upon witnessing the sorrowful demeanor of Qin Yu, Mrs. Granger was instantly filled with compassion. With a note of concern, she turned to her husband and said, "Do you think young Qin Yu has suffered from amnesia? Should we visit Dr. Allen at the hospital for a thorough examination to ascertain if there are any hidden injuries to his brain?" "Indeed, I would have suggested the same even without your prompting," Mr. Granger replied after a brief pause. He then addressed Qin Yu, stating, "I neglected to introduce myself earlier. My name is David Granger, and this is my wife, Jenny Granger. Standing beside us is our daughter, Hermione. I apologize sincerely for the accident on the road. It was an unfortunate mishap on my part. I will arrange for a specialist in neurology to conduct a comprehensive assessment. Should any issues arise, I assure you, I will take full responsibility." Qin Yu quickly waved his hands in dismissal, saying, "It's quite all right. I must have dashed onto the road unexpectedly that day, which led to the collision. I feel fine now, and with a bit of rest, I should be able to recall my past." In his heart, Qin Yu lamented his misfortunes being struck not once, but twice. Life seemed exceedingly cruel. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Now that he possessed magic, who would dare collide with him again? Since you are unable to recall the whereabouts of your home for the time being, you are welcome to stay with us. Together, we shall assist you in locating your family," Mrs. Granger said gently. She harbored a fondness for the boy with the Eastern features and had longed for another son. His presence made her feel as though it was a divine arrangement, or as one might say in Eastern philosophy, fate. After conversing with Qin Yu and seeing that he was in good spirits, the Granger couple felt a sense of relief and proceeded to descend the stairs together. Hermione, however, remained behind, brimming with questions about this intriguing child. Once her parents had left, the young Hermione gazed at Qin Yu and inquired, "How old are you? You seem to be around my age. How did you know my name so quickly? Do you attend our school? I don't recall ever seeing you before. There are not many schools in this vicinity, and I don't believe I've encountered you, though. To be fair, I rarely have time to engage with others." Having expressed her thoughts, her voice gradually diminished, revealing a hint of melancholy. It was evident that her school life was not particularly fulfilling. Age is merely a number. As for school, I have forgotten where I was enrolled. However, despite my partial amnesia, the knowledge I acquired remains intact. I would wager that my understanding is certainly not inferior to yours." Qin Yu replied, blinking at the spirited girl. He deftly sidestepped her earlier inquiries, recognizing that further explanations would only complicate matters. Hermione met Qin Yu's gaze and, with a hint of pride, declared, "Is that so? Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to compare our knowledge in the future." Qin Yu mused to himself that this little girl possessed an undeniable competitive spirit from a young age. Nevertheless, he successfully redirected the conversation. Thus, Qin Yu settled into the Granger household. The day after, Mr. Granger took Qin Yu to see Dr. Allen for an examination, and the results were, of course, exceedingly good. As for the matter of memory recovery, it was left to fate. After residing here for several days, the Grangers showed no intention of having Qin Yu leave, nor did they delve deeply into his past. They felt that with Qin Yu's presence, Hermione's words and laughter had increased compared to before, which brought them joy and comfort. In truth, during the initial days, Hermione was somewhat wary of Qin Yu, as she sensed that this young boy was quite extraordinary. He possessed not only a wealth of knowledge, but also had a remarkable ability to bring joy to his parents. However, an incident today shifted her perspective about Qin Yu. As she exited the school, classmates had affixed sticky notes to her back, bearing phrases such as talkative and shut up. As Qin Yu languidly strolled outside, seeking a reprieve from his idle day at home, he happened upon Hermione's school. To his dismay, he witnessed her exiting the institution in tears, a note affixed to her back. "Who did this?" Qin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow as he tore the note away. Hermione, still weeping, cast a glance towards a group of female classmates lingering at the school entrance, who were now sticking out their tongues and making faces in her direction. Qin Yu felt that although he currently possessed the body of a child, his heart retained the maturity of an adult. A grown man should not stoop to the level of a mere child. However, upon witnessing the tears streaming down little Hermione's face and observing the girls who mocked her. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within him, soaring upwards. He asked Hermione, if you could do anything to them right now, what would it be? Hermione casually replied, I would have them hanging from the nearby tree, unable to descend. Qin Yu nodded. This wish was not excessive. A strange sensation stirred within him, and with a mere glance, he witnessed several students soaring into the air, their garments entangled in the branches of a nearby tree. The sudden turn of events left the girls shrieking in terror. Observing the young students suspended in the tree, Qin Yu felt a twinge of astonishment. Moments prior, it seemed as if a voice within him had whispered how to proceed, prompting him to entertain that very thought. To his astonishment, did it truly manifest as he envisioned? Could this be the effect of thought-driven magic? Qin Yu pondered to himself. Meanwhile, little Hermione gazed at the scene before her in astonishment, murmuring, when did my wish become so potent? However, as she turned to face Qin Yu, she noticed the contemplative expression etched upon his face. Could it be that he was the one responsible? As if struck by a sudden realization, Hermione exclaimed, run, and promptly seized Qin Yu's hand, leading him in the direction of home. After covering a considerable distance, and with the school gates no longer in sight, Hermione finally slowed her pace and curiously inquired of Qin Yu, did you cause them to soar? Qin Yu believed that there was no need to conceal his identity as a wizard from Hermione, for it was only a matter of time before she would discover the truth. Therefore, he candidly nodded and replied, yes, it was I who sent them up. Hermione immediately covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise. After ensuring that no one was around, she quietly admonished, are you not aware? The Ministry of Magic has regulations prohibiting the use of magic on muggles. Note, warning regarding alterations to the setting at this moment. Hermione had already gained some understanding of the magical world, having perused various related materials, as there were officials from the Ministry of Magic who had interacted with young wizards like themselves. In this regard, the world diverged somewhat from the Harry Potter universe that Qin Yu was familiar with. Of course, Qin Yu had long since noticed Hermione secretly reading books on magic. Qin Yu smiled upon hearing the young girl's words and replied, rest assured, no one is aware of this, and moreover, no one has ever informed me of this regulation from the Ministry of Magic. But I just told you. Little Hermione insisted stubbornly. Ah, you truly are a good child. Qin Yu remarked, unable to resist tousling the young girl's brown curls. Aren't you a child as well? Why do you speak in such an adult manner? Little Hermione replied discontentedly as she tidied her disheveled hair. Do you think it is satisfying to see them hanging from a tree? Are you pleased? Qin Yu gently probed. Seeing them punished does indeed bring me a sense of satisfaction, little Hermione admitted after a pause, then continued. However, as a wizard, one should not bully muggles indiscriminately. It is simply wrong. Why is it wrong? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Because it's the rule. Little Hermione struggled to articulate her reasoning. Noticing her earnest expression, Qin Yu ceased to tease her and affectionately ruffled her hair once more, saying, let us go home for dinner. Throughout their journey, little Hermione could hardly contain her urge to converse with Qin Yu, chattering away like a little chatterbox. Since you can perform magic, how could you possibly get hit by my father's car? The young girl suddenly pondered aloud. Qin Yu curled his lips and remarked, I suppose I lacked this ability back then. My magical prowess was an unexpected boon following the accident, a form of compensation from the heavens, perhaps. Hermione found this notion quite astonishing. However, as Qin Yu himself could not elucidate, she decided not to dwell on it. Excitedly, she continued, I'll let you in on a secret. I am also a witch. I will attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when the opportunity arises. But I must wait until next year as my birthday is on September 19th. She added, you have no idea how long I have wished to find someone like me. I never expected the first peer I would meet with magical abilities would be you. Note, the age for admission to Hogwarts is 11. And the school year commences on September 1st, hence Hermione will only be able to attend when she turns 12. After Hermione spoke, she observed Qin Yu's calm demeanor and curiously inquired, why do you appear so unperturbed? Should I be surprised? The moment you mentioned the Ministry of Magic's regulations, I discerned that you were a young witch, Qin Yu replied with a subtle smile. Oh, it seems I let that slip. I was merely anxious. You truly must not use magic in front of muggles, you understand? The young girl earnestly cautioned. Very well, my dear prefect. Shall we return home now? I can already smell Aunt Jenny's delicious beef stew, Qin Yu said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Gurgling, little Hermione could not help but swallow hard. Then earnestly stated, I am glad you grasped the gravity of the situation. Now, let us head home." As she spoke, the young girl inhaled the savory aroma of the stewed meat wafting through the air and eagerly took Qin Yu's hand, leading him through the door. "Hermione, what is you so cheerful?" Mrs. Granger inquired curiously during dinner. "Ah, it's a secret. I cannot divulge it," little Hermione replied, glancing at Qin Yu with a smile. "Alas, it seems our little Hermione has grown up and begun to harbor secrets," Mr. Granger teased. "Dad, did you not also say that everyone has a right to privacy?" "I am simply exercising my rightful privilege," Hermione responded earnestly. "Indeed, you are correct. We promise not to infringe upon your privacy." Mr. Granger chuckled, observing Hermione's joyful countenance in the harmonious ambience of the Granger household. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, wondering if he would ever see his family from another world again. However, pondering such matters was futile. He needed to focus on living well in this world for now. As Hermione glanced at the boy beside her, she sensed a sudden shift in his demeanor, a touch of melancholy enveloping him. Curiously, she wondered what thoughts occupied Qin Yu's mind at that moment. "Oh no, the last piece of beef. If you aren't going to eat it, Hermione, I shall," Qin Yu declared loudly. Hermione noticed that his somber aura had vanished, replaced by a gentle smile curving his lips. "No way, I'm going to eat it. I hardly had any." Little Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction. Observing her possessive demeanor, both Mr. and Mrs. Granger, along with Qin Yu, couldn't help but chuckle. That evening, as Qin Yu lay on the attic bed, he found himself restless and unable to sleep. The peculiar energy coursing through him today instilled an inexplicable sense of foreboding. He had long been aware that this force meandered through his body while he slumbered, sometimes making him feel as though a dragon resided within him, striving to unlock every part of his being. Each morning, he awoke invigorated. However, he sensed that this energy, having been stored for too long, would inevitably culminate in an eruption. He harbored a nagging premonition. Yet, the system appeared to have forgotten him, remaining silent and neglecting to guide him on how to mitigate this potential peril. The following day was a weekend. In an effort to ensure their children enjoyed a delightful day of leisure, the Granger couple took Hermione and Qin Yu to the largest zoo in the area. Hermione relished visiting the zoo, as she believed animals were far easier to engage with than people, who at least did not bestow upon her unflattering nicknames. This sentiment tugged at Qin Yu's heart. For a peculiar child navigating the mundane world, such experiences were undeniably disheartening. While he felt a twinge of reluctance towards the zoo, stemming from a past aversion to animals due to allergies, he rationalized that perhaps this new body would not react adversely. Thus, acquiescing to Hermione's request, he resigned himself to the outing. "I merely wish to ascertain whether my body remains sensitive. It is certainly not due to the charming demeanor of this little girl," he mused internally. The family set off in their car, and soon they arrived at the zoo to commence their adventure. However, as Qin Yu and Hermione approached the entrance of the reptile house, a sudden commotion erupted within. A throng of visitors screamed and fled in panic. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a vividly patterned python slithering out from inside. It is evident that for the sake of narrative progression, the author has made certain alterations to the original setup, with some timelines experiencing slight modifications. Readers are advised not to dwell excessively on these aspects. To reiterate, a lack of familiarity with the original text or film will not significantly hinder one's enjoyment of this book, as it contains a wealth of original content. Of course, any references to the original work will be thoroughly annotated, and readers are encouraged to engage in discussion should any uncertainties arise. As Qin Yu gazed at the imposing python and the panicked crowd, he found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be mere coincidence that this snake seemed so familiar? Was it not the very serpent released by Harry Potter? Really, I come to the zoo, and the plot is forced upon me? Qin Yu mentally lamented. Furthermore, should not this mess be handled by that lad Harry? Beside him, Hermione's face turned pale, her eyes wide with terror. Instinctively, she turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Qin, what should we do? Can you use your magic to control it?" Qin Yu understood that the python simply sought freedom and harbored no intention to harm. Thus, there was no need for excessive alarm, provided no one provoked it. "I lack the ability to control it, unless I could converse in the language of snakes. Then perhaps I could negotiate," Qin Yu remarked with a shrug. "Snake language is an intricate discipline. How could one possibly learn it with ease?" Hermione replied with a sense of resignation. She found herself perplexed as to why she had even asked Qin Yu, who appeared to be only slightly older than herself, how he could possibly contend with such a formidable python. Just as Qin Yu pondered how to drive the serpent away, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. "Dear host, a significant disturbance has arisen in your vicinity. Please make the following choice. 1. Depart immediately. Reward. 1 owl. 2. Drive away the python. Reward. Proficiency in snake language. Qin Yu mused to himself that, at critical moments, this system could indeed prove to be quite useful. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the second choice. Ding. The host has chosen to drive away the python. Your courage is commendable, and a reward has been preemptively issued. May you employ your abilities to assist those in need. At that moment, several individuals armed with sticks and mops advanced to confront the python. The serpent, exhibiting its fierce nature, raised its head and fixed its cold, reptilian gaze upon the malevolent humans. Indeed, I possess the potential of a harbinger of doom. Qin Yu thought to himself. He stretched his neck and turned to Hermione, saying, "You should take cover. Leave this formidable creature to me." With that declaration, he strode boldly towards the python. The newly acquired ability to speak the language of snakes came to him instinctively, and as he opened his mouth, it effortlessly transformed into serpentine speech. "Hey, great serpent, could you kindly depart? Your presence is alarming to others. Are these humans truly intent on attacking me?" The python responded, surprised to encounter another being capable of communication. "Clearly, your vibrant patterns have awakened a primal fear within them, compelling their aggressive behavior. I shall put a stop to it." Qin Yu replied calmly, gesturing for the armed adults to lower their weapons. Seeing the python pacified by this young Eastern boy, the crowd instinctively followed his lead, retreating and temporarily setting down their makeshift weapons. Such beautiful markings, and yet they are afraid? It is beyond the comprehension of a serpent. The python expressed its discontent. "Enough. This is not the time to discuss species differences. You must distance yourself from the crowd. The surrounding countryside is abundant with fields and forests. There lies your realm of freedom." Qin Yu paused before continuing. "If you do not leave, I cannot guarantee they won't capture you and reduce you to a mere dish of snake soup. Furthermore, I wouldn't hesitate to recommend some intriguing Eastern recipes for such a delicacy." Upon hearing this, the python recoiled slightly, feigning composure as it replied, "I certainly do not wish to linger here." The visitors had retreated to a safe distance, and since the language of snakes was beyond human comprehension, they remained unaware of the exchange between the boy and the serpent. All they recognized was that after this audacious boy confronted the python, the creature fled in disarray, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the zoo's hillside. Clapping erupted from the crowd. "Child, you are remarkable. Are you a snake charmer? Have you been hired by the zoo as a tamer? Wow, your performance was truly spectacular." After the python slithered away, everyone applauded Qin Yu and began to chatter excitedly. Surrounded by the crowd, Qin Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. He quickly took Hermione's hand and left the scene in search of the Granger couple, who had just parted ways with them. After walking for a while, Hermione, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Qin, what did you just say to it? I thought you couldn't speak Parseltongue?" Qin Yu smiled and said, "I just learned it. It's not something that can be mastered so easily." Little Hermione was skeptical. "Perhaps it is a sort of hereditary talent. You know, some wizards inherit certain unique abilities through their bloodlines." Qin Yu casually fabricated an explanation. "Oh, that is indeed plausible. I once read about the influence of bloodlines in a book titled The Origins of Wizards. However, the theory of bloodlines is not one that is widely embraced." Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, I too have reservations about the bloodline theory. I place greater value on diligent effort," Qin Yu replied. "Hee. I also believe that hard work is of utmost importance." Little Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Coming from a Muggle family, she naturally harbored aversions to theories surrounding bloodlines, and Qin Yu's similar sentiments brought her great delight. The scene of Qin Yu driving away the python was fortuitously witnessed by a young boy emerging from the reptile house. This boy, approximately 10 years of age, wore black-framed glasses, and beneath the fringe of his hair, a lightning-shaped scar faintly revealed itself. He was none other than Harry Potter, accompanying his aunt and her family on a trip to the zoo. Harry instinctively sensed the uniqueness of Qin Yu and yearned to approach him, to exchange greetings and confide the secrets that weighed upon his heart. However, as he took a step forward, his uncle seized him by the arm and began to drag him away, followed closely by his expressionless aunt and his plump cousin Dudley, who now bore a look of sheer terror, his clothes damp and appearing quite disheveled. Qin Yu caught a glimpse of Harry. He yearned to extend a helping hand to the child who had been relentlessly tormented by his aunt and uncle. However, the throng of onlookers was overwhelming, and with Hermione by his side and the Granger couple having located them, he found himself unable to approach. Qin Yu contemplated that there would likely be future opportunities, deciding to address the matter upon their next encounter. The trip to the zoo not only bestowed upon him the ability to communicate with snakes, but also revealed a significant revelation. He discovered that he was no longer allergic to animal fur. This newfound freedom ignited within him a desire to adopt a dog or cat. However, given that he was currently residing in someone else's home, acquiring a pet seemed impractical. On their journey home, Hermione joyfully recounted their recent adventures at the zoo. In her eyes, lions, bears, and tigers were all endearing creatures. Yet, amidst her delight, a sense of unease began to swell within Qin Yu. He realized that his powers were growing increasingly potent, and he had narrowly avoided harming several animals during their visit. Whenever the formidable beast instilled a modicum of fear or tension within him, malevolent thoughts would surge forth, followed by inexplicable occurrences. For instance, a tiger was struck by a rock tumbling from an artificial hill, a bear inexplicably charged into a tree, and a lion's tail mysteriously ignited. These incidents left the animals in disarray, contributing to Hermione's perception of their charm. It became evident to Qin Yu that this burgeoning power was becoming increasingly difficult to control. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of expletives, lamenting the difficulty of simply wanting to live a normal life. System, you wretched nuisance. Why can't you provide something truly useful? His emotional turmoil was palpable, reflected in his gaze fixed on a large tree not far ahead. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible hand seized the tree with great force, uprooting it with a resounding crash as it toppled across the road. A sharp screech of brakes filled the air as Mr. Granger managed to halt the vehicle just before colliding with the fallen tree. Hermione. Both Granger parents exchanged bewildered glances towards their daughter. It was Timmy. The innocent Hermione quickly protested, waving her hands defensively. Mr. Granger turned his inquisitive gaze towards Qin Yu, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon seeing the resigned expression on Qin Yu's face, he inquired, So, this is the little secret you share with Hermione? To which Hermione shrugged and replied, Father, it no longer is. Upon hearing Hermione's words, the Grangers exchanged a glance, each reflecting concern and resignation in the other's eyes. It seemed that another wizarding child was about to join their household. They had long harbored a sense of this possibility. For Hermione was indeed unique. They had already gained experience in this regard. The Grangers had noticed from a young age that Hermione possessed qualities that set her apart from others, as peculiar events frequently occurred in her presence, causing them considerable distress. Eventually, a professor from the magical world visited to elucidate the situation, assuring them that when the appropriate time arrived, at the age of 11, Hermione would be invited to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where she would learn to harness her magical abilities. During their visit to the zoo, the Grangers had sensed something unusual, initially attributing it to Hermione. However, it now seemed that the source of these occurrences was Qin Yu. Yet, observing the colossal tree that lay toppled on the ground, they recognized that Qin Yu's capacity for destruction was evidently greater than Hermione's. In unison, the Grangers thought, let the age of 11 arrive swiftly, so these children can embark on their magical education. Otherwise, their hearts may not withstand such turmoil. Qin, could you perhaps move the tree? Mr. Granger inquired tentatively. Qin Yu shook his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, I apologize. I am not yet able to wield my abilities at will. Well, I should have anticipated this response, Mr. Granger remarked as he started the car. He continued, we shall have to take a detour back to the previous intersection. Thus, Mr. Granger drove a considerable distance before finally returning home. As for the tree, they could do nothing but leave it to the nearby residents to handle. In Qin Yu's limited understanding, there existed a regulatory body within the magical realm, overseeing the interactions between wizards and the Muggle world. Most importantly, it aimed to prevent wizards from unduly influencing the Muggle world, thereby maintaining a semblance of order. This organization was known as the legendary Ministry of Magic. Now, with the latent power within him having spiraled out of control and having uprooted a tree, it was inevitable that the ministry would be alerted. He was uncertain whether he would be taken away by the ministry officials, leaving him to anxiously await the outcome. In the Muggle world, numerous wizards lived among them. The scene at the zoo was witnessed by a passing witch, none other than Professor McGonagall. At the zoo, she had transformed into a tabby cat, quietly observing Harry and his family. Dumbledore had once stated that as long as Harry lived with the Dursleys, he would not be attacked by Death Eaters. However, she still occasionally came by to check on him, often suppressing the urge to teach the Dursleys a lesson. This time, aside from witnessing Harry Potter releasing a python, she also unexpectedly discovered Qin Yu and Hermione. Consequently, she performed a disillusionment charm and returned to Hogsmeade, walking to the school since apparition was not permitted within its grounds. to inform Headmaster Dumbledore of what she had seen. Dumbledore was already somewhat astonished to learn that Harry could speak Parseltongue, and now discovering that a mere 10-year-old muggle possessed such formidable power was a cause for concern. He resolved to see this child for himself. "I solved this problem before you did, Qin," Hermione declared, her face alight with pride. Ever since Qin Yu had arrived at the Granger household, Hermione's status as the academic prodigy had been challenged. Whether it was mathematics, English, science, or history, Qin consistently outperformed her. The only subject in which she retained her confidence was art, and even that was due to Qin Yu's rather poor artistic skills. "Yes, splendid," Qin Yu remarked absent-mindedly, offering a compliment to the young girl. He was somewhat preoccupied today, sensing that something significant was about to occur, leaving him little inclination to engage with a 10-year-old girl's musings. At that moment, his eyes widened in surprise, revealing a look of delight. He had spotted an elderly man with a white beard floating outside the window, who was smiling and nodding kindly at him. "Dumbledore!" Qin Yu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Hermione tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Dumb? Dumb what?" "Qin, what is happening?" Qin Yu turned to the little Hermione beside him and asked, "Can't you see him?" The young girl looked around in confusion and replied, "See who?" Qin Yu recognized this as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, thinking to himself that finally someone had come forth to address the issues at hand, alleviating his anxiety. Dumbledore entered through the window, gently waving his hand, causing Hermione to suddenly yawn and then rest her head on the table, falling asleep. "Rest assured, Hermione is perfectly fine. I merely allowed her to take a brief slumber, which will make our conversation more convenient," Dumbledore reassured him. "I am aware that you are a kind-hearted individual, and you would never harm Hermione," Qin Yu flatteringly remarked. "Oh, you know of me?" Dumbledore responded, somewhat surprised. "Hermione has spoken to me about matters within the wizarding world, and you are quite a renowned figure therein. In any case, the girl is already asleep. She will remain oblivious as a scapegoat," he continued. "It seems I can forego some of the introductions," Dumbledore said with a smile. Before Qin Yu could reply, Dumbledore straightforwardly inquired, "Child, you are not an ordinary person. Are you aware of that?" "I do know a little, however. I only understand that there is a power within me that is difficult to control, often resulting in extraordinary occurrences. You have come regarding that great tree, haven't you?" "I sincerely apologize. It was not intentional," Qin Yu said, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "The matter of the tree? Ah, it appears this is yet another troublesome issue," Dumbledore remarked, revealing a look of surprise. "Oh, so you were unaware," Qin Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, my dear child, there is no need for alarm. My purpose in coming here is to assist you in resolving the challenges you face," Dumbledore stated, his eyes deepening with contemplation as he carefully scrutinized the young boy's eastern features, probing the power within him. "Is that so?" "It has indeed been quite a while since I encountered something like this," Dumbledore said after a moment, his tone laden with complexity. Observing his expression, Qin Yu felt a surge of fear. "Professor Dumbledore, what exactly is the power within me?" "It is a potent and perilous force known as murmur. This power has not manifested for decades. However, fret not. As long as it is properly channeled, you shall remain unharmed." Dumbledore comforted him gently. Qin Yu pondered whether he should divulge his story. Dumbledore approached him, as if possessing an uncanny ability to perceive all, and gently remarked, "Child, what has transpired in the past is behind us. We must focus on managing the present and the forthcoming. Since you have chosen to embrace this power, you must confront it with authenticity and courage." Indeed, Dumbledore harbored a vague intuition, one that hinted that the young boy before him would serve as a key, a beacon, ushering in boundless possibilities and hope for the future. As Qin Yu gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, he noticed that despite the elder's face being lined with wrinkles, an undeniable vitality emanated from him. The words he spoke instilled an immense sense of security, far more persuasive than any cinematic portrayal. Dumbledore felt it essential to take tangible actions to further reassure the young boy before him, and thus he said, "In a few days, someone will come to escort you to Hogwarts, where professors will teach you how to harness your magical abilities. Are you willing to embrace this opportunity?" Unsurprisingly, a prompt appeared before him. Ding. "Dear host, you stand at a crossroads in life. Will you choose to be a solitary adventurer, or will you opt to rely on friends and companions? This is a matter that requires careful consideration. Please make your choice. 1. Decline Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, and receive a reward of 100,000 galleons along with a comprehensive guide to mastering magic. 2. Accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll and receive a reward of 1,000 galleons. Upon seeing the alluring reward of 100,000 galleons, Qin Yu felt a flicker of temptation. After all, with such wealth and the promise of a complete guide to the mastery of magic, he believed he could secure a prosperous future. With the system's assistance, perhaps he could gradually advance and conquer challenges, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of his existence. However, Qin Yu also recognized that one of his purposes for coming to this world was to experience the magical realm, particularly the school life, which was an unmissable opportunity. After a moment's reflection, he smiled and slightly bowed to Dumbledore, saying, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I am truly honored to attend Hogwarts School." Ding. The host has chosen to accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, rewarding you with 1,000 galleons. Your new adventure is about to commence. May this reward suffice for your necessary supplies, and ultimately, I wish you a delightful learning experience and great success in your studies. The system had a knack for eloquent platitudes. Qin Yu mused inwardly. "Ah, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore remarked as he withdrew a letter from his wizarding ropes. He handed the letter to Qin Yu with a smile, stating, "I had a premonition that we might have an additional student, so I brought along the enrollment notice. This spares the need for an owl to make an extra trip, as every year there are owls that get lost and deliver letters to the wrong places." Qin Yu took the letter and, upon opening it, discovered an admission notice bearing his name. This revelation stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. This document was, after all, something that countless fans in his previous life had yearned for, and he never anticipated that a mere passerby like himself would one day fulfill their dreams. Qin Yu gazed at the amiable Dumbledore, inhaling deeply as he extended his arms to embrace him. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Your presence brings me immense comfort." Dumbledore gently patted his head in response, saying, "Child, the future is indeed filled with promise." With those words, a flicker of apparition signaled his departure. Leaving no trace of his visit, the room fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, little Hermione wore a sweet smile on her face, as if lost in a delightful dream. When Hermione learned of Qin Yu's early journey to Hogwarts, her envy was palpable, and she repeatedly lamented, "Qin, why are you able to go now while I must wait?" Qin Yu raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and remarked, "As you can see, if I do not release my magical powers soon, I fear I might cause a great disaster, which could lead to my confinement in Azkaban." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt a surge of trepidation. She had perused many tomes about the magical world and was somewhat familiar with the notorious Azkaban. It is said to be a fearsome place, guarded by a terrifying creature that devours the positive emotions of humans, stripping them of their cherished feelings and steadfast beliefs, ultimately leading them to perish in despair amidst dark and harrowing memories. Although Hermione yearned to arrive at Hogwarts ahead of time, her greater desire was for Qin Yu to hasten his journey. She did not wish to lose her dearest friend thus far. Moreover, it was significant that I have now reached the age of 11. Qin Yu shrugged, adding, according to the age detection spell employed by Dumbledore, this body has indeed reached the age of 11, fully meeting Hogwarts admission criteria. Alas, if only my birthday had occurred 18 days earlier, I would not have to wait another year, little Hermione pouted. Qin Yu gazed into Hermione's forlorn eyes and reassured her. The magical realm is not as idyllic as you envision. It harbors numerous perils. Allow me to venture forth and pave the way for you. When you arrive, I hope you can immerse yourself solely in the pursuit of magical knowledge. Qin Yu understood that while ideals may be lofty, reality often diverges from such aspirations. Over the course of 7 years, Harry and his companions had encountered myriad events, some of which he felt powerless to influence. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, lacking even the knowledge of formal spells, relying instead on the chaotic eruption of magic. Naturally, he could not remain in a state of ignorance indefinitely. His sole wish was for the Hogwarts he cherished to witness fewer casualties, at the very least, to avoid tragedies such as forgetting one's wand when opening the door to strangers, or any other preventable sacrifices. At this juncture, Hermione was filled with fantasies about the magical school, unable to fully grasp the implications of Qin Yu's words. However, she was delighted to have someone to share secrets known only to the two of them. After hearing Qin Yu's remarks, the young girl's spirits lifted considerably. She grasped his hand reluctantly and said, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here. You must write to me often and tell me all about what happens at Hogwarts." "Write letters? Well, all right. I shall write to you frequently." For Qin Yu, who lived in an age dominated by the internet, the notion of letter writing felt distinctly antiquated. Nevertheless, it seemed there was no alternative, as Muggle technology was still evolving. and nearly 2 decades separated him from the era of smartphones he was accustomed to. Now, let me share with you the knowledge I possess about the magical world, so you may have a general understanding before you embark on your journey there. Thus, little Hermione took on the role of a class representative, introducing Qin Yu to various aspects of the magical realm, albeit primarily basic knowledge. In his previous life, Qin Yu had merely accompanied friends to watch the films a few times, and he was not well versed in the intricacies of the novels or the background of the magical school. Hermione's explanations served to enlighten him about certain details, enriching his understanding. In the days that followed, Qin Yu often found himself gazing out from the second-floor window, pondering who would escort him to Hogwarts. His emotions were a blend of excitement and trepidation. Hogwarts was a school that countless fans longed for, a life he had never experienced, filled with unknown adventures. Thus, a month passed. One ordinary morning, the Granger family and Qin Yu gathered around the breakfast table, discussing recent amusing events. Little Hermione was giggling, claiming the perfectly cooked fried eggs that Qin Yu had prepared, as she had recently developed a fondness for this dish. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the house. Hermione was the first to leap up and dash to the door, for she, like Qin Yu, had been eagerly awaiting this day. Although she was not the one going to school, her anticipation seemed to surpass even his. "Wow, you're so tall," she exclaimed, craning her neck as she spoke. Standing outside was a giant, towering over 3 meters, with a bushy beard. The giant spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "Young lady, I am Hagrid from Hogwarts. Might this be the residence of Qin Yu? Greetings, Mr. Hagrid. I am Hermione, and indeed, this is the residence of Qin Yu. Please, do come in," the young Hermione said politely. "Thank you." Hagrid carefully stooped to enter, yet despite his caution, his head collided with the doorframe of the Granger household with a resounding thud. "If you had a fireplace here, I would recommend connecting to the Floo network. This would allow you to use Floo powder, which is quite convenient at just 2 sickles per scoop," the giant muttered in a rambling manner. Qin Yu recognized at once that this was Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts and one of Dumbledore's most trusted confidants. Hagrid entered the room and, glancing at several individuals significantly younger than himself, inquired, "Who is Qin Yu?" Hermione, with great enthusiasm, pointed in Qin Yu's direction and exclaimed, "That's him." Hagrid turned his gaze, effortlessly lifting Qin Yu off the ground, and with a cheerful grin remarked, "I've heard you're quite remarkable. I had no idea you were so small." Qin Yu forced a smile and inquired, "Did Professor Dumbledore not mention it to you? If I were to feel unwell, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. You should hasten to set me down." Hagrid, realizing his own lack of decorum, gently placed Qin Yu on the ground and nervously remarked, "I apologize. I may have been a bit too reckless." He bent down to regard the young boy before continuing, "I trust you have discerned the purpose of my visit?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that someone would come to fetch me. I did not expect it to be you. I happened to be out attending to some matters, so he instructed me to come and collect you," Hagrid explained. After a brief exchange, Hagrid continued, "All right. Let us hasten our departure. We must return within the allotted time. Young lad, do not fret too much about home. You shall return soon." As Qin Yu bid farewell to the Granger family, they embraced each other tenderly. At that moment, little Hermione's eyes were already glistening with tears, unable to hold back her sorrow at Qin Yu's departure. "Qin, will you write to me?" the young girl inquired once more. "Of course I will," he reassured her. "I promise to share the happenings at Hogwarts with you. But you must remember to write back, or I shall miss you dearly." With a gentle embrace, Hermione expressed her affection once again. Mr. Granger observed his daughter's demeanor and comforted her by saying, "Do not be disheartened. Time passes swiftly. By this time next year, you too will be attending that school. Yes, Qin, you must study diligently. I cannot allow you, my senior, to be surpassed by me," Hermione declared earnestly. A smile spread across Qin Yu's face at her earnest admonition. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Hermione and the Granger couple, Qin Yu departed, carrying the belongings that Mrs. Granger had kindly packed for him, following Hagrid away from their home. In truth, just before his departure, Mr. Granger had called Qin Yu into his study for a private conversation. "You have always been a part of our household," he began. "Though your family may be temporarily lost, we shall remain by your side as you grow. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You are about to embark on your journey to the magical school, and there will undoubtedly be many items to acquire." With that, Mr. Granger handed him an envelope, and upon feeling its contents, Qin Yu discerned that it contained a substantial amount of currency. Qin Yu initially intended to assert his financial independence, but upon reflection, He realized that the origin of his mere 1,000 galleons would be difficult to elucidate. Consequently, he graciously accepted Mr. Granger's kind offer and assured him earnestly, "I shall certainly repay you." At present, Qin Yu possessed two sources of funds. One was the system's award of 1,000 galleons in scholarship, while the other was a generous contribution of £500 from Mr. Granger. It must be noted that Mr. Granger's generosity was quite remarkable. £500 was a substantial sum, particularly for an ordinary middle school student, though the convenience of converting Muggle currency to galleons remained uncertain. The system's awarded funds were securely deposited in a wizarding bank, and all he held was a vault key, numbered 712. After departing from the Granger residence, Hagrid escorted Qin Yu onto the train. While on board, Qin Yu inquired, "Are we going to procure some supplies soon? I may need to visit the wizarding bank first, as I have some pounds." Hagrid, taken aback, replied, "You seem quite knowledgeable." "Indeed, we are headed to Diagon Alley to purchase some necessities. I will first take you to Gringotts, the bank managed by goblins, where Muggle currency can be exchanged for a certain amount of galleons. However, there are numerous restrictions on exchanges. Fortunately, as a first-year student, you will be granted a specific exchange limit with your enrollment letter." Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired with curiosity, "I have heard that goblins possess magical abilities. How do they compare to wizards in terms of prowess?" "Indeed, goblins wield an ancient form of sorcery, and they possess a certain innate talent in this regard. However, in the presence of formidable wizards, goblins remain rather insignificant." Hagrid remarked with a hint of defiance. "Ah, I see," Qin Yu replied. "Of course, the Gringotts, guarded by goblins, is exceedingly secure. One can store money and valuables there without any fear of theft," Hagrid added. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly set a precarious expectation for Gringotts. As the two engaged in conversation on the carriage, Qin Yu gained further insight into the wizarding world and understood the types of school supplies he needed to procure. After the tram halted at a certain stop, Hagrid led Qin Yu off the vehicle, winding through a rather disheveled area. Hagrid pointed ahead and stated, "This is the Leaky Cauldron. Shortly, we shall make our way to Diagon Alley, where you can acquire all the essentials you require." As Qin Yu surveyed this inconspicuous location, he pondered to himself, "Isn't it rather narrow? How could it possibly resemble a bar? Moreover, could Hagrid's sizable frame even fit inside?" It appeared that only wizards could perceive this place, as Muggles passing by seemed utterly oblivious. Before he could utter a word, Hagrid had already propelled him inside. Upon entering, Qin Yu was immediately struck by a cacophony of sound. It was exceedingly loud. The patrons engaged in lively chatter, with some passionately debating the current state of the wizarding world, lamenting the lack of competent individuals, while expressing their astonishment that Cornelius Fudge could ascend to the position of Minister for Magic. Another individual, shrouded in mystery, whispered that this was merely a result of Dumbledore's disinterest in power, as he preferred to remain at Hogwarts, teaching young minds the art of potion-making. Qin Yu yearned to listen to their ensuing conversation, yet Hagrid showed no signs of halting, striding forward with purpose. The bar owner, upon noticing them, greeted Hagrid warmly, preparing to serve him a drink. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I have matters to attend to. We shall drink another day." He felt a profound sense of duty in guiding the young wizard on their shopping excursion, particularly regarding the task assigned by Dumbledore. Although he harbored a desire to indulge in a couple of drinks nearby, pressing obligations took precedence. After nodding in acknowledgement, Hagrid led Qin Yu toward the bar counter. Upon navigating around it, they arrived at a location resembling a dead end. This iconic scene was familiar to Qin Yu. As anticipated, Hagrid brandished his umbrella, tapping the tip against the bricks of the wall while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the bricks rearranged themselves, revealing an arched doorway, beyond which lay a path flanked by an array of quaint shops adorned with signs. "Hurry, little one, our time is limited," Hagrid urged. Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, followed Hagrid through the doorway and into the fabled Diagon Alley. As they entered, the entrance closed automatically behind them. Aside from the magical school, Diagon Alley was the place Qin Yu longed to visit most. The wonders here were abundant and far more captivating than those in Muggle shops. As they strolled down the street, Qin Yu wished fervently for 8 additional eyes, taking in every detail. The shops, the items displayed outside, and the bustling shoppers resembled scenes from a film, yet were imbued with a distinct charm. The unique ambience of the magical world momentarily left Qin Yu in a state of awe. "This is Gringotts Bank." Hagrid's voice jolted Qin Yu back to reality. Qin Yu lifted his gaze and found himself before an imposing white edifice, notably taller than the surrounding establishments, resembling a crane among chickens. At the entrance stood a diminutive welcoming sprite, even shorter than the young Qin Yu himself, with sharp, pointed whiskers and elongated fingers and toes. As Qin Yu and Hage stepped inside, the sprite bowed respectfully to them. "Hello." Qin Yu instinctively waved in greeting. Approaching the second door, Qin Yu mused to himself, "Indeed. Banks possess an air of grandeur no matter where one finds them. This particular door was adorned in silver. However, inscribed upon it were some intriguing words. Enter, stranger. But beware the consequences of greed." The latter phrase bore resemblance to a cautionary warning, akin to "Do not provoke me, for I am formidable." Upon entering, Qin Yu glanced at the ferry employees seated on either side and murmured, "There truly are a remarkable number of staff here." Behind the counter, dozens, if not hundreds, of fairies appeared deeply engrossed in their tasks, seemingly oblivious to those not involved in their affairs. "The aura of financial management is indeed distinct," Hage interjected from the side. "All right, I just inquired. The counter at the forefront is where one exchanges for gold galleons." Qin Yu gazed intently. And within the innermost counter sat an elderly gentleman of enchanting demeanor. He was clad in a meticulously tailored suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon his sharp, pointed nose. His eyes exuded an air of authority, piercing through one's facade as if he could effortlessly discern the depths of one's thoughts. Qin Yu had already taken the money from his pocket. Although he found these goblins rather unappealing, he understood that one must adhere to the established protocols in this place. The goblins, perhaps due to their diminutive stature, had counters that far exceeded Qin Yu's height, compelling him to hand the money to Hagrid for processing. Seated at the top of the counter, a goblin inquired, "What brings you here?" Hagrid replied, "We are here to exchange for galleons." This is Mr. Qin Yu, who was about to commence his studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The goblin scrutinized Qin Yu and meticulously examined his acceptance letter before responding in a tone devoid of warmth. "You have an exchange limit of 50 galleons. Is that all?" Qin Yu expressed his surprise. Hagrid had previously informed him that the current exchange rate was £5 to 1 galleon, meaning he could only exchange £250. "You must understand, young wizard, that finance is a perilous matter. We cannot allow the currency of the Muggle world to unduly influence the wizarding realm, and vice versa," the goblin explained in a cold, detached manner. "Is there any way to increase the exchange limit?" Qin Yu pressed further. "Indeed, there is. For instance, if you possess an account at Gringotts with a certain amount of funds or assets, we could increase your exchange limit by 10% of the total value of those assets," the goblin responded languidly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu produced his vault key, stretching on his toes to present it. "Wow, I didn't realize you were a little millionaire," Hagrid exclaimed as Vault 712 was opened. For Hagrid, who spent all his money on magical creatures, 1,000 galleons was indeed a substantial fortune. Qin Yu absent-mindedly touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward at Hagrid's words. However, he found it difficult to explain too much, as he, too, was uncertain about the origins of the money. After expressing his sentiments, Hagrid refrained from saying anything further, allowing Qin Yu to proceed with withdrawing the funds. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly inquired with the vault custodian about the status of the adjacent Vault 713. Upon receiving assurances of its impregnable security, Hagrid repeatedly expressed his relief, his demeanor visibly more at ease. Qin Yu cast a glance at the vault beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and thought to himself that the treasures within were not for him to touch, as they could easily spell trouble. He decided to keep his distance. After exchanging his pounds and withdrawing a portion of cash, Qin Yu and his companion departed from Gringotts. However, just as they stepped through the grand entrance, a familiar figure approached Hagrid with a warm greeting. "Hello, Hagrid. Long time no see," the man exclaimed enthusiastically. "Bill Weasley? What brings you here?" "I heard you were working in Egypt," Hagrid responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Indeed, I am working in Egypt. But recently a shipment of cursed treasures was returned for safekeeping at Gringotts, so I accompanied the escort team back. I took the opportunity to visit home." Bill Weasley replied with a smile. "Oh, so you're mixing business with pleasure," Hagrid teased. "Well, there are no summer breaks after starting work, so I had to seize this chance to return." Bill shrugged in resignation. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a first-year student who just enrolled this year." Hagrid made sure to introduce the young lad to Bill. "Hello, Qin Yu. I'm Bill Weasley, a fellow Hogwarts student." Though I graduated a year ago, Bill greeted Qin Yu warmly. "Hello, Senior Bill. It's a pleasure to meet you," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Qin Yu was Of course, aware of him, the eldest son of the Weasley family, Ron's older brother. He was said to have ventured to Egypt after graduating last year to work as a treasure curse breaker. Encountering him here was somewhat unexpected for Qin Yu. Much like Hagrid. What a polite junior you are, unlike my two mischievous twin brothers who only cause trouble. Qin, if you happen to meet those prankster twins at Hogwarts, do make sure to report them to a teacher. I hope they can be properly disciplined, Bill remarked to Qin Yu. In response to such a rather disloyal sentiment, Qin Yu could only chuckle awkwardly, inwardly acknowledging that the Weasley family certainly exemplified filial piety and brotherly affection. I must take my leave now to deliver some items and visit Ron and Ginny. As Bill was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and pulled out a small object the size of his palm. Qin, I have a little gift for you. A small pyramid I crafted. Consider it a token of our meeting. This appears quite valuable. I couldn't possibly accept it, Qin Yu quickly replied. Not at all. I made this little trinket during a dull moment in Egypt. It is of little worth. Each of my siblings has one. And I'll let you in on a little secret. I used an ancient spell from the pyramid within it. If you place something like a cherry inside, it can preserve it for a long time, Bill said with an air of mystery. To be fair, upon seeing the small object, Qin Yu felt quite tempted. After all, he had yet to receive a gift from the magical world. Even if Bill claimed it was of no great value, it was sufficiently novel for Qin Yu. Please accept it, Bill insisted, placing the small pyramid directly into Qin Yu's hand. He waved as he said, I hope to see you again, Qin. Goodbye, Hagrid. Thank you. Senior Bill. I look forward to our next meeting. Qin Yu waved back in farewell. After bidding adieu to the two, Bill joyfully entered Gringotts to attend to his business. Gazing at the pyramid in his hand, Qin Yu mused to himself that accepting it was no issue. He could simply look after his foolish junior, Ron, a bit more in the future. Indeed, by enrollment timeline, Ron was technically Qin Yu's junior. Upon exiting Gringotts, as he passed by the entrance of the owl shop, Qin Yu remembered that he needed to write a letter to Hermione. Although he had not officially enrolled yet, he could certainly arrange for the delivery. He noticed the sign outside, listing the various owls available: gray owl, screech owl, barn owl, tawny owl, and snowy owl. Qin Yu mused that these creatures were indeed magical beings from the Muggle world, and it seemed quite extravagant for a mere postman to possess one. After surveying the room, he resolutely chose the snowy owl, undeniably the most exquisite among them. However, upon glancing at the price of 18 galleons, he felt a pang of regret. According to the current exchange rate, that amounted to a staggering 90 pounds. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that when averaged out over the course of a day, it was not excessively dear. One could consider it a prepayment for future expenses. Thus, he retrieved 18 golden galleons from his purse, neatly arranged them on the counter, and accepted the magnificent owl from the shopkeeper. Hagrid, upon seeing him with the snowy owl, complimented, "This one is quite a rare breed. Your discerning eye truly impresses." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. At that moment, the owl had perched upon his arm, its round eyes locking onto his gaze. Observing the charming creature, he declared, "From now on, you shall be named Trig." Indeed, it is a splendid name. Hagrid's command of English was rather mediocre, yet he found the name pleasing to the ear. Carrying the cage containing the owl, Qin Yu followed Hagrid to the leaky cauldron to procure his textbooks. In contrast to the exorbitant price of the owl, the textbooks were quite affordable, with first-year materials generally priced at a single galleon each. Qin Yu spent merely a handful of galleons to acquire all the books listed, including a beginner's guide to transfiguration, dark forces, a guide to self-defense, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and standard spells, level 1, encompassing all the subjects he would study in his first year. The items were somewhat heavy, and Hagrid kindly assisted Qin Yu in carrying them, his strength far surpassing that of the small boy. As they continued onward, Qin Yu wished to linger at each shop, eager to discover what treasures lay within. Hagrid, however, placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and urged, "Qin, we must hasten to Ollivander's. You need to acquire a suitable wand. There is an abundance to explore in Diagon Alley, and I shall bring you back another time." "Very well, I shall certainly return when the chance arises. I sense endless opportunities here," Qin Yu reflected. Upon hearing the boy speak of opportunities, Hagrid could not suppress a skeptical smirk. He harbored doubts about the integrity of the people there, feeling that every visit resulted in a significant expenditure, which only exacerbated his already precarious financial situation. Thus, he resolved to move quickly, wary of the time spent that might lead him to desire some enchanting creature. As they walked, Hagrid was suddenly alerted by the sound of 3 canine-like howls. His eyes brightened, and he came to an abrupt halt, straining to listen. His instincts suggested that the sounds emanated from a rare magical creature. Driven by curiosity, he found himself drawn toward the source of the noise, entirely forgetting his earlier admonition. Hagrid, what do you think about me opening a shop here? Is a business license required? By the way, since you have so many pets, could that be of use? As Qin Yu strolled along, engaged in conversation, he turned back only to discover that Hage had mysteriously vanished. Wasn't there an agreement to hurry? Where had he gone? Qin Yu was indeed taken aback. Hagrid was missing. This revelation left Qin Yu feeling quite helpless, forcing him to abandon his visit to the wand shop and commence a search for the giant. After a considerable amount of time spent looking, he finally spotted a crowd gathered in front of a pub, and from a distance, he could easily discern Hagrid towering above the rest. Qin Yu hurried over, parting the crowd of onlookers, and reached Hagrid's side. 500 galleons is simply too much. I do not possess such funds at the moment. Could you possibly wait for me to gather the money before returning to make the purchase? Hagrid implored the thin man before him, who was accompanied by a massive three-headed dog, bound by iron chains. Cerberus. Upon encountering this creature, Qin Yu immediately grasped the situation. Hagrid's penchant for exotic animals had evidently returned. Yet, glancing at the three-headed dog, Qin Yu could not deny that even he would feel an irresistible urge to buy it. Just imagine parading it around. Who would dare to cross me then? However, it was evident that this transaction would not be easily negotiated. I'm afraid, big fellow, I cannot guarantee that I will still be here when you return. After all, this beast is in high demand, the thin man drawled languidly. Then what am I to do? I genuinely desire it, but I simply do not have that much money with me. Hagrid lamented, his gaze fixated longingly on the three-headed dog. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu could not help but press his forehead in exasperation, mentally berating Hagrid. Even if your desire is fervent, must you display it so overtly? Are you simply inviting this man to take advantage of you? Noting Hagrid's silence, the man continued, Here's the deal. Do you possess anything of value? Show me, and if it can amount to 500 galleons, I shall sell you this three-headed dog. Hagrid's spirits lifted at the suggestion, and he was about to retrieve something when a small hand patted his. Qin? Hagrid looked at Qin Yu, surprised. So you only just noticed me now? Qin Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Hagrid, please wait a moment, he whispered. Oh, all right, Hagrid nodded instinctively. He found this little fellow rather clever, and the request to wait surely held significant meaning. Qin Yu then turned to the slender man and inquired, What breed is this three-headed dog of yours? Of course, it is a purebred Greek three-headed dog, which I purchased at a considerable price from a Greek. The slender man replied, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Is that so, Hage? Qin Yu turned to Hage. There is indeed a distinct lineage of Greek three-headed dog. However, one of its heads exhibits some characteristics of Nordic breeds, so to claim it is purely bred is debatable. Hage spoke with expertise, particularly when discussing magical creatures. You are talking nonsense. I have decided not to sell it to you after all. Move along. Do not obstruct my business. The slender man retorted irritably. Hage, now anxious, realized that even if it was not a purebred Greek three-headed dog, he still desired it greatly. In his desperation, he cast a nervous glance towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled gently and, with an air of calm assurance, remarked, Sir, if you deem our words to be mere nonsense, you underestimate the gentleman beside me. As he spoke, he gestured to introduce Hage. This esteemed individual is a distinguished professor from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, renowned for his profound knowledge in the study of magical creatures. Would you truly consider his words to be mere folly? Qin Yu spoke nothing but the truth. The warden of the hunting grounds and the guardian of the forbidden forest could indeed be considered, albeit somewhat reluctantly, as a professor of Hogwarts. As for his profound knowledge of magical creatures, that assertion was indisputable. The thin man, momentarily taken aback, appeared somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of those around him. Yet, he quickly straightened his neck and retorted, Just because you claim he is a professor at Hogwarts, does that make it so? If you wish to verify, you may write to Headmaster Dumbledore. Qin Yu, displaying an innocuous smile, spoke these words. The thin man, swayed by Qin Yu's unwavering confidence, began to believe him. Whether he is or not is of no concern to me. Today, I intend to sell for 500 galleons. Who says I cannot claim to be a purebred Greek Cerberus and set my price at 500 galleons? The thin man decided to take a stand. Fully aware that Hagrid was eager to purchase the dog and was clearly attempting to inflate the price, Qin Yu restrained the eager Hage, smiling at the man and remarked, Sir, it's evident that we genuinely wish to purchase your three-headed dog. The man snorted disdainfully, his face betraying an air of arrogance. However, aside from us. Who else around here is willing to buy such a magnificent creature? Qin Yu continued with an unhurried demeanor. Indeed. Owning a three-headed dog necessitates a crucial condition, ample space at home. This is precisely why many who might desire to buy cannot do so. Upon hearing this, the onlookers chuckled, for they were merely spectators, not prospective buyers. And what of it? I shall inevitably await the next interested party. The emaciated man's bravado visibly waned. The next buyer? Who knows when that might be? I wonder if your finances can endure until that day arrives, Qin Yu remarked, his smile fading as he spoke slowly. I have plenty of money, the thin man insisted, attempting to maintain composure. Oh, is that so? If you possess wealth, why then do you feed this three-headed dog nothing but potatoes? Look how gaunt they have become. Qin Yu gestured towards the creature. 3 heads, 3 mouths. Its consumption of food is quite extraordinary. If you cannot even afford to feed it meat, continuing to care for it will only lead to your own impoverishment. Qin Yu actually wished to express that even you have become so emaciated, appearing as if you haven't bathed in half a year, and by all accounts, you hardly seem like someone of considerable means. However, at this juncture, there was no need to belabor the point. The man evidently caught the underlying implication in Qin Yu's words, his face flushing with indignation. I don't need your concern. I am selling for 500 galleons. The gaunt man reiterated his price. Yet, this time, it was evident to all that he had lost much of his confidence, except for Hagrid, who was solely fixated on the three-headed dog. Well, that settles it then, Hagrid. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, Professor Dumbledore may become displeased. Qin Yu urged Hagrid to leave. Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but upon catching a sharp glance from Qin Yu, he promptly swallowed his words and trudged towards the edge of the crowd. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he heard the anxious voice of the thin man behind them. Don't go. Qin Yu halted his steps, turned around, and inquired, Sir, do you have any further matters to discuss? Speak plainly. What is your offer? The gaunt man despondently replied, 50 galleons. Qin Yu extended a hand, gesturing. Why not go rob a bank? Is this how you negotiate? The thin man's eyes widened in disbelief. You prompted me to make an offer. Moreover, my all costs nearly 18 galleons. It seems quite reasonable for me to propose 50 galleons for your dog. Qin Yu maintained a serious demeanor. For 100 galleons. Take it or leave it. The thin man retorted with a tone of disdain. 150, that's 3 times the initial amount. I am demonstrating considerable goodwill. Qin Yu replied earnestly. 380, that's merely my shipping cost. The thin man lamented, visibly pained. 180. I believe the profit must exceed that, Qin Yu stated calmly. 350. If you continue to haggle, I will truly withdraw from the sale. 200. If you persist, we will not make a purchase. The two engaged in a protracted back and forth, the thin man increasingly distressed, while Qin Yu remained unfazed and composed. Ultimately, the thin man conceded, agreeing to sell the three-headed dog for 245 galleons. The reason it was not a round figure like 250 was due to the boy's assertion that 250 was considered an inauspicious number in their Eastern culture. This price brought immense joy to Hagrid, his grin wide enough to fit Qin Yu's head in it. Pay up, Hagrid, Qin Yu instructed the amiable giant. Hagrid's face contorted with concern. Qin Yu was taken aback. You don't mean to say you lack even 245 galleons? After all that haggling with me? The thin man was at a loss, nearly brought to tears. Well, I indeed do not possess that much money, Hagrid admitted, feeling awkward. Never mind. Let us do the right thing, Qin Yu sighed, resignedly reaching into his own purse. Qin, you are truly remarkable. You managed to have the price, Hagrid exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with his acquisition of the three-headed dog and deeply impressed by Qin Yu's negotiation skills. In truth, if you had not appeared so eager, you could have negotiated a better price, Qin Yu commented. Certainly, it wouldn't have been as low as yours. Did you not see the shopkeeper's expression? He looked utterly pained. Do you think he lost a considerable sum on this deal? Hagrid's voice trailed off, tinged with uncertainty. Do you truly feel sympathy for that unscrupulous merchant? Qin Yu was left speechless by Hagrid's naivety. He sighed and continued. I can assure you with utmost certainty that this individual still holds at least 100 galleons in profit. Hagrid expressed disbelief. Evaluate for yourself. What is your perceived value for this three-headed dog? Qin Yu replied with irritation. It should be between 150 and 200 gallons. However, such creatures are not easily encountered. I haven't seen one in quite a while. Hager responded, therefore, let us offer him 245. He has already made a considerable profit. There is a saying in the East, from the southern capital to the northern capital. The buyer is always less astute than the seller. I impart this wisdom to you for your reflection. Qin Yu generously shared his knowledge of commerce with the simple-minded uncle. Ah, I understand now. Hager nodded, his expression transforming to one of enlightenment. Qin Yu secretly mused that this child was indeed teachable. But little did he know that Hage's next words nearly choked him. From now on, whenever I go shopping, I will definitely bring you along. This way, I can save a substantial amount of money. Hage exclaimed joyfully, gazing into Hage's honest yet astute eyes. Qin Yu suddenly realized that this fellow must truly embody the age-old adage of being wise yet appearing foolish. Qin Yu lent Hagrid 235 galleons, permitting him to repay in 12 installments. The rationale was quite simple. Hagrid was indeed financially constrained and could only gather the funds gradually. Consequently, Qin Yu became Hagrid's principal creditor, which inadvertently granted him a modicum of confidence in the presence of the imposing figure. However, Hagrid exhibited no awareness befitting a debtor. He sent Qin Yu alone to select a wand at the wand shop while he eagerly busied himself with arrangements for the transport of Fluffy, the name he had recently bestowed upon his three-headed dog. After parting ways, Qin Yu proceeded toward the wand shop, continuing his leisurely exploration of Diagon Alley. Along the way, he passed by a shop where he noticed a group of young boys, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the flying brooms displayed in the window. Qin Yu mused to himself, is this the flying broomstick that Harry would later utilize, the new model Nimbus 2000? Within the realm of enchanted broomsticks, there exists a wide spectrum of classifications. The Sweep series can be likened to a bicycle, while the Nimbus 2000 is akin to a compact car. And the Firebolt represents the pinnacle of performance. It is said that the price of a Firebolt hovers around 1 to 2,000 galleons, if not more. Qin Yu, however, lacked the financial means to procure such an extravagant item, nor did he possess a benefactor of Sirius Black's affluent lineage. As first-year students are prohibited from bringing their own broomsticks, he need not concern himself with the choice of which model to purchase at this moment. As Qin Yu continued to stroll forward, he casually observed the shops in Diagon Alley, simultaneously purchasing robes, cloaks, cauldrons, and scales, all items listed on his school supply list. Naturally, he felt an overwhelming urge to acquire many of the intriguing items he encountered, even those that appeared rather grotesque, such as bat organs and eel eyeballs. Regrettably, after lending money to Hagrid, his own funds had significantly dwindled. Nevertheless, he chose a hairpin adorned with a charming kitten motif, intending to present it to Hermione. The little boy, my dear, this hairpin is all the rage now, the kindly old woman at the shop remarked with a smile. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also glows at night, making it a favorite among young girls. Imagining Hermione wearing the hairpin, particularly the enchanting sight of it glowing in the dark, Qin Yu found the thought quite delightful. With a smile, he replied, I hope she will like it. He then paid 10 sickles for the hairpin and carefully tucked it away. It was only after he had walked quite a distance that he realized he had forgotten to haggle. Finally, he had located Ollivander's, the legendary establishment with a millennium of history. Although Qin Yu had watched the film, he still found the wand shop, with its nearly 2,400 years of history, to be rather dilapidated. Perhaps the magical world truly values the charm of antiquity, where the essence of fine wine is not deterred by the narrowness of the alley. Qin Yu pondered this as his hand rested upon the aged door, seemingly absorbing the breath of time, and with a heart full of excitement, he pushed the door open. Oh, young sir, greetings. Are you here to purchase a wand? Greeted the slender, disheveled Ollivander. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I wish to select my first wand, Qin Yu replied. Your first wand? It appears you are a first-year student starting this year. However, it is already September 1st, and you have arrived rather late, Ollivander teased. Well, my enrollment guide picked me up a bit late, Qin Yu said, somewhat awkwardly. Ah, no matter. Although time is a bit pressing, I am confident you will find the wand that speaks to your heart here. Your first wand, Ollivander exclaimed with a smile. He then began to search for a suitable wand based on Qin Yu's measurements. How about this one? A wand of rosewood with a dragon heartstring core, Ollivander said, retrieving a wand from a wooden box and offering it to Qin Yu, holding the wand in his hand. Qin Yu contemplated the scenes from the movie and waved his hand. Little did he know, before his hand could descend, Ollivander hastily reached out to snatch the wand away from him. This wand is clearly unsuitable. The dragon heartstring will amplify your destructive power and danger. I cannot afford any mishaps, Ollivander muttered to himself as he carefully stowed away the wand with the purple sandalwood and dragon heartstring core. Subsequently, he rummaged through the various compartments, mumbling to himself, Beechwood, no, the hair of a giant, rather absurd, Thunderbird tail feather, 2 perilous like dragon heartstring, holly, phoenix feather. Evidently more inappropriate. Silver willow, unicorn hair. Ah, this is it. After an exhaustive search, Ollivander finally emerged joyfully from the shelf with a wooden box, opening it to reveal a silvery gray wand. Give it a try, my child. Ollivander offered the wand to him. Qin Yu cautiously accepted the wand and once again raised it. Yet this time, Ollivander did not intervene. As Qin Yu brought the wand down, the room was suddenly illuminated by a gentle glow. The resilience of the silver willow and the calm steadiness of unicorn hair, when combined, would enable one to better harness their own power. The wand is akin to a partner. Only through the harmonious interplay of strength and softness can perfect magic be unleashed. Ollivander remarked with a heartfelt sigh. Observing the enigmatic glint in Ollivander's eyes, Qin Yu surmised that this old wand maker, nay, this venerable wizard, had discerned something. The latent power within him was formidable yet prone to volatility, which was likely why Ollivander had prevented him from wielding the dragon heartstring wand. Conversely, the wand crafted from silver willow and unicorn hair was comparatively gentle, allowing Qin Yu to effectively control the power within him. What suits oneself is indeed the best. For such a meticulous selection, Qin Yu could not help but admire Ollivander's expertise. His discerning eye was truly remarkable and comprehensive. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu said sincerely. Aha, no need for thanks. It is my lifelong pursuit to ensure that every individual who seeks a wand finds the one that truly belongs to them. Ollivander replied with a smile. Holding the very first wand of his life, Qin Yu felt an exhilarating aura emanating from it. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me on my adventures in this enchanting world of magic, he silently vowed. As if sensing his heartfelt declaration, the wand quivered gently, its tip radiating a soft, luminous glow. After selecting the wand, Qin Yu paid 7 galleons and, with a sense of satisfaction, put it away. Observing the dwindling amount of galleons and a mere handful of sickles in his pouch, he was acutely aware of the meaning of financial constraint. Alas, though 1,000 galleons may seem substantial, one cannot merely consume without consideration. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Farewell, Mr. Ollivander. He thought about how to manage his finances while politely bidding goodbye to the wand maker. Goodbye, young lad. We welcome your next visit, Ollivander replied, and then, as if a thought had struck him, he added, by the way, should you encounter any issues with your wand, I offer a complimentary core replacement service here. As Qin Yu was about to step outside, upon hearing Ollivander's words, a spark of realization illuminated his expression, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Qin Yu cautiously inquired, Mr. Ollivander, do you accept materials for wand cores here? For instance, unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the like. These items were freshly mentioned by Ollivander, and he felt compelled to ask. Upon hearing this, Ollivander paused momentarily, instinctively nodding as he replied, Indeed, I do. These are invaluable materials, essential for the crafting of wands. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu revealed a joyful smile. His mind conjured images of Hagrid's myriad of magical creatures, as well as the phoenix nurtured by Dumbledore. After reaching a preliminary supply agreement with Ollivander, Qin Yu left the ancient wand shop in high spirits. He double-checked the enrollment list to ensure he had not forgotten anything, and then proceeded to the location where Hagrid was managing the shipping. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you on the train, Hagrid said apologetically. I had a feeling this might happen, Qin Yu shrugged in response. Hagrid's character seemed to be one that was bound to encounter some sort of mishap. While one could trust his integrity, one could not expect him to avoid all forms of trouble. It's like this. They say that the route is quite dangerous, and a recipient must be present, so I must return to the school to await your arrival. Consequently, I want to be able to ride the train back with you. Hagrid explained to Qin Yu. It's all right, Hagrid. I'm no longer a child. I can manage taking the train by myself, Qin Yu replied calmly. Although he appeared to be an 11-year-old boy, his soul was that of a man in his 20s. Moreover, when he attended university, he had traveled alone by train. So this journey would not differ much. Then I shall escort you to the station, and you can board the train with the others, Hagrid offered. All right. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. This time, they did not utilize the transportation of the Muggle world, but instead sought out a fireplace connected to the flue network. Hagrid first sprinkled a handful of flue powder into the hearth, then called out the name of the train station. In a plume of green smoke, the giant vanished into the fireplace. Qin Yu, emulating others, successfully completed a flue network transmission amidst the green smoke. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within a fireplace near the train station. How does it feel to use flue powder for the first time? Hagrid inquired with a smile. To be honest, the process was rather swift. I scarcely had time to savor the sensation before arriving here, Qin Yu replied. Well, you were quite fortunate. The fireplaces in Diagon Alley in here are quite clean. When I first used it, I ended up ingesting a fair amount of soot, Hagrid said, bursting into laughter as he reminisced about his youthful experiences. It seems that I shall have to wear a mask the next time I use flu powder, Qin Yu mused. That is indeed a wise idea, but you must don it immediately after shouting the destination. It requires swift hands, Hagrid added. At that moment, it was already 10:40. Leaving merely 20 minutes until departure. The two ceased their idle chatter, and Hagrid hurriedly led Qin Yu to purchase tickets. Once the tickets were secured, Qin Yu bid Hagrid farewell and pushed his luggage trolley into the station. With a heart full of anticipation, Qin Yu found his place between platforms 9 and 10. There lay the legendary Platform 9, the gateway to the enchanting Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yet, amidst his excitement, he hesitated to dash against the wall, apprehensive of the potential consequences should it fail to function. After all, such mishaps were not unheard of. As Qin Yu pondered, a middle-aged woman's impatient voice echoed nearby. George. Fred, you were taking far too long. If it weren't for wanting Ron and Ginny to see the train station early, I wouldn't bother bringing you here at all. But Bill just returned. We must catch up with him. A boy's voice protested. Indeed, it is a rare occasion for Bill to come home. We must show him our enthusiasm. Another nearly identical voice chimed in. Ah, your enthusiasm means convincing Bill to bring you more gifts next time, I see. The middle-aged woman retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Upon overhearing their conversation, Qin Yu turned to take a look. Indeed. He spotted a spirited middle-aged woman accompanied by 7 children. What a remarkable gathering of the Weasley clan. This middle-aged woman was none other than Molly Weasley. And the children by her side were her eldest son Bill, her second son Charlie, a 7th grader, her third son Percy, a 4th grader. The mischievous twin brothers George and Fred, both in 2nd grade, as well as the yet-to-be-enrolled Ron and Ginny. Ah, Qin. It is wonderful to see you again. Bill greeted with enthusiasm upon noticing Qin Yu. Qin, you must be the young boy Bill mentioned meeting at the entrance of Gringotts. I am Bill's mother. And it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mrs. Weasley spoke in a warm and gentle tone. Yes, I am Qin Yu. It is also a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Weasley. Qin Yu replied politely, feeling quite fond of this elder. What a lovely and considerate child you are. By the way, this is Charlie and Percy. They are in higher grades, so you can seek their assistance if you need anything. And here are my youngest son Ron and my daughter Ginny. They will soon be of school age, and you will soon become schoolmates. Mrs. Weasley introduced them with great warmth. George, Fred. Qin Yu greeted each of them in turn, while Ron and Ginny, upon exchanging pleasantries with him, were enveloped in a palpable curiosity. As one of the trio responsible for Gryffindor's point deductions, Qin Yu had long held a deep admiration for Ron. However, with the train's departure imminent, he had little time to engage in lengthy conversations with the Weasley family. Children, the train is set to depart in 2 minutes. You must hurry to the platform, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Qin, have a safe journey. Charlie, Percy, take good care of Qin. After delivering this admonition, she turned to the twin brothers and shouted, George, Fred, put away all your nonsense. If you dare disrupt the order on the train, you will face serious consequences. The twins, with mischievous expressions, pushed their luggage carts towards Platform 9, closely followed by Charlie and Percy. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley, Qin Yu took a deep breath and joined them, pushing his cart with determination. He swiftly arrived at the concealed train station, where the Hogwarts Express emitted a distant whistle, signaling the imminent return to school for the students. Upon boarding, as the prefect, Charlie took on the responsibility of maintaining order, while Percy, with his brooding demeanor, kept to himself. Thus, Qin Yu found himself in the company of the twins, seated together in a compartment. However, Qin Yu felt no trepidation towards these 2 young rascals. After spending a single gold galleon on a plethora of sweets from the cart, the twins were easily won over. As they traveled, boredom led Qin Yu to engage the brothers in lively conversation. He mused about the conservative nature of the wizarding world's business model, particularly the underutilization of the Flu network, which primarily served to transport people. He expressed his belief that the sharing economy would become a significant trend, envisioning a future where broomsticks could be shared to address the inconvenience of wizarding travel. He predicted that traditional publications like the Daily Prophet would eventually be supplanted by new media formats, representing a monumental opportunity. Furthermore, he lamented the lack of innovation within the wizarding cultural industry, questioning why no one had considered producing an epic fantasy film. Initially regarding Qin Yu with the eyes of children, George and Fred's demeanor shifted dramatically as they encountered words and concepts they had never heard before. Having harbored dreams of wealth since childhood, they may not fully grasp the diverse business models Qin Yu proposed. Yet they recognized these ideas as significant opportunities to realize their aspirations. In their eyes, Qin Yu began to appear more formidable. Observing the twins passionately discussing the formulation of rental prices for broomsticks and optimizing the flu network, a subtle smile graced Qin Yu's lips. Indeed, he would no longer need to worry about finding helpers for their endeavors, while the plans they envisioned would take time to materialize. The current focus should be on accumulating wealth so that when opportunities arise, they could seize them decisively. As they approached their destination, Qin Yu remarked to the twins, "Your vision truly pales in comparison to mine." George sighed in acknowledgement. "Indeed, our dreams are still confined to running a general store." Fred echoed his brother's sentiment. "Yet, your ideas are commendable. Many of your imaginative thoughts could indeed bring about change in this world." Qin Yu also offered his praise to them. Upon hearing this, the two brothers could not help but smile with genuine delight. Although Qin Yu was a year younger than them, their conversations had led them to be thoroughly impressed by his extensive knowledge and experience. The validation of their own imaginative ideas by Qin Yu instilled a sense of pride within them. As dusk descended, the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, marking the arrival of the young wizards at their destination. The older students disembarked first, and George and Fred bid farewell to Qin Yu, strongly encouraging him to choose Gryffindor when the time came. Of course, the final decision rested with the Sorting Hat. George remarked with a hint of resignation, "However, we truly hope you will join Gryffindor, as it would allow us to conveniently discuss our grand plans for fortune." Fred added with enthusiasm. Qin Yu smiled and expressed his hope that it would be so, as he descended from the train alongside the freshmen of the 1990 cohort. He caught sight of the upperclassmen departing in their carriages. From a distance, he beheld a flock of gaunt black steeds, known as night stallions, galloping away, pulling their carriages with remarkable speed. These enchanting creatures could only be seen by those who had glimpsed death. Qin Yu was not the least bit surprised that he could see them. "After all, I have not only witnessed death, I have experienced it myself," he mused inwardly. "Children, follow me and board the boat at the dock. Remember, a maximum of 4 individuals may occupy a single vessel. Furthermore, refrain from causing mischief aboard the boat, for the lake harbors fearsome monsters that could frighten you if you were to fall in." Hagrid's voice boomed. The giant, towering over 3 meters, instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the newcomers. Simultaneously, an innate reverence blossomed within them, for such a colossal figure was 2 to 3 times their height, rendering it impossible for them not to feel trepidation. Of course, this did not apply to Qin Yu, as they were already well acquainted. "Qin, it seems we meet again." Hagrid greeted Qin Yu with a warm smile. Qin Yu greeted Hagrid warmly, although they had only known each other for less than a day. Qin Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity, possibly due to his past life-s experiences or Hagrid's amiable nature. Their relationship seemed as if it had been forged over many years. Hagrid then invited Qin Yu to share a boat with him. They boarded smoothly, and Hagrid whispered excitedly, his eyes crinkling with delight at the sight of the large dog he adored. "That is wonderful," Qin Yu replied, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. His concern stemmed from Hagrid's considerable weight. Even with just the 2 of them on the small vessel, he worried it might capsize at any moment, which significantly dampened his excitement to behold Hogwarts Castle for the first time. In contrast, the other children on their boats were awestruck, their mouths agape at the sight of the towering ancient castle, which loomed like a wise sage awaiting the arrival of a new batch of students. They wondered if they too would be remembered by this legendary magical school, and if they could become part of its enduring legacy. As their small boat approached, the newcomers could hardly contain their exhilaration. Upon reaching the dock, Qin Yu quickly leapt ashore, followed by the other first-years disembarking from their boats. Under Hagrid's guidance, they entered the castle through the grand oak doors and ascended 3 flights of stairs to a grand foyer. Once assembled, the stern Professor McGonagall explained the forthcoming sorting ceremony. As the time drew near, the great doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall swung open, revealing a resplendent room aglow with brilliance, as bright as day. Even though Qin Yu had anticipated its grandeur, stepping into the hall left him profoundly awestruck. The thousands of floating candles in the celestial expanse above created an enchanting and magnificent visual experience. As the new students entered, Professor Dumbledore rose from the central dais to deliver a welcoming address, outlining a few school rules, such as refraining from wandering at night and steering clear of the Forbidden Forest. It was also the first time Qin Yu caught sight of Severus Snape, who seemed to sense Qin Yu's gaze and glanced back a few times, though his expression remained as frosty as ever. Following this, the sorting ceremony commenced under Professor McGonagall's direction. Qin Yu was familiar with the process, yet as a participant, he found it to be quite novel. However, he noticed that among this year's first years, fewer familiar faces. He recognized only Cho Chang and Katie. As the sorting hat was placed upon her head, they were respectively assigned to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he took a couple of deep breaths and stepped up the stairs. Professor McGonagall then placed the ancient, unwashed hat atop Qin Yu's head. Ah, a young boy from the East, your origins are indeed perplexing. The immense power within you and the great fortune that accompanies it make you an ideal candidate for Slytherin, where you would undoubtedly shine. However, your composure and bravery also align seamlessly with Gryffindor. What a conundrum this presents. The sorting hat, which typically announces the house names with clarity, now murmured thoughtfully atop Qin Yu's head. As Qin Yu felt the peculiar, talking, and animated hat atop his head, a sense of irritation began to brew. I wish to join Gryffindor. Unable to endure its incessant prattle any longer, he made a decision on behalf of the hat. His desire to align himself with Gryffindor had nothing to do with the financial schemes of the Weasley twins, George and Fred. Rather, it was a simple yearning to be closer to little Hermione. After all, he had promised to help her acclimate to her surroundings, and he was determined to keep his word. Since the hat seemed rather indecisive, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, sparing himself from its ongoing chatter. Very well, your choice is undoubtedly the most correct. Gryffindor, the sorting hat declared loudly, announcing the house to which Qin Yu would be assigned. Instantly, the Gryffindor table erupted in a chorus of enthusiastic applause, with George and Fred's cheers ringing the loudest. Amidst the resounding applause, Qin Yu made his way to the Gryffindor table, finding an unoccupied seat to settle into. Following the sumptuous dinner, the prefects of each year guided everyone back to their dormitories. The current head of Gryffindor was the soon-to-be graduate, Charlie Weasley, whom Qin Yu had encountered before. Charlie led the group to the 8th floor, where, at the end of a corridor, he addressed the portrait of a plump lady with the password, Dragon's Beard. The portrait swung open, and Charlie ushered everyone into the Gryffindor common room. After a brief pause in the communal lounge, Charlie announced, "Boys to the left, girls to the right, do not confuse the two." With that, the children dispersed, each in search of their own respective rooms. Qin Yu ascended the staircase on the left and discovered the dormitory bearing his name. The first night at Hogwarts was destined to be one filled with excitement, making it nearly impossible to find rest. Qin Yu lay on his bed, contemplating numerous matters of his past and present, gradually succumbing to slumber after a considerable duration. The daily schedule at Hogwarts bore a striking resemblance to that of Qin Yu's university in his previous life, rising at around 7 or 8 in the morning, followed by a communal breakfast in the Great Hall, classes commencing at 9, comprising 2 lessons in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, after which students could arrange their time freely. Naturally, the content of the lessons proved far more exhilarating than those of his former existence. Take, for instance, the class on defense against the dark arts. The instructor, Professor Stephen Swinton, was reputed to have once been a magical healer, with a penchant for displaying various violent and gruesome dynamic images related to dark forces during his lectures, all in pursuit of leaving a profound impression on his students. Recently, Qin Yu and his classmates had been studying the protocols following a werewolf bite. Professor Swinton had procured a plethora of photographs depicting wounds inflicted by werewolves, alongside brutal scenes of wizards transformed into werewolves. As stated in the textbook, if infection occurs post-bite, it is deemed incurable, for it is a curse of ancient origin. Hence, immediate and thorough cleansing is imperative following the attack. What constitutes thorough cleansing? Jerome, would you care to respond? Professor Swinton inquired, selecting a student to pose the question. I do not know, Professor Swinton, a red-haired Slytherin boy replied rather bluntly. Ah, if you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you, Professor Swinton asserted, punctuating his words with a jab of his wand at the stack of magical cards on the podium, which he then directed towards Jerome. In an instant, a dynamic projection materialized before Jerome. It depicted a woman waving her wand at her mutilated hand, which promptly severed at the wrist. This ghastly image elicited sympathetic gasps from many classmates who were seated at a distance. It appears you still do not comprehend, Professor Swinton remarked just as another projection was conjured before Jerome. This time, it showcased a burly man with beastly bite marks adorning half of his face, who proceeded to slice away that very half of his visage with his wand. A collective gasp resonated throughout the classroom, the startled students unable to contain their shock. The children had never encountered such stimuli, and each was visibly shaken. At the forefront, Jerome stood frozen, gazing at the grotesque wound, his throat constricting as he swallowed nervously. Still not understanding? Professor Swinton pressed. As he spoke, his wand again prodded the stack of magical cards. Unable to endure any longer, Jerome clutched his mouth and bolted from the room. Moments later, the sounds of retching echoed through the corridor. Professor, is this truly appropriate? Qin Yu could not help but interject. In comparison to becoming a beast devoid of kinship post-transformation into a werewolf, I believe your students enduring a modicum of fright is a worthy trade-off. Professor Swinton explained earnestly without taking offense. Well, you do make a valid point, Qin Yu responded. Then inquired, is there truly no better method for wound cleansing? Or perhaps a remedy that can be administered prior to the onset of symptoms? Qin Yu recalled the rabies vaccine from the Muggle world. Professor Swinton shook his head and replied, thus far, the most effective method we can employ for cleansing is the debridement of the wound. Of course, some may utilize various healing spells without succumbing to the final infection, but such instances are exceedingly rare. As for the potion you mentioned, to my knowledge, there currently exists no magical elixir that can entirely prevent or cure the werewolf curse. This response, coupled with the harrowing imagery, rendered the students' expressions grave. The professor paused momentarily before continuing, however. There is a newly emerged wolfbane potion that can temporarily suppress the transformation of a werewolf, yet it requires exceptional potion-making talent and skill to concoct. Your potions, Professor Severus Snape, should be capable of this. Nonetheless, I hope you never find yourselves in a position to drink such a potion. Thus, it seems more fitting for Snape to conduct this lesson, does it not? Qin Yu silently scoffed at this. He had no recollection of Professor Swinton. While the familiar Professor Quirrell was still traveling somewhere and would not commence teaching this course until the following year. After a vividly engaging defense against the dark arts class, the students departed the classroom with ashen faces and made their way to the Great Hall in small groups for lunch. Today, however, most first-year students exhibited a distinct lack of appetite, entirely unlike their previous enthusiasm for the culinary delights of the house elves, indulging heartily. Qin Yu was, of course, an exception. In his previous life, he possessed a considerable affinity for crime-themed films and television dramas, which often depicted an abundance of gruesome corpses. Consequently, he had developed a certain immunity to such imagery and had returned to a state of normalcy following the conclusion of the course. Jerome, are you all right? Inquired a concerned young boy from the Slytherin table. Professor Swinton is utterly insufferable. Why must he single me out? Jerome replied, still feeling a wave of nausea. His appetite entirely diminished by the sight of the food before him, which only served to aggravate his frustration. It seems every teacher has their own unique methods. I've heard that Professor Snape is rather extreme as well, often reducing students to tears with his scolding, the young boy shared, recounting what he knew. I find myself rather fond of the history of magic class. Professor Binns possesses a remarkable ability to induce slumber, and he pays no mind to those who doze off. Jerome reflected with a hint of exasperation. At the Gryffindor table where Qin Yu sat, the first-year students were engaged in a discussion about their recent classes. They expressed a certain trepidation regarding Professor Snape's lessons, particularly since he was the head of Slytherin House, which led them to believe that they might face unfair treatment. Qin Yu, however, merely smiled in silence. He understood that Professor Snape was, in fact, a person of great inner warmth, though his demeanor often came across as cold due to his character. Naturally, such insights were lost on these young children. They would not be inclined to believe him. After lunch, following a brief respite, his roommates Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach departed, while Qin Yu trailed behind with the somewhat introverted Elvis. He found himself not particularly averse to interacting with these younger students, though he was aware of the slight differences in interests brought about by their age. Thus, he gravitated more towards Elvis, who was quieter and less boisterous. The thought of the raucous Hermione chatting away beside him brought a smile to his lips. Qin, are you thinking of something cheerful? Elvis timidly inquired, attempting to connect with his classmates, albeit with some hesitation. Qin Yu mused inwardly. Indeed, I was just recalling a friend. I promised to write to her before the term began, and I must do so today, lest she become upset, and that would be difficult to remedy. He replied with a smile. How wonderful. You have a friend to whom you can write letters, Elvis remarked enviously. You can write to me too, of course. Once we leave school, perhaps during the holidays or after graduation. Qin Yu patted him on the shoulder. Really? I will definitely write to you. Elvis exclaimed joyfully. I shall respond in kind. Qin Yu replied with a grin, then urged, Elvis, we must hurry. Otherwise, we might be late for potions class. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Elvis quickened his pace to catch up with Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach. Once Qin Yu and Elvis surpassed them, Jimmy shouted and sprinted after them, eager to see who could run faster, and naturally, Wilson and Bach were not far behind, striving to keep up. Laughter echoed through the corridor as the boys chased one another. How simple is the joy of childhood? Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect. He then entered the underground classroom, where he encountered the very much alive and icy Professor Snape, who had already arrived. If you believe that the potions classroom is a place for play and frivolity, then you are one step closer to death, Snape intoned in his signature, sibilant manner. The breathless Wilson and Jimmy were immediately silenced, taken aback by Snape's chilling words. Qin Yu felt no fear. Instead, he sincerely remarked, Professor Snape, thank you for your reminder. We will certainly exercise caution in the future. He then addressed the group of children, explaining, Potions class contains many hazardous instruments and concoctions. The professor's words are intended to keep us safe from danger. With his explanation, the children instantly grasped Snape's goodwill and cast grateful glances in his direction, echoing Qin Yu's sentiments of thanks. This left Snape momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his sharp tongue and eccentric demeanor rendered many of his benevolent remarks sound like curses. However, he had never anticipated a positive response to his kindness, and he had grown accustomed to such a reality. Now, receiving gratitude from these children made Snape feel somewhat out of his element. If Qin Yu possessed the ability to read minds, he would undoubtedly utter, Old Snape, are you perhaps a bit masochistic? Aware of the dangers. He certainly did not wish for any of them to emerge from potions class with missing limbs. Snape continued to exhibit his characteristic acerbic wit. As the class bell rang, the children hurriedly took their seats. Many believe that potions are not magic since they do not wield their wands. I must inform you that this perspective is profoundly misguided. Others think that potion brewing merely involves heating a cauldron, which is also a foolish and rigid way of thinking. Different ingredients necessitate distinct preparation techniques, some require pressing. Others need steeping, some demand fire calcination, while others call for your imagination to discover the most suitable method. Snape leisurely imparted the knowledge of potions class. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that the art of potion making indeed held profound significance. He was among those who mistakenly believed that potions were merely concocted by heating them in a crucible. As he listened to Professor Snape's insightful lecture, Qin Yu gradually began to discern a deeper understanding of the magical realm, which renewed his perspective. Qin, why don't you enlighten us about the medicinal part of the milk thistle? Professor Snape called upon him. Why me? Qin Yu thought, internally lamenting. I have been paying attention in class. The truth was, he had no idea what this milk thistle was, and after purchasing the textbook, he had rushed to school on a train, leaving him no time to peruse its contents, and thus, he had overlooked this particular detail. You could have even asked about cow dung. At least I would know it's for detoxification. Leaves. Qin Yu ventured hesitantly. Indeed, most plants are utilized for their leaves, roots, and stems, and you have chosen a response with a high probability of correctness, Professor Snape remarked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. However, he continued, uttering a single word, incorrect. Then, Professor Snape surveyed the classroom, inquiring, does anyone else know the answer? The entire class averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. In his heart, Qin Yu mused, indeed, there seems to be no Hermione-esque scholar in the class. It is the essence, Snape slowly articulated. Then, raising his voice, he admonished. And you failed to note it down. The students hastily seized their quills, the sound of scratching filling the air. Potion making demands precision. A single drop too much or too little can yield entirely different effects. Yet you, Mr. Qin, have chosen to employ your cleverness and reckless conjectures, which is a flagrant disregard for this subject. As he spoke, Professor Snape's gaze fixed upon Qin Yu, and he continued, Gryffindor loses a point. This serves as a reminder of the attitude with which you ought to approach this course. Qin, he thought, bewildered, why have I become the first to lose points? He was not particularly concerned about the minor deduction, for he was no longer a child. Rather, he felt irked at being used as an example by old Snape. With this deduction, the students of Gryffindor displayed faces of despair, while many in Slytherin reveled in schadenfreude, having clinched the House Cup for 5 consecutive years. Slytherin viewed Gryffindor as their principal rival, and naturally, they took pleasure in their misfortune. Don't be too disheartened. We will strive to earn those points back. Elvis consoled Qin Yu as they exited the classroom. This isn't your fault. That water hemlock is a rather obscure herb. And I wouldn't have been able to answer it either, Wilson chimed in. Indeed, Today was Professor Snape's day of torment. Jimmy muttered indignantly. Observing the earnest expressions of these children, Qin Yu refrained from confessing that he was, in fact, indifferent. Instead, he nodded and declared, "Thank you all. I will work hard to reclaim that lost point, and I shall aim for even more." His words ignited a fervor among them, each person brimming with renewed enthusiasm. "Come, let us hasten to the dining hall. I am quite famished," Qin Yu suggested. Several children followed him in the direction of the hall. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, flanked by several faculty members. "What are your thoughts on his recent behavior?" Dumbledore inquired of the group. "Emotionally, he is not an easily excitable child. Even when I displayed such gruesome images in class, he merely exhibited a slight look of disgust, without any atypical reaction. In fact, he remained more composed than most," began Professor Swinton. "Of course, it may also be that my provocations were insufficient. After all, I am quite wary of him losing control." The first to respond was Professor Snape. "I have attempted sarcasm, ridicule, and even deducted a point from Gryffindor, yet he remains remarkably tranquil," Snape stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, the others were largely silent, until Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Professor Snape, I hope this deduction was not made on a whim." "Of course not. My reasoning is quite sound," Snape remarked coolly. Dumbledore interjected at an opportune moment, "Professor McGonagall, what say you? In my observation, this child appears to be quite normal, even demonstrating concern and care for his peers. For instance, Elvis, he has the ability to bring out the more extroverted side of this reserved boy, which indicates he possesses a sensitive heart." Professor McGonagall expressed her perspective. "Indeed, he is quite attentive and perceptive. He has been a considerable help to me in class," remarked Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor. "I find his thoughts on flying rather excessive. He continually questions why one must ride a broomstick when one could fly upon a sword instead. These peculiar inquiries are quite vexing." Mrs. Hooch, with her silver hair, lamented, "Wow, flying on a sword? That is indeed a most unusual and distinctly Eastern notion." Professor Swinton could not help but exclaim, "Thus, it appears he is psychologically sound." Without any signs of eccentricity or repression, Dumbledore concluded, "Indeed, that is the case." "Quite so," came the chorus of agreement from the others. "Well, this is good news. Our next step is to ensure he lives a normal life and teach him how to harness his magical abilities." Dumbledore addressed the assembly. "I had anticipated a special student arriving next year. I did not expect one to come early this year," Professor Swinton remarked with significance. "Rest assured, Stephen, I believe he will soon learn to control his powers, allowing you to focus on your quest for the ancient wizarding relics in the Himalayas," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Indeed, I hope so. All right, everyone, you may return," Dumbledore concluded. With the brief meeting at an end, the attendees departed. "Hermione, how was your day?" Mr. Granger inquired during dinner. "It was just fine," Hermione replied listlessly, forking a piece of carrot into her mouth and chewing absent-mindedly. Noticing her demeanor, Mrs. Granger cast a disapproving glance at her husband, silently reproaching him for broaching the subject. Mr. Granger sighed, inwardly lamenting that he felt powerless in the situation. Thus, the atmosphere at the Granger dinner table descended into a heavy silence. The Granger couple was well aware of the cause. Ever since the little Eastern boy had departed for an unknown magical school, their daughter had gradually lost her smile, spending her days fixated on the mailbox, awaiting a letter addressed to her. "Hermione, Qin has just started school. He must be quite busy, and sending letters takes time. You will receive something in a few days." Mrs. Granger could not help but reassure her daughter. "Who is waiting for his letter?" "Certainly not me," Hermione retorted, poking at the broccoli on her plate as if it were a person. No, we are not waiting for his letter. We shall forget about him." Mrs. Granger chuckled, saying, "Oh, I've completely forgotten about him. I haven't thought of him at all. Oomph, what a fickle individual," Hermione exclaimed vehemently. Just as the Granger couple was amused by their daughter's contradictory behavior, a series of sharp knocks echoed at their door. From the sound, it was evident that the visitor was no ordinary human. "I'll go check," Hermione declared, rising abruptly to answer the door. Upon opening it, a magnificent white bird swooped in. "It's an owl! It's an owl!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully upon sighting the grand creature. As Qin Yu departed, she had mentioned that an owl would deliver a letter to her. Consequently, when Hermione spotted a splendid white owl soaring through the air, her thoughts instantly turned to Qin Yu. Indeed, the owl circled above her head before deftly dropping a letter into her hands. "Father, Mother, this letter is from Qin." Hermione exclaimed with excitement upon discerning the writing on the envelope. The Granger couple exchanged a glance, each pondering in silence who had claimed just a minute earlier that they were awaiting a letter from someone. Naturally, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as their daughter had been in a foul mood for several days, and they were reluctant to provoke her again now that she seemed to be in high spirits. Hermione, why don't you eat first? You can read what Qin wrote after dinner, Mrs. Granger suggested to her daughter. All right, Hermione replied, carefully setting the letter aside before swiftly consuming the pile of food on her plate, even relishing the vegetables she usually disliked. Once she finished her meal, she hastily wiped her mouth, waved to her parents, and hurried to her room with the envelope. However, it wasn't too long before she dashed back out. What's the matter? Mr. Granger inquired curiously. Qin asked me to give Trig some food. Toast or ham will suffice, Hermione explained as she grabbed a plate, filled it with food, and hurried back to her room. Observing the closed bedroom door, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness, Qin's letter has finally arrived." Indeed. If it hadn't come soon, I would have been too afraid to speak loudly in the house, Mr. Granger replied, slightly exaggerating, which elicited laughter from Mrs. Granger. By the way, who is Trig? Mrs. Granger asked, puzzled. I suspect it must be that white owl, Mr. Granger conjectured. Trig, eat up. Hermione placed the food on the windowsill. The white owl indeed began to eat with great delight. In truth, Hermione had not yet opened the letter. She had merely spotted a note from Qin Yu on the envelope, which read, Hermione, my owl is named Trig. He is very gentle. If you offer him some toast or ham, he will become even more affectionate toward you. It was this very message that prompted Hermione to fetch the food. Watching Trig enjoy his meal brought Hermione immense joy. Finally, she settled down, feeling somewhat anxious as she broke the wax seal and opened the envelope. Inside, she found 2 folded sheets of letter paper and a small hairpin adorned with a cat design. Now this is more like it. She even remembered to send me a gift, she mused. Hermione let out a haughty hum, yet her heart swelled with joy as though she had consumed honey. She gleefully placed the hairpin atop her head and carefully unfolded the 2 pages of stationery to read with great interest. Though the letter was not lengthy nor overly detailed, Hermione savored every word. After perusing it multiple times, the owl, Trig, perched on her desk, interrupting her reading, gazing into the owl's round, gleaming eyes. Hermione instantly comprehended its message. I apologize, Trig. I shall write a reply at once. Please bear with me, she said with sincere regret. The owl cooed twice in forgiveness, and then flew back to the windowsill, where it quietly waited. Hermione smiled at the obedient creature and quickly retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a fountain pen, preparing to respond to Qin Yu's letter. As she inscribed the words Dear Qin, a thought struck her, recalling something mentioned in Qin Yu's correspondence. She reached up to touch the hairpin in her hair, tapping her fingers twice at the eye-like position of the cat. Instantly, a gentle white light cascaded from her crown. What a marvelous and practical magical item. A smile involuntarily graced Hermione's lips as she harnessed the pen's glow to write all the words she wished to convey. So many words. Dear darling, it's quite late. Time for bed. Mrs. Granger knocked on the door and called to her daughter. Hermione glanced at the neatly written pages and promptly replied, All right, mother. I'm going to bed now. After uttering those words, she quickly reviewed her letter, satisfied with its content, folded the pages neatly, and tucked them into an envelope. Additionally, she placed some flowers and leaves she had collected over the past few days inside. Trig, you've worked hard. Hermione handed the envelope to the owl. After cooing twice, Trig grasped the envelope in its beak and nodded farewell to Hermione before flapping its wings and soaring through the open window. Watching the owl disappear into the distance, Hermione found herself lost in thought, almost envious of the bird that could traverse mountains and rivers, going wherever it desired. Have you not turned off the light yet, dear? Mrs. Granger's voice called again. I shall do so now, mother. As Hermione spoke, she extinguished the lights in the room. Subsequently, she climbed onto her small bed. However, she quickly turned over to retrieve the letter she had just received, her other hand brushing against the hairpin atop her head, her fingers gently tapping it twice, causing a soft white light to illuminate the room. After dimming the light to a gentle glow, Hermione resumed reading the letter. As the words unfolded, she felt as though she were experiencing the life of the boy at the magical school alongside him. Dear Hermione, it has been a long while, and I miss you dearly, as well as Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Before I left, I promised to write to you. And I indeed acquired an owl to deliver my letters. His name is Trig, and you must have already met him. However, since the beginning of the school year, life has been rather chaotic, and coupled with my recent arrival, I have not had much of value to share. Thus it has taken until today to compose this letter. I hope you can forgive me for the delay. Upon reading this, Hermione inwardly mused, "Indeed, I am quite upset, but in light of your sincere apology, I shall forgive you." Speaking of this magnificent magical school, while it offers a breathtaking spectacle, it also induces a headache, for it is immensely vast. The staircases number in the hundreds, and some frequently change their positions. What may ascend today could descend tomorrow, or may simply be impassable. This has led to me getting lost on several occasions, resulting in Elvis and I nearly missing breakfast multiple times. By the way, Elvis is my roommate, and I have 3 other roommates named Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach. I have heard that their surnames possess ancient histories, linked to the illustrious 28 families. However, in this day and age, discussing bloodlines seems rather antiquated. We merely regard it as an amusing topic of conversation. Much like when I informed them that Qin was the first great unifying dynasty of China, drawing a whimsical connection to my surname, not implying that I am a descendant of that dynasty. All 4 of them are wonderful individuals, kind and spirited. When you come to study here next year, I shall certainly introduce you to them. I am confident that you will be eager to befriend them. Hermione thought, I wonder how you will introduce me. Will you also refer to me as your roommate? Aha. I neglected to mention that I am currently at Gryffindor, one of the 4 houses at Hogwarts School. The emblem of our house is a lion, symbolizing composure and courage. I have a premonition that if you were to visit, you would likely be sorted into this house as well, which would make me your direct senior. The other 3 houses are Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Due to the inherent rivalry among the houses, Slytherin students occasionally provoke us. However, they dare not engage in any outrageous behavior, merely resorting to idle chatter or displaying foolish expressions. In this regard, students in the magical realm are not vastly different from those in the Muggle world. As for the dormitory areas, being a male student, I cannot describe the girls' dormitories, but I have heard they are significantly superior to ours, equipped with spacious wardrobes and vanities. Of course, the boys do not have much need for such amenities, and Jimmy and the others claim they feel no envy whatsoever. I can only tell you that Gryffindor's common room is quite delightful, adorned in a cozy manner, complete with a grand fireplace. When you arrive, we can chat and enjoy tea by the fire. At this point, Hermione paused momentarily, envisioning a scene of conversing with someone by the fireplace, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At Hogwarts, our primary endeavor is undoubtedly attending various magical classes. You are likely familiar with their names: herbology, potions, transfiguration, charms, flying, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts. Given the multitude of classes, I intend to experience each one before providing you with a detailed introduction, which is one reason for my delay in writing to you. Hermione, there is no need to wait. You could write more often. Herbology is quite fascinating. The instructor, Professor Sprout, is the head of Hufflepuff and is exceptionally kind. Most importantly, her collection of magical plants is extensive, featuring several rare and valuable specimens. I plan to engage with her thoroughly to see if I can procure some valuable items to sell in Diagon Alley. Of course, I have yet to share my intentions with her. I have come to realize that even in the magical world, wealth holds significant importance. Otherwise, I could not even afford a stylish broomstick. Most importantly, I wish to purchase one for you as well. So I pray I can save enough money by the time you start school. P.S. Muggle currency is challenging to use in the magical realm, with only a minimal exchange permitted. The flying class is what I anticipate the most. The instructor, Madame Hooch, appears quite impressive, however. When I inquired about exchanging a broom for a sword, she looked at me as if I were a fool. This response suggests a certain rigidity in her thinking, lacking sufficient innovation. I am not opposed to flying on a broomstick, but I ponder if having more options would not be preferable. The history of magic class is rather unremarkable, led by the ghostly Professor Binns. Many students find themselves drowsy during these lectures, and perhaps only you possess the tenacity to endure them. The Transfiguration class is taught by our esteemed head of house, Professor McGonagall. Currently, we are engaged in the complexities of basic transfiguration, aspiring to transform small creatures into inanimate objects. This task proves quite challenging. During my first attempt, I turned a snail into an eraser, yet it was so rigid that it could not erase any pencil marks. In our charms class, Professor Flitwick instructs us that by articulating the incantation with precision and accompanying it with a deft flick of the wand, we can successfully cast spells. This notion suggests that possessing a mouth and hands suffices for mastery. However, the reality is fraught with mishaps, as we have witnessed several magical explosions in class. The intricate incantations are notoriously difficult to pronounce accurately. I suspect that these spells serve as a form of communication with the divine, and uttering them with intent is akin to conversing with celestial beings or engaging with some formidable force. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick advises me to refrain from overthinking such profound matters, suggesting that I ponder them further when I have delved deeper into my studies. Now, we arrive at the crux of our curriculum, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This course is helmed by Professor Stephen Swindon, who possesses a peculiar penchant for instilling fear. He frequently presents students with gruesome imagery of dark magic and sinister creatures, often placing these horrors directly before us. In fact, some students from our cohort have been so frightened that they have vomited, and many find their appetites diminished after attending this class. I, however, am somewhat unaffected and still manage to retain my appetite. I suspect that you may not have him as an instructor, as I have heard he is a restless soul, eager to travel the world. At the conclusion of this academic year, he intends to resign to seek out the ancient ruins of sorcerers in the Himalayas. This is quite an admirable pursuit. If fortune smiles upon me, I too would relish the opportunity to journey across the globe in search of extraordinary creatures or to visit ancient sites. Should you wish to join me, I would be delighted to have you accompany me on such adventures. Hermione, traveling the world sounds like a splendid idea. Considering your earnest invitation, I shall give it some thought. The potions class is the one I am most eager to discuss with you. The instructor, Professor Severus Snape, presents himself as a rather difficult individual at first glance. However, beneath that stern exterior lies a kind heart. Of course, I do not mean to imply that attending his lectures is an effortless endeavor. Mastery of this subject requires knowledge of two essential aspects: an understanding of the ingredients used in potions and a comprehensive grasp of their recipes and preparation techniques. Professor Snape often poses unexpected questions regarding specific potions, and I once found myself called upon, only to provide a haphazard answer that cost me a point, an experience that left me rather embarrassed, albeit unable to contest it. I am confident that, were you in my position, you would swiftly absorb the requisite knowledge. However, I must caution you against being overly eager to raise your hand in his class, as he possesses a rather idiosyncratic nature. If you appear too enthusiastic, he may deny you the opportunity to answer and may even utter some rather cutting remarks. It seems his intent is to prevent any arrogance that might arise from excessive knowledge, yet his words can be rather harsh. I hope you will not dwell too much on this. Overall, I find these classes to be quite intriguing, and I believe you will adapt quickly. With so much said, I feel I am nearing the limits of this correspondence, so I shall conclude here. This encapsulates campus life for now, but I shall write again should any delightful experiences arise. By the way, I came across a lovely hairpin in Diagon Alley, the very one enclosed in this envelope. I immediately thought how beautiful you would look wearing it, so I decided to purchase it for you. I hope you will cherish it. A fun feature of this hairpin is that if you tap the eyes of the design twice with your finger, it emits a glow, and you can adjust the brightness by rotating it. Lastly, I wish the charming Hermione joy every day, and I send my warm regards to Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. With love, during breakfast, and I'll glided into the grand hall, delivering packages and letters to various recipients. Jimmy received a parcel of sweets, a gesture from his mother to help him forge friendships, which he generously shared with acquaintances at the table. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was presented with a pink envelope adorned with floral patterns. As he grasped the envelope, his roommate and several close classmates cast inquisitive glances his way. "It must be from a girl," Wilson remarked, raising an eyebrow with a knowing look. "Wow, what kind of girl?" Jimmy exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Qin Yu inwardly scoffed at the insatiable curiosity of these youngsters. Indeed, it was from a girl, one who was quite charming, with a pair of beautiful eyes. As for her exact appearance, they would have to wait until she arrived at Hogwarts next year to see for themselves. "She's coming here to study? What is your relationship with her? How did you meet?" The group's curiosity intensified, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Qin Yu paid no heed to the surrounding chatter, hastily devouring a few bites of ham sandwich and sipping a glass of juice before seizing the letter and departing. This left several individuals at the dining table engaged in animated discussions. After exiting the auditorium, Qin Yu navigated through a maze of paths, ultimately arriving at a serene flower bed, where he settled onto a long bench. Upon tearing open the envelope, he was immediately enveloped by a delightful floral fragrance. As he pondered whether it belonged to Hermione, the young lady, he noticed the blossoms and leaves within, causing him to chuckle at his own whimsical thoughts. It had been quite some time since he left the Granger household, and he found himself missing the subtle scent of her shampoo and body wash when she was near. Setting aside these musings, Qin Yu extracted the sheets of letter paper, unfolding them to read intently. The contents of Hermione's correspondence bore a striking resemblance to his own letter. She began with cautious phrasing, expressing that she did not miss him greatly, but would occasionally think of him. She then recounted her experiences since the commencement of the school year, noting that she had already completed much of the material in advance, rendering the classes somewhat tedious. The teacher's questions were rather straightforward, leading to her achieving a perfect score on the quizzes, a typical sentiment from a top student. Hermione also mentioned that a few female classmates had been unfriendly towards her. However, after a previous incident where someone had been suspended from a tree, they had refrained from any overtly inappropriate behavior. She conveyed her longing for the courses Qin Yu had described, eagerly anticipating the arrival of September next year when she too could attend those magical classes. Regarding her personal life, she shared anecdotes about outings with her parents, noting their constant expressions of missing him, often remarking that it would be wonderful if Qin were present. Following this, she wrote about various trivial matters, such as an insect infestation in Qin Yu's room, Mrs. Granger preparing his favorite dish of beef stew with potatoes, her desire to adopt a kitten which her parents had not approved, and her recent growth spurt of 2 centimeters, soon to catch up with Qin Yu. In conclusion, Hermione wrote, "When my parents and I go out or pass certain places, I pick some flowers or pluck a leaf, and I have stuffed them all into this envelope. So in a way, you have accompanied me to these places." Finally, with utmost seriousness, she urged Qin Yu not to delay in writing back, as she had developed a fondness for Trig. "Indeed, Trig and I have become good friends, so you must frequently invite him over. I will prepare plenty of treats for him." Hermione placed particular emphasis on her final words of affection, gazing at the concluding phrase "I love you," accompanied by Hermione's signature. Qin Yu could not resist bringing the delicate sheets of letter paper to his nose, inhaling deeply. He sought to uncover a hint of familiarity amidst the fragrant notes of flowers and leaves. However, the rich scent of the ink was overwhelming, embodying the sentiments that spanned mountains and seas, while the essence he yearned for remained elusive, ethereal, and indistinguishable. In times past, travel was slow, and letters were distant. Observing the thin sheets of paper, Qin Yu was suddenly reminded of this sentiment. Subsequently, he meticulously gathered the letter along with the floral remnants and made his way toward the classroom. Today's lesson is quite straightforward. Thus, most of you have successfully concocted this frostbite remedy. However, remember, this is not due to any inherent talent for potion making on your part, but rather that you have not performed exceedingly poorly. Professor Snape remarked, his acerbic tone lingering as the lesson concluded. Qin Yu had grown accustomed to Professor Snape's manner of speaking, and he took the lead in expressing his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Snape." A few students joined in with playful commotion. Snape could not help but roll his eyes slightly at Qin Yu, thinking the boy was indeed quite boisterous. "Professor, with just a few minutes left until class ends, why not teach us something extracurricular?" Qin Yu said eagerly, completely oblivious to the notion of being a nuisance. "Oh, what is it you wish to learn?" Professor Snape replied coolly. "Is there a spell that can fix leaves together to create cards or bookmarks?" Qin Yu described his request. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape fell into a moment of bewilderment. "Well, that's not too surprising. He tends to be like this when he is silent. Is there none? Or perhaps you're unfamiliar with such charms?" Qin Yu remarked, somewhat disappointed. Professor Snape said nothing but instead waved his wand through the air along a certain trajectory while intoning, "Carish's Tatos," with a flash of white light. A leaf that had been used for potion preparation on Qin Yu's desk instantly transformed into a beautiful green bookmark, perfectly encasing the leaf. "What a lovely bookmark! I want one," exclaimed Qin Yu. "Professor, that spell is incredible. Could you teach us? I would love to learn." The classroom was soon filled with voices of envy and desire as they gazed at the leaf bookmark in Qin Yu's hand. This was far more engaging than potion making, especially for the girls, who found such trinkets utterly irresistible. "Silence!" Snape raised his voice, and the clamor in the classroom ceased immediately. He continued, "These are merely minor techniques. Since we have time today, I shall teach it to you, but I will only demonstrate once. If you cannot grasp it, you may choose to abandon it, which would indicate that you are not suited for this charm." Without further ado, he began instructing the students on the spell known as Vivid as Solid. Snape was decisive, repeating the lesson once, outlining the wand movement and pronunciation of the incantation before allowing the students to practice freely. However, when Qin Yu attempted the Vivid as Solid spell for the first time, he inadvertently blasted a hole in the table. Snape happened to be passing by and casually cast a repair spell to mend the damage. After several attempts, Qin Yu finally found his rhythm and controlled the force adeptly. Carachus Tatos. With a flick of his wand, a white light flashed, and a leaf bookmark was successfully created. With a sense of accomplishment, Qin Yu raised the bookmark, instinctively searching for Professor Snape's presence, yearning for a moment of praise, as he was indeed the first to master it. To his surprise, he noticed that Snape, at some point, had also acquired a bookmark, seemingly entranced by it. Following Snape's gaze, Qin Yu beheld a blooming lily embedded in the bookmark. The lily. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that the old fellow was lost in thoughts of another man's wife. No, rather, a cherished confidant. Resolving not to disturb Snape any further, Qin Yu decided to allow him his solitude. It was Friday, and with no classes in the afternoon, Qin Yu, after enjoying his lunch, made his way to the Gryffindor common room. There, he took out the assortment of flowers and leaves sent by Hermione and began to enchant them with the vivacious freshness charm. As each bookmark was completed and nestled within various textbooks, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to his dormitory, an owl swooped through the window, delivering a letter to him. It was from Hagrid, inviting Qin Yu to join him for tea at 3 o'clock that afternoon. After reading the note, Qin Yu mused. What does the dear giant want with me? Is it time to settle the debts already? Hagrid, how much did you say you sold that bag of unicorn hair for? Qin Yu suppressed the surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm him, forcing out those few words through clenched teeth, feeling a fiery ember flaring up within him. Aimed straight at his brow, Qin Yu was not mistaken. Hagrid indeed summoned him for tea with the intention of repaying a debt, rather than seeking further loans. However, the sum Hagrid presented left Qin Yu feeling quite despondent. 2 galleons for a bag. What on earth? Hagrid remarked, somewhat bewildered. He instinctively sensed that the young boy before him was not pleased, yet he believed that, having returned a portion of the money, the child ought to feel some joy. Thus, Hagrid found himself perplexed. What is the matter? Qin Yu exclaimed, his frustration simmering just below the surface. He took a sip of the tea on the table to soothe his parched throat, and with as much calm as he could muster, he inquired. Do you realize that a small bag of unicorn hair in Diagon Alley sells for 10 galleons? That seems to be the case, Hagrid scratched his head in response. And you sold it to the unscrupulous traders of Hogsmeade for a mere 2 galleons. Qin Yu shouted, his voice laden with helplessness. I thought it would be convenient to sell to them. They also accepted some other items. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather 50 galleons to repay you. Hagrid explained, attempting to justify his actions. I'm not in a hurry for you to repay me, more than the delay in repayment. What pains me is to see you undervalue your hard-earned possessions. Qin Yu lamented passionately. As a quintessential Taurus, he held a deep reverence for money. Yet he prioritized the well-being of himself and his friends over monetary losses. Suffering a loss was, to a Taurus, an odious fate indeed. Well, I used to sell to him quite frequently. It wasn't he so bad, Hagrid murmured quietly. Not so bad. Qin Yu's eyes widened in incredulity. That is utterly unacceptable. Hagrid quickly retracted his statement. For reasons unknown, Hagrid felt it prudent to align with the child's sentiments, lest he provoke an explosive reaction. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Qin Yu recognized that his reaction may have been excessive. He then apologized. I'm sorry, Hagrid. I was a bit overzealous just now. But I genuinely worry for you. How could you so carelessly part with such precious items? Well, they are merely beast hairs, not exceedingly precious, Hagrid replied. Very precious. But you know I'm not skilled in business dealings, he concluded with a resigned sigh. Hagrid was correct. Although he collected the hairs, eggshells, and shed skins of magical creatures, he never approached it as a business venture. He simply amassed them over time and casually sold them in Hogsmeade to exchange for a few coins to enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks or to purchase chocolates and milk sweets from Honeydukes. This tendency was largely attributed to his personality, as he had never been adept at interacting with people, which was also one of the reasons he cherished animals. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. I wish to become the exclusive agent for the magical creature products you care for. What do you think? Qin Yu gazed at Hagrid with earnest enthusiasm. Exclusive agent? Hagrid repeated the phrase with a hint of confusion. Yes, I will take responsibility for selling your items. And we shall share the profits proportionately. I assure you, you will undoubtedly earn far more than if you were to sell them as mere scraps. Qin Yu explained in straightforward terms, faced with an 11-year-old child. Hagrid couldn't shake the feeling that the other's demeanor and approach seemed more mature and earnest than his own. The proposal sounded appealing, and Hagrid immediately expressed great interest. After all, no one had ever broached such a topic with him before. The offspring of affluent wizarding families naturally looked down upon the notion of earning money, while those less fortunate devoted themselves to the study of magic. Most importantly, where could one find a student like Qin Yu, possessing such a keen business acumen? Hagrid, who lacked the knack for commerce and had never received assistance, found himself a penniless keeper of magical creatures. Truly a case of sitting on a mountain of gold yet subsisting on scraps. At that moment, Qin Yu's arrival perfectly filled this void. Additionally, Hagrid recalled how Qin Yu had previously helped him negotiate prices, deeming him both intelligent and reliable. After a brief inquiry into how he should collaborate, and receiving Qin Yu's response to simply continue gathering items as before, Hagrid readily accepted the suggestion, promptly appointing him as his full-fledged agent. Qin Yu did not anticipate that a collaborative intention would be established so effortlessly, which took him somewhat by surprise. However, upon reflection, he realized that the honest and sincere nature of Uncle Han must have instilled a level of trust in him, prompting such a swift decision. This realization inevitably filled Qin Yu with a profound sense of responsibility. Page, rest assured, I shall ensure that we amass considerable wealth. Qin Yu solemnly vowed. Haha. I never dared to dream of great riches. I only wish to have enough to acquire the magical creatures I desire. Hage chuckled warmly. With the collaborative intention solidified, Qin Yu converted the remaining debt of 185 galleons into initial procurement and agency fees, which pleasantly surprised Hage, as being debt-free is indeed liberating. After discussing various details such as the settlement cycle, Qin Yu suggested that Hage enlist additional helpers to efficiently categorize and safeguard the collected items. Hage found this suggestion quite sensible and readily agreed. Thus, Qin Yu, akin to a swift arrow through the clouds, oh, no, rather a wise owl, summoned the mischievous twins. George and Fred Weasley. Why these two rascals? Hage remarked with evident disdain upon seeing the hurriedly arriving Weasley twins. I endured an entire year of headaches last year trying to prevent them from causing mischief in the Forbidden Forest. Well, that's because you wouldn't let us have any fun. The brothers protested. Exactly. The school is so limited. Why shouldn't we be allowed to explore the Forbidden Forest? They continued, their complaints echoing in the air. Before the conflict between the two parties intensified, Qin Yu hastily intervened and explained to the Weasley brothers the purpose of their summons. What? You want us to do these tasks? George and Fred expressed their disappointment. Just moments ago, an owl had delivered a letter to them, and they had assumed that Qin Yu had some significant business plan to unveil, which prompted their hurried arrival. Upon their arrival, they discovered that they were merely being tasked with menial chores such as caring for animals and collecting fur. Qin Yu knew that he could not simply placate the twin brothers with empty words. Thus, he earnestly inquired, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of business? A brilliant idea, just like your innovative concept of the shared flying broom, George exclaimed, fixated on the intriguing business model Qin Yu had mentioned. Substantial funding. Without financial backing, even the best ideas are difficult to realize. Fred countered, diverging from his brother's perspective this time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and remarked, indeed. The two elements you mentioned are both of great significance. Then, observing the puzzled expressions of the two brothers, he continued, however, I believe the most crucial aspect is talent, specifically. Individuals like yourselves, endowed with a keen business acumen. This affirmation brought joy to George and Fred, their faces lighting up with delight as they glanced at Hagrid, hoping this good-natured giant would also appreciate the recognition bestowed upon them by Qin Yu. Yet, Qin Yu's tone shifted as he added, nevertheless, you cannot yet be considered fully matured and qualified business talents. The brothers voiced their confusion in unison. Why not? Because you still lack a certain degree of experience. A successful businessman does not emerge with innate commercial skills. Rather, he accumulates wisdom through myriad small endeavors, broadening his horizons and cultivating connections. Thus, while the tasks at Hagrid's may appear to be mere rudimentary work involving the collection of magical creature byproducts, these very tasks will facilitate your rapid growth. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Noticing the brothers deep in contemplation, he decided to elaborate further. Our undertaking of Hagrid's full agency is twofold. Firstly, to hone our team, and secondly, to build our network. Consider this. If you excel in the collection, organization, and sale of these items, you will undoubtedly gain invaluable experience for similar endeavors in the future. More importantly, you will engage with a diverse array of clients, owners of wand shops, potion stores, and magical bookshops, as well as researchers and stewards from esteemed families, all of whom may become potential collaborators for us down the line. Upon hearing this, George and Fred's eyes gradually sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu spoke in a voice brimming with persuasion. Imagine a day when your abilities are poised to conquer any challenging business endeavor. Envision a time when your friends and clients span the entirety of Britain, all of Europe, and indeed, the whole world. In that moment, what would be beyond your reach? What would be unattainable? Qin Yu's words detonated like a bomb, reverberating in the hearts of George and Fred. They were not fools. On the contrary, they possessed keen intellect, particularly in business, where their astute instincts and bold, innovative spirit shone brightly. After Qin Yu's enlightening guidance, they felt as if they were experiencing a profound awakening. Their perspectives broadened and their horizons expanded. Indeed, they recognized the necessity of continuous self-improvement. Indeed, they understood the importance of expanding their networks. Once these two elements were in place, they would be capable of achieving countless endeavors. At that moment, what could not be accomplished? At that moment, all was possible. George and Fred exchanged glances, each seeing the fiery passion reflected in the other's eyes, before they both directed their fervent gaze toward Qin Yu. Qin, are these two children on the verge of madness? Their demeanor resembles that of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid whispered to Qin Yu, his brow furrowed with concern. No, Hagrid, they are igniting their aspirations. Qin Yu corrected him. Oh, Hagrid nodded, half comprehending. Youth is truly wonderful. In his heart, Qin Yu sighed, and then called upon Hagrid to accompany him in attending to his beloved creatures. That afternoon marked Qin Yu's inaugural venture into the enigmatic Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. As dusk approached and the sun sank in the west, a magnificent creature, entirely cloaked in white with a spiraled horn atop its head, slowly approached the forest's edge. It was an adult unicorn. Upon sighting it, Hagrid uttered a name, and the noble being gently snorted in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, along with Fred and George, stood in awestruck silence. Truly, for such a wondrous entity, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Qin Yu's astonishment matched that of the Weasley brothers. Just for this unicorn. He felt his journey into the magical realm was worthwhile. Hermione, Here is another chance for you to express that properly. Hagrid, how should we interact with her? Qin Yu inquired earnestly. Fred and George cast eager glances at Hagrid as well. After all, who could resist the allure of a unicorn? Well, perhaps only someone like Tom, who lacked a nose. You can feed her carrots, but make sure to wash them thoroughly and dry them well. Otherwise, she won't take a single bite, Hagrid instructed. Adding with a smile, by the way, she is a lady. Carrots? Qin Yu glanced at the unicorn's majestic horn atop its head, pondering whether this was a manifestation of the principle of form complementing form. Despite his musings, he hurriedly caught up with his twin brothers, who had already dashed back to Hagrid's cabin to fetch some carrots. It is often said that a man remains a boy at heart until death. And given that he was indeed still a youth, he was eager not to miss the opportunity to interact with the unicorn. The trio rummaged through Hagrid's food storeroom and discovered several fresh carrots. Following Hagrid's advice, they meticulously washed them and dried them with towels. Much like those devoted enthusiasts from previous lives who lovingly cared for their cherished collectibles. Soon enough, 3 crisp, vibrant carrots were presented before the unicorn. The creature scrutinized the offerings with a discerning gaze before, with an air of regal indifference, devouring them all. She started with mine, Fred exclaimed joyfully. Pfft, you love-struck fool. Qin Yu and George simultaneously cast him a disdainful glance. They quickly produced another carrot and presented it to the unicorn. After successfully enticing the unicorn, Kelly, with food, Qin Yu finally had the opportunity to gently stroke her velvety coat. The sensation was indeed delightful, as smooth as caressing silk. Meanwhile, George and Fred had taken out various trinkets they carried with them, attempting to amuse the unicorn. The unicorn stood proudly, quietly observing, her eyes gradually softening, as if adorned with a hint of a smile. This prompted the twin brothers to become even more animated, eager to transform into circus performers, offering the unicorn an even more splendid show. To their surprise, they discovered that aside from causing mischief, they possessed a remarkable talent for entertaining animals. Hagrid remarked to Qin Yu, who had finally ceased circling the unicorn, that an individual's abilities and talents, when applied correctly, could yield immense value. Qin Yu quoted a phrase he had encountered in a book from a previous life, affirming, "Indeed, I am beginning to see their worth." Just as Hagrid was speaking, a rogue water balloon suddenly hurtled towards him, bursting upon his face and drenching him. Wiping his face vigorously, Hagrid exclaimed in irritation, however, "I still do not like the 2 of them." "Oops, sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you," Qin Yu said, stifling a chuckle. "Hagrid, this was purely accidental. I truly apologize." George promptly raised his hand in apology. Yes, we didn't mean it. Hagrid, please don't send us away," Fred lamented. feeling he had fallen in love with Kelly and was reluctant to leave. Faced with the sudden politeness of the two troublemakers, Hagrid found it difficult to remain angry and could only respond sternly, "If you hit me again next time, I shall toss you both into the Black Lake." The brothers immediately promised to be more cautious and resumed their playful antics with the unicorn. After satisfying her hunger and watching the humans' antics for a while, the unicorn gracefully retreated into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leaving George and Fred feeling despondent in her wake. "Let us head back. You haven't tea at dinner yet. And I'll prepare something for you," Hagrid called to the three children as they walked toward the wooden cabin. "All right, thank you, Hagrid." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude for Hagrid's dinner invitation. However, soon, upon facing the pot of dark, unidentifiable concoction that Hagrid had prepared, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers turned pale. "I just remembered I left my clothes out to dry. Goodbye, Hagrid. Goodbye, Fred, George," Qin Yu declared as he stood up seriously. After exchanging glances with him, George and Fred quickly rose as well, saying, "We also have things to attend to. We must be off." I made a large pot of mixed sour soup. Won't you finish it before leaving?" Hagrid remarked with a hint of surprise. "So, this concoction is called a mishmash of sour soup porridge?" "No, thank you for your generous invitation. But I regret to inform you that it appears to be on the verge of raining, and I must hasten back to retrieve my laundry," Qin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. "Nonsense. Outside, the sky was clear with a radiant moon and twinkling stars. How could it possibly rain?" This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of George and Fred. Indeed, it is indeed about to rain. Our windows are still open, aren't they, George?" "Absolutely, Fred." Upon uttering these words, the trio hurriedly exited, leaving Hagrid to confront his pot of sour soup porridge alone. However, just as Qin Yu and the others had not ventured far from Hagrid's cottage, they were suddenly startled by a series of piercing shrieks. This caused them to pause in their tracks. Bang! The wooden door of the cottage was flung open by Hagrid with great force. "What is the matter, Hagrid?" Qin Yu called out loudly. "It's Kelly. I don't know what has happened," Hagrid replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, silently pondering whether the noseless Tom had arrived prematurely. Was this rascal so easily swayed by mere words? There was no time for him to dwell on such thoughts, as Hagrid had already galloped ahead towards the Forbidden Forest, following closely behind Qin Yu. Along with George and Fred, was equally concerned about the safety of the unicorn and hastened towards it. Soon, Hagrid located the elusive creature. Upon observing that she was unharmed, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. However, the once graceful unicorn now exhibited a look of distress in her eyes. Restlessly pacing on her hooves, clearly agitated, Hagrid approached her, engaging in a manner of communication that only he and the unicorn could truly comprehend. Qin Yu, along with George and Fred, quickly learned of the unfolding predicament. "Anna is missing," Hagrid said gravely to the trio. "Who is Anna?" Qin Yu inquired, his brow furrowing. "She is Kelly's child, a golden unicorn, barely a year old," Hagrid explained. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them. No wonder the unicorn was so agitated. "Let us divide and search promptly," Qin Yu proposed. "No, the Forbidden Forest is perilous. I shall seek her myself," Hagrid countered, blocking Qin Yu's path. "You cannot possibly undertake this alone. George, Fred, and I will accompany you. Please outline the unicorn's usual haunts so we can search with purpose," Qin Yu replied calmly. George and Fred nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing their determination and recognizing the safety in numbers, Hagrid relented and divulged the areas where the unicorn frequently roamed. "Under no circumstances should you stray elsewhere," Hagrid cautioned before they parted ways. "Understood, we are aware," Qin Yu assured him with a reassuring glance. The four then split into two groups, embarking on their search in different directions. However, Qin Yu underestimated the intricate landscape of the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he maintained a safe distance between himself and George and Fred, ensuring visibility of each other's lights. Yet, after a while, he noticed that the two lights nearby had vanished without a trace. After calling out for George and Fred several times, he received no response. "Am I lost?" Qin Yu pondered anxiously. "Can anyone tell me what to do if one becomes lost in the Forbidden Forest? I await your guidance with urgency." Qin Yu pondered these nonsensical thoughts in his mind. He was uncertain whether he had lost his way or if the two rascals, George and Fred, had strayed off course. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. He was now utterly alone. He dared not call out their names too loudly, for this was the Forbidden Forest. And who knew what ferocious beasts might be summoned by his cries? Qin Yu glanced at the rudimentary map given to him by Hage. then looked around at the surrounding trees and peculiar rocks with a sense of bewilderment. With a sigh of resignation, he tucked the tattered cloth away. He had to admit that he had acted rather impulsively, believing that the forbidden forest posed no significant threat, especially since that young lad Harry had wandered there from a tender age. Thus, it becomes evident that reliance on experience can lead to peril. One must exercise caution in the magical realm. In the depths of the dark and desolate forbidden forest, Qin Yu trudged forward, muttering to himself. At that moment, he found himself utterly disoriented, relying solely on the fragments of memory and his sense of direction to navigate. However, this method proved unreliable as the surroundings grew increasingly alien. Gradually, a sense of agitation began to creep into him amidst the enveloping darkness. The eerie sounds that echoed around him, coupled with the fleeting shadows of unknown creatures, heightened his unease. Just as his heart began to race with trepidation, a long-dormant energy within him stirred restlessly. At last, in a singular moment, that force surged forth instinctively to his forehead. Qin Yu swiftly discerned the surroundings and perceived sounds from a great distance. This experience bestowed upon him a profound sense of empowerment. Bolstered by this mysterious force, his vision began to expand, and his hearing extended beyond ordinary limits. He could see the vague outlines of objects several hundred or even thousands of meters away, and he could hear sounds from the same distances. It was then that he easily detected the frantic figures of George and Fred. Elated, he was about to approach them when he caught a faint whimpering sound. This sound resembled the cry of the unicorn Kelly, yet it was notably more juvenile. Indeed, it must be the young unicorn Anna. In that moment, empowered by this enigmatic strength, Qin Yu's courage surged. Having discovered the young unicorn, it was only natural that he would not turn a blind eye. Thus, he meticulously discerned the direction from which the sound emanated and swiftly ran toward it. Soon, he arrived at a cave, where the cries of the young unicorn grew increasingly distinct. A surge of joy coursed through Qin Yu's heart, for he realized he had indeed found the right place. As he ventured into the cave, he was greeted by the sight of a small, golden unicorn, its body radiant with shimmering hues. This little unicorn was bound to the ground, struggling fiercely against its restraints. "Anna, is that you?" Qin Yu called out. Upon hearing his voice, the unicorn let out a resounding cry, unmistakably revealing her identity as Anna. Qin Yu hastened forward to offer assistance. As he drew closer, he realized that the items binding the diminutive unicorn were layers of delicate white silk threads. Upon this revelation, a jolt of realization struck Qin Yu, leading him to contemplate a certain possibility. Who could it be? "Surely, you are not Hagrid." An aged voice resonated within the cavern. As Qin Yu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, he beheld a spider larger than a carriage. Its body was cloaked in dark fur, adorned with 8 eyes and 8 legs, while 2 colossal pincers loomed like formidable claws. It was the 8-eyed giant spider. In his haste, Qin Yu had not paid much attention. He had not anticipated that this cave was, in fact, the lair of the 8-eyed giant spider. "Aragog?" Qin Yu uttered, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh, it seems you are familiar with me. Was it Hagrid who informed you?" The 8-eyed giant spider replied languidly. "Indeed. I am a friend of Hagrid," Qin Yu quickly responded. "I see. Then what brings you here?" inquired the 8-eyed giant spider. "I seem to have lost my way," Qin Yu said, partially in jest. "Ah, how unfortunate," the 8-eyed giant spider remarked with a hint of melancholy. Qin Yu understood the profound meaning behind the regrets expressed by the creature. It was not merely a lamentation for his disorientation, but rather a sorrowful acknowledgement that Qin Yu was destined to meet his demise here today, cut down in the prime of his life. Indeed, a multitude of ominous shadows swiftly converged from the depths of the cave towards Qin Yu, accompanied by an eerie rustling sound. "Could you perhaps spare me and my descendants?" Qin Yu implored Aragog, clinging to a flicker of hope. "I regret to inform you that although I have pledged to Hagrid not to inflict harm, I cannot restrain my progeny, nor the progeny of my progeny. Therefore, do you have any final words to convey to Hagrid?" The 8-eyed spider hissed ominously. "Curse you." Qin Yu could not restrain his vitriol. He spoke in Mandarin, but the 8-eyed spider did not comprehend, nor did it care to. The rustling grew ever closer. Qin Yu could perceive the numerous dark spider eyes and the terrifying pincers surrounding him. The little unicorn also sensed the impending danger, restlessly kicking its hooves against the ground. The swarm of spiders advanced further, encircling the 2 prey. They lacked any strategic approach to their attack. Several spiders at the front charged directly at Qin Yu. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of urgency, Qin Yu swiftly waved his wand and uttered the incantation for the levitation spell. The attacking spiders immediately floated into the air. However, more spiders surged forward from behind. In a flurry of confusion, Qin Yu waved his wand again, casting petrificus totalis, and the second wave of spiders instantly froze in place. Realizing the efficacy of this spell, Qin Yu repeated it several more times. Nevertheless, even a determined effort could not withstand the overwhelming numbers, especially against foes with 8 legs. And an uncountable multitude at that. Qin Yu soon found himself unable to hold them off. Suddenly, a web shot out from an unknown source, ensnaring Qin Yu's wand. Unaware and unprepared, Qin Yu found his wand ensnared by a web, leaving him bereft of his magical means and plunging him into an increasingly perilous predicament. Damn it! Is this where my journey ends? Qin Yu cursed inwardly, overwhelmed by despair. What a wretched fate I have. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. Dear host, life is replete with unforeseen events. You find yourself at the precipice of life and death. In such dire circumstances, how will you extricate yourself from this peril? Please make the following choice. 1. Rely on your wisdom and courage to escape the horde of 8-eyed spiders, with a reward of 100,000 galleons. 2. Utilize the power of the Mermoran to crush the 8-eyed spiders with absolute strength, granting you the privilege of summoning at will. A familiar voice resonated within Qin Yu's consciousness. The system making its timely appearance. At a moment like this, if I could have escaped using wisdom and courage, I would have done so long ago. What use is your advice now? Qin Yu lamented furiously to himself. Yet time was of the essence. I choose option 2. He hastily resolved in his mind. Chime. Host. You have chosen to wield the power of Mermoran. Now, surrender yourself to Mermoran. What does it mean to surrender oneself to Mermoran? Qin Yu pondered, confusion clouding his thoughts. However, he had no time for further reflection, as an overwhelming force surged from an unknown source, swiftly engulfing him in darkness. Just before his consciousness faded completely, he seemed to hear maniacal laughter mingled with piercing cries of despair. Damn it, though this feels somewhat exhilarating, it's still unsettling. With that final thought drifting through his mind, Qin Yu's awareness plunged into an endless void. At that moment, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from the forbidden forest, startling Albus Dumbledore, who was engrossed in a book in his office. Almost immediately, there was a knock at his door, and it was Professor McGonagall who entered. Professor Dumbledore. Could it be that child? McGonagall inquired, her tone laden with concern. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore sighed. Minerva, your intuition is seldom wrong. It appears to be that child indeed. Then we must hurry and see. McGonagall urged anxiously. Indeed, I was just about to do so, Dumbledore replied, nodding. At that moment, Professors Flitwick and Snape arrived simultaneously, their expressions equally grave, though Snape wore a stoic mask, concealing his emotions. Let us proceed together, Dumbledore suggested. Dumbledore instinctively discerned their intentions and directly addressed the two. Consequently, the 4 professors of Hogwarts proceeded to a location within the Forbidden Forest that bore the marks of a magical explosion. Before long, they returned with the unconscious Qin Yu to the Hogwarts castle, where Madame Pomfrey attended to him in the hospital wing. Meanwhile, in a certain region of Egypt, which is 1 hour ahead of Hogwarts in terms of time zone, dusk arrived earlier and the night grew darker. Under the silvery glow of the moon, a solitary pyramid stood in tranquil majesty. Any ordinary muggle passing by would merely perceive a vast expanse of yellow sand, for the pyramid was shielded from the muggle world, visible only to wizards. At that moment, several wizards busily organized their recent finds outside the pyramid. Suddenly, a few agitated creatures bolted from within the pyramid, their bodies cloaked in sleek black fur, and their beaks reminiscent of ducks. What has caused these nifflers to behave so erratically today? A wizard with a short beard remarked in confusion. The nifflers he referred to were those small black creatures, known for their treasure-hunting prowess. During the summer, they often exhibit heightened restlessness, but none had ever appeared quite so frenzied as they did today. Another wizard chimed in. Among the group, a young wizard captured one of the distressed nifflers, cradling it in his arms and soothing its head. Bill, what do you think might be the cause? The bearded wizard inquired of the young man. I'm not certain. According to the records of Gringotts goblin tomes, there shouldn't be any formidable curses here. What could possibly frighten the nifflers? The young wizard replied, his expression grave. Had Qin Yu been present, he would have recognized that this sun-kissed young wizard was Bill Weasley, someone he had encountered before. However, before the wizards could arrive at any conclusion, a wave of terrifying energy surged from the depths of the pyramid. Almost immediately, they witnessed a brilliant beam of white light erupting from the pyramid's core, soaring skyward, its brilliance eclipsing the moon above. In an instant, that radiant light descended, like a meteor, plunging into a distant location to their southeast. What on earth just transpired? After a prolonged silence, the bearded wizard expressed his astonishment. We should report this to Gringotts. It would be prudent to refrain from entering the pyramid for now, Bill suggested with concern. Indeed, we must not proceed inside. Let us first organize the treasures we have already identified outside. Safety must come first. Safety must come first. A wizard promptly concurred. Naturally, everyone agreed with this proposal. After summoning the Sniffler back, they immediately retreated 2 kilometers from the encampment, patiently awaiting instructions from the Ministry of Magic. Unbeknownst to Bill and his fellow curse-breakers from the Ministry, as the pyramid they were investigating exhibited unusual activity. Similar energy fluctuations and towering beams of light emerged concurrently at various locations, alongside the Tunguska River in the northwestern region of Siberia. Beneath the Atlantic Ocean, near the Strait of Gibraltar, atop a perpetually snow-capped peak in the Himalayas, and deep within the tropical jungles north of the Panama Canal. This phenomenon was so conspicuous that it inevitably captured the attention of the Muggle populace, sparking a flurry of speculation and attempts at deciphering the mystery. Yet, even many years later, these occurrences remained unsolved enigmas. Of course, the affairs of the Muggle world bore little consequence on the magical realm. In a place beyond the perception and comprehension of humanity, amidst a shroud of nebulous darkness, 5 orbs of varying colors ignited in succession: Gamma, Delta, Sigma, and Psi. Are we the only ones awakened? A white orb emitted a mournful tone. Indeed, Alpha. They have not awakened for various reasons, and I can ascertain that Omicron has perished. Never to join us in battle again, a greenish orb replied. Such words plunged the 5 orbs into silence. Companions, do you still remember our mission? The voice of the white orb resonated once more. Of course we do. To guard the world and eradicate the harbinger of destruction. The other 4 orbs responded in unison. Yes, since we have awakened within these ruins, it signifies that the true harbinger of destruction has emerged. He may already possess great power. Or perhaps he is on a relentless path of becoming stronger. Regardless, we must embrace our responsibilities and eliminate the harbinger. The white orb raised its voice. To safeguard the world, we shall not waver. The other 4 orbs echoed in harmony. Then, let us shed our sorrow and seek our respective champions, nurturing their growth until they can vanquish the harbinger. The white orb proclaimed solemnly, "For the world." The 4 orbs replied, "For the world." The white orb echoed. Subsequently, the 5 orbs abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire space back into a misty darkness. On the following morning, Qin Yu awoke from an exceedingly lengthy slumber. Within his dream, it felt as though he had returned to his previous life, ensnared in the monotonous routine of a 9-to-5 existence. However, one day, a little girl with chestnut hair forcefully kicked open his door and, addressing him while he was engrossed in a game, exclaimed, "Qin, why have you not returned for such an extended period?" Qin Yu turned his gaze towards the girl, realizing that her features were vaguely familiar. "Where are we going?" he instinctively inquired. "Of course, we are returning to the magical world," the little girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. At that moment, Qin Yu recognized her. She was Hermione, the girl who had gifted him an envelope adorned with leaves and flowers. "All right, I shall return at once," Qin Yu fervently nodded in agreement. Having uttered these words, he grasped her outstretched, delicate hand. Just then, he awoke from this dream. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring blankly at the ceiling of the ancient castle, momentarily disoriented as to his whereabouts. However, his gaze landed upon a familiar wand resting beside his bed, a wand crafted from silver willow. Reaching out, he took hold of the silvery gray wand and directed a hovering spell at a teacup on the table. As he watched the teacup levitate gracefully in the air, a reassuring smile graced Qin Yu's lips. "Qin, now is not the opportune moment for you to wield magic," a gentle voice, belonging to a middle-aged woman, resonated in the air. Qin Yu turned to see Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Her age was a mystery to him. Yet it was evident that she had already been the nurse during the time of Snape, James, and Lily, marking her as a long-standing figure at Hogwarts. "Madame Pomfrey, how long have I been asleep?" Qin Yu inquired. "For several hours, I believe," Madame Pomfrey replied. "So, I've only slept through the night." Qin Yu confirmed the current time. "What exactly transpired yesterday?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "How much do you recall?" Madame Pomfrey did not provide an immediate answer, but instead countered with a question. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the events of the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I only recall that I went in search of Anna, the little unicorn who had gone missing. Initially, I was accompanied by George and Fred, but as we wandered, we became separated. Subsequently, I heard the call of the unicorn, and then I entered a cave." "Indeed." Anna was there. However, that cave was the lair of the eight-eyed giant spiders. After we were besieged by numerous eight-eyed giant spiders, my memory of the ensuing events fades away. Qin Yu recounted his experiences with candor. However, matters pertaining to the system were undoubtedly beyond his disclosure. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded and remarked, "It was Professor Dumbledore who discovered you in that cave. At the time, you were in a state of unconsciousness. When he brought you to me, I conducted a thorough examination and found that you were merely asleep, with no significant ailments. As for the specifics of what transpired, you will need to inquire with Professor Dumbledore." Qin Yu pondered to himself, realizing that after entrusting his body to M.O. Rand, he had not sustained any harm, at least. Madame Pomfrey could discern no injuries. Once again, after a thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey, confirming that everything was in order, Qin Yu departed from the infirmary and made his way directly to Dumbledore's office. Upon knocking on the door of the headmaster's office, he was greeted by the sight of the venerable old man with a white beard seated behind the desk, alongside the aging phoenix, Fawkes, perched nearby. At this moment, Fawkes appeared somewhat frail, his feathers seemingly lacking their former luster. Qin Yu could not help but cast several glances at Fawkes, prompting a wary response from Phoenix. "Qin, I have a notion of your intentions. You wish to inquire about the events of yesterday, do you not?" Dumbledore began. "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. I seem to have lost some memories from yesterday." Qin Yu was drawn back to the conversation by the old wizard's words, shaking off his distractions. He then proceeded to recount, in general terms, what he had just discussed with Madame Pomfrey. "I regret to inform you that my knowledge is rather limited as well. What I do know is that a tremendous surge of energy occurred deep within the Forbidden Forest last night. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Swinton accompanied me there. And we discovered a small unicorn guarding your unconscious form, with a heap of acromantula corpses nearby. Consequently, I brought you back." Dumbledore recounted what he knew. "Evidently, it was during a moment of silent control that I lost consciousness and vanquished the attacking acromantula, while I managed to escape with my life. The sensation of losing awareness is truly unsettling." In his heart, Qin Yu mused, "If I am not mistaken, your recent surge of energy stems from a silent loss of control, in a state of extreme peril. Your instinct for survival enabled you to seize command over your own body. I have encountered such a phenomenon in another individual before." Professor Dumbledore articulated his analysis. "How then shall I harness this power? I must admit, I feel a sense of trepidation, for this is my first encounter with such a situation. Previously, I only experienced energy fluctuations without losing consciousness." Qin Yu expressed his deep concerns. "Your current fear of it signifies that you have not yet lost yourself, which is a positive indication. Rest assured, Qin, I have already conferred with several other professors, and we shall devise a means to help you manage it, ensuring it does not spiral out of control and lead to an unmanageable situation," Dumbledore reassured him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a warmth envelop his heart, and he replied, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. It is our duty as educators to ensure that no child within the school suffers harm." "Very well, Qin. You should return and rest well. In the coming days, a teacher will reach out to you individually," Dumbledore said to Qin Yu. "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, with your presence, I am at ease." As Qin Yu spoke, he was about to rise and depart, but suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire of Dumbledore. "By the way, Professor, you mentioned that all the acromantulas have perished. Is that correct?" "Indeed, all adult acromantulas have met their demise," Dumbledore replied. "And what of Aragog?" Qin Yu pressed further. Dumbledore, well aware of Aragog's name, responded, "He too has vanished without a trace." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. "Professor, I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. Farewell, Professor, farewell, Fawkes." Qin Yu bid farewell to a person and a bird, hastily departing from the principal's office. After Qin Yu departed, Dumbledore addressed the Phoenix, saying, "Fawkes, it appears he is aware of your name." The Phoenix rolled its eyes and emitted a low chirp, indicating its displeasure at the way the young man had just regarded it. Upon exiting Dumbledore's office, Qin Yu promptly made his way to Hagrid's hut and requested that Hagrid's owl notify the twins, George and Fred. When the twins arrived at Hagrid's abode, Qin Yu presented each of them with a pair of Hagrid's specially crafted deer hide gloves and a large jar. "What is this for?" George inquired, bewildered by the gloves and jar he held. Fred cast a similarly perplexed glance. "We are to collect the items dropped by the boss," Qin Yu exclaimed, exasperated by their lack of insight. Before they could ask what exactly a boss drop entailed, Hagrid interjected, Qin intends to gather the venom of the acromantula. Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins' eyes gleamed with excitement. They had visited that cave the previous day and had encountered the unconscious Qin Yu, but at the time, their primary concern was his safety, and they had paid little attention to the carcasses of the acromantulas. Now, with the enlightenment provided by Qin Yu and Hagrid, they finally realized that those acromantula bodies were treasures in themselves. Is it true that a pint of acromantula venom can fetch 100 galleons? And that it is in high demand? Fred asked eagerly. That price is outdated. It should be at least 120 galleons per pint now, Qin Yu replied with a smile. He had taken the opportunity to familiarize himself with the prices of certain items in Diagon Alley, such as acromantula venom, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair, which he knew were abundant in Hogwarts. Encouraged by Qin Yu's words, George and Fred were filled with enthusiasm. Thus, the three children each clutched a large jar and joyfully sprinted towards the forbidden forest, with George and Fred unable to contain their cheers. Hagrid followed suit, carrying a bag filled with tools, leisurely trailing behind them. Upon surveying the chaotic spider lair, Qin Yu pondered aloud after a considerable pause. Did I do all of this? It would seem so. When we arrived, Professor Dumbledore and the others were already here. We initially believed the professors had come to your rescue. But Dumbledore mentioned that this was the result of your magical mishap, Fred explained to Qin Yu. The phenomenon of magical mishaps is, in fact, quite common among young wizards, particularly those from Muggle families who lack guidance from adult wizards, making them susceptible to magical surges. However, what you did was quite remarkable, George added, his tone tinged with admiration. Initially, George and Fred had assumed that Qin Yu possessed merely a highly advanced business acumen, but they were astonished to discover that he also exhibited considerable magical prowess, albeit in an uncontrolled manner. Noticing their reaction, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Hagrid, who merely shrugged his shoulders in silence, implying that Dumbledore had not disclosed the full truth to them. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and began to grasp old Ding's intentions. It was perhaps wiser to keep the matter of the mute individual confined to a small circle. Revealing it to too many would yield more harm than good. Enough of such trivialities. Let us commence. My comrades, do you not see the abundant gold galore beckoning us? Qin Yu gestured towards the cavern brimming with the remains of the eight-eyed giant spider. Roar! Hooray! George and Fred exclaimed with exhilaration. Hagrid, too, seemed to be swept up in the enthusiasm of the exuberant youths, sporting a delighted smile. Thus, the four began to scavenge in the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider, or rather, to collect the treasures dropped by these minor bosses. As for the major boss, Aragog, even Hagrid, the keeper of magical creatures, had no knowledge of its whereabouts. It was likely terrified and had retreated to an unknown hideaway, as Hagrid conveyed to Qin Yu and the twins. This uncertainty was one of the reasons they felt emboldened to venture in and gather supplies. The occasional small spiders that wandered and posed no threat whatsoever. The eight-eyed giant spider possessed a small orifice on its chelicerae, from which it ejected venom. Once it ensnared its prey with its pincers, it would swiftly release the venom to ensure its target was poisoned. Be cautious, you must wear gloves. Otherwise, should the venom come into contact with your skin, it could induce severe decay, fever, or even unconsciousness, Hagrid explained while rummaging through the carcass of an eight-eyed giant spider. Listening to his expert narration, George and Fred exchanged admiring glances. Their perceptions of Hagrid transformed significantly. The knowledge of magical creatures he possessed surpassed anything they might have gleaned from books, and he articulated it with the ease of a seasoned scholar. All right, Qin, hold a jar beneath. I shall teach you how to extract the venom, Hagrid commanded. Qin Yu hastily placed his jar on the ground, while Hagrid employed a knife to slice open a section of the giant eight-eyed spider's head. He then plunged his gloved hand, clad in deer skin, into the gory depths, producing a rather unsettling squelching sound. How disgusting, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. George and Fred had already donned expressions of nausea, as the noise evoked memories of their mother's hands squelching through ground meat. They vowed never again to show interest in her steamed meatballs or fried patties. Oh, I found it, Hagrid exclaimed with delight after rummaging through the spider's entrails. He instructed Qin Yu to align the jar's opening with the venomous puncture of the spider's claws. As Hagrid steadily applied pressure with his hand inside the spider's head, a stream of pale green liquid shot forth from the puncture, accurately filling the jar. Wow, look at that splendid color, the twin brothers exclaimed in awe. However, Qin Yu's thoughts were tinged with trepidation. This was not a beautiful color, but a perilous one. He cautiously steadied the jar, fearful of being splattered by the spider's venom. Fortunately, Hagrid's hand remained steady, and not a single drop escaped until the venom was fully extracted. All right, that's enough, Hagrid declared, withdrawing his hand with a squelch from the spider's head. The three boys hurriedly gathered around to inspect the amount of venom collected. Is that all? George remarked, somewhat disheartened. Indeed, it appears to be merely 2 ounces, Fred estimated. Given that a pint equals 20 ounces, they would need to extract venom from 10 spiders to amass a pint, which is valued at 120 galleons. To put it into perspective, a pint converts to approximately 568. 26 milliliters in the metric system, meaning it exceeds a standard bottle of Nongfu Spring, which holds 550 milliliters, by a small margin. Henceforth, our slogan shall be, we do not produce venom, we merely serve as nature's carriers. As Qin Yu pondered these thoughts, a smile crept upon his face. My friends, he declared, though we have but a single giant spider, we possess an entire cavern filled with them. He gestured once more towards the remaining 8-eyed behemoths. This proclamation elicited vigorous nods from George and Fred, who beamed with the unrestrained joy reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy family witnessing a bounteous harvest. Subsequently, the trio joined forces to commence the rather unsavory task of extracting venom. Qin Yu, having been influenced by his past life's cinematic experiences and the recent dark magic defense lessons, mustered his courage. Emulating Hagrid, he used a sharp knife to slice open the exoskeleton of a giant spider at its mouth, revealing the fleshy interior. With his hands clad in deerskin gloves, he reached inside. After a brief exploration, he discovered a soft, deflated sack resembling a shriveled balloon. Subsequently, Qin Yu instructed George and Fred to steady the jar while he firmly grasped the sack. With a determined squeeze, the venom was successfully extracted. Once the venom from this 8-eyed giant spider was fully collected, the trio hastened towards the next one. The entire process was both repulsive and tedious. Naturally, they took turns with the extraction. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Qin Yu would feel queasy after prolonged exposure. Ultimately, they gathered the venom from over 200 8-eyed giant spiders of various sizes within the cavern, accumulating approximately a dozen pints. As they gazed at the 3 jars nearing fullness, satisfaction illuminated the faces of Qin Yu, Hagrid, and the twins alike. In his heart, Qin Yu mused that even if the experience left him feeling nauseated and unable to eat, it would still be worthwhile. The 8-eyed giant spider, aside from its venom, possessed various parts of great utility, such as its eyes, shell, and pincers, all of which constituted rare materials for magical artifacts. While the 3 of them were busy extracting the venom, Hagrid employed his tools to meticulously dismember the emptied 8-eyed giant spider, collecting all the useful components and cramming them into a sack. After toiling for the better part of the day, they finally concluded their work around 2 in the afternoon. With jars of venom in hand and Hagrid shouldering 2 hefty sacks, they returned to Hagrid's cottage, both elated and weary. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside stood 2 tall men, one of whom bore a faint smile while the other maintained a stoic, expressionless demeanor. They were none other than Stephen Swinton and Severus Snape. Professor Snape, it seems you were rather entertained, Swinton remarked, raising an eyebrow. I find he resembles a petty merchant. Overly fixated on trifling gains, Snape retorted sharply. Ha ha, Professor Snape, there is an ancient Eastern adage that states, a gentleman may appreciate wealth, but he acquires it through rightful means. I believe what Qin has garnered rightfully belongs to him, Swinton replied with a smile. I merely think a child of his intellect should not squander his energy on such matters, Snape said slowly. Wow, it's the first time I've heard you commend someone. And that someone is a child, Swinton remarked in surprise. Snape rolled his eyes. Growing weary of the conversation, he began walking toward Hagrid's cottage. Where are you headed? Swinton called after him. To request some venom from them. I require it for potion making, Snape replied without looking back. Oh, I see. Is that why you likened him to a street merchant? Are you afraid he might take advantage of you? Swinton teased, following closely behind. Nonsense. Why would I fear him? Snape scoffed. Professor Snape, you are our very first customer for venom. We can offer you a discount, 100 galleons for a pint. Though he professed not to fear Qin. Snape felt a twinge of frustration when the boy, with a beaming smile, extended his hand expectantly for payment. I shall purchase 2 ounces, Snape said, producing a small vial. His lips twitching slightly. Severus, if you lack sufficient funds, I can lend you some. Professor Swinton observed Professor Snape's demeanor and interjected deliberately. Professor Swinton, I believe we are not yet familiar enough to lend each other money. Furthermore, my potion research requires merely an ounce. The purchase of 2 ounces is merely a precautionary measure. Professor Snape shot a look at the man, raising his voice. Very well, Professor Snape. I shall procure 2 ounces for you. Qin Yu discerned that old Snape was short on cash, yet he had no intention of exposing his client, after all. Though 2 ounces was a modest amount, it marked the beginning of their transaction. Thus, he accepted the test tube from Snape and instructed Hagrid to fetch a 1-ounce wine siphon. However, just as Qin Yu was about to use the siphon to extract the venom for Snape, Snape raised a hand to halt him. "Wait. I do not wish for that vial. I desire the one over there," Snape stated, gesturing towards the vial of 8-eyed giant spider venom to Qin Yu's right. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Professor Snape, what is the distinction between these 2 vials?" "Indeed, there is a significant difference," Professor Snape replied, gesturing towards the vials. "The one you are about to select contains the venom of a juvenile 8-eyed giant spider, characterized by its greenish-yellow hue. In contrast, the vial beside it showcases a pristine pale green, which unmistakably indicates the venom from an 8-eyed giant spider that has reached an age of over 10 years. The toxicity of these 2 substances is, quite frankly, worlds apart." His tone carried a blend of arrogance and disdain. Upon hearing this, George and Fred hurriedly leaned in for a closer examination, their faces reflecting confusion, as they failed to perceive any notable difference between the 2 vials, thinking to themselves, "Aren't they both merely the same color?" Qin Yu perceived a subtle difference, albeit vaguely, and he did not entirely dismiss the possibility of it being a mere figment of his imagination. As for Hage, he seemed utterly perplexed, glancing back and forth among the 3 jars without discerning any meaningful distinction. "Professor Snape, are you truly able to discern the differences among them?" Qin Yu inquired once more. "Certainly," Snape replied with a chilling demeanor, his impatience with Qin Yu's rambling evident. Qin Yu, however, paid no heed to Snape's grim demeanor. He eagerly thrust the test tube and the vial of venom into George's hands and excitedly approached Snape, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Professor Snape, your arrival has truly been a tremendous help to us. It has spared us from unnecessary losses." While Qin Yu was not well versed in the distinctions of venom, he distinctly recalled that when they extracted venom from the acromantula, they selected the larger specimens first. The larger acromantula possessed more prominent venom glands, making them easier to locate. After filling one vial, they would then switch to another empty container, thus inadvertently categorizing the venom. Now, with Professor Snape elucidating the differences in venom, and with 2 corroborating perspectives, Qin Yu certainly found himself convinced by his words. When Snape was unexpectedly grasped by Qin Yu, his body instinctively stiffened. After a brief moment, he disdainfully shrugged off Qin Yu's hand and irritably retorted, "Do not touch me without permission. Do not utter nonsensical statements. I have not done anything." After Qin Yu was pushed aside, he displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, saying, "Professor Snape, what do you think of this arrangement? If you could assist us with a small favor, we would be delighted to gift you these 2 ounces of venom free of charge." Snape, taken aback by this proposition, mused to himself, "Is there truly such a fortunate opportunity?" Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, who had accompanied Snape to observe the spectacle, glanced between the 3 vials of venom and the 2 individuals, a spark of understanding illuminating his eyes. What Qin Yu requested of Professor Snape was, in essence, quite straightforward, particularly for a master of potions such as himself. The task involved categorizing the venom and meticulously packaging it according to its potency. Qin Yu and his companions initially believed that all the venom of the 8-eyed giant spiders was identical, and that they could simply sell it en masse to the merchants in Diagon Alley. Little did they realize that the spider venom was actually categorized into various grades. Had it not been for Snape's inadvertent remarks today, they would have carelessly sold the venom, thereby losing a significant profit. Upon hearing that Qin Yu intended to offer him 2 ounces of venom for free, Snape was initially incredulous, but as Qin Yu laid out his demands, the professor began to grasp his intentions. Consequently, in order to enhance the perceived value of his labor, Snape resolved to assist Qin Yu in dividing the 3 jars of venom into 4 portions based on their coloration, although 3 cannot be evenly divided by 4. This challenge posed no difficulty for our esteemed potions master, Professor Snape. Qin Yu and the others stood by, observing as he commenced his performance. Of the 3 vials of venom, the finest was deemed S grade by Snape, while the poorest quality was classified as C grade. The vial that lay in between was singled out by him. Professor Snape drew his wand and, uttering an incantation directed at the vial, the venom began to whirl with fervor. After a moment of scrutiny, Snape waved his wand once more, and the swirling venom was cleaved as if by a knife, splitting into 2 halves instantaneously. This spectacle left Qin Yu, George, and Fred utterly mesmerized. Even Hagrid and Professor Swinton displayed an intriguing interest. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, take one of the portions." Snape admonished Qin Yu with a hint of irritation. Qin Yu hastily procured a large wine jar, dividing the toxic substance and transferring half into an empty container. "Professor Snape, your technique is remarkable. You are truly the contemporary Lu Yu," Qin Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Lu Yu? Who is that?" Snape inquired with a furrowed brow. "Oh, Lu Yu is an ancient Chinese potion master renowned for his expertise in brewing potions using tea," Qin Yu fabricated. "Ah, tea, it is indeed an excellent ingredient for potion making. One I frequently employ," Snape acknowledged with a nod. Thus, Snape effortlessly categorized the 3 jars of venom into 4 grades: S, A, B, and C, subsequently. For the nominal fee of 2 ounces, he assisted Qin Yu and his companions in transferring the venom into transparent glass vials. In the end, Qin Yu not only fulfilled his promise by providing Snape with 2 ounces of S-grade venom, but also gifted him 1 ounce each of the A, B, and C grades. As Snape emerged from Hagrid's hut, his expression still icy, yet his eyes betraying a hint of mirth, Swindon could not help but chuckle. "What is amusing you?" Snape queried, his discontent evident. "Nothing. I merely find it intriguing that this child is indeed quite astute. With only a small amount of venom, he has managed to have you. A genius potion master, labor for him all afternoon, and he has done so while seemingly bringing you joy," Swindon remarked with a sly smile. "Humph, what do you know? I merely performed labor commensurate with my remuneration," Snape retorted coldly. "As for my level of happiness, engaging in potion-related tasks naturally elevates my spirits. Had we adhered to our initial, simplistic selling methods, our profits would have been significantly diminished. Now, with Professor Snape's grading system, we can price our venom according to its classification, allowing us to command higher prices. At the very least, our high-grade venom will not be sold at bargain rates." Qin Yu provided a thorough explanation to his 3 partners, who swiftly grasped the intentions behind his actions. Subsequently, Qin Yu instructed them to fill around 10 small vials, each containing merely a few drops of venom, which he then dispatched as samples to potential clients in Diagon Alley. Once these tasks were completed, dinner time was rapidly approaching. Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers simultaneously declined Hagrid's invitation to dinner and hastily departed from his hut. However, Qin Yu returned midway to retrieve a book on magical creatures that Hagrid had promised him, before once again making his escape. Note: the mention of Lu Yu in the text refers to a legend regarding his ability to discern water quality. The Tang Dynasty scholar Zhang Yoxin documented a story about Lu Yu in the Record of Tea Water. It recounts an incident during the reign of Emperor Daizong, when Li Jiqing, appointed governor of Huzhou, encountered the renowned Lu Yu in Yangzhou. The two shared tea, and Li instructed his subordinates to fetch water from the southern ling of the Yangtze River, as per Lu Yu's request. Upon their return, Lu Yu immediately recognized the water was not the correct source. He explained that although it originated from the Yangtze River, it certainly was not the southern ling water. The subordinate admitted to having spilled half a bucket and, wishing to avoid trouble, had mixed in water from the riverbank. After a series of meticulous actions, Lu Yu poured out half a bucket and proclaimed, "This is the southern ling water I desire." This narrative illustrates Lu Yu's discerning skill, akin to Snape's actions, serving as a clever allusion to the protagonist's abilities. Upon returning from Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu went to the Great Hall to grab some food before heading back to the Gryffindor dormitory. He intended to take a shower, as he had spent the day dealing with spider carcasses and separating various venomous substances, leaving him in quite an unpleasant state. While bathing, he calculated his estimated earnings from their recent endeavors. They had amassed a total of 5 pints of S-class venom, 3 pints of A-class venom, 3 pints of B-class venom, and 5 pints of C-class venom. Based on their preliminary pricing, 200 galleons per pint for S-class, and 150, 120, and 100 galleons respectively for A, B, and C-class, the total revenue should amount to 2,310 galleons. What a considerable sum! Even if divided among 4 individuals, each would receive over 500 galleons. Thus, purchasing 2 Nimbus 2000 broomsticks for himself and Hermione would certainly be feasible. With this thought, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. However, all of this was contingent upon successfully selling the venom. After finishing his shower, Qin Yu had a bite to eat and began perusing the book he had retrieved from Hagrid. This volume provided an overview of common magical creatures, serving as a concise introduction akin to a condensed version of fantastic beasts and where to find them. Most importantly, it was authored by Newt Scamander, a figure of considerable renown, and the book was a limited edition, making it a rare collectible. Qin Yu swiftly turned to the last page, his eyes skimming through the text with remarkable speed. Subsequently, he meticulously wrapped the book in brown paper, ensuring it was tightly secured. After composing a letter, he summoned his owl, Trig. Qin Yu entrusted the package, along with the letter, to the owl, instructing it to deliver the items to the Granger residence in a certain Muggle neighborhood in London. The essence of the letter was to encourage young Hermione to study diligently and strive for excellence. He mentioned a recent dream in which she featured prominently, and concluded by sharing that he had acquired a precious book on magical creatures from Hagrid, suggesting she peruse it during her leisure time to gain insight into these enchanting beings. Once the letter was dispatched, Qin Yu reclined to rest, as he had recently recovered from an illness and still lacked vitality. Moreover, with no phone at his disposal, there was little temptation to stay awake. It would be rather unseemly to engage in idle chatter with Elvis and Jimmy. Qin Yu believed that he had little in common with these young children and preferred to retire early for the night. Due to the late hour at which he sent his letter, when the owl knocked on the door of the Granger residence, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Hermione was overjoyed to receive Qin Yu's letter so promptly. She quickly prepared toast and ham to welcome the distant messenger, Trig, and then retreated indoors to open the letter and package sent by Qin Yu. This letter was rather brief, consisting of only a single sheet of paper that was not even fully written upon. Having recently received a lengthy correspondence from him, Hermione forgave his apparent brevity, especially upon reading that he had dreamed of her. With her grievances dissipated, she felt an overwhelming urge to soar to that magical school atop Trig, though regrettably, Trig was too small and lacked the strength for such a journey. As the letter was likely to arrive late, there was no need for an immediate response. She decided it would suffice to allow Trig to stay the night. At the conclusion of the letter, Qin Yu expressed his thoughts. Thus, Hermione, not feeling an urgent need to reply immediately, began to peruse the book sent by Qin Yu. However, as it was quite late, she could only skim through it briefly. Before long, her mother indeed urged her to hurry off to bed. Hermione then settled Trig on her windowsill, laying down a thin blanket to ensure the owl's comfort. "Good night, Trig," she said, as she nestled into her own blankets. Trig responded with a soft hoot. Hermione beamed with a sweet smile and closed her eyes, hoping to drift off to sleep quickly, for perhaps in her dreams, she might encounter Qin. In his letter, Qin mentioned that if one dreams of a person, that individual will experience insomnia. Thus, might Qin suffer from sleeplessness due to my dreams of him? The young girl pondered these endless thoughts and gradually drifted into slumber. As for whether she truly dreamed of Qin Yu, only she would know. Regardless of whether Hermione dreamt of him, Qin Yu was indeed awake, or rather, he had risen rather early. Having retired to bed at an unusually early hour the previous night, he found himself awake at 4 o'clock this morning, unable to return to sleep. Subsequently, he ventured out of the Gryffindor common room and meandered through the school. It must be said, Hogwarts was remarkably tranquil at that moment, imbued with a unique ambience, as if everything lay in slumber, awaiting the dawn's awakening. As he strolled through the halls, Qin Yu felt as though he was reacquainting himself with this enigmatic school of magic. Unconsciously traversing the moving staircases beneath his feet, he arrived at the 8th floor of the main castle. How did I end up here? Qin Yu mused in astonishment. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to explore, for this place was unfamiliar to him, and he regarded it as an opportunity to navigate the map. This area bore a striking resemblance to other parts of Hogwarts, featuring grand corridors and distinctive portraits. Qin Yu paused before a painting, admiring it for a moment and greeting the figure within. The individual, apparently still groggy, merely lifted their eyelids, yawned, and returned to slumber. However, just as Qin Yu was about to depart, a sudden transformation occurred on the adjacent wall. A tall, ancient door gradually revealed itself upon the once smooth surface. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yu instinctively rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that his early rising had not induced any visual distortions, he broke into a delighted smile. Yes. He recalled the system choices and rewards he had made just before losing consciousness in the eight-eyed giant spider's lair. The summoning rites to the wishful room. This newly manifested chamber must be the fabled wishful room. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Qin Yu could not help but exclaim, albeit somewhat inappropriately. He then pushed the door open to enter the wishful room. At that moment, the wishful room appeared rather sparse, far from the cluttered depictions often seen in films. However, upon reflection, Qin Yu realized that this room adapts to the needs of its entrance, and his requirements differed significantly from those of Harry Potter. As for why the room was so empty, Qin Yu speculated, could it be intended for me to use as a storage space? After all, His planned endeavors would necessitate the storage of numerous magical creatures' paraphernalia, making this quite suitable. While the appearance of this room was shrouded in mystery, it held little extraordinary allure at present. After exploring its layout, Qin Yu decided to depart, fully aware that this place might prove invaluable in the future. The mischievous twins, George and Fred Weasley, had long been known as the troublemakers of their year, notorious for racking up points deductions, much to the chagrin of many, particularly Professor Snape. Every encounter with them seemed to conjure the specter of past adversaries in his mind, as if he were poised to unleash a spell to sever their heads at any moment. Recently, however, the duo appeared to have undergone a sudden transformation. Aside from attending classes, eating, and sleeping, they were seldom seen around the school. This shift left many students and staff feeling somewhat disoriented, leading to rampant speculation that the brothers were concocting a grand scheme, a theory that gained considerable traction. Had George and Fred been privy to these musings, they would likely have been unfazed. After all, those bold enough to engage in pranks across various school settings would hardly possess the capacity for embarrassment. Today, George and Fred, too, lingered little longer at Hogwarts. After a hasty breakfast, they swiftly departed the castle, bound for Hagrid's hut. To their surprise, they discovered that Hagrid held quite a wealth of knowledge, a fact previously unnoticed. George could not help but speak to his brother. Just as Qin had said, "When three people walk together, one of them will surely become our teacher." This statement was astoundingly accurate. Fred chimed in, "Those are not Qin's words. They belong to an Eastern sage. Nonetheless, it holds profound wisdom. We should be more humble in the future and learn from those who possess true abilities." George corrected Fred and summarized, "Indeed, only through earnest learning can we continuously grow and become individuals capable of shouldering the burdens of commerce." Fred nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of elevation in their characters, as if they had transformed into individuals of noble virtue. However, mere minutes later, when they witnessed a golden little unicorn nuzzling against Qin Yu like a pet dog, their composure shattered. "Hagrid, what on earth is happening? Why would such a proud unicorn behave in this manner?" The brothers questioned Hagrid, torn between heartache and envy. "Oh, early this morning, Qin came to find me." And then the little unicorn emerged from the forbidden forest. Upon seeing Qin, she became particularly affectionate towards him. Hagrid recounted the events succinctly. "Why is that?" they exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with disbelief. Hagrid explained, "The likely reason is that Qin saved her during a perilous moment. She has developed a sense of gratitude or reliance on him. You see, unicorns are highly sentient creatures." Upon hearing this, George and Fred sighed in unison, recognizing that such deeds were beyond their reach. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their spirits and approached the unicorn. "Anna, we are good friends of Qin. It's a pleasure to meet you." George greeted the little unicorn. "Indeed, we are friends of Qin, and since you are also his friend, we must be good friends too," Fred added. Noticing the little unicorn's curious expression, they tentatively extended their hands. However, as soon as their hands drew near, Anna indignantly prodded them with her horn. Clearly uninterested in being touched, disappointment flickered across their faces. Yet, when they offered her clean carrots, Anna accepted them eagerly. "Ah, indeed. It seems that Anna and the unicorn Kelly are truly alike," they mused. "All right, Anna, it's time for you to return. Otherwise, your mother will worry about you," Qin Yu said, gently patting the little unicorn's head. Upon hearing this, the unicorn emitted a soft whinny, nuzzled Qin once more, and reluctantly departed the small courtyard by Hagrid's hut, making her way back into the forbidden forest. "She is truly beautiful. I can't wait to see her shed that golden hue and transform into a pure white adult unicorn," George and Fred lamented. Qin Yu, indifferent to the two infatuated individuals, turned to Hagrid and inquired, "Hagrid, have there been any replies from the owl?" Early in the morning, after exploring the wishful house, Qin Yu had breakfast and arrived at Hagrid's hut. However, as soon as he arrived, he was playfully besieged by an enthusiastic little unicorn. Who could possibly resist the fervor of a golden unicorn, as small as a pony? Qin Yu narrowly avoided bringing the little unicorn back to Gryffindor's dormitory for nurturing. Yet, reason reminded him that the Forbidden Forest was truly Anna's paradise. Once he had sent Anna on her way, he recalled his significant purpose for visiting Hagrid, which was to ascertain the feedback from their clients. Indeed, those who had received samples of the venom had predominantly responded, and upon a cursory glance, he noted their satisfaction with the quality of the venom. Although many expressed that their pricing seemed somewhat excessive, Hagrid remarked. At that moment, George and Fred were also attentively absorbing Hagrid's words. "Since they are pleased with the product, We should reduce the price by 10%. Qin Yu suggested after thoughtful consideration. So much of a reduction at once. George furrowed his brow. That would mean we must sell over 200 fewer galleons overall. Fred quickly calculated the figures. Over 200? Hagrid was somewhat taken aback by this amount. Upon hearing the words of the three, Qin Yu could not help but chuckle as he replied. Who said we would lower the prices by 10% across the board? What do you intend to do? Fred inquired with curiosity, while George and Hagrid cast similarly inquisitive glances. Hunger marketing, Qin Yu stated, introducing a novel term. Without allowing the trio to pose further questions, he continued. Our discounted potions will be available in limited supply. Each customer will have a cumulative purchase limit of 10 ounces across all grades of potions. We shall not sell more. Why not? Hagrid expressed his concern. It would be of no use to us. Aside from Severus, no one at this school would purchase such items. I merely suggested that we are not selling them at present. This does not imply that we shall not do so in the future. Remember, as competent merchants, we must learn to control the market rather than be controlled by it. As for how to exert that control, you two might ponder that. This last remark was directed towards George and Fred, while Hagrid was not pressed for a response. Upon hearing this, the twin brothers both displayed expressions of contemplation. Leaving them to mull over this issue, Qin Yu requested Hagrid to fetch some paper and ink. He meticulously composed letters to those interested clients, informing them of the price reductions, and asked them to specify their desired quantities for delivery arrangements. Quite a hassle, Hagrid remarked. Such is the nature of commerce. One must engage in negotiation to ensure satisfaction on both sides. Qin Yu replied with a smile directed at Uncle Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Hagrid nodded thoughtfully, though it was unclear if he fully grasped the essence of Qin Yu's words. Once these tasks were completed, the four did not remain idle but, at Qin Yu's suggestion, proceeded to clean, organize, and categorize the various parts of the eight-eyed giant spiders that Hagrid had dismembered the previous day. After all, these items represented monetary value and could not be left to clutter the storeroom. Qin Yu contemplated that when Hagrid delivered the goods, he would take the opportunity to sell whatever he could. On a Monday afternoon, in Wiltshire, England, there stood an ancient manor with a history spanning 10 centuries. Within a room that exuded both antiquity and opulence sat a distinguished middle-aged man adorned with golden locks, Lucius Malfoy, the master of the estate. It was his afternoon tea time, a ritual during which he perused intelligence reports meticulously compiled by his subordinates. Among today's materials, one particular brief from the Ministry of Magic's Horrors captured his attention. As a figure with influence within the ministry and a degree of voting power, acquiring such internal briefs was a trivial matter for him. The reason this brief piqued his interest was its mention of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon encountering the name Hogwarts, the image of Albus Dumbledore, with his graying beard, immediately surfaced in Lucius's mind. Why did this aged individual persistently cling to the position of headmaster? Had he never considered yielding to the younger generation? Lucius had voiced similar sentiments on numerous occasions, both in private and semi-public discussions. The content of today's brief indicated that several wizards had reported that their children attending Hogwarts had mentioned a violent explosion occurring in the Forbidden Forest the previous Friday night. Yet the school had failed to provide a clear explanation. A violent explosion, deliberately concealed. There must be something amiss. The lax governance of the school had placed countless students in peril. This was undoubtedly the headmaster's dereliction of duty. Lucius Malfoy, who had long been dedicated to unseating Dumbledore from his position, astutely recognized the value of this information and could not suppress a knowing smile. He then summoned his butler and inquired, "Have there been any recent updates regarding Hogwarts?" "Nothing particularly noteworthy, sir," the butler replied, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Though there is a minor matter, I've heard whispers that Hagrid has been seen selling items in Diagon Alley, including a rare venom and materials from dark creatures." Venom? Dark creatures? Coupled with the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, what on earth was our esteemed Professor Dumbledore up to? Although Lucius could not piece together the entirety of the situation, he was nonetheless convinced that something was amiss. After all, creating trouble for Dumbledore was a pursuit he relished. With this thought, Lucius rose and addressed his butler. "Please contact the other members of the board. I believe it is imperative that we send someone to investigate what is truly occurring at the school, all for the safety of those young wizards." Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was Tuesday. Recently, Qin Yu has been in high spirits. His journey to Diagon Alley with Hagrid has been remarkably smooth. Not only has he successfully completed the first phase of the transaction involving venom, but he has also managed to sell the limbs, legs, and eyes of the eight-eyed giant spiders at an impressive price. At the very least, Qin Yu is quite satisfied with those prices. This round of income is quite considerable, allowing Qin Yu and his twin brothers to take yet another small step on the path toward becoming capitalists in the magical world. A good beginning is indeed the first step toward success. Qin Yu was brimming with anticipation for the future. At that moment, they were attending a flying class, where their instructor, Madame Huaqi, instructed them to practice hovering in midair on their flying broomsticks. Qin Yu, astride his own broom, leisurely glided through the skies. Filled with joy, he couldn't resist performing an intricate figure-8 maneuver, relishing the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. "What are you doing? Hurry, get out of the way." At that moment, Elvis's voice echoed from a distance. Qin Yu turned around to see a group of Slytherin boys circling around him, while Elvis, overwhelmed by anxiety, wobbled precariously atop his broomstick. "Elvis, the sky isn't your backyard. We shall fly wherever we please, and your opinion is of no consequence," Jerome taunted mockingly. "Indeed. We shall soar as we wish, and you have no authority here," echoed a henchman, joining in the jeering chorus. As their derisive words filled the air, Elvis's flying became increasingly erratic, the broom beneath him threatening to spiral out of control, teetering dangerously on the brink of a fall. Just then, a loud crack. Jerome was suddenly struck by something, clutching his rear in agony as he let out a pained cry. "Who hit me?" Jerome fumed, scanning his surroundings. It was then that he spotted Qin Yu nearby, grinning as he brandished a wooden sword, his gaze fixed upon them with amusement. Although Qin Yu had yet to discover the method of soaring through the skies on a sword, he dutifully carried his wooden sword during flying lessons, embodying the tenacity of a spirited youth. At that moment, the wooden sword proved invaluable, having just collected a few pebbles from the ground. He ascended once more into the air. After tossing a stone, he deftly struck it with his wooden sword, sending it flying with precision to land squarely upon Jerome's posterior. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's wooden sword and the stone he had just retrieved from his pocket, Jerome could scarcely harbor any doubts about the identity of the assailant. "Was that you who just hit me?" he exclaimed, fury radiating from him. "My apologies, it was unintentional. My hand slipped," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Humph. Is a mere apology sufficient?" Jerome retorted, his voice laced with malice. "What would you have me do? I've already stated it was not deliberate. Do you wish to strike me?" "I must clarify. I harbor no intentions of provoking you," Qin Yu said, feigning innocence. Jerome, witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of rage. As a member of Slytherin, he had long viewed Qin Yu with disdain, particularly as the latter seemed to enjoy a favorable rapport with the instructors, further fueling Jerome's resentment. Now, having been inexplicably attacked by Qin Yu, who wore an insufferable smirk, both old grievances and new animosities surged within him. "You're seeking your own demise," Jerome declared, gripping the handle of his broomstick, leaning forward as he accelerated towards Qin Yu. The few lackeys surrounding him had also taken a disliking to the Gryffindor boy, and they hastened to follow Jerome's lead. "Qin, be careful," Elvis shouted urgently. At a critical moment, Qin rescued him, yet placed himself in jeopardy. Elvis's heart brimmed with gratitude and concern, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Rest assured, I shall stretch my limbs and accompany them in their frolic." As Qin Yu uttered these words, he began to lower his body, charging directly towards Jerome. Both were hurtling towards one another at high speed, seemingly on the verge of collision. At the critical moment, Qin Yu suddenly sidestepped, gliding past Jerome with remarkable agility. In the fleeting instant of their encounter, Qin Yu swung his great sword, delivering a resounding blow to Jerome's backside. Crack. Jerome emitted a cry filled with humiliation. "Qin, I will kill you," he shouted in a fit of rage. However, in the ensuing 5 minutes, not only did Jerome fail to exact his revenge, but he also found himself relentlessly pursued and struck by Qin Yu in the skies above. As Qin Yu drew closer, he wielded his wooden sword to strike this fellow, only to retreat moments later to launch pebbles in a ranged assault. After a flurry of commotion, Jerome's minions had long since fled, leaving only Jerome, disheveled and howling in pain. "Qin, I will not let this go. Are you threatening me? I will kill you," he shouted, his cries of violence failing to instill fear. My father will not spare you." "Oh, and who might your father be? The Minister of Magic? Wah, could you please refrain from striking my behind? Give me a reason." "I was wrong. I will never bully Elvis again. I beg you, please stop." As time passed, Jerome's tone shifted from defiance to a facade of bravado, ultimately devolving into a heartfelt plea. "Qin, what are you doing?" Mrs. Huaqi's voice rang out. She had just stepped away for a moment to arrange the Quidditch tryouts, only to return and witness the spectacle of Qin Yu pursuing Jerome through the air. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu returned the wooden sword to the cloth pouch on his back and gracefully landed on the ground atop his flying broom. Teacher, we are merely engaging in a game, Qin Yu stated with utmost seriousness. No, he is merely fabricating tales. We are indeed playing a game. Jerome, who initially intended to report them, quickly changed his tune upon receiving a cold glare from Qin Yu. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lay in their collective bullying of Elvis. If they were to delve into the details, no one would emerge unscathed. Mrs. Huichi glanced back and forth between the two of them, well aware of the mischievous nature of these rascally children. After a brief moment, Mrs. Huichi coldly proclaimed, "Disruption of classroom order will result in a deduction of 10 points for both Gryffindor and Slytherin." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Jerome's expression transformed into one of dismay. At that moment, Qin Yu spotted a middle-aged man with golden hair, accompanied by Dumbledore, passing by nearby. As he discerned the man's features, particularly the serpent-headed cane he held, Qin Yu recognized his identity. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, the father of his adversary. What business does this old scoundrel have at Hogwarts? Qin Yu furrowed his brow in concern. Professor Dumbledore, isn't there a cause for concern regarding the school's discipline? Such blatant brawling occurring in the classroom, Lucius remarked with a hint of disdain. Mr. Malfoy always took delight in needling Dumbledore. Ah, the spirit of youth is often playful. Lucius, I recall your mischievous days in school. Professor McGonagall certainly deducted numerous points from your house for it, Dumbledore replied with a smile directed at Lucius Malfoy. Those were bygone days. I have since come to understand that as a student, adhering to the rules is indeed wise, Lucius asserted, feigning seriousness. Faced with a centuries-old wizard, Lucius found that many of his youthful indiscretions were firmly within Dumbledore's grasp. Clearly, there was no need to delve deeper into this topic. Lucius continued. That first-year student from Gryffindor appears to possess notable flying talent. What is his name? He inquired casually, feigning interest to shift the focus. His name is Qin Yu. I have recently learned that he performs quite admirably in flying, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. He then guided Lucius Malfoy towards his office, clearly reluctant to elaborate further on Qin Yu. Watching Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy stroll down the corridor, Qin Yu felt a pang of curiosity. Indeed, he was aware that Malfoy was a genuine Death Eater, a villain who had evaded imprisonment in Azkaban by claiming to be under the influence of the Imperious Curse and leveraging his family's power. In the future, the Malfoy family would swiftly return to Lord Voldemort's ranks upon his resurgence. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu found himself powerless against Lucius Malfoy. Could it be that Dumbledore was oblivious to Malfoy's duplicitous nature? The fact that this esteemed wizard had not taken action against him surely indicated numerous reasons and reservations. Since confronting him was not feasible for now, Qin Yu resolved to focus on enhancing his own abilities, preparing for self-defense and potential confrontation when the Dark Lord returned. During the subsequent flying lesson, Qin Yu diligently practiced the maneuvers taught by Madame Hooch, refraining from inciting any further trouble. After all, he was not one to seek conflict. He had merely acted in the heat of the moment to teach Jerome a lesson. In his heart, Qin Yu pondered. However, he felt that his temper today seemed rather excessive under normal circumstances. He would not have been inclined to strike Jerome for an extended 5 minutes, perhaps merely a minute at most. Why, then, had this particular episode persisted for so long? With this thought, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Jerome. The red-haired boy, upon catching Qin Yu's gaze, shuddered slightly, almost losing his balance on the broomstick. He quickly maneuvered the broom to the side, ensuring he maintained a safe distance from Qin Yu. Professor McGonagall, I have just discovered a remarkable talent, Charlie Weasley exclaimed as he caught up with Professor McGonagall in the corridor. At that moment, she was exiting her office, preparing to head in a particular direction. Oh, what talent? Professor McGonagall paused, her curiosity piqued. She had a fondness for Charlie, primarily because she was a devoted Quidditch enthusiast. And Charlie was the captain and seeker of the Gryffindor team, possessing considerable skill. Unfortunately, he was set to graduate next summer, which left Professor McGonagall slightly troubled about the transition within the Quidditch team after these students departed. Oliver Wood, the vice-captain, was indeed a reliable individual. However, he played as a keeper, and the team still lacked an exceptional seeker like Charlie and a daring beater. I've discovered someone suitable to be a beater, Charlie said, his excitement palpable. Indeed, his purpose for seeking her out was related to Quidditch. Professor McGonagall mused inwardly. Is that so? Who is this person, Charlie? She inquired. Qin. The first year, Qin. Charlie revealed the name of this promising talent. Huh? Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. Assuming she was unaware of Qin Yu's abilities, Charlie continued. You don't know how gifted Qin is in Quidditch. Just earlier in class, I witnessed him soaring on his broomstick, chasing after some Slytherin boy while deftly wielding a stick to strike with precision. Charlie assumed it was merely a stick. Isn't that the hallmark of a natural beater? Note, in a Quidditch team, there are 7 players, divided into keepers, chasers, beaters, and seekers. Beaters are responsible for using their bats to hit the bludgers away from their teammates and towards the opposing players to disrupt their scoring efforts. It is a notably aggressive role. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Professor McGonagall felt a headache brewing. She thought to herself, how could I possibly be unaware of this child? Even more so than you are. Charlie, I must remind you that his behavior during flying class, where he engaged in horseplay with his classmates, was highly inappropriate. And he has already received a deduction of points, Professor McGonagall stated firmly. Does that mean you witnessed Qin's performance? Charlie responded, his delight evident. Is that the crux of the matter? Professor McGonagall wiped the sweat from her brow. Ahem, indeed, it is not acceptable to disregard classroom discipline, Charlie said earnestly. He soon donned a cheerful expression and, filled with anticipation, asked Professor McGonagall, do you agree to let him join the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Charlie, I must inform you that while Qin possesses certain talents, he may not necessarily be the best choice, Professor McGonagall replied with a knowing look. Why not? You previously mentioned that a beater requires 3 parts talent and 7 parts courage, and I see both of these qualities in Qin, Charlie exclaimed. To be honest, I initially intended for George and Fred to try out for the beater position. You know they can be quite spirited. However, after witnessing Qin's performance, I realized those 2 can only serve as substitutes. Charlie spoke candidly about his younger brothers. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on, but if you are truly insistent, I will consider allowing Qin to join the Quidditch team, Professor McGonagall said after a moment of contemplation. Although concerned about Qin's quiet strength, she did not wish to impede the boy's normal life, a choice that weighed heavily on her. That is wonderful, Charlie exclaimed, enthusiastically clenching his fist. I merely stated I would consider it. A final decision has not been made. This matter is not as simple as you might imagine. Professor McGonagall tempered his enthusiasm. Now, I must attend to some pressing matters. Your headmaster Dumbledore is dealing with a rather troublesome individual, and I need to see if I can assist him. Please, go ahead. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall. Charlie waved her off. Goodbye, Charlie. After exchanging these words, Professor McGonagall hurriedly made her way to the headmaster's office. Elvis, could you please pass me that sandwich? Thank you. At the lunch table, Qin Yu addressed his roommate, Elvis. After handing him a sandwich, Elvis watched as Qin gathered a few more items of food, placed them on a plate, and stood up, preparing to leave. Qin, where are you headed? Elvis inquired curiously. I'm off to meet a friend. Well, someone who is likely to become a friend, Qin Yu responded with a smile. Without waiting for further questions from Elvis, he briskly exited with his plate of food. Watching Qin Yu's departing figure, Elvis tilted his head, pondering whom he might be meeting, wondering if he knew them. As he reflected on Qin Yu's ability to make friends at school, a twinge of envy arose within Elvis, making him regard Qin as a role model. What Qin Yu was about to meet was not a person, but rather a house elf. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy had come to Hogwarts accompanied by his house elf, Dobby. While the presence of Lucius was noteworthy, it was the prospect of meeting the freedom-seeking little elf, Dobby, that truly delighted Qin Yu. In this magical realm, the demise of several characters had left a lingering sense of sorrow in Qin Yu, a mere bystander. Figures such as Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, and the little elf Dobby. The elf's yearning for freedom, unwavering loyalty to friends, and bravery in the face of danger had deeply moved Qin Yu. Consequently, he hurried to the Great Hall after class to gather some food, then made his way toward the headmaster's office. As fate would have it, he encountered the little elf leaning against a pillar in the corridor outside the office. However, alongside Dobby, he also spotted Professor McGonagall, who was just stepping into the office. Once Professor McGonagall had entered and closed the door behind her, Qin Yu strolled over to get a closer look at Dobby. The little elf had large, expressive eyes, pointed ears, and wore a garment resembling a makeshift pillowcase, which accentuated his frail appearance. Hello, sir. My name is Qin Yu. What is yours? Qin Yu approached directly and inquired. Dobby, sir. My name is Dobby, the elf exclaimed hurriedly. However, Dobby then looked at Qin Yu in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Did you just call Dobby what? Sir? You called Dobby sir? Qin Yu smiled faintly. Are you not a gentleman, but rather a lady? No, Dobby is not a lady. That is not what Dobby meant. Dobby simply wishes to express that being addressed as Sir by you is truly unexpected. No one has ever referred to Dobby in such a manner. The little elf chattered on. Well then, from now on, there shall be those who address you thus. Qin Yu remarked, his nose tinged with a hint of sadness. Indeed, what this little elf sought throughout his life was merely the respect of others. Yet, Dobby is but a lowly house elf, he said, bowing his head. I believe that a person's nobility stems from possessing a kind and courageous heart, rather than from their lineage. Do you not agree, Dobby? Qin Yu spoke gently. A kind and courageous heart? Does Dobby truly possess such a heart? Dobby murmured upon hearing this. Indeed, I believe you do. Qin Yu smiled warmly into Dobby's large, expressive eyes, speaking with sincerity. Dobby has a kind and brave heart. Thank you. Thank you for saying so. Dobby has never felt as joyful as today. Dobby exclaimed. My master always says that house elves are lowly. No. Dobby must not speak ill of his master. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Observing the self-deprecating house elf chastising himself while bumping into a wall, Qin Yu could not help but sigh. Silently acknowledging the arduous journey toward liberation that lay ahead for house elves, Qin Yu found himself unable to restrain the little sprite. When Dobby ceased his incessant fussing, Qin Yu extended the food towards him, saying, Dobby, it is lunchtime now. Would you care for a bite? These are our school's signature delicacies, exceptionally delicious. Dobby stood on tiptoe to peer at the food on the plate, unable to suppress a gulp, yet ultimately shook his head and replied, Thank you, Dobby cannot eat. Why not? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Without my master's permission, Dobby cannot partake in food, the little sprite elucidated. Huh? Is that a rule? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He only knew that elves should not casually wear clothes gifted by others, as such gifts signify the dissolution of the master-servant contract. He had not anticipated that the same applied to food. However, upon reflection, he comprehended that if elves could freely consume anything, they would not be as emaciated as they currently appeared. This realization filled Qin Yu with sympathy for the plight of the domesticated elf. Sir, do you intend to give these to Dobby? The elf inquired tentatively. Not entirely. I actually wish to share the meal with you, as I have yet to have lunch. Qin Yu replied candidly. Then, Dobby can accompany you while you eat. Dobby can watch and smell the food, if you don't mind, the elf cautiously suggested. Of course I don't mind, Qin Yu said with a smile. Thus, Qin Yu found a spot in the corridor to sit, enjoying his meal while engaging Dobby in conversation. Although it was somewhat cruel for Dobby to merely observe without partaking, he felt immense joy. For a portion of the food was indeed meant for him. He simply could not consume it. Dobby, what brings you to school today? Qin Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. My master did not prohibit me from sharing, so since you wish to know, I shall tell you. My master mentioned that an explosion occurred in the Forbidden Forest, and it must be that Professor Dumbledore harbors some secrets. My master has come to confront Professor Dumbledore, hoping to unsettle him in his position as headmaster. My master truly dislikes Professor Dumbledore, Dobby continued, chattering about what he knew. Oh, I see, Qin Yu responded, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared that Lucius Malfoy had learned of the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. Yet he evidently remained oblivious to the truth of the matter and had no inkling of Qin Yu's involvement. Otherwise, he would not have presumed it to be a secret of Dumbledore's. With this thought, Qin Yu felt somewhat reassured. Qin, you should eat Dobby's share of the food, the elf exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. All right. Although Qin Yu felt somewhat full, he could not refuse the earnest request. Watching the food vanish brought Dobby more joy than if he had eaten it himself. Professor Dumbledore, I have heard that after the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, some students were injured. Is that true? After engaging in idle chatter in the office, Lucius turned his attention to Dumbledore, causing a slight tremor in the latter's heart. Dumbledore had initially believed that Lucius was only aware of the incident involving the Forbidden Forest explosion, which would have allowed him to deflect responsibility by claiming an unfortunate accident during a magical trial. However, it was unexpected that Lucius was also informed about the injuries sustained by a student, necessitating a different excuse. Fortunately, Lucius appeared oblivious to any matters concerning Qin Yu. Otherwise, he would not have been so composed when encountering him moments ago. Contemplating this, Dumbledore exchanged an imperceptible glance with Professor McGonagall. Having partnered for many years, she could certainly grasp the essence of the headmaster's thoughts. Indeed, a student did inadvertently wander into the Forbidden Forest. However, he did not sustain any serious injuries. Dumbledore stated calmly. Oh, then what exactly transpired during the explosion? The school board has sent me here seeking an explanation. Lucius unfurled the banner of the Board of Governors. Not to worry, we can venture into the Forbidden Forest shortly, where I shall elucidate the events, Dumbledore replied with a nod. After conversing with Dobby for a while, Qin Yu rose to his feet, seizing the opportunity to leave the corridor before the headmaster and Lucius emerged. Based on the information gleaned from Dobby, Qin Yu discerned that it would be prudent to avoid drawing too much attention from Lucius, especially considering the explosion in the Acromantula's lair was closely linked to his own latent powers. If Lucius were to uncover this secret, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. As he bid farewell to Dobby, the house elf spoke with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Qin, will Dobby be able to see you again? Can Dobby dine with you once more? No. Dobby does not wish to impose. Dobby is merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Dobby, we will certainly meet again. Moreover, I believe you shall one day attain your freedom. Qin Yu replied with a resolute smile. Even though Harry Potter had failed to liberate Dobby from the Malfoy household, Qin Yu was determined to assist the elf in achieving his freedom, a thought he harbored deep within. Thank you, Qin. Dobby is very happy to have met you today. Dobby exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with emotion. I am equally delighted to have met you, Dobby. Qin Yu responded warmly. At that moment, hearing footsteps approaching from the office, Qin Yu waved goodbye to Dobby, swiftly picking up the empty tray and hurrying away. Not long after Qin Yu had departed, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Lucius stepping out. As Dumbledore exited, he subtly sidestepped to obscure Lucius's line of sight, having caught sight of Qin Yu's hurried figure in the distance. Based on his understanding of Qin Yu, Dumbledore surmised that the boy had likely been nearby moments earlier, and the glance from the house elf towards Qin Yu's retreating form further solidified Dumbledore's conviction. Shall we proceed, Lucius? As Dumbledore spoke, he proceeded down the corridor in the opposite direction. Lucius paused momentarily, for in his recollection, traveling in that direction to reach the Forbidden Forest seemed rather circuitous. However, having not returned to the school in quite some time, his familiarity with the Forbidden Forest was rather tenuous, and thus, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Very well, Professor Dumbledore, Lucius remarked, as he forcefully kicked the dazed house elf Dobby, urging him to hasten his pace. Lucius, do you truly intend to venture into the Forbidden Forest without first partaking of lunch? Dumbledore inquired once more. Business takes precedence. I did not come to Hogwarts for a meal, Professor Dumbledore, Lucius retorted haughtily. Indeed, you are here on the board's commission to investigate the matter, Dumbledore jested. Although Qin Yu endeavored to avoid an encounter with Lucius Malfoy, fate had other plans. Shortly after returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, he was approached by Prefect Charlie Weasley, who informed him that he was summoned to the Forbidden Forest. Charlie, do you have any idea why I am being sent to the Forbidden Forest? Qin Yu inquired, feigning ignorance as he followed behind Charlie. It appears a significant figure has arrived to investigate a matter, and Professor McGonagall instructed me to inform you to cooperate and clarify the situation, Charlie replied. Suddenly recalling something, he added, Oh, and Professor McGonagall specifically wanted me to assure you not to be frightened. She mentioned that while wandering into the Forbidden Forest is against the rules, your safety is of utmost importance, and you should simply be more cautious in the future to avoid similar mistakes. Upon hearing Charlie's account, Qin Yu promptly grasped McGonagall's intended message. He was to classify his previous experience as an accidental venture into the Forbidden Forest. This was to ensure a unified narrative, preventing any inconsistencies. By the way, when did you wander into the Forbidden Forest? Charlie queried, appearing perplexed. Well, my pet went missing, and while searching for it, I inadvertently entered the Forbidden Forest. Qin Yu fabricated a reason. Oh, you were rather careless. Make sure to be more vigilant next time, Charlie admonished. Certainly, I will, Charlie. Thank you for the reminder. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, haha. My mother has encouraged me to assist you, so feel free to reach out whenever you need anything, Charlie replied with a smile. Interestingly, Qin Yu felt a certain affinity with the Weasley family. During his inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, he had met their eldest son, Bill, and later encountered the Weasley family at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. Even now, he occasionally plays with the small pyramid Bill had gifted him, having placed a cherry inside, which, after more than 10 days, remains unspoiled. Although he had not spent much time with Charlie, their shared history made him feel a natural kinship with this older brother figure. As they continued their conversation, they gradually became more familiar, especially when discussing George and Fred, which provided ample topics for dialogue. I never expected you to befriend those two troublemakers. If they bully you, just let me know. I shall not let them off easily, Charlie declared with a serious demeanor. It seems this family indeed shares a resolute spirit, displaying both the determination and courage to uphold justice. Haha, Bill has said something quite similar. Qin Yu could not help but chuckle. Really? It seems my brother is also quite exasperated with those two pranksters, Charlie remarked with a shrug. In truth, George and Fred are good-hearted boys. They simply have yet to learn how to interact with others more constructively. I believe that once they discover their true path, they will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Qin Yu spoke solemnly. Observing the serious expression on Qin Yu's face, Charlie confirmed that he was not merely speaking casually. Well, I think I understand why the two of them are fond of you, Charlie remarked. Of course. He failed to notice that Qin Yu had just referred to George and Fred as children. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, they soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Professor McGonagall awaited them at a short distance. Before entering the Forbidden Forest, Charlie whispered mysteriously, Qin, let me share a secret with you. I recommended you to Professor McGonagall for the Quidditch team. She said she would consider it. But I am confident that you will surely become a member of the team. Wow, that is truly wonderful news. Thank you, Charlie. Qin Yu replied, filled with joy. This was Quidditch, after all, and Qin Yu was eager to experience this sport that had captivated the magical world for nearly a millennium. All right, Charlie. You may head back now. I will take Qin from here, Professor McGonagall stated as they drew closer. Sure, Professor McGonagall. Charlie nodded. He then entrusted Qin Yu to Professor McGonagall and returned to Hogwarts Castle. Once Charlie had distanced himself, Professor McGonagall quietly said to Qin Yu, Qin, do you know what to say next? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and remarked, that day, I inadvertently wandered into the Forbidden Forest while searching for my pet and subsequently lost my way. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction and added, later, when you encountered danger and called for help, it was fortuitously overheard by Professor Dumbledore. Consequently, he unleashed a formidable spell that vanquished that terrifying horde of acromantulas. Qin Yu continued, indeed, it was thanks to Professor Dumbledore that I emerged unscathed. Professor McGonagall could not help but applaud, laughing as she spoke. She had been concerned that Charlie might not have conveyed her words clearly or that young Qin Yu might not comprehend her intentions, which was why she sought an excuse to escort him to the acromantula's lair, hoping to guide the boy along the way. Little did she anticipate that he would display such cleverness, remaining remarkably composed while spinning his tail. However, Professor McGonagall pondered that this talent for deceit might not bode well for the future, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. Yet, she dismissed such worries for the moment. Professor McGonagall, I was under the impression you had also lost your way, Lucius remarked, having appeared before them at some point. Professor McGonagall inwardly mused that he had likely come to ensure her safety in escorting the boy. Thankfully, she had swiftly coordinated their story with young Qin Yu. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, the Forbidden Forest is indeed a place where one can easily become disoriented, Professor McGonagall replied, following Lucius's lead. Lucius soon realized that he had little else to say. Oh, so it is you, he remarked, finally turning his attention to Qin Yu with a hint of surprise. Both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu were momentarily taken aback. However, they both maintained an air of composure. Professor McGonagall subtly exchanged a glance with Qin Yu before calmly stating, Mr. Malfoy, do you know this young boy? Qin Yu exhibited the innate curiosity characteristic of a child, casting a perplexed glance towards Lucius Malfoy. How could I possibly know him? After all, I merely stepped into Hogwarts today and witnessed this young lad tormenting his classmates in class, an impression that is indelibly etched in my memory. Lucius remarked with a tone laced with mockery. Although his words dripped with sarcasm, both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu simultaneously exhaled in relief. It appeared that this fellow had only just become acquainted with Qin Yu today, to the extent that he could not even recall his name. Of course, as the esteemed patriarch of the Malfoy family, how could he possibly expend energy on the affairs of a mere young wizard? Following closely behind Lucius and Professor McGonagall, Qin Yu swiftly arrived at the lair of the acromantula. At this moment, the cave was devoid of the carcasses of the acromantula. Aside from the valuable parts that Qin Yu and Hagrid had removed, the remaining flesh and entrails had long since been devoured by scavenging animals. All that remained were traces of energy explosions and the stains of acromantula blood. Lucius, the individual has arrived. You may proceed with your inquiries. Once you are done, allow the boy to return home. As Hogwarts has classes scheduled for the afternoon, Professor Dumbledore instructed Lucius Malfoy. Very well. Lucius nodded, turning his attention to Qin Yu. Young boy, please recount what transpired that day. Remember, speak nothing but the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately became somewhat flustered and timid, stammering as he spoke. That day, Shyleik went missing, and I searched everywhere for him. Wait a moment. Who is Shyleik? Lucius interjected, furrowing his brow. Shyleik is my pet. He is an adorable mouse with large ears. He is usually very well behaved and even rides on a wheel. All right, continue. Get to the point. Lucius impatiently interrupted the boy's rambling. Okay, I will proceed. That day, upon realizing he was lost, I set out to find him. Then, I became lost myself, taking countless turns until I arrived here, where there are so many enormous spiders. It was terrifying. Each spider had 8 legs and 8 eyes. I was utterly frightened, crying out loudly. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore appeared in time. He intervened and vanquished those dreadful spiders. As Qin Yu spoke, his expression was one of lingering trepidation, vividly conveying his fear and helplessness. After expressing his gratitude, he bowed to Professor Dumbledore, saying, "Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. If not for your timely arrival, both Shrek and I would have been in peril." "No need for thanks. Safeguarding the students' well-being is our duty as educators," Dumbledore replied gently. "Are you certain you are not lying?" Lucius inquired, evidently dissatisfied with the boy's words. Prior to Qin Yu's arrival, Dumbledore had already elucidated the circumstances to Lucius, and what Qin Yu recounted largely aligned with Dumbledore's account. Lucius had initially suspected some ulterior motive behind the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, only to discover it was merely a routine rescue incident. If Dumbledore was indeed the one who intervened, it was no surprise that such a commotion ensued. After all, Dumbledore is widely recognized as one of the greatest wizards of our time, if not the greatest. Why would I lie? Qin Yu gazed at Lucius in bewilderment. Lucius, uninterested in the boy's retort, scanned his surroundings irritably, seeking any unusual clues, but it was ultimately in vain. Just then, Professor Snape strolled in leisurely. "Severus, do you have any Veritaserum on hand?" Lucius promptly asked. "Veritaserum? What purpose would that serve? However, if you require it, I can fetch some," Snape replied, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Lucius glanced at the smiling Dumbledore, the stern Professor McGonagall, and the bewildered boy whose name he could not recall. After a lengthy pause, he finally sighed. "If you haven't brought any, then so be it. Since the matter is now clarified, I can report back to the board." "Professor Dumbledore, how do you intend to address this incident?" Lucius inquired, expecting it to be a significant affair only to feel somewhat unsatisfied with the outcome, yet powerless to change it. After all, he was no match for Dumbledore's prowess. It seemed this journey to Hogwarts would yield little in terms of satisfaction, Lucius mused despondently. "Professor McGonagall, since this child belongs to your house, what do you propose we do?" Dumbledore turned to her. Although he had wandered into the Forbidden Forest in search of a pet, he had ultimately violated one of Hogwarts' most stringent regulations. He could have sought assistance from a teacher, yet he did not. "Given these circumstances, I believe we should deduct 50 points from Gryffindor and assign him a form of labor punishment," Professor McGonagall stated slowly. "Another deduction of points, then." Qin Yu pouted, his eyes reddening on the verge of tears. Professor Dumbledore, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I believe such a punishment is appropriate. Additionally, I shall reiterate the dangers of the Forbidden Forest to the faculty and students during dinner, urging them to refrain from entering carelessly." "Do you think this resolution will satisfy the board, Lucius?" "Humph. I will duly report Professor Dumbledore's negligence in school management to the board," Lucius replied coldly. Yet, he knew these harsh words would not topple Dumbledore. Having said this, Lucius disregarded the others present, flicked his robes, and departed with his serpent-headed cane. "Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry up," Lucius snapped. After casting a concerned glance at Qin Yu, Dobby reluctantly followed. Once Lucius and his house elf had vanished from sight, the previously timid and apprehensive boy, Qin Yu, instantly donned his signature warm smile. "In our future conversations, I shall surely carry Veritaserum with me," Snape remarked, rolling his eyes as he leisurely exited the cave. Upon hearing Snape's words, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but furrow her brow, for she realized that Qin's acting skills were indeed masterful, deftly managing the situation to a smooth conclusion. However, if he were to employ such tactics against the teachers of Hogwarts in the future, it could pose a significant challenge for them. With this thought, McGonagall instinctively glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who offered her a reassuring smile. "Very well, as long as the headmaster is present, I need not worry excessively," she mused inwardly. In terms of acting prowess, Qin Yu had little to boast about, especially in the presence of the ever-watchful Snape, whom he regarded as a formidable figure. It should be noted that Lucius had harbored some doubts about Qin's earlier assertions. However, Snape's timely appearance diverted Lucius's attention, and his casual demeanor, suggesting the availability of Veritaserum, led Lucius to believe Qin's words without further scrutiny. Moreover, Qin was confident that even if Snape did procure the Veritaserum, he would undoubtedly manipulate the situation. For one could always rely on the loyalty of Severus Snape. The most significant reason, however, was that as a scion of a noble pureblood family, Mr. Malfoy found it beneath him to engage in protracted disputes with a mere child, preferring to conserve his energy. Thus, Qin Yu successfully navigated the situation, while Malfoy was left with no choice but to accept Dumbledore's explanation, ultimately departing in disappointment. Had Mr. Malfoy not sought out Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, to clarify the circumstances? Qin Yu inquired with a hint of perplexity. The presence of Snape brought a sense of reassurance. Yet Qin Yu was constantly apprehensive about when Hagrid might unexpectedly appear. One could invariably trust Snape's acting prowess. Yet one should never place their confidence in Hagrid's words. Fortunately, until Malfoy took his leave, Qin Yu did not catch a glimpse of Uncle Hagrid. On that particular day, Hagrid happened to be absent due to prior engagements, thus sparing him from inquiries regarding the eight-eyed giant spider's venom. A task I had assigned to Hagrid, a fact I had already clarified with Mr. Malfoy. Upon concluding his statement, Dumbledore gazed into Qin Yu's eyes and continued, "Therefore, young Qin Yu, you and your friends ought to contribute a portion of the profits earned from the sale of the venom to the school. This is something you should deliberate upon with them." Dumbledore had anticipated that the child might feel a pang of regret upon hearing about the profit sharing, yet to his surprise, Qin Yu promptly nodded and declared, "No problem. I can assure you that we will contribute 10 of the profits to the school." Such a response astonished both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. 10% of the profits was no insignificant sum, at least for a child. It was quite considerable. However, they soon witnessed Qin Yu's radiant smile as he slowly remarked, "So, Professor Dumbledore, we can claim that these items are specialties from Hogwarts when we sell them, correct?" "Of course, that can be asserted." Dumbledore instinctively nodded, but soon his expression shifted to one of realization as he playfully reproached, "You clever little boy, indeed quite astute." Dumbledore, wise and seasoned, was far from an antiquated figure. He understood the implications of Qin Yu's words. Thanks to the headmaster's guidance, Qin Yu promptly flattered the venerable Dumbledore. "Now that this matter is settled, let us hasten back to class," Dumbledore said, gently patting Qin on the shoulder with a smile. "Indeed, I shall first greet Hagrid, and then promptly return to lessons at Hogwarts Castle." As Qin Yu spoke, he bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before hastening towards Hagrid's hut. "Professor Dumbledore, what did that child mean by his words just now? Why did he so readily agree to share a portion of the profits with the school?" Professor McGonagall inquired, unable to comprehend the intricacies of commerce, her mind wholly devoted to the educational realm. "Ah, Minerva, you fail to grasp the essence of it. He seeks to exploit the school's reputation to, shall we say, enhance his financial gains. With the esteemed name of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he will undoubtedly be able to command a slightly elevated price," Dumbledore elucidated. Professor McGonagall swiftly grasped the underlying motive, exhaling a resigned sigh. "He truly is a child of many schemes. He possesses the remarkable ability to discern opportunities amidst crises and adeptly leverage circumstances. As the Eastern sage Sun once remarked, a talented individual, in essence, is no different from others. It is merely their adeptness in utilizing external resources that sets them apart. Qin exemplifies such a quality," Dumbledore commented. "That indeed holds merit," Professor McGonagall acknowledged, yet her brow furrowed with curiosity. "Professor Dumbledore, it seems you have recently taken a liking to quoting Eastern sages. I have heard you reference them more than once. Is that so?" Dumbledore responded, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Perhaps it is due to this Eastern child that I have unconsciously begun to appreciate the wisdom of the East. I must admit, the insights of those ancient sages are quite enlightening. Minerva, I recommend you delve into those texts when you find the time. I assure you, it will be rewarding." "Very well, I shall." Professor McGonagall nodded in acquiescence. The two old friends continued their conversation, strolling leisurely back to Hogwarts. Qin Yu visited Hagrid, primarily to reassure the good-natured uncle and alleviate his concerns, and secondly, to discuss the sales of the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider along with various other items. He proposed a more audacious marketing strategy, suggesting they label these products as Hogwarts merchandise, even going so far as to imply they were personally overseen by Professor Snape, who holds considerable renown in the field of potion research. As Qin Yu articulated his plan, it mirrored Professor Dumbledore's suspicions. Though old Dumbledore had not anticipated Qin Yu would involve Snape as well. Is that permissible? Would it violate school regulations? Hagrid inquired with a hint of apprehension. Rest assured, I have already negotiated with Professor Dumbledore. As long as we remit 10% of the profits to the school, we can boldly employ the Hogwarts trademark. Qin Yu beamed at Hagrid with a sunlit smile. Ah, in that case, splendid. Hagrid responded, his face lighting up with joy. Transitioning from a mere vendor to a school-affiliated enterprise certainly bolstered Hagrid's confidence. Of course, this arrangement was largely due to Qin Yu's audacious maneuvering, which would not be permitted indefinitely. However, the immediate goal was to secure some profits. Well, I must take my leave. I wanted to inform you that if previous clients wish to place additional orders, let us not rush into selling. We can wait until we negotiate a suitable price. Qin Yu stated as he rose to depart. Understood. I will follow your lead, Hagrid murmured. Upon exiting Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu made his way back to the school with a cheerful gait, arriving just in time before Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, emerged from the blackboard. In an unprecedented moment, Qin Yu became the first student in his year, perhaps even in the entire school, to raise his hand and answer a question during History of Magic class. After discussing the historical significance and profound impacts of the witch hunts in the medieval Muggle world, he received praise from Professor Binns and earned a point for Gryffindor. When he heard Professor Binns announce the point awarded to him, Qin Yu nearly shed tears of gratitude. By Merlin's beard, after all those points deducted, I finally managed to reclaim one. Thank you all for your encouragement, gifts, and comments. Due to space limitations, I cannot list each reader's ID, but the author has read every comment and appreciated every gift. Your support means the world to me. I will continue to strive for excellence. Bowing, exit. Lucius, having distanced himself from Hogwarts, summoned the house elf Dobby to apparate him back to Malfoy Manor. Father, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Young Draco Malfoy, affectionately known as the Brat, approached with enthusiasm. Lucius tapped Draco's shoulder with his serpentine-headed cane and said sternly, Have you completed the book I assigned you? The book? Yes, I've read part of it. Young Malfoy replied, his head drooping in guilt. Then return to your room and continue reading. Lucius commanded with gravity. All right, Father, I understand. I shall go at once. Draco obediently retreated to his chamber. Observing his son's compliance, Lucius's expression softened somewhat. Narcissa, he is but a child. Must you be so harsh with him? A blonde woman approached, her tone tinged with exasperation. Narcissa, he is our only son and the future master of the Malfoy lineage. How could I afford to be lenient? If he cannot surpass those lowly half-bloods and mudbloods in the future, how can he uphold the honor of the sacred 28? Lucius proclaimed with pride. My dear, I comprehend your dedication to family honor. Yet, he is still young. Once he arrives at school, I believe he will emerge as the finest student in Slytherin. He will be the pride of the Malfoy family. Narcissa, Lucius's wife, replied soothingly. Indeed, he shall be the finest Slytherin student. However, that is no easy feat enough, Narcissa. Let us not dwell on this topic any longer. I am weary today and seek a moment of tranquility. With that, Lucius strode towards his study. Having left the day in high spirits only to return with little to show for it, his mood now decidedly grim. Lucius longed to bond with his son. Yet he alone understood the weight of family honor. It was an unfathomable power, a burden that could crush a person's shoulders. Thus, he never relented in his discipline of Draco. Now seated in his study, Lucius closed his eyes to calm the chaotic turmoil within. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt an inkling that he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? That old fool Dumbledore must hold some secret, Lucius muttered to himself. As he idly surveyed the study's decor, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a broomstick resting within the room. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning illuminating his mind, Lucius grasped the matter he had neglected. Indeed, it was the young boy who had been riding the broomstick and confronting Slytherin students. That first-year Gryffindor, possessing such remarkable flying talent at such a tender age, surely must be an exceptional student, likely to garner the affection or attention of the teachers. However, during the investigation of the Acromantula's lair in the Forbidden Forest, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, not to mention the later arrival of Snape, had shown indifference towards this boy, revealing no particular concern for him. Of course, Snape was indifferent towards everyone. Lucius quietly reflected that his recent attitude towards Draco was, in fact, influenced by the presence of that Gryffindor child. He subconsciously feared that Draco might also be subjected to a beating by such a student. which prompted him to encourage his son to diligently study and immerse himself in his books. Even Lucius could not help but be somewhat impressed by the remarkable presence of that child. Thus, he pondered why Dumbledore and his associates appeared so indifferent. Their nonchalant demeanor caused him to overlook the child's significance at that moment. They scarcely even mentioned the child's name. As Lucius delved deeper into his memories, he found this to be exceedingly suspicious. "Dobby, do you recall the name of that boy with the Eastern features?" Lucius inquired of the house elf who had been closely following him, hoping to elicit an answer. Upon hearing this, Dobby's face contorted in anguish, and he trembled as he responded. "Dobby, Dobby, Dobby." Lucius furrowed his brow and, in frustration, seized a hefty tome from the table, striking it against Dobby's head with force. "Silence! What use are you?" he exclaimed irritably. Surprisingly, Dobby, upon being struck, displayed a joyful smile and promptly ceased his chatter. "Very well, perhaps I shall arrange for someone to investigate further. There should not be many students with Eastern features at Hogwarts. It shouldn't be too difficult to uncover," Lucius sighed. Although Dobby refrained from revealing Qin Yu's name, he began to feel a twinge of worry at his master's words. Instinctively, he sensed that his master bore ill will toward Qin. Once again, they found themselves enveloped in a shroud of darkness that eludes human perception and comprehension. 5 orbs of varying colors ignited once more, yet this time, the flames appeared less vibrant, imbued with a sense of frailty. The white flame spoke first. "Companions, our time is limited. Have you decided upon your respective avatars?" "We have." "Alpha." The other 4 flames responded in unison. "Thus, our future meetings will become more complicated. Each of you must safeguard yourselves and your avatars. I hope that all of you remain safe until your avatars are strong enough to vanquish the world ender." The white flame declared solemnly. "We will, Alpha." "Very well. Then let us wish for good fortune. Let us wish for good fortune." As the sound subsided, 5 clusters of flames abruptly extinguished. Shortly thereafter, in a modest room within a small town in Egypt, a young boy who had been in a coma for 5 days suddenly manifested a burn on the back of his right hand, resembling one inflicted by fire. This burn exhibited a distinct pattern, comprised of a circle and a lightning bolt, the latter striking through the circle in a zigzag formation. Before long, the boy slowly opened his eyes, rising gently and rotating his neck, his bright eyes eagerly surveying his surroundings, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Simultaneously, in a shadowy alleyway of Kathmandu, Nepal, an elderly beggar, long presumed dead by his peers, suddenly opened his eyes. On the back of his right hand, the very same markings, a circle and a lightning bolt, had appeared. With a gaze filled with compassion, he surveyed the world, then stood up and gradually exited the dark alley. Emerging onto the bustling street, he walked into the sunlight and, amidst the throngs of people, approached a young woman, addressing her in a voice imbued with kindness. "Child, this world needs you." The young woman initially appeared bewildered, but her expression soon solidified into determination, and she nodded in response to the beggar, affirming, "Yes, this world needs me." On that Friday morning, while attending a potion class, Qin Yu was suddenly beset by an icy chill that made him shiver involuntarily. This tremor nearly caused him to spill the solution he was holding, a substance known to corrode skin upon contact, startling both him and his partner, Elvis. "Is it already this cold in England, and it's only mid-September?" Qin Yu murmured to himself. With renewed focus, he resumed his potion-making endeavors. Qin Yu held a profound admiration for the autumn at Hogwarts. The weather had just turned cool, with the crispness of the season providing a most delightful atmosphere. As for the slight shiver he experienced moments ago, it was likely due to his insufficient attire. Exiting the potions classroom located in the basement, he ascended to the surface. Inhaling the refreshing, cool air, which instantly rejuvenated his lungs, clearing away any lingering heaviness. The autumn breeze seemed to carry the fragrant scent of fallen leaves from the distant forbidden forest, evoking memories of a charming golden unicorn frolicking in nature. Suddenly, while savoring the beauty of the Hogwarts season, Qin Yu felt a sharp tap on his shoulder. Irritated, he spun around to confront none other than Professor Snape, whose perpetually icy countenance greeted him. The elder wizard was leisurely tucking away a book, the very object that had just assaulted Qin Yu. "Let us not squander time here. It is time for lunch," Professor Snape remarked, striding away with an air of indifference, leaving Qin Yu with a feeling akin to a solitary figure in a desolate landscape. With a roll of his eyes, Qin Yu muttered to himself. Snape was not merely concerned about Qin Yu's dietary habits, rather, he had recently taken it upon himself to provide personalized tutoring sessions after class. Upon entering the Great Hall, Qin Yu quickly began to eat. After devouring a chicken leg, 2 slices of oat bread, and a hearty bowl of vegetable soup, he wiped his mouth and departed, making his way to the 8th floor of the Hogwarts main building. Indeed, he was headed for the room of requirement. Not long after arriving in the corridor, he spotted Professor Snape, his long, sleek black hair cascading down his robes. Approaching at a leisurely pace. "Professor Snape, I have a question I simply must ask," Qin Yu said, his expression betraying a hint of inner conflict as Snape drew near. "Then ask," Snape replied coolly. "Have you been here all along, hiding until I arrived?" Qin Yu inquired, voicing a question he had long pondered. He suspected that Snape could not locate the entrance to the room of requirement, and, unwilling to wait in the corridor, an act he deemed foolish, had chosen to conceal himself. Such behavior, Qin Yu thought, was rather juvenile. Little did he realize that anyone capable of posing such a trivial question was not far removed from immaturity themselves. Snape paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes before responding in a low voice. "Soon, we will engage in practical exercises, and I shall assess your academic progress." "What, Professor Snape? Is this decision not a tad hasty? I have only just begun my studies with you." Qin Yu was in a state of urgency. This individual was a prodigious wizard in the realms of dark magic and potion-making, capable of crafting formidable spells even during his school years. His talents undoubtedly placing him at the pinnacle of the magical community. To engage in practice with him would surely result in nothing but humiliation. Who would not feel a sense of trepidation in such a scenario? Practical combat is the most effective form of learning. Without a backward glance, Professor Snape strode towards the door that had just materialized. "Let us discuss this further, Professor Snape. I am still but a child. Could we perhaps postpone this for a few days?" Qin Yu hastily pursued him, pleading, "Cease your feeble theatrics. I will be mindful of the severity. You shall not perish." Snape replied coldly. Snape inwardly scoffed at Qin Yu's self-identification as a child. If all children were like him, the world would surely be in chaos. I fear pain. Would you be gentle in your approach?" Qin Yu managed to utter with a grimace, facing the obstinate Snape. "I shall do my utmost," Snape replied dismissively, his words offering no comfort. Alas, why did I have to foolishly pose that question? Qin Yu lamented internally. According to Dumbledore's plan for Qin Yu, he was to focus on 2 primary areas of training: the mastery of emotional control and the ability to respond to unexpected situations. Emotional control is easily comprehensible, as the uncontrollable nature of the silent entity stems from the host's emotional turmoil, particularly the loss of control over negative emotions. As for unexpected situations, a review of Qin Yu's past experiences with the silent entity reveals that they often arose from such occurrences. If he could adeptly manage these unforeseen circumstances with his own abilities, there would be no need for the silent entity. These 2 concepts directly address the crux of the issue, and Qin Yu held profound admiration for Dumbledore's insight. In terms of execution, Professor Stephen Swinton would train Qin Yu in emotional control, while Professor Severus Snape would be responsible for preparing him to handle unexpected situations. Given that Snape primarily taught Qin Yu defensive and offensive spells, which could possess considerable destructive potential and generate significant noise, Qin Yu proactively suggested utilizing the room of requirement, as it was spacious, discreet, and well soundproofed. "Humph, do you truly believe you can locate the room of requirement?" Snape scoffed dismissively. Yet, Qin Yu did indeed lead him to the very entrance of the room of requirement, leaving Snape momentarily speechless, inwardly acknowledging the boy's remarkable fortune. Today marked the 3rd day of Professor Snape training Qin Yu in the room of requirement. "Today we shall not practice anything else. We will solely utilize the disarming charm," Snape declared, establishing the rules of engagement. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "All right, Professor, I understand." He reassured himself that it was merely a disarming spell, one not potent enough to cause any serious harm. Without further ado, Snape strode to the center of the arena, prompting Qin Yu to hastily follow with his silver gray wand in hand. Then, Snape straightened his posture, raising his wand before him, and Qin Yu mimicked his actions, bowing slightly. They turned to face away from each other, each walking to opposite ends of the arena. Upon reaching the edges, they halted and turned to stand face to face once more. With the duel's formalities completed, Snape regarded Qin Yu with a solemn expression. The atmosphere indicated that this was to be taken seriously. Unconsciously, Qin Yu found himself becoming more focused, preparing to respond earnestly. "Expelliarmus!" they both exclaimed almost simultaneously. However, Qin Yu's incantation was only half finished. As he barely began to swing his wand, an invisible force struck his hand, causing the wand to slip from his grasp. With a clatter, the silver gray wand fell to the ground. "You had the timing right, but your spell casting lacked familiarity," and your wand movement had yet to form muscle memory. For this attempt, I would award you a score of 30, Professor Snape assessed, then commanded Qin Yu, pick it up and try again. Qin Yu obediently bent down to retrieve his wand. After a brief exercise of his wrist, he resumed his confrontation with Snape. This time, he silently recited the disarming charm several times, and once he felt adequately prepared, he sought an opportunity to strike. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! At last, Qin Yu successfully articulated the complete incantation and wielded his wand, even a fraction of a second ahead of Snape. However, he still found his wand dislodged by Snape. The spell requires precise guidance. In critical moments, one must remain composed. Your hasty attempt to cast the spell resulted in a miss. Such incantations would only be a futile endeavor. 40 points. Snape remarked languidly, before adding, pick it up and try again. Qin Yu once again grasped his wand, moving erratically across the arena. Recognizing the significance of precision, he resolved to make it difficult for Snape to aim. Expelliarmus! Snape unleashed a disarming spell, causing Qin Yu's wand to fly from his grasp, mockingly declaring, foolish boy, do you truly believe your adversary would grant you so much time? 50 points. Qin Yu muttered to himself while retrieving his wand, bemused by the irony of receiving a higher score despite being insulted. With no time to dwell on his thoughts, he swiftly resumed his defensive stance, prepared to cast a spell at a moment's notice. Over the next half hour, Qin Yu faced Snape in no less than 50 confrontations, each culminating in the disarming of his wand. This relentless cycle left him feeling quite dejected, even sensing the wand's unicorn hair amid a plaintive whimper. Nevertheless, Qin Yu gleaned valuable insights from each failure, refining his offensive strategies. On one occasion, he nearly struck Snape's palm, but at the critical moment, Snape executed an unexpectedly intricate hand motion, evading the attack with ease. As the sparring continued, exhaustion began to take its toll on Qin Yu, while Snape remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. This disparity rendered Qin Yu's strategy of wearing down his opponent increasingly untenable. He surmised that if he persisted, he would be the first to succumb to fatigue. The relentless maneuvering and vigilance over his opponent's every move was utterly draining. Moreover, he felt as though his hand was on the verge of swelling from the exertion. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! They struck simultaneously once more, yet Qin Yu found himself disarmed yet again. Fatigued, he stumbled and collided with a nearby table. The wizard's body is a vital asset. One must learn to maintain it in optimal condition. 59 points. Snape remarked. Without waiting for Snape to speak, Qin Yu took the initiative to pick up the wand. This time, as he wandered across the arena, he focused on regulating his breath, allowing his body to recover swiftly. After traversing half the field and reaching the spot where Snape once stood, he felt his condition had improved. At least the hand gripping the wand had steadied considerably, no longer trembling. It was then that he noticed Snape's gaze fixed on a particular spot on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu decisively raised his wand and proclaimed loudly, Expelliarmus. Just as Snape began to utter his incantation, a flash of white light surged forth, striking his right hand with precision. Clattering to the ground, his wand fell. Goodness! Have I truly won? Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with exhilaration. The timing was impeccable, the execution bold, and the spell was cast with mastery. Perfect scores. Snape remarked coolly. Hey, Professor Snape, am I not progressing remarkably? Do you not feel a sense of impending doom as if the teacher has taught the student and will starve as a result? Qin Yu responded with a playful vigor. After all, it was Snape. Having disarmed him once was a feat worthy of lifelong bragging rights. However, in stark contrast to Qin Yu's jubilant demeanor, Snape's expression bore a hint of melancholy. As Qin Yu observed the tall figure bending down, he was taken aback to find that instead of promptly retrieving the wand that had fallen to the ground, the individual instead picked up a card lying on the floor and tucked it into a book that had also fallen. Both the book and the card had originally rested on a nearby table, and when Qin Yu lost his balance and inadvertently bumped into it, the book had tumbled to the ground, causing the card to slip out. This particular card was familiar to Qin Yu. It was the bookmark inscribed with a lily that Professor Snape had used during class. Professor Snape, I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to, Qin Yu hurriedly expressed. You have committed no error. On the contrary, to exploit the weaknesses of your adversary and to strike decisively is commendable, Professor Snape replied, slowly closing the book. What Qin Yu truly wished to convey was his sincere apology for having inadvertently knocked over your lily. However, such sentiments seemed overly intimate for their current rapport. Voicing them could potentially provoke an emotionally fragile Snape to unleash his wrath. Thus, Qin Yu wisely opted for silence. I have heard that you managed to disarm Severus Snape? Remarkable indeed, Professor Swinton remarked with a hint of schadenfreude during the evening tutoring session. Haha, it was merely by chance. Professor Snape was distracted by certain matters, which allowed me the opportunity to disarm him, Qin Yu thought, not daring to believe himself particularly formidable. Ah, you truly are a humble child, well done. Professor Swinton replied with a smile. As for the secrets surrounding Snape, Qin Yu had no intention of divulging them to Professor Swinton, choosing instead to let the matter pass ambiguously. Once the small talk concluded, Professor Swinton began instructing Qin Yu on the nuances of emotional control. The technique he taught was that of meditation. As I previously instructed you, sit cross-legged, relax your mind, do not deliberately listen, observe, or contemplate. Nor should you strive to avoid these thoughts. Allow your spirit to enter a state that oscillates between motion and stillness, refraining from intentional movement, yet equally from enforced tranquility. Professor Swinton, though unclear on the origins of his meditative teachings, spoke in a manner that was somewhat convoluted. Nevertheless, his voice possessed an enchanting quality, guiding Qin Yu deeper into a state of consciousness that straddled the line between wakefulness and slumber. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to being asleep while remaining aware. In this state of introspection, Qin Yu gradually began to comprehend the profound intricacies of the spiritual realm. Upon awakening from this meditative trance, he discovered that his mental fortitude had considerably strengthened. Even the fatigue he had acquired from his duel with Snape during the day had vanished entirely. This revelation compelled Qin Yu to regard Professor Swinton with newfound respect, while internally acknowledging that Hogwarts truly is a place teeming with hidden talents. Mastery over one's emotions lies in the ability to respond calmly in the face of unexpected challenges. Since your encounter with the eight-eyed giant spider, have you found it difficult to maintain your composure during crises? After the meditation concluded, in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Professor Swinton engaged in a conversation with Qin Yu, employing the art of dialogue as a form of healing. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Indeed. During the last flying lesson when I struck Jerome, I may have been a bit too forceful. Subsequently, I found myself irritated by the noise of others, and I levitated everything they held. There was even an occasion when I nearly poured corrosive liquid onto Professor Snape's robes, but thankfully, I regained my composure just in time. Reflecting on it now, I feel a tinge of fear. You should indeed consider yourself fortunate that you regained your senses promptly." Professor Swinton replied with a deep sense of agreement. "Ever since I began practicing the meditation technique under your guidance, I have noticeably improved my temper. When faced with unpleasant situations, I can now suppress my anger. For instance, today, a few Slytherin boys were bullying a Ravenclaw girl, and I merely shouted at them in annoyance without resorting to violence." Qin Yu continued, "Is it possible that they were intimidated by you and conceded quickly, which is why you refrained from acting?" Professor Swinton almost uttered this thought aloud. However, reason guided him to provide positive reinforcement instead, advising against highlighting the child's weaknesses. "Exactly, this is indeed a commendable development," Professor Swinton affirmed, as night descended. After a brief conversation, Professor Swinton advised Qin Yu to return and rest. "What time is training tomorrow?" Qin Yu inquired before taking his leave. "Let me see. Perhaps at 10 in the morning. I wish to sleep a bit longer. Do come here to find me at that time. I will prepare an engaging training exercise for you, one that will certainly be more enjoyable than just sitting idly," Professor Swinton replied, leaving a hint of mystery. "Very well. Professor Swinton, good night." Qin Yu waved goodbye. Professor Swinton then sat in his office, gazing out at the night sky, lost in thought, indeed, lost in thought, rather than meditating. As Qin Yu departed from the main building of Hogwarts, he made his way towards the Gryffindor Tower. Soon, he arrived at the 8th floor and, after uttering the password to the fat lady, the entrance swung open. He slipped through the doorway and entered the Gryffindor common room. Following his usual routine, he freshened up, donned his pajamas, and climbed into his bed. However, instead of drifting off to sleep immediately, Qin Yu continued to review the meditation techniques taught to him by Professor Swinton. The professor had once advised him that any spare moment could be devoted to practice, as it would enhance his mental control, a vital aspect of a wizard's strength. At that moment, feeling no particular drowsiness, Qin Yu decided it would be an opportune time to practice. He closed his eyes and followed the method imparted by Professor Swinton. Beginning his meditation, the room was not entirely quiet. On the contrary, Jimmy and Wilson were engaged in conversation, lamenting their inability to visit Hogsmeade like the older students on Saturdays. Bach was fiddling with a musical object, while Elvis was engrossed in a book, occasionally turning the pages with a rustle. These sounds, combined with the fleeting image of a certain girl in his mind and various disjointed thoughts, made it somewhat challenging for Qin Yu to find tranquility. Do not strive to listen, to see, or to think. Neither should you deliberately avoid listening, seeing, or thinking. Do not force movement, nor should you compel stillness. The professor's words echoed in Qin Yu's mind, guiding him into that profound state. Unbeknownst to him, the voices of his roommates began to recede into the distance, transforming into background noise that failed to stir any ripples within his heart. The chaotic thoughts gradually subsided, fleetingly passing through his consciousness without leaving a trace. He slowly sank deeper into meditation, his spirit unwittingly rejuvenating and strengthening. The following morning at Hagrid's hut. Wow, what a lovely young lady. She seems to have grown a bit taller since I last saw her, Hagrid exclaimed, holding a photograph in his massive hand. Let me see. Let me see. George and Fred, the twin brothers, eagerly tiptoed forward to snatch a glimpse of the picture. Qin Yu pushed the two aside and took the photograph from Hagrid's hands. Why be so stingy? I barely got a glimpse, George protested. Indeed, indeed. We ought to remember what she looks like. It would be much easier to assist her when she arrives at Hogwarts, Fred chimed in. You needn't worry about helping her. I will take good care of her, Qin Yu retorted sharply to the two boys. He then turned to Hagrid and continued. She specifically asked me to convey her gratitude to you in her letter. She mentioned that the book you gifted her is truly remarkable and has been immensely helpful. Haha. What a polite young lady. Tell her there's no need for formality. It is my privilege that she enjoys it, Hagrid replied with a smile. Indeed, the photograph depicted Hermione. In it, she stood with her back straight and a smile on her face in front of the Granger family home, cradling her bewildered owl, Treacle. This was the very photograph enclosed in the letter Qin Yu received that morning. As he had mentioned, Hermione had taken the time to express her gratitude for Hagrid's gift in her letter. She greatly cherished the rare edition of Newt Scamander's book, having gleaned much from it. And she dreamed of owning a Bowtruckle or a Niffler, or perhaps even a Thestral. With a hint of disappointment in George and Fred's eyes, Qin Yu carefully placed the photograph back into the envelope and secured it. All right, let us get down to business. Early in the morning, Qin Yu arrived at Hagrid's hut. Not merely to convey the contents of Hermione's letter, but with an ulterior motive, to discuss commercial matters with Hagrid and the Weasley brothers. Well, let us refer to it as a commercial endeavor. We heard Hagrid mention that you intend to sell goods under the guise of the school? Fred was the first to speak. Fred, mind your language. What do you mean by under the guise of the school? We have obtained proper approval from the school. Qin Yu rolled his eyes in response. Indeed, we will also contribute a portion of our profits to the school. This is entirely reasonable, Fred quickly asserted with a serious demeanor. Precisely, we are judiciously utilizing the school's name, George chimed in. Now, we must address the matter of pricing, Qin Yu declared, bringing forth the crucial issue of today's discussion. Thus, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers commenced deliberations on the pricing of the potions they were to sell. All under Hagrid's watchful gaze. Ultimately, they decided to increase the initial pricing by approximately 20%, settling on S-grade potions at 250 galleons per pint, while A, B, and C grades were priced at 180, 150, and 120 galleons per pint, respectively. With Hogwarts' prestigious endorsement and Professor Snape's esteemed reputation, these prices were indeed quite a bargain. As for Hagrid's earnest concern that the number 250 was considered unlucky in the East, Qin Yu merely shrugged, indicating that he was indifferent to such superstitions. This left Hagrid perplexed for quite some time, as he struggled to comprehend Qin Yu's lack of concern regarding that figure. Next came the task of emblazoning the Hogwarts emblem upon the bottles, with each potion labeled as graded personally by Professor Snape. Qin Yu added as a final touch. George and Fred nodded in unison, expressing their admiration for Qin Yu's audacious tactics. Oh, pardon me, rather, their reverence for his commercial acumen. Qin, I heard from Charlie that you might be joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team? George inquired with evident envy. Charlie has sung your praises regarding your flying abilities, claiming that we are quite inferior in comparison to you, Fred said with a hint of frustration. At this moment, they had just exited Hagrid's hut and were making their way to Hogwarts Castle. The Weasley twins had always prided themselves on being exceptional among their peers, however. Upon encountering Qin Yu, a boy younger than them by a year, they felt utterly overshadowed in terms of intelligence, emotional acuity, and magical talent. Most importantly, their pride and their entrepreneurial spirit seemed rather naive in comparison to Qin Yu's prowess. Now, upon hearing that Qin Yu was to join the Quidditch team they had long aspired to be part of, feelings of envy and defeat inevitably arose within them. Nevertheless, they had long since come to respect Qin Yu, Otherwise, they would not have remained composed upon witnessing Kelly and Anna's warm rapport with him. Indeed, Charlie had mentioned this matter to me, but Professor McGonagall emphasized the necessity for caution. She wished for me to participate in the Quidditch tryouts. And only if I proved myself worthy would I be permitted to join, Qin Yu explained to the brothers. What? You are also participating in the tryouts? George exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean we might clash? Fred suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. Just give it your all. I believe you both can do it. Qin Yu encouraged. All right. Although I know there is a gap between us, we can't back down now, George motivated himself. Yes, there are plenty of spots available this time. We still have a chance. Fred regained a measure of confidence. Then let us do our best and wish us good fortune. Qin Yu said to the two. Yes, let us do our best. The brothers echoed in unison. As the trio conversed, they soon approached the grand entrance of Hogwarts. As Qin Yu bid farewell to George and Fred, he glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 10 o'clock, and made his way to the main building to seek out Professor Swinton. Upon knocking and entering the professor's office, he discovered a black cabinet occupying a portion of the room. In an instant, Qin Yu surmised its significance. Indeed, Professor Swinton smiled and declared, Today's training exercise is to confront fear. I initially intended to show you some terrifying images, but it seems you are unlike other children. You do not appear to be frightened by such things. Therefore, I have brought this, a boggart. As he spoke, he gestured towards the black cabinet. Boggart? Qin Yu feigned ignorance. Precisely. It is a shape-shifting magical creature that perceives your innermost fears and transforms into what you dread most. The method to confront a boggart is quite simple. You must employ the boggart-banishing spell, ridiculous, to transform it into something you find utterly humorous. This way, what once evoked fear becomes a source of laughter, Professor Swinton elucidated. Qin Yu was somewhat familiar with this concept, though he had never cast the ridiculous spell before. Nor did he fully comprehend what his greatest fear might be. This uncertainty stirred a bit of apprehension within him. Observing his reaction, Professor Swinton felt a flicker of satisfaction. Indeed, he had managed to instill a measure of fear in the boy. Very well. Now I shall teach you how to perform the ridiculous spell. With that, Professor Swinton provided a detailed explanation of the pronunciation, wand movements, and timing required for the incantation. It must be said that Qin Yu displayed considerable aptitude for magic. Whether it was inherent talent or the silent augmentation of inner strength, he grasped the spell with remarkable swiftness. In less than 5 minutes, he could wield the incantation with confidence. Professor Swinton could not help but marvel at how reassuringly competent Qin Yu was. Next came the moment of confronting the boggart. Remember, the more you fear it, the more powerful it becomes. You must calm your mind. Do not allow fear to dictate your emotions. Strive to discover how to render it ludicrous. Professor Swinton gravely reminded as he positioned himself beside the cabinet. Understood, Professor Swinton, Qin Yu affirmed. Qin Yu nodded and spoke. In truth, he too harbored a curiosity about what he feared the most. Let us begin, Professor Swinton declared, waving his wand to unlock the cabinet door. As the cabinet creaked open, an indescribable sensation began to stir within Qin Yu, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from the cabinet, contorting in midair before transforming into an object that landed on the ground. Upon seeing this object, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was an office desk, strikingly familiar, adorned with a keyboard, mouse, and monitor, accompanied by a recognizable coffee mug and a cactus. The monitor displayed an unfinished PowerPoint presentation, with the first slide boldly inscribed with the words Weekly Summary Report. As Qin Yu gazed upon the familiar surroundings, it felt as though an invisible force was tugging him towards his workstation, while the echo of his boss's urging voice seemed to resonate in his ears. Could it be that everything was an illusion? Was he still the same corporate drone, devoid of a magical realm or the presence of Hermione? With this thought, it felt as if something was lodged within him, causing his emotions to spiral into agitation, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. Qin, Professor Swinton's voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a surge of alarm gripped Qin Yu's heart, prompting him to instinctively invoke the techniques of meditation. His mind swiftly regained its composure. With a flourish of his wand, he uttered the incantation, ridiculous. As the spell escaped his lips, the office desk before him warped dramatically, with a resounding pop. The objects rearranged themselves into the form of an oversized pug, the monitor serving as the dog's head. Observing the tail-wagging creature, conjured from the desk and the monitor, Qin Yu exhaled a breath of relief, a smile gracing his features. A splendid idea, Professor Swinton commended. Subsequently, the boggart vanished, and the cabinet door closed once more. You performed admirably this time. Your ability to adjust your mindset promptly and respond swiftly demonstrates a commendable mastery over your emotions, Professor Swinton summarized. Thank you, Professor Swinton. Had it not been for your timely reminder, I might have found it difficult to emerge from my fear, Qin Yu expressed sincerely. Do not belittle yourself. Many individuals experience a moment of disorientation when confronted with fear for the first time. Your response was entirely normal, and I am confident that even without my prompting, you would have regained your composure rapidly. The beard.Thus trial proved relatively successful, for it allowed Qin Yu to confront his fear without losing control, thereby calling forth his inner strength, a commendable outcome that fulfilled the objectives of Professor Swinton's training session. Once Qin Yu's emotions had settled, Professor Swinton arranged for several more trials. In due course, Qin Yu displayed no hesitation, effortlessly transforming the beard into a myriad of amusing forms. Very well. You may return now. Goodbye, Professor Swinton. Farewell, Qin. Following the completion of the morning's trials, Professor Swinton permitted Qin Yu to depart. After his exit, the professor stood alone in the tranquil office, contemplating the fears that had haunted Qin Yu. His gaze shifted with varying emotions, ultimately murmuring enigmatically, "What a remarkable child." He then waved his wand, unlocking the cabinet that contained the beard. The creature swiftly morphed, landing on the ground as a statue. The statue depicted a tall man clad in a long robe, a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The man stood tall, his gaze resolute. Observing the statue, Professor Swinton furrowed his brow. Ridiculous. With a wave of his wand, the statue's face was immediately adorned with paint, transforming into that of a red-nosed clown. Soon, the comical figure vanished, retreating back into the cabinet. When one has witnessed the wonders and splendor of the world, can one still acquiesce to a life of monotonous repetition? Qin Yu had never contemplated this matter in depth until Bogut revealed to him the profound obsession he harbored for his past life. It became clear that the innocence, dreams, and aspirations of his youth had not vanished. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, returning to the essence of youth, that those innocent dreams and yearnings regained their vibrancy. Alternatively, it might be those very dreams and aspirations that allowed him to embrace his youth once more. This conundrum eludes clarity, much like his inability to discern why fate's hand had guided him to this juncture, unveiling a new world and transforming him into a youthful being within it. Thus, he resolved to follow the inclinations of his heart, to experience the myriad vicissitudes of this world, be they sorrow or joy, ultimately striving to live a life of distinction, unburdened by past regrets, and unyielding to the relentless flow of time. Professor Swinton's training under Bogut was successfully completed by Qin Yu. Concurrently, this training instigated numerous confusions and reflections within him. However, as he traversed from Professor Swinton's office to the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, he had begun to unravel certain thoughts. Although some remained elusive, he sensed a newfound clarity and resilience within his heart. This realization far surpassed the sense of accomplishment derived from disarming Professor Snape with the disarming charm. This is not to suggest that Professor Snape's instruction was inferior to that of Professor Swinton. On the contrary, Qin Yu regarded Severus Snape as an exceptionally gifted and imaginative wizard. Snape's incisive critiques deftly identified Qin Yu's shortcomings and provided tailored guidance based on his individual characteristics, which was a significant factor in Qin Yu's rapid advancement in magic. In contrast, Qin Yu perceived Professor Swinton as a remarkably erudite individual, well-versed in a myriad of subjects across time and space, whether in the realm of wizards or muggles. He had a particular affinity for ancient legends, often recounting them with remarkable detail. Qin Yu even found himself compelled to suggest that Professor Swinton teach a course in magical history, certain that he would be far more popular than Professor Binns. Snape and Swinton, one a cool and aloof genius, the other a warm and knowledgeable scholar, often left Qin Yu pondering how well they might complement each other. Unbeknownst to him, the duo of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, known as GGD, was a famous pair in the magical world, and by analogy, Snape and Swinton could easily form their own duo, perhaps dubbed SSSS or simply S4. Imagining the two professors together conjured a strangely harmonious vision in Qin Yu's mind. Beyond these two educators, the younger generation, including Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, could also form intriguing pairings, leading to combinations such as Rohan, Dahan, and Deruo. It must be said that if the three of them were to forge a friendship, they could even debut as the HWBYS. Note, HW is an abbreviation for Hogwarts, while the full name of the school is abbreviated as HSWW. Qin Yu, along with George and Fred, had once envisioned the future of the magical world's cultural industry, and bringing the three of them together certainly held promising prospects. Lost in these thoughts, a smile unconsciously crept onto Qin Yu's lips. After all, the sight of Harry, Ron, and Draco standing together was quite visually striking. At that moment, he was seated at the dining table in the great hall, and the curious gazes of Jimmy and others beside him fell upon his expression. "Qin, is there something that brings you joy?" Elvis inquired first. Elvis had always regarded Qin as his best friend at school, thus he was particularly attentive to Qin's affairs. I know. It must be the letter from this morning. I arrived quite early and saw that Qin had received a pink letter." Jimmy suddenly recalled excitedly. "Oh, Qin received another letter?" Wilson remarked with a hint of envy. Elvis and Bach wore expressions similar to Wilson's. Qin Yu found it futile to engage in discussions with these young ones, for they could never comprehend his secret admiration for a couple. Explaining himself would be an exercise in futility. As for the matter of receiving countless letters, hadn't this group of youngsters grown desensitized by now? Setting aside his own affairs, he deftly shifted the conversation. Jimmy and the others, relieved of their previous fixation, eagerly shared their plans for the upcoming Quidditch tryouts across the various colleges. Upon learning that Qin Yu had registered for the selection, their excitement escalated. Jimmy proposed that they form a cheerleading squad to support Qin Yu, while Elvis eagerly volunteered to create banners. Listening to their animated chatter and feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. After lunch, Jimmy and the others busied themselves with preparations to rally for Qin Yu. Qin Yu continued to receive the meticulous guidance of Professor Snape. It soon became evident that his previous success in disarming Snape with the disarming charm was merely due to the professor's leniency. As the training commenced this afternoon, although the use of the disarming charm was still the sole method permitted for attack, Qin Yu distinctly sensed that Snape had shifted to a more serious approach. The amplification of magical power aside, Snape's single strike left Qin Yu's hand numb, a development he had anticipated given Snape's formidable prowess. However, the ability to unleash 2 consecutive spells was entirely unexpected. No one had ever informed him that such a feat was possible. This revelation left Qin Yu utterly bewildered. As he began to acclimatize to Snape's double onslaught, the professor escalated the challenge with a triple barrage. Furthermore, Qin Yu harbored suspicions that, in addition to the continuous spellcasting, Snape had whimsically infused the disarming charm with various effects such as concussive force, disorientation, propulsion, flashes of light, paralysis, incineration, and freezing. Qin Yu found himself in a predicament, utterly beleaguered and at a loss for words. To be precise, Professor Snape had indeed employed the disarming charm, albeit one that he had modified for his own purposes. By the conclusion of the training session, Qin Yu felt as if his body was on the verge of collapse. Was this not a deliberate act of retribution for yesterday's events? Observing Snape's serene countenance, Qin Yu could not help but internally scoff. Fortunately, the old professor had bestowed upon him several healing spells in the end, alleviating much of his exhaustion and pain. Given that the Quidditch tryouts were of paramount importance, Qin Yu was granted a day off to participate. The following day, he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, surrounded by his companions. Here, he encountered a few familiar faces also vying for a spot on the team, including George, Fred, and a Gryffindor girl, Angelina Johnson. Additionally, a remarkably handsome Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory, had come to compete. From a distance, Qin Yu could not deny that this dashing young man was indeed his equal in terms of looks. Note, GGD is an abbreviation for Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. Quidditch, which originated in the 11th century, boasts a history of nearly 1,000 years and stands as the most influential sport in the magical realm, without exception. Many faculty and students at Hogwarts are ardent enthusiasts of this sport, with Professor McGonagall being a devoted Quidditch fan. She once ignored Professor Snape for 3 weeks after Gryffindor's team lost to Slytherin, only to revel in joy for several days following a victory. Moreover, she possesses a keen eye for discovering Quidditch talent and has gone to great lengths for the benefit of Gryffindor's team. Under her guidance, Gryffindor's Quidditch team has become one of the most formidable in the entire school. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would not miss such a significant selection event. As soon as Qin Yu arrived at the stadium, he spotted Professor McGonagall seated in the exclusive teacher's box, her expression somewhat grave as she surveyed the field. How nerve-wracking. With so many eyes upon him, would it be utterly humiliating if he were to fall? George and Fred, standing anxiously beside Qin Yu, voiced their apprehensions. Simultaneously, they couldn't help but glance over at the few Gryffindor girls awaiting their turn for selection not far away. Qin Yu discerned that the two brothers were likely admiring the strikingly beautiful Angelina Johnson, who had come to audition for the position of Seeker. Upon noticing the gaze of Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers, Angelina acknowledged them with a nod. "Wow, is she greeting me?" Fred exclaimed with excitement. "Perhaps she is addressing me." George chimed in. "You're both overthinking it. She must be greeting me." Qin Yu teased the two foolish boys deliberately. "Pfft, as if. She doesn't even know you." Fred scoffed. "Indeed, the young lady beside her is the one who is likely acknowledging you," George remarked. Qin Yu glanced over and noticed a familiar little girl beside Angelina. She appeared to be a member of this year's Gryffindor, named Katie Bell. Qin Yu waved his hand at her, a gesture of greeting. The three of them chatted for a while, and the tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Moreover, George and Fred, with their inherently spirited personalities, were hardly the type to shy away from challenges. If they were truly timid, they would not have risen to become the formidable duo of Hogwarts. No, rather, the dual titans. The Quidditch players are categorized into 4 roles: keeper, chaser, beater, and seeker, each selected through distinct methods. Although the selection processes may vary from year to year, the competencies tested remain relatively consistent. For instance, the keeper's ability to defend the goal in midair is assessed, while the chaser's skills in pursuing the quaffle, scoring, and evading bludgers are evaluated. As for Qin Yu, aspiring to be a beater, he must demonstrate the ability to execute complex hitting maneuvers in the air and strike designated targets to qualify. The seeker's primary focus is on flight speed, as the golden snitch is exceedingly swift. If a player's speed cannot keep pace, they stand no chance of capturing it. Cedric Diggory, the dashing representative of Hufflepuff, is vying for the role of seeker. Indeed, Cedric epitomizes the quintessential handsome young man, radiant, charming, and intelligent, embodying all the attributes of an ideal wizard. As he soared through the air on his broomstick, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff girls, with some even proclaiming their affection for him, while students from other houses joined in the applause, attesting to his immense popularity. The selection for Hufflepuff Seeker was overseen by an upperclassman from the house's Quidditch team. He retrieved the golden snitch from a box, provided a brief explanation to the candidates, and then released it into the air. The snitch immediately unfurled its wings and flitted away at remarkable speed, disappearing in an instant while the onlookers momentarily stood in awe. "Wow, that was incredibly fast. I doubt I possess the talent to be a seeker," George and Fred remarked in unison, just as they spoke. Cedric and the others grasped the broomsticks, leaned forward, and surged ahead with astonishing speed. The audience erupted in thunderous applause as they witnessed Cedric leading the charge. "He truly is impressive," Qin Yu admitted sincerely. One must concede that Cedric's speed and flight is indeed exceptional, far surpassing that of his fellow candidates. As anticipated, within just a few minutes of pursuit, Cedric successfully located the specially designed golden snitch for the selection. Elated, he waved the tiny golden ball triumphantly around him. The girls in the stands were even more exhilarated, their cheers and applause reaching a crescendo. "Pfft, it's just because he is handsome and fast," Fred scoffed. "It's merely a selection. When the real competition begins, he may not outpace Charlie." George believed that his older brother Charlie was the finest. Unfortunately, Charlie was set to graduate next year. Qin Yu pursed his lips and remarked, "Indeed, our team is still in need of a seeker. And I see no suitable candidates this year." Upon hearing this, Fred expressed his concern. "What shall we do? If only we had thought of a way to prevent Cedric from passing the selection earlier." George lamented. "Yes, indeed. I possess several spells that could have hindered his ability to catch the golden snitch, but alas, it is too late to lament. He has already succeeded." Fred added begrudgingly, "Enough of this, both of you. Can't you contemplate some reasonable solutions?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes and retorted, then added meaningfully, "Moreover, perhaps among next year's first-year students, there will be someone capable of succeeding Charlie. First year? Spare me. Just thinking of Ron's antics fills me with dread for the next batch of first years." George reflected on his brother's clumsy demeanor, unable to suppress his criticism. "While I must admit I share your sentiment, it's not quite fair to speak of Ron in such a manner," Fred replied earnestly. "After all, he is still our brother." Qin Yu could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for little Ron. The selection for the Seekers concluded swiftly, as only a few candidates were deemed suitable. Cedric from Hufflepuff stood out remarkably, while the other houses presented rather lackluster performances. Gryffindor managed to recruit only one barely adequate candidate, who would serve as a substitute. However, Qin Yu believed that if he were to take flying seriously, he could certainly outpace him. Following the Seeker selection, it was time for the selection of the Keeper and Chasers. When Angelina Johnson took to the field, Fred and George shouted with remarkable enthusiasm. Had it not been for the prohibition against using the sonorous charm, they might have created quite the uproar. It must be said that Angelina, besides her striking beauty, possessed exceptional flying skills. She executed numerous difficult maneuvers atop her broom and successfully caught the golden snitch, scoring a goal. Unsurprisingly, she was selected. Once the chaser's selection concluded, it was time for the beaters. Qin Yu gripped his broom with a hint of nervousness. "Wow, it's Qin, the one from Gryffindor. He's here for the selection too," exclaimed a petite girl with light golden hair from Ravenclaw, her excitement palpable as she spoke to her companion. At that moment, several Gryffindor candidates were gliding slowly into the air above the pitch on their brooms. "It really is him. It's rare for a first year to participate in the selection. He must be quite remarkable," her companion replied, eyes gleaming with admiration. "I always thought he was special in class, not only excelling academically, but also engaging with the teachers with such ease," the golden-haired girl mused. "Indeed, his smile is captivating, showcasing two charming dimples." Her companion wholeheartedly agreed. "Should we cheer for him?" But he's not from our house. Would that be inappropriate?" Just as the two were quietly murmuring, a voice nearby called out, "Qin, go for it." They turned to see a fellow first year from their own house. The two girls exchanged glances, their brows raising in determination, and without further hesitation, they turned and cupped their hands around their mouths, shouting in unison, "Qin, go for it. Qin, you are the best." Their voices soared, eclipsing that of the girl who had spoken before them. As Qin Yu soared into the air, he was somewhat taken aback by the resounding cheers emanating from the stands. Although he had previously mused that Cedric was not as formidable as he seemed, and that one should not underestimate the youth of the less fortunate, he had to concede that the boy's popularity was beyond his own reach. After all, Cedric had been enrolled for over a year, actively participating in various school activities, and had become somewhat of a minor celebrity. In stark contrast, Qin Yu had only just begun his journey at the school, barely a month in, and was hardly known by a handful of peers. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that there were quite a number of voices calling out his name in encouragement. The majority of these enthusiastic supporters were from Gryffindor, but there was also a commendable representation from other houses. A glance around the stands revealed waving hands and shouts of encouragement even from the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and surprisingly, the Slytherin sections. Most of these voices belonged to younger first-year students, and Qin Yu recognized several familiar faces among them. It seemed that he had managed to cultivate a bit of a following. Feeling a swell of pride, he could not help but smile modestly and wave back to the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become a figure of distinction among the first-year students. His mature demeanor, exceptional academic prowess, evidenced by his eagerness to answer questions and earn points, his amiable disposition towards classmates, excluding Jerome, and his undeniable leadership qualities as evidenced by Jimmy and Elvis's constant admiration, along with his popularity among professors with whom he could engage in light-hearted banter, rendered him a source of envy, admiration, and even jealousy among his peers. Numerous girls had already clandestinely congregated to share every morsel of information about him, with Elvis often serving as an important source for their inquiries. Indeed, they had meticulously gathered details about Qin Yu's birthday, favorite colors, preferred foods, beloved books, and even the number of socks he owned. Had he been aware of this, he would undoubtedly have given Elvis a sound thrashing before tossing him into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Yet, this revelation would come much later, by which time Elvis would have undergone a profound transformation, having reflected deeply on his past misdeeds. Returning to the matter of the selection of the batter. After receiving the enthusiastic cheers and encouragement from his classmates, Qin Yu felt invigorated, especially with Elvis and Jimmy's support, who even unfurled a banner that looked quite impressive. However, due to the distance and the banner's small size, he could not discern the words inscribed upon it. Regardless, he found himself considerably more composed. Gazing at the oversized owl models floating in the sky, he couldn't help but critique the imaginative design of Professor Swinton. It was said that Professor Swinton personally crafted the rules for this selection of batters. To begin with, he arranged for 10 large black and white owl models to be suspended in the air, these whimsical and erratic figures serving as imaginary players. The host of the selection would then launch a certain number of bludgers into the sky, targeting the white owls. Subsequently, the participating students would use their bats to strike the bludgers, aiming to protect the white owls from being struck while attempting to knock down as many black owls as possible. The criteria for evaluation would ultimately be based on the number of white owls safeguarded and black owls toppled. While these rules were fundamentally sound, the sight of those adorably round-faced, plump bird models left Qin Yu feeling that the overall aesthetic was somewhat disjointed. Yet, this was quintessentially Swinton. Time did not slow in response to Qin Yu's musings, and soon the whistle blew, signaling the official commencement of the selection. This round featured 5 Gryffindor students, including Qin Yu, George, and Fred. The 5 floated in the air, maintaining a distance of 30 to 40 meters between one another. Barely had the whistle subsided when several official Quidditch team members, led by Charlie and Wood, began releasing the bludgers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of swift projectiles as 5 bludgers shot toward the floating white owls like cannonballs. Observing the approaching bludgers, a senior Gryffindor contestant boldly soared towards the nearest one, bat in hand. As he neared the bludger, he shouted and swung his bat with fervor. However, whether due to an overly vigorous swing or an inability to control his broomstick, he lost his balance and stumbled forward, causing his bat to swing wildly off target, resulting in the bludger colliding forcefully with his arm. The unfortunate individual let out a piercing scream as he plummeted from the sky alongside his out-of-control flying broom. Fortunately, at the moment of impact, a teacher cast a cushioning charm, preventing him from sustaining further injuries upon landing. However, the earlier collision with the bludger had evidently inflicted considerable harm to his arm, and he lay on the ground, writhing in agony. At this juncture, several senior students, acting as first responders, calmly rushed to his aid. Upon arrival, they expertly cast a pain relief charm on his arm, then collectively lifted him onto a stretcher and swiftly carried him away, ensuring that the ongoing selection process for the remaining players was not disrupted. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity that suggested they had performed similar medical assistance numerous times before. In Quidditch, it was not uncommon to suffer broken arms or legs. After all, dislocations were merely minor injuries. The injured lad was promptly disqualified, serving as a stark reminder to the remaining 4 players. Confronting a bludger was no trivial matter. George and Fred exchanged a knowing glance and decided to abandon a direct confrontation, opting instead to allow the bludger to fly for a while, biding their time to seize the right opportunity. Meanwhile, a contestant unknown to Qin Yu immediately soared to the side of his guardian white owl. Assuming a posture of patient vigilance, Qin Yu gazed at the approaching bludger, a smile gracing his lips. He stretched his neck and shoulders, then lowered his body, gripping the wooden handle of his firebolt. With a swift motion, he urged the broomstick forward, launching himself into the air with remarkable speed. Wait, what is Qin doing? Why is he flying in the opposite direction? There is no bludger over there. A petite girl with golden hair exclaimed in confusion. Surely, he isn't afraid of being hit by the bludger, is he? Her companion murmured in a hushed tone. Impossible. Qin is not that kind of person. He wouldn't be frightened. The girl retorted indignantly. I didn't say he was scared. Perhaps he just wants to temporarily avoid his teammates, she quickly clarified. Maybe. I don't know. The two continued to watch the sky, their curiosity piqued. Many spectators shared their bewilderment, for indeed, Qin Yu was soaring to the side. However, not everyone was oblivious. Seasoned Quidditch aficionados like Professor McGonagall recognized the significance of his actions, and a spark of excitement ignited in her usually composed eyes. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick, seated nearby, wore an expression of surprise and delight. How ostentatious, Professor Snape muttered under his breath, yet a flicker of appreciation danced in his gaze. Those who understood the nuances grasped Qin Yu's intentions, while those who did not were soon enlightened, as he flew with astonishing speed. Rather than following a straight path, he executed a rapid, sweeping arc, akin to navigating a roundabout in the Muggle world. After completing a swift semicircle, he returned, drawing near to the very bludger he was tasked to defend against. Accelerating, he matched the bludger's trajectory, quickly closing the distance. At that moment, the bludger was perilously close to colliding with the White Owl model, which swayed lazily in the air. In a critical instant, Qin Yu steadied the broomstick with one hand, adjusting his direction and speed, while raising his bat with the other, preparing to strike the oncoming bludger with all his might. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed through the air. Qin Yu's bat struck the wandering ball with remarkable precision, sending it soaring into the air. The endearing white owl deftly evaded the fate of being knocked down, continuing to float and sway gracefully in the sky, as if rejoicing in its narrow escape. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the stands. It was the arch fly ball hit in the same direction. This young man is truly extraordinary, capable of executing such a challenging maneuver. Those knowledgeable in the sport called out the name of this classic move. Indeed, it was the arch fly ball hit in the same direction. Just moments ago, I had my doubts about whether he would attempt this move. But instinctively, I felt it was impossible, as such feats are reserved for professional players. How could he possibly achieve it? Yet, he truly did. Others nearby chimed in. Is it really that difficult? Another person inquired with some skepticism. Difficult? Please, remove that is. The essence of this move lies in the ability to control the flight. If your speed and control are lacking, you simply cannot keep up with the wandering ball. The first speaker excitedly elucidated for the uninitiated. At such a young age, he has already mastered this maneuver. The future looks bright. Indeed, I will surely keep an eye on him. By the way, what is the name of this young boy? I've never heard of him before. Which grade is he in? It seems he is a first-grade newcomer. I overheard the other first graders calling him. It sounded like Qin or King, but it was too noisy to catch clearly. Regardless, I am now a fan. Bravo. You are truly remarkable. Those who comprehended the prowess of Qin Yu's movements were filled with exhilaration, fervently explaining to those around them just how impressive and challenging his actions truly were. The first-year students, who had already been cheering for Qin Yu, escalated their enthusiasm even further. However, Qin Yu himself was oblivious to the intricacies of the so-called curved approach and simultaneous striking technique. He merely grasped the concept of relative speed. This revelation was partly due to witnessing the unfortunate fate of a fellow competitor struck by the elusive ball. Had it not been for that sight, Qin Yu might have recklessly confronted the ball head-on. Yet, upon observing the man's dismal predicament, Qin Yu swiftly recalibrated his strategy. Recognizing that he could not alter the actual speed of the elusive ball, he decided to fly in the same direction as it, thereby minimizing their relative speed to a near standstill, facilitating a much easier strike. It was this insight that prompted Qin Yu to execute a series of maneuvers involving a curved approach, a retreat, and then flying alongside the elusive ball to strike it. His theory proved correct, as he successfully sent the swiftly moving ball soaring away, instilling in him a flicker of confidence and a sense of accomplishment. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently performed a high-difficulty Quidditch tactical maneuver before the astonished eyes of the spectators. During the subsequent selection period, Qin Yu continued to leverage his exceptional flying control and speed, sending the elusive ball flying from various angles. Beyond the curved approach, he experimented with different techniques, unwittingly employing several classic tactical maneuvers. As a result, the selection for the beaters transformed into a spectacle solely centered around him, naturally lacking formal training. Some of his actions were improvised and not executed perfectly, with a few merely half-completed. Yet this did not deter many from viewing him as a rising star in the realm of Quidditch. Professors McGonagall and Charlie Weasley, among others, were undoubtedly elated by his performance. Conversely, Professor Snape silently clicked his tongue, perceiving the future Gryffindor Quidditch team as potentially troublesome, and restrained himself from casting any jinx to bring the showboating youth down from the sky. With the entirety of the stadium's attention fixated on Qin Yu, the unnamed contestant struck by the elusive ball fell to the ground with little notice, save for the diligent and adept medical team. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, had managed to join forces, adeptly tackling the troublesome elusive balls and each accumulating a commendable score. Their collaboration was not deemed a violation of rules, as there had been no prior stipulation against teaming up. Once the selection concluded, Qin Yu seamlessly secured his position as a beater for the Quidditch team, while George and Fred were appointed as substitute beaters. Although they were substitutes, the twins remained jubilant, as they held a deep respect for Qin Yu's abilities. Together, they descended from the skies to seek out Angelina Johnson, who had also made the Quidditch team, and announced their newfound camaraderie, pledging to support one another moving forward. The Slytherin contenders who followed Qin Yu onto the stage exhibited rather mediocre performances. One young lad even attempted to mimic Qin Yu's elegant arcing maneuver, only to find himself flung out in a rather comical fashion, thereby unnecessarily augmenting the workload of the rescue team. Qin Yu presented the borrowed flying broomstick to Charlie before proceeding to the stands to reunite with his roommates. Observing their enthusiastic cheers in his support, he resolved to treat them to an assortment of candies from the Duke of Honeybees. Naturally, this required Hagrid's trip to Hogsmeade, as they, being lower-year students, were forbidden from venturing out. Upon reaching the Gryffindor students section, Qin Yu was met with an exuberant chorus of cheers. "Qin, you are incredible! Qin, that move was simply spectacular! Qin, could you teach me how to use the flying broomstick? I'm still a bit clumsy with it." Amidst the animated chatter of the crowd, Qin Yu smiled and greeted them, savoring a brief taste of being in the limelight. He then made his way to where Elvis and the others were situated. Upon noticing Qin Yu's approach, Elvis and Jimmy hastily waved a small banner, likely crafted from Elvis's scarf, and shouted, "Qin, you are amazing." Qin Yu finally discerned the words inscribed upon the banner. "Qin is the king." The autumn breeze gently swayed the scarf-crafted banner, causing it to flutter like a flag. At that moment, Neither the youth grasping the banner nor the onlookers reading the phrase could foresee how such words would echo through the annals of the magical realm in the future. They were simply reveling in the pure joy of the present. Joy, after all, ought to be uncomplicated. The Quidditch selection process had unfolded over the course of an entire day, marking a vibrant event for the entire school. The youth, brimming with enthusiasm, exuberantly shouted and cheered from the sidelines, unleashing the youthful vitality unique to their age, seemingly impervious to fatigue. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the selection neared its conclusion, and individuals began to disperse, leaving only a few upperclassmen and teachers to tidy the grounds. Qin Yu observed from afar as Professor Swinton approached the lower end of the field, gently waving his wand towards the sky. Subsequently, the black and white owl figurines that had been suspended in midair began to sway and flutter downwards. As they neared the ground, they suddenly shrank and swiftly flew into a bag held by Professor Swinton. He then tugged at the drawstring, securing the bag before departing. Gazing at the fabric pouch, which was no larger than a potion textbook, Qin Yu couldn't suppress his envious admiration. This pouch must have been enchanted with a stretching spell or a similar spatial charm, allowing it to contain so many large owl models. What a splendid item! How I wish it were mine! Qin Yu mused, smacking his lips in quiet contemplation. It seemed that Professor Swinton sensed some ill-intentioned gazes as he promptly stuffed the bag into his open robe, concealing it beneath his wizard's cloak before vanishing in an instant. This left Qin Yu feeling a tinge of disappointment. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Fred and George, their expressions reflecting greater dismay than his own, making their way towards him. Well, disappointed, are we? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his voice. As the saying goes, one should not reveal others' shortcomings nor strike at their dignity. Qin Yu skillfully evaded this virtue. Let us not speak so harshly, Angelina courteously remarked, stating that she had prior commitments with friends, which led to her declining our invitation. Fred expressed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it was our own tardiness that led to this, George lamented. Just moments ago, Qin Yu and the others were deliberating on hosting a small gathering at Hagrid's hut to celebrate the successful selection process. Fred and George were enthusiastically insisting on inviting Angelina to join, considering that all of them had been selected simultaneously, thus fostering camaraderie among teammates. However, that was as far as it went. We shall wait for the next opportunity. After all, we will be training together moving forward, so there will be ample chances. Qin Yu generously consoled the duo. Instantly, they perked up, leading Elvis, Jimmy, Wilson, and Bach towards Hagrid's hut. Observing the Weasley brothers animatedly narrating tales of the magical creatures Hagrid tended to, Qin Yu felt his consolation was somewhat unnecessary. These two were undoubtedly born optimists. Naturally, one could not expect simplicity from those who thrived as outliers in the Weasley household. Contemplating these fragmented thoughts, Qin Yu followed the others to Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Hagrid, the host, had just completed arranging his modest living room. Upon seeing everyone, he rubbed his hands together and cheerfully exclaimed, "Boys, welcome to my humble abode." "Thank you, Hagrid." Several of the children quickly responded. Their gazes then fixated on the mound of candies on the table, making it difficult to look away. Before Qin Yu's arrival, he had already asked the owl to inform Hagrid to procure some sweets on his behalf. Hagrid, being exceptionally considerate, purchased a delightful assortment, which he piled on the table like a small mountain. Although the school's cuisine was quite satisfactory, how could the children possibly resist the alluring temptation of candy? Gurgle. It was unclear who swallowed first, but soon the chorus of gurgles echoed around the room. Without further ado, let us feast. Qin Yu picked up a beard.Thus every flavor bean and popped it into his mouth. Upon chewing, a burst of spiciness enveloped his taste buds. Hiss. Qin Yu inhaled sharply, furrowing his brow as he struggled to chew and swallow. The beard.Thus every flavor beans were a daring challenge. Once consumed, regurgitation was not permitted. To do so would result in defeat. Apart from Qin Yu, the others also ventured to sample these whimsically flavored confections, their expressions morphing into a vivid tableau of delight and dismay. Bitterness, spiciness, sourness, and sweetness were all unmistakably evident. The luckiest among them was Wilson, who savored a strawberry-flavored bean, while others faced less favorable fates. George was nearly brought to tears. After the adventurous tasting of the beans, everyone selected their preferred candies and indulged freely. Naturally, after consuming a certain quantity, the children found themselves satiated and less inclined to continue feasting without restraint. At that moment, Hagrid's freshly brewed tea garnered much acclaim. Remarkably, despite being known for his culinary disasters, Hagrid's tea was exceptional, and the children each held a cup. sipping while inquiring about the curiosities within his abode, particularly fascinated by the peculiar fur and horns of magical creatures that adorned his home. Certainly, Qin Yu was not among them. He sat on the steps of Hagrid's hut, cradling a cup of tea, savoring each sip while watching the sun gradually descend. At some point, a golden unicorn, stepping lightly, approached. As it neared the hut, it emitted a joyous whinny directed at Qin Yu. It was Anna, the unicorn. Her arrival sent the small children into a frenzy. They stood at a distance, captivated by the elegant creature, hesitant to approach for fear of startling her. Meanwhile, George and Fred, with a sense of pride, each held a pristine carrot, meticulously cleaned and dried, as they made their way over. However, Anna disregarded them entirely. Heading straight for Qin Yu, the gathering at Hagrid's hut ended punctually before dinner. Before its conclusion, Charlie, who had been tidying up the Quidditch pitch, arrived. He first admonished his younger brothers not to trouble Hagrid again, which earned him a slight response from George and Fred. He then broached the topic of the upcoming selection with Qin Yu. Charlie mentioned that Professor McGonagall suggested Qin Yu take the position of seeker rather than beater. Why? Qin Yu asked, slightly taken aback. Because your speed is quite impressive, Charlie replied, shrugging. Absolutely not, Qin Yu exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, rejecting the suggestion. Before the selection, he had harbored certain expectations about being a seeker, believing that a position capable of turning the tide single-handedly was remarkable, as capturing the golden snitch would grant his team a substantial 150-point advantage. However, after participating in the selection today, he realized that being a beater was the position he truly desired. Since Qin Yu was resolute, Charlie did not press further. After all, their team currently had no shortage of seekers. They could always wait until next year, after his graduation, for McGonagall to persuade him. Thus, before Hagrid could eagerly showcase his culinary skills, Qin Yu led the bewildered children away from the hut. Are you really not going to be a seeker? It's an incredibly coveted position. Upon entering the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred could not help but voice their thoughts to Qin Yu after Charlie returned to his dormitory. I am truly not interested in being a seeker. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he paused briefly, then earnestly addressed the two, stating, I believe a team resembles a diminutive army. The chasers are responsible for the frontal assault, embodying the essence of a formidable force. The seekers, on the other hand, function as a surprise unit, advancing alone to achieve unexpected victories. Yet it is the batters who represent the sharpest spear and the most lethal weapon of this army, epitomizing the team's strength. Rather than aimlessly chasing a small, winged ball, I would prefer to wield my bat and dominate the field, conquering all in my path. How exhilarating that would be. As he spoke, he demonstrated a vigorous, swinging motion with the bat, exuding an impressive aura. Indeed, you share our sentiments. The batter is undoubtedly the most thrilling position, George remarked with a knowing smile. Without a batter, Quidditch would lack its very soul, Fred added in agreement. The three shared a mutual understanding, linking arms as they envisioned their future triumphs on the field, filled with immense joy. After parting ways, Qin Yu contemplated that continuing to associate with these two brothers would likely lead him to become increasingly eccentric. The topic of the Quidditch tryouts remained lively for several days following their conclusion. Qin Yu has become something of a minor celebrity within the school. At the very least, many can recognize him as the batter who safeguarded the majestic white great horned owl on selection day. As for his name, most remain oblivious. For Qin Yu is merely a first-year student, freshly admitted. Yet, as days progressed, the inertia of daily life drew everyone back into the realm of mundanity and busyness. The Quidditch selection soon faded into memory, and individuals resumed their routines, engaging in conversations about other matters and focusing on different people. Of course, those who were already fans of Qin Yu among his peers remained fervently dedicated to uncovering every scrap of information about him. Elvis continued to be their primary source of intelligence. However, when Elvis revealed that Qin Yu had a female friend who frequently corresponded with him, the hearts of these individuals shattered, leaving them despondent. Consequently, some sorrowful girls relinquished their fantasies about Qin Yu, opting to numb their wounded hearts through diligent study. Yet, others remained undeterred, believing they possessed a fighting chance. After all, who among them was not a little magical princess? The inner musings of these young souls were, of course, beyond Qin Yu's awareness, for he was exceedingly busy. Upon officially joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he embarked on a whirlwind of classes, after-school tutoring, and Quidditch training. Although his schedule was demanding, Qin Yu did not perceive it as fatigue. Rather, he quickly acclimated to this new lifestyle. Classes were invigorating, encompassing potions, herbology, charms, transfiguration, and more. With each lesson, Qin Yu felt the allure of magic intensify, and he began to leverage his extraordinary insights and imaginative thinking to pose a plethora of peculiar questions to his teachers, repeatedly interrupting their teaching flow and significantly hindering the normal progression of the curriculum. Professor Sprout, on numerous occasions, voiced her grievances to fellow instructors, lamenting that she might not complete the semester's syllabus before the Christmas break, as Qin Yu had borrowed various herbs intended for instructional purposes multiple times, claiming he needed them to explore the feasibility of extensive cultivation. For certain rare and valuable herbs, he even required substantial quantities for experimental purposes. In terms of Quidditch training, under Charlie's expert and meticulous guidance, Qin Yu systematically and thoroughly learned the commonly used tactical maneuvers, making remarkable progress. Within a mere fortnight, he was already able to coordinate with the seasoned team members, and during a friendly match against Ravenclaw, he performed admirably, eliciting a newfound wariness among the players of the House of Eagles. After the friendly match, Professor McGonagall personally gifted him a Nimbus 2000 broom, which deeply moved Qin Yu. However, it was only later that he discovered the funds for this broom were derived from the profits of the venom they had submitted. He even learned that old Dung, while approving the budget for the broom, had quoted the Eastern proverb "wool comes from sheep," leaving Qin Yu momentarily speechless, unsure of how to express his feelings regarding the matter. As for the after-class tutoring, Professor Snape had concluded his torturous demonstrations of the disarming charm and transitioned to teaching Qin Yu more advanced spells, namely the Fiendfire Curse and the stunning spell Stupefy. Among these, Qin Yu found the Fiendfire Curse particularly exhilarating, as it inherently aligns with the innate proclivity of boys for both water and fire from a young age. Undoubtedly, the tremendous power of this spell was another reason for his fondness. This spell could be employed for both offense and defense, making it a versatile asset. Professor Snape, in his characteristic archaic English, imparted the wisdom of the spell's creator, explaining that unleashing the flames could serve to attack foes, while containing the fire before oneself could provide a protective barrier, colloquially known as a fire shield. However, controlling fire proved challenging. Qin Yu could currently only manage the dragon's breath technique and was not yet adept at containing the flames, fearing that further practice might leave him singed. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, having exhausted the training on meditation and fear, began engaging in casual conversation with Qin Yu. One evening, Qin Yu remarked to Professor Swinton, who had prepared an array of tea snacks, "Doesn't our daily chatting over tea seem rather unproductive?" "How could that be considered unproductive?" Professor Swinton replied earnestly. "Engaging in conversation is indeed a vital means of emotional adjustment. When your thoughts collide with those of another, your understanding of the world becomes more nuanced. Your values become more steadfast, and your resolve grows stronger. Indeed, your words hold considerable truth," Qin Yu acknowledged. Qin Yu expressed a strong agreement, and then took a bite of a delicacy that appeared to be crafted from glutinous rice flour. "Today, let us delve into the subject of astrology, shall we?" Professor Swinton inquired. "I am a Taurus. My birthday is on May 5th, Qin Yu replied, taking a sip of tea. "I was indeed correct in my assumption. I am a Gemini," Professor Swinton stated, gesturing towards himself. "I must admit, I am not particularly interested. Professor, I have heard that astrology is merely a superstition in the Muggle world. Is there truly any necessity for us to discuss this?" Qin Yu finally could not contain himself. "Your perspective is somewhat one-dimensional. While it is true that astrology possesses a superstitious aspect, it can also be interpreted through the lens of psychology. Systematic and ritualistic concepts evoke an innate sense of trust, and astrology operates on this principle. When individuals begin to trust in astrological theories, it inevitably influences their behavior in subtle ways. I believe this influence can guide individuals towards beneficial choices and away from harm. To regard it solely as superstition lacks depth and comprehensiveness." Professor Swinton articulated his theory with clarity and conviction. As Qin Yu sipped his tea, he listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. He mused to himself, pondering the similarities between this discourse and the frivolous banter he used to engage in during his previous life. Time slipped by imperceptibly, leaving Qin Yu with a sense of having grasped something profound, yet simultaneously feeling utterly bewildered. "Well, that's enough for today. You may take your leave," declared Professor Swinton, who, having spoken at length, drained his cup with satisfaction and dismissed Qin Yu. The following evening, Qin Yu arrived punctually. "Today, let us discuss the intricacies concealed within drama," Professor Swinton announced, clearing his throat with seriousness. "Hold on a moment, Professor Swinton. Before we delve into that, could you assist me with something? I have been studying it for quite some time and have yet to comprehend its principles," Qin Yu interjected. producing a small object from his pocket. "Oh, what is this?" Professor Swinton inquired with curiosity. "It is a handcrafted item gifted to me by a friend. I once placed a grape and a cherry inside, and they remained fresh for an extended period," Qin Yu explained, extending the small artifact towards the professor. Indeed, this was the small pyramid that Bill had given to Qin Yu, who felt that engaging in mundane conversations was a waste of time and Hogwarts' invaluable resources. Instead, he sought to learn from Professor Swinton, having been preoccupied with this pyramid lately, aiming to comprehend its workings to create a larger version for storing more fruits. His intentions were both simple and practical. "Ah, I see," Professor Swinton remarked, taking the small pyramid into his hands and examining it closely. The more he scrutinized it, the brighter his eyes became, and he murmured, "Wow, this is from the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. It has been ages since I encountered one of their new creations. However, the enchantments within clearly do not belong to Cairo's system. There is an intriguing essence of classical magic in the flow of its power. Professor, could you elucidate the operational principles of this object?" Qin Yu interjected at the opportune moment, drawing Professor Swinton back from his reverie. "Oh, you wish to understand its mechanics? What is your intention?" Professor Swinton countered with a question of his own. "Well, I simply desire to create one for myself. If possible, I would like to construct a larger model, approximately this height," Qin Yu responded, gesturing to indicate a size of over a meter. That will not be an easy task," Professor Swinton chuckled, his words not dismissing his knowledge of the pyramid's operational principles. "Would you be willing to teach me?" Qin Yu asked eagerly, filled with anticipation. Professor Swinton did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his wand, instantly clearing away the tea and snacks. He straightened his robes and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Qin Yu, saying, "Before I impart this knowledge, please allow me to introduce myself. Qin Yu, I, Stephen Isaac Swinton, am honored to be the 109th official student of the great alchemist, His Excellency Nicholas Flamel. I stand in awe of the magnificent art of alchemy and am eager to embrace the divine essence of creation with utmost reverence." Professor Swinton articulated these words in a remarkably formal tone. "Huh? All right, the formalities are complete." In an instant, Professor Swinton returned to his usual demeanor. Observing Qin Yu's bewildered expression, he chuckled and elaborated. "What I am about to teach you pertains to the realm of alchemy. Alchemy is a discipline that demands a sense of ritual, for only the devout alchemist can glimpse the might of the Creator and fabricate the legendary Philosopher's Stone, which is said to transmute base metals into gold and grant eternal life." The Philosopher's Stone? At this mention, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. "I merely wanted a preservation refrigerator. How did we end up discussing the Philosopher's Stone? Of course, I certainly do not intend to teach you how to forge the Philosopher's Stone. I, myself, am incapable of mastering such an artifact. The only individual in the world capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone is my mentor, Nicholas Flamel. What I can impart to you is how to produce the materials used in this pyramid, which constitutes a more elementary form of alchemy. And I shall endeavor to teach you how to replicate the incantations contained within." Upon observing Qin Yu's expression, Professor Swinton shrugged. "Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you for your willingness to teach me," Qin Yu remarked, hesitatingly adding, "Do I need to perform a speech like you just did?" "Ha. No. That is a ritual mandated by my mentor for us formal students. In truth, all you need is to approach alchemy with a sincere heart." Professor Swinton waved his hand with a smile. "Phew, I shall certainly take this seriously," Qin Yu quickly replied. Then, Professor Swinton picked up the small pyramid once more, examining it with a pleased demeanor as he remarked, "Ah, at last, we have something to do." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but silently muse to himself. "So it turns out you were genuinely idle and had nothing better to do than to engage in frivolous banter with me all day? Of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Ah, yes, one must possess a heart of sincere devotion." Qin Yu dispelled any thoughts of complaint and attentively listened to Professor Swinton's subsequent explanations. Thus, the leisurely moments spent chatting over tea in Professor Swinton's office transformed into a time of fulfillment. It must be said that alchemy was not as effortless as he had imagined. A vast array of theoretical knowledge awaited his study, compelling him to read even in the dormitory. His reading material included several foundational alchemy textbooks, as well as a collection of Professor Swinton's alchemical notes. This hectic lifestyle inevitably diminished the frequency with which Qin Yu wrote to Hermione. Nevertheless, the young girl earnestly conveyed that learning was of utmost importance, and it was acceptable for correspondence to be less frequent. However, the letters brought by Trig from Hermione did not diminish. This owl had, unbeknownst to him, developed a routine of periodic flights between two locations, even without a delivery task. It would soar to Granger's home to enjoy some toast and ham before returning with Hermione's letters. Time slipped by like sand, akin to a galloping horse before a window, as the last leaf fell from the maple trees outside the castle. The cold wind began to urge forth the onset of deep autumn at Hogwarts. Aragog had returned. Hagrid spoke to Qin Yu with a tone that was both relieved and apologetic. The giant had just returned from the Forbidden Forest, his heavy coat seemingly still imbued with the chill of the woodland. Who? Qin Yu, occupied with grooming the unicorn Kelly, momentarily failed to respond to Hagrid's words. It's that escaped old acromantula, Hagrid clarified, gesturing with both hands to mimic the 8 legs of the spider. Qin Yu meticulously removed the unicorn hairs hanging from the comb and handed them to Fred, who collected them with great care. He then nodded in realization and remarked, "So it was indeed that old fellow who ran away from home. To be honest, I harbored little fondness for that 8-eyed giant spider. When I inadvertently stumbled into its lair, I had clearly communicated that I was a friend of Hagrid's, yet it continued to unleash its offspring upon me. Had it been someone without a system, they would surely have met their demise. The old creature may not intend to harm, but its cold indifference when it observed the peril I and the little unicorn faced left a lasting impression on me. Hence, I have consistently referred to it in such a manner. After Aragog's escape, life has not been kind. When passing through the Centaur gathering place, he nearly met a fatal end. As the weather turned cooler, he stealthily returned, and it was only during my recent patrol of the Forbidden Forest that I discovered this." Hagrid added, "He specifically instructed me not to inform you of his return. George, Fred, did he not wish for you to tell Qin? Why then do you speak of it?" The 2 brothers pondered simultaneously. Does he fear I might eradicate him entirely? Qin Yu retorted with irritation. "Perhaps such concerns are warranted," Hagrid agreed, nodding thoughtfully. "Aragog mentioned that you were truly terrifying at that moment. Had he not fled in time, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate as well." Qin Yu rolled his eyes slightly, as he styled the unicorn Kelly's hair into a middle parting, and coldly remarked, "You shall convey to it that since it did not harm me at that time, I shall not inflict harm upon it either. Furthermore, inform it that this leniency is extended out of respect for Uncle Hagrid. As for its progeny, they are the architects of their own misfortune, and their remains are rightfully ours. Should it have any objections regarding this matter, I would be more than willing to discuss it with it." George and Fred nodded vigorously upon hearing this, for the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is exceedingly lucrative, and they already have clients among the wizards as far away as Brazil. I can assure you, Aragog will certainly have no objections. His offspring have long been untamed, exhibiting completely different natures from him. Even he finds it challenging to rein them in, Hagrid said to Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers. Qin Yu grasped the essence of Hagrid's words. Aragog was raised by Hagrid himself, akin to a husky nurtured in the Muggle world, fierce yet responsive to human commands. In stark contrast, Aragog's offspring were wild, brutal beasts, comparable to feral dogs or wolves. One is a pet, the other a savage creature. Hagrid naturally feels affection for Aragog, but holds no sympathy for those wild beasts. Likewise, Aragog harbors no such sentiments towards his numerous descendants. After all, what is there to feel sympathy for? Well, then there is nothing more to discuss. Let it remain in its own lair, Qin Yu concluded. As if recalling something, he turned to Hagrid and added, "Also, please inform it that should any of your friends enter in the future, it must keep a vigilant watch over its young. If any incidents of harm arise, I would not hesitate to obliterate the spider den once more. At that juncture, we shall see if it can escape successfully again." Qin Yu would certainly refrain from recklessly utilizing his latent powers to obliterate the spider den. However, he could certainly speak words of intimidation. After all, it was merely a large insect. Did it truly comprehend the adage that deception is an essential strategy in warfare? "I will undoubtedly convey the message," Hagrid replied with a solemn nod. Qin Yu and his companions acquired the venom and, with it, ever so slightly opened the market of the magical realm. Under Hagrid's persuasion, Aragog received a temporary understanding and a warning from Qin Yu, bringing the incident involving the 8-eyed giant spider to a satisfying conclusion. George and Fred Weasley felt a sense of relief, while Hagrid returned to the Forbidden Forest to relay Qin Yu's words to Aragog. The only one who remained dissatisfied was the little unicorn, Anna. She had been impatiently circling around, while Qin Yu groomed the large unicorn's chestnut mane. Hagrid's arrival directly impeded Qin Yu's progress on her mother's grooming, which left her somewhat irked. Once Hagrid finally departed, Qin Yu styled the unicorn, Kelly, into a perfect center part that would please even the most fastidious, after which the little unicorn hurried over, eager for his assistance as well. Seeing her eagerness, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. He removed the last strands of white unicorn hair from the comb and handed them to the Weasley brothers for safekeeping. He then began to groom the mane of the little unicorn, Anna. The Weasley brothers were not accepted by the unicorns for this task. As for the golden strands of unicorn hair that were shed, there was no need to collect them. After all, Ollivander would not be interested in them. Nonetheless, as Qin Yu tended to her mane, the little unicorn eagerly signaled him to gather her golden hairs as well. To ensure Anna felt that her hair was just as valuable as her mother's, Qin Yu had George and Fred switch to a different bag for collecting the golden strands. Thus, a Friday afternoon passed in this manner. Qin Yu found solace in the company of the unicorns, tending to their flowing manes, relishing a moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, reveled in their successful collection of unicorn hair. Subsequently, upon Hagrid's return from the Forbidden Forest with Aragog's assurance, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers departed from Hagrid's hut, making their way back to Hogwarts Castle. As they journeyed homeward, George and Fred led the way while Qin Yu ambled behind, lost in contemplation of recent events. Unexpectedly, his thoughts drifted to the ancient acromantula, Aragog, which in turn reminded him of the system that had once saved his life. Ever since the incident with the acromantula, it seemed that this system had fallen silent, leaving him to wonder about its whereabouts. Could it be lacking funds? With this thought, Qin Yu paused, silently beseeching, "System, are you still there? If so, please make a sound." After 5 seconds of silence, he received no response. Just as he was about to resume his steps, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Squeak. Qin Yu. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he helplessly mused, "It seems your recent work efficiency has diminished. How long has it been since you last issued a selection task? I have no supplementary income, relying solely on my diligent labor to earn, and it is truly exhausting." Ding. A strong desire for adventure has been detected in the host. Would you like to activate the S-Class Difficulty World Mode? The system's voice echoed. S-Class Difficulty World Mode. What on earth? Qin Yu was taken aback by the system's proclamation. In this mode, the world will descend into the highest level of chaos, placing the host in constant peril, thereby allowing me to frequently issue selection tasks, the system explained in a dispassionate mechanical tone. Are you suggesting that as long as I wish to court danger, you will present selection tasks? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before querying. The system replied, "Your understanding is entirely accurate. Would you like to activate the S-Class Difficulty World Mode? You have 5 seconds to decide. Should you fail to respond within the allotted time, it will default to activation. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Wait, absolutely not. I refuse." Qin Yu exclaimed urgently. "Good heavens, I am living just fine. And you want to thrust me into S-Class difficulty? Is this a challenge to my very existence?" Ding. The host's response has been received. The current difficulty world mode will be maintained. The system's voice chimed in again. Should the host wish to activate a higher difficulty level, please feel free to summon me at any time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and remarked, "I do not possess any masochistic inclinations. I have no intention of attempting a high difficulty mode." The system replied, "Then do not summon me." Well, wait a moment. Your statement seems to carry a hint of emotion. Are you mocking me? Qin Yu inquired with palpable excitement. Do you possess feelings akin to those of humans? He pressed further. However, the system remained unresponsive, not even emitting a sound. After several attempts, Qin Yu decisively abandoned his inquiries, fearing that he might provoke the system. If it were to initiate an S-level difficulty mode, it would be quite overwhelming for him. At the very least, he felt content with his current life and had no desire to introduce any additional challenges. As the evening chill swept across the hillside, Qin Yu instinctively pulled his neck in closer. Responding to George and Fred's distant calls, he quickened his pace to catch up with them. Seated at the dining table, after savoring a steaming bowl of tomato soup, Qin Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His stomach warmed thoroughly. Following this, he enjoyed a couple of pastries and a serving of potatoes before departing the hall, making his way to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor on the 3rd floor. Since Professor Swinton had decided to teach Qin Yu alchemy, the office had become rather crowded, filled with a myriad of alchemical materials and instruments. Upon knocking and entering, Professor Swinton, with a sense of pride, declared, "You arrived just in time. I have deciphered the formula for this alchemical material from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. We can commence our crafting." There was a slight delay as I flipped through books, consulted materials, and organized the plot, which consumed some time. I am grateful for everyone's encouragement, comments, and support. Your kindness has left me quite astonished, and I will strive to write this book to the best of my ability. Professor Swinton. You truly are erudite and a super genius, having cracked the formula for such an alchemical material in such a short span of time. As your student, I am genuinely proud, Qin Yu stated earnestly. Haha, you exaggerate. I am still far from my esteemed teacher, His Excellency LeMay. This matter is trivial, truly trivial. Professor Swinton waved his hand dismissively, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. Had it been Professor Snape who heard Qin Yu's words, he would have rolled his eyes in response and coldly remarked, if you possess the skill to flatter, you might as well devote more time to reviewing the spells I have taught you. Professor Swinton, on the other hand, exhibited a rather audacious demeanor, or rather, approached matters with a commendable equanimity. Recently, Qin Yu had been diligently accompanying Professor Swinton, primarily to delve into the theoretical underpinnings of alchemy. Engaging in some elementary alchemical practices such as the common transformations of blackening, yellowing, and whitening, as well as specific techniques for obtaining pure cinnabar, among others. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, while imparting his knowledge to Qin Yu, devoted nearly all his remaining energy to the reverse engineering of the alchemical materials used for that small pyramid. To the extent that even his lessons on defensive dark magic had become somewhat lackluster, his students had not been subjected to his unsettling imagery for quite some time, and their appetites had notably improved. After several days of meticulous research, Professor Swinton finally unraveled the composition of this material, which indeed required considerable effort. All right, Qin, enough dawdling. Let us commence. I can hardly contain my excitement, Professor Swinton exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Yu, although cognizant of Professor Swinton's fervor for alchemy, couldn't shake the feeling that his words, coupled with his expression, made one want to turn and flee. Unbeknownst to Professor Swinton, who remained oblivious to Qin Yu's internal musings, he promptly handed a set of alchemist robes to Qin Yu, while he himself waved his wand and donned a similar attire. The robes were adorned with ancient, intricate patterns. After Qin Yu donned his attire, he accompanied Professor Swinton to the array of alchemical materials and instruments. Let me test your knowledge. What is alchemy? Professor Swinton inquired with a solemn tone before commencing. Alchemy is the art of manipulating and exploring the four elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, utilizing these elements to forge substances of greater nobility, even life itself. Qin Yu articulated the definition of alchemy. Indeed, nobility arises from refinement and forging. The four primordial elements of the universe are reborn from the flames of adversity and trials. Professor Swinton responded with reverence. Following this exchange, he directed Qin Yu to commence some preparatory tasks, handling the necessary materials for pre-treatment. These operations were familiar to Qin Yu, presenting no significant challenge. By the time Qin Yu completed the material preparations, Professor Swinton had already set up the alchemical crucible, beneath which blazed a blue flame. Subsequently, he instructed Qin Yu to sequentially place the pre-treated materials into the crucible, while he himself wielded his wand, adjusting the flame's intensity and controlling the flow of substances within. As Qin Yu placed the final ingredient into the crucible, the contents transformed into a swirling liquid of various hues. At that moment, Professor Swinton cast a spell, abruptly intensifying the flame as temperature. He then carefully retrieved a transparent glass vial containing white powder from his pocket, uncorked it, and poured approximately 1/3 of its contents into the alchemical crucible. This is the alchemical catalyst bestowed upon me by Lord LeMay. It will eliminate many cumbersome steps, Professor Swinton elucidated to the somewhat perplexed Qin Yu. Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu nodded, his gaze returning to the reaction within the alchemical cauldron. As the white powder was poured in, the previously chaotic molten liquid reacted violently, intertwining and merging as if animated. Gradually, the liquid's hue unified, transforming into a resplendent golden yellow. Gold, indeed, the very color of gold. However, Qin Yu was well aware that what they were concocting was far more precious than mere gold. Professor Swinton, who was attentively monitoring the changes within the cauldron, raised his wand once the liquid achieved his desired color, gently diminishing the flames beneath until they extinguished entirely. The entire process was executed with utmost care, neither hastily nor sluggishly. Once the flames were completely out, Professor Swinton cast a levitation spell upon the golden liquid, which then ascended from the cauldron, transforming into a perfectly spherical golden orb the size of a small ghostly sphere. As this orb rotated in midair, it gradually solidified, leaving delicate, cloud-like patterns upon its surface. "Qin, catch!" Professor Swinton called out, raising his voice. Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu promptly extended his hands. The golden orb, under the meticulous guidance of Professor Swinton, descended gracefully, ultimately resting in Qin Yu's palms. The moment his hands made contact with the orb, It was as if he could feel a pulse of life emanating from the golden sphere. Alchemy, indeed, is a wondrous discipline. In his heart, Qin Yu contemplated that the successful concoction of alchemical materials was the initial step in the creation of the pyramid. They would utilize this freshly produced alchemical substance to forge the 5 faces of the pyramid. Subsequently, the next task would be to inscribe the ancient spells onto the 5 surfaces. These spells, steeped in antiquity, employed some archaic incantations. And it was indeed a remarkable talent that his friend could etch such inscriptions into the pyramid, Professor Swinton remarked to Qin Yu. Indeed, Bill is quite impressive. I cannot even replicate those incantations, Qin Yu acknowledged with a nod. The drawing of incantations is not merely about replicating them. One must also perceive the flow of the spells. Otherwise, even if one draws them accurately, they will yield no effect, Professor Swinton replied with a smile. It sounds rather cumbersome, Qin Yu shrugged. Indeed, it is said that these incantations were crafted by ancient wizards who perceived the ethereal whispers of the cosmos. However, our task of replication does not require such profound insight. A general imitation will suffice. I fear I cannot manage this alone and will need assistance. The first person that came to Professor Swinton's mind was, of course, Professor Dumbledore, yet he quickly dismissed this notion, not wishing to burden Dumbledore with such a trivial matter. Thus, Professor Snape emerged as the next best candidate, aside from Dumbledore. Qin Yu felt he could contribute little to this endeavor and chose to leave the research to Professors Swinton and Snape. 5 days later, in the evening, Qin Yu was summoned to the office by Professor Swinton. In the center of that office stood a golden pyramid, over a meter tall. Professor Swinton and Professor Snape flanked it, one wearing a smile while the other bore a stern expression, reminiscent of a sphinx. Gazing at the magnificent pyramid before him, Qin Yu felt as if he were admiring a piece of art. Its golden, geometrically precise facets shimmered with a radiant glow, dazzling to behold. He then glanced at his 2 visibly fatigued teachers. A sudden thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. Have I gone to such great lengths merely for a refrigerator? Is this effort truly warranted? Just look at how exhausted Professor Snape appears. His once lustrous and silky black hair has become somewhat dry and split. Qin Yu gazed at Professor Snape with a tinge of melancholy. Noticing his gaze, Snape rolled his eyes and coldly remarked, "Though I am unaware of your thoughts. Should you continue to regard me with such eyes, I cannot guarantee that I won't hurl you from the 3rd-floor window." With a mischievous grin laced with sincerity, Qin Yu replied, "I merely felt you appeared quite haggard. You and Professor Swinton have indeed worked hard during this period. In terms of research, I do not perceive it as arduous. On the contrary, it is you who must adopt a more earnest attitude. One cannot approach tasks with trepidation," Snape continued. His tone as frosty as ever. Understood, Qin Yu nodded hastily. All right, Severus, the time for admonishment has concluded. It is now time to showcase the fruits of our labor over the past few days. Professor Swinton interjected at just the right moment. Indeed, Snape acknowledged with a nod, indicating his agreement. Subsequently, both professors stepped aside, while Swinton waved his wand toward the pyramid. One of the golden panels of the pyramid gracefully lifted, suspending itself in midair and revealing the hollow internal structure within. Inside lay an exquisite porcelain plate, adorned with an assortment of fruits, an apple, 3 bananas, a bunch of grapes, and 2 avocados. Observing the self-satisfied expressions of Swinton and Snape, with the latter's chin slightly raised, Qin Yu inwardly lamented, "Alas, I have indeed committed a transgression. I should not have troubled these 2 esteemed individuals with such trivialities. Is this not a case of great talent being wasted?" Despite his internal musings, he knew better than to let such sentiments manifest on his visage. The efficiency of the 2 professors was truly remarkable. He had not expected them to replicate the spell of the small pyramid so swiftly. "Your proficiency is truly admirable," Qin Yu expressed with genuine admiration. He himself had been studying the incantations within these pyramids, yet could only manage a rough approximation, devoid of any magical flow, let alone achieving the desired effects. Now, gazing at the pyramid that resonated with magical vibrations, Qin Yu felt the classical essence of magic that Professor Swinton had described. Replication? Do you truly believe we would engage in such a rudimentary endeavor? Snape scoffed, his pride evident. Is it not so? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Snape, disinterested in answering, extended his wand and gently tapped the tip of the pyramid. He then began to mutter an incantation, and a thin veil of chill swiftly enveloped the interior of the pyramid. As the coldness spread, Qin Yu heard the crackling sound of ice crystals forming, while the alchemical materials that comprised the pyramid's inner walls visibly crystallized with ice at an astonishing rate. The fruits on the plate were soon coated with a layer of frost, clearly frozen. Is this a rapid freezing effect? Qin Yu gazed incredulously at the two professors. It must be noted that the small pyramid Bill had given him merely possessed a preservation function, and its magical aura was not particularly potent. In contrast, the larger pyramid before him not only exuded a formidable magical presence but also boasted a rapid freezing effect, which took Qin Yu by surprise. Severus. We agreed that I would demonstrate this. How could you act in such a manner? Professor Swindon exclaimed, visibly agitated. Does it truly matter who performs the demonstration? Professor Snape replied coolly. Of course it matters. How am I to maintain a lofty and positive image before the students if you proceed in this manner? Professor Swindon argued passionately. If you wish, you may demonstrate once more, Snape said nonchalantly. What use would another demonstration serve? Can it possibly surpass the impact of the first? Swindon retorted in frustration. You did not specify that you were to demonstrate first, Snape countered incisively. You are merely quibbling. Professor Swindon bit out, teeth clenched. Say what you will, Snape replied, arms crossed indifferently. At that moment, Qin Yu could no longer restrain himself and raised his hand to interrupt their exchange. Excuse me, but do you both not realize how impressive you are? The two professors responded in unison. What I meant to convey is that regardless of who demonstrates, both of you stand as magnificent figures in my eyes. It is you who have enlightened me on the wisdom and magical prowess that an outstanding wizard should possess. It is my greatest honor to be your student. Qin, the master of water offering, spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Professor Swindon's expression softened considerably, while Professor Snape merely snorted and chose to remain silent. Now, could either of you enlighten me on the principles behind this spell? I am genuinely eager to learn. Qin Yu addressed the two professors. Naturally, I shall explain. Professor Swindon interjected eagerly. He then pointed to the pyramid's interior, which was already encrusted with a thick layer of frost, and began his elucidation. Firstly, the alchemical materials your friend utilized are actually of low quality, produced by the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center, and cost very little. In contrast, the materials we previously concocted are of significantly superior quality. Furthermore, the spell inscribed within the smaller pyramid, while it does possess some preservation and anti-corruption properties, fails to harness the full potential of those ancient incantations. This has been a problem that Professor Snape and I have been diligently addressing. We can now assert that we have thoroughly researched and developed 80% of the capabilities of those incantations, thus enabling this pyramid not only to preserve, but also to freeze rapidly. Once Professor Swindon concluded his explanation, Snape nodded in agreement and added, many of these incantations serve to facilitate the conversion of magical energy. If you wish to comprehend the operational principles of the pyramid, you must delve into each incantation, understanding their respective roles within the magical process. It seemed rather complex, Qin Yu remarked, smacking his lips a few times. Indeed, it is rather intricate. However, with our guidance, I assure you that you will master it, Professor Swinton replied with unwavering confidence. Thank you, esteemed professors. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude promptly. Of course, we do not have the luxury of time to delve into it today. And Qin Yu could see that both professors appeared quite fatigued from their recent research on these incantations, so he suggested that they commence their formal studies the following day. The professors had no objections, as there was no urgency. In the days that followed, under the joint tutelage of his two instructors, Qin Yu began to study this ancient form of incantation. The process was relatively smooth, albeit somewhat monotonous. Fortunately, he found amusement in observing Professors Swinton and Snape bickering like two children over trivial matters, which served as a delightful distraction. More importantly, he was increasingly captivated by the mystery and power of these spells, as well as the profound magical prowess of his professors. On a particular day, as the three of them sipped rich tea and savored fruits retrieved from the pyramid, Professor Snape gazed at the object of their ongoing research and murmured, "Are we toiling so diligently merely to store fruit?" So you have finally recognized this aspect, Qin Yu thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What is amiss? Professor Swinton inquired with a hint of confusion. There is nothing amiss. I am merely curious about the amount of resources you have expended on this pyramid, Snape replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu curiously glanced at Professor Swindon. He was aware that the alchemical materials must be quite valuable, yet he remained uncertain about their precise worth. Let me think. The materials used for alchemy are likely worth around 2,000 to 3,000 galleons, perhaps slightly more, Professor Swindon mused. 2,000 to 3,000 galleons? Qin Yu was taken aback. They had sold the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider over an autumn and had not earned nearly that much. Yet, the professor continued. As for the catalyst bestowed upon me by Lord LeMay for alchemy, its value cannot be quantified in monetary terms, for it is not something available on the market, rather. It is the essence of Lord LeMay's intellect. Ah, the crystallization of the wisdom of the greatest alchemist of our time. How invaluable that must be. Did you not utilize it immediately? Qin Yu mentally lamented. Of course, the highest value lies in the efforts you and I have invested, as well as the occasional brilliant ideas proposed by Qin. Professor Swindon concluded with a sense of pride. While his words were quite eloquent, Qin Yu could not help but interject. Professor Swindon, perhaps I should repay you later? I certainly cannot afford Lord LeMay's catalyst, but at least allow me to reimburse you for the alchemical materials. Haha, Qin, do you truly believe I am merely entertaining myself with you? Professor Swindon chuckled. Surely not. Qin Yu quickly corrected himself. Indeed, there is a part of me that seeks to pass the time, but after encountering the small pyramid, I have developed a strong desire to replicate and even surpass it. As a wizard, it is only natural to strive for such pursuits, after all. It is through this yearning for exploration that we progress, Professor Swindon stated with utmost seriousness. Throughout this process, I have learned a great deal and gained a deeper understanding of magic, Professor Snape interjected. Indeed, you see, your Professor Snape shares my sentiments. While we may have merely created a pyramid for storing fruit, it does not signify that we are limited to such endeavors. Would you not agree, dear Qin? Professor Swindon remarked with a smile. That seems somewhat reasonable. However, the substantial amount of galleons is not of great significance to me, Qin Yu replied. After a brief pause, Professor Swindon continued, for I truly possess a considerable fortune. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ordinarily unassuming Professor Swindon was, in fact, affluent. This revelation rather upended Qin Yu's perception. Swindon, the one from the banks of the Devon River in Yorkshire? Severus Snape furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Ah, you've discovered it, Professor Swindon replied with a playful expression, as if his true identity had been unveiled. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu sensed an ineffable melancholy hidden within Swindon's smile. In a sun-drenched attic adorned with grand glass windows, a little girl with chestnut hair and enchanting eyes was diligently tidying up the room. In truth, the room contained few possessions. As its owner had not resided there for an extended period, she had left before the weather turned cool, venturing to a place that eluded her on any map. Thus, the clothing consisted solely of spring and summer attire, a mere handful of garments. Nevertheless, she meticulously folded the few sun-kissed clothes and placed them into a modest wardrobe. Next, she arranged various items in a manner she deemed aesthetically pleasing, deciding the optimal position for the coat rack, determining the most appealing placement for a vase, and contemplating how the books, stationery, and cups belonging to the room's owner should be laid out on the desk. Naturally, she felt compelled to sweep the floor, for even in the absence of inhabitants, dust would inevitably accumulate. Once she completed her tasks, she clapped her hands and surveyed her surroundings, revealing a satisfied smile. Her gaze eventually fell upon a standing photo frame on the desk, which contained a captivating, moving image of a boy clad in a red-lined robe, soaring through the sky on a broomstick. At one moment, he turned back, smiling in her direction, observing the boy who looked back at her. The little girl pursed her lips, a faint smile gracing the corners of her mouth. Are you well? She silently repeated the phrase she had penned countless times in her letters. Then, her gaze drifted from the photograph to the window, looking out into the distance. Yes, she missed him a bit. This longing was no longer as intense as when he had first departed. She did not hide away in her room, weeping quietly for his absence, nor did she feign indifference in front of her parents. This yearning was akin to the routine of eating, sleeping, or breathing, mundane yet irresistible. As if it had become a habitual thought during moments of idleness, she envisioned what he might be doing at that moment, what thoughts might occupy his mind, and whether he occasionally, like her, reflected on the little girl with whom he had shared study sessions, meals, and playful antics. Of course, more often than not, she finds herself merely envisioning his features, his smile, and the sound of his voice. It is indeed curious that some individuals, despite having known each other for a considerable time, remain as strangers, even akin to adversaries, like those few girls who often ridiculed and tormented her, yet now harbor a subtle fear of her. Conversely, there are those who have only briefly crossed her path, yet have boldly intruded into her world, standing by her side and encouraging her to be a strong and courageous individual, to embrace joy. She misses him, not for his good looks or intelligence, but for the way he transformed her into a better version of herself. At the very least, The current her does not wallow in self-pity due to the foolish taunts of others, nor does she engage in heated debates, blushing from their malicious slanders. For he taught her that one does not live by the judgment of others, and that arguing with a fool only serves to make oneself a fool as well. Huh. With your eloquence, you must leave many speechless at school, the little girl remarked, unable to resist poking the animated photograph. The tiny figure within immediately dodged to the side on its broomstick, evading the risk of being poked from above. Giggling, she exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't tease you. Just stay here peacefully, and I shall often dust you off." The boy in the photograph rolled his eyes and continued to soar on his broomstick through the skies of the image. "Hermione, have you tidied up Qin's room? We are ready to depart." Her mother's voice echoed from downstairs. "Yes, mother, I'm all done. I'll be right down," the little girl promptly replied. This young girl is none other than Hermione Jane Granger, daughter of the Granger family. With Halloween approaching, the Granger household buzzes with excitement for the forthcoming celebration. During their thorough house cleaning, Hermione once again laid out the clothes Qin had worn to air them out, followed by tidying his room once more. The next task involved accompanying her parents to the supermarket to procure Halloween decorations and cooking ingredients for dinner, with pumpkins being the most essential item. After descending the stairs, Hermione changed into her shoes and donned a thick coat, joining her parents as they ventured out, riding in Mr. Granger's car to the nearest large shopping center in their community. This mall, known for its extensive offerings, has always been the most bustling commercial hub in the vicinity. And with Halloween nearing, it was even more crowded, with many families, like the Grangers, shopping for festive supplies. The Granger family navigated through the throngs of people. And observing the joyful children around, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but sigh, "Oh, if only Qin were here, we could celebrate Halloween together." She found herself reminiscing about that little boy, such a delightful and wonderful child. Upon hearing this, Mr. Granger immediately pressed down on his wife's hand, casting a reproachful glance that signaled her to exercise caution in her words. Mrs. Granger promptly grasped her husband's intent and cast a somewhat anxious glance at their daughter. However, contrary to her expectations, their daughter did not display any signs of sadness. Instead, she smiled and said, "It's all right. Qin promised he would return for Christmas. And we can celebrate together then." "Yes, let us celebrate Christmas together." Upon hearing the words, Mrs. Granger revealed a smile. Instinctively, she glanced at her husband, who at that moment was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and they both discerned a shared surprise reflected in one another's gaze. Indeed, their daughter seemed to have matured, no longer the fragile and sensitive child she once was, but rather a strong and confident individual. This thought simultaneously blossomed in their minds. Shortly thereafter, the family of three entered the supermarket within the mall, methodically placing the items from their shopping list into the cart: apples, toffee, lamb chops, beef, potatoes, carrots, and a plethora of other goods. When they arrived at the shelf laden with pumpkins, Hermione meticulously selected two similarly sized pumpkins, declaring her intention to carve jack-o'-lanterns, naming one Qin lantern and the other, naturally, Hermione lantern. This elicited a chuckle from the Granger couple. After meandering through the supermarket and completing their shopping, the Granger family drove home. By this time, twilight had settled in. Streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the sidewalks adorned with Halloween decorations. And some pedestrians had already donned eccentric costumes in anticipation of the festivities. The atmosphere of the holiday grew increasingly palpable. Upon arriving home, they were unexpectedly greeted by Trig the Owl, perched on a lamppost by their doorstep. Hermione, spotting him, swiftly opened the car door and dashed out, calling Trig to return home, receiving a letter from him in the process. As was her custom, she retreated to her room to read the letter. Entering her sanctuary, she settled into her desk chair and, before unsealing the envelope, couldn't resist holding it to her nose to inhale its scent. The distinctive aroma of the special parchment filled her senses, and in that moment, Hermione felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The seemingly mundane longing she had harbored suddenly intensified, transforming into something fervent and profound. On the eve of Halloween, Qin Yu awoke to the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the hall. Shortly after taking his seat, a flurry of owls burst into the hall, delivering letters and packages to their respective recipients, creating a delightful commotion. It was evident that the postal service was particularly busy that day. Qin Yu too received a package, securely wrapped and approximately the size of a backpack. Unsurprisingly, he recognized Hermione's handwriting on the package. Upon opening it, he discovered a red sweater and a pair of brown knitted gloves. After reading Hermione's accompanying letter, he learned that the sweater was purchased by Mrs. Granger, while the gloves had been crafted by Hermione herself. She had chosen these colors because she remembered that the representative color of Gryffindor House was red, and Hermione's hair was brown. The striking color of the red sweater left Qin Yu momentarily speechless. Such a vivid hue was quite eye-catching. Thankfully, he was still a child, for in his past life, he would not have dared to wear something so bold. As for the gloves, though they might have appeared somewhat unrefined, they were quite warm to wear. And he looked forward to donning them in the winter. Hermione's letter also mentioned the preparations they were making for Halloween, as well as her work on 2 beautiful jack-o'-lanterns, which infused Qin Yu with the holiday spirit. Due to the festivities, the students' attention wavered throughout the day, their minds preoccupied with thoughts of the evening's banquet. Consequently, during potions class, one student mistakenly added an excessive spoonful of powdered milk thistle, filling the dungeon with a peculiar odor. After reprimanding the careless student, Professor Snape skillfully cast a spell to dispel the unwelcome scent, and soon the air was once again fresh and breathable. Finally, when the last class of the afternoon concluded, the students eagerly rushed to the surface to join the Halloween Eve banquet in the hall. The hall was adorned with an array of Halloween decorations, and the ceiling was transformed into a magical starry sky, with thousands of bats flitting through the air, perfectly capturing the essence of the holiday. As for the feast, it was abundantly lavish, with delectable dishes exuding enticing aromas, filling the 4 long tables and the teacher's table. Gazing at this grand and lively scene, Qin Yu suddenly let out a sigh. "What troubles you, Qin?" Elvis keenly noticed the sigh that escaped from Qin Yu's lips. "I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to capture this moment and share it on my social media," Qin Yu remarked with a shrug. He envisioned the delightful scenario where, after posting, he would receive a notification of a comment from his friend Hermione and a like from Professor Dumbledore. Quite amusing, indeed. "What is this social media?" inquired George, who sat nearby, while Fred cast a similarly curious glance. "Well, how can I put it?" Qin Yu paused, contemplating how to articulate the concept, especially since these young wizards had limited understanding of the Muggle world, let alone its future innovations. Then, he noticed Percy perusing a copy of the Daily Prophet, and an idea sparked in his mind. He turned to the inquisitive children and explained, "Social media is akin to crafting your very own edition of the Daily Prophet, where you can post images and text, such as the festivities of tonight's Halloween Eve dinner. Your friends can then view this newspaper via the Flu Network, and they can leave comments and messages for you. The Flu Network is one of the most vital transportation systems in the magical realm. Many wizarding households have their fireplaces connected to the Flu Network. To use it, one simply needs to sprinkle a spoonful of Flu powder, utter the desired destination, and, after a swirl of green smoke, they are transported to their chosen location. Moreover, the Flu Network allows for partial body transportation. For instance, one could send just their face into another fireplace to converse with someone on the other side. However, this method carries certain risks and can easily startle others, which is why it is seldom employed." Qin Yu drew an analogy between the well-known Daily Prophet and the magical network, which, while still somewhat elusive to George and Fred, provided them with a general understanding. Moreover, the 2 brothers astutely sensed the potential significance of this matter. Consequently, they persistently urged Qin Yu to elaborate further, unable to resist the insatiable curiosity of the twins. Qin Yu reluctantly shared some fragmented insights from his past life regarding social circles, entwining them with the peculiarities of the magical world. The Weasley brothers listened with growing excitement, their eyes gleaming with wonder. While Qin Yu had broached similar topics before, he had never delved into them in detail now. His revelations seemed to unlock a new realm of possibilities for the 2 brothers. "The magical world shall be transformed because of this," George exclaimed with fervor. "And we shall be the architects of this transformation." Fred's voice trembled with anticipation. "Ah, I truly admire your enthusiasm," Qin Yu remarked with a light cough. What else could he say to encourage them? The brothers, invigorated by his words, huddled together to discuss their grand ambitions. As a consequence of their fervent discourse, Percy Weasley, their older brother who had aspired to join a prominent department within the Ministry of Magic, found himself persuaded by his younger siblings to consider a position at the Flu Network Authority, although this was contingent upon his graduation, as he was merely a 4th-year student at this time and had yet to ascend to the role of prefect. After Halloween, the weather turned bitterly cold. A layer of ice and snow blanketed the distant mountains surrounding Hogwarts, and the Black Lake had succumbed to a thick, frigid layer of ice. Under the patient guidance of the 2 professors, Qin Yu finally mastered the incantations within the pyramid, understanding that these spells resembled a language, capable of producing various effects through different arrangements and combinations. As a reward for Qin Yu's academic achievements, Professor Swinton bestowed upon him a piece of alchemical material. This substance was a remnant from the crafting of the Grand Pyramid, amounting to roughly one-third of the original quantity, which was quite substantial. Given that the materials used in the construction of the pyramid had been pressed thinly to conserve resources. When Qin Yu received the alchemical material, he was genuinely overjoyed. For this item was of considerable value, and acquiring it on the market was no guarantee, as Professor Swindon had indicated that even he could only refine a small amount of such high-quality alchemical material, given that the catalyst provided by Lord Nicholas Flamel was scarce. With the alchemical materials and incantations at his disposal, Qin Yu naturally yearned to concoct something, though it certainly would not be a refrigerator. Thus, he set his sights on the flying sword he had always desired. Of course, this was a formidable challenge. Aside from hammering the alchemical materials into his sword measuring 1 meter in length, he had not made significant progress. This sword neither possessed the ability to fly nor exhibited considerable power, and it was even less effective than a quaffle used by a Quidditch player. Recently, he had not devoted much energy to this endeavor, for his first official Quidditch match was imminent. On November 9th, Saturday, early in the morning, Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, specifically from Wizengamot, notifying him to travel to London for an urgent meeting. Many wizards were unclear about the status of Wizengamot in relation to the Ministry of Magic. Officially, it was part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which housed well-known entities such as the Or Office and the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures. Arthur Weasley, the father of George and Fred, served as the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures. However, despite appearing to be on equal footing with other institutions, Wizengamot held significant distinction due to its illustrious membership. The chief warlock was none other than the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, and other members included the Minister and Deputy Minister of Magic, along with senior officials from various departments, as well as renowned wizards from the magical community, creating an impressive assembly. Its primary function was to periodically adjudicate major events, deliberate, and vote on significant matters. Most importantly, Wizengamot was established long before the Ministry of Magic, serving as an early power structure in the magical world. Thus, receiving a letter from this body indicated that something of great importance was occurring within the ministry. And Professor Dumbledore certainly did not dare to be lax. Consequently, he entrusted the opening remarks of the Quidditch match to Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, and he hurriedly made his way to the underground of Whitehall in central London, where the Ministry of Magic is located. Whether he, like ordinary ministry employees, entered through the restroom remains unknown to outsiders. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hereby declare the commencement of the first Quidditch inter-house match of the academic year at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall gently placed her wand against her throat, casting a sonorous charm that amplified her voice throughout the entire Quidditch stadium. As her brief opening remarks echoed, the arena erupted with fervent cheers. Now, let us welcome the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin, along with referee Madam Hooch, McGonagall announced once more. Subsequently, a total of 15 individuals, comprising the players and the referee, entered the center of the pitch, each mounted on their broomsticks. Meanwhile, McGonagall returned to her seat. A sharp whistle sounded as Madam Hooch signaled the official commencement of the match. The 14 players from Gryffindor and Slytherin soared swiftly into the sky as a large quaffle. 2 slightly smaller bludgers and a diminutive golden snitch were released by Madam Hooch. Go, Gryffindor! Victory to Slytherin! Students from both houses fervently cheered for their teams. Hello, everyone. I am Linda Zhu from Hufflepuff, a 5th-year student and your commentator for today. A beautiful girl with wine-red hair announced cheerfully from the commentary booth. Hi, everyone. I am Moni Wanda, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw, serving as your second commentator. Another girl with cool chestnut short hair chimed in, her demeanor exuberant. The Quidditch pitch was indeed vast, and with players darting about, even the highest-seated spectators found it challenging to catch every detail of the match. Thus, the role of the commentators became essential, as they possessed the best vantage point and magical tools to see what others might miss. At this moment, the match had just commenced, and we observed that the players were not overly aggressive in their pursuit. Currently, the quaffle was in the possession of Slytherin's chaser, Darian Pewes, who had several matches worth of experience under his belt, having joined the Slytherin Quidditch team last year. Linda Zhu remarked. Indeed, during our last match against Ravenclaw, Pewes scored a stunning goal while our goalkeeper seemed to be in a stupor, Moni Wanda added with a hint of resentment. Her words elicited laughter from many in the stands, while Ravenclaw students cast irritated glances toward the short-haired commentator. However, the truth remained that Ravenclaw's Quidditch team had been struggling for the past 2 years, unable to match the caliber of Gryffindor and Slytherin, often finding themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Wanda's remarks were rather harsh. How could she speak so disparagingly of her own house's team? One cannot say that, for during the last match, Ravenclaw's performance was indeed commendable. Linda Zhu skillfully diffused the situation and, with seasoned expertise, redirected the conversation. Now, let us once again focus our gaze upon the pitch, where Pews is soaring towards Gryffindor's goalposts. Moni, do you believe he can score? Upon hearing this, Moni immediately shook her head and replied, "It is quite difficult." Gryffindor's vice-captain, Oliver Wood, is a remarkably experienced goalkeeper, currently executing the classic double figure-8 maneuver to guard the 3 goalposts with utmost vigilance. Look. Pews appears to be hesitating as to which post to aim for. Wait, is that Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson? What is she planning to do? Angelina charges forward. Has she intercepted the bludger? My goodness, this young girl, who has only been on the team for a little over a month, has managed to snatch the bludger from Pew's grasp. Just as Pews faltered, Angelina accelerated and seized the bludger. Witnessing this unfold, the previously serious commentator, Wanda, became instantly exhilarated. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. She is magnificent, Linda exclaimed. No, she is valiant. For a newcomer to dare to snatch the ball from seasoned players requires immense courage, Moni said with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Quidditch is a sport that demands bravery. Linda nodded in agreement. In contrast to Angelina's audacity, the male players on the field seem rather lackluster. Look at our captain, Charlie Weasley. He is leisurely searching for the elusive golden snitch high above. Moni, it might be a tad unfair to critique Captain Weasley, as the golden snitch is notoriously difficult to find. Oh, it's fine. Charlie is a distant cousin of mine, and I can assure you, he has a particularly amiable disposition. Plus, he is currently single. Perhaps I could arrange a date for you, Moni. Professor McGonagall, sitting not far away, could not help but interject as the conversation veered off course. Enough of that, Moni. I apologize, Professor McGonagall, Moni sheepishly replied. After intercepting the ball, Angelina flew determinedly towards the Slytherin goalposts. However, the 3 Slytherin chasers were hot on her heels. Oh no, Angelina is in danger, Linda exclaimed with concern. She needs assistance. It will be difficult for her to break through the Slytherin trio. The Slytherin beater is closing in. Before Moni could finish her sentence, a burly Slytherin beater swung his bat menacingly at a nearby bludger. The bludger whistled ominously as it hurtled towards the encircled Angelina Johnson. Just then, a figure darted in from the side, positioning themselves beside Angelina and swung their bat, striking the bludger away with a resounding thud. Moni, upon witnessing this, shouted with excitement. It is Gryffindor's beater, George Weasley. At a crucial moment, he saved Angelina, who was nearly struck by a rogue bludger. Truly remarkable. However, Mingni, how did you discern that he was George Weasley? He bears a striking resemblance to his twin brother and is also a beater for Gryffindor. It is rather simple. George's nose is slightly more pronounced than Fred's, and his eyes are uneven, making it quite easy to distinguish between them. This is a secret I uncovered while staying at the Weasley residence last summer. You might be skeptical, but I must assert that my eyes are akin to a microscope. I recognized him as George at a glance, Mingni said with a sense of pride. Professor McGonagall sighed, contemplating whether to intervene in their conversation. Meanwhile, soaring through the sky, George cast a weary glance towards the commentary box. Alas, this distant cousin was truly a handful. Last summer's escapades had certainly caused quite a stir in their household, and both he and Fred, along with Ron, had developed a certain trepidation towards her. On the field, Angelina charged forward, but after her throw, the bludger was intercepted by the Slytherin keeper. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin students in the stands, while Gryffindor's supporters expressed their dismay. It's all right, focus on defense, George. Qin Yu comforted as he flew past George. Indeed, George nodded, then quietly suggested, Qin, shall we use that strategy? At that moment, the bludger was in the possession of Slytherin's Marcus Flint, a towering figure exuding a fierce demeanor. All right, I'll guard over there. Wait for my signal, Qin Yu instructed before swiftly darting ahead. Under the protection of 2 fellow chasers, Marcus advanced towards the Gryffindor goalposts in a pointed formation. Thanks to the insightful commentary of seasoned Quidditch enthusiast and commentator Wanda, many students unfamiliar with the rules grasped the complexities of the troublesome hawk formation. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side of the stands, a massive figure pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, pardon me, could you let me through? Hagrid's towering form made his way through the throng. Hagrid, we're over here, Elvis exclaimed upon spotting him. Following the candy gathering the previous day, several of Qin Yu's roommates had become acquainted with Hagrid and thus greeted him with warmth. "Hagrid, why did you arrive so late?" Jimmy inquired curiously. "I was held up by some matters in the Forbidden Forest this morning," Hagrid replied. "Was it something concerning the unicorns?" Wilson asked with concern. "Oh no. It was the centaurs. There seemed to be some troubles, and when I went to inquire, they sent me back," Hagrid explained with a hint of exasperation. After uttering this, he mumbled, "I really prefer not to involve myself in their affairs. Their tempers can be quite volatile." "Then let us ignore them. Let us enjoy the match." "Hagrid, could you help us hold up a banner?" Elvis suggested. "Of course." Paige nodded with delight. Then he took a banner from Elvis and raised it high above his head. Qin Yu grasped the wooden handle of the flying broom, directing it towards a predetermined location. This spot was situated diagonally in front of the Gryffindor goalposts, not far from goalkeeper Oliver Wood, whose furrowed brow reflected the gravity of the situation. The circumstances on the field were decidedly unfavorable for Gryffindor, as the ball was currently in the possession of Slytherin's Marcus Flint, a player not to be underestimated. With the aid of two Slytherin chasers, Marcus charged towards Gryffindor. In response, Gryffindor's chasers attempted to flank him. Angelina Johnson swooped down from above, intent on intercepting Marcus. Gryffindor employed the peeking claw tactic, a strategy indicating a fierce offensive approach. Alas, Angelina was violently knocked aside by Marcus, resulting in the failure of their aggressive maneuver, as explained by commentator Mung Ni Wanda. "Is that considered a foul?" Linda Zhu inquired with curiosity. Mung Ni clarified that since Madame Hooch had not deemed Marcus's actions as illegal, it could be viewed as a legitimate defensive collision. "Ah, I see. The current situation is indeed rather disadvantageous for Gryffindor," Linda remarked with concern. At that moment, Angelina, having been struck by Marcus, struggled to maintain control of her broom, steadily descending in a wobbly manner. Fortunately, Captain Charlie Weasley, who had yet to locate the elusive golden snitch, swooped in just in time to assist her in stabilizing her descent. Observing the dynamics on the field, Qin Yu exhibited no inclination to intervene. Even as the short-haired girl at the commentary booth began to mockingly suggest that the two Gryffindor batsmen seemed more engrossed in admiring the sky than in the game, he remained unmoved, suspended in the air. Meanwhile, George Weasley, another Gryffindor batsman, though in motion, did not head towards Marcus but veered off to his diagonal side. This maneuver puzzled the two Slytherin batsmen, who had initially harbored some reservations about him, but they soon donned scornful smiles, likely believing that the lad had surrendered in the face of Marcus Flint's relentless charge, as there was no one from Gryffindor capable of halting Flint's formidable advance. As anticipated, Marcus once again barreled through a Gryffindor chaser attempting to intercept him, drawing near the Gryffindor goalpost. "Why isn't goalkeeper Oliver Wood continuing with the previous double-eight ring fly?" Linda Zhu inquired, puzzled. "Because Marcus is not the previous Dorian Pusey, he is far too powerful. The double-eight ring fly would not only fail to provide comprehensive defense but also exhaust the goalkeeper's energy, leaving him vulnerable to Marcus's onslaught. Hence, Senior Wood opted to guard the central goal and remain poised for a potential save," Meng Ni elucidated clearly. "Gryffindor is truly in a precarious position now," Linda sighed. "Indeed. Senior Wood may struggle to hold his ground," Meng Ni concurred. Listening to the commentary from the two Witch commentators, the audience in the stands acutely felt the urgency and delicacy of the situation. As Marcus sped towards the goal with the ball, Gryffindor students felt a surge of anxiety for goalkeeper Wood, while the Slytherin side erupted with excitement. Even first-year Jerome began to cheer loudly, with Marcus advancing relentlessly. The Gryffindor chasers found themselves obstructed. Captain Charlie Weasley, having rescued Angelina, was unable to catch up with Marcus, and he constantly had to be wary of Slytherin's seeker. "Oh dear, this goal seems destined to be conceded." Professor Swinton's voice drifted into Snape's ear. Snape furrowed his brow at the unexpected presence of this individual. "Oh, I just tested a new alchemical formula and lost track of time. You know how demanding those incantations can be on the vessel," Swinton shrugged, offering a casual explanation before turning his gaze back to the pitch, then inquired, "How did Qin perform in his first official match? Did I miss anything?" "Not at all. He has been up in the air, enjoying the view." Professor Snape, in a frigid tone, echoed the words of the girl with short hair. Undoubtedly, he did not truly believe that Qin was merely admiring the scenery. In fact, he harbored a subtle anticipation for the boy's forthcoming performance, given their long acquaintance. How could Snape be unaware of the boy's cunning nature? Admiring the scenery, Swinton repeated the phrase with a playful intonation. Convincing him that Qin was genuinely so honest would be akin to persuading him that Snape would don women's attire, imagine him with painted face and a delicate fan in hand. At this thought, Professor Swinton instinctively glanced at Snape, who seemed to sense the scrutiny, turning slightly with narrowed eyes, his expression as cold as ice, exuding an aura of menace. Immediately, Swinton dismissed the frivolous thought, adopting a more serious demeanor. After all, in the realm of magic, there exists a spell known as legilimency, and another called the killing curse. While the two professors exchanged idle banter, the situation on the field was evolving. Marcus advanced toward the goalpost, poised for action. The likelihood of a goal seemed imminent. What was George doing? Why was he flying away? He should intercept Marcus. You coward. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. I shall be more vigilant, Mingni exclaimed with excitement, refraining from uttering any profanities out of respect for McGonagall's authority. Mingni, I believe George might have his own intentions, Linda Zhu suggested, holding a contrasting opinion. How could that be? Aside from causing chaos, what else can he do? Mingni retorted, exuding an air of familiarity with him. As Marcus neared the goalpost, he slowed his pace and steadied himself. No one could obstruct him now. He even had time to glance back at the feeble Gryffindor players, a scornful and arrogant smile playing upon his lips. Note, it is a foul to carry the ball through the hoop, meaning the chaser cannot bring the ball through the iron ring of the goalpost. Thus, Marcus needed to halt outside the goalpost to make his throw. The goalkeeper wore a grave expression, as if facing a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Marcus engaged in a feinting maneuver, weaving side to side, making it difficult for Wood to ascertain which of the 3 goal rings he intended to target. However, Wood did not have to wait long. After a brief period of feinting, Marcus suddenly dashed left and abruptly halted, preparing to throw. Wood immediately crouched and lunged towards that goalpost to defend. But his reaction was evidently rushed, leaving him no time to block the impending bludger that Marcus was about to unleash. George! At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the air. Following that, with a resounding thud, a black bludger was forcefully struck by George, hurtling towards a certain direction, not towards Marcus, guarded by the Slytherin players, but towards Qin Yu, who stood poised just in front of the goalpost. Linda couldn't help but emit a soft gasp of confusion. Many others present shared her sentiments, bewildered by the actions of the red-haired Gryffindor batsman. Was he truly concerned about conceding points, leading to internal discord? After all, the batsman named Qin had been languidly observing the entire match without exerting any effort, inciting frustration among the spectators. However, some who were familiar with Quidditch or had witnessed Qin's selection displayed expressions of skepticism, while Professor McGonagall couldn't suppress a raised eyebrow. Professor Snape merely snorted, leaving it unclear what emotions lay beneath his facade. The crowd's reactions varied, but it was merely a fleeting moment. As the bludger soared with newfound speed after George's powerful strike, its shrill whistle resonating throughout the pitch. In the blink of an eye, it was hurtling towards its target. Yet, the batsman named Qin stood firm, neither retreating nor dodging, his gaze steady upon the swiftly approaching bludger. Then, the onlookers beheld him lift his bat high, swinging it with tremendous force to strike the screeching bludger. The sound of the impact was a deep, resonant thud, echoing in the air after a brief pause, a testament to the speed at which the blow had been delivered. Amidst the astonishment and awe of the spectators, the bludger, struck with great force by Qin, abruptly altered its course, veering at an almost 135-degree angle and resolutely continuing its advance. After the second strike, the bludger's velocity nearly doubled, and this time, its trajectory was aimed directly at Marcus Flint. The intentions of Gryffindor had become glaringly evident. However, the Slytherin players, who had been vigilant against others, now found themselves unable to intervene in time, helplessly watching as the rapidly approaching bludger hurtled towards Marcus. Prepared for the play, Marcus adjusted his stance, clutching the quaffle with one hand, poised to throw. Yet, at that moment, a piercing rush of wind filled his ears, followed by a sensation as if a powerful projectile had struck him in the waist, threatening to shatter his bones. "Ah!" Marcus cried out in pain, his body twisting as he lost grip of the quaffle. The Slytherin chaser, Marcus, was struck by the bludger, crashing before the goalposts. The stadium erupted into a cacophony of sound. Merlin's beard. A double deflection. What on earth did I just witness? With George's support, Qin executed a double deflection. He is truly remarkable. To witness such a splendid tactic in a Quidditch match at Hogwarts is simply exhilarating. It is utterly unbelievable. Senior would truly exemplify his excellence. He deftly seized the wayward ball thrown by Marcus, securing it with unwavering determination. Upon capturing the ball, he beamed a radiant smile at Qin. Imbued with a mix of 3 parts affection and 7 parts admiration, such a heartwarming moment. The enthusiastic fan and commentator, Mingni Wanda, was rendered somewhat incoherent with excitement. Mingni, mind your language. Professor McGonagall interjected once more. Ahem, I meant to say, their synergy is so seamless, undoubtedly honed through extensive training. Such camaraderie is truly enviable. Mingni altered her expression, though it still retained an oddity. Nevertheless, the audience had already been stirred by her earlier words. Qin, 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 would. There were also plenty of calls for Wesley. The three of them are the heroes of this defensive stand and rightfully deserve such adulation and praise. Qin Yu and George executed their tactics successfully, soaring through the skies in exhilaration. However, it was merely a singular interception, and their pride had led them to a state of hubris. Professor Snape remarked coldly, embodying the stern demeanor expected of the headmaster of Slytherin House. Oh, is that so? Do you genuinely believe this was merely a simple interception? Chimed in Professor Swinton, wearing a bemused smile. You may silence yourself, Snape retorted, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. Indeed, he was acutely aware that this was far more than just a trivial interception. Gryffindor's meticulously orchestrated ambush not only thwarted Marcus's attempt at scoring, but also inflicted a degree of injury upon him, an ailment that would undoubtedly affect the course of the day's match. Most critically, Qin Yu's recent blow had decisively shattered the confidence and spirit of the Slytherin Quidditch team. With their captain faltering, how could the morale of the team possibly hold firm in such a contest? As anticipated by Professor Snape and many others, the ensuing match saw the Slytherin Quidditch team lacking vigor, adopting a more conservative approach. Even the beleaguered Marcus Flint, who remained on the field, could not rally their spirits with his incessant shouting. Moreover, the batter known as Qin seemed to have transformed, wielding his bat with deadly precision, becoming a psychological specter haunting the Slytherin players. Even the typically unassertive seekers found themselves struck multiple times, particularly when one employed the Bacchus baiting technique, nearly causing Charlie to tumble ignominiously. Qin was incensed and pursued him across half the field. Qin struck Marcus once more. We observe that Marcus now appears somewhat disheveled, yet he remains resilient. Qin's agility and accuracy are on full display once again. Let us listen to the cheers resonating from the stands. What are they proclaiming? Morning Wanda, after uttering this, cupped her hand to her ear in an act of keen listening. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. The chant erupted first from the Gryffindor stands, swiftly spreading throughout the Quidditch pitch, with the exception of the Slytherin students. These words were emblazoned on the banner held high by Hagrid, sentiments pinned by Elvis during Qin Yu's selection process, now echoed by an ever-growing multitude. They proclaimed, Qin is the king. Linda Zhu, caught up in the fervor of the atmosphere, exclaimed passionately, indeed, Qin is the monarch of the Quidditch pitch at this very moment. Qin is our king. Morny's final declaration erupted from her chest. Qin is our king. The stands erupted with such cheers, feeling the thunderous applause below. Qin Yu's heart swelled with excitement. He did not wish to feign indifference, on the contrary. He believed that living life to the fullest was one of the primary purposes of his second chance at existence. He reveled in the current uproar and festivities. My king. George unexpectedly soared over, placing his right hand on his left chest, bowing with an earnest demeanor. Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, then said with a hint of annoyance, all right, let us exert ourselves a bit more and strive to widen the score gap. This way, Charlie won't have to work so hard. If we manage to extend the lead to over 150 points, do we still need to catch the golden snitch for that additional 150 points? If Charlie were to hear this, he would be utterly infuriated. George found Qin Yu's words to be rather harsh. I believe he should be pleased instead. After Qin Yu uttered these words, he bent down and suddenly dashed forward. George, too, let out a cry and followed closely behind him. The dimensional wall had stalled this narrative for 2 days. I consulted the original work and various materials, deliberating over tactics in an attempt to craft a narrative that felt authentic. However, given my limitations, I could only produce the current version. I understand that writing about a Quidditch match can be a challenging endeavor, yet it is Quidditch, after all. How could the world of Harry Potter possibly exist without it? Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. A bow of respect. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, there lies a mysterious yet simple settlement. The distant clamor of the Quidditch pitch reaches this place, though the sounds have dulled, faintly echoing the chants of the crowd. However, those slogans evoke a sense of confusion, leaving one uncertain of their precise meaning. At the edge of this settlement stands a creature whose upper body is human while its lower half is that of a horse. This being gazes intently in the direction of the commotion. It possesses long, golden white hair and sapphire-like eyes, with a strikingly handsome face. While its equine form boasts a silvery mane that flows gracefully, both its human and horse halves are adorned with well-defined muscles, exuding a rugged and wild beauty. This is a centaur, a remarkably handsome centaur. The gentle sound of hooves approaches, rhythmic and deliberate. An elder centaur, with flowing red hair and beard, alongside a chestnut-colored horse body, ambles closer. Firenze, he speaks in a deep tone. You see that the revelry of humans does not belong to us. Today, that individual poses a grave danger. Should we engage excessively with humans, we may invite our own destruction. Indeed, earlier this morning, just before the commencement of the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, a man cloaked in black appeared deep within the centaur's dwelling. Upon his arrival, he inquired about a matter from many years ago. After being met with refusal from one of the centaurs, the man, in a fit of rage, cast a spell that felled the centaur to the ground. Subsequently, the centaurs raised their bows and collectively attacked him, yet he effortlessly countered their efforts, ultimately pressing the tip of his wand forcefully against Firenze's neck. Faced with the threat to their companion, they were compelled to divulge the information regarding that past event to the man, albeit only the parts they were privy to. Ronan, is it true what they say about my father? Why did he choose to leave with that group? The young centaur named Firenze turned his head, his brow furrowed in inquiry. His sapphire-like eyes brimmed with confusion and perplexity. As he turned, a bruise on his neck became visible, a remnant from the previous man's wand, which, despite the centaur's adeptness and magical healing, remained stubbornly difficult to erase in a short span of time. I do not comprehend why your father, Asta, departed. The elder centaur Ronan continued in a somber tone. In my youth, I was naive and knew only that Asta was our tribe's most gifted diviner, capable of discerning the trajectory of fate through the stars. Subsequently, a group arrived in the tribe, intent on taking him away. Upon his departure, he proclaimed that fate had destined him to undertake a great endeavor, one he must fulfill. However, as you are aware, he did not return. So, did he alter his destiny, or did he merely become a cog within it? Firenze pressed further. Such truths remain elusive. We can only ascertain that centaurs ought to stand apart from fate, rather than immerse themselves within it. Ronan imparted with profound seriousness. Ronan, you cannot reason with this lad. Only through hardship will he grasp these truths. Evidently, the trials he has faced today are insufficient. An irate voice interjected. This was followed by the sound of rapid hoofbeats. Soon, the source of the commotion appeared before the two centaurs, a centaur with a black mane and coat. The black centaur appeared somewhat disheveled, his face and body still bearing evident wounds even after magical healing. Bane, I shall uncover the truths of that bygone era, rather than cower here awaiting the whims of fate. Firenze retorted defiantly to the irritable figure. You merely wish to flee. You would rather be a mule for those individuals to ride. Bane exclaimed in indignation. You are the mule. Firenze glared back. Enough, Bane and Firenze, you are not adversaries. Ronan stepped in between the two individuals, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. Subsequently, both opposing players emitted a disdainful huff and turned away. The dark-clad player stormed off in fury, while the youthful competitor kept his gaze fixed on the bustling Quidditch pitch, perhaps lost in thoughts of the match or contemplating the world of humans. The inaugural inter-house Quidditch match at Hogwarts this academic year concluded with Charlie seizing the golden snitch. Prior to his triumph, Gryffindor had already amassed a lead of over 90 points against Slytherin, although this did not meet the expectations of the two beaters. Qin Yu and George, who had aimed for a 150-point advantage, it was more than sufficient to secure a decisive victory over Slytherin. The victors reveled in their elation, while the vanquished bore the weight of their defeat. Professor McGonagall stood once again before the crowd, her voice resonating as she declared the match a resounding success, praising its spirit of competition. Following this, teachers and students began to depart in succession, continuing to discuss the recently concluded match, debating which moment was the most memorable, be it Qin's deft double strike or his relentless pursuit of Slytherin's seeker, who, in the end, hesitated to vie for the snitch when it finally appeared. Ultimately, this match had etched Qin's name into the minds of everyone present, destined to reside in the memories of many. Mingni, cousin, I cannot thank you enough for today. Fred exclaimed as he spotted Mingni Wanda emerging from one of the exits in the stands. Mingni replied with a playful smile. Oh, it was but a trifle. However, I am curious, given the strength of Qin and the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was it truly necessary for me to assist? As they spoke, they veered aside to avoid the throng of spectators. Absolutely it was, Fred asserted, recalling Qin Yu's words, even a lion, when hunting a small rabbit, exerts its utmost effort. Moreover, the Slytherin Quidditch team is no timid rabbit. Ah, why must you slay the little rabbit? How cruel. Migny frowned, feigning distress. Cousin. Do refrain from putting on a demure act in my presence, Fred retorted, bemused. This was the same individual who had dared to toss Ron's pet Scabbers into a fish tank. It was inconceivable for her to be a delicate flower. Yet, Fred understood that Migny was not one to relish inflicting cruelty upon animals. Her attitude towards Scabbers stemmed from a deep-seated disdain for the rodent, prompting her to wish to teach it a stern lesson, much to the bewilderment of the Weasley family. Although Qin's words may seem somewhat peculiar, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. Thus, I played my part in Gryffindor's victory in this match. I was indeed a cog in your grand design, was I not? Migny remarked with a sly grin. Certainly. You are our Gryffindor Quidditch team's greatest ally. Fred chuckled and remarked, indeed, it was Monty who deliberately ridiculed, mocked, and even derided the Gryffindor Quidditch team at the behest of Qin Yu. The intention was straightforward, to instill a sense of complacency in the Slytherin team, thereby allowing Gryffindor to deliver a formidable blow when the opportunity arose. As it turned out, this strategy proved to be remarkably effective, exceeding all expectations. Of course, this success is also attributed to the diligent training undertaken by Qin Yu, George, and Fred. Although the maneuver of the double strike merely altered the trajectory of the bludger at a dull angle, it necessitated the second hitter to possess immense power and precision. To perfect this technique, Qin Yu endured several days of being mercilessly struck by the bludger, resembling a battered visage. Fortunately, hard work ultimately yields rewards, allowing him and the Gryffindor Quidditch team to revel in a glorious triumph. So, do you regret allowing George to take the field while you did not? Monty inquired languidly. Not at all. I accept defeat gracefully. I did not intentionally let him have the advantage, Fred replied, raising an eyebrow. It is worth noting that Fred's synergy with Qin Yu was by no means inferior to that of George. After all, as long as they struck the bludger in Qin Yu's direction, he would naturally maneuver for a secondary strike. However, only two beaters could take the field for a Quidditch team, and the Weasley twins faced the dilemma of separation. Consequently, they devised an ingenious solution to determine the outcome through a contest. The challenge involved consuming Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a candy with an unpredictable array of flavors, ranging from bitter to spicy, sour to sweet. At the time, in the clearing before Hagrid's hut, each of them had 100 beans laid out before them, and the objective was to see who could eat the most without spitting any out. When Fred reached his 56th bean and encountered the infamous taste of fishy grass, he immediately capitulated, painfully announcing his withdrawal from the contest and expelling the vile confection. Unbeknownst to George, he was oblivious to the flavor he had consumed. But following Fred's declaration of defeat, he too erupted into a fit of retching. In summary, such a ludicrous contest could only have been conceived by the two of them. In the aftermath, Fred graciously relinquished his position as beater, allowing George to take to the field. Monty, we will be hosting a celebration later at Hagrid's hut. Do remember to attend, Fred invited. Certainly, Fred. I shall return to change into another outfit before joining you, she replied. Migny replied. Subsequently, the two parted ways, with Migny returning to the Ravenclaw dormitory while Fred joined Qin Yu and the others. The once boisterous Quidditch pitch, after the gradual departure of teachers and students, fell into a tranquil silence, save for a few lingering birds that had not yet migrated for the winter, foraging for seeds upon the grass below. Indeed, both clamor and quietude can coexist within this realm. The centaurs, noted for their adeptness in magical healing, divination, and astronomy, do not wield wands, instead favoring bows and arrows as their primary weapons. The term lingering birds refers to those avian creatures that do not migrate with the seasons, contrasting with migratory birds. Hagrid's hut has become a favored gathering spot for Qin Yu and his companions. Nestled near the Forbidden Forest, it offers a breathtaking view of the mountains, fresh air, and an open vista, with occasional glimpses of the magical creatures Hagrid tends to. However, these creatures rarely make an appearance, with the exception of a mother unicorn and her foal, who occasionally visit to enjoy fresh carrots, departing gracefully once satisfied. Should boredom strike, one might venture to the nearby Whomping Willow to engage in a playful contest with the tree. According to George and Fred, the Whomping Willow possesses a rather irritable temperament and delivers a rather painful strike. Thus far, no one besides the two has dared to test its might. In any case, everyone enjoys this locale, provided Hagrid does not present his burnt biscuits or dark, unpalatable porridge. Following their victory in the Quidditch match, the entire team arrived, including Migny Wanda, who had changed into casual attire. Hogwarts students are permitted to dress more casually during non-class times and less formal occasions, though many opt to remain in their wizarding robes. As for the food, all provisions were purchased by Hagrid in Hogsmeade, funded by the galleons Qin Yu provided. Since the market for acromantula venom opened, they have made a modest profit, bolstering Qin Yu's confidence. He set aside enough to cover Hermione's books and school supplies, as well as a broomstick, leaving him with ample funds to indulge as he pleased. Thus far, however, there have been few expenditures, the greatest being the occasional purchase of food and drink in Hogsmeade. While Qin Yu and his friends were enjoying their time at Hagrid's hut, Albus Dumbledore, having spent most of the day away from Hogwarts, returned to the school. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, entered the circular office of the headmaster. Upon her arrival, she succinctly informed Dumbledore of the Quidditch match results before inquiring, "Albus, what transpired that necessitated your urgent presence?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "A messenger has arrived from Brazil, claiming that the Aurors of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic have discovered individuals who have become a significant threat there, and their influence seems to be spreading. They espouse ideas reminiscent of an old acquaintance of mine." "An acquaintance of yours? Who?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her brow furrowing. Among Dumbledore's old friends, there were many formidable figures, several of whom had previously caused considerable trouble. Fortunately, with Dumbledore present, those friends were unlikely to meet a favorable end. Thus, it was wise to tread carefully when befriending Dumbledore. Should one stray down a perilous path, he would intervene personally, regardless of their relationship. Gerald Grindelwald, Dumbledore revealed, uttering a name he had not mentioned in over 4 decades. Grindelwald? Professor McGonagall's usually composed demeanor betrayed a flicker of astonishment, and she continued in a somewhat bewildered tone. "Isn't he incarcerated in Nurmengard?" Nurmengard, alongside Azkaban, was a notorious prison in the magical world, housing those who had committed egregious offenses. In the legendary duel of 1945, Grindelwald, deemed one of the most powerful dark wizards in magical history, was defeated by Dumbledore and subsequently imprisoned within Nurmengard's confines. This was a tale from long ago, and had Dumbledore not brought it up, McGonagall would have nearly forgotten the man. After all, new threats had emerged in the magical world, eclipsing Grindelwald's infamy, as another Dark Lord stirred chaos, becoming the new taboo within the realm. Yet, those who had lived through Grindelwald's reign of terror would not easily forget him, for he had cast a shadow over the magical community during a dark and tumultuous period. Grindelwald is indeed still imprisoned, and Nurmengard is heavily fortified, making his escape unlikely. "I have just returned from a visit with him." He explicitly stated that the actions of those outside are not orchestrated by him. However, he does anticipate that someone will inherit his ideology. Although he repents for his past transgressions, he still believes that certain of his convictions hold merit. Dumbledore concluded with a soft sigh. The essence of Grindelwald's ideology was the supremacy of wizards. He believed they should dominantly rule the world rather than lurking in the shadows. His vision for achieving this was to unify the magical community and subjugate muggles beneath their feet. "Are you suggesting that someone is exploiting his name to amass power?" Professor McGonagall asked gravely. "Indeed, it appears so. You are aware that his doctrines resonate with many witches and wizards, perhaps even more so than Voldemort's. Even after all these years, people still refer to Voldemort as you-know-who." Dumbledore spoke with a hint of concern in his voice. That name was synonymous with Voldemort. Society had long regarded uttering it as a taboo. With the decade nearing its end, Dumbledore sensed that this malevolent figure might soon re-emerge. The mere existence of Voldemort was already a source of great distress, and now, a faction of fervent supremacists advocating for wizarding dominance had surfaced, leaving Dumbledore feeling somewhat powerless. Contemplating this, he cast a glance at the quietly poised Phoenix, Fawkes, and a flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes. No matter how formidable one may be, the relentless passage of time can erode even the strongest resolve. Although this sentiment was fleeting, it was keenly perceived by Professor McGonagall, who, in a calm tone, reassured him, "Albus, there is no need for such pessimism. I firmly believe that the future of the magical world is bright, for there are many exceptional and admirable young individuals who uphold the ideals of justice. Even the tasks we may find insurmountable will ultimately be accomplished by them." The phrase young individuals echoed in Dumbledore's mind, stirring within him a maelstrom of complex emotions, sorrow, anger, guilt, regret, and anxiety. Yet, these feelings were short-lived, swiftly concealed beneath a veneer of resolve, steadiness, and determination. "Minerva, you are indeed correct. The future of the magical realm must be luminous. I shall endeavor to do what I can for those young souls, Dumbledore murmured, as if speaking to both Professor McGonagall and himself. It appeared that his previous anticipations would require some adjustment. Your will shall guide me, my lord, Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. Thank you, Minerva, Dumbledore responded. As for Grindelwald's transformation in his later years, let us adhere to the narrative presented in this book. There is no need to become overly entangled in the details. For cinema and literature are two distinct mediums. I understand that anticipation is palpable. I share in it. Qin, you must truly experience the Yuletide feast at Hogwarts, where an abundance of plump roasted turkeys, towering heaps of meats and boiled potatoes, delectable sausages, rich gravies, and an array of fruits await, Hagrid implored, hoping to entice Qin to remain for Christmas. After spending half a year together, Hagrid found it challenging to accept Qin's sudden departure for over 10 days. With Christmas approaching, Hogwarts was soon to commence its holiday break and prepare for celebratory festivities, particularly as several students had opted to stay and registered with Professor McGonagall. In this moment, Hagrid and Qin were selecting a suitable fir tree for Christmas at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This one, right here, splendidly straight, Qin exclaimed, pointing at a tall, upright fir. He then turned to respond to Hagrid, I too eagerly anticipate celebrating Christmas at Hogwarts. However, I have already promised Hermione that I would return home to spend it with her. Moreover, I find myself missing her, Uncle David, and Aunt Jenny. Well, I did not mean to deter you. I merely wish to share what Christmas is like at Hogwarts. You see, the children are quite fond of it. Hagrid explained nonchalantly with a shrug. Haha, perhaps next year, or the year after, I shall experience the school's Christmas festivities, for I will be here for 7 years. And there will surely be opportunities, Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, time is on our side, Hagrid replied, feeling a sense of agreement with Qin Yu's words, which lightened his spirits considerably. With that, he hefted his enormous axe and approached the fir tree chosen by Qin Yu. After assessing a suitable angle, he swung the axe down with great force. Skillfully, he circled the trunk, and with the final blow, a creaking sound emanated from the base of the fir, causing the tall tree to gradually lean before it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Once the fir was felled, Hagrid hoisted one end of the trunk onto his shoulder and began to drag it outward with great effort. Qin Yu followed closely behind, assisting by carrying the axe. This was the 12th tree they had cut down that day, which sufficed, so they would not return nor leave their tools behind. As Hagrid dragged the fir, he left a winding trail in the snow, and Qin Yu followed this path back to Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, they found George and Fred wearing distressed expressions as they assisted the professors in moving supplies. The reason for their plight was that the two had enchanted a snowball, which had gone awry and exploded near Professor Snape, resulting in their being summoned to help. The arrival of Qin Yu invigorated the two individuals, who eagerly clamored to adorn the newly relocated tree with an array of decorations. Soon, with the assistance of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and several students, the hall was transformed into a vibrant spectacle, brimming with festive cheer. As Qin Yu beheld the walls draped in cascading floral ribbons, the exquisite Christmas ornaments, and the sparkling icicles, along with the resplendent Christmas tree adorned with hundreds of candles and golden baubles, he was inexplicably reminded of a little girl with chestnut hair and enchanting eyes. Perhaps the essence of the holiday lies in celebrating it alongside those one holds dear. After all, the first person he encountered upon entering this world was undeniably unique. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, Qin Yu began to organize his belongings, packing several winter garments. The remaining space in his suitcase was reserved for gifts intended for the Granger family, a substantial portion of which was for Hermione, items he had acquired over time through various means, accumulating a considerable collection. Gazing at his overflowing suitcase, he suddenly recalled Professor Swindon's bag, which housed numerous elf figurines. If only he possessed such an item, he would not need to fret over packing. Resolutely, he decided that he must persuade Professor Swindon to part with it next year. 2 days before Christmas, Hogwarts officially commenced its holiday break. Students choosing to remain at the school were free to roam about, indulging in playful antics in the dormitories, common rooms, and throughout the campus, while those departing would board the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station to journey to their respective destinations. On this particular day, Qin Yu heaved his suitcase aboard the train. The number of passengers returning home for Christmas was noticeably fewer than those who had traveled back to school at the beginning of the term, leaving many compartments on the train largely vacant. Qin Yu chose a secluded private room to enter. However, Despite the sparse attendance, he did not immediately relish the tranquility. For students passing by would occasionally recognize him as the formidable beater of Gryffindor from the last Quidditch match. Unable to contain their excitement, they would approach him to exchange greetings. Even Cedric Diggory came over to inquire if he might join Qin Yu for a moment. Upon receiving permission, he eagerly seated himself and expressed his admiration for Qin Yu, seeking his guidance on how to become a commendable Quidditch player. In his heart, Qin Yu mused, "Is it a bit off for a seeker to consult me, a batter?" However, in the face of his fans' enthusiastic inquiries, he chose to patiently elaborate. After all, he had experienced a twinge of jealousy towards Cedric's popularity, and now finding himself on the receiving end of admiration was quite a poignant realization. Thus, Qin Yu shared with Cedric some insights from his previous encounter when he had bested the Slytherin Seeker. To his surprise, Cedric was able to extrapolate from their discussion, attempting to articulate strategies for evading formidable batters on the pitch, which compelled Qin Yu to admire the boy's innate talent for Quidditch. As their conversation deepened, the two found common ground and ended up talking for 2 or 3 hours. "Qin, I truly enjoyed our conversation today. Did I intrude upon your time?" Cedric said, glancing at the setting sun with a hint of embarrassment. "Not at all. I too relished our chat. My friends have all gone home for Christmas, leaving me rather bored. Moreover, your insights have been quite enlightening. But I must warn you, I intend to apply these strategies in future matches. So be prepared should we encounter each other on the field." Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Absolutely. I will also employ what I learned today in the game. And then we shall let our skills determine the outcome," Cedric said with spirited determination. What a commendable young man, Qin Yu thought to himself. Yet, contemplating Cedric's fate, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Of course, that was Cedric's original destiny, but it did not necessarily dictate his current path. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, adding silently in his mind. During their subsequent journey, neither Qin Yu rushed Cedric away, nor did Cedric take his leave. For he found conversing with Qin Yu to be an exceedingly delightful experience. This first-year student, just a year younger than himself, possessed wisdom and experiences far beyond his age, coupled with the vivacity and cheerfulness typical of their generation. In short, Cedric felt that Qin Yu had a pleasing way with words and was someone with whom one could share heartfelt thoughts. Thus, he confided many of his innermost concerns to Qin Yu. He spoke of the expectations his father had for him, which sometimes left him feeling overwhelmed. He had buried many of his dreams as a result, not out of resentment toward his father, but from a sense of confusion and the fear that he might not be able to bear the weight of restoring his family's honor. Regarding the pressures faced by children from such backgrounds, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for guidance, only able to offer gentle encouragement, advising him to maintain a balanced mindset and not to demand perfection in every endeavor. "Qin, after our conversation today, I feel significantly lighter. I truly regret not having reached out to you sooner," Cedric said, grasping Qin Yu's hand with palpable emotion just before the train arrived at the station, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Likewise, I feel as though our meeting came too late," Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu promptly expressed his thoughts with a serious demeanor. This child, it seems, is in dire need of a confidant. Otherwise, why would he be confiding solely in me? Qin Yu mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he could sense Cedric's sincerity, and he found the conversation with the boy quite delightful, which alleviated some of his apprehension as he approached his destination. Indeed, the closer Qin Yu drew to his goal, the more anxious he became, a feeling that was both vague and elusive. Fortunately, the companionship provided a welcome distraction. As the train arrived at King's Cross Station, Cedric disembarked and was swiftly greeted by his family, while Qin Yu boarded the London Underground, heading towards the community where he had spent a spring and a summer. When he arrived at the familiar house, dragging his suitcase behind him, he found a couple and a young girl of about 10 waiting patiently. They were none other than the Granger family and young Hermione. The owl, Trig, had already familiarized himself with the route and had flown ahead to inform the Granger family of Qin Yu's return. Qin Yu stood there, somewhat hesitant. However, Mrs. Granger showed no signs of uncertainty as she approached him, enveloping him in her embrace and gently stroking his head. "Qin, you are finally back. Annie has truly missed you," she said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Although they had only spent a few months together, she felt an overwhelming affection for the boy, almost as if she regarded him as a son. "And Jenny, I have missed you as well," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Soon after, Mr. Granger joined them, offering a gentle hug to Qin Yu. Unlike his wife, Mr. Granger was not as openly emotional, yet he was sincerely delighted by Qin Yu's return. "By the way, Hermione, weren't you always mentioning that Qin would be back for Christmas? Why are you so quiet now?" Mr. Granger inquired, directing his attention to their daughter, who stood a short distance away, unusually silent. At her father's words, Hermione bit her lip gently, glancing shyly at Qin Yu. In that moment, she found herself struggling to discern which version of Qin was the true one, the boy from her memories, the one from her letters, or the one standing before her now. Qin Yu gazed at the little girl who had evidently grown taller, and in that moment, he seemed to sense the confusion, bewilderment, and trepidation within her heart. Indeed, the more familiar one believes to be with another, the more palpable the feeling of estrangement can become after a prolonged separation. She felt this, and he was not faring any better. However, Qin Yu was determined not to let this sense of estrangement linger for too long. He took a step forward, approaching Hermione. She suppressed the urge to retreat, allowing him to draw near. Then, Qin Yu gently opened his arms, his clear eyes tenderly gazing into Hermione's. The tension that had initially gripped her dissipated the moment she met his gaze. Yes, he may have grown taller, perhaps his demeanor had become more composed, and he might have experienced many remarkable events and encountered intriguing individuals, yet he remained unchanged, still the person who once encouraged her, aided her, and accompanied her. The one she had dreamed of countless times. With this thought, Hermione broke into a smile, eagerly taking the step she had longed to take. And then she nestled into his outstretched arms, pressing against his chest and holding on tightly. In truth, she yearned to embrace him even more than her mother did. Feeling a twinge of jealousy that her mother had acted first, she silently resolved that from now on, she would always be the first to step forward. All feelings of estrangement, confusion, bewilderment, and trepidation were cast aside in that moment. Indeed, Qin Yu felt the same way. He held the girl in his arms, gently stroking her long brown hair, and softly inquired, "Hermione, have you missed me?" Hermione instinctively nodded in affirmation. Yet, reflecting on his absence for half a year, a hint of resentment surfaced as she pouted slightly, adding, "Just a little." The scene of their reunion during Christmas had been contemplated for quite some time. He wished to craft it with greater intricacy. However, in the end, it could only manifest in this manner, constrained by a lack of vocabulary and limited ability. Two friends, long separated, embracing for just a brief moment, surely, this is not excessive? Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt as he pondered the situation. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were watching him closely. Yet, he had indeed embraced Hermione for a moment longer than usual. The intensity of her embrace conveyed her emotions so vividly that he found himself at a loss for words to express his own feelings, leading him to selfishly linger in the moment. This duration, albeit brief, had surpassed a certain threshold of propriety. However, as long as no one paid undue attention to it, all was well. The Grangers were preoccupied with helping Qin Yu carry his luggage into the house, thus oblivious to the length of their embrace. Indeed, Qin Yu was perhaps overthinking the matter. Then, Hermione joyfully took Qin Yu's hand, and together they entered the house, brimming with a multitude of things she wished to share with him. The Granger couple, observing their daughter transition from quietude to exuberance, couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly her emotions had shifted. Following this, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, leaving Qin Yu quite satisfied. After the meal, Hermione and Qin Yu settled in the living room to engage in conversation. However, as the clock approached 9, nearly 10, Mrs. Granger came to remind them that it was time for a bath and bedtime. Considering Qin Yu had been on a train for an extended period and needed rest, Hermione reluctantly acquiesced, allowing him to freshen up before heading upstairs to sleep. Lying on the small bed in the attic, gazing at the ceiling and the room's decor, Qin Yu was enveloped in a profound stillness that evoked a sense of unreality. Indeed, it was in this very room that he had awakened once before, subsequently experiencing a myriad of events, and now he found himself back here again. Life was indeed fascinating, perpetually tracing circles. When one finds themselves back at the starting point after traversing various paths, doubts may arise as to whether they have truly experienced it all. It echoed a sentiment he had once encountered: life is but an illusion. Yet, even if it were an illusion, Qin Yu mused, it was at least a splendid one. Suddenly, an irrepressible impulse surged within him to descend the stairs and see if the little girl named Hermione truly resided below. Fortunately, reason prevailed, advising him against such folly at that moment. Amidst a flurry of disjointed thoughts, impulses, and self-reflections, Qin Yu gradually succumbed to drowsiness, eventually drifting into a light slumber. Just as he lingered on the threshold of deeper sleep, he faintly perceived the sound of gentle footsteps approaching. This was a unique ability cultivated through his meditation practice. Even in a state of slumber, he remained attuned to his surroundings. The footsteps cautiously drew nearer, finally halting beside his bed. Thus, Qin Yu roused himself from his shallow sleep, opened his eyes, and beheld the very girl he had been longing to check on. Qin, are you unable to sleep as well? The young girl, upon seeing Qin Yu awaken, felt a surge of excitement yet refrained from raising her voice too much as she spoke. Who else could this person be if not Hermione? After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Yu nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, I too find myself unable to sleep." At this moment, Hermione was crouched beside Qin Yu's bed, clad in a soft blue nightgown, her hair simply styled into two braided pigtails, her bright eyes gazing at him with curiosity. Qin Yu sat up, gently stroking her head, and said, "Come sit up here." Hee. The young girl, upon hearing this, joyfully climbed onto Qin Yu's bed. The two of them settled side by side as they had done many times before. Then, Qin Yu pulled the blankets over and carefully tucked them around both of them to keep them warm. The winter night was still somewhat chilly inside the room. Just as Qin Yu was about to turn on the lights, Hermione suddenly grabbed his arm, stopping him with a plea. "Qin, don't turn on the light. Mom will find out. If she knows I'm still awake, she will surely scold me, and she told me not to disturb your rest." "Indeed. You have failed to adhere to both instructions," Qin Yu mused inwardly. Noticing her anxiousness, he retracted his hand. He then observed Hermione, pointing to her head. A hint of pride in her voice as she said, "I have this." As Hermione lightly pressed on a spot atop her head, a soft glow illuminated the room, dispelling some of the darkness and instilling a sense of comfort. The source of the light was the owl-shaped hairpin Qin Yu had gifted her, which he recalled purchasing for 10 silver sickles in Diagon Alley. "Is it pretty?" Hermione tilted her head and inquired. "It's beautiful," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Gazing into her eyes, this time, it was Hermione who was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, she understood that Qin's notion of beauty was not quite aligned with her own question. She stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, as her heartbeat quickened and her face began to flush, Hermione turned her head in a flustered manner, clearing her throat. It was then that she realized her hand, which she had extended to stop Qin Yu, was being held in a larger hand. "Your hand is too cold. Let me warm it for you," Qin Yu said, sensing her urge to pull away. Upon hearing this, Hermione blinked a few times, realizing that his hand was indeed quite warm, and she did not attempt to withdraw it. "So what shall we talk about?" Qin Yu initiated, breaking the somewhat silent atmosphere. I haven't thought of anything," Hermione admitted, struggling to find a topic. "Well, let me think. I'll tell you the story from Professor Sprout's herbology greenhouse to Professor Snape's potions classroom," Qin Yu said slowly. Hermione nodded eagerly, captivated by the intriguing prospect of the tale. In her heart, Hermione mused. Thus, Qin Yu began recounting his experiences at Hogwarts, starting with Professor Sprout's herbology greenhouse. Naturally, his narration extended beyond merely the greenhouse and Professor Snape's potions chamber. His initial remarks were merely a playful prelude. Herbology was indeed quite engaging, as long as one comprehended the characteristics of the various plants. In flying lessons, the paramount aspect was finding a comfortable flying posture, for it was only then that one could truly savor the joy of flight. Elvis had once harbored a strong aversion to flying lessons, which eventually transformed over time. As for Charm's class, there would always be those eager to experiment with peculiar spells, such as the one to turn juice into fruit juice. Jimmy had once attempted this, but the result resembled more of a sour vinegar than actual juice. Professor Snape was undeniably an enigmatic man. I found him somewhat inscrutable, despite having grown familiar with him. He still managed to embarrass me in class. Fortunately, I was diligent with my studies. Otherwise, the points deducted from Gryffindor would have been substantial. Oh, I was rather unfortunate. Having lost quite a few points, feel free to chuckle at my expense. In the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Swindon had almost ceased to frighten anyone. Many had grown accustomed to the terrifying images he presented during lessons. He has been quite helpful to me, a truly excellent teacher. I wonder if you have had the chance to meet him. As for Transfiguration class, there were matters Qin Yu had already mentioned in his letters, and others he had not. Nonetheless, whether or not previously discussed, Hermione listened intently. For hearing it directly from Qin Yu was far more vivid and captivating than the written words in his letters. Moreover, she could interject at any moment, probing for further details. Whenever she encountered something particularly thrilling, Hermione's eyes would sparkle with excitement, wishing she could have been there in the moment. At amusing anecdotes, she could not help but burst into laughter, quickly stifling it lest she disturb her parents. Time seemed to slip away, and as Hermione's hand grew warm in his grasp, Qin Yu took hold of her other hand until both were enveloped in warmth. By then, the night had deepened significantly. Observing Hermione's eyelids beginning to flutter, Qin Yu gradually softened his voice. Eventually, Hermione rested her head upon his shoulder, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Thus, he ceased his storytelling. The room returned to silence. Yet this time, the stillness did not evoke the earlier sense of unreality, for the genuine Hermione sat beside him, her head resting on his shoulder as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he too succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The following morning, Qin Yu awoke to find himself lying in bed, with Hermione nestled against his chest. It seemed that after he had fallen asleep, instinct had led him to lie down. For sleeping while seated was far less comfortable. Perhaps his movements had stirred the young girl, as she gradually opened her eyes, gazing at Qin Yu's face with a hint of confusion. "Am I still dreaming?" Murmuring to herself, Hermione pinched Qin Yu's cheek. Upon confirming the tactile reality of it, she finally regained her composure, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Hastily, she rose to her feet. "Qin, good morning. I must take my leave now." With that, the young girl scampered down the stairs. During breakfast, Hermione calmly consumed the food on her plate. Meanwhile, Mr. Granger casually inquired of Qin Yu, "Qin, how did you sleep last night?" "Quite well. It's comfortable to sleep on this bed," Qin Yu replied. "Oh, that's good to hear. However, even during vacation, it is essential to cultivate the habit of rising early and retiring early," Mr. Granger remarked, casting a meaningful glance at his daughter. "Huh? Dad, I'm sorry." Hermione nearly blurted out. Qin Yu shared a similar sentiment. Upon reflection, during their conversation yesterday, it was inevitable that their voices might have been overheard by those downstairs. It was hardly surprising that Mr. Granger discovered them awake in the dead of night. After all, Qin Yu had not employed any sound-dampening charms. However, it was evident that Mr. Granger had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After gently reminding them to take care of their rest, he seamlessly shifted the topic of conversation. This brought a quiet sense of relief to both Hermione and Qin Yu. Following breakfast, the Granger couple took Hermione and Qin Yu out for shopping, returning to the large department store where they had previously procured Halloween supplies. This time, the shopping list was significantly more extensive than that for Halloween. Once they returned home with their purchases and adorned the house, the atmosphere of Christmas instantly enveloped them. The Granger family's Christmas, while not as grand or ceremonious as that at Hogwarts, was nonetheless warm and cherished. On the eve of Christmas, Qin Yu and Hermione assisted the Granger couple in decorating their home, even setting up a small Christmas tree adorned with stars, snowflakes, and ribbons, which looked quite delightful. Afterward, they took a nap, and upon waking the next day, Christmas morning, they were greeted by gifts placed beside their beds. Qin Yu received a scarf adorned with red and yellow hues, exuding warmth at first glance, while Hermione was delighted with a comprehensive set of colorful paints, eagerly insisting that Qin Yu pose as her model for a painting. Early in the morning, Mrs. Granger busied herself with preparations for the Christmas feast. Given the occasion, roasting a turkey was indispensable. Following the advocacy of King Henry VIII and the promotion by King Edward VII, turkey, a delicacy from the New World, had become an essential dish for Christmas in England. A hefty 10-pound turkey was to be the centerpiece of today's meal. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Qin Yu lent a helping hand to Mrs. Granger. It seemed that every British household possessed a cherished turkey recipe passed down from mothers or grandmothers, and Mrs. Granger was no exception. Her recipe was reputed to have been handed down through 4 generations, though Qin Yu suspected that this claim might be somewhat embellished. After thoroughly washing the turkey, Mrs. Granger skillfully separated the skin from the meat, then spread a mixture of butter infused with thyme, sage, and sea salt within. She also generously coated the exterior with this secret butter blend. Following this, she loosely stuffed the turkey's cavity with prepared carrots, onions, and celery. Finally, she placed the seasoned turkey into the oven, meticulously basting it with the drippings every 30 minutes to prevent the skin from drying out and cracking. After 3 hours, the tantalizing aroma of the turkey filled the air, and by around 2 o'clock, a sumptuous Christmas feast commenced, complemented by various other delightful dishes. With the festive spirit in the air and delectable food at hand, everyone, including the Grangers, Qin Yu, and Hermione, indulged heartily. To conclude the meal, they savored a serving of Christmas pudding, achieving a perfect ending. During the Christmas season, in addition to enjoying a grand meal at home, the Granger family took Qin Yu and Hermione on excursions to admire the festive streetlights, explore the Christmas market, and attend the Christmas carnival held at a nearby park. Qin Yu and Hermione had indulged in 2 days of delightful merriment. On the 3rd day following Christmas, a man clad in a black uniform and adorned with a wide-brimmed black hat appeared at the doorstep of the Granger residence. This gentleman, appearing to be in his 20s, exuded an air of courtesy. "Mr. Qin, Miss Granger, greetings. I am Wade Brooke, an employee of the Minor Wizard Registration Office under the Department of Magical Education." He introduced himself. The Minor Wizard Registration Office? This was a department Qin Yu had never heard of before. However, Hermione was aware of it. With a furrowed brow, she inquired curiously, "Wasn't it May who came before? Why is she not here today?" "May has been promoted to the International Magical Cooperation Office, and I am now responsible for the registration of minor wizards," Wade Brooke explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." Hermione nodded in understanding. "Mr. Qin, your previous registration was directly submitted by Professor Dumbledore, so it is entirely understandable that you were unaware of the Minor Wizard Registration Office. Our department primarily oversees the management of minor wizards. I am here to further verify your information and to remind you and Miss Granger of certain precautions to take while off campus." Wade Brooke elucidated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu began to comprehend the situation at hand. His previous identity issues had been entirely managed by Old Dang, leaving him unfamiliar with this department. In contrast, Hermione had a dedicated liaison for identity registration, and from her tone, it was evident that she was not a stranger to the Ministry of Magic employee named May. It was likely that May had introduced Hermione to the intricacies of the magical world, allowing her to gain insight prior to her enrollment. Qin Yu speculated in silence. After verifying the authenticity of Wade's Ministry of Magic badge, Qin Yu and Hermione welcomed the man into their home. At that moment, Mr. Granger was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a copy of the Times, while Mrs. Granger busied herself in the kitchen, organizing the cupboards and refrigerator. Both were taken aback upon seeing their guest. Fortunately, as guardians of young wizards, they had prepared themselves to some extent for such encounters, and thus allowed the self-proclaimed ministry employee to converse with Qin Yu in his room, with young Hermione accompanying them. "Mr. Qin," Wade began straightforwardly after taking a seat on a chair in the room, "Professor Dumbledore has only registered your current home address and guardian information. There is little else. Could you kindly elaborate on your situation?" Beside him, a paper form floated in the air, an enchanted quill poised above it, ready to document the conversation. Hermione, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of the magical quill. May had not brought such an extraordinary item during her previous visit. Qin Yu was no stranger to such magical artifacts, thus he was not overly surprised. After listening to Wade's words, he pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Due to certain circumstances, I have lost my previous memories. All that remains is the recollection of being taken in by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Subsequently, an incident of uncontrolled magic occurred within me, which was fortuitously discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who subsequently enrolled me in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That is the essence of my situation." Qin Yu can be considered quite pragmatic, having articulated everything he could. Once he concluded, Wade furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can you not recall anything from your previous experiences?" It was that he completely forgot. He could only remember certain specific aspects, such as the knowledge he had acquired and some life skills. With a cautious heart, yet a calm demeanor, Qin Yu responded, "Indeed, the information is somewhat lacking. However, it is not entirely uncommon for a young wizard to encounter various unforeseen circumstances. I shall document this." Wade nodded in agreement. The feather quill gracefully transcribed Qin Yu's words meticulously onto the registration form. Upon completing the record, Wade gestured, causing the document to automatically roll up and be tucked away in his cloak, while the quill was sheathed in its case. Having concluded these tasks, Wade turned to the two children in the room and spoke earnestly. "Next, I must remind you of your activities outside of school. According to the third clause of the Reasonable Restrictions on Minors Act, wizards under the age of 17 are prohibited from intentionally using magic within the presence of muggles in residential areas. Should there be any violations, a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic will be issued. In severe cases, officials from the Misuse of Magic Office will investigate, and in extremely grave situations, the Director of Magical Law Enforcement may conduct an interrogation, potentially involving the entire Wisengamot. Of course, such extreme instances are rare." Observing the children's expressions grow serious, Wade offered a reassuring smile. "You need not be anxious. This is merely a reminder. As long as you refrain from using magic indiscriminately, there will be no issues." "What if we encounter danger?" Qin Yu inquired, uncertain about the regulations regarding minors. Hermione, too, displayed concern, having not previously contemplated this aspect. As her life had been relatively uneventful and devoid of peril, Wade clarified, according to the 7th article of the Act, should the life of a wizard, or that of any present wizards or muggles, be be threatened. The use of magic is permissible, even in the presence of muggles. That is reassuring, Qin Yu replied. Thank you, Mr. Qin and Ms. Granger, for your cooperation today. Our follow-up is now complete, Wade Brooke remarked as he rose. You're welcome, Mr. Brooke. Thank you for your efforts. Qin Yu and Hermione rose to their feet as well, subsequently escorting the young employee from the Ministry of Magic away from the Granger residence. Once they had bid her farewell, Qin Yu inquired of Hermione regarding her previous encounters with May. As he had anticipated, May not only revealed her identity as a witch to Hermione, but also enthusiastically elucidated various aspects of the magical world, presenting Hermione with a selection of books. It seems she is quite a remarkable individual, Qin Yu remarked. Indeed, May is truly wonderful, Hermione concurred. What Qin Yu and Hermione were unaware of was that the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke did not return to the underground of Whitehall in London after leaving the Granger residence. Instead, his form suddenly vanished at a certain moment, only to reappear shortly thereafter in an ancient and opulent estate in Wiltshire. Before long, he was ushered into the study of the estate's owner by the house elf. Wade, how is the investigation proceeding? Inquired the middle-aged man with golden hair, seated behind the desk. Mr. Malfoy, after my inquiry into the Muggle World archives, it appears that this individual named Qin indeed surfaced in that Muggle community this past spring. However, I could not locate any records prior to that period. Today, I even had the opportunity to meet the child in person under the auspices of the Department of Magical Education. His statements align closely with my findings. Here is the record I compiled, Wade replied, handing over the documentation. The golden-haired gentleman, who was the owner of the estate, Lucius Malfoy, perused the page swiftly after receiving it. So, everything appears to be quite normal, does it? Malfoy pondered for a moment before speaking in a low tone. Yes, that is correct, Wade responded calmly. Humph. Yet again, everything is normal. It seems our headmaster genuinely wishes for everyone to perceive him as an ordinary child, Malfoy remarked coldly. Though he found no evidence to the contrary, he understood that the very notion of normalcy was, in fact, the greatest anomaly of all. I believe that to be the case, Wade replied with a hint of detachment. Thank you for your efforts, Wade, Malfoy said, his tone softening slightly. It is my duty. Wade replied with a slight bow. Qin Yu's Christmas holiday lasted for over 10 days. Yet the respite for adults was not nearly so extensive. After a few days of rest, Mr. and Mrs. Granger returned to their respective occupations, leaving their 2 children to fend for themselves at home. After addressing some of Hermione's inquiries regarding the study of magic, they found themselves at a loss for what to do, particularly since, following a cautionary remark from a certain Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke, Qin Yu was reluctant to allow Hermione to handle her wand. While casting simple spells might pose little risk, he certainly did not wish to find himself alongside her in the defendant's seat at the Wisingamat, or worse, in the appeals court. Thus, one morning, an idea struck Qin Yu, and with a mysterious air, he said to Hermione, today, I shall take you to a delightful place that I assure you will adore. Where to? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. You'll find out once we arrive. Qin Yu teased playfully. And so, the 2 of them stepped out of their home, utilizing the subway and tram, until they arrived before a dilapidated and modest building. Flanking the structure were a large bookstore and a record shop, while ordinary muggles passing by seemed oblivious to its existence, as if it were shielded from their sight. Indeed, this was the Leaky Cauldron. Come along. Let us commence our journey to Diagon Alley. As Qin Yu spoke these words, he grasped Hermione's hand and ventured inside. The latter's face already displayed an expression of excitement and anticipation. The update on the dimensional wall was somewhat delayed. Yesterday was spent sorting through the subsequent plot, which consumed more time than expected. In truth, the more seemingly mundane the storyline appears, the more research the author must undertake. Otherwise, it becomes quite challenging to convey the story's tension. Whether this book possesses such tension is debatable. I have been meticulously striving to maintain the immersive quality of the narrative, pondering every phrase and word to ensure they do not detract from the reading experience. This meticulousness may very well be the source of my struggles in writing this book. My skills may be lacking, yet I remain earnest. Lastly, if it is convenient for everyone, could you kindly show a little support? It would allow the author to earn a modest sum, which, when accumulated, could afford me a decent meal. My apologies for this humble request. The disheveled bar remained quite lively. However, Qin Yu sensed an unusual atmosphere today. Thus, he held tightly on to Hermione's hand, cautiously navigating through the throngs of patrons and tables. Do you think the purist will truly make a comeback? It has been years since they vanished, remarked an older patron with a tone of concern. What purists? They now refer to themselves as Grindelwald's army. Their name is quite contemporary. I heard from an orator of the North American Magical Congress that they are causing quite a ruckus over in Brazil, replied a somewhat younger middle-aged wizard. Upon hearing the names of the purists and Grindelwald, Qin Yu instinctively slowed his pace. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Hermione seized the opportunity to curiously survey the bar. She was certain that wizards were present. She even caught a glimpse of what appeared to be wands protruding from the pockets of certain individuals, which exhilarated her. After all, she had encountered very few genuine wizards thus far. Counting Qin Yu, there were only 5, and including herself, that made 6. Is the North American Magical Congress attempting to meddle in the affairs of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic? With their current state, they would be fortunate to secure their own borders. Grindelwald certainly caused them no shortage of trouble during his time in North America. Nevertheless, the situation in Brazil is indeed troubling. Grindelwald's army is rapidly gaining ground, and the Brazilian Ministry of Magic has already dispatched individuals seeking cooperation and support, including from the North American Magical Congress. As you know, the current International Confederation of Wizards is hardly effective and cannot be relied upon. They must devise their own solutions. Let us hope they do not venture into Europe. How could they possibly overlook Europe? You two should refrain from discussing this further. Be cautious of being overheard by the Ministry of Magic. Our Minister Fudge is rather averse to such topics. Very well, let us drink. Tom, another glass of sherry, please. I'll have a butterbeer. After a brief discussion among a few individuals, they seamlessly shifted the topic and began to converse about other matters. Qin Yu was not particularly interested in their conversation about vampires and werewolves, so he ceased to listen. He took Hermione's hand and continued walking forward. Should we greet them? Hermione whispered, her eyes scanning the diverse array of patrons surrounding the bar. Why should we say hello? Qin Yu paused in surprise. Isn't it customary to make acquaintances? Hermione expressed her thoughts. All right. Qin Yu contemplated her perspective, realizing that it was likely her first encounter with so many wizards. And she must feel a certain joy in finding kindred spirits, wishing to integrate herself into the scene. Ultimately, she was just an innocent girl who had not seen much of the world. With this thought, Qin Yu couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair, smiling as he said, My dear, this is not the most suitable place for making friends. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. I understand. Hermione nodded. She too felt that her idea might have been a bit abrupt. Wow, you're that little boy from the East that Hagrid brought last time, right? How has your time at Hogwarts been over the past 6 months? The bar owner noticed Qin Yu and greeted him warmly. It's been quite fulfilling. Qin Yu replied with a smile. School days are always the most wonderful. By the way, would you like a drink? I can prepare a non-alcoholic mocktail suitable for children. The bar owner pitched to Qin Yu and Hermione. Maybe next time. We're in a bit of a hurry. Qin Yu politely declined. They indeed could not afford to be out for too long. If they returned home late, Mr. and Mrs. Granger would surely be worried. And he did not want Hermione to linger in the bar too long. After bidding farewell to the bar owner, Qin Yu led Hermione through the bar counter towards the alley where the entrance to Diagon Alley was located. However, just before entering the alley, a loud crash echoed from within the bar. Instinctively, Qin Yu turned to look and saw a drunken patron collide with a table and a rather haggard-looking young man. Sorry. The drunken man repeatedly apologized. Next time, be more careful. The weary young man retorted angrily. Qin Yu found the man's pronunciation somewhat peculiar, distinctly unlike the accent typical of London, and certainly not resembling the common British intonation. As the young man noticed his belongings tumble to the ground, he hurriedly bent down to retrieve them. In the process, a portion of his arm emerged from the cuff of his sleeve, revealing a floating tattoo on the back of his wrist. It depicted a black equilateral triangle, within which was a circle and a vertical line. The man's swift movements allowed Qin Yu only a fleeting glimpse of the design, preventing him from discerning its details clearly. Subsequently, the man maneuvered through the crowd, stepping into the courtyard ahead of Qin Yu, hastily departing into Diagonal Alley. After the man had vanished, Qin Yu, accompanied by Hermione, entered the small courtyard. Where did that person go? Hermione inquired with curiosity, gazing at the refuse bins and weeds that filled the space. Due to an obstruction in her line of sight, Hermione had missed the moment when the entrance to Diagonal Alley had opened, leaving her unaware of how the man had disappeared. Qin Yu could effortlessly put on an act. With this thought in mind, he momentarily set aside the events he had just witnessed, drew his wand, and earnestly addressed Hermione. Hermione, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once. Hmm? Demonstrate what? And why just once? When you taught me various spells before, you demonstrated them multiple times, Hermione replied, somewhat perplexed. Qin Yu. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, choked by the unexpectedness of the situation. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to silence the girl before him. Nevertheless, he resolved to demonstrate a few times. After all, he urged her not to blink, for he was about to commence. Qin Yu composed himself and continued speaking. The young girl immediately adopted an expression of earnest concentration. Qin Yu ceased to speak further. He gently tapped the specific spot on the wall with the tip of his wand, just as Hage had taught him, striking it 3 times. Immediately, the bricks he had touched began to shift rapidly, gradually forming an arched doorway. Hermione, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How marvelous!" Qin Yu felt quite pleased with her reaction. He then took Hermione's hand and led her through the doorway, stepping onto a cobblestone street. When Hermione glanced back, the arch had already closed, reverting to a solid wall. As they continued forward, they encountered numerous wizards strolling along the street, and soon arrived at the first shop, a store selling various cauldrons. Hermione, filled with excitement, tugged Qin Yu along to explore the cauldrons and their uses. Cauldrons are primarily used in potions class. We can purchase some when school starts, Qin Yu reminded her. Yes, I know. I'm just looking, not buying. Hermione nodded in agreement. She then happily browsed the shop before leaving with satisfaction. Next, they visited a shop for wizard robes, an owl emporium, a magical pet store, a stationery shop for spells, an astronomical instrument store, an alchemy workshop, and more. In essence, Hermione diligently adhered to her principle of merely looking, entering every shop they passed. And even if she did not purchase anything, she savored the experience. At that moment, Qin Yu realized that, regardless of time or culture, and irrespective of age, women, or girls, seemed to possess an innate genetic affinity for shopping. Of course, this might also stem from Hermione's wonder at visiting such a place for the first time. After all, Qin Yu had felt similar curiosity during his last visit to Diagon Alley. However, having experienced the many facets of Hogwarts, Qin Yu's naive fascination with the magical world had lessened, leading to a diminished curiosity about the magical shops and their wares. Thus, Hermione continued her exploration, occasionally daring to engage in conversation with the shopkeepers. After quite some time, they arrived at a wizarding apothecary and stepped inside together. Excuse me. Do you still have the venom from the acromantula and the spider's abdomen hairs from our last visit? Inquired a young wizard with disheveled hair, sounding rather anxious. I'm sorry, sir, but the last ounce of acromantula venom was just purchased. However, we still have a small packet of spider's abdomen hairs, the proprietor replied regretfully. Noticing the young wizard's disappointed expression, the shopkeeper added, We do have venom from the venomous tentacula, which shares some similarities with acromantula venom. Would you consider this as a substitute? Alas, the toxicity of venomous tentacula cannot compare to that of acromantula. Very well, I'll have to settle for this. Please give me 5 ounces. No, make it half a pint. If the quality of the venom is lacking, I'll need to purchase a bit more. The young wizard muttered disgruntledly. Note, 1 pint 20 fluid ounces. Here pint and fluid ounce are units of volume. Very well. The proprietor nodded with satisfaction and then inquired. What about the spider abdomen hair? Just a small pinch, if you please. I do not require much. The young wizard replied. Upon entering, Qin Yu and Hermione observed the proprietor conducting his trade with keen interest. Once the owner had handed the meticulously bottled venom and the carefully wrapped spider abdomen hair to the young wizard, in exchange for a handsome assortment of coins. Qin Yu stepped forward to greet him, calling out the owner's name. Who are you? The proprietor inquired, somewhat unfamiliar with the young Oriental boy before him. I am Qin Yu. We have communicated through letters, Qin Yu replied with a warm smile. Qin? Are you the authorized representative for the products of the Forbidden Forest from Hogwarts? The owner expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the individual he had been corresponding with was such a youthful child. However, upon reflection, he found it rather acceptable, after all, in the magical realm. Extraordinary occurrences abound. Even a 1-year-old could conquer that infamous figure. Thus, it was hardly surprising that a boy in his teens was engaged in commerce. I am merely the authorized agent for certain byproducts of magical creatures, Qin Yu corrected the owner. He mused internally. If he dared to claim he represented items from the Forbidden Forest, Professor Dumbledore would surely obliterate him upon discovery. Admittedly, that might be an exaggeration. Old Dumbledore still had some affection for him, but receiving a deduction of 100 points from Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly be inevitable. Oh, yes, I misspoke. The proprietor acknowledged with a knowing wink, his eyes glinting with the shrewdness of a merchant. While he could subtly imply such things to customers during sales, to overtly broadcast them would invite unnecessary trouble for both himself and his suppliers. Then, Mr. Qin, have you come to acquire a new supply of acromantula venom? The proprietor inquired with palpable anticipation. Regrettably, there are no new stocks of acromantula venom at present. I am here simply to accompany my, sister on a stroll through Diagon Alley, Qin Yu elucidated. I see, then feel free to browse. If you find anything in my shop that catches your eye, I shall offer you a 20% discount, the owner replied. Though disappointed, he remained cordial. Thank you, good sir. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude promptly. As new customers entered the shop, the proprietor hastened to attend to them, yet this particular patron dismissed the dragon liver's price as exorbitant and departed without a backward glance. Qin Yu explored the wizarding apothecary with far greater attentiveness than Hermione, scrutinizing both the quality and prices of the items, for this was, in a sense, his vocation. By understanding market demands, they could better supply these shops. Naturally, Hermione was far from bored. She eagerly grasped Qin Yu's hand, urging him to enlighten her about the myriad peculiar magical ingredients, transforming their expedition into an engaging lesson on herbology or potion making. However, upon discovering that most of the items in the back were unfamiliar to him, he decisively took Hermione's hand and exited the shop. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, 2 hours had elapsed. Hermione thoroughly enjoyed her excursion to Diagon Alley, but her favorite stop was undoubtedly Flourish and Blots, for it housed countless books she had never even heard of, some of which moved and emitted eerie sounds, adding to the excitement. Qin, may I stay here a while to read? Hermione inquired, her voice laced with anticipation. On the second floor of Flourish and Blots, there was a reading area where patrons were permitted to peruse books. Qin Yu mused to himself. Finally, the little ancestor is going to take a break. He promptly nodded in agreement and ordered a cup of the specialty fruit juice from the Lihan bookstore for both of them. Thus, they settled at a table by the window, sipping on the uniquely flavored juice with each sip differing in taste, while perusing the books they had selected. Hermione was engrossed in a tome about the history of the magical world and various magical regulatory bodies, her concentration evident. Isn't this girl aiming a bit too high by starting with such a book? Qin Yu thought to himself, chuckling lightly at his own observations. Beside him lay a book entitled Quirky Notions of Alchemy, authored by a wizard from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. However, after a brief perusal, Qin Yu found the author's ideas to be rather bizarre, some verging on nonsensical. Upon reading the suggestion that a philosopher's stone could provide magical energy to resolve the energy crisis in the human world, Qin Yu could not help but laugh. Is the philosopher's stone as common as a pebble, easily attainable? He found the notion utterly impractical. Consequently, he closed the book, took a sip of his juice, and gazed out the window, soothing his slightly strained eyes. Outside, a multitude of shops and bustling crowds filled the view. Thanks to the soundproofing charm, he felt no noise while sitting there. Instead, he savored the vibrant tapestry of wizarding life. Ah, this scene could inspire a painting. Perhaps titled Christmas Street Scene. The thought brought a fleeting smile to his lips. However, this smile did not linger long, gradually fading as his brow furrowed. Is it that individual from the bar? Qin Yu pondered. Indeed, a pale-faced young wizard hurried past below, the very same person he had seen at the leaky cauldron. The memory of the tattoos he had observed sparked a sense of intrigue within him. Ding. Dear host, the seemingly tranquil magical world is rife with undercurrents. You have inadvertently uncovered a suspicious character and have grown wary. Now, please make your choice. 1. Proceed with caution and inform others of your discovery. Reward, 1,000 galleons. 2. Take the risk to investigate further, yielding certain investigative results. Reward, advanced apparition skill. The sudden emergence of the system left Qin Yu with an unsettling sense that matters were more complex than they appeared. The disguise charm, a form of illusionary magic, enables the bewitched individual or object to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, akin to a chameleon, mimicking aspects such as color and texture. A more advanced version of this charm can specifically obscure certain features at the caster's discretion, for instance, removing the wings of a Pegasus, thereby ensuring that muggles remain oblivious to its unique attributes, thus safeguarding the wizard raising the creature from exposure. As for the higher-tier disguise charm, it is rumored to achieve invisibility, akin to donning an invisibility cloak. While it sounds impressive and is indeed challenging to master, it is certainly within the capabilities of Dumbledore. Snape, at his level, could produce a degree of invisibility, though undoubtedly not as flawlessly as Dumbledore could. Qin Yu had practiced this spell under Snape's guidance, with limited success. managing only to achieve a semblance of color matching with the environment. In essence, the advanced disguise charm is a highly valuable spell, effectively granting the equivalent of an invisibility cloak. Given such a reward from the system, it was impossible for Qin Yu to remain indifferent. After all, relying solely on his own practice would likely require 2 to 3 years of diligent effort to master. The system's reward dramatically shortened this timeline. Faced with the two options presented by the system, had he not been accompanied by Hermione, Qin Yu would have undoubtedly selected the second option without hesitation. However, with Hermione present, he found himself hesitating. Perhaps, option 1 is also quite favorable, he mused inwardly. Qin, what's troubling you? Are you lost in thought? Hermione inquired, noticing the pensive expression on Qin Yu's face. I just remembered I have something to attend to in Diagon Alley, but it's no big deal, it's not urgent. Qin Yu replied casually. Then you should go ahead and do it. After all, there's nothing pressing at the moment. Besides, don't you often say that if something must be done, there's no need to find reasons to postpone it? Have you forgotten your own advice? Hermione said with an air of seriousness. Taken aback by her words, Qin Yu reflected on the truth of her statement. Indeed, some matters are inescapable, and prolonging them serves no purpose. As a time traveler, he ought to grasp this concept more profoundly, for he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Perhaps the tranquility of his current life had dulled his awareness, nearly causing him to forget the necessity of exerting effort to effect change in the future. With renewed determination in his gaze, he nodded and said, You're right, some matters cannot be evaded, and there is no reason to delay them. Exactly, Hermione smiled, pleased to have imparted a valuable lesson to Qin. Now, do you need me to accompany you? No, it's better if you stay here to read. It would be more convenient for me to handle this alone, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. Qin Yu certainly could not take Hermione along for the investigation, but her stay at the Lihan bookstore remained quite safe. All right, Hermione replied obediently, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her voice. She then pointed to her empty cup, bit her lip, and, with a touch of embarrassment, asked, Qin, may I have another glass of juice? Of course, no problem. I will speak to the owner and have her bring you another glass. Additionally, I will leave some money with her. Feel free to tell the owner what you wish to purchase, Qin Yu said with a smile. That's wonderful. Thank you, Qin. Hermione exclaimed joyfully. There's no need for such formality with me, Qin Yu replied, rising to gently tousle Hermione's hair before hastily descending the stairs. Choose to. Qin Yu silently reminded himself. Ding. Your choice is filled with courage. Please complete the investigation promptly. Good luck. The system responded. After Qin Yu descended the stairs, he glanced back at Hermione, who was quietly engrossed in her reading by the window. As if sensing his gaze, she tilted her head in his direction, beaming a radiant smile and waving her hand to reassure him to focus on his tasks and return swiftly, without concern for her. Ah, what a lovely, considerate, and empathetic little sister she is. Qin Yu bid farewell to Hermione once more with a wave, then descended the staircase. After leaving a pile of galleons and instructing the proprietor to send Hermione a cup of exotic fruit juice, he hurriedly exited in search of the young man. In truth, from the moment he spotted the suspicious individual to his descent, only a brief span of time had elapsed. Moreover, the man's movements were quite discernible, allowing Qin Yu to swiftly locate his figure. He then cautiously trailed behind, maintaining a prudent distance. Qin Yu followed the individual for a while, observing as they meandered through the bustling streets filled with crowds. However, their demeanor and movements reflected an underlying tension, clearly indicating a lack of intent to make any purchases. After approximately 10 minutes, the person glanced at a magical clock displayed in a nearby shop, and their pace quickened as they swiftly departed from the lively thoroughfare, veering towards a more secluded path. Eventually, at a certain moment, their figure inexplicably vanished from sight. Qin Yu hurriedly approached and discovered that the man had turned into a narrow, deserted alleyway. The young man then halted in this alley, his demeanor somewhat anxious, as if he were waiting for someone. Given the alley's brevity and its dual exits, Qin Yu chose not to linger at the entrance to avoid detection by the man or any potential arrivals. Instead, he sought refuge in the branches of a nearby large tree, climbing up to maintain his watch. Although it was winter, the tree was lush with foliage, likely a unique species, allowing Qin Yu to conceal himself within its canopy, making it difficult for passers-by to notice his presence at a glance. After nearly 10 minutes had passed, as the young man began to pace irritably in the alley, an individual appeared at the opposite entrance, clearly heading toward him. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Yu promptly and cautiously descended from the tree, then swiftly and gracefully approached the alleyway, halting beside a pile of debris. He concealed himself behind a broken wooden board, peering through the gaps to observe the two individuals not far away. "You were terribly late, with no sense of time," the young man remarked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "It was you who insisted on meeting here. I feared encountering acquaintances, hence I had to take a longer route." The newcomer replied with a hint of resignation. Clad in a dark cloak, the man's face was obscured by the hood, making it difficult for Qin Yu to discern his features, though his voice suggested he was a man in his 30s. "You could have arrived here earlier. And meeting at this location is the safest option for both of us," the young man retorted impatiently. "Honestly, we ought to place more trust in one another. For the greater good, we should adopt a similar stance," the cloaked man asserted. "Enough. We are not the same as you. At least we do not discriminate against our wizarding brethren based on lineage," the young man scoffed. All right, let us put an end to this ideological dispute for now. We certainly have a need for collaboration, do we not?" The cloaked man responded, his tone softening. "Regarding collaboration, I have no objections, however. I am not the one making the decisions," the young man conceded, no longer confrontational. Then, the cloaked man extended a hand, offering a key. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. We find the goods acceptable. This is the second portion of the payment." The young man accepted the key and handed over a small pouch. The cloaked man took the pouch, untied the drawstring, glanced inside, and, appearing satisfied, remarked, "Very well. May our cooperation be fruitful." He extended his hand, and the young man reluctantly shook it. However, at that moment, a commotion at the alley's entrance startled them. First, there was a cat's meow, followed by a pained exclamation, and then the sound of something wooden crashing to the ground. Who goes there?" both men exclaimed in unison, swiftly drawing their wands. Upon seeing a shadow emerge at the alley's mouth, they simultaneously aimed their wands at one another. Yet, their incantations were only half uttered when the other's spell struck them first. Expelliarmus. Clatter, clatter. The sound of wands clattering to the ground echoed in the alley. Fear etched across their faces, for their opponent not only possessed considerable strength but also acted decisively, clearly not someone to be trifled with. "I have something to negotiate," the cloaked man began, pleading for mercy. Stupefied. Before the cloaked man could finish his words, the second wave of spells from his adversary struck. Both the cloaked man and the young wizard collapsed onto the ground. Nearly a minute later, a shadow cautiously approached the alley, gently prodding each of the fallen men with a foot. "Phew, it seems there are no issues," came a somewhat youthful voice, as he dispelled the illusion concealing him. A finely featured face with distinct Eastern characteristics emerged. Indeed, this was Qin Yu, who had been covertly tracking the suspicious individual. Ironically, the very spot he had hidden and turned out to be the home of a stray cat, which, upon discovering an unwelcome guest, promptly launched an attack. Qin Yu was intently observing the two figures in the alley when, caught off guard, one of them suffered 4 deep gashes on his hand. In pain, he let out a cry, causing the wooden board he held to clatter to the ground, inevitably drawing the attention of the two individuals. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu resolved to act decisively. Relying on the reflexes honed under Professor Snape's tutelage, he swiftly cast a series of spells, disarm and stun, overwhelming the two assailants in the alley. The restriction spell primarily targets situations where magic is performed in the presence of muggles, but in a place like Diagon Alley, populated solely by wizards, Qin Yu felt emboldened to unleash his powers without hesitation. "Is there anything to negotiate?" he said coldly. In a world fraught with danger, it was better to strike first and ask questions later. He had no intention of engaging in conversation after taking action. Subsequently, Qin Yu tore open the sleeves of the two men, revealing a triangular symbol composed of a circle and a vertical line on the wrist of the younger man. Indeed, this was the fabled symbol of the Deathly Hallows, also known as Grindelwald's insignia. On the inner wrist of the other man, there was a vivid crimson tattoo depicting a serpent emerging from the mouth of a skull. Upon seeing this second symbol, Qin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. By Merlin's beard, one Death Eater and one pure-blood fanatic, was it truly necessary for such a convergence? As Qin Yu sighed, he collected the keys and bags from the hands of the two individuals and tucked them into his coat. Hearing faint voices in the vicinity, possibly from passers-by, he did not linger, as he could not carry the two people with him. He swiftly exited the alley from which he had just entered. "Wow, Qin, where did you find this little cat?" Hermione's eyes softened and filled with affection upon seeing the small yellow cat cradled in Qin Yu's arms. It is indeed challenging for girls to resist the charm of adorable creatures. "Ah, I picked it up on the way. It seems to be a stray. I just cleaned it up a bit and plan to take it to the pet shop later, though I am unsure if they will accept it." Qin Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Although this cat had attacked him, he had initially invaded its territory and inadvertently crushed one of its worn-out toys. A tattered puppet. As he left the alley, the little yellow cat trembled, likely realizing that this boy was someone formidable and intimidating. Seeing its pitiful state, Qin Yu casually cast a cleaning charm upon the creature and brought it home. "May I hold him?" Hermione inquired eagerly. "Certainly, but do exercise caution." "It just scratched my hand," Qin Yu cautioned. "Oh, are you all right?" Hermione asked with concern, eyeing Qin Yu's hands. "I'm fine now. I purchased a special potion for treatment at the apothecary," Qin Yu replied, revealing the back of his injured hand. Thanks to the healing charm and the specialized potion, the marks were hardly discernible. Hermione finally relaxed and began to admonish the little yellow cat. "How could you bully Qin? He is a kind and gentle person. Look, he even brought you home." The little yellow cat emitted a faint, confused sound, seemingly unaware of the meanings of tenderness and kindness. At that moment, the two were on the first floor of the leaky cauldron. Having left some money behind for Hermione to watch over while he browsed, she meticulously selected several books, which the shopkeeper packed into a canvas bag. Upon Qin Yu's return, the shopkeeper returned the remaining handful of galleons to him, observing that the amount had scarcely diminished. Qin Yu mused to himself, "This girl truly knows how to manage her finances. She's even saving money for me." With the bag of books in hand and Hermione cradling the little yellow cat, they departed the leaky cauldron. Why did you buy this book as well?" Qin Yu remarked, glancing at the contents of the bag with mild surprise. "I noticed you were perusing this one for quite some time, and the shopkeeper mentioned it had been in the store for ages without any buyers. It's on sale for just 5 sickles, so I decided to get it." Hermione replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Do you not like this book?" "Not at all. In fact, it's quite remarkable, exhibiting a degree of originality. Plus, at 5 sickles, it's an incredible bargain. Acquiring this book at such a low price is indeed a win for us." Qin Yu responded with a grin. "Hee. That's good to hear." Hermione laughed in response. Ultimately, Qin Yu and Hermione returned home with the cat. Interestingly, they had initially intended to leave the little yellow cat at the magical pet store, where the staff claimed it possessed the bloodline of a cat fox and could barely be sold. However, as they stepped out of the pet shop, Hermione murmured, "Crookshanks is undeniably beautiful. Why did that shopkeeper say he was ugly and difficult to sell?" "Who?" Qin Yu asked, taken aback. "The shopkeeper," Hermione replied, puzzled. "I meant the Crookshanks." Qin Yu continued to inquire. "Crookshanks," Hermione articulated the full name. "Yes, Crookshanks." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Crookshanks is quite lovely," Hermione stated solemnly. "So, who exactly is Crookshanks?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow. "The little cat we found. I just named it." After saying this, Hermione turned back, eagerly glancing at the pet shop. Well, Qin Yu was uncertain whether Hermione had mentioned the name before. However, Crookshanks seemed quite fitting for the cat's appearance, with its slightly crooked short legs. Most importantly, Qin Yu was aware of this name. Yet, he was unsure if this Crookshanks was indeed Hermione's intended one. At least, the fluffy yellow fur, the round face, and the short legs bore a resemblance to the cat Hermione would purchase in her 3rd year. If no one was willing to buy Crookshanks, would it be doomed to remain caged? How pitiful, wouldn't you agree, Qin? "Wait, where are you?" As Hermione spoke, she suddenly realized there was no one beside her. Turning around, she saw Qin Yu standing behind her, holding a bag of books and looking at her with an expression of helplessness. "Why aren't you leaving?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "Are you sure you want to go?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow in response. Hermione blinked a few times, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. "Qin, you are thinking exactly what I am." "Really? Is there any doubt?" "You've already named it, so naturally it is our cat." Since Hermione had already named the cat Crookshanks, regardless of whether it was the same one Qin Yu was aware of, he had no intention of leaving the cat in the shop. "That's wonderful. I really adore you," Hermione exclaimed, rushing over to peck Qin Yu on the cheek before dashing back to the magical pet shop. "Ah, a customary Western gesture of affection," Qin Yu mused. He cleared his throat and followed suit, walking back into the store. They successfully retrieved the cat, and Qin Yu also purchased some pet supplements and grooming products. The shopkeeper was delighted, showing no signs of irritation at the children's return after just leaving. Hermione was the most elated, cradling the little yellow cat, now named Crookshanks, refusing to let it go. "Crookshanks, from now on, you will live with us. I am your mother, Hermione, and this is your father, no, rather, your uncle, Qin." As she walked down the street, Hermione addressed the little yellow cat. "Why am I not the father?" Qin Yu asked, perplexed. Because I am your sister. Thus, you are Crookshanks's uncle. Hermione replied with utmost seriousness, evidently recalling how Qin Yu had introduced her to the owner of the leaky cauldron as a sister. All right then. Uncle it is. On this topic, Qin Yu believed there was no necessity for debate. Thus, the family of three, comprising 2 individuals and a cat, meandered through Diagonal Alley for a while, indulging in some of the local delicacies, before concluding their day's itinerary and departing from Diagonal Alley. When Qin Yu, Hermione, and Crookshanks returned home, the Granger couple had yet to come back from work. Qin, do you think Mom and Dad will agree to let us keep him? Hermione began to express her concerns. Do not worry. I will assist you in persuading Uncle David and Aunt Ginny, Qin Yu replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Crookshanks, did you hear that? Qin will help us, so rest assured. Hermione exclaimed as she cradled the little cat in her arms. Qin Yu waited for a moment, but was met with no customary kiss. Alas, it seemed that the cat had captivated Hermione's attention entirely. When the Granger couple returned home in the evening, they indeed expressed concerns about adopting the cat, primarily fearing that Hermione might struggle to care for it while they were preoccupied with work. Nevertheless, Qin Yu ardently persuaded them, asserting that bringing a pet to Hogwarts was a requirement, and purchasing one 6 months in advance was hardly an issue. He assured them that Crookshanks was remarkably intelligent and required minimal supervision. To demonstrate, he even encouraged the cat to exhibit its ability to use the toilet. Of course, the bewildered and terrified Crookshanks did not successfully accomplish this feat and nearly fell in instead. However, Mrs. Granger ultimately consented to her daughter's desire for the cat, reasoning that the fact the 2 children had devised the notion of toilet training a cat was commendable and warranted no excessive scrutiny. Thus, Crookshanks officially became a member of the Granger household, and that very night, Hermione took him to her room to sleep together. Meanwhile, Trig, who had been resting on the windowsill of her room, was dispatched by Qin Yu that evening to deliver a letter to Hogwarts. As he lay in bed, Qin Yu reflected on the day's events, sleep eluding him entirely. Discussions among patrons at the Leaky Cauldron, his encounter with the young wizard seemingly affiliated with the pureblood faction, G.A., and the cloaked man bearing the mark of the Death Eaters occupied his thoughts. Additionally, he recalled the exchange of keys and bags that had transpired during their meeting. All these elements suggested that the situation was becoming rather convoluted. He had just confirmed that the key was likely the vault key for Gringotts, while the bag contained a sealed transparent glass vial filled with a liquid that was dark red, almost black. Was it possible that an associate of G.A. intended to sell this substance to the Death Eaters for profit? Qin Yu pondered boldly. What, then, was contained within this small vial? Qin Yu was momentarily tempted to take a look. However, reason advised him against courting danger, reminding him that exercising caution bore no detriment. At that moment, Qin Yu increasingly felt that his choice to embark on this daring investigation was indeed the right one. Had he chosen to remain passive and merely reported the suspicious individual he had observed to others, he would have garnered little information, and the number of individuals he could trust was limited, making it improbable for him to relay the information in a timely manner. Thus, he undertook all that was within his capacity and achieved a considerable amount of investigative results. The remainder would be entrusted to those far more suited for the task. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu could not help but gaze out the window. Whether it was due to an emerging premonition, he could not tell, but as he looked outside, a peculiar distortion occurred in a certain spot, and an elderly man with a gray-white beard suddenly appeared. In an instant, the window swung open of its own accord, allowing the old man to enter. This gentleman was none other than Professor Dumbledore, one of the few individuals Qin Yu currently held in high esteem and undoubtedly the most powerful among them. Professor Dumbledore had hurried over after receiving a notification from Trig. Qin, what has transpired? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. Qin Yu did not elaborate in the letter, merely urging him to arrive as swiftly as possible. Qin Yu initially intended for Trig to fly to Hogwarts with the key and the bag, but for safety reasons, he opted to summon Dumbledore to meet him instead, ensuring that everything would proceed without a hitch. Earlier today, I accompanied Hermione to Diagon Alley. Consequently, Qin Yu recounted to Dumbledore everything he had heard and seen in Diagon Alley in its entirety. Dumbledore did not interrupt throughout, yet the expression on his aged face grew increasingly grave. By the time Qin Yu handed him the small vial from the bag, concern glimmered in Dumbledore's eyes. Are you suggesting that this is not their first transaction, but rather the second? Dumbledore posed a seemingly inconsequential question. Yes, it appears they have met before, and there was a degree of familiarity between them. They even debated certain ideological matters, Qin Yu responded. Oh, I see. Dumbledore acknowledged as he tucked away the key and the vial. He then advised Qin Yu, "My dear Qin, refrain from undertaking reckless actions in the future. I will handle the further investigation into today's events. You should enjoy the remaining days of your Christmas holiday." "Well, I merely happened upon the situation. I did not actively provoke them," Qin Yu remarked, scratching his nose. "Your vigilance and courage are commendable. However, you are still young. Allow us to handle such matters." "As they are perilously dangerous," Dumbledore said earnestly. "Understood, Professor Dumbledore. I shall heed your counsel," Qin Yu replied with acquiescence. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. Rest early." Dumbledore smiled as he bid farewell to Qin Yu. "Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore," Qin Yu responded. The old wizard departed swiftly, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Once the items were dispatched, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Ding! The host has submitted the findings to the key figure. The investigation task has been successfully completed, and rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. The system's voice resonated. Qin Yu did not anticipate that the selection of the task would only be deemed complete at this moment. Subsequently, he felt a surge of excitement as he validated his newly acquired high-level ability to execute the illusory body charm. He recited the incantation and tapped his wand upon himself. In an instant, he realized that his physical form had vanished from sight, rendering him akin to a disembodied specter. This effect greatly pleased him. Since its promulgation in 1875, the regulation concerning the reasonable constraints on underage wizards has undergone continuous refinement, with the introduction of the trace serving as a commendable adjunct to this law. The trace is a detection charm deployed on wizards under the age of 17, primarily monitoring their activities outside of school. However, during the actual enforcement of this regulation, it is fundamentally required that underage wizards do not deliberately use magic in the presence of muggles. In instances where young wizards practice magic within wizarding families, a common occurrence, or engage in secretive practice, using or testing wands, the trace may report such activities. Yet the Ministry of Magic would refrain from dispatching orders to apprehend individuals, provided their actions do not draw excessive attention or cause significant disturbances. In such cases, the ministry would typically issue a warning letter. Moreover, for those wizards who have not yet enrolled in school or those of Muggle descent, the oversight from the ministry is comparatively lenient. In some cases, there might even be no trace. These children, without guidance, are prone to magical mishaps, such as causing the glass in a zoo to vanish or uprooting trees. In these situations, the ministry struggles to respond swiftly, relying instead on information gathered through alternative channels. In essence, as long as one refrains from causing mayhem, the Ministry of Magic is unlikely to intervene. Note, this serves as a unified clarification. There is no need to delve deeply into the regulation and the trace. One can observe Harry's actions from the first book to the last. As long as there is no interference from above, the regulation is indeed quite flexible. I acknowledge that the trace cannot be overlooked, but it is unreasonable for the protagonist to be restricted in ways that Harry and Malfoy were not. Consider this my artistic license. Furthermore, the trace is significant, and the protagonist will certainly not engage in reckless behavior unless necessitated by the plot. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, Qin Yu cautiously experimented with the illusory body spell, thereafter refraining from excessive use and suppressing the urge to descend and startle Hermione and Crookshanks. It must be said that Dumbledore is indeed a person who instills complete confidence in Qin Yu, having entrusted matters to the venerable old wizard. He felt considerably more at ease. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, fatigue gradually overcame him, and he soon succumbed to a profound slumber. In the ensuing days, Hermione seized every opportunity to cradle Crookshanks, the little yellow cat, in her arms, and the bond between them flourished rapidly. Remarkably, Crookshanks actually learned to use the toilet, a feat undoubtedly attributed to Hermione's relentless instruction. However, one cannot deny the cat's exceptional intelligence, which led Qin Yu to momentarily ponder if he were indeed an animagus in disguise. Yet, Crookshanks never revealed his true form. "I have been teaching him to call me Mama. By the time you return from school, he may very well have mastered it," Hermione remarked with a smile. However, upon uttering these words, she suddenly realized that the Christmas holiday was drawing to a close, and Qin Yu would be returning to school the following day. At this thought, the joy that once sparkled in her eyes faded into a melancholic gloom. Qin Yu observed the scene with keen eyes and gently reassured, "I shall return soon, and I will write to you frequently." To his surprise, Hermione pouted and replied, "I do not wish to merely exchange letters. The 10 days spent together during the Christmas holiday had left Hermione feeling that simple correspondence could no longer suffice. She longed for Qin's presence beside her. However, the reality was that Qin had to return to school. This thought cast a shadow over Hermione's mood, and her pet Crookshanks seemed to sense her discontent. Nuzzling against her arm with his fluffy face, at a loss for words to comfort her, Qin himself felt a pang of melancholy. Yet, upon witnessing Crookshanks affectionately rubbing against Hermione's arm, a sudden irritation surged within him, prompting him to grasp the cat by the scruff of its neck and set it aside. "Qin," Hermione exclaimed in surprise as he drew closer, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. If he was unsure how to console her, then embracing her for a moment would suffice, merely a formality. Initially, Hermione's body tensed, but as she inhaled the familiar scent of Qin, she gradually relaxed. Nuzzling her small face against his neck, her previously sullen and resentful mood beginning to dissipate. "You must write at least one letter each week. No, two. They can be brief. But you must not neglect to write just because you are busy," she insisted, laying down her stringent demand. "Very well. I promise to write at least 2 letters each week. If I fail to do so, you can send Trig to bring me back," Qin assured her. "How could Trig manage that?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He has many siblings who can assist him," Qin replied with utmost seriousness. "Then you might find yourself dropped from the sky at any moment." "Aha." Hermione laughed at the thought of several owls carrying Qin through the air. The girl's fleeting sadness evaporated as quickly as it came. With Qin's promise, especially following that warm embrace, her spirits lifted considerably. She scampered upstairs to help Qin pack his belongings. As Qin observed Hermione kneeling beside the bed, somewhat clumsily but diligently folding his clothes, a warmth blossomed in his heart. To receive such attentiveness from a future minister of magic was indeed a remarkable sentiment. "Qin, you should also tidy up your things and decide what to take and what to leave behind," Hermione admonished seriously when she noticed him standing idly. "I wish to take you with me," Qin remarked casually while organizing his belongings. "Is that truly possible?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Well, this girl is certainly being playful," Qin thought. "Unless you transform into an owl or a cat," he said, feigning irritation. "Then I shall transform. I am already a cat," Hermione declared. Climbing onto Qin's bed and pretending to be a small cat, Qin Yu extended his hand to gently stroke her head, complimenting her performance. Of course, Hermione's acting could only deceive Qin Yu to a limited extent. She was far from transforming into a genuine little cat, and thus could not truly accompany him to Hogwarts. The only consequence of her antics was the disarray she caused to the neatly folded clothes. After a bout of playful frolicking, Hermione resumed her position beside the bed, assisting Qin Yu in refolding the garments. When dawn broke the following day, Qin Yu, having finished his breakfast, gathered his belongings in preparation for departure. The Granger couple had initially intended to escort him to the train station, yet Qin Yu preferred to go alone, not wishing to impose on their work commitments, and graciously declined their kind offer. He then bid farewell to the Granger family at the door. "Goodbye, Crookshanks," Hermione exclaimed, holding the little yellow cat in her arms and waving one of its paws in farewell to Qin Yu. The Granger couple was somewhat taken aback by Hermione's demeanor. They had expected her to be tearful, yet today she appeared remarkably composed and even playful. Unbeknownst to them, Hermione had already experienced a bout of melancholy the previous day and had since been comforted. Although she felt a sense of reluctance, she was not overwhelmed by it. The young girl was gradually growing stronger. Upon departing from the Granger residence, Qin Yu navigated the public transport system, eventually arriving at King's Cross Station, where he entered Platform 9 to board the Hogwarts Express once more. He was returning to that wondrous school of magic as the holiday drew to a close and a new term was set to commence. As for the matter of using magic outside the school, for the sake of narrative continuity, let us adhere to the explanation provided at the beginning of this chapter. The new semester will not be extensively chronicled, as time will swiftly pass. The familiar mountains, the well-known waters, the classrooms, the campus, the dormitories, the Great Hall, and even Professor Snape's long legs awaited him. If you do not rouse yourselves from the languid stupor of the holiday, I would not hesitate to toss you into the Black Lake to awaken your senses. Listen to that icy voice, heed the cutting tone. It is enough to invigorate one in an instant. Mr. Qin, you appear to be in quite the cheerful mood. Thus, you shall demonstrate the grinding of the weasel's desiccated gland, Professor Snape drawled, pulling Qin Yu into action with an air of leisurely authority. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression instantly fell. "Are you truly intending to take me away, yellow weasel gland?" he thought. "If you perform well, I may consider granting an additional point to Gryffindor," Professor Snape stated nonchalantly. "Well then, I concede. It is my honor, Professor Snape. Qin Yu replied with a radiant smile. Resolutely, he approached the lectern and laboratory table at the front of the classroom, inhaled deeply, and with tweezers, grasped a shriveled, drab organ of the animal and tossed it into the mortar. This unremarkable gray object was the yellow weasel gland, which Qin Yu had encountered in his textbook. He understood that despite its lackluster appearance and faint scent, once ground into powder, it would prove formidable, summoning his courage. Qin Yu steeled himself and forcefully smashed the yellow weasel gland with the pestle, then diligently pressed down on the fragments. As he ground, a pungent odor, thick and unbearable, rapidly permeated the classroom. Ugh, it stinks. I can't take it anymore. Help. Tears are streaming down my face. The students in the classroom, overwhelmed by the noxious stench, began to gag and cried out for assistance. Qin Yu found himself at the forefront, teetering on the brink of demise. Remember the scent, Professor Snape pronounced, elevating his voice deliberately. The classroom was in a cacophony, and without raising his voice, the students would remain oblivious. We've memorized it, Professor. Please spare us, exclaimed the students in unison. This aroma is so profound that it will linger with me for a lifetime. I could never forget it, even in my dreams. As they responded, the infamous Snape's vacuum-like prowess swept the noxious stench from the air with a flick of his wand. The foul odor emanating from the weasel-esque gland was confined beneath Qin Yu's chest, ensuring no one else could detect it. Witnessing this understated yet effective maneuver, Qin Yu felt a renewed admiration for Snape's magical prowess and resolved to master such skills. This way, he could cook in the dormitory without fear of being discovered by the prefects. Lost in thought, Qin Yu finally completed the grinding process and sifted the weasel gland powder through a fine screen. Acceptable, Professor Snape acknowledged, nodding at the resulting fine powder. Qin Yu blinked rapidly, signaling, Gryffindor, at a point. Gryffindor, 1 point, Snape replied in his characteristic calm tone. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, while their Slytherin counterparts acknowledged the effort, recognizing that Qin had earned it through sheer determination. The weasel gland powder, foul in its odor, possessed significant utility. It could be transformed into a potion for repelling pests and beasts, granting safety in the wilderness. Next, I shall demonstrate the precise method for concocting this potion. Professor Snape commenced the formal lesson. As the class concluded, the first-year students once again lost their appetite. The potency of the weasel gland had surpassed even Professor Swindon's gruesome imagery. Snape's notorious reputation swiftly eclipsed that of Swindon. Honestly, I diligently teach. Yet why do I bear a notorious reputation? Professor Swindon lamented, clearly disgruntled. At that moment, Qin Yu and Professor Snape were gathered in the defense against the Dark Arts office. This marked the first time the three had convened since the end of the previous year, as Swindon had been preoccupied with other matters. What gives you such a high opinion of yourself? Qin Yu retorted, somewhat irritated. Qin, you are my most cherished student. How can you say such things? It truly saddens me. Swindon feigned sorrow. All right, Stephen, do tell us why you summoned us today. Professor Snape could no longer contain himself and interjected. Upon hearing this, Professor Swinton immediately retracted his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. He did not speak at once. Instead, he produced a small vial containing a dark red liquid, barely half full. What could this be? Snape furrowed his brow in contemplation. Qin Yu, however, displayed a grave expression. Indeed, he recognized this item. It was something he had picked up from a dubious individual in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holidays. It seemed that Qin still remembered this object. Professor Swinton turned to Qin Yu and said, Yes, I recall it. But why did Professor Dumbledore entrust it to you? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. He entrusted it to me, of course, because it somewhat falls within my area of expertise. Professor Swinton shrugged in response. Your expertise? Qin Yu pondered what particular skill Professor Swinton possessed. It pertains to alchemy. Swinton provided the answer without giving Qin Yu much time for speculation. Is this item related to alchemy? Qin Yu's curiosity intensified. Indeed. Would you kindly elucidate the matter for me? Professor Snape interjected. Let Qin explain. Professor Swinton gestured towards Qin Yu. Thus, Qin Yu recounted his encounter in Diagon Alley. Upon finishing his narrative, Professor Snape remarked, You acted rather decisively. Professor Swinton added, Professor Dumbledore is investigating this matter himself. He merely asked me to analyze the composition and effects of this liquid. It was only after I had results from my research that he requested me to communicate with you. So, what exactly is this? Qin Yu asked. It is a product of life alchemy. I suspect it originates from the dark alchemy of the North American witch cult and its effects. Professor Swinton. As he spoke, unveiled an object draped in black cloth beside him. It was an iron cage, within which sat a rather listless white mouse. Its body marred by numerous wounds, some of which appeared fatal. Undead? Professor Snape uttered this term with a hint of distaste. Indeed, it is the undead. Professor Swinton affirmed with a nod. What is the undead? Qin Yu asked in confusion. The undead refers to creatures that, although their bodies may die or sustain injuries, can still remain active. Professor Swinton provided a succinct explanation. Upon hearing this, and glancing at the mouse, Qin Yu suddenly comprehended the situation. Was this not akin to a zombie? Could this black liquid transform animals or humans into the undead? Qin Yu expressed his astonishment. Yes, but it likely possesses far more than this singular effect, Professor Swinton replied with a degree of caution in his tone. His words rendered the room instantly silent. After a considerable pause, he waved his wand towards the mouse, and with a flash of white light, black smoke began to emanate from the mouse, quickly reducing it to ashes. It was already dead, Professor Swinton stated calmly. He continued, the situation appears somewhat complicated, hence Professor Dumbledore's suggestion that we continue to train Qin, equipping him with greater capacity to cope, as he is invariably surrounded by a plethora of unforeseen incidents. I, too, wish to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Qin Yu mused inwardly. Indeed, that is precisely what I was contemplating, Professor Snape affirmed with a nod. Ah, then I extend my gratitude to you and Professor Dumbledore, Qin Yu remarked, rolling his eyes. Thus, what Qin Yu initially believed to be a conclusion to his after-class tutoring became increasingly stringent. Professor Snape even pushed Qin Yu to the brink of utilizing his latent powers, fervently testing the limits of his abilities. However, for the most part, the training did not reach a point of utter exhaustion. Classes, after-school tutoring, Quidditch practices, and the occasional visit to Hagrid's hut filled his schedule. Qin Yu's life at Hogwarts swiftly returned to its previous rhythm, even more bustling than before. Amidst the flurry of activity, he honored his promise to a certain young lady, writing to her at least twice a week. The correspondence from the girl named Hermione, however, had transformed significantly. She would candidly express her longing for him, rather than merely alluding to occasional thoughts or wistfully mentioning Tarek as she had in the past. The brief holiday of merely 10 days seemed to have brought about a remarkable change in her, as Qin Yu sensed the evolution in Hermione's style of writing. His time at Hogwarts continued to slip away. The harsh winter gradually receded, the ice and snow melted, heralding the arrival of spring. With the warmth of the season, nature awakened. The young wizards shed their heavy winter garments and began to frolic in their respective houses' common rooms, on staircases and corridors, across the expansive campus, and in the vast fields, exuberantly releasing the energy of youth. Even the typically somber Elvis began to engage in flying competitions with Jimmy. Having adapted to the posture of sitting on a broomstick, his flying skills were developing impressively, leading Qin Yu to speculate that, given time, he might even become a Quidditch keeper. As for their fellow Slytherin students, particularly Jerome, they dared not provoke trouble any longer. After all, the memory of Qin Yu wielding a wooden stick against him in midair remained vivid, and the mere thought of that day caused a twinge of pain in his posterior. Qin Yu. It was a wooden sword, not a stick. In the face of Qin Yu's prowess on the Quidditch pitch, Jerome had long since acknowledged his superiority. Unable to match his skills or assert dominance, he simply conceded. Of course, Qin Yu found little sense of accomplishment in compelling a mere child to submit. Nor did he care much about it. After all, if Jerome were to resist, he could always teach him another lesson. While others practiced their flying, Qin Yu leisurely soared through the skies on his broom, taking in the scenery. The spring atmosphere was vibrant, with the mountains cloaked in verdant hues, and the surrounding landscape of Hogwarts exuded a unique charm. By what seemed a mere coincidence, during this flying lesson, Qin Yu once again spotted the slick-haired Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by his house elf, Dobby. Remarkably, Lucius had halted by the flying lesson's designated lawn, lifting his proud head and regarding Qin Yu with a smirk in his eyes. Ah, this old fellow must be up to something, Qin Yu instinctively thought to himself. Beside Lucius stood Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House. Clad in a long green robe, Professor McGonagall wore a serious expression as she called out to Qin Yu from above. Qin, I need to speak with you. Professor McGonagall had already communicated with Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, so Madame Hooch was not taken by surprise. Consequently, Qin Yu pressed his enchanted broomstick and descended gracefully from the sky. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Qin Yu greeted them with a charming demeanor. Good morning. Qin, Lucius Malfoy nodded in acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall, may I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? Qin Yu asked with curiosity. Qin, it is as follows. Professor McGonagall replied with a rather solemn expression. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Qin. Lucius Malfoy interjected. Oh, what is it that you wish to ask me, Mr. Malfoy? Is it still concerning the events in the Forbidden Forest from last year? Qin Yu inquired, bewildered. Not merely that incident, Lucius teased, withholding further elaboration. Is there something else at hand? Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Qin, let us proceed to Professor Dumbledore's office to address this matter, Professor McGonagall interjected. Very well, Professor McGonagall. Qin Yu eagerly acquiesced, for with old Dumbledore present, he felt assured. Thus, Qin Yu followed the group towards the headmaster's office. Along the way, he intentionally slowed his pace, maintaining a distance from Lucius and Professor McGonagall. As Dobby the house elf was casting him an anxious glance. Once Qin Yu had created some space between himself and Lucius and Professor McGonagall. Dobby also deliberately slowed his pace to approach him. Then, Dobby opened his mouth and whispered a single word to Qin Yu in a hushed tone. Qin Yu initially did not catch the words clearly, but Dobby raised his voice and repeated, the Veritasserum. Upon comprehending what Dobby had said, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This was inescapable, was it not? Last time, Lucius had attempted to administer this potion to Qin Yu. But Snape's timely intervention had thwarted that plan. Now, it was evident that Lucius was resolutely determined to use the Veritasserum. At this thought, Qin Yu's mind was besieged by a multitude of chaotic thoughts, and his foremost desire was to make a hasty retreat. However, reason dictated that fleeing would be futile. Mr. Qin, please hurry, Lucius urged from ahead. Then he lowered his voice and barked, Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry and keep up. Yes, master, Dobby is coming. Dobby trembled as he scampered to catch up with Lucius, closely trailing at his side. With a sigh, Qin Yu followed, his expression a medley of emotions. At that moment, he could only hope that old Dang would assist him, or that Professor Snape might manipulate the Veritasserum in some way. Otherwise, if he inadvertently revealed his clandestine matters, he could only dread the consequences. Would he be seized and subjected to experimentation like a mere lab rat? This thought conjured an unsettling image in his mind recently. Professor Swindon had shown him and Snape a scene of a zombie white mouse, which ultimately met its end in a pile of ashes, incinerated by Professor Swindon. The fate of that mouse was indeed tragic. Lost in these troubled thoughts, Qin Yu followed them in reciting the entrance incantation and stepped into Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore was busily engaged in writing something. Lucius, my sincerest apologies. I have been preoccupied and could not greet you, he remarked, setting down his quill to address Lucius Malfoy. Not a problem at all, Professor Dumbledore. My visit today is of no great significance. I merely seek to verify the information regarding a student at Hogwarts, as per the board's request. Lucius, evidently in good spirits, spoke with a tone that lacked his former arrogance. This student, of course, referred to Qin Yu. I have gleaned the purpose of your visit from your letter. We shall fully cooperate, Professor Dumbledore replied, rising from his seat. He then guided the group to the adjacent sitting area. Unbeknownst to others, he discreetly bestowed a benevolent glance upon Qin Yu. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu felt a significant sense of relief. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, based on the intelligence we have gathered from the Muggle world, we discovered that last year, several grave incidents of wizarding information leaks occurred. For instance, at the reptile house of the London Zoo, a young boy was seen conversing with a python, and in proximity to a Muggle community. An enormous willow tree was observed being uprooted. We have reason to suspect that individuals associated with these events are students from Hogwarts. Lucius stated bluntly as he settled into his seat. As he concluded, Lucius cast a sharp gaze towards Qin Yu, who instinctively displayed a look of panic. Qin Yu stammered. Lucius, I believe these occurrences should not be deemed too extraordinary. After all, instances of young wizards losing control of their magic are quite common. Professor Dumbledore remarked in an even tone. However, I contend that the danger posed by these incidents has not been sufficiently acknowledged, particularly regarding the events in the Forbidden Forest last year, which remain shrouded in numerous uncertainties. Lucius replied coldly. Oh, I believe the matter of the Forbidden Forest has been thoroughly investigated, Dumbledore responded with calm assurance. One fears there may still be some oversights, Lucius retorted. Then, what do you propose to do? Dumbledore inquired nonchalantly. I think it is imperative for our involved party, Mr. Qin, to provide a detailed account. Lucius directed his gaze once more at Qin Yu. Why yes, Mr. Malfoy. Qin Yu stuttered, his eyes darting nervously towards Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, appearing like a bewildered and anxious ordinary student. Excellent, Mr. Qin, Lucius nodded with satisfaction, then produced a small vial, addressing Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, may I borrow some of your tea?" At this moment, Qin Yu inwardly lamented, realizing Lucius had cunningly brought Veritasium with him. His intention was to enlist Snape as assistance. Yet the latter would be of no help now. This likely explained Dobby's recent, risky warning to him. However, such a warning was of little consequence, as he had no time to prepare. Well, one cannot blame Dobby. It is probable he had no opportunity to inform Qin Yu beforehand. Very well, Lucius. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring a cup of tea before Lucius. After meticulously inspecting the cup, Lucius opened the small vial and dripped 3 drops of the colorless and odorless liquid into the cup. As Qin Yu gazed at the cup of tea being pushed toward him, his palms began to sweat. What should I do? Does old Dumbledore possess a contingency plan? If I inadvertently reveal my latent powers, I would undoubtedly be deemed a threat, rendering my stay at the school impossible. Most critically, if I consume Veritasium, will I inadvertently disclose the existence of the system and the truth of my origins? Where on earth is the system now? Shouldn't there be 2 options presented for me to choose from? Surrender or flee? In an instant, Qin Yu's mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts. Yet, he could not allow his face to betray his inner turmoil. This truly tested one's acting prowess. However, just as his trembling hand reached for the handle of the cup, a long-lost familiar voice echoed in his mind. It's all right. Those 2 simple words nearly brought tears to Qin Yu's eyes. The dimensional barrier was simply too exhausting. My head aches. I shall pause here, for tomorrow I have matters to attend to. If I return home early, I might still manage a chapter. I am immensely grateful to the esteemed Su Nan for presenting me with 2 magnificent swords, and I am overwhelmed by the generosity of every reader who offers gifts, encouragement, and reviews. Your support is the impetus that drives me forward. The author truly spends several hours each day pondering the plot and crafting the text. I hope that everyone can take a moment to click on the advertisements and send a free gift. It only takes a few seconds, and such gestures would allow the author to continue. In fact, more than one friend has urged me to start a new book. But this particular one holds great significance for me, and I genuinely do not wish to abandon it prematurely. Of course, even if I embark on a new project, this tale will persist. Currently, this book garners 10,000 readings daily, and even if only a few hundred readers were to send a free gift currently, there are just over 100, the author would be able to persevere. I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone here. Is it true? Qin Yu questioned in his mind. My matters are beyond their comprehension, the system clarified succinctly. They? Does that include everyone present? Though seemingly unremarkable, this statement revealed the system's formidable confidence. The system is formidable. Qin Yu silently gave a thumbs up in admiration. With the system's assurance, he immediately felt emboldened. Indeed, this is the system. If it could be so easily detected by others, it would be far too feeble. Therefore, even if one were to delve into his soul to extract thoughts, his connection to the system and his memories as a transmigrator would remain concealed, he suddenly realized. Yes, it will not be revealed, the system replied. All right, I understand. Qin Yu maintained a facade of composure while engaging with the system, outwardly resembling a terrified and frantic young boy. After all, any normal child would naturally feel apprehensive before consuming a suspicious liquid. Fear not, Mr. Qin. This potion poses no danger to you. In fact, once ingested, you may even experience a delightful sense of relaxation, Lucius Malfoy coaxed gently. Are you attempting to deceive me? If it's truly harmless, why not partake yourself? Qin Yu silently scoffed. Despite having attended potions class for only a little over half a year, he understood that any concoction affecting the mind or spirit could hardly be devoid of peril. Nevertheless, with circumstances as they were, avoidance was no longer an option. Moreover, drinking it now presented itself as the simplest solution. With trembling hands, Qin Yu grasped the cup, which rattled delicately against the porcelain saucer, producing a series of clear, melodic chimes that resonated in the stillness of the room. This sound was particularly pronounced, eliciting a satisfied smile from Lucius, while Professor McGonagall's expression grew significantly more serious. In contrast, Headmaster Dumbledore remained remarkably composed. Lucius, however, was not solely fixated on the young Oriental boy, quite the opposite. He devoted merely a third of his attention to Qin Yu, reserving the remainder to observe Dumbledore and the ancient wand resting beside him, ever vigilant for any sudden movements from the headmaster. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not reach for his wand as the boy consumed the potion-laced tea, allowing Lucius to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin, I must inquire, what transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day? Lucius wasted no time, posing the question directly. The Forbidden Forest? Qin Yu's eyes glazed over, as he mumbled. Yes. What did you experience in the lair of the eight-eyed giant spiders? Lucius guided the inquiry further. Unbeknownst to him, just beyond his line of sight, two long, aged fingers subtly intertwined, conjuring a white arc of light that hinted at a burgeoning intensity. I owe my gratitude to Professor Dumbledore. He was the one who saved me. Qin pondered for a moment before articulating those words. His statement caused Lucius to falter, his brow furrowing, indicating this was not the response he had anticipated. The hidden fingers beneath the table gently closed, causing the white arc to dissipate. Relate your experience. What transpired before Professor Dumbledore's arrival? Lucius's tone grew increasingly irritable. I was terrified, surrounded by a swarm of spiders with 8 eyes. Luckily, Professor Dumbledore arrived in time. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards the headmaster. Do not mention it. Ensuring the safety of every student is my duty as headmaster. Dumbledore replied in a warm voice. As he observed the two exchanging pleasantries, Lucius began to breathe heavily through his nose. Frustrated, he pressed on, I am asking you. Did you not do anything before Dumbledore arrived? For instance, did you exhibit any special abilities? This question was direct and laid bare Lucius's ultimate suspicion. He doubted that the young boy harbored exceedingly dangerous hidden powers. Yet, Qin Yu remained bewildered, responding, what could I possibly do? I should endeavor to control well, to manage my urge. I was truly frightened at that moment. Upon uttering these words, he exhibited a bashful demeanor, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Professor McGonagall nearly erupted in laughter, yet managed to suppress her mirth just in time, regaining her customary solemnity. However, the anxious concern in her eyes had vanished entirely. Lucius was on the brink of an explosive outburst, entirely oblivious to McGonagall's fleeting reaction. Meanwhile, Dumbledore subtly shook his head, finding himself at a loss for words regarding the boy, Qin. And what of last year's incident at the zoo? Lucius, striving to regain his composure, shifted the topic. That incident? I merely frightened the snake. It left on its own, and I am unsure of the circumstances, Qin muttered. Did you uproot that grand willow tree? How could someone your age possess such ability? Lucius continued to inquire. Perhaps it was merely due to the strong winds that day. Qin was uncertain how to articulate this, yet he understood that uprooting a tree should not be deemed too extraordinary. Lucius. Some children do indeed experience extraordinary outbursts of uncontrolled phenomena, yet through the subsequent process of magical education, such occurrences dissipate. Qin is a prime example of this. A fact you may confirm with the professors and students, Dumbledore interjected at an opportune moment. He had surmised that Lucius's inquiries regarding tree uprooting were merely a pretext to administer Veritasrum to Qin, in hopes of uncovering further secrets. Dumbledore himself was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The absence of a wand did not imply an inability to wield magic. Who could fathom that this boy, even after consuming the potion, could still prattle nonsense, or rather, maintain his composure without revealing any incriminating details? Could it be that Lucius Malfoy's Veritasrum was a sham? Dumbledore pondered this notion internally, yet swiftly dismissed it, as he did not believe Lucius would traverse such distances carrying an unverified magical potion. If the Veritasrum was indeed authentic, then the only variable with potential issues must be the one consuming it. Contemplating this, Dumbledore cast a penetrating gaze at the boy, Qin, who continued to feign ignorance. This child never ceases to astonish. The world's most formidable wizard, Professor Dumbledore, mused within his mind. Do you have any secrets to conceal? Such as your abilities or your lineage? Lucius's inquiries grew increasingly forthright. I do. Speak quickly. I actually sold the herbs I acquired from Professor Sprout. But I received a handsome price for them. They were not wasted. Herbs. That was not what I inquired about. Upon witnessing Lucius nearing a state of hysteria, Dumbledore spoke with an authoritative tone. Mr. Malfoy, I believe the matter has become quite clear. Young Qin poses no issue, and I suggest we cease this line of inquiry. He must have something left unsaid. Lucius retorted, his reluctance evident. I must insist, Mr. Malfoy, that the child has responded to all your questions with utmost honesty. Should you continue to harass this poor boy, I shall bring this matter to the attention of the school board. And I would not hesitate to inform the Ministry of Magic regarding your excessive conduct. Dumbledore continued. You. Lucius glared at Dumbledore, yet he quickly succumbed. For he recognized he was no match for him. Very well, I have finished my questioning. With that, he rose in indignation, took his house elf Dobby, and stormed out of Hogwarts. Minerva, please take care of him, Dumbledore said, gazing at the slumbering Qin Yu. I will, Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall replied. As Professor McGonagall contemplated how to escort Qin Yu to the infirmary for rest, Severus Snape entered with hurried steps. He had just concluded a potions class for the upper years and rushed over upon hearing of Lucius's arrival at the school. Dumbledore briefly recounted the recent events to Snape. "Very well, I shall take him to rest," Snape remarked, bending down to gently lift the sleeping Qin Yu. He then strode with long strides, departing the headmaster's office towards the school infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey could assess Qin Yu's condition. After leaving Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy did not return immediately to his residence in Wiltshire. Instead, he ventured alone to a dilapidated manor. "Failed again? Did you not assert that this time you would surely find a weakness in Dumbledore?" A man clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask stood beside the crumbling entrance of the manor, speaking in a low voice. "I assure you, that child has issues." Lucius's voice was still laced with anger, and he too wore a mask. "And what of it?" The cloaked figure replied with a tone of derision. "I cannot fathom where the failure lies. Perhaps the Veritasrum was ineffective, or Dumbledore has subtly manipulated the situation to render the child's responses appear entirely normal. Damn this so-called normalcy." Lucius exclaimed in frustration. "Humph, it seems the fault lies with your own incompetence." The masked man retorted coldly. "What authority do you have to criticize me? What have you been doing during this time?" Lucius snapped. "Rest assured, I have been diligently preparing for our master's return." The cloaked figure responded with fervent devotion. "Ah, upon the master's return, you shall surely be rewarded for your loyalty." Lucius spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Regarding the return of our master, he had always been somewhat skeptical. However, he was pleased to harness the powers of those devoted followers. Yet you, who have repeatedly claimed to have found opportunities to undermine Dumbledore, have consistently failed. Are you aware of the extent to which Dumbledore's ambitions have swelled recently? He has reached out to his students across Europe and North America, secretly conspiring. Our noble cause faces an unprecedented threat." The cloaked figure exclaimed with indignation and bitterness. "I am well aware of Dumbledore's ambitions, but what can I do? He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and for decades, his students have spread to every corner of the globe." Lucius lamented with a tone of frustration. "No matter what, we cannot allow him to sabotage our master's plans. The previous transaction involving the blood of the wizard should never have been entrusted to that fool. Now we have created misunderstandings with G.A. Grindelwald's army, and it will be challenging to find opportunities for collaboration in the near future," the cloaked figure remarked with exasperation. "Oh, it is precisely your cowardice and fear of being outmaneuvered by G.A. that led you to send a minor player to negotiate." Lucius seized the opportunity to mock. "What good does it do to speak of this now? Since we cannot obtain the wizard blood from there, we must find a way to seek such resources elsewhere." The cloaked figure conceded reluctantly. "But that is LeMay's possession. Have you considered the difficulty of acquiring it?" Lucius replied with a hint of melancholy. "And what of LeMay? He is merely an old man whose bones have long since crumbled." The cloaked figure scoffed disdainfully. "Then, I wish you good fortune," Lucius added, albeit reluctantly. "If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. We will reach out to you if your skills are needed," the cloaked figure replied nonchalantly. "Let us leave it at that. I must take my leave," Lucius stated. "Indeed. Farewell. Farewell." As the two individuals concluded their conversation, they each vanished from the spot using the art of apparition. Once they departed, a biting chill swept through the dilapidated estate, rendering it even more desolate and forlorn. In the office of Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the aged figure stood within the circular chamber, his weary visage betraying an unmistakable fatigue. His gaze fell upon Fawkes, the phoenix, perched nearby, and he was inexplicably reminded of an ancient verse he had encountered not long ago in the East. The essence of the poem suggested that those who understood him would perceive a heart laden with concern, while those who did not would view his actions as self-serving. Indeed, ever since the messenger from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic arrived in London, bearing news of a force known as G.A. that was active in the Americas, Dumbledore had embarked on a clandestine flurry of activity. Through his students and friends, he sought to uncover every fragment of information regarding this group. Such actions, no doubt, appeared suspect to many. After all, Dumbledore's formidable reputation, coupled with the influence of his students and acquaintances scattered across the globe, constituted a formidable power that instilled trepidation in others. He was acutely aware of the temptations this power entailed, which is why he consistently exercised restraint. A single individual, or even a collective, can become so formidable as to easily lose themselves. This was a truth he had grasped in his youth, imparted to him by a loved one whose death served as a poignant lesson. However, certain actions must be taken to spare others from tragic fates. He hoped, within the confines of his heart, that his endeavors would yield a favorable outcome. When Qin Yu awoke from a surreal dream, his mind still somewhat muddled, he noticed Professor Swinton seated at the edge of his bed, engrossed in a book titled Quirky Notions in Alchemy. Upon seeing the title, Qin Yu's thoughts began to coalesce. He recalled perusing this very book in the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron, finding some of its contents rather absurd. It had later been purchased by Hermione, along with several other tomes, and she had kindly tucked it into his suitcase upon their return to school. Subsequently, he occasionally retrieved the book for entertainment, and it had recently been borrowed by Professor Swinton after being spotted. "Ah, you are awake," Professor Swinton remarked, finally noticing him after some time. Professor Swinton, what has happened to me?" Qin Yu inquired, still somewhat disoriented. "You ingested a truth serum brought by Lucius, and the side effect is drowsiness. You have been asleep here for over 8 hours. Professor Swinton elucidated that, indeed, it appears to be the case. Qin Yu recalled the matter, realizing that while the system had, to some extent, safeguarded his memories, the side effects of the truth serum remained unavoidable. Fortunately, the only consequence was drowsiness, which was not overly severe. In fact, it was Professor Snape who had been present all along and had escorted you here, Professor Swinton remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. I shall find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Professor Snape, Qin Yu replied earnestly. Very well, if you feel you have sufficiently recovered, you may leave this place. To prevent your friends from worrying, we have refrained from informing them about this matter. As you are aware, some things are better kept with fewer individuals aware of them. Professor Swinton added, rising as he spoke. Qin Yu had indeed rested sufficiently. With the assistance of Professor Swinton, he rose from his bed, and as his feet touched the ground, he felt completely awake. The side effects of the truth serum had dissipated. Thus, the two departed together. It was now evening, and as they walked down the brightly lit corridor, Qin Yu and Professor Swinton engaged in casual conversation, much like they had on numerous prior occasions. Naturally, their discussion turned to alchemy. This book is quite remarkable. Although its ideas may seem fanciful, they are certainly thought-provoking. I am eager to find an opportunity to engage in a deep dialogue with the author, Professor Swinton remarked, holding up the book. Really? I thought you might describe the author as mad or ridiculous, Qin Yu shrugged in response. Ha ha ha. Throughout history, every great alchemist has been a bit mad and laughable. Haven't they? Professor Swinton chuckled. That does seem to hold some truth. Much like the Eastern proverb, without madness, there can be no success, Qin Yu translated. Indeed. It appears that human wisdom shares similarities across cultures, Swinton mused, intrigued by Qin Yu's words. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. Addressing Qin Yu, I heard that you turned the last alchemical materials into a sword that is beautiful yet utterly useless. Must you be so harsh? Otherwise, I might think you've transformed into Professor Snape. Qin Yu retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the fearless Qin could feel bashful at times? Professor Swinton teased with a smile. All right, I admit that my abilities fell short, wasting such precious alchemical materials. How about this? I shall give you the item, and you can create something more useful from it? Qin Yu suggested, dismissing the idea. To his surprise, Professor Swinton nodded. I was actually planning to request it from you. Qin Yu pouted. You really want it? However, Professor Swinton continued, this book has provided me with much inspiration. I will assist you in transforming that beautiful sword into a useful one. What do you think? Really? Qin Yu's eyes lit up at the prospect. Of course, Professor Swinton affirmed. Can it fly? Qin Yu asked eagerly. While it's not impossible, it seems Mrs. Hawkridge was indeed correct. You have been dreaming of flying on a sword. Swinton chuckled. Professor Swinton, I must clarify. It's not riding it but standing on it to fly. Riding a sword, wouldn't that be perilous? Qin Yu rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his sarcasm regarding Mrs. Hawkridge's wild imagination. Well then, standing on it to fly, could it accommodate any other requests? Professor Swinton inquired. I wish for that sword to possess the ability to alter its size, perhaps akin to a spatial expansion charm, much like your bag. Qin Yu expressed another notion of his own. Well, the transformation of size might pose some complications. I shall need to confer with Professor Snape and others regarding this matter. Professor Swinton replied, before continuing, is there anything else? Make it sharper, Qin Yu declared. He felt that a sword which merely had the ability to fly was rather unimpressive. Merely a bare broomstick handle in the air. Ah, that is feasible. Additionally, could we incorporate some special effects, for instance? Qin Yu rambled on about his various ideas, and when he reached his 20th request, Professor Swinton gazed at the night sky and said to Qin Yu with a hint of weariness, "Qin, I have suddenly lost interest in crafting this sword for you. Perhaps you should consider my words as if they were never spoken, and we shall part ways here. I wish to admire the moon. I find its serene light grants me a sense of tranquility. Please, Professor, I was wrong. Just let it be able to fly, change size, and cut. Those 3 capabilities will suffice." Qin Yu hastily lowered his demands. "That is much more reasonable. One must learn to be content," Professor Swinton admonished. "You are right. I would be quite satisfied with those functionalities," Qin Yu replied earnestly. Subsequently, Professor Swinton accompanied Qin Yu to the Gryffindor dormitory area, taking with him the sword crafted from alchemical materials, which, aside from its beauty, held no practical value. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Qin Yu found himself restless, likely due to having overslept during the day. He recalled having told Hermione that if one dreams of another person, that person will experience insomnia. Thus, he pondered whether his current sleeplessness was a result of someone dreaming of him. Preoccupied with such thoughts and devoid of drowsiness, he decided to rise from his bed, taking a candlestick and paper with him to the common room. At that hour, the area was deserted. It was against the rules to be out at such a late hour. Merely a violation of the schedule, nothing too grave, he thought. With that in mind, Qin Yu found a table, sat down, placed the candlestick beside him, unfolded the letter paper, and began to write using a quill. Notably, the letter paper already bore words penned by Hermione. It was unclear whether she had devised these responses herself or learned them from elsewhere, but of late, she had begun to write replies of sorts within Qin Yu's original letters, essentially adding a response to nearly every paragraph. This subtle enhancement rendered their correspondence more interactive and engaging, as if they were conversing through their letters. Qin Yu was certainly no stranger to this form, as he had encountered various segment reviews during his past life while reading novels. The sight of the comment numbers displayed after each segment instilled in him an irresistible urge to click and delve deeper. In summary, he was quite receptive to Hermione's new epistolary format. As he read about her life, her reflections on the increasingly rotund Crookshanks, her perception of strength, and her late-night musings of longing for him and reminiscing about their late-night chats on the small bed in the attic, a smile would invariably tug at the corners of his mouth. He would then jot down his thoughts beside her words. For every segment in Hermione's letter, Qin Yu wrote a response, and subsequently, he would unfold a blank sheet of stationery to begin pinning the thoughts he wished to share with the girl far away. The flickering shadows cast by the lamp provided a sanctuary of calm, regardless of the tumultuous darkness outside. As for the dimensional wall, this was a chapter of over 4,000 words, effectively a 2-in-1. I express my heartfelt gratitude to each charming individual who has gifted, urged for updates, or commented. Your support truly fuels my motivation. Due to space constraints, I cannot list everyone's IDs here. Furthermore, I would like to clarify that the gift list in the author's notes was generated by the system. I am uncertain of the specifics, and it is not an oversight on my part, so I ask for your understanding. When Qin Yu witnessed George and Fred hauling a large bucket of fermented apple scraps to feed a magical creature, he realized that he had somewhat lost touch with the endeavors of these brothers. Hagrid, observing the industrious Weasley twins, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "If they weren't constantly preoccupied with selling the byproducts of those magical creatures for profit, I would genuinely take a liking to them." Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk at this. Indeed, the Weasley twins were sharp-witted, quick learners who had spent over half a year with Hagrid, becoming quite familiar with the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. If their intentions were not so mercenary, Hagrid might have considered them as confidants or even friends despite their age difference. Alas, Uncle Hagrid's affections were ultimately misplaced. By the way, the venom from the acromantula has nearly been sold out, and quite a sum has accumulated here. When shall we divide it? Uncle Hagrid suddenly recalled this matter. They had not yet shared the earnings, occasionally withdrawing some without keeping track, although Qin Yu himself had amassed a fair amount of wealth. How much is there now? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Approximately over 2,000 galleons, I suppose. I'm not quite certain of the exact amount, Hagrid replied casually, showing little concern for monetary matters. Who would have thought it had grown so substantial? When George and Fred return, we shall divide it, Qin Yu exclaimed with a radiant smile. Humanity's affinity for wealth often transcends mere currency. It is the sense of accomplishment derived from the labor value that it signifies. After such arduous toil, the moment when the gleaming galleons were finally in hand, one could not help but feel an overwhelming joy of harvest. Upon their return, George and Fred were elated to hear about the distribution of the earnings. They were well aware of the substantial amount they had accrued during this period. far exceeding the combined earnings of their parents over several years. If only they had a flying broomstick at that moment, the Weasley twins might have soared through the skies, performing loops and perhaps even venting their exhilaration on the Whomping Willow. With a resounding clatter, Hagrid casually poured 2 buckets of gold coins onto the floor. The nonchalance with which Hagrid treated these galleons had long been a source of quiet discontent for George and Fred. After all, it seemed rather careless to store such a significant sum in 2 old wooden barrels. However, they eventually grew accustomed to it, realizing that it appeared unlikely anyone could easily pilfer anything from Hagrid, especially with his enormous dog standing guard. It is worth noting that this large dog was not the 3-headed creature named Fluffy, but rather a regular dog that Hagrid owned. Fluffy, on the other hand, had been placed in the Forbidden Forest, and while Qin Yu had only encountered him once or twice, George and Fred occasionally assisted Hagrid by delivering food, as he sometimes ventured far afield and was unable to feed him in time. With a flourish of his wand, Qin Yu uttered an incantation, directing the wand towards the pile of galleons. Before long, the coins were arranged in neat stacks of 100. Hagrid and the Weasley brothers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but express admiration and respect. The spell Qin Yu had just cast was a simple household organization charm, frequently employed by their mother, Molly Weasley, to tidy up the kitchenware. Yet, Qin Yu's ingenious application of this charm to count coins was nothing short of remarkable, showcasing a creativity that left Hagrid and the Weasley brothers pondering why they had never thought to use it in such a way. In total, there were 24 stacks plus 86 coins, amounting to a grand total of 2,486 galleons. While the others marveled at this revelation, Qin Yu had already completed his accounting of the coins. This sum, of course, was not solely derived from the sale of acromantula venom, but included profits from various other ventures as well. "Wow, that's a considerable amount," exclaimed George, Fred, and Hagrid in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never encountered such a fortune before, especially for George and Fred, despite their lineage in the long-established Weasley family. They had grown up in modest circumstances, often relying on hand-me-down books from their older brothers, Bill and Charlie. "I propose we divide 2,400 galleons equally, reserving the remaining 86 as a contingency fund for various expenses," Qin Yu suggested to the trio. "Sounds good to me," Hagrid replied, the first to nod in agreement. He was unconcerned about the distribution details. He merely awaited his share. Once the money was apportioned, he intended to purchase a new moleskin coat, a pair of rabbit fur gloves, and beaver fur boots, for his previous attire had become quite worn. Naturally, there was no urgency in acquiring these winter garments. Hagrid merely had the intention. Upon hearing Qin Yu's proposal, George and Fred exchanged glances, and Fred spoke up. "George and I have discussed this, and we believe the funds should be divided into 3 equal parts." "3 parts?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but after a moment's reflection, he began to grasp their reasoning. "Why 3? Aren't there 4 of us?" Hagrid interjected, utterly perplexed. "It's simple," George continued. "We think that the profits should be divided according to the labor and contributions made. The primary contributor this time was Qin. Had he not vanquished those acromantulas, we certainly would not have amassed such a bounty of venom." Fred followed up with a remark. Although they were unaware of the true circumstances surrounding Qin's defeat of the 8-eyed giant spider, they recognized it as a secret, seldom discussed. This time, they brought it up to remind Qin Yu that they had not forgotten who made the most significant contribution to the matter. Uncle Hagrid, bustling about, often had to run to Diagon Alley and other places to deliver goods and conduct transactions, which was no small feat. George turned to Hagrid and said, "Well, I haven't done much. I actually quite enjoy going to Diagon Alley, as I can always indulge in a pint of beer while I'm there." Hagrid chuckled, prompting laughter from the others present. As for the tasks that the two of them undertook, they merely involved packaging the venom, organizing the goods, and communicating with clients through letters. Altogether, these tasks were far less than what you all accomplished, Fred remarked about their own contributions. No. I could never manage what you've done. I believe you both have contributed more than I ever could. Your efforts are certainly of greater importance," Hagrid interjected earnestly. Engaging with others was not Hagrid's forte. "Indeed, I also believe that what you do is quite significant," Qin Yu stated with sincerity. The words of Hagrid and Qin Yu instilled a sense of satisfaction in the Weasley brothers, especially receiving affirmation from Qin Yu, which brought them great joy. "Since you all say so, we can confidently claim that 1/3 of the money," George exclaimed with a grin. "If you insist, then let us divide it into 3 parts." Qin Yu replied, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. A fair and equitable distribution of labor in a business arrangement is commendable, and he saw no reason to allocate more funds to the two brothers out of modesty or sentiment. In a sense, it was a form of respect towards them. With Qin Yu's consent, the Weasley brothers were, of course, elated. Subsequently, the four of them divided the pile of galleons into 3 equal shares. Well, 2,400 is quite agreeable, as it is divisible by both 4 and 3, being the least common multiple of the two numbers. After distributing the money, George and Fred began to count each coin individually. They were not like Qin Yu, who could complete the task with a spell in an instant, although that was certainly quicker. It lacked a personal touch. Once they finished counting, they put 50 coins into a pouch and then pushed the remaining 750 galleons toward Hagrid, requesting him to deposit it at Gringotts. Qin Yu, much like the others, had acquired several gold galleons, leaving the remainder for Hagrid to securely store. Consequently, Hagrid dutifully returned the gold into the 2 old wooden barrels. The 4 of them had shared their spoils, albeit in a rather lackluster manner. Nevertheless, their spirits were exceedingly high. Now we can buy Ron a new set of books, George exclaimed with delight. Books are all well and good, but rather than that, we should purchase him a new robe. Bill's old one is simply too worn out for Ron's taste, Fred chimed in. And what about a wand? Mother keeps insisting that once Charlie graduates and starts working, he'll get a new wand, leaving his old one for Ron. You must realize that Charlie's wand is so frayed it's practically shedding unicorn hair. It's bound to snap any day now, George added. Indeed. We must ensure that Ron also possesses a new wand. Fred nodded in agreement. But let us keep this under wraps for now. We'll secretly gather everything and surprise him on the first day of school. It must be saved for the very last moment, George remarked with a mischievous grin. What a splendid idea. I can already envision the expression on his face. He'll surely be in tears, ha ha ha. I can hardly wait. Fred joined in the laughter. Listening to the two brothers scheming to tease their younger sibling, Qin Yu felt a wave of pity for the unfortunate Ron, letting out a silent sigh. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the fact that his arrival in this world had brought about such significant changes for Ron, at least ensuring he would have a new wand and robe. With this thought, Qin Yu felt a measure of comfort. Where there is activity, there is abundance. Where there is stillness, there is scarcity. The matter of sharing in Hagrid's hut was but a fleeting episode in Qin Yu's bustling and fulfilling life at Hogwarts. Following that, he continued with his busy schedule. In early April, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff in a Quidditch match, where Qin once again showcased his prowess on the field. Qin is our king. The slogan occasionally reverberates throughout the stadium, deeply ingraining itself in the hearts of all. This time, the batsman collaborating with Qin Yu is Fred, as he and George had agreed to alternate appearances. Last time it was George who basked in the limelight, and now it is Fred's turn. The most remarkable moment for Hufflepuff came when seeker Cedric Diggory, risking injury from the bludgers, valiantly lunged to seize the elusive golden snitch, leaving a lasting impression on every spectator present. Although he ultimately failed to capture it, his bravery was commendable. Prior to this, Cedric had facilitated several friendly matches between the two houses, where extensive exchanges took place during these practice games. Cedric even discovered a method to counter Qin Yu's double attack maneuver, while Qin Yu and his team likewise identified the weaknesses of Hufflepuff's Quidditch squad and devised new strategies. Such exchanges proved mutually beneficial and fostered a healthy rivalry. Qin, we have a trick up our sleeve. You will surely be astonished on the pitch, Cedric remarked during one of the friendly matches. Do you think we have no tricks of our own? Qin Yu replied with a laugh. Ultimately, their so-called tricks amounted to a bold and reckless confrontation. After all, in Quidditch, it is the spirit of courage that prevails. This match was exhilarating, with many players sporting bruises and battered faces, yet afterward, both teams gathered for a friendly celebration, consuming 2 large barrels of butterbeer purchased by Hagrid. Cedric even insisted on toasting with Qin Yu multiple times. Had there been a hint of alcohol in that drink, he would surely have been quite intoxicated. Having spent considerable time together, Qin Yu discerned that Cedric was a sincere and forthright individual, devoid of ulterior motives, truly a friend worth having. It was no surprise that he supported the friendly match with Hufflepuff before the season began. Following their rigorous training against Gryffindor, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team significantly improved, managing to draw with Slytherin in their subsequent match. Although they ultimately succumbed in overtime, their performance was a testament to their capabilities. While the time at Hogwarts is indeed delightful, the world is not without its undercurrents of turmoil. Regarding the ominous whispers beneath the surface, such as the Death Eaters and Grindelwald's forces, Qin Yu gleaned some information from Dumbledore. However, it was Hagrid who imparted the most insights. Dumbledore instructed me to keep an ear out for various news and sentiments while delivering supplies to Diagon Alley. Many individuals believe that Grindelwald's former ideals hold merit, after all. Numerous wizards resent being forced into hiding due to the secrecy laws, Hagrid expressed with concern. He added, Dumbledore advised me not to share this with you, asserting that you are still too young and should not become embroiled in such perilous matters. Thank you, Hagrid, and please extend my gratitude to Dumbledore for his concern. Qin Yu spoke earnestly. Although he seldom encountered the elder Dang, he could genuinely sense the protective care this venerable figure extended towards him and many others, a selfless affection for which Qin Yu felt profound gratitude. At present, however, there was little he could do. The only path forward lay in diligently studying magic to empower himself, transforming into a formidable protector capable of safeguarding both himself and others. As spring neared its conclusion, Professor Swinton, amidst a lecture, excitedly summoned Qin Yu to his office after class. This prompted speculation among the students that the exemplary student Qin was likely to receive special post-class tutoring from the instructor. Had Qin Yu been privy to their thoughts, he might have choked on his own blood, envisioning himself delivering a well-deserved reprimand to the most vociferous instigator, Elvis. But of course, such musings were mere jest. The classmates were simply innocently curious about matters concerning Qin Yu. After class, under the watchful eyes of his peers, Qin Yu departed the classroom and made his way to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. The dimensional wall had faltered, resulting in a delayed update. I had fretted throughout the day, caught between the need to accelerate the timeline and the desire to write without haste. It was quite a challenge for me. The semester was nearing its end, yet prior to that, there were matters to address. Additionally, with 20,000 reads and merely 100 individuals offering gifts, I do not wish to implore anyone to spend money. Simply clicking that free option would suffice. Your small gesture could sustain the humble author. Rest assured, I would write more if I could. At times, I find myself seated for hours, yet only a few words emerge, and I feel compelled to chastise myself. But enough of that. I shall take my leave to rest. Good night, everyone. Behold, as Professor Swinton revealed, or rather, unsheathed, the sword gleaming with metallic luster, Qin Yu could not suppress a gasp of admiration. This sword, unlike the commonly seen slender Western blades, was a robust broadsword with sharp, defined edges and a surface treated to a smooth finish that reflected light brilliantly. Its mere appearance was already impressive. I have drawn inspiration from the flight principles of a broomstick, combined with an expansion spell, allowing this sword to change in size and achieve flight, Professor Swinton explained, tossing the sword into the air. With the incantation uttered, the sword enlarged and broadened. Up. At the sound of the classic broomstick command, the sword gently floated, hovering in midair. Step onto it. Professor Swinton urged Qin Yu. Are you certain this is wise? Qin Yu inquired. Surely. I shouldn't be the first to fly on this sword. Professor Swinton shrugged. Is it appropriate for you to question me in such a manner, child? In his heart, Qin Yu could not help but scoff. He then moved his limbs, engaging in a brief warm-up, before executing a vertical leap, gently soaring into the air, and subsequently landing upon the blade of the sword. As his feet made contact, an instantaneous force of attraction ensnared them, allowing him to stand firmly atop. This was evidently the manifestation of a specialized adhesion spell. Indeed, Professor Swinton, observing the look of astonishment on Qin Yu's face, spoke with a sense of pride. To prevent you from plummeting from the heavens, I have expended considerable effort. Qin Yu gave a thumbs up to Professor Swinton. The subsequent flight resembled the use of a flying broomstick. Qin Yu had prior experience in this regard, yet this time he was flying while standing, necessitating a brief period of adjustment. He slightly bent his body, deftly controlling the sword as it soared forward. Just before colliding with the wall, he halted, executed a turn, and then reversed direction. After repeating this several times, Qin Yu became remarkably adept. Although he was not as proficient as he was with the broomstick, he could still move through the air with the swiftness of the wind. Observing Qin Yu's swift mastery of the flying sword technique, Professor Swinton couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, this child learned with remarkable speed. A tinge of melancholy washed over him as he thought, if only he could teach him for a while longer, for there were still many intriguing things he wished to impart. However, knowing he was merely a temporary presence at the school, he felt a complex swirl of emotions. With a triumphant shout, Qin Yu performed a daring aerial flip. All right. If you keep practicing like this, you might just bring my place down, Professor Swinton remarked with a smile, though his tone was slightly admonishing. My apologies, Professor. I got a bit carried away, Qin Yu responded, coming to a steady stop beside him. Come down now. There are other things to explore. Swinton beckoned him. Other things? Are we going to use it to cut something? Qin Yu inquired curiously. Not just that, Professor Swinton teased, leaving a hint of mystery. Qin Yu leaped down with exuberance, standing by with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton transformed the sword back to its original size, firmly grasping it in his hand. Observe closely, he declared, and as he softly uttered an incantation, the sword erupted into a brilliant flame. Witnessing the spectacle, Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The effect was undeniably captivating. Any man would find it irresistible to wield a sword that ignited with fire. I procured a few phoenix feathers from Professor Dumbledore. The results appear to be quite satisfactory. Professor Swinton remarked with a raised eyebrow, exuding a sense of pride. Satisfactory? It is nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Yu readily offered his praise. Moreover, upon finishing that statement, Professor Swinton swung the sword, and the flames vanished instantaneously, replaced by a layer of frost that rapidly formed upon the blade. He glanced around before striking his desk with the frosted sword, causing a corner of the desk to detach with a resounding thud against the floor. This is the magic of ancient spells, Professor Swinton elucidated. Indeed, it was the same ancient incantation they had employed for the pyramid refrigerator, now deftly applied to this sword. Impressive, Qin Yu applauded enthusiastically. And there's more. Professor Swinton continued to wield the sword, and a green luminescence began to emanate from the blade. Is that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider? Qin Yu instinctively surmised. Ha ha, Kinai? Professor Swinton chuckled. This is quite practical. Qin Yu commended. Furthermore, as the green light faded, the air around the blade stirred, creating a sharp gust of wind. And more. The wind subsided, and the sword radiated a dazzling white light. And yet more. The blade shifted colors, swiftly blending with its surroundings, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. And still more. The sword softened, coiling around his arm. And more. And more. And more. With each utterance of and more, Professor Swinton showcased the myriad functions of the sword, revealing the boundless imagination and exceptional talent of a prodigious wizard. By the end, Qin Yu ceased his exclamations of wonder and instead gazed quietly at Professor Swinton's demonstration, akin to enjoying a mesmerizing performance. Indeed, a wizard of such extraordinary abilities is nothing less than an artist wielding magic. However, amidst his admiration, Qin Yu couldn't help but ponder the cost of these functionalities. How many galleons had been expended to realize such marvels? Professor Swinton truly hailed from a prosperous lineage, possessing formidable financial prowess. Well, that should suffice, Professor Swinton concluded, sheathing the sword. I recall that I had made numerous requests earlier, which you did not grant. How is it that you have created more than I had asked for? Qin Yu could not help but inquire, can this be the same? Professor Swinton raised an eyebrow and replied, your numerous demands are nothing short of fanciful wishful thinking, whereas my efforts are merely a delightful surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon recognized that Professor Swinton's remarks held a certain validity. The only drawback was that many of these abilities could only be utilized once or twice before they became temporarily inaccessible, which was inherently tied to the operation of magic. After all, according to the law of conservation of magic, the effects one achieves must correspondingly deplete a certain amount of magical energy. This is an unyielding principle. Professor Swinton expressed his regret, stating that, in simpler terms, it was merely a matter of insufficient magical energy, or, to use gaming terminology, one could say the mana was inadequate. Nonetheless, this was quite impressive, truly exceeding my expectations. Qin Yu remarked once more. Very well, I shall leave the next steps to you. Professor Swinton handed the sword he held to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, filled with excitement, answered the call. The news of his acquisition of a flying sword was, of course, well known among the professors. After all, Professor Swinton had engaged in numerous discussions with his colleagues regarding the sword's modification, not to mention borrowing a phoenix feather from Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall contributed a plethora of ideas related to transfiguration, while Madame Hooch's extensive understanding of broomstick construction proved immensely beneficial. The knowledge of charms from Professor Flitwick and herbology insights from Professor Sprout were also instrumental in the sword's creation. Most significantly, however, was the contribution of Professor Snape, who was involved throughout the design and modification process and often remarked on Qin's penchant for showmanship, advising him accordingly. Consequently, after receiving the sword, Qin Yu personally expressed his gratitude to each professor. One day, amidst his busy schedule, Professor Dumbledore took the time to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office to witness the sword's performance firsthand. This reminds me of the Sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore offered a commendable appraisal. He then expressed a hint of regret, stating, however, that the sword still lacked certain elements necessary for it to achieve legendary status. What elements? Professor Swinton inquired with curiosity. Well, I do not know, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Professor Snape observed Dumbledore's eyes, twinkling with mirth, and fell into deep contemplation. Qin Yu mused silently. Truly, one word from you feels like a profound revelation. Of course, he dared not voice this thought. Subsequently, Qin Yu opened the large golden pyramid that had been kept with Professor Swinton and retrieved a chilled beverage, presenting it to Professor Dumbledore. After taking a few sips, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "Quite refreshing. With the weather warming up, this is indeed delightful." Upon finishing, just before his departure, he casually remarked, glancing at the large pyramid in the corner, "Such fine alchemical materials for preserving food, it seems rather extravagant." The three individuals present felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over them. Even the usually stoic Professor Snape could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, one should strike without hitting the face, and reveal truths without undermining others. After uttering this comment, Professor Dumbledore floated away as if nothing had transpired, leaving the three in the room standing awkwardly. After a prolonged silence, Professor Swinton was the first to break it, saying, "Qin, perhaps we should." Before he could finish, Qin Yu swiftly drew his sword. Professor Snape then opened the pyramid, extracting its contents one by one. Shortly thereafter, a flash of cold light glimmered, and with a resounding clang, the pyramid split in two. All three present exhaled in relief simultaneously. "I believe these alchemical materials hold immense potential," Professor Swinton stated earnestly. Indeed, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes," Professor Snape echoed. "Whatever we do, it is certainly more useful than using a pyramid as a refrigerator," Qin Yu added silently in his mind. This was a sentiment he had long wished to express. Professor Snape and Swinton shared a similar thought but had hesitated to voice it. Considering the effort they had invested in creating the contraption, only to have it so casually dismissed by Dumbledore. Having reached a consensus, they resolved to refine their approach. "What should we create?" Qin Yu inquired. Professors Snape and Swinton turned their gazes toward him and the sword he held. After a moment of shared understanding, their thoughts aligned. Before long, the calendar transitioned from late April to the end of May. The academic year at Hogwarts was drawing to a close, with classes nearly finished and final exams imminent. Just prior to the examinations, Professors Snape and Swinton had completed their respective endeavors in isolation. When the two uniquely crafted swords were placed side by side, Qin Yu was present at the scene, as if compelled by an unseen force. He also drew his own sword. The three swords clashed together with a resonant sound, as if connected by a shared lineage, producing a harmonious reverberation. They were of a common origin, seemingly bound by an inexplicable connection. "Ah, what a fascinating occurrence," Professor Swinton remarked with a chuckle. "Indeed. I did not anticipate such an effect." Qin Yu followed suit. The similarity in materials and certain connections are not surprising. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he retracted his elegantly classical slender sword. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he inquired, "Stephen, when do you intend to depart?" "Severus, must you pose such a question at such a joyful moment?" Professor Swinton sighed in response. "Since parting is inevitable, why must we shy away from discussing it?" It was rare for Professor Snape to utter such a sentimental remark. From the moment Professor Snape posed his initial question, Qin Yu had already fallen into a contemplative silence. Since the commencement of his studies, Professor Swinton had offered him unwavering support and guidance, often becoming a confidant akin to a brother with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. As the impending farewell loomed, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Life, it seemed, was a series of farewells. With this reflection, Qin Yu resolved to embrace the parting. Thus, they would raise a glass in honor of their imminent separation. Professor Swinton procured a bottle of aged red wine, pouring a glass for himself and for Professor Snape. Due to his tender age, Qin Yu, despite his longing, was firmly rebuffed by the two professors. Thus, he resorted to sipping a non-alcoholic beverage that bore a similar taste to wine. This concoction could induce a sense of inebriation, yet it remained distinct from genuine alcohol. In that office, the trio raised their glasses to toast their impending separation, sharing a drink, followed by another. As the sentiments of parting seemed to warrant an abundance of toasts, as the effects of intoxication began to take hold, Qin Yu, with a heartfelt pat on the shoulders of the two professors, slurred emotionally, "Professors, I I have an idea. I'm uncertain whether I should express it or not. Speak your mind. Whatever you wish to say, just say it. Professor Swinton, also feeling the effects of the drink, waved his hand grandly. Go on. I promise I won't scold you today, Professor Snape assured, his face slightly flushed and his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if he were drifting into a distant memory spurred by the alcohol. With the professor's encouragement, Qin Yu chuckled and declared, Here is what I think. Look. We are fated to gather here together, each wielding a sword. In the Muggle world, we could be likened to the legendary Three Musketeers. Ah, I've heard that story. Professor Swinton interjected. Then, why don't we become sworn brothers? Qin Yu suggested, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm despite his drunken haze. Sworn brothers? Professor Swinton asked, bewildered. Yes, from this day forth, we shall be brothers of different parents. Of course, we can each maintain our own titles. I shall call you professors, and you shall call me third brother. Drunkenly, Qin Yu found his idea utterly delightful. Excellent. Third brother. You are indeed my dear brother, Professor Swinton exclaimed, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. Third brother? Professor Snape echoed, looking just as perplexed. Hey, big brother, second brother. Qin Yu joyfully responded as he embraced their shoulders. The trio continued to clink their glasses, toasting to their farewell, to the memories they had shared, reveling in their drunken folly. Initially, the concept of the pyramid was thought to serve a purpose, but later it transformed into the idea of crafting 3 swords, symbolizing their bond. Ultimately, it was natural for Qin Yu, possessing the soul of an adult, to regard the 2 professors as elder brothers. Admittedly, my recent state of mind has been less than optimal, and my writing has not flowed as smoothly. I appreciate your understanding. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed author, Old Man Yengio, for the validation, and every reader for their gifts, encouragement, and comments. I wonder if Professor Snape might silence me for good. This has been a lingering thought over the past couple of days. The events of that night could indeed be described as a social death, one that was utterly complete. Did I truly initiate a brotherhood at Hogwarts? The precipice was steeped in intoxication, and notably, it involved Professor Snape. Any individual of sound mind would never dare to address Snape as brother and expect him to reciprocate by calling oneself third brother. The mere contemplation of this incident sends a chill down one's spine. I fear I may not survive to witness the year-end banquet, Qin Yu mused internally. Note, the year-end banquet is an event held at the conclusion of the academic year, prior to the onset of summer vacation. This preoccupation often caused him to lose focus during the final examinations of the year. During the herbology exam, his quill lingered on the parchment for an extended duration, resulting in a significant ink blot, compelling Professor Sprout to provide him with a new sheet. Subsequently, in the charms examination, he inadvertently peeled the skin off the pineapple designated for testing the levitation charm and even hollowed out its eyes, instinctively intending to soak it in brine. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick, known for his kindness, offered him a replacement and kindly reminded him to pay attention to the exam questions, thus sparing his charm's grade from utter ruin. In the transfiguration exam, the mouse intended for transformation into a prop morphed into a tomato, while the task required a goblet. In summary, had it not been for his relatively good rapport with the professors, his exams this academic year would have been a complete disaster. Severus, it seems Qin has been somewhat out of sorts during exams lately. Do you have any insight into his situation? Professor McGonagall inquired curiously at the Hogwarts faculty meeting. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape closed his eyes, paused in silence, then slowly lifted his eyelids, his long lashes framing calm eyes, as he spoke in a detached tone. Is it not entirely normal for him to behave unnaturally? Professor McGonagall blinked in surprise, then nodded. Well, indeed, as you say, if he were to act too normally, that would itself be quite abnormal. Indeed, quite right, Professor Swinton chimed in. However, sensing the icy glare from Professor Snape, he promptly shifted the topic. By the way, I've heard that the Hog's head and has received a splendid new batch of red currant rum. I intend to invite all the professors to partake. I wonder if you have time after the exams. Wow, that sounds delightful. Professor Flitwick exclaimed first. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Swinton. I shall certainly attend. Madame Hawkefus subsequently spoke, and others echoed her sentiment, affirming their intent to attend. Professor Trelawney, however, displayed a bashful demeanor, for she had a penchant for imbibing, often indulging in sherry alone. Following this brief meeting, the attendees dispersed, each returning to their respective preparations for the impending examinations across the various grades. Before long, it was time for the first-year potions examination, a subject demanding both written and practical assessments. At dawn, Professor Snape donned his flowing black robes, fastening them tightly below his Adam's apple. Casting a fleeting glance at his gaunt reflection in the mirror, his gaze shifted to the elegantly classical sword resting upon the desk. In that moment, his typically expressionless visage betrayed a slight tremor in his cheeks. He then closed his eyes, and a cascade of incantations flooded his mind. Avada Kedavra. The soul-sucking curse, the cruciatus curse, the killing curse, the fire-making spell, the petrification spell. The abundance of spells overwhelmed him, making selection a daunting task. Yet, unexpectedly, the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile, which soon vanished, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. A smile, for him, was an exhausting endeavor, as it conjured memories of the one who had once elicited an authentic smile from him, someone he had deeply wounded in the past. She was so exquisite, and her life so fleeting. He would likely spend the remainder of his days pondering why he had failed to protect her. Enveloped in his robe, concealing his tall figure, and shrouded in indifference, Professor Snape glided from the room as he always did. Today's examination requires the concoction of a potion of forgetfulness. The materials and tools you need are at your disposal. The examination officially commences now, Professor Snape declared, his voice resonating in the subterranean potions classroom. Many students sighed in dismay, hurriedly scrambling to gather the necessary items and measure the appropriate quantities. Qin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed Professor Snape's expression and demeanor. It was unavoidable. This was his first encounter with Snape in several days, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Only when he ascertained that the professor bore no ill will towards him did he finally relax, allowing himself to focus on the potion he was concocting. After a flurry of activity as he added the final drop of valerian root juice, the potion in the cauldron transformed into a delicate shade of purple, signaling its completion. Ah, quite commendable, a cold, familiar voice echoed near his ear, startling him. Turning around, he found Professor Snape standing silently behind him, his face devoid of any superfluous expression. At some point, Snape had approached him, unnoticed due to Qin Yu's intense concentration on the potion. Professor Snape, Qin Yu stammered, somewhat at a loss for words. One must not only master the art of potion making, but also remember their effects. Snape spoke slowly, as was his custom. Ah, I will, Qin Yu replied, nodding vigorously. With that, Professor Snape paid him no further heed, moving on to other matters, observing the students in the classroom who were frantically trying to recall potion recipes, ready to intervene should anyone's cauldron unexpectedly explode, allowing him to swiftly rectify the situation. As Snape departed, Qin Yu pondered the meaning behind his words. Remember the effects of the forgetfulness potion? Ah, Professor Snape was indeed hinting at something. It dawned on him, bringing a sense of relief. If it was merely a matter of forgetting, then it implied that the events of that day would remain unspoken, allowing him to turn a new leaf. With this realization, Qin Yu felt considerably lighter. It then occurred to him that he had but one final exam in the history of magic remaining. Once that was completed, he could eagerly await the onset of the holidays. What, he wondered, would the history of magic exam entail? Qin Yu pondered over the course, eagerly anticipating the examination to commence and conclude swiftly. Professor Snape hasn't he made things difficult for you, has he? Professor Swinton inquired, gently patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. A sudden pang struck Qin Yu's chest, nearly causing him to cough up blood. He had just exited the potions classroom and encountered Professor Swinton along the way. Professor, can we possibly forget about that incident? Qin Yu said, his face contorted in distress. Reflecting on that day's events was indeed quite awkward. Of course, it wasn't he that his intentions were insincere. At least half of them were genuine, while the other half stemmed from a lapse in judgment. However, the age difference between him and the two professors rendered him somewhat lacking in respect towards them. Who would have thought that while Professor Snape chose to forget and conveyed this strong signal through the examination questions, Professor Swinton had no intention of letting it go? I believe your idea that day was rather splendid. It granted me an additional brother and another elder, Professor Swinton remarked with keen interest. Huh. Even if I concede that you have a point, you must also consider Professor Snape. Look at his usual demeanor, Qin Yu replied, his expression solemn as he elongated his face, mimicking Snape's characteristic coldness. Ha ha ha, you've imitated him remarkably well, Professor Swinton exclaimed, nearly in tears from laughter. Alas, I did not intend to amuse you. I merely wished to make you contemplate my predicament. You may be leaving, but I still have 6 years ahead of me here. I do not wish to perish prematurely before graduation, Qin Yu lamented helplessly. All right, I empathize with your feelings. In truth, I also hesitate to mention that day's events in front of Snape, Professor Swinton replied earnestly. Well, it's a relief that you understand, Qin Yu said. finally feeling reassured. However, when we are together, we need not concern ourselves with such matters, right, my dear brother? Professor Swinton patted Qin Yu's shoulder once more. It appeared that Professor Swinton intended to remember this incident for a lifetime. Contemplating this, Qin Yu felt a slight unraveling of his composure. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized it was a consequence of his own actions. He had foolishly claimed some fateful connection with the three swords, akin to a brainless online novelist. Ultimately, he could not blame anyone else. Once a person accepts their fate, the path becomes broader. So be it. What does it matter to have one more person calling him brother? Qin Yu mused inwardly, gazing into the twinkling eyes of Professor Swinton. He was inexplicably reminded of the hidden loneliness he had once glimpsed within them. Who knew what stories lay behind this man, who was both mentor and friend, as well as an elder brother? By the way, I have a gift for you, though it's not quite ready yet. I shall probably present it to you after the year-end banquet, Professor Swinton suddenly announced. Huh, you're not prepared, so why mention it in advance? Qin Yu expressed his confusion. Of course, it's to ask you to prepare a gift for me in advance. Professor Swinton replied with a hint of irritation. I apologize. I was slow to react, Qin Yu said, managing a slight smile. It's all right. Snape is just as you are, Professor Swinton shrugged. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words and silently gave a thumbs up. The matter of their brotherhood. After being overlooked by Professor Snape and calmly addressed by Professor Swinton, seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. In truth, every time this incident crossed his mind, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to find a time-turner and go back to the past to strangle himself. Yet, in the course of one's life, it is inevitable to encounter one or two awkward moments that could fill a secret chamber with embarrassment. Having one more of such instances hardly matters, does it? It's best not to dwell on it. Forgiving oneself can indeed lighten the heart. Ultimately, this experience prompted Qin Yu to reflect on the philosophy of life and how to navigate its various obstacles. The exam for the History of Magic class was tedious and monotonous. While lost in his meandering thoughts, he used a feather quill, enchanted with an anti-cheating spell, to scrawl lengthy sentences on the exam paper, attempting to elucidate the events of several centuries past and their impact on the magical world. What puzzled him was why questions such as who invented the self-heating cauldron would even appear on the examination. Finally, when Professor Binns announced the end of the exam, the students erupted into enthusiastic cheers, marking perhaps his most celebrated moment of the year. Following the conclusion of this course examination, the students were granted a week of leisure before the results were released, culminating in the year-end feast, after which the official holiday would commence. During the waiting period for the exam results, Qin Yu remained industrious, busily crafting a gift for Professor Swinton at Hagrid's hut. He had put considerable effort into this gift. First, he combined the golden hair of a young unicorn and the white mane of an adult unicorn with several other types of commonly used magical creature hair, twisting them into a sturdy, special yarn. He then knitted this distinctive yarn into a scarf. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, gifting a scarf was a commonplace and popular choice, and the one he crafted was particularly unique. While it might not be aesthetically pleasing, it was undeniably resilient. Hagrid remarked, tugging at the multicolored scarf. I would have liked to knit one in pure white or pure gold, but that would likely require plucking all of Kelly and Anna's manes. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. However, a scarf interwoven with unicorn hair certainly held considerable value, making it a worthy offering. Indeed, that is true, he acknowledged. Hagrid nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Qin Yu procured a piece of brown paper to wrap the scarf, securing it with string, intending to present it to Professor Swinton alongside the gift he received. Once the present was prepared, with several days of leisure time remaining, Qin Yu, feeling restless, grasped his wand and sword, and eagerly ventured into an abandoned girls' lavatory on the third floor of Hogwarts Castle. However, it was not long before he emerged, battered and bruised. This pattern persisted for several days, prompting George and Fred to curiously inquire if he had sought out the Whomping Willow for amusement. Amusement, indeed. Qin Yu, disinterested in the triviality of the two idle children, instructed Hagrid to procure a vial of eight-eyed spider venom. Following the method imparted by Professor Swinton, he meticulously applied the venom to the blade. With their supply of eight-eyed spider venom dwindling, Qin Yu resolved to cease selling it and to reserve it for his own use. Once adequately prepared, he returned to the ladies' restroom. Qin, you have come again. Can't you spare a moment to converse with me? Lamented Murdy, her tone tinged with melancholy. After several visits, the ghost residing in the ladies' restroom had already become acquainted with Qin Yu. Perhaps next time. I'm pressed for time. Qin Yu stretched his limbs and leaped down from a certain height, Wow, what a handsome young man. His physique is simply flawless. The myrtle floating in midair exclaimed with rapt admiration. Have you ever experienced a moment when you held a thick, straight, and sturdy stick, feeling an urge to strike something? Or when wielding a sharp fruit knife, a compelling desire arose to stab a watermelon? Indeed, this exemplifies the influence of external objects on human emotions and psyche. To paraphrase a well-known saying, with a formidable weapon in hand, the heart turns to malice. When one possesses immense power or a formidable weapon, one's spirit inevitably transforms, becoming either emboldened or ferocious. This phenomenon is often depicted in literature as the inner demons of an individual. In truth, everyone harbors such inner turmoil. Take Dumbledore, for instance. In his youth, endowed with remarkable magical prowess, he yearned to change the world and alter the rules. In that era, his confidence surged due to his power, even blinding him to the reality surrounding him. Though his intentions were not malevolent, his emotions were inevitably swayed by his strength until someone or something jolted him awake, prompting him to regard power with caution and maintain a tranquil heart. Resisting the influence of external forces and overwhelming power is indeed a formidable challenge. Thus, when Qin Yu grasped the sword that could ignite flames, conjure frost, and emit green light, how could he not feel the urge to strike something? His first thought was of Professor Snape, as it had been nearly a year since Snape had instructed him in the art of combat. However, Qin Yu quickly dismissed that notion. Reason dictated that provoking Professor Snape at this juncture could very well lead to his demise. Furthermore, the infamous Beater's bat was a place of torment for George and Fred, and he had no desire to end up entangled with those two mischief-makers. In the end, he naturally recalled the basilisk lurking in the Chamber of Secrets, a serpentine creature that had concealed itself within Hogwarts for nearly a millennium. Initially, upon acquiring his ability to speak Parseltongue, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming impulse to explore the chamber. However, at that time, he was merely a novice, and venturing forth would have been akin to delivering himself as prey. Now, circumstances had changed. He had undergone extensive training under Professor Snape for over half a year and possessed a commendable weapon gifted by Professor Slughorn. Thus, he felt equipped to challenge this hidden boss. Yet, as reality would reveal, he may have been a touch too overconfident. Kneeling on one knee, Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, it was genuine. At that moment, he found himself in a relatively spacious junction within the secret chamber. He had just evaded the serpent monster's vicious fangs and maneuvered to its rear, only to be unexpectedly struck by the creature's powerful tail, which sent him crashing against the wall. He then tumbled down from the impact, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yu lifted his pallid eyes to regard the serpent monster. Indeed, to shield himself from the creature's gaze, he had cast a spell to temporarily blind himself. The monster's stare was lethal. Direct eye contact would result in death, as was the fate of the ghost in the ladies' restroom, and even indirect contact would lead to petrification. Nonetheless, he had also employed a spell to enhance his other senses, allowing him to perceive the serpent's every movement with clarity. In essence, Qin Yu had prepared extensively before entering this chamber. However, in the face of overwhelming power, no amount of preparation could bridge the gap in strength. Lacking the aid of the Phoenix Fox and wielding a sword that paled in comparison to Gryffindor's blade, he could not hope to vanquish the serpent monster as Harry Potter had done. To put it differently, if this serpent monster had a health bar, Qin Yu's current efforts would merely amount to a futile scraping. Nevertheless, as a means to test this sword and hone his combat abilities, the serpent monster was indeed a commendable adversary. Ding. The host is now in peril. Please make the following choices. 1. Rely on oneself and confront the serpent monster alone. Reward: 1,000 galleons. 2. Surrender to Mo Ran. Slay the serpent monster. Reward: the serpent's venomous fangs. The system's voice echoed once more. Indeed, it was yet another instance. Ever since Qin Yu had leapt into this secret chamber, the system had appeared daily. Are you attempting to tempt me with power, system? Qin Yu thought, vigilantly watching the serpent monster while engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. I'm sorry, but I am not yet prepared to entrust myself to Mo Ran. At least not until I face a true life and death situation. I wish to avoid that sensation of losing control over my own body. Qin Yu mused within his mind. Therefore, I shall opt for the first choice. Ding. The host has chosen to rely on himself and face the serpent monster alone. This decision exemplifies courage, rewarding him with 1,000 galleons. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. realizing that the rewards from the system were one of the fruits of his recent endeavors in the chamber, where he had been challenging the serpent creature for the past 3 days. Having made his choice, he resolved to engage earnestly in the battle. With a sudden burst, the long sword ignited into flames, and Qin Yu's expression hardened as he leapt with all his might towards the colossal serpent king. Qin, it appears your recent injuries are rather severe. Several of your ribs are fractured, remarked Madame Panger, the school nurse, with a furrowed brow. Qin Yu has become a frequent visitor to the school infirmary, much to Madame Pomfrey's nonchalance. However, of late, his injuries have noticeably intensified. Fortunately, they are not life-threatening. She assures herself that he cannot perish under her care. Could it be Severus Snape's doing? Madame Pomfrey speculated boldly, for she had heard whispers of both Professors Snape and Swinton privately tutoring Qin Yu. It was evident that Swinton would not resort to such severity, leaving Snape as the primary suspect. No, it is not Professor Snape, Qin Yu replied ambiguously. I've recently been playing with a rather large creature, and it seems to have a rather foul temperament. But rest assured, I should adapt soon and will not be so easily injured in the future. Do take care, Madame Pomfrey advised, choosing not to press further. She recognized that despite his exuberant demeanor, this young man possessed a maturity and decisiveness indicative of sound judgment in his actions. Upon leaving Madame Pomfrey's care, Qin Yu felt that his ailments had significantly improved. He had, in fact, resolved to suspend his trial plans as the year-end banquet was imminent, and he did not wish to attend bearing the marks of his injuries. Following the banquet would be the summer holiday. He could not possibly return home looking like a swollen pig, could he? Hermione would surely be frightened to tears at the sight. Thinking of Hermione, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of longing to return. He wondered if she had grown taller in the 6 months they had been apart. Though he had received photographs from her, nothing could compare to the reality of seeing her in person. His thoughts drifted to the Christmas holiday spent with her. With summer stretching before him, he pondered what activities he might undertake. Of course, Hermione had already begun outlining her summer plans in letters a month prior, continuously adding to them. Reflecting on her suggestions, such as visiting the XXX for desserts, going to the XXX park to observe fish, and camping by the XXX river, pending parental approval, a smile crept onto Qin Yu's lips. Ah, summer, how he yearned for your arrival. Qin Yu's thoughts had already drifted far beyond the confines of Hogwarts, soaring to a distant place. Mama, what is today's date? Hermione pouted as she inquired. It's June 14th. Dear, this is the 11th time you've asked me since you awoke this morning, Mrs. Granger replied patiently. Well, tonight Qin should be attending the end-of-year feast at Hogwarts, Hermione murmured. Indeed, Qin achieved the highest marks in his exams. He will surely receive commendation from the teachers. Mrs. Granger had already learned of Qin's accomplishments from Hermione. Tomorrow morning, Qin will board the train and return either in the afternoon or evening. Hermione continued to speculate. Yes, my dear. Mrs. Granger nodded in agreement, knowing that otherwise her child would persist in her chatter. Then, she interjected at an opportune moment, Sweetheart, it's time for breakfast. Otherwise, you will be late for your exam. You wouldn't want to tell Qin that you didn't perform well, would you? I will finish my breakfast and head to school right away. I am determined to achieve the highest marks as well, Hermione declared, filled with resolve. Exactly, that's the spirit. Allow me to pour you another glass of juice. Mrs. Granger said with a smile as she rose. Thank you, Mama. Hermione replied obediently. She quickly consumed her breakfast and drained the juice her mother had poured for her. On her way to school, Hermione contemplated her lengthy summer vacation plans, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety at the end. I've saved my pocket money for over a year. I wonder if it will be enough, the young girl mused internally. Truth be told, she had always been unaware of how much money Qin Yu possessed. During their last visit to Diagon Alley, she had been frugal, primarily because she had little understanding of the currency in the magical world, believing that Qin must have been thrifty to save that amount. She resolved that she would cover the expenses for this summer, as most of her plans involved activities in the Muggle world, which wouldn't require the currency of the wizarding realm. I should find a job, but unfortunately, many places do not want me, Hermione thought with resignation. Lost in her contemplations, the young girl soon entered the school and began her examinations. Determined to secure the top spot in her year, she resolved to temporarily set aside thoughts of summer and focus solely on the questions presented in front of her. Meanwhile, as Hermione concentrated on her quest for academic excellence, Qin Yu was in Hagrid's hut, selecting items to bring back with him. At that moment, a plethora of goods purchased by Hagrid from Hogsmeade filled the floor of the small cabin, encompassing an array of food, clothing, and various necessities. Qin Yu had once contemplated bringing back the scarf woven from unicorn hair as a gift for Hermione. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he and Hermione had ample time ahead of them to cherish each other as company, and that he could always present her with delightful treasures in the future. Meanwhile, Professor Swindon was preparing to depart, and it was customary to bestow a suitable token of appreciation upon him before his exit. Even if Hermione were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be understanding, for family always warrants a degree of leniency. Thus, Qin Yu resolved to procure a variety of small presents for the girl, determined to ensure she was thoroughly delighted. He enlisted Hagrid's assistance in acquiring these items. Regrettably, his suitcase was too diminutive to accommodate a considerable number of belongings, leading Qin Yu to mutter in exasperation. He pondered whether Professor Swindon had understood the subtle hints he had dropped throughout the academic year before handing him that bag. Qin Yu harbored immense anticipation for the gift he intended to present to Professor Swindon. The year-end banquet was to be held at dusk. As the sun relinquished its final rays of light, the lamps throughout Hogwarts flickered to life, casting an enchanting glow upon the majestic ancient castle, enhancing its already magical ambience. Indeed, this castle is synonymous with enchantment. It stands as the illustrious wizarding school renowned throughout the magical realm, annually nurturing a multitude of exceptionally talented wizards. In summary, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, one would discover that its allure far surpasses the captivating legends that surround it. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall, once again captivated by its grandeur, magnificence, and enchantment. In this moment, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. "What is it?" Elvis inquired with curiosity. "Today we take pride in Hogwarts. Tomorrow, Hogwarts shall take pride in us," Qin Yu declared earnestly. Applause erupted from several children who had been listening. "Qin, your words resonate deeply. I truly feel proud to be a student of Hogwarts." Elvis was the first to exclaim. "Qin, do you believe we will indeed become a source of pride for Hogwarts in the future?" Jimmy chimed in. "Indeed, as long as we strive, we all shall." Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. The atmosphere of the hall was infectious, and Qin Yu found himself swept up in the excitement. Humans are creatures easily influenced by their surroundings. When those around you are filled with enthusiasm, it is inevitable that you too will share in that fervor, especially in an environment as stirring as the Hogwarts Great Hall at this very moment. Students gradually entered, taking their seats at their respective house tables. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore and the professors ascended to the dais, where Dumbledore began his address before the feast. "Children, another academic year has passed. I hope this year has brought you greater knowledge, more magical skills, and new friendships. As the summer holidays approach, remember to reflect on what you have learned. Clear your minds and prepare for the coming year." He continued, "Now, for the results of the House Cup, which many have been eagerly anticipating. The standings are as follows. Hufflepuff with 372 points, Ravenclaw with 416 points, Slytherin with 422 points, and Gryffindor leading with 436 points. Gryffindor has triumphed with a 14-point advantage over Slytherin, ending their 6-year reign as champions. With a wave of his hand, the flags hanging above the hall transformed into Gryffindor's lion banner, gold and scarlet dominating the color scheme of the day. The Gryffindor students were visibly elated, their faces flushed with pride. Of course, Qin Yu had made a significant contribution to surpassing Slytherin in points, after losing a considerable number of points. He worked tirelessly to regain them, a feat that proved to be quite arduous. "I hereby declare the feast to commence. Please indulge in today's delectable food and fine beverages," Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his glass. The students responded with enthusiastic applause, then began to enjoy the feast, laughter and conversation filling the air. Hagrid, seated at the guest of honor position, eagerly lifted a glass of brandy, quickly refilling it. Qin Yu had long been famished, indulging in a most unrefined manner alongside a handful of children. He pondered that over the course of the forthcoming 2 months, he would likely find himself yearning for the delectable fare of Hogwarts, thus reasoning that this evening should be one of unrestrained indulgence. As Qin Yu reached a point of fullness, sipping a cup of honeyed tea that George had casually handed him, his gaze wandered and fell upon Professor Swinton at the head table. The professor acknowledged him with a nod and gestured towards the hall's entrance. Qin Yu understood the unspoken message and nodded in agreement before rising from his seat. Shortly thereafter, the two encountered one another in a corridor outside the auditorium. "All right. As promised, here is the gift I vowed to give you." Professor Swindon casually tossed a small cloth pouch to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, somewhat disheartened, caught the object, which was evidently not the bag he had anticipated. However, the item felt heavy, suggesting it bore some significance. "Let us open it and see," Professor Swinton remarked. Qin Yu, following the instruction, curiously unwrapped the cloth bag. Inside lay a golden mask. "What is this?" Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. "An alchemical mask." Professor Swinton paused momentarily before continuing. "This is a creation of mine, inspired by the concepts from the book you provided, ancient incantations from the pyramids, and my years of experience in alchemy." Noticing Qin Yu's lack of reaction, Professor Swinton elaborated, "Once worn, it will not only conceal your facial features, but also alter your voice, posture, and all external aspects of your being. Is it truly that remarkable?" Qin Yu was genuinely astonished. This item was immensely useful, rivaling even his advanced illusion spell. After all, while the illusion spell rendered the body entirely invisible, this mask allowed him to remain visible yet unrecognizable, a distinction in capability and context. "Indeed, I devoted over 2 months to its creation," Professor Swinton said with a touch of pride. This implied that he had been contemplating their parting 2 months prior, quietly preparing a gift for Qin Yu. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu shed his usual levity and solemnly expressed, "Thank you, Professor Swinton." No need for such formality with me. After all, I am your brother." Professor Swinton winked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling quite speechless. "To be candid, I pondered for quite some time about what would be fitting to gift you. That sword, for instance, could enhance your prowess in moments of peril. Given your propensity for trouble, this mask will serve to conceal your identity and safeguard your well-being. Henceforth, should you wish to indulge in any mischief, you need not fear detection," Professor Swinton stated with utmost seriousness. "Wait a moment. Why have I been labeled as someone who delights in causing disturbances? It is I who consistently finds himself in unfortunate circumstances. Moreover, why would I engage in nefarious deeds? I am, after all, a person of integrity." Qin Yu could not help but grumble internally. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds," Qin Yu remarked with a slight smirk. "It's merely my obligation. I have included the instructions for the mask's usage on that piece of paper. Do take the time to study it thoroughly upon your return," Professor Swinton said, quite pleased with himself, before inquiring, "By the way, what of my gift? What do you intend to present to me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu retrieved a meticulously prepared package from his long robe and handed it to Professor Swinton. The professor accepted it, unwrapped it, and lifted a scarf of variegated hues. "Is this all?" he said with evident disdain. "What do you mean, is this all? This scarf is intricately woven from unicorn hair, and its tensile strength is unparalleled by any ordinary material," Qin Yu retorted, clearly displeased. "I am not questioning the quality of its material. I merely find it somewhat unappealing." "It may not complement my aesthetic," Professor Swinton replied, already draping the scarf around his neck and showcasing it to Qin Yu. "If you dislike it, you may return it." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said curtly, "One does not reclaim a gift," Professor Swinton remarked, adjusting the scarf around his neck while muttering, "You know, it does become somewhat pleasing upon further inspection." The tall figure of Professor Swinton, adorned with a rather drab scarf, indeed appeared somewhat peculiar. As Qin Yu beheld him in such a state, a smile threatened to break forth, yet before it could grace his lips, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his nose. "When will you be departing?" he finally inquired. "This very evening," Professor Swinton replied with a shrug. "It coincides perfectly with the end-of-year banquet at Hogwarts, allowing me to bid farewell to all of you." Qin Yu did not anticipate his departure would come so swiftly. However, parting is inevitable. Whether it occurs a day sooner or later makes little difference, for he too must leave Hogwarts early the following morning. So, let us share a farewell embrace. Qin Yu opened his arms, displaying a radiant smile. "Indeed, let us partake in this farewell hug." Professor Swinton also opened his arms and embraced the young boy before him, often disregarded for his tender age. "Take care, Professor Swinton," Qin Yu exclaimed. "Look after yourself, Qin." Professor Swinton replied, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. After bidding farewell to Swinton, Qin Yu returned to the hall and took his previous seat. Observing the bustling crowd, his thoughts drifted, and a faint smile gradually graced his lips. Tonight, Hogwarts is simply enchanting. Everyone is reveling in the grandeur and clamor of the farewell feast. Qin Yu hummed a melody to which he could only recall a few lyrics. His spirits lifted as he exited the Gryffindor Tower and made his way to the lakeside dock. "Qin, what song are you singing?" "It sounds delightful," called out Elvis, who was laden with a heavy suitcase and panting as he hurried to catch up with Qin Yu. In contrast, Qin appeared quite at ease, as the suitcase in his hand was not burdensome at all. The reason for this was simple. Professor Swinton had gifted him that bag, allowing him to stow away most of his belongings. Speaking of which, early that morning, an owl had tapped on the window of Qin Yu's dormitory, delivering an item before departing. That item was none other than Professor Swinton's enchanted bag, capable of spatial expansion, a remarkable creation, not easily replicated, and even if one could, it would hardly function as effectively as Professor Swinton's. Qin Yu was immediately overjoyed, feeling that Professor Swinton was indeed a reliable person. If you needed something, he would genuinely provide it. The only sentence written on the accompanying note was, "Feel free to express your desires next time." The song, a heartfelt expression of the joyous emotions associated with returning home for the holidays, slipped from Qin Yu's lips. He then inquired of Elvis, "What are your plans for the summer vacation?" Elvis, scratching his head, bashfully replied, "I don't have any particular plans. I suppose I will diligently review my first-year textbooks, especially the potions textbook." Qin Yu was aware that Elvis had narrowly passed his potions exam, which left the boy with reddened eyes upon receiving his results. It was understandable, for Elvis was timid and introverted, harboring an instinctive fear of Snape. Much of his time in potions class was consumed by worries of making mistakes and facing Snape's reprimands. With such a mindset, excelling in class was an arduous task. You need not fear Professor Snape. He may appear cold and aloof, and his words might be sharp, but he will not truly harm you, Qin Yu gently reassured Elvis. I know. Once, when my cauldron cracked, he even helped me replace it with a new one, yet I still feel apprehensive about him, worried that I won't perform well, Elvis stammered. Well, perhaps the pressure you feel in his presence is daunting, but with time, you should acclimate. For now, focus on your studies at home. If you encounter any difficulties, you can have your owl send me a message, Qin Yu stated, ceasing his attempts to persuade the boy, recognizing that the change had to come from within Elvis himself. Is that truly possible? Elvis's eyes sparkled with hope. Why not? We are friends. Is it not normal for us to correspond? Qin Yu replied with a smile. Yes. I will write to you. Elvis nodded vigorously. Then, he inquired, Qin, what are your plans for the summer? Me? Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then cleared his throat and replied with a hint of modesty, I haven't made any arrangements. Everything has been arranged by others for me. Arranged? I wish I could have everything arranged for me, but unfortunately, I often find myself alone at home during the holidays, Elvis remarked with a hint of envy. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, uncertain of how to offer comfort, for not everyone is fortunate enough to have a sister at home. Hurry aboard. There are many returning home for the summer vacation. Be cautious not to miss the train. Hagrid shouted from the lakeside dock, urging everyone on. Upon hearing his words, the students quickened their pace, leaping onto the small boats, which then set sail towards the opposite shore. After Qin Yu boarded the boat with Elvis, he cast a glance back at the gradually receding Hogwarts castle, bidding it a silent farewell in his heart, eagerly anticipating a return to witness the enchanting autumn of Hogwarts once more. The Hogwarts Express departed promptly at 9 in the morning, teeming with students eager to leave the school. Unlike the Christmas holiday, Qin Yu's compartment was filled to the brim with companions. First was Elvis, who, with a satisfied demeanor, settled beside Qin Yu, having easily secured a seat by closely following him. Next came the exuberant Weasley twins, George and Fred, who rushed in and swiftly claimed 2 seats. Bach, Jimmy, and Wilson also attempted to join, but with 7 individuals already crammed into the compartment, they reluctantly made their way to the adjacent one, occasionally dropping by for a lengthy visit, rendering their presence almost indistinguishable from that of the others. During this time, Cedric also stopped by to chat with Qin Yu and the others, but upon realizing there was no space left, he departed with a resigned expression. I heard Charlie plans to study dragons in Romania after graduation, Qin Yu inquired of the Weasley brothers. Yes, that's probably his greatest interest aside from Quidditch, George replied with a shrug. However, I believe he ultimately yearns to join a professional Quidditch team, though that is exceedingly challenging, Fred added with a sigh. This topic left a palpable silence among the group. At that moment, the train passed a picturesque Muggle village, where a flock of plump sheep grazed peacefully on the lush grass, momentarily captivating everyone's attention and silencing their chatter. As they approached the station, the students shed their wizarding robes in favor of summer attire, boys in simple shorts and short-sleeved shirts, while many girls donned lovely dresses, though some, like Moni Wanda, opted for a more boyish look. Finally, the train halted at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. The students disembarked in small groups, passing through the wall into the Muggle world, taking care to avoid drawing attention. Goodbye, Qin. See you at school. Looking forward to your performance next year, Qin. Many students greeted Qin Yu as they passed by, prompting George and Fred to express their envy of Qin Yu's popularity, vowing to diligently practice their Quidditch skills over the summer to dazzle everyone upon their return. Before long, they reached the exit to the Muggle world, where many young wizards were greeted by their families. The Weasley brothers spotted their mother, Molly Weasley, along with their brother Ron and sister Ginny, waiting for them. See you later, Qin. George waved farewell. I will miss you, Qin. Fred embraced Qin Yu. Goodbye. I will miss you both too. Qin Yu bid farewell to the two brothers. He then waved to Mrs. Weasley in the distance as a form of greeting. After seeing off George and Fred, Qin Yu shrugged and pulled his suitcase forward. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, called out, Qin. The dimensional barrier is unwell, suffering from a headache for an entire day, but has just recovered. There is still one chapter left. Qin. The lovely voice called out once more. Turning towards the source of the sound, Qin Yu saw a petite figure rushing towards him like a gust of wind. Just as he raised his arms, the figure leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Hermione, what brings you here? Qin Yu exclaimed, somewhat surprised at the small girl in his arms. Are you pleasantly surprised? She beamed, tilting her face up to him. Indeed, very surprised. Qin Yu couldn't help but ruffle her chestnut hair. After half a year apart, he noticed that Hermione's hair had grown significantly, nearly reaching her waist. And my parents, they are here too, Hermione said, releasing Qin Yu and gesturing towards the direction from whence she came. Hermione, why did you run so fast? Wait for us, came the breathless voice of Mrs. Granger, followed closely by Mr. Granger. Aunt Ginny, Uncle David. Qin Yu hurriedly greeted them. Mrs. Granger was naturally delighted to see Qin Yu, clasping his hand and refusing to let go. Mr. Granger enthusiastically assisted Qin Yu with his suitcase. However, as he lifted it, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. For the suitcase was surprisingly light, and he had exerted too much force. Although the suitcase was lighter than he had anticipated, he soon reconciled himself to the thought. After all, it was summer, and Qin likely hadn't packed many clothes. Just now, my parents got lost and didn't know where to wait for you. Luckily, I noticed several boys and girls acting rather peculiarly, so I deduced they were probably wizards returning home for the holidays with you. Thus, I followed the direction they had come from and, to my delight, found you. Hermione declared proudly, recounting her deduction. Indeed, a most astute method, Qin Yu complimented. Right? I believe I could be Sherlock Holmes. The little girl beamed at the praise. And what about me? Qin Yu inquired, pointing to himself. You are undoubtedly Watson, Hermione replied, pinching an imaginary pipe and adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, my dear Watson, this case is quite simple. They both erupted into laughter. Hermione's performance elicited hearty laughter from Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who occupied the front seat of the car. They were genuinely delighted, as their daughter engaged in conversations with Qin about familiar topics rather than those of the magical realm, allowing them to comprehend the discourse. However, once their daughter commenced her studies, it was likely that she would delve into peculiar subjects, such as soaring on broomsticks or coaxing a pea plant to ascend to the heavens. This thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of the Grangers. At that juncture, their daughter would surely drift further away from them, wouldn't she? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken sentiment of reluctance in the other's eyes. Yet, Hermione ultimately belonged to a different world. Qin, can you do this? Hermione inquired, demonstrating a finger-opening and closing gesture. What could be difficult about that? Qin Yu responded, mimicking her actions. You can do it too? Then let me try something else. Hermione retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. Well, then you should choose something a bit more challenging, Qin Yu suggested. It must be quite difficult. Observing the two children in the back seat engaging in what appeared to be a rather tedious game, Mrs. Granger allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, feeling a sense of solace within her heart. Indeed, even if Hermione were in another realm, she was not alone. Qin was there to keep her company. At that moment, a familiar, broad hand enveloped Ginny Granger's, conveying a silent message. I shall remain by your side. A warmth spread through Mrs. Granger as she gazed lovingly at her husband. In the front seat sat the Granger couple, their minds a whirlwind of emotions, while in the rear, Qin and Hermione joyfully reunited, engaged in various conversations. The vehicle glided smoothly towards their warm and inviting home. It was mid-June, the height of summer. Yet, deep within a secluded forest by the banks of the River Derwent in Yorkshire, an eerie stillness prevailed. Hidden among the towering trees lay a sprawling estate. To the untrained eye of ordinary humans passing by, Only an assortment of stones could be seen, devoid of any visible structure. Only a select few, those known as wizards, could perceive its true form, while the mundane populace referred to them as muggles. At this moment, a tall man appeared at the entrance of the estate, his solemn expression revealing that he belonged to the category of those who could see the estate's grandeur, namely, a wizard. This wizard lingered at the entrance for some time before brandishing a slender, wand-like object, characteristic of the tools wielded by wizards, ultimately directing it towards the estate. A beam of white light emanated from the tip of the wand, penetrating the estate's confines. It was as if a veil had been lifted from the estate, allowing the air to swirl within, transforming into gentle breezes that caressed the ancient architecture. With wand in hand, the wizard stepped inside, traversing the broad pathway paved with massive stones, passing by a long dry fountain, and wandering through the desolate flower beds and lawns, until he finally entered the grand hall of the estate. There, a statue stood prominently, a tall man clad in a long robe, holding a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The man stood with an air of determination, his gaze unwavering. As the wizard beheld the statue, an involuntary shiver coursed through his body. How absurd! It was merely a statue. Why should he fear it? A scornful voice echoed in the hall. No, I do not fear him, came a deeper voice in response. Oh, you hate him? The mocking tone of the first voice retorted. I simply do not comprehend what he stood for, nor do I understand what those individuals did for his ideals. The somber voice continued. For the world? For wizards? For humanity? Absurd. To live is to live for oneself. The disdainful voice grew increasingly agitated. You do not comprehend, intoned a somber voice. I do not comprehend? If I were oblivious, you would have perished long ago. We would have perished long ago. Stephen. The scornful voice laughed heartily. I am indeed grateful to you. The somber voice sighed. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then seek out those individuals and discover the reasons behind their departure and why we were cast aside. The disdainful voice seethed with animosity. I shall do so, replied the somber voice solemnly. A brief silence enveloped the hall. What? You do not believe that playing house with a child has granted you a glimpse of the warmth of human existence, do you? Stephen. You must understand that in this world, the only pillars of support are you and I. The disdainful voice grew increasingly irritable. Are you also afraid of something? The somber voice inquired with curiosity. I am not afraid. Never have I been. The disdainful voice bellowed. I know you are not. The sounds in the hall faded once more, and the figure of the sorcerer vanished. All that remained was a towering statue, standing resolute as it had for countless centuries. Unwavering and tireless. Beneath the statue lay an elongated name. If one were to remove the myriad middle names that bore various significances, it could be succinctly rendered as Moses Swinton, a name of little renown in the realm of magic. End of this volume, pretending there are sub-volumes. The Dimensional Barrier has written 67 chapters, which completes the protagonist's first year. The second year now approaches. Reuniting with the original cast will undoubtedly prove challenging. I anticipate needing time to revisit the source material, striving to balance original storylines with the established narrative. Sigh, what a workout, suddenly invigorated. The weather has been quite variable in many regions lately. Please take care of yourselves. On June 16th, a Sunday, the day after Qin Yu returned to the Granger household. Around 8 in the morning, Qin Yu and the Granger family were partaking in breakfast. Initially, everything seemed rather tranquil. However, shortly thereafter, Mrs. Granger suddenly spoke up. Hermione. There is something your mother must discuss with you. What is it, mother? Hermione replied, looking up in confusion and licking the milk that had touched her lips. Dear. Your mother wishes to say, well, you have grown up. Do not linger in Qin's room for so long at night, Mrs. Granger said with careful deliberation. Ga? Hermione was taken aback. Ahem. Both men present began to cough simultaneously. One choked on milk, the other on bread. Hermione, have you been in Qin's room again? Mr. Granger asked between coughs. Why do you use the word again, David? Mrs. Granger glanced at her husband, her brow furrowed in confusion, observing Mr. Granger's speechless demeanor. Qin Yu could not help but rub his temples. The previous evening, Hermione had indeed stealthily ascended the stairs once more, visiting his chamber, where they conversed side by side on the bed throughout the night. Naturally, their interaction was merely a dialogue. They scarcely held hands, for it was summer. And Qin Yu did not need to warm the young lady's hands against the chill. As anticipated, Hermione dozed off midway through, prompting Qin Yu to gently place her on the bed while he seated himself in a chair, entering a meditative state, a practice he frequently engaged in. Consequently, the following day, Hermione was not as alarmed as she had been previously. Indeed, after rising, she seized Qin Yu's quill and playfully drew 2 mustaches upon his face. He waited until she completed her artistic endeavor before opening his eyes, which startled her into a hasty retreat downstairs, fearing retribution from Qin Yu. It appeared that Mrs. Granger had observed something amiss. "Aunt Jenny, it was my fault," Qin Yu hastily confessed, instinctively believing it prudent to acknowledge his error. "Mother, it is not Qin's fault. I simply missed him terribly and had so much to share," Hermione chimed in. "Hermione, do you recall the medical knowledge I imparted to you some time ago?" Mrs. Granger inquired earnestly, gazing into her daughter's eyes. "Medical knowledge?" Hermione paused, then suddenly realized. "Oh, are you referring to the matters concerning the trials of adolescence?" Trials of adolescence? Qin Yu pondered inwardly, questioning whether this content was truly suitable for him. With this thought in mind, he could not help but cast a glance at Mr. Granger, who sat opposite him. The latter merely shrugged and offered him a meaningful expression. Qin Yu could only sit upright, instinctively swallowing hard. "Do you remember the precautions your mother advised?" Mrs. Granger inquired of her daughter. "Of course, I remember. You said that at a certain age, if boys and girls engage in intimate contact, they might, become pregnant," Hermione replied with utmost seriousness. "Indeed." Mrs. Granger nodded in satisfaction. "However, you also mentioned that gestures like holding hands or kissing would not lead to pregnancy. You told me this when I was in the 3rd grade, Hermione added earnestly. "Wait, have you 2 kissed?" Mr. Granger's sharp gaze turned towards Qin Yu. Mrs. Granger also looked over, her expression filled with skepticism. "No, Uncle David. And Jenny, I swear, I truly haven't," Qin Yu exclaimed, his tone full of exclamation marks. Seeing that Qin Yu did not appear to be lying, the Grangers both turned their attention back to Hermione. "Well, indeed, there was no kissing. I was merely articulating the medical knowledge you once imparted to me," Hermione said with an air of calm composure. This revelation relieved the Granger couple. Cough, cough. "So, you are both still young and must refrain from excessive behaviors, understand, Qin?" Hermione? Mrs. Granger, after regaining her composure, attempted to steer the conversation. "Of course not, Aunt Jenny," Qin Yu replied earnestly. "I understand, Mom." Hermione nodded obediently. "Well, that's good. I recognize that today's topic is somewhat special, but you need not be overly sensitive. This is merely normal human physiological knowledge. In the future, if you encounter any distress during your adolescent growth, you may come to me or your father for a discussion. We will surely listen patiently to your thoughts. As we are your closest family," Mrs. Granger spoke gently. Qin Yu nodded vigorously, praying that this topic would swiftly pass, lest he be unable to finish his breakfast. "I understand, Mom," Hermione echoed. Then, just as the other 3 felt that the topic could be gracefully concluded, Hermione asked again. "So, Mom, is it true that kissing really doesn't lead to pregnancy?" Smack. With one hand covering his face, Qin Yu silently pleaded, "Sister, grant me a reprieve. David, come here for a moment." Mrs. Granger mused for a brief moment before beckoning her husband and rising to enter the kitchen. Mr. Granger hastily followed suit. "Children, you may begin your meal without waiting for us," Mrs. Granger declared to Qin Yu and Hermione just before closing the kitchen door. "Eat. Can I even manage to eat?" Qin Yu tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that appeared rather strained. All right, Mother." Hermione cheerfully waved her hand, as if nothing were amiss. Subsequently, the Granger couple closed the kitchen door, retreating inside to engage in hushed conversation. Once Hermione finished the sandwich in her hand, she murmured, "In truth, I have already perused those texts on medicine and physiology. I wonder why Mother suddenly brought this up. However, it is indeed true that the books did not mention anything regarding kissing, which leaves me uncertain. Perhaps I simply did not read closely enough." The young girl furrowed her brow once more. "Well, she is a diligent and earnest primary school scholar. Indeed." After breakfast, the Granger couple initiated a private discussion with Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione was escorted to her small bedroom by Mrs. Granger, while Qin Yu followed Mr. Granger into their larger bedroom. As for what Mrs. Granger conveyed to Hermione, Qin Yu could only speculate. The moment he stepped into the spacious bedroom, Mr. Granger got straight to the point, elucidating the physiological knowledge of the human body and certain behaviors between men and women in an accessible manner. After Mr. Granger had elaborated for quite some time and was poised to demonstrate by unwrapping a rubber balloon, Qin Yu could no longer contain himself and interjected with a pleading tone. "Uncle, I truly understand. I will certainly refrain from any such actions in the future." It seems you have comprehended the knowledge I imparted quite thoroughly, Mr. Granger remarked with evident satisfaction. Indeed, I grasp it entirely. Qin Yu nodded vigorously. Very well, I shan't waste this item then, Mr. Granger stated, placing the object back into a drawer of the bedside cabinet. It seems that David Granger had surmised why his wife broached such a topic today. It stemmed from the heartfelt consolation they shared last night, prompted by the feeling of their daughter drifting away, leading them to contemplate the creation of another life. In the night, fatigue had overtaken him, causing him to drift into slumber, while his wife appeared to have gone to the living room for a glass of water. Likely at that moment she noticed the commotion upstairs. All these factors combined likely encouraged her to raise the subject at the dining table today. However, the conversation there evidently did not unfold as intended, prompting their decision for a more focused dialogue, man to man, woman to woman. As it stands, his task here had proceeded quite smoothly. When Mr. Granger emerged from the larger bedroom with his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, Hermione and Mrs. Granger were still in the small bedroom. After nearly half an hour had passed, Mrs. Granger finally accompanied her daughter back. Have you concluded so soon? Ginny Granger remarked with mild surprise upon seeing her husband and Qin Yu leisurely enjoying fruit in the living room. Indeed, our discussion went rather well, didn't it, Qin? Mr. Granger, with a smile, turned his gaze towards Qin Yu. Indeed, Uncle David and Ginny, Qin Yu replied, bracing himself. Ah, splendid. I had a delightful conversation with Hermione, Mrs. Granger remarked, holding her daughter's hand with a smile. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, and Qin Yu couldn't help but silently exclaim. What on earth did you two discuss in that room? Perhaps due to the fact that both Mr. and Mrs. Granger are dentists. They approach matters of a sexual nature with a certain openness and importance, choosing not to shy away from the topic. Consequently, they would broach such subjects at the dining table with the children and, when the conversation hit a lull, thanks to Hermione, opted to explain and enlighten the kids privately. Overall, this exchange was quite successful and smooth. It also laid the groundwork for certain behavioral principles that would guide both Qin Yu and Hermione in the future. Well, they hadn't engaged in anything particularly outrageous. This was merely a small episode at the onset of their summer vacation, after which they quickly immersed themselves in a multitude of holiday plans. The amount of sugar sprinkled here is somewhat peculiar, yet I find it reasonable and somewhat related to the late-night discussions during the Christmas holidays. Furthermore, with the progression of time, both domestically and internationally, there is a growing emphasis on education regarding adolescence, which is a positive development. To the young readers, I hope you can view certain changes with the right perspective and grow up healthily. A blessing from an adult whose youth has already slipped away. There should be one more chapter. In an ancient district of London, there exists a time-honored bookstore. According to the proprietor, Arthur Conan Doyle once held a signing event here for his final case, during which he famously killed off Sherlock Holmes in this very book, subsequently receiving countless blades from irate readers, compelling him to resurrect Holmes years later. Fortunately, in the final case, Holmes merely fell off a cliff, making his revival a less arduous endeavor. Since then, every new book by Conan Doyle has had its initial release here. This is an introduction by the shopkeeper to the patrons. Of course, many individuals merely come to witness the spectacle, indifferent to its authenticity. The paramount allure of this bookstore lies in its pleasant ambience. Beyond the diverse array of books and periodicals adorning the shelves, there are reading areas on both floors. Here, one may indulge in a cup of coffee or juice, select a book of personal preference or disinterest, and savor a delightful or less than pleasurable passage of time. Whether seated by the window or in a more secluded spot, this is likely the primary motivation for many visitors to this establishment. As the summer vacation commenced, the influx of customers noticeably increased, predominantly comprised of youthful students. Among them were a striking boy of Eastern descent and an endearing girl with chestnut hair, who have been frequenting the store daily for the past few days, often lingering for hours. Upon closer proximity, one would observe them engrossed in exquisitely bound tomes, their covers and paper exuding an air of uniqueness. Should anyone inquire about the location of these volumes on the shelves, they would graciously respond with smiles, revealing that these were personal possessions, not part of the bookstore's collection. If one were to linger nearby, they might overhear snippets of curious dialogue, discussing topics such as how dungstones can neutralize toxins, the classification of werewolves and vampires by danger levels, or the origins of fairy rebellions. This leads many to speculate that the two children are engrossed in some peculiar fantasy novels, a genre that has gained considerable popularity in recent years. However, for the most part, they sit quietly, absorbed in their reading, exchanging no words. The girl sips her juice and occasionally samples coffee, generously adorned with milk, leaving a frothy residue on her lips. During these moments, the boy across from her extends a hand, gently wiping the foam away with his thumb, eliciting a sweet smile from her in return. They, like many ordinary children in this space, relish their reading time. Yet, unbeknownst to others, they differ subtly from the adults and children around them, for they belong to that legendary group capable of wielding magic. They are wizards. The two children in the bookstore are, of course, Qin Yu and Hermione. According to Hermione's extensive plans, they are meant to enjoy several days of unrestrained fun. Furthermore, Hermione has assured Qin Yu that she will cover the expenses for these endeavors. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was, of course, more than willing. After all, how could he possibly refuse the prospect of living off someone else? Moreover, the idea of enjoying the benefits of the future Minister of Magic provided him with a certain sense of achievement. It was evident that Hermione was resolute in her request, so he naturally did not oppose it. Ultimately, it mattered little whose money was being spent. After 2 days of exuberant enjoyment, however, Hermione's little treasury had dwindled to a mere third. Such is the way of plans, which often fail to keep pace with changes. Thus, they were compelled to eliminate many extravagant pursuits in favor of more economical choices. Eventually, they found themselves at a quaint bookstore, where they spent their days lingering, perusing books, engaging in delightful conversations, sipping beverages, and indulging in delectable desserts, which proved to be quite enjoyable. The reason for these activities was that Qin Yu wished to accompany Hermione and savor the pleasures of the Muggle world. After all, once she entered the realm of magic, her perspective would inevitably transform, distancing her from her past life. In a sense, this could be regarded as a nostalgic tribute to the fleeting moments they shared. Qin Yu mused inwardly. My funds have been exhausted, Hermione sighed. Already? Wasn't there still a good sum left? Qin Yu responded, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, there was. But the desserts at this bookstore are rather delightful, and we may have indulged a bit too much, Hermione admitted, her mouth watering at the thought. Indeed. Their desserts are quite exquisite, Qin Yu concurred, nodding in agreement. He then closed the parchment-bound book in his hands, slowly rising to his feet, and softly addressed Hermione. Well then, my dear princess, as you find yourself without a penny, shall you accompany me? With that, Qin Yu extended his hand towards the young lady. Hearing his words, Hermione shrugged in resignation, then closed her own book and placed her hand into his broad and sturdy palm. Very well, my prince. The dialogue and actions of the two individuals elicited a gentle smile from the nearby patrons, who found the children rather endearing. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Hermione tidied their belongings and departed from the ancient bookstore, yes, the antiquated establishment of the Muggle world. Previously, in their pursuit of joy in the experience of Muggle life, Qin Yu had refrained from taking Hermione to certain locales within the magical realm, such as Diagon Alley. Now that Hermione's funds had been exhausted, Qin Yu had afforded the young girl a farewell to her past life. Thus, Diagon Alley became their inaugural destination. For both Qin Yu's second-year textbooks and learning supplies, as well as the items listed in Hermione's first-year enrollment letter, a visit to Diagon Alley was imperative. Consequently, the following day, Qin Yu and Hermione ventured to Diagon Alley together for the second time. They traversed through the bar at the Leaky Cauldron and entered the courtyard, where Qin Yu tapped his wand against the enchanted wall. Once the wall revealed a grand entrance, he took Hermione's hand and stepped inside. On their second visit to Diagon Alley, Hermione was considerably more at ease, now familiar with where to procure cauldrons, textbooks, robes, and magical pets, specifically the shop where they had once intended to relinquish Crookshanks. Indeed, it was in that very magical pet store that they encountered a plump little boy accompanied by an elderly gentleman who was purchasing a toad. Qin Yu greeted him warmly and inquired if he too was a new student at Hogwarts this year. Hello, I am Neville Longbottom, and I will be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September. The young boy nervously introduced himself to Qin Yu and Hermione. Qin Yu and Hermione each introduced themselves, expressing their eagerness to encounter him at Hogwarts. Following a brief conversation, Neville departed with the elderly gentleman. Qin Yu and Hermione continued their shopping. Encountering Neville here took Qin Yu somewhat by surprise. The young lad truly endured a life of hardship, comparable to that of Harry Potter. When Neville was just a year old, his father, Frank Longbottom, and mother, Alice Longbottom, both members of the Order of the Phoenix resisting Voldemort, were kidnapped by Death Eaters and subjected to the Cruciatus Curse, driving them to madness, resulting in their prolonged stay at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for over a decade. Consequently, little Neville was raised by his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Perhaps due to witnessing the tragic fate of his parents at such a tender age, and having been subjected to a memory charm, Neville grew to be somewhat forgetful, often appearing dull, introverted, and slow to react, even leading some family members to suspect he might be a squib, a wizarding descendant devoid of magical abilities. To make matters worse, his Uncle Algy and Aunt Enid would periodically test Neville's magical potential, such as pushing him off the dock by the lake or tossing him from a second-floor window, though they initially intended only to feign the act. They did inadvertently drop him, which was quite unfortunate for the child. Fortunately, Neville was not a squib. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. In the original timeline, after enrolling at Hogwarts, Neville did not exhibit remarkable talent in his magical studies and struggled considerably, though he managed to perform reasonably well in herbology. Nevertheless, he evolved over the course of his school years, ultimately earning the recognition of Gryffindor's sword through his own courage, slaying Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the Serpent Nagini, which was tantamount to a chance at resurrection. This act cleared the final obstacle for Harry Potter in vanquishing Voldemort. Hence, Neville earned the respectful moniker of the Sword Saint. Neville the Snake Slayer. Admittedly, such titles were informal, akin to how the best child is regarded in the eyes of Dudley, Harry's cousin. Reflecting upon the title of Sword Saint and recalling the chubby-cheeked boy he had just seen, a faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips. "Qin, what brings you such joy?" Hermione noticed his expression and inquired curiously. "Well, I was pondering about that boy named Neville. I believe he will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." Qin Yu stated earnestly. "Is that so? I never perceived that about him. Are you engaging in some form of Eastern mystical divination?" Hermione said with newfound interest, leaning in eagerly. "Then tell me, what will I become in the future?" Thereupon, Qin Yu cupped her face in his hands, scrutinizing her features carefully, examining her 3 stops and 12 palaces, and finally, with a serious demeanor, declared, "You will become an extraordinary person." "How extraordinary?" Hermione pressed for specifics. "Perhaps someone who stands just below the most powerful, above the multitude." Qin Yu contemplated before responding. "Really? That sounds impressive. What exactly might that entail?" Hermione continued her inquiry. "Well, likely something akin to the Minister of Magic," Qin Yu replied. "Is that true?" Hermione listened, her beautiful eyes widening in amazement. "Of course it's true. If you can't make it, you can count on me," Qin Yu assured her confidently. Hermione withdrew her petite face from Qin Yu's large hand, pondered for a moment, and then curiously inquired, "Isn't the Minister of Magic the highest position in the magical world? Is there someone above them?" Clearly, the academically gifted Hermione was taking the concept of being second to none quite seriously. Indeed, there is. Above the Ministry of Magic, there exists the International Wizarding Federation. The chairman of the International Wizarding Federation is the superior of the Minister of Magic. Qin Yu provided a logical explanation. "Oh, I see now." Hermione seemed to envision her future as the Minister of Magic, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Then, perhaps to console Qin Yu, she patted his shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Qin, I believe you will become an even more remarkable person than I. If I become the Minister of Magic, then you will undoubtedly ascend to the position of chairman of the Wizarding Federation." In that brief moment, the two had divided the 2 most powerful positions in the magical realm between themselves. Qin Yu chuckled as he playfully ruffled her hair and said, "All right, wake up. We need to go purchase your robes." "Hee, I was merely imagining it," Hermione replied with a gentle smile. She then took Qin Yu's hand and led him toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "We need 3 plain black work robes, a black winter cloak, and a pair of dragon hide gloves." Hermione read from the list, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "What exactly are dragon hide gloves?" "You really don't need to worry about that. The staff here will ensure that everything is suitable for you as long as they know you are a first-year student at Hogwarts," Qin Yu reassured her. "That's wonderful," Hermione exclaimed, her apprehension dissipating. The two soon entered the shop specifically tailored for wizarding attire. "Welcome. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms?" A short, plump witch with a beaming smile greeted them. This was Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the establishment. "Yes, Madame Malkin, but I purchased mine last year. Today my sister is here to buy hers," Qin Yu said as he gently nudged Hermione forward. The little girl turned and made a face at him, muttering, "Humph, sister? You're like Uncle from Crookshanks. What does that even mean?" Qin Yu chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. "Oh, I remember you. You were that little Eastern boy who came alone last year, if I'm not mistaken," Madame Malkin recalled. While it was not uncommon for young wizards to shop alone, it was rare to encounter a child as composed as the boy before her, which made her memory of him quite vivid. "Yes, You are correct. Actually, I was supposed to have someone accompany me, but he had to leave unexpectedly, Qin Yu shrugged. At that time, Hagrid had allowed Qin Yu to explore the shops on his own while he attended to the arrangements for the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Now, my dear young lady, let us take your measurements in the back. Don't worry, it will be quick, Madame Malkin said to Hermione. Thus, Hermione followed Madame Malkin to the fitting area at the back of the shop, while Qin Yu settled into a cozy corner at the front, enjoying tea provided by a considerate shop assistant, who also offered him a plate of delightful chocolate biscuits. After a while, having savored 2 cups of tea and polished off the biscuits, Hermione emerged from the fitting room, her attire transformed. She now wore a crisp white shirt adorned with a red and yellow tie, complemented by a loose-fitting black robe. The tie must have been selected by Madame Malkin. In her hand, she waved a slender wooden ruler, likely serving as a makeshift wand, her appearance lively and charming. How do I look? The little girl beamed, addressing her somewhat dazed companion. Quite splendid, Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu nodded and spoke. What I mean includes the clothing as well. The young girl, her cheeks slightly flushed and appearing somewhat shy, stammered her response. I will ask Madame Mogian to adjust the sleeves. They are too long. After hurriedly finishing her sentence, she quickly returned to the back room. Beautiful garments have always been a source of delight for young girls. After trying on the wizarding uniform, Hermione gazed at her reflection in the mirror for an extended period before reluctantly removing it, allowing Madame Mogian to package it, as it was indeed not suitable for continuous wear. Subsequently, Qin Yu completed the payment, and Hermione left the robe shop, clutching the ensemble. The two then made their way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Qin Yu was quite familiar with this establishment, not only because he had previously purchased a wand, but also due to the several letters he had written to Mr. Ollivander, aimed at promoting the high-quality unicorn hair and phoenix feathers produced by Hogwarts. Of course, Mr. Ollivander did not purchase the latter, opting instead for a substantial quantity of unicorn hair. Presently, wands crafted from phoenix feathers were not in high demand, as there were few wizards suited to wield such materials. This was the explanation provided by Mr. Ollivander in his correspondence. Although Qin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not press the matter too hard. After all, plucking the feathers of a phoenix was no trivial task. Later, he learned that Professor Swinton had used phoenix feathers to craft a sword for himself, and he was genuinely curious about how the professor had acquired them, eager to glean some insights, though he never found the opportunity to inquire. Ding dong! The ancient wooden door swung open, striking the bell mounted upon it, and disrupting the tranquil ambience of the shop. 2 young patrons entered. The most striking feature of this venerable establishment was the elongated wooden boxes that nearly reached the ceiling, each seemingly concealing an aura of mystery. Gazing at these enigmatic boxes, Hermione felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation and instinctively tightened her grip on Qin Yu's hand. It was only upon feeling the reassuring strength of his grasp that she found some solace. Good morning, children. A gentle voice resonated. Hermione flinched slightly at the sound. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with large, pale eyes appeared before them, his irises seemingly aglow in the dimly lit shop. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Qin Yu greeted him with a smile. Oh, Qin, I remember you. The unicorn hair you sent via Hagrid was splendid. Mr. Ollivander replied with a grin. Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. Qin Yu nodded in response. Now, my dear young lady, if I am not mistaken, you are here to purchase a wand today, correct? Mr. Ollivander turned his gaze toward Hermione. Yes, that is indeed the case, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione replied earnestly. Very well, let us begin by taking your measurements, Mr. Ollivander stated, producing a self-measuring tape. Do we really need to take measurements to buy a wand? Hermione whispered to Qin Yu. Indeed, each individual's physical characteristics and usage habits differ, which affects the length of the wand. Qin Yu explained succinctly. That's correct. Whether you are left or right-handed, your height, weight, arm length, and visual range, among other factors, will influence the wand's efficacy. Therefore, it is essential to ascertain these details beforehand so I can select the most suitable wand for you, Mr. Ollivander elaborated with a professional air. Realizing the significance of the measurement process, Hermione lifted her arm in coordination with the self-measuring tape. Mr. Ollivander promptly recorded her dimensions. Subsequently, he began rummaging through the boxes. Before long, he descended from a ladder holding one of the boxes, and upon opening it, he retrieved a wand and presented it to Hermione. 10 3/4 inches, vinewood with a dragon heartstring core. This core can unleash powerful and splendid magic, and it accelerates the owner's mastery of spells. I believe it should suit you perfectly. Upon hearing this, Hermione solemnly accepted the slender, wand-like object. Yet, only she truly understood the extent of her excitement. Ever since discovering her identity as a witch, Hermione had yearned for the day she could possess a wand of her own. Subsequently, Qin Yu, having started school a year earlier, had acquired his wand ahead of her. However, he adamantly refused to let her touch it, a stark contrast to his usual generosity regarding matters other than wands. Nevertheless, Hermione could comprehend his reasoning. After all, she was still quite young, and it was not prudent to engage with such a powerful and perilous artifact prematurely. Now, having reached the appropriate age for enrollment, she could finally claim her own wand. As she grasped the rich brown wand, Hermione felt as though an unseen force coursed through it, and she could almost hear a whisper emanating from within. The moment she held the wand, she knew it was destined for her, her very own wand. Belonging to Hermione Jean Granger, she gently raised the wand, and its tip erupted in a blaze of fiery light. Wow, it seems I was not mistaken. This wand truly is the perfect fit for you, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione replied, cradling the precious wand as she bowed in gratitude. She understood that Mr. Ollivander had done more than merely sell her a wand. He had chosen a companion to walk alongside her on her journey, the most suitable partner indeed. Following this, Qin Yu promptly paid Mr. Ollivander 7 galleons. Before departing, the latter called Qin Yu back to examine his wand, crafted from silver birch with a unicorn hair core, and he graciously replaced the somewhat waning core with a high-quality unicorn hair. You've been using it too frequently. Take better care of it, Mr. Ollivander advised as a parting reminder. Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu awkwardly touched his nose. Over the past year, he had indeed made extensive use of this wand. Having been struck down by Professor Snape countless times during duels, and even before the holidays, during his trial with the basilisk, he had nearly broken his wand on several occasions. I understand, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu stated earnestly. However, it is essential to wield it when necessary, as the wand serves to protect oneself. Mr. Ollivander continued, Well, since you've articulated it so well, what more can I say? Qin Yu mused inwardly. Having procured a robe and a wand, the remaining tasks became considerably easier. He then took Hermione to select a telescope, a brass scale, crystal vials, and, of course, the most crucial textbooks. They spent a considerable amount of time perusing the shelves of Flourish and Blots, not only acquiring the first and second year magical textbooks, but also a selection of reference books on various subjects. As Qin Yu completed the payment and they exited the bookstore, Hermione could no longer restrain her curiosity, asking Qin, Did this trip cost you a fortune? Having gained some insight into the prices in the magical world during her visit to Diagon Alley, she was aware that their purchases amounted to a substantial sum. Huh? Qin Yu was taken aback by her inquiry, then flashed what he believed to be a charming smile, and replied, Have I mentioned that I earned quite a bit over the past year? Apparently not. Hermione shook her head. Well, if I haven tea, then so be it. In any case, we are family, and what I earn is yours to spend as you wish, Qin Yu declared generously. Hermione nodded with a smile, delighted by his words of familial camaraderie. Consequently, she unabashedly requested that Qin Yu treat her to an ice cream, particularly one laden with numerous chopped nuts. After they finished their ice creams purchased from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, they proceeded to their final destination, the apothecary. This establishment, the first shop at the entrance of Diagon Alley, was saved for last. After purchasing a pewter cauldron, Qin Yu and Hermione concluded their expedition to Diagon Alley for the day. Note, the term lacquer, pronounced as la, refers to the alloy of tin and lead, specifically the lacquered tips of silver-like weapons. They stored their large items into a Svent undrawstring bag, alleviating any distress regarding their excessive purchases. Passing through the enchanted wall, they navigated around the bar counter of the Leaky Cauldron, traversing the main hall before stepping outside, re-entering the world of Muggles, or rather, the realm where wizards coexisted with Muggles. Standing at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, they both paused momentarily. Hermione glanced back at the dilapidated establishment, then surveyed the passers-by on the street. For a fleeting moment, her gaze reflected uncertainty and confusion. However, as she turned to the boy beside her, who held her hand, her expression softened and became resolute. Indeed, with him by her side. Qin, let us return home, Hermione smiled, uttering the words. Yes, home, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. On the return journey via the subway, the young girl grew exceedingly weary. In the midst of their conversation, she suddenly fell silent, her head resting on his shoulder as she drifted into slumber. Due to the discomfort of sleeping while seated, Hermione frequently shifted positions in a state of half-awake, presenting an array of amusing postures. At one point, she even perched herself on Qin Yu's lap, embracing his neck as she slept for several stops. When she eventually awoke, her cheeks flushed, she slid off him and obediently settled beside him. Regarding Hermione's sleeping posture, Qin Yu was entirely accommodating. At most, he felt a slight numbness in his legs. After returning from Diagon Alley, their summer vacation shifted focus towards magical studies. There was no alternative, as Hermione had resolved to become the top student in her year upon the new school term. Naturally, Qin Yu was more than capable of tutoring her, providing guidance with meticulous attention. Furthermore, ever since acquiring her Vinewood wand, Hermione had been eager to experiment with it. Thus, she implored Qin Yu to teach her a few spells. After careful consideration, Qin Yu selected a few simple spells to teach Hermione. Under his attentive guidance on how to wield the wand, the young girl learned swiftly, mastering the spells in no time. However, when it came to learning new spells, no amount of her charmingly clinging to his arm could persuade Qin Yu to continue. Learning a few simple ones is acceptable, but if you frequently use magic, I fear the Ministry of Magic may come knocking, he remarked, pinching her pouting cheek. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, for she understood that while Qin Yu was kind to her, he was also a person of strong principles and would not always indulge her whims. For instance, when she wished to linger in his room a little longer at night, he invariably ushered her out. As long as we don't constantly think about kissing, we'll be fine, Hermione had once confided to Qin Yu, recalling her mother's advice. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in insisting she return to her own bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing her words, Qin Yu found himself curious about what Aunt Jenny had told Hermione that day. With magic off the table, Hermione resorted to reading her books. On a day in July, while reclining on the sofa with a reference book, she playfully nudged Qin Yu with her toes and asked, "Qin, who is Harry Potter? Is he impressive? I've seen his name in both the history of modern magic and the rise and fall of dark magic, and now this book mentions him too." At that moment, Qin Yu was absorbed in reading a lengthy letter from Elvis, who had written several times in succession. Hermione's question caught him slightly off guard. He gently pushed aside her restless feet and noticed she was holding a book titled Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. After pondering her inquiry, Qin Yu replied thoughtfully, "As for Harry Potter, he is indeed a pivotal figure in certain events, but he isn't particularly powerful or as extraordinary as most people believe. Quite the contrary. He is merely an ordinary wizarding child at this point, and his life is arguably more challenging than that of an average wizard child." "Oh, I see. How old is he now? Where is he?" Hermione continued, eager for more information that the book had not elaborated on. "He should be just 11 years old this year, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is expected to start school this September," Qin Yu informed her. "Wow, that means he's in the same grade as me. I didn't realize there was a celebrity from the book in my year," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. To her, the mere existence of a figure in literature held immense significance. She mused that if she were ever to be mentioned in a book, she would certainly read every single one that referenced her. "What does it matter to be famous? I am quite the celebrity at Hogwarts, you know," Qin Yu remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Hee, I am aware that Qin is our king," Hermione responded, rising to her feet and raising her hands in a gesture of encouragement. Then, almost instinctively, she leaned forward and placed a kiss on Qin Yu's cheek. The discontent that had briefly marred Qin Yu's expression vanished in an instant. Observing this transformation, the young girl felt as though she had discovered a method to alter Qin's mood, and she quietly noted it for future reference. "Ahem. I shall go write a reply to Elvis. You focus on your studies." Qin Yu cleared his throat as he stood up. "I want to go too," Hermione exclaimed, dropping the book she had been holding and shuffling after him in her slippers. She felt a twinge of irritation towards the individual who frequently corresponded with Qin, as it had previously been her who penned the most letters to him. Of course, now that they spent every day together, the necessity for letters had diminished. Nonetheless, she still sensed that someone was encroaching upon her standing in Qin's heart. Most importantly, the person named Elvis would often inquire about various first-year magical subjects in his letters, to which Qin would provide detailed responses. Hermione found great interest in these explanations, as they significantly aided her studies. For this reason, she often lingered nearby while Qin Yu composed his replies, occasionally seeking clarification on the aspects she found perplexing. Qin Yu, in turn, would sometimes revise and enhance certain sections of his letters, resulting in correspondences that were a third longer than usual. "I believe you could easily sign your name at the end of the reply," Qin Yu teased on one occasion. In this particular response, Hermione also posed numerous questions. By the time they finished their letter, the sun had already set. Not long after the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Yu received another letter, this time from Hagrid. The dimensional barrier remains. There is yet another chapter. Please consider offering a small free gift. After urging for an update, there is a bonus for sending flowers. If anyone has a balance, do contribute. Thank you. Surrey, situated in the southeastern part of England, lies to the southwest of London. The River Thames flows through here, heading northeast towards Greater London. At 4 Privet Drive in the Little Whinging district of Surrey, there stands an unremarkable detached house. This residence is home to the Dursley family. Many often assume that the household consists solely of 3 members, Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, and their son Dudley Dursley. However, those who truly know them are aware of a 4th individual, an 11-year-old boy with glasses. This inconspicuous child is none other than the nephew of Mrs. Dursley, Lily's son, Harry Potter. It is evident that Harry Potter's life at his aunt and uncle's home is far from idyllic. Not only does he lack any semblance of recognition in the eyes of outsiders, but he is also deprived of a proper bedroom, relegated to a storage cupboard beneath the stairs. Furthermore, every facet of his existence starkly contrasts with that of his cousin Dudley, who, being the child of parents lost in a tragic accident, is perceived by his aunt and uncle as the epitome of perfection. Whenever Harry reflects on his aunt's description of Dudley, he feels an urge to laugh, for he alone understands the depths of Dudley's malevolence. Not only does Dudley bully him, but he also enlists a band of companions to join in the torment. How could such a person possibly be deemed the best child in the world? Harry believes he must be one of the most unfortunate individuals alive, yearning to grow up swiftly, to attain independence, and to escape from this unfriendly abode that scarcely feels like home. Who is that boy, anyway? Harry murmurs to himself as he lies on his narrow bed. He often recalls the fateful trip to the zoo, particularly the moment he inexplicably made the glass of the python enclosure vanish, allowing the serpent to escape. At that time, many were thrown into a frenzy, yet one boy, slightly older than Harry, boldly approached. Harry distinctly remembers observing the boy converse with the snake and understanding the meaning behind his words. That day, Harry longed to speak with the boy, believing they shared a profound connection, a desperate desire to find someone with whom he could confide his secrets. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, infuriated, forcibly dragged him away, convinced that Harry had set the snake free and endangered their precious son. In fact, after that day, Harry secretly purchased tickets to ride the bus and subway to the zoo in London, but he waited in vain for the boy's return. He was acutely aware of how foolish this was, yet felt he had no other recourse. His escapade to the zoo quickly came to the attention of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, inciting their wrath and leading to his confinement in the cupboard for an entire day. His sorrow stemmed not from being trapped in the dark, cramped space again, but from the realization that he might never find that boy again, nor anyone who could listen to his secrets. The greatest sorrows do not arise from hunger, cold, or darkness, but from the absence of companionship. As these thoughts consumed him, tears silently streamed down Harry's cheeks. "Ha ha, Harry, once summer ends, you'll be off to Stonewall High. I've heard they dunk new students' heads in the toilet," Dudley exclaimed loudly. After noticing Harry's lack of reaction, he mischievously added, "How about trying the restroom now? I can help you acclimate." Harry took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and replied slowly, "No, but of course. If you wish to experience it firsthand and then describe your feelings, I would be more than delighted to hear your account." Before Dudley could comprehend the implication of his words, Harry dashed away to a nearby park. Seated on a swing, Harry Potter pondered his thoughts. He had completed elementary school and, after the summer break, would transition to secondary school. His aunt and uncle had enrolled him in a comprehensive school, the very institution Dudley referred to as Stonewall High. This school had a notorious reputation, and Harry feared that attending it would merely perpetuate his fate of being bullied, if not worsen it. This prospect filled him with a growing sense of despair. He felt an undeniable sense of resentment, as Dudley was set to attend the well-regarded smelting school. Yet, what could he possibly do? Lacking parents and resources, he felt devoid of any agency. Lost in these troubling thoughts, he returned home late that evening. Upon his arrival, he found Dudley and Aunt Petunia back from London. "Look, Harry, how do you like my uniform?" Dudley boasted, clad in a black tailcoat and wielding a multi-segmented cane, the attire mandated by smelting school. He paraded around the room, his rotund figure in such garb only accentuating his absurdity. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were beside themselves with excitement. beaming with pride for their precious son, and Petunia was nearly in tears. Despite his earlier gloom, Harry felt a flicker of amusement, for Dudley now resembled a circus gorilla. Suddenly, he no longer envied Dudley for attending smelting school. In fact, the prospect of being distanced from such a creature brought him some joy. That night, Harry dreamt of the boy he had met at the zoo, who arrived in a helicopter to seek him out. After leaping from the aircraft, he shouted, "Harry Potter, your country needs you." At that moment, he beheld the astonished expressions on Uncle Vernon's and Aunt Petunia's faces, while Dudley appeared so astonished that his eyes seemed on the verge of popping out, his chubby visage etched with envy and jealousy. Then he awoke with a sense of elation. After awakening, Harry found it difficult to quell the excitement that surged within him. The helicopter was the most formidable thing he could conceive, something he had glimpsed in one of Dudley's comic books. He felt that there could be no cooler entrance than that. Yet, ultimately, it was merely a figment of his dream. How could it possibly be real? Such occurrences could only transpire in dreams. With this thought, Harry quickly shut his eyes, yearning to continue that dream, eager to discover where that boy would take him. However, until dawn, when Aunt Petunia's sharp voice pierced the air, he was unable to revisit that dream. On that morning, Harry finished his breakfast with a tinge of disappointment. Shortly thereafter, he assisted his uncle in retrieving the mail. To his surprise, he noticed that one envelope bore the inscription, "Mr. Harry Potter," and the address was 4 Privet Drive, Surrey, under the stairs. Who would take the time to specify the cupboard under the stairs in an address? Thus, this letter was indeed meant for him. Harry's heart inexplicably quickened as he recalled that dream. After tearing open the yellow envelope, before he could even unveil the letter written on parchment, Uncle Vernon rudely snatched it away. Upon reading its contents, Uncle Vernon appeared as if he had been startled by something dreadful, rushing to the kitchen to seek out his wife, Petunia. It seemed that, for perhaps the first time in their lives, they denied Dudley's insistent curiosity about the letter addressed to Harry. Harry, too, felt a sense of intrigue, for it ignited a greater curiosity within him. He sensed that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were concealing something from him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be lurking in the kitchen, whispering furtively about being watched and the people who were observing them. Who were those people? Harry was eager to know. "That letter is mine," Harry declared defiantly when Uncle Vernon returned home in the evening. "Huh, no one has written you a letter. It was addressed incorrectly," Uncle Vernon retorted with a scoff. "The address clearly states the cupboard under the stairs. That letter is for me." Harry was not easily deceived. "Well, you no longer reside there. Pack your belongings and move to the small bedroom upstairs," Uncle Vernon proclaimed loudly. Over the ensuing 6 days, he became almost deranged, obsessively attempting to intercept the letters intended for Harry. No matter how hard Harry tried, he could not seize even a corner of the paper. Initially, the letters were simply deposited in the mailbox, awaiting collection. After retrieving a few, Uncle Vernon nailed the mailbox shut. However, the following day, even more letters infiltrated through the cracks of the doors and windows, and on one occasion, a letter even appeared within the raw egg that Aunt Petunia had cracked open. At one point, 3 or 4 dozen letters flew into the room like bats from the fireplace. This drove Uncle Vernon into a furious frenzy. In a desperate bid to evade the relentless deluge of letters, he drove the family to a distant city, seeking refuge in a hotel. This, of course, proved futile, as the very next day, the proprietor informed them that the front desk had received 100 letters addressed to Harry Potter. Ultimately, consumed by rage and fear, Uncle Vernon rode for hours, transporting the family to a rocky outcrop in the sea, where they took shelter in the only dilapidated wooden cabin on the reef. Now, Harry lay wrapped in a thin, tattered, and damp blanket on the relatively even floorboards, while outside, a fierce storm raged. "Surely, no one would send me a letter now," he mused, feeling a twinge of melancholy as he listened to the tumult outside. This night, Harry felt no inclination to sleep. Besides his eagerness to glimpse the contents of the letters, he awaited the arrival of midnight. For after tonight, he would turn 11 years old. He glanced at Dudley's watch, aware that time was inching closer to the witching hour. With a finger, he traced a cake in the thick layer of dust on the floor and inscribed the words "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter" atop it. The torrential rain and howling winds continued their assault. Harry fixated on Dudley's watch, silently counting down the moments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter," he whispered to himself. For some inexplicable reason, a smile suddenly graced his face as he uttered those words. Indeed, regardless of the storm or the ridicule he faced from others, he was growing a little each day. No one could prevent him from aging another year. even if no one but himself remembered his birthday, and no one wished him well on this special day. Just then, Harry faintly discerned two voices amidst the howling wind and rain outside. One voice was youthful and childlike, while the other was deep and resonant, reminiscent of a large adult. Though the storm was particularly atmospheric, the wretched weather was truly suffocating, the child's voice complained. I wonder why they would choose this place. That Dudley certainly knows how to pick a location. A muffled voice remarked, by the way, I am quite curious about how the school discovered this place. The child's voice expressed confusion. I am uncertain as well. I merely followed the address on the enrollment notification letter. Look at the sea, the cottage on the rocks. The floor should be correct, the muffled voice continued. It seems our protagonist today is rather unfortunate, having to sleep on the floor, the child's voice sighed. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as he surmised who the two individuals outside were referring to. All right, enough chatter. Let us enter and at least warm ourselves. The child's voice urged impatiently. Yes, I shall knock on the door, the muffled voice replied. What are you knocking for? Just break it down. I'll do it, exclaimed the child, and Harry heard a loud crash against the wooden door of the cottage. However, the door did not budge. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to open the door. Fine, without a wand or a sword, I cannot manage this door. You should handle it, the child's voice expressed frustration. After saying this, the voice added, and remember, we agreed that I would be the first to enter. All right, no problem. You just stay back, the muffled voice replied. Then, Harry heard a sound akin to a giant hammer striking the door, and he even felt the entire wooden cabin tremble. Clearly, Harry's guess was correct. The muffled voice belonged to a very large individual. The commotion undoubtedly roused the other three people in the room. Uncle Vernon hastily grabbed a shotgun and shouted at the person relentlessly battering the door, "Do not come in. I have a gun. I will truly shoot." There was a moment of silence outside, but then another crash resonated. With a creaking, grating sound, the hinges of the wooden door were dislodged, and with a thunderous bang, the door collapsed to the ground. The ensuing scene would remain etched in Harry's memory for countless nights to come. After the door fell, a boy clad in a black robe, wearing a red and yellow striped scarf, entered. He carried a long sword on his back and toyed with a slender silver-gray wand in his hand. The wild wind outside rushed in, causing his robe to billow and his hair to become somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He gazed at the astonished Harry and uttered his first words. Harry Potter, are you prepared to enter another world? In countless midnight reveries, whenever Harry contemplated this phrase, he felt a searing emotion swell within his heart, bringing him to the brink of tears. He was not sorrowful, but rather elated. On this day, there were no helicopters from his dreams, nor were there grand proclamations. Yet, he believed that this moment was the most exhilarating scene he had ever witnessed in his life. Was he prepared to venture into another world? He did not know. However, he eagerly anticipated following the boy before him into a new realm. As for the dimensional barrier, I must admit that I have been pondering the scene of this chapter for quite some time. I once believed I could craft it into something exceptionally cool. Yet it has ultimately manifested in its current form. Nevertheless, as long as the essence is conveyed, I hope the audience does not hold me to excessively high standards, for my capabilities are limited. Without further ado, I shall proceed to compose the next chapter. I aspire to be a prolific writer. Truth be told, Qin Yu deliberated for quite a while over the line he would deliver upon his entrance. In the end, he chose the phrase, Harry Potter. Are you prepared to enter another world? The other world undoubtedly referred to the magical realm. It was as though he had opened a grand doorway to a new universe for this child. Qin Yu once earnestly discussed this with Hagrid. Oh, it was rather pleasant. Hagrid merely nodded in a perfunctory manner, entirely oblivious to Qin Yu's intentions. By the way, that evening, Qin Yu received a letter from Hagrid, stating that he was to deliver an enrollment notification to a first-year student, inquiring if Qin Yu would accompany him on this endeavor. As Qin Yu calculated the days, he readily agreed. Subsequently, he rendezvoused with Hagrid and together, on a stormy night, they arrived at this rocky outcrop. Hermione, indeed, dear readers. This fellow did not take me along, leaving me all alone at home. Humph. Naturally, during such a significant moment, Qin Yu would not miss the opportunity to showcase the illustrious spirit of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, he donned his school uniform, slung his sword over his shoulder, and naturally, held his wand in hand, completing the ensemble. He initially contemplated wearing sunglasses, but upon reflection, deemed them too incongruous and not befitting the image of the magical realm, so he refrained from bringing them out. In short, as he stepped through the fallen wooden door, he felt quite impressive at that moment. However, he had to admit that uttering those words while being aimed at with a shotgun by Mr. Dursley required an immense amount of fortitude. Unable to restrain himself, Hagrid called out to Uncle Hagrid. This time, Hagrid finally comprehended Qin Yu's words, approached, and seized the shotgun's barrel, bending it effortlessly. Vernon Dursley was taken aback by the giant's actions, instinctively pulling the trigger. However, the bullet flew harmlessly into the ceiling due to the warped barrel. This scene left the Dursley family utterly stunned. Mr. Dursley, we come in peace. Why must you be so agitated? Could we not sit down and discuss this calmly? Qin Yu said, nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa in the room. His calm demeanor only heightened the Dursleys' unease, as they recognized that the more composed a person appeared, the more formidable they could be. It was undoubtedly a consequence of watching too many movies. Please, you must leave. You are trespassing, Mr. Dursley said, his tone a mix of bluster and fear. Oh, come now, Dursley. If you had not obstructed those letters, we would not be here, Hagrid replied, bending down to pick up the door panel and resealing the entrance, thus preventing the storm from intruding. He then brandished his umbrella and stealthily approached the fireplace, where, before long, a roaring fire ignited, quickly warming and drying the room. Having accomplished this, he winked at Qin Yu, signaling him not to disclose his use of magic to anyone. Qin Yu certainly understood his meaning. With a helpless smile, he subtly nodded in response. Harry, this is the birthday gift we have prepared for you. Qin Yu produced a cake box, leaving the Dursleys present bewildered as to where he had retrieved it. Happy 11th birthday. Qin Yu opened the box, revealing a cake adorned with the words Happy Birthday. Harry Potter. Harry, don't go over there, Uncle Vernon exclaimed sternly. Harry glanced at his anxious relatives, pressed his lips together, and ultimately took determined steps towards the Eastern boy, sitting beside him on the sofa. I've seen you before, Harry whispered. Oh, at the zoo? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the boy remembered that encounter. Yes. Harry nodded enthusiastically. The adage familiarity breeds comfort holds true universally. Upon confirming their previous meeting, Harry instinctively felt a kinship with the slightly older boy beside him. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qin Yu, but you can call me Qin, Qin Yu said, extending his right hand. Hello, Qin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Harry reciprocated the gesture with excitement, clasping Qin's hand. At that moment, he felt as though he were dreaming. The boy he had yearned to see again from the zoo had truly appeared before him, and in a manner he had never anticipated. Moreover, it seemed he bore some kind of mission. Oh, by the way, Hagrid, where is Harry's acceptance letter? Qin Yu recalled the purpose of their visit. Let me see. Hagrid rummaged through his belongings and soon produced a pale yellow envelope. No, we do not agree. If he goes to that school, I will not give him a penny, Uncle Vernon shouted in anger. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, do you really think I need your money? The Gringotts vault has ample funds awaiting young Harry's inheritance. He then addressed Mr. Dursley with a chilling tone. Do you believe we have come here to listen to your incessant prattle? Employing a modicum of intimidation at the appropriate moment proved to be quite necessary. Mrs. Dursley was immediately frightened, retreating behind her husband, who trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Harry Potter had completed reading the letter, his expression one of utter confusion. Indeed, we are wizards. You are a wizard as well. Your parents were also wizards. Your Aunt Petunia likely refrained from revealing this to you out of misguided protection. But I must assert that her reasoning is foolish. The world does not become any safer simply because you choose to bury your head in the sand like an ostrich. Qin Yu spoke in a calm tone. I do not protect him. I despise him, and I loathe my freakish sister. The moment I learned she was a witch, I foresaw the day she would self-destruct. Petunia Dursley exclaimed angrily. Self-destruct? You previously claimed that my parents perished in a car accident. Harry retorted incredulously. A car accident? How could a car accident possibly harm Lily and James? Hagrid's anger flared. Hagrid, I believe we should postpone discussing Harry's lineage for now, Qin Yu interjected, halting Hagrid's ensuing words. He then turned to Harry Potter and said, Harry, Hogwarts is a prestigious school for wizards, boasting exceptional teachers and a comprehensive educational philosophy. In 7 years, you shall become a remarkable wizard. Are you willing to accept this invitation for enrollment? Of course I am. Harry nodded earnestly. Hogwarts, this magical institution, was certainly far superior to the Stonewall High he was destined for. Had Qin Yu known that this boy was comparing Hogwarts to such a dismal school, he would have likely been enraged enough to swat him with his wand. Very well, Hagrid, you may draft the acceptance letter now, following the necessary procedures. Qin Yu instructed Hagrid. Consequently, Hagrid retrieved a lively owl, along with a quill and parchment, to compose a response to Professor Dumbledore. As Hagrid penned the letter, Dudley had stealthily approached and snatched the cake, devouring it with his hands. Upon discovering this, Hagrid, in a fit of annoyance, waved his umbrella and conjured a thin pig's tail upon Dudley's backside. Qin Yu did not intervene, as Dudley had been pampered since childhood, and a little punishment seemed a fitting lesson. You cannot take him away. Vernon Dursley clung to the doorframe, shouting at the three figures outside. The storm raged on. Yet Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry remained unperturbed by the tempest. Hagrid, wielding his umbrella, pointed its tip at Vernon, signaling him to harbor no further thoughts of confrontation. Hagrid had long harbored a disdain for the man, who had not only slandered Hogwarts but also defamed Dumbledore. Were it not for the fact that he was a Muggle, Hagrid would have taken matters into his own hands. Mr. Dursley, please return to your home. We are merely taking Harry out for a stroll, and he shall soon return to your residence on Privet Drive. Qin Yu addressed Harry's rotund uncle. Vernon opened his mouth, eager to retort, but Qin Yu dismissed him, lifting an antiquated glass lantern and leading Harry toward the small dock at the edge of the rocks. There lay two boats. One was the dilapidated vessel that Vernon had ferried his family across in, while the other, more elegantly crafted, was the one intended for Qin Yu and Hagrid. Once aboard the more refined vessel, Qin Yu placed the glass lantern at the bow. Harry had been fixated on the lantern throughout their ordeal. As Qin and Hagrid resolved to depart immediately, Harry had been anxious about the storm outside. But when Qin produced the lantern from seemingly nowhere and ignited its light, the winds and rains conspicuously veered away from their vicinity. It was as though an invisible sphere enveloped their forms, now safeguarding the entire boat. Though navigating through the storm posed its challenges, the conditions within the wooden shack were exceedingly dire. If Hagrid and I were to stay there, your aunt and her family would surely find little rest, Qin Yu explained, reclining comfortably in the boat. Indeed, I also found it impossible to sleep in that shack, Harry admitted. Then let us make haste, Hagrid. Once we reach the shore, we shall find a suitable place to rest, Qin urged his uncle while playfully winking at him. Oh, you always lead me into trouble, honestly, Qin. Harry, you must promise not to divulge my secret use of magic to anyone, Hagrid muttered. Due to past circumstances, Hagrid's wand had been broken, limiting his ability to perform magic. However, he had cleverly concealed a wand within his umbrella, employing it on occasion. Under Harry's curious gaze, Hagrid tapped the edge of the boat with the tip of his umbrella, and the vessel, which had been bobbing precariously in the storm, began to accelerate, slicing through the waves toward the shore. Such simple enchantments were within Qin Yu's capabilities as well, yet, given their current circumstances outside of school, he deemed it prudent to allow Hagrid to take the lead. Despite the tempest's fury, their small boat remained remarkably steady. Qin Yu even took out a bag of candied fruits to share with Harry, and together they listened as Hagrid recounted the tale of Voldemort and the events that transpired on Halloween night a decade ago. James and Lily, your father and mother, were slain by the Dark Lord that fateful evening, and the scar upon your forehead is the mark he left behind. Strangely, his malevolent curse did not take effect, and the Dark Lord vanished without a trace. Some believed he had perished, yet Dumbledore remarked that this individual was not so easily vanquished. I carried you from that ravaged house and later entrusted you to your aunt and uncle. As Hagrid narrated the story of those years past, Harry instinctively touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, his brow furrowed, evidently recalling certain painful memories. Perhaps it could not even be classified as a memory. Merely fragments of images he could not clearly discern. Qin Yu gazed at Harry, uncertain of how to console him, and gently patted the boy's shoulder. He had anticipated that the child might burst into tears. However, Harry sniffled and managed to muster a smile. Hagrid, thank you for rescuing me back then, and also for delivering the letter with Qin today. This elicited a silent nod of approval from Qin Yu, who admired the boy's remarkable resilience. During the subsequent leg of their journey, the trio fell into a profound silence, in stark contrast to the raging storm outside. The small boat was enveloped in an almost eerie tranquility, allowing Harry to drift into slumber unbeknownst to him, his head resting on Qin Yu's shoulder, his small hand clutching tightly to the edge of Hagrid's coat. Upon reaching the shore, Qin Yu led Hagrid in search of an inn, with the sleeping boy, Harry Potter, resting on Hagrid's back. After locating a relatively clean railway hotel and settling the payment, the three of them occupied a modest room, as Qin Yu did not possess sufficient pounds to afford a more lavish accommodation. Consequently, Harry and Qin Yu each claimed a bed, while Hagrid opted to sleep on the carpet. Such surroundings were a significant improvement over the rocky wooden cabin they had previously endured. As night deepened, Qin Yu swiftly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke the following morning, he discovered Harry, wrapped snugly in a blanket, dozing at the side of his bed. "Qin, you're awake," Harry exclaimed, his sleepy eyes widening at the sight of Qin Yu. "When did you wake up?" Qin Yu inquired with a furrowed brow. "Around dawn, I suppose," Harry mumbled, still half asleep. Qin Yu sighed, not delving into the duration of the child's slumber. Rising from his bed, he proceeded to awaken the slumbering Uncle Hagrid. Once the trio had partaken in a modest breakfast, they made their way to the nearby station to catch the earliest train to London. Throughout the journey, it was Qin Yu who bore the financial burden, as Uncle Hagrid was somewhat unfamiliar with the currency of the Muggle world. This was one of the reasons he had requested Qin Yu's company to deliver a letter to Harry. Upon reaching London, Qin Yu and Hagrid guided Harry directly to Diagon Alley. By the time they arrived at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. As they stepped into the pub, Harry, much like Qin Yu during his inaugural visit, felt a curious fascination toward the diverse array of wizards within. However, Harry's demeanor was considerably more anxious and reserved, for he was merely an ordinary 11-year-old boy, while within Qin Yu resided the soul of an adult. In stark contrast to the curious yet apprehensive Harry, Qin Yu's expression swiftly turned grave upon entering the pub. His brow furrowed as if he were grappling with a complex dilemma or making a challenging decision. "Host, please make a choice promptly." The voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind when Harry was recognized by the pub owner, Tom, due to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Indeed, the system had manifested shortly after Qin Yu stepped into the establishment, urging him to make a choice. The catalyst for this choice was the young man seated in the corner of the pub, pale and adorned with a headscarf, Quirinus Quirrell. Or as many preferred to call him, Professor Quirrell. Ding. Greetings, host. A grand adventure often commences from the most inconspicuous events or seemingly ordinary individuals. In the bustling Leaky Cauldron, you have encountered the concealed identity of Quirinus Quirrell. Please make the following selection. 1. Reveal Quirrell's identity. Reward: S-Class treasure chest with 5 draws. 2. Refrain from exposing Quirrell's identity. Reward: S-Class treasure chest with 10 draws. This was the choice presented to Qin Yu after he observed Professor Quirrell for the first time in this world. Fully aware that Voldemort resided in the back of Quirrell's head at that moment, had it not been for the system's intervention, Qin Yu would not have pondered whether to unveil Quirrell's identity, but rather considered how to do so, ideally with a capable ally by his side, such as Professor Dumbledore. However, the system offered him 2 distinct options. Ding. Special reminder: life is akin to alchemy. Nobility is not inherently bestowed, nor is courage a natural gift. Those tender saplings cannot become towering trees without weathering storms. You may shield them from the tempest once, but you cannot substitute their growth. Immediately following this, the system provided what it termed a special reminder. It was this reminder that rendered Qin Yu indecisive, for he discerned the underlying message conveyed by the system. It suggested that while exposing Professor Quirrell's true identity would undoubtedly simplify matters, it would also deprive those fledgling souls of a vital opportunity for growth. These fledglings, aside from Harry, undoubtedly included Hermione as well. I can shield them from the tempest this once, yet I cannot substitute their own maturation. Qin Yu silently repeated this sentiment within himself. Indeed, while he could devise countless ways to eliminate Quirrell, vanquishing Voldemort would prove an arduous task for the foreseeable future. If Voldemort were to rise again, would those children he had endeavored to protect be equipped to confront the impending crisis? Qin Yu harbored a sense of skepticism regarding this matter. For how could one possess the courage and capability to confront such a dire situation without having weathered the storms of life? It would be folly to proclaim, "I shall shoulder it all alone." Qin Yu believed he had not yet reached such heights of arrogance, for even he was diligently grappling with the silent forces around him, striving to enhance his abilities through rigorous training. As it stood, his prowess was far from rivaling that of Dumbledore. Even Professor Snape could easily overpower him. In such a scenario, would he be able to endure the impending tempest? Should he then stand as a bulwark against this storm for them? Meanwhile, Harry was nervously yet excitedly shaking hands with everyone in the bar, as each person sought to connect with the boy who had driven Voldemort away. Expressing their exhilaration at the encounter, Qin Yu observed the scene before him, grappling with a difficult decision. Soon, the majority of patrons in the Broken Cauldron had exchanged handshakes with the legendary Harry Potter, and the crowd gradually began to disperse. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, seated in a corner, slowly rose to his feet, nervously approaching them. Harry Potter. I am very pleased to meet you. Professor Quirrell stammered. Oh, Harry, this is Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts. After you commence your studies, you will be learning defense against the dark arts under his guidance, Hagrid introduced. Harry promptly responded with politeness. Hello, Professor Quirrell. I am equally delighted to meet you. I eagerly anticipate attending your class. Harry had expected Professor Quirrell to extend his hand in greeting, much like the others. Yet the professor's hands remained anxiously wringing together, showing no intent to reach out. I think you may not need to take this course, Mr. P.P. Potter, Professor Quirrell said, his mouth twitching nervously as he smiled. At that moment, a newcomer to the pub, having learned of Harry Potter's presence, rushed over in a flurry of excitement. As Qin Yu approached, he extended a foot and tripped the individual. The person stumbled and collided with Professor Quirrell, who was in the midst of speaking. The sudden impact caused Professor Quirrell to lean forward and bump into Harry. In that fleeting moment of contact, Quirrell's hand brushed against Harry's, eliciting a reaction akin to touching a burning coal, prompting him to retract his hand immediately. I apologize. I apologize. I am simply overwhelmed, the newcomer exclaimed repeatedly, before grasping Harry's hand. You are Harry Potter, aren't you? Meeting you is truly exhilarating. How long will you be staying here? I'll go fetch my friends right away. Harry, with a slight smile, replied, I'll be leaving shortly. All right, my friend. We have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger here, Hagrid interjected, prying the person's hand away. He then turned to Qin Yu and said, Qin, let us depart. Yes, certainly, Qin Yu nodded. Before leaving, he cast a final glance at the pallid Professor Quirrell. He then took Harry Potter by the hand and led him towards the courtyard behind the pub. Choice 2. At the moment of departing the pub, Qin Yu made a decision in his heart. Ding. You have made a careful choice after thorough contemplation. This reward will be issued upon the demise of a key character. A special reminder, until the completion of the task, the host is prohibited from revealing Professor Quirrell's concealed identity to others. The system responded. Qin Yu made this choice for an important reason, relatively speaking. The difficulty of this challenge was not excessively high. The first level would allow these fledgling individuals to undergo some trials, at worst. He could assist them in overcoming the subsequent challenges one by one. As the system had indicated, if he shielded them from all adversities right from the start, it might ultimately lead to their demise under the wands of the Death Eaters. In light of such a grim outcome, Qin Yu preferred that they endure some degree of hardship. When the moment called for decisiveness, one must indeed be resolute, he thought with a hint of resignation. He then noticed another special reminder from the system. Before the completion of the task, the host would be unable to disclose Professor Quirrell as hidden identity to others. The system utilized the term unable rather than forbidden, implying that even if Qin Yu desired to reveal Professor Quirrell's concealed identity, he would be incapable of doing so. What would happen if he did disclose it? Contemplating these matters, Qin Yu followed Hagrid and Harry as they strode into Diagon Alley, heading straight for Gringotts. They were there to assist Harry in withdrawing money, while Hagrid intended to retrieve an item stored within. This dimensional barrier was a concept conceived before the writing began. However, it became apparent during the writing process that it was quite challenging to handle. Qin Yu had visited Gringotts on numerous occasions, yet the goblin clerks still wore their customary scowls. Of course, this demeanor might simply be part of their nature. Hagrid, holding the key left to Harry by his parents, handed it to the goblin clerk. He then produced a handwritten letter from Dumbledore. After the clerk perused the letter, he looked up and said, I must remind you, sir, that Gringotts possesses the most secure vaults in the world, and I trust you are aware of our security measures. Oh, I am indeed aware of that, Hagrid nodded. Are you certain you wish to retrieve that item? The goblin clerk inquired solemnly. Yes, we have our own considerations, Hagrid replied firmly. Very well, Larkin. Please escort these gentlemen to the vault, the clerk instructed, summoning a goblin named Larkin to guide Hagrid, Qin Yu, and Harry to the underground vaults. When Larkin opened the vault belonging to Harry, he was astounded by the piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts, which spoke volumes about the wealth of his family, igniting his curiosity about his heritage. However, it appeared that Hagrid did not know much either, only mentioning that the Potter family was quite affluent and referencing the Black family, a surname that Harry was hearing for the first time. All right, take some money. The rest can remain here. You won't need to withdraw too much, Hagrid advised. Qin Yu certainly felt a twinge of envy towards the child of this affluent family. However, given that the child's parents had passed away, expressing any further envy would be somewhat excessive. Qin Yu gathered 2 handfuls of gold galleons, 1 handful of silver sickles, and 1 handful of bronze nuts, depositing them into Harry's money pouch without counting them specifically, confident that Gringotts would accurately tally the amounts. This goblin bank was indeed trustworthy. With newfound wealth, Harry felt a surge of confidence as he boarded the intricate cart of Gringotts. Nervously, he turned to Qin and Hagrid, saying, "Qin, Hagrid, I'll treat you both to something to eat later." "No, no, no, Harry," Hagrid interjected. "Let's not talk about food just yet. I fear I might be sick." He was struggling to acclimate to the swift and winding ride through the vaults of Gringotts. Qin Yu was considerably more enthusiastic as he loudly introduced several establishments to Harry, stating, "I have dined at these places with my sister, and the flavors are quite exceptional. However, dishes made with rare ingredients tend to be quite costly. For instance, meals that incorporate dragon liver start at 1 or 2 gold galleons, considering that just an ounce of dragon liver can fetch a price exceeding 10 sickles, making the culinary experience even more extravagant." Harry, still unfamiliar with the pricing in the magical realm, merely sensed that dragon liver was likely an exceedingly expensive delicacy. "Wait, Qin, you have a sister?" Harry suddenly realized this detail and exclaimed with eager curiosity. Qin was the first pure wizard he had encountered, and he truly regarded him as a remarkable individual. He longed to meet Qin's family. Of course, had Harry possessed a deeper understanding of Eastern culture, he might have recognized that such feelings are commonly referred to as affection, akin to the fondness even the raven perched upon his house might hold. "Oh, Qin, you must be referring to Hermione," Hagrid remarked, displaying a certain familiarity with Qin Yu. "Hermione? Does she share the same surname?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "No, her surname is Granger," Qin Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. "Why is that? Aren't you both of the same lineage?" Harry questioned, perplexed. "Because, like you, I am also residing in someone else's home," Qin Yu explained, shrugging his shoulders. Qin Yu's response left Harry utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that he and Qin Yu shared such a commonality. However, from Qin Yu's tone, it was evident that he maintained a rather amicable relationship with the girl named Hermione. This stirred a twinge of envy within Harry, as his own relationship with his cousin Dudley could only be described as antagonistic. The group engaged in conversation, and before long, they arrived at the location of the item Hagrid was to retrieve, Vault 713. This vault was safeguarded by a special enchantment, rendering it nearly impenetrable to ordinary individuals. The goblin leading them, named Grip Hook, elaborated on the vault's formidable defenses. Qin Yu found this amusing. He wished he could record Grip Hook's words to later confront those who doubted him, but unfortunately, he had not brought his magical camera. Upon opening the vault, instead of the gleaming coins of gold, silver, and bronze, they found only a small brown paper package containing an unknown object. Of course, Qin Yu knew what it was. It was the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate product of alchemy, capable of turning stone into gold and granting immortality. "What is this?" Harry, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally inquired. He was well aware that this question was inappropriate and that Hagrid might not provide an answer, yet his inquisitiveness prevailed. As anticipated, Hagrid responded mysteriously, "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot disclose what it is. Now, the day is growing late, and we should be on our way." However, Qin Yu had no intention of moving. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Harry and stated deliberately, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." He did not quite understand why he had blurted this out. Perhaps it was an impulsive urge to see what would happen. He then noticed Hagrid's furrowed brow and Harry's bewildered expression. Clearly, Harry had no knowledge of what the Philosopher's Stone was. Just as their expressions lingered on Qin Yu's retinas, he felt a sudden vertigo. Moments later, he found himself once again aboard the swiftly moving vault cart. "Why, aren't you both of the same surname?" Harry's voice echoed with confusion, his expression mirroring his previous astonishment. "Because, like you, I am also residing with someone else," Qin Yu instinctively replied. He then shook his head, attempting to dispel the strange sensation that had enveloped him. Harry's reaction remained unchanged, steeped in surprise and silence. The cart halted once more before Vault 713, where Grip Hook boasted once again about their impenetrable defenses. As Hagrid retrieved the paper package, Harry, equally curious, posed the same question, "What is this?" Before Hagrid could respond, Qin Yu interjected, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." Hayes' furrowed brow and Harry's bewildered expression once again reflected in Qin Yu's dark eyes. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself back on that train. "Why, aren't you sharing the same surname?" "Because, like you, I too am residing in someone else's home." "Wait, we are going to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone." The world spun again, returning him to the starting point. Why? Because she is my wife. Huh. Hage is the one seeking the Philosopher's Stone. Back again. Why? We must retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. And so, the cycle continued. Qin Yu repeatedly experimented with the timing of uttering the words Philosopher's Stone, and each time, without fail, he would return to the train, once more confronted with Harry's inquiries. Admittedly, on several occasions, he grew weary of responding and casually uttered nonsensical phrases, for whenever he spoke the name of the Philosopher's Stone, time would rewind. Indeed, Qin Yu had encountered a temporal rewind. The fundamental reason lay in his revelation of a forbidden secret. Ding. Host, you have attempted this 38 times. Continuing further is futile. I would like to remind you once more. The Philosopher's Stone is a level 1 associated item, and since the current selection event has not reached the necessary stage, you cannot disclose relevant information to others. As Qin Yu was compelled to undergo the time rewind, the system's voice intermittently emerged, offering reminders. I understand, after so many rewinds. My mind is now a chaotic mess. Qin Yu felt as though he were trapped in an endless loop, replaying a particular scene from a film repeatedly. Akin to having a multitude of dreams with strikingly similar narratives. He worried that if this continued, he might very well descend into madness. By the way, did I just utter something peculiar? Qin Yu pondered within his mind. Something peculiar? Does the term child bridegroom count? Replied the system. How could I possibly articulate such nonsensical and absurd words? Qin Yu was taken aback, flabbergasted. It may be attributed to your recent state of heightened excitement, causing your linguistic faculties to temporarily lose their grip, the system elucidated. Indeed, I did find myself somewhat unable to restrain my words just now. Qin Yu conceded to this explanation. Very well, let us have one final repetition, erasing those nonsensical fragments. The exchanges between Qin Yu and the system may appear numerous, yet they transpire in a mere fleeting moment. Upon deciding to embark on the 39th time reversal, he boldly seized the Philosopher's Stone ahead of Hagrid and informed Harry. Do not inquire further, this is the Philosopher's Stone. Following the final tumultuous upheaval, Qin Yu exercised caution, refraining from uttering any indiscreet remarks, and when Hagrid retrieved the stone, he did not elucidate its nature to Harry. All right, we must depart. There are still many items to procure, Hagrid urged. After 39 iterations of temporal regression, Qin Yu had ascertained the true nature of the system's prior claim regarding the inability to disclose information to others. It was, indeed, a forceful erasure. Naturally, Qin Yu also contemplated whether he could exploit this bug to his advantage, for the ability to reverse time is undeniably formidable. However, as such thoughts arose, the system coldly admonished him against attempting to leverage this precarious mechanism. What, one might ponder, constitutes instability? Qin Yu pondered for a moment, concluding that the duration of time travel was unstable, as were the repercussions it entailed. For instance, should he wish to return to a time before a certain event transpired, yet the time merely reverted to a moment after that event, such a journey would hold no significance whatsoever. Indeed, any potential butterfly effect could possibly lead to even greater complications. Just know this. The system responded in an irritable tone. You claim to be devoid of emotions? What exactly are you? Qin Yu could not help but inquire within his mind. However, the system once again fell silent, leaving no trace. Qin, could you accompany Harry to purchase a robe? I'm feeling dizzy and could use a refreshing drink, Hagrid remarked, scratching his nose as he addressed Qin Yu. Off you go, but don't indulge too much. Remember, you have something of great importance on you, Qin Yu subtly hinted. Rest assured, I shall return promptly, Hagrid cheerfully replied. With that, Hagrid clapped his hands and departed, while Qin Yu took Harry out for a stroll. Harry, of course, had no objections to this arrangement. In his view, having Qin by his side brought him a greater sense of security. After all, this boy, slightly older than himself, possessed a composure far beyond that of his peers. Even Hagrid often sought Qin's counsel and was eager to heed his advice. It could be said that although Qin Yu was not as physically imposing as Hagrid, he provided Harry with a sense of safety even greater than that offered by Hagrid. Madame Malkin greeted the customers with her customary warmth, ushering Harry into the fitting room to take his measurements and adjust his robes. The shop assistant, a witch, similarly brought Qin Yu a cup of tea and a plate of biscuits, ensuring his wait was less tedious. However, after finishing his tea and nibbling on a few biscuits, Qin Yu suddenly recalled something and rose to head towards the fitting room in the back of the shop. In this modest space, two children were trying on wizarding robes. One of them was, of course, Harry Potter, while the other was a haughty little boy with golden hair. Have you played Quidditch? The blond boy boasted. I have. My father taught me personally. Harry opened his mouth but remained silent, for he had neither played Quidditch nor had a father. This topic was one he wished to avoid. But my father always says that to practice Quidditch, you need to fly fast. Otherwise, you'll be chased and hit, the blond boy continued with a smug expression. Humph. If I were to play, no one could ever catch me, he declared with pride. Oh, is that so? Harry replied with a hint of indifference. The boy had just rambled on about a multitude of things that he barely comprehended, and his demeanor was rather unpleasant, even evoking memories of his cousin Dudley. Initially, Harry had presumed that individuals from the wizarding world would possess qualities akin to Qin: handsome, self-assured, composed, and courteous. However, this boy beside him had altered Harry's perspective. It appeared that individuals like Qin were indeed exceptional, whether in the realm of muggles, a term he was still reluctant to embrace, or within the wizarding community. Thus, he concluded that it would be prudent to heed his father's warning about keeping a distance from someone named Qin, particularly within the confines of the Quidditch pitch. A languid voice, laden with playful intonations, interjected, "Has your father mentioned that if you find yourself at Hogwarts, you should steer clear of a certain Qin, especially in the vicinity of the Quidditch field?" Both Harry and the blond boy turned to glance in the direction of the voice. Harry's expression radiated joy and relief, while the blond boy furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Qin Yu. "Are you referring to the strongest first-year beater of Gryffindor, Qin?" the blond boy inquired. "You know of him?" Qin Yu responded, slightly taken aback, particularly by the descriptors the blond boy had used. He had not anticipated having any reputation. "Of course, he is the one I intend to defeat," the blond boy declared, raising his chin defiantly. "Ah, ambitious. I commend your spirit," Qin Yu remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "You are correct. My father advised me to maintain my distance from someone named Qin, cautioning against provoking such an uncultured individual. However, I will not be intimidated. I am the most outstanding student at Hogwarts," the blond boy asserted resolutely. Years later, when the blond boy had matured into a man, marrying and having children, he would often feel an awkward twinge of embarrassment at the recollection of this day, fervently wishing that those present would refrain from recounting the incident, for it was too mortifying and shameful. "Excellent. Maintain that confidence. I truly admire it." Qin Yu clapped his hands together. "And who might you be? Why are you saying these things to me?" the blond boy inquired, puzzled. "You shall soon discover my identity," Qin Yu teased, observing Malfoy's assertive demeanor. Qin Yu felt an urge to tease the boy, yet he understood that youthful ignorance was to be expected. A little guidance would suffice, provided the boy's heart was not inherently wicked. Indeed, this blond boy was none other than Draco Malfoy, the cherished son of Lucius Malfoy. "All done, dear child," Madame Malkin addressed Harry. "Thank you, Madame Malkin." Harry expressed his gratitude, promptly descending from the stool and hastening to Qin Yu's side. "Farewell. See you at school." Qin Yu waved goodbye to Malfoy. "See you at school," Malfoy echoed. Malfoy, unwilling to concede, remarked that the boy with the Eastern features struck him as rather peculiar. Nevertheless, there was an undeniable coolness about him. Having always aspired to be the most exceptional student at Hogwarts, Malfoy instinctively perceived this individual as a potential threat. Of course, he also contemplated the possibility that this boy might indeed be Qin. However, the two had already ventured far, leaving him unable to confirm his suspicions. After Qin Yu emerged from the robe shop with Harry, he briefly explained the essence of Quidditch and addressed several of the boy's other curiosities. Meanwhile, Hagrid, perhaps feeling reassured by Qin Yu, had yet to exit the pub. Qin Yu had no choice but to continue shopping with Harry, treating him to an ice cream. They then visited several other shops to procure school supplies until they arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, where they encountered the ever-watchful Hagrid. Inside Ollivander's, the wand with a core of phoenix feather from Hollywood was placed in Harry Potter's hands. As Harry waved the wand, its tip erupted in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. It was abundantly clear, just as Mr. Ollivander often remarked, that this wand had chosen Harry as its master. Its core, a phoenix's tail feather, had a sibling. It was this very sibling that had left the scar on Harry's forehead, as Ollivander rambled on. This revelation startled Harry, for he was acutely aware of the identity of the one who had marked him, and now he found himself wielding a wand so akin to that of his adversary. "You are wondering whether you might become like that person, are you not?" Qin Yu articulated Harry's unvoiced apprehension. "Indeed, Qin. I wish to have no connection with him whatsoever. So, does this wand truly suit me?" Harry frowned as he gazed at the wooden box in his hands. At that moment, they had exited the wand shop. The wand carefully rewrapped by Mr. Ollivander. A wand is merely a wand. Possessing similarities with that individual will not transform you into him. Moreover, I firmly believe that you shall never become him, Qin Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Harry's brow gradually unfurled, and he nodded earnestly, declaring, Qin, I will not become him. I aspire to be an accomplished wizard like my parents. Hagrid had informed him that his parents had excelled at Hogwarts, even serving as the heads of the student council. Harry considered them his role models, the very targets of his aspirations. Indeed, that is the spirit. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He then teased, Besides, you have already paid. If you were to exchange it now, Mr. Ollivander would surely be displeased, rummaging through his stock to find you a new wand. Haha, then I shall not trouble Mr. Ollivander, Harry laughed. Observing how Qin Yu had effortlessly alleviated Harry's concerns, Hagrid felt considerably relieved. He pondered that he ought to contribute in some way. Thus, he said to Harry, Harry, I intend to give you a birthday gift. Oh, you needn't, Hagrid interjected. Haha, it's not specifically for anything. I plan to gift you an owl, as mentioned on your list of supplies. Owls are incredibly useful creatures. They are not only obedient but can also deliver your letters and parcels. Hagrid remarked, gesturing towards Qin Yu, and continued, You can inquire with Qin. He has a pet owl named Treg, who has aided him and Hermione in delivering messages throughout the past year. Qin Yu cast a fleeting glance at Hagrid, silently pondering the reason behind his incessant cues. Upon hearing Hagrid mention Hermione once more, Harry turned his curious gaze towards Qin Yu. I might not have mentioned this before, but Hermione has just begun her journey at Hogwarts this year. Thus, during the past year, I would correspond with her through owls while at school. Qin Yu, having recently engaged in excessive retrospection, found himself uncertain as to whether he had shared this detail with Harry. It seemed that owls were indeed quite useful. Harry was filled with anticipation at the prospect of owning an owl, although he remained oblivious to whom he should write. Subsequently, they entered the Elop's Owl Emporium and within 10 minutes, selected a striking white owl. The shopkeeper confirmed that it was a rather precious snowy owl. Harry was thoroughly pleased with the bird, having learned from Qin that his own owl was also a snowy owl, albeit male. From now on, you shall be called Hedwig, Harry declared to the white owl in its cage. The name had fortuitously caught his eye while he was perusing books at Flourish and Blots, and he found it rather appealing. The owl emitted a confused sound, clearly struggling to comprehend the boy's words. However, as time passed, it was likely that they would soon become well acquainted. By the way, Hagrid, why don't you take Harry to the apothecary to select a cauldron while I procure a few items over there? You know, I've been out for 2 days and ought to bring back some gifts, Qin Yu remarked, spreading his hands. Huh, what should I get for Hermione? Hagrid scratched his head in contemplation. I'll just buy an extra gift and say it's from you, Qin Yu replied with a smile. All right then. Once she arrives at Hogwarts, I shall invite her to my hut for tea. Uncle Hagrid chuckled as he spoke. Subsequently, Qin Yu bid farewell to Hagrid and Harry, setting off in another direction. Hagrid and Harry watched him depart before striding towards the patchy cauldron shop, which specialized in a variety of cauldrons. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yu had not ventured far before he slipped into a nearby alley. Before long, a figure emerged from the shadows, adorned with a golden mask and cloaked in black. Should anyone have taken notice, they would have realized that the individual's height and build were rather ambiguous, leaving little impression. However, most passers-by paid no heed, for such attire was commonplace in the wizarding world. Cloaks were essential garments for wizards, giving rise to the adage, Merlin may go without trousers, but never without a cloak. In any case, the masked figure hastened down the street of Diagon Alley, drawing little attention, and soon arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. Upon reaching this point, he approached the entrance, where a goblin guard stood, bowing respectfully. Seizing the moment as the goblin bent, the cloaked individual discreetly tossed a crumpled piece of paper to the ground before turning to leave. Excuse me, sir. No, madam. No, sir. In any case, esteemed guest, you have dropped something, the goblin guard exclaimed. Nevertheless, the figure in the black cloak did not look back, swiftly disappearing into the bustling crowd. The goblin guard picked up the discarded paper, inspected it, and, deeming it of little value, unfolded it for a closer look. Upon reading the message scrawled in red, he couldn't help but chuckle. The note read, Today, someone will attempt to rob Gringotts. Please be vigilant. What a jest. Who would dare to rob Gringotts? It is well known that Gringotts is fortified with traps, spells, and even fire-breathing dragons. Anyone foolish enough to attempt a heist here would surely be courting disaster. Initially, the goblin guard considered discarding the note, but then thought it prudent to report the warning to his superiors, lest he be held accountable should any incident occur. Of course, he found his own reasoning somewhat absurd. After all, how could anything possibly happen at Gringotts? With this conflicting mindset, he delivered the note to the goblin supervisor in charge of security. Unsurprisingly, the supervisor also found amusement in it, leaving the goblin guard feeling somewhat sheepish. In a secluded alley, the golden mask was removed, revealing the handsome and striking features of an East Asian man. This individual, of course, was none other than our protagonist, Qin Yu. Qin Yu tucked away the mask and swiftly removed the cloak, stowing it in an unknown pocket. Soon, he emerged from the hotel clad in his casual attire, having changed out of the long robe just moments ago. He had utilized the alchemical mask gifted by Professor Swinton to conceal his form and delivered the warning note to Gringotts. As of now, there had been no occurrence of time reversal. This implies that Qin Yu possesses considerable freedom to engage in the unfolding events, provided he avoids certain high-level connected incidents and objects. In terms of his own capabilities, Qin Yu was acutely aware that he could not contend with Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. After all, Tom, even in a diminished state, was still a formidable Dark Lord. Therefore, Qin Yu resolved to employ cunning tactics, issuing a warning to alert Gringotts. This way, when Quirrell attempted to pilfer the vault as planned, he would at least encounter some difficulties, if not meet his demise. Naturally, Qin Yu did not genuinely believe that Gringotts could apprehend Quirrell. This was merely an experiment on his part. With his thoughts swiftly organized, Qin Yu strolled leisurely out of the alley towards a nearby shop. He intended to purchase something for Hermione, not as an excuse, but with genuine intent. Thus, he asked the staff at the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to pack some ice cream and chilled fruit tea for him. This establishment offered a magically enchanted packaging that could temporarily preserve freshness, alleviating any concerns about the ice cream melting. Here's an extra serving of raspberry jam, complimentary, the young clerk said as he handed the items to Qin Yu with a smile. Thank you. Qin Yu nodded in gratitude. You're welcome. We hope to see you again. The young clerk beamed at him. As Qin Yu left, he scratched his nose, feeling that the clerk's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. Could it be that he remembered me for frequently buying ice cream here? Well, he certainly is a dedicated individual, Qin Yu mused. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the young clerk gazed after him, murmuring to himself, what a pity I graduated too early. I could not showcase my skills against you on the Quidditch pitch. Hello. I would like an ice cream. A small girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. Certainly. What flavor would you like? The shop assistant immediately donned a radiant professional smile and enthusiastically addressed the little girl. I want this, no. I want that, no, let me think. Oh, a customer with indecisiveness. The young assistant had encountered many such patrons, thus he patiently awaited the little girl's final decision. Meanwhile, he allowed his thoughts to wander, recalling the words of the elderly gentleman he held in the highest regard. I hope you can embrace solitude, for I have an important task to entrust to you. Indeed, this role as a clerk in the ice cream shop diverged significantly from his expectations during his school days and seemed somewhat misaligned with his personality. Yet, he believed he was partaking in a significant endeavor, for he had faith in that venerable man, a belief shared by many, as he was regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. After placing the packaged cold beverages into his cloth bag, Qin Yu ventured to several other shops, procuring rare fruits unattainable in the Muggle world. Naturally, he also acquired some trinkets that the young girl would adore, purchasing a variety of little items from the elderly woman at the grocery store. Feeling satisfied with his acquisitions, Qin Yu made his way toward the cauldron shop. Upon arrival, Hagrid and Harry were already waiting there. Have you gathered everything? Qin Yu inquired. Yes, I just checked the list, Harry replied eagerly, having spent the waiting time meticulously verifying the purchased items against the inventory several times out of sheer boredom. Well, that's splendid. We should be off, Qin Yu stated, causing Harry to pause in surprise, as he had not anticipated their parting would arrive so swiftly. Before we leave, let us indulge in a hearty meal, Qin Yu proposed. All right, Harry responded, though his enthusiasm was notably subdued. Don't be disheartened. We shall meet again in a month, Qin Yu reassured him with a gentle pat on Harry's shoulder. Harry murmured, biting his lip and looking down. Then, if you wish, you may have Hedwig deliver my letters, Qin Yu suggested, glancing at the slightly bewildered owl. Of course, I will write to you, Qin. Upon hearing this, Harry lifted his head and, with a hint of excitement, spoke. Just moments ago, he had been pondering whom to send a letter via owl, and now he had finally found someone worthy of his correspondence. Thus, Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry ventured to a wizarding restaurant in Diagon Alley, where the fare consisted of dishes Harry had never before encountered. As the delectable food filled his stomach, Harry's spirits began to lift. However, just before parting ways after their meal, a tinge of sadness enveloped him. He felt that the span from midnight until now constituted the most fulfilling day of his life, an experience he had never anticipated. Qin and Hagrid were the finest companions he could have hoped for, and now, as they prepared to say goodbye, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance. Parting is for the sake of better reunions, is it not, Harry? Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, you are right, Qin. We shall meet again in a month. Harry responded, his spirits rekindled. Yes, in a month, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. They then parted ways outside the leaky cauldron. As their paths diverged, Hagrid escorted Harry to the train station, allowing him to return to his aunt's home in Surrey, while Qin Yu made his way back to the Granger residence. In truth, Qin Yu also found a day to be quite fulfilling. After all, anyone who had experienced a time reversal 39 times would feel a sense of completeness. Beyond his experiences in the Vault of Gringotts, Qin Yu recognized that he had encountered many people and events today. Harry certainly counted among them, and Professor Quirrell could be considered a half. The choice he had made left him in a state of uncertainty regarding its merits. On the positive side, he could foresee the trajectory of certain events. On the downside, he was unable to withdraw midway and could only attempt to exert influence. This was the purpose behind his warning to Gringotts. Such thoughts rendered Qin Yu somewhat restless. He shook his head, deciding to refrain from overthinking for the time being, when suddenly, the image of a brown-haired girl emerged in his mind. Consequently, he quickened his pace towards the nearby subway station, eager to return home swiftly, to see her, and to present her with the treasures he had just acquired, hoping that such gestures would alleviate her anger. Indeed, the prospect of a reward was not entirely out of reach. As Qin Yu pondered aimlessly, he boarded the subway for his return journey. The character of the Dimensional Wall, a clerk at the Florin Cold Drink Shop, was a pseudonym provided by a reader, and it seemed fitting to introduce them here, with further appearances anticipated. Recently, I have frequently revised the text, particularly the second chapter, which readers may wish to revisit the following day. Of course, typically, only minor additions are made at the end of the chapter, without substantial alterations. Crookshanks. Hermione inquired earnestly as she lifted the noticeably larger cat. Should I ignore him when he returns? Meow? Crookshanks emitted a questioning sound. Very well, then I shall disregard him. After all, he did not take me along, Hermione declared indignantly. Meow? Crookshanks continued to voice his curiosity. Indeed, you raise a valid point. He did mention that the destination was somewhat distant and isolated, and he wished to spare me the fatigue of travel. Hermione mused as she placed the cat on her lap, gently stroking its back. Meow? Crookshanks purred contentedly, his body resonating with a soothing rumble. However, I am no longer a child. If he is able to go, why should I not be allowed to accompany him? Do you not agree? Hermione addressed the ginger cat once more. Meow? Crookshanks responded with a hint of impatience. In any case, it is quite unfair that, despite the onset of summer vacation, he chose to venture elsewhere, leaving me alone at home for a full 2 days. Humph. At the very least, I shall ignore him for a day. Or perhaps half a day. What do you think, Crookshanks? Meow? Crookshanks echoed her sentiments. Well then, it is settled. You must also ignore him, understand? Hermione admonished. Crookshanks paid little heed, nuzzling against his young mistress's leg, seeking a comfortable position to settle down for a well-deserved nap. If only there were a car. I wonder if the Weasley family's flying car would be willing to lend a hand. I shall have to discuss it with George and Fred and ask them to inquire with Mr. Weasley. As Qin Yu ascended the stairs from the subway station to the surface, such thoughts occupied his mind. Having returned from Diagon Alley, he had to endure a lengthy subway ride, which consumed a considerable amount of his time. Naturally, he found himself contemplating the enchanted vehicle modified by Mr. Arthur Weasley, the patriarch of the Weasley family, a magical car capable of soaring through the skies. Qin Yu was perplexed as to how Mr. Weasley managed to exploit a loophole within the Ministry of Magic to transform that automobile. He had also entertained the notion of connecting the Granger family's fireplace to the Floo network, which would allow for long-distance travel with merely a sprinkle of Floo powder. However, he swiftly dismissed this idea, as he did not wish to inundate the Granger household with elements of the magical world, which might cause them some degree of discomfort and concern. As for purchasing a Muggle vehicle, he was still too young, lacking a driver's license. And without any pounds to his name, Gringotts would not exchange currency from the Muggle realm without restrictions. Furthermore, if he dared to fly around London on a broomstick, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic the following day, leading to his arrest. After which he could only await Hermione's charitable provision of meals in prison. Ah, Hermione. Qin Yu's musings were merely a means to calm his own nerves. After all, just yesterday, as he departed from home, he had encountered that piercing gaze from Hermione. Would he be cast out by his wife? No, by Hermione? Qin Yu pondered silently. The impact of 39 instances of time reversal had significantly altered his cognitive perception, leaving him occasionally muddled in his address. He resolved to delineate the boundary between reality and that chaotic state before returning home, thereby avoiding any missteps that could lead to undesirable consequences. Hermione, I'm back, Qin Yu announced as he stepped through the door. A broad smile adorning his face as he addressed the girl in the living room who was engrossed in petting a cat while watching television. Oh, you're back, Hermione replied in a calm tone. Such a reaction left Qin Yu momentarily uncertain about her current state. I brought you your favorite ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. The attendant even added an extra helping of raspberry sauce just for you, he said, retrieving the chilled treat from his elegant space bag. Hermione glanced briefly at the ice cream, her lips moving slightly before she turned her attention back to the television, maintaining her placid demeanor. I'm not hungry. I don't want any, Qin Yu inhaled sharply, realizing that the absence of ice cream indicated her displeasure. In his previous life, he had limited experience in charming young ladies, and this predicament proved to be quite a challenge for him, Qin Fat Tiger Yu. Despite his extraordinary intellect and myriad strategies, he found himself somewhat at a loss when confronted with his own shortcomings. You have no idea. The place we visited was exceedingly perilous, a solitary rock amidst the ocean. Last night, a tempest descended upon it, fierce winds swirling dark clouds, and a seabird was hurled into the monstrous waves, nearly drowning. Meanwhile, Hagrid and I navigated our small boat through the raging storm. It genuinely felt as though it might capsize at any moment. Determined to change his approach, Qin Yu continued. Indeed, upon hearing this, the young girl expressed her concern, asking if they had encountered any trouble. However, she quickly realized her misstep, her expression falling as she replied coolly. Since you are standing here unscathed, it surely means you are all fine. With a sigh, Qin Yu thought to himself, what should I do? My girlfriend is too intelligent to easily placate. His mind raced. Wait, where did this notion of a girlfriend come from? In truth, it couldn't be said that everything was perfectly fine. After retrieving the individual, we had nowhere to stay, and thus sought refuge in a dilapidated little inn. As you know, I didn't have much money, and Hagrid was even poorer. Consequently, Harry, Hagrid, and I had to squeeze into a minuscule room to sleep. The next morning, breakfast was woefully scant, leaving Hagrid unsatisfied. Hold on, what did you just say? Hermione suddenly turned her head, her finely shaped brows furrowing as she fixed a sharp gaze on Qin Yu. Hagrid didn't get enough to eat? He asked, bewildered. No, that's not it. It's what you said before, Hermione insisted, her hand instinctively gripping Crookshank's neck. Not enough breakfast? Qin Yu pondered, wondering what the issue could possibly be. Not that. Further back. Hermione shook her head. You mentioned you didn't bring much money and that you, Harry, and Hagrid had to sleep in a very small room. Qin Yu reiterated his earlier words. At that moment, he noticed the young girl huffing through her nose, her eyes glaring at him in indignation as she exclaimed, So, who is Harley? Harry? He asked the student we're supposed to pick up. Qin Yu explained succinctly. And you stayed in the same room? Crammed together. Hermione's lips pursed, a mix of anger and grievance on her face. That was due to a lack of funds. I was with her, Qin Yu continued. But then a realization struck him. Wait, why did you use her to refer to him? Her? What is wrong with that? Hermione asked, bewildered. Despite Harry's delicate and refined appearance, he was undeniably a boy. Qin Yu gazed at the girl with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, tugging at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Harry? Hermione echoed the name. Yes, Harry Potter. Have you forgotten? Just a few days ago. You read a book about him, Qin Yu replied with a sense of helplessness. I didn't remember such things, Hermione stammered. The events of that day had overshadowed her recollection of the name. Naturally, had Qin Yu initially uttered the full name of Harry Potter, Hermione would likely have recalled the character from the text without hesitation. However, Qin Yu merely mentioned the common name Harry, which led her to subconsciously misinterpret it as Hallie. Before parting, Qin Yu had only said he was going to accompany Hagrid to deliver an admission notice to a new student at Hogwarts, without specifying whom it was for. Hermione had even entertained the thought that the individual could potentially be a girl. It was a possibility, after all, wasn't it? Moreover, every time she considered this, An inexplicable anger would well up within her. Thus, when Qin Yu mentioned a name that sounded somewhat feminine, she instinctively connected it to her previous imaginings. So, is Harry really that Harry Potter? Hermione inquired, striving to maintain as calm a demeanor as possible. Indeed, that is correct. Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. So, do you share the same bed? Hermione raised an eyebrow, continuing her questioning. What of it if Harry is a boy? The young girl mused silently to herself. Huh. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering if the girl's focus was somewhat misplaced. How big is the bed? Hermione inquired again, already preparing to channel her magic. The bed is quite small, but actually, it's not one bed. It's two. Two rather petite beds. Qin Yu felt as though he was nearly ensnared by her words and quickly amended his statement. Oh, I see. Hermione's expression immediately shifted to one of calm nonchalance. All right. I admit my mistake, Hermione. I shall certainly take you along next time. Qin Yu seized the opportunity to say, Humph. Hermione turned her head away. Well, this is no longer the cold shoulder from before. That's a promising sign, Qin Yu assessed. Oh dear, the cooling effect of this packaging is about to fade. The ice cream will soon melt, Qin Yu exaggeratedly lamented, then sighed. All right, to avoid waste, I suppose I must consume both of these. You dare. That one is mine. Hermione turned back, expressing her displeasure. So, the lovely and charming Miss Granger, would you accept this delightful gift that promises to bring summer's refreshment? Qin Yu said, bending slightly to present an ice cream cone like a rose to Hermione. As Hermione gazed at his approaching face, she was inexplicably reminded of a scene from the day she read about Harry Potter. On that day, to console the somewhat displeased Qin, she had pecked him on the cheek. Author's note, that was not displeasure, that was jealousy. She then pondered, why doesn't he think to kiss me on the cheek today, given that I'm feeling down? However, as this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced. And she felt her face flush and her mouth dry. Summer has arrived. I'm merely a bit warm, which is why I'm enjoying this ice cream. The logical Miss Granger extended her hand and accepted the refreshing ice cream from the fellow across from her, just as she lowered her gaze to savor the fruit topping. A gentle hand cradled the back of her neck, followed by a pair of soft lips lightly brushing her forehead before quickly retreating. She lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the handsome and familiar face. The tenderness of that slight bow, like a water lily, shyly swaying in the cool breeze, was enchanting. The lips that had just graced her forehead parted to utter a beautifully poetic phrase in Mandarin. Although Hermione could not comprehend the words, it did not detract from her appreciation of the melody. What does that mean? Qin, is this a poem? Hermione stammered, her voice slightly trembling. Indeed, Qin Yu replied. Then translated into English, the most beautiful sight is your gentle demeanor at that moment when you bow your head, akin to a lovely water lily, shyly swayed by a refreshing breeze. This poem is truly beautiful, Hermione said, pressing her lips together. Yes, it is beautiful, and it is precisely you who inspired this verse. Qin Yu gazed into the young girl's eyes, speaking earnestly. He too felt that he had perhaps acted a tad impulsively moments ago. Nevertheless, Hermione's demeanor had vividly conjured a particular poem in his mind. The poem was exquisite, and so was she. In that fleeting moment, he yearned to press a gentle kiss upon her forehead and recite the beautiful verses to her. Many years hence, Hermione would still vividly recall that day. She remembered it as a twilight, amidst the sweltering summer heat, where a handsome boy endeavored to cheer her up with a delectable ice cream. Then, as she lowered her gaze, he kissed her forehead and recited that poem. The poem's beauty filled her heart with a profound joy, a joy that accompanied her for many years, even through brief separations, perilous moments, witnessing the anguish and death of those she held dear, and even in times of despair. The mere thought of that joy fortified her resolve to carry on, for she wished to hear him recite a poem for her each day. Such a desire was simple yet fervent. Meow. The ice cream had indeed melted, with the luscious raspberry sauce sliding down its edges, landing on Crookshanks, eliciting a disgruntled sound from him. Ahem, Hermione, I must admit, Qin Yu, feel as though I may have experienced a lapse in cognitive perception just now. However, before he could utter the words, he found them to be rather foolish. Thus, what was on the tip of his tongue transformed into a stammer. Hermione, beaming, handed the ice cream to Qin Yu and instructed, please hold this for me while I clean Crookshanks. All right, Qin Yu nodded. He then drew his wand and cast a freezing charm on the melting ice cream, which promptly solidified. How impressive, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. I'll teach you later, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Yes, Hermione nodded vigorously. What did it matter to enforce rules against the use of magic when it brought joy to a little girl? Certainly. Such a minor spell would not attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. After Hermione cleaned Crookshanks of the raspberry sauce and cream, she reclaimed the ice cream from Qin Yu. Then, as she sat down, savoring the treat while petting the cat, she said, "Crookshanks, if you prefer not to call him uncle in the future, you may call him dad instead." Meow? Crookshanks emitted a puzzled sound. What do you mean? Is it so difficult to change a name? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Meow? Crookshanks stared wide-eyed at the human boy, struggling to comprehend what these two were discussing. If you are to serve me, then do so without all this chatter. Can I understand, or what? Croc Mountain, filled with grievances, pondered to himself. The dimensional barrier has been breached, and could we not receive a small token of appreciation, dear friends? A complimentary one would suffice, as I can manage to acquire a mere dime. If you remain unsatisfied, I shall contemplate procuring some blades. My demands are modest, a free offering would do. And if more individuals were to present gifts, I could truly revel in the moment. At the very least, I could indulge in a luxurious single-dog hot pot set. Delivering the acceptance letter to Harry Potter and accompanying him to Diagon Alley was merely a brief interlude of the summer. Following that day, the lives of Qin Yu and Hermione resumed their usual rhythm, albeit with subtle differences due to the events that transpired. The studious Hermione naturally devoted her attention to the pursuit of magical knowledge, striving to complete all her readings before the commencement of the school year, enlisting Qin to elucidate the contents within. Of course, amidst their studies, they indulged in leisurely activities, such as lounging on the sofa in the living room to watch various television programs. In these moments, Hermione would recline at one end of the sofa, resting her feet upon Qin Yu's lap, a position she found remarkably comfortable. Qin would occasionally pinch her toes, claiming it to be a form of Eastern acupressure. Indeed, Hermione found this remarkable Eastern massage technique quite pleasurable, each session granting her a sense of the meridians being unblocked, as Qin had described. Alternatively, she might pick up a novel or magazine, shifting her position to rest her head on his firm thigh while her feet rested on the soft armrest at the opposite end of the sofa. It was particularly delightful when she encountered a captivating part of the story, reading it aloud to Qin Yu with a smile, which would often earn her a grape or a slice of apple in return. Occasionally, while immersed in their viewing, she would unknowingly drift off to sleep. Qin gently draped a garment or a light blanket over her. One day, she awoke to find herself lying in her own bed. Upon inquiring, she learned from Qin that he had carried her into the bedroom after she had dozed off in the living room for too long. From that moment on, she occasionally pretended to be asleep, feigning an accidental tug at the clothes or blanket he had covered her with, thereby compelling Qin to carry her back to the bedroom. As she felt his embrace, it was as if she were adrift on a gently swaying boat, and in those moments, a flutter of nervousness would seize her, causing her body to tense instinctively. Nevertheless, she endeavored to suppress her awareness, striving to appear truly asleep. Then, as she lay on the bed, she anticipated a tender kiss on her forehead, a gentle goodnight gesture from him. However, after several instances of waiting in vain, she could no longer resist the urge to open her eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a soft peck on his cheek. In response to his momentary surprise, she hastily closed her eyes, murmuring, "I am asleep. I was merely dreaming." At last, she received the longed-for goodnight kiss upon her forehead, accompanied by a gentle brush against her nose. In that instant, she yearned to open her eyes, yet having just proclaimed she was dreaming, she felt it would be unwise to immediately contradict herself, so she kept her eyes closed. As her sister once said, a word once spoken is a nail driven in. Thus, if one declares they are dreaming, they must indeed be dreaming. Then, her face was gently pinched, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps departing the room. In her drowsy state, she truly succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, on the northern tip of the African continent, in the land of Egypt, a swordsman clad in a black cloak stood upon a riverboat on the Nile, gazing at the ancient structures rising from the desert. He shook his head and murmured, "Ian, while I do not oppose your fondness for Eastern storytelling, please refrain from calling the cloak a great cloak. I am not accustomed to such terminology." With a sinister chuckle, the swordsman adopted a different tone, saying, Stephen, why are you still so rigid? I merely hope to maintain a certain level of lucidity, so that I might temporarily forget I am a mad swordsman." He sighed, reverting to his original voice. "Well, so you still remember you are mad?" The sinister voice taunted. "Of course I remember. Do you still fantasize about returning, riding to that fellow dressed like a bat? That is my freedom. If I could find the legendary power, I believe we could part ways. Ah, let us hope so. I have no desire to share a body with you. The swordsman raised his gaze towards the heavens. Sunlight casting its glow upon his unkempt visage, a clear indication that he had long neglected his appearance. If Qin Yu were present at this moment, he would surely discern the identity of this man from the depths of his eyes and the contours of his face. However, this individual bore little resemblance to the memory Qin Yu held, for his expression oscillated between brightness and gloom, a continuous shift in temperament. Before Qin Yu, he was known as Stephen Swinton, whom Qin Yu referred to as Professor Swinton or, during moments of inebriation, as second brother. Yet, he also possessed another name, Ian Stanley. Indeed, he was a madman. During his time at Hogwarts, Stephen Swinton maintained a relatively stable demeanor, with the character known as Ian Stanley only occasionally surfacing for respite. For instance, during that visit to the Centaur settlement when Dumbledore had departed, and the entire school's attention was captivated by the Quidditch match, the irascible Ian Stanley seized control, ultimately leading them to the clues they sought. However, since departing from Hogwarts and embarking on a long-anticipated quest, he found it increasingly challenging to restrain Ian. After all, it was Ian who had ensured their survival in their early years, and now, upon venturing into the unknown, Ian's consciousness had inadvertently gained strength. Stephen did not perceive Ian's actions as misguided. Rather, he felt a tinge of pity for his own madness. Ah, such a futile display of weakness, Ian remarked coldly. You are mistaken. It is precisely my anticipation of the future that gives rise to such emotions, Stephen corrected him. Well, your musings are of no use to me. Impatiently, Ian remarked, and thus, a silence enveloped the two. Soon, the vessel docked at a quaint little town upstream, where the crew, with their halting English, extolled the town's unique culture, culinary delights, and scenic vistas. Clad in a black cloak, with a long sword affixed to his waist, Swindon, or Stanley, as he was also known, paid little heed to the crew's commentary and descended the gangway. His destination was not this small town, but rather the depths of the desert, over 100 kilometers away, thus rendering him indifferent to the attractions that lay here. While the Muggles remained oblivious, Stephen executed several disapparitions. However, due to his fear of losing his way or failing to find his objective, he exercised restraint in the use of this spell. Consequently, his pace was not swift, and he arrived at his destination only before sunset. Before him stretched an expanse of golden sand and undulating dunes, devoid of even a solitary cactus. Nevertheless, the map in his possession clearly indicated that this was indeed the place he sought. Withdrawing his wand, he uttered a complex incantation. The wand traced an arc, ultimately pointing skyward. Then, like shimmering reflections, a towering conical structure materialized before him. It was a pyramid that could only be discovered by wizards. Beside the pyramid stood a few makeshift low huts, seemingly intended for the habitation or work of certain individuals. Yet, at this moment, the area was utterly deserted. Indeed, Bill Weasley and his colleagues from Gringotts, along with the treasure-hunting Nifflers, had once labored here and witnessed a white light ascending skyward from within that day. Following that event, the site was swiftly sealed by Gringotts, prohibiting any further approach. Now, however, an uninvited guest had unexpectedly arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Stephen nodded with satisfaction. After a brief pause, he strode towards the pyramid. When he emerged from within once more, it was already the dawn of the following day. Standing outside the pyramid, he spread his arms toward the rising sun, a contented smile gracing his lips as he murmured in a deep voice, "This feeling is truly sublime. So, where to next?" He gazed at the vast expanse of yellow sand, and with a flick of his wand, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Behind him, the pyramid soon faded back into the desert, as if it had never existed at all. Cairo, Gringotts, the office of the Cursebreaker. This space, rather than an office, resembled a workshop, for it was filled with an array of antiquated artifacts, each exuding a sense of age and history. "Bill, I truly envy you. You get to return to England this summer," remarked a rugged wizard with a beard. "Haha, what can I do? The boss assigned me to escort Adam to school in England, so I must endure the rigors of the journey," Bill replied with a hint of a boastful tone. There's no denying that being a Cursebreaker at Gringotts is a demanding profession, leaving little opportunity for one to return home. Bill had only arrived in Egypt last year, and during the summer, he had been tasked with escorting a shipment of cursed treasures back to England. This year, he was once again headed back due to the responsibility of accompanying Adam to school. It was no wonder that the wizards in the same office were envious of him. Oh, by the way, Adam is a young wizard of Muggle descent from Cairo. The first to discover his magical identity was none other than Bill himself. Subsequently, Gringotts endeavored to cultivate goodwill within the local wizarding community by providing significant assistance to this child named Adam. They not only helped him swiftly grasp the various fundamentals of the magical world, but also, through intricate connections, secured him a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is worth noting that Hogwarts is regarded as the finest magical institution in the world, a sentiment Bill ardently upheld. To study at such a prestigious school would indeed be a stroke of incredible fortune. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, the leadership at Gringotts Cairo decided to dispatch a capable young wizard to accompany Adam on his journey to England, ensuring he boarded the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, naturally. This task fell to Bill, who had developed a close bond with Adam. Today marked the day of their departure for England. Bill, my mother's old ailment has flared up again. I must accompany her to the doctor. We'll have to postpone our departure. A small, slender boy with a look of helplessness and sorrow said to Bill from within an Egyptian household. He was Adam Quinn, the very child Bill was to escort to England for his studies. What? Aisha is ill again? Is it serious? Do you want me to accompany you? Bill inquired with genuine concern. No, I can manage it, Adam replied with a faint smile. Seeing the child's smile eased Bill's worries, and he nodded, saying, Very well. You take care of your mother. Once her condition stabilizes, we shall set off. Thank you, Bill, Adam said gratefully. You're welcome. I promised I would help you. Bill reassured him. Bill gently patted the child on the shoulder and spoke. Once Bill departed, the little boy entered the inner room where a woman in her 30s, of Egyptian descent, sat in a wheelchair. Upon seeing the boy, a mixture of satisfaction and terror flickered in her eyes. A series of incoherent sounds escaped her throat. Yet she was unable to articulate a single clear word. My dear mother, I had intended to leave this place today, so you need not fear my presence, he murmured. However, it appears that someone has ventured to a place they ought not to go, and I must investigate. Please be patient. I shall soon depart for the most magnificent school of magic in the world. As Adam spoke, he donned a gloved hand to gently wipe the drool that had escaped from the woman's lips in her excitement. Throughout his tender ministrations, the woman trembled uncontrollably, and eventually, tears streamed down her cheeks. Amidst her sorrowful sobs, Adam, after ensuring his mother had fallen asleep, opened the door and left their home. In no time, his figure appeared in the vast desert, and soon thereafter, he found himself at the foot of a pyramid, beside which stood several makeshift shelters. He entered the pyramid and arrived in a stone hall where, at its center, lay an Egyptian-style sarcophagus. The lid had been carelessly removed, revealing a mummy, swathed in thick linen. Approaching the ancient relic, curiosity sparkled in Adam's eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable voice echoed through the stone hall. Listening intently, he nodded and exclaimed, Ah, so you are a descendant of the envoy. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, saying, I regret that I cannot awaken you immediately. But I can assist you with a small task. You must find your own way out of here. With that, he removed his woolen gloves, rose onto his toes, and placed his hand upon the mummy's forehead. On the back of his hand, a scar in the shape of a circle intertwined with a lightning bolt was prominently visible. As a means of addressing some earlier plot points, such as Swinton's origins and the awakening of the young Egyptian boy, this segment serves as the author's original thread, which will not be elaborated upon at this time. Very well, Hermione, you may take a rest now, Mrs. Granger said to her daughter in the living room. Hee. Then I'll return to my room. Mother. Hermione set down the cloth in her hand and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Afterward, she meandered back to her room. Today was designated for a thorough cleaning of the house, and she was responsible for dusting the furniture in the living room. After toiling for quite some time, she had finally managed to wipe down the tables, chairs, sofa, and cabinets, and now she could finally enjoy a moment of respite. Once seated beside her desk, Hermione found herself momentarily lost in thought, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. She then pulled open a drawer, retrieved a notebook with a brown cover, and laid it open on the table. Following that, she found a pen and began to write in a diary that she had not touched in ages. The ink flowed onto the paper. August 26th, Sunday, clear skies. It had been a considerable time since she last wrote in her diary, and she recalled that the previous entry was quite distant. Well, I must have been influenced by Qin. He often speaks in such a manner that I unknowingly adopt his style even now as I pen this diary entry. Nonetheless, it is rather amusing, is it not? Indeed, every day spent with him is filled with interest. I still cannot fathom how I would endure if, one day, we were to part ways again for a year, much like before, even if he returned for a few days in between. Like those 2 days at the end of July when he was away, I waited at home for his return, particularly after my parents left for work. The entire house felt desolate. During that time, I yearned to know where he was and what he was doing, yet I could only remain at home, foolishly talking to Crookshanks and sulking. Looking back, poor Crookshanks must have been utterly vexed by me, his mother. But what could be done? After all, his father was not home. At this point, Hermione chuckled softly and picked up a feather quill from the table, playfully teasing the dozing Crookshanks with the feather's tip. Upon noticing it, the little orange cat instantly perked up, swatting at the feather with his paw. After indulging in this playful diversion for a while, the young girl continued to write. I recall Qin mentioning that once technology in the ordinary human world reaches a certain level, people would be able to engage in video communication through a device resembling a telephone. Just imagine, such a phenomenon would indeed be a wondrous blend of technology and magic. Qin also mentioned that the Weasley twins are exploring similar concepts. If such a magical device were to connect to the Floon network, then no matter the distance between us, we would be able to see each other with perfect clarity. Yet, why should we be apart for long? I yearn for us to remain together, to share every day. At the very least, to not be separated for more than a few hours. For instance, he is currently not at home, accompanying his father to the hardware store in the neighboring street to procure tools and materials for mending the fence outside the house. I know he will return shortly. At this point, Hermione paused again, glancing at the rickety wooden fence outside, before continuing to write. I must mention that a tremendous storm swept through London last night. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, causing Qin's attic to leak. Therefore, I suggested that he could squeeze into my room. After careful consideration, my parents agreed to the proposal. After all, it was not unusual for me to occasionally spend the night in Qin's room, and his staying in mine was not particularly strange. However, he seemed quite anxious and insisted on placing a pillow between us as a barrier, declaring that he would never cross that threshold while sleeping. Qin was indeed correct. He had not surpassed that pillow. However, he did not impose any restrictions upon me regarding the same. Thus, I leaned closer. After all, the tempest of the previous night had been quite terrifying. How could I possibly find solace in sleep without drawing nearer to him? At this juncture, Hermione touched her face, feeling a slight warmth. She went to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, took a few sips, and pondered before continuing her writing. In any case, as my mother advised, there was no need for me to deliberately maintain a distance from Qin, nor was there any reason for me to feel anxious. As long as I refrained from engaging in that particular act, all would be well, for it is something reserved for adulthood. My mother also mentioned that I had likely grown accustomed to Qin's presence, which is why I felt inclined towards him. However, I hold a differing view. I believe that Qin's presence is not merely companionship, but rather an invitation to explore a new world and discover another facet of myself. Moreover, I yearn to journey alongside him, to hear the myriad stories he has to share. I wonder if he harbors similar thoughts? If he does not, I shall weep. Qin is most troubled by my tears. As long as I weep, he will acquiesce to anything. Hermione paused once more, lost in thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, I cannot resort to tears as a means of coercion. That would be inappropriate. Yet, what other options do I possess? The tip of my pen lingered on the notebook for quite some time, the ink blurring the pristine white page. Harry Potter? Elvis? Hermione forcefully crossed out these two names and continued writing. Elvis's letters arrive on average once a week, predominantly inquiring about matters of magic, particularly concerning potions, with little else to say. As for that Harry Potter, it seems he has only just learned to send letters via owl. His owl, named Hedwig, nearly collided with the ceiling in our living room, which struck me as rather clumsy. However, Trig seems quite fond of that all-white owl, frequently fluttering around her. In any case, the correspondence from Harry Potter is rather unfocused, filled with complaints about the holiday not yet being over. And each letter ends with expressions of longing for a reunion. Should I encounter him, I must take a good look at what kind of person he truly is. Well, I shall set these thoughts aside and write about something else. Hermione glanced at the calendar on the wall, where September 1st was circled in red. There is less than a week until the start of school. The thought of soon attending that magical institution fills me with a degree of anxiety, though I have not shared these feelings with Qin. I fear that, just like at my previous school, I may find myself unliked. Nevertheless, at least Qin will be there. Even if no one else acknowledges me, his presence is sufficient. If I were to express this sentiment to Qin, he would surely deem me lacking in ambition, for in his eyes, I can surmount any challenge. He often asserts his belief that I will become the greatest witch in the world. I wonder where such confidence stems from. However, gazing into his eyes, I feel as though I could draw upon an immense reservoir of strength. Thus, should difficulties arise in the future, I shall think of his eyes, and perhaps I will be instantly invigorated. Hermione, come help me. Mrs. Granger's voice rang out. All right, Mother, just a moment. Hermione replied. I shall conclude my writing here, as Mother is calling. Moreover, Qin should be returning soon. I will see if I can assist him in any way. By the time I next write in my diary, I should already be at Hogwarts. Therefore, I hope that when I next pen my thoughts, I will be seated by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, with Qin beside me. As the summer draws to a close, I extend my gratitude to Zhang Lei for the completion, the 10 love letters, 6 cups of milk tea, and 6 likes. I have just discovered such a delightful bounty of gifts. Thank you, thank you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader who has graciously bestowed gifts upon me. Due to the constraints of space, I am unable to express my thanks individually, yet your unwavering support serves as my motivation to persevere. The next chapter is anticipated to be released tomorrow morning. I find myself somewhat ensnared and must gather my thoughts. In the United Kingdom, there exists but one village solely inhabited by wizards, that being Hogsmeade, located adjacent to Hogwarts. Furthermore, there are several villages where half-bloods reside, where wizards coexist amidst tolerant muggles or those bewitched by confusion spells, such as Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. Near this quaint village on the southern coast of England stands a seemingly haphazardly constructed multi-story house, appearing as though it might collapse with a mere gust of wind. Yet, this seemingly precarious structure is quite sturdy, for its builder is a wizard, and it is a dwelling imbued with magic. This house bears the name the Burrow. Residing within the Burrow is the Weasley family. As many are aware, the Weasley lineage is steeped in tradition, and the surname Weasley symbolizes justice, loyalty, bravery, diligence, kindness, and humility. Today, this abode welcomes a guest from afar, brought back by Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family, from distant Egypt. After traversing a series of portkeys and utilizing Muggle transportation, they arrived just before sunset. While sipping tea offered by his mother, Bill remarked with a weary yet joyful smile that he was elated to return home. A portkey is a magical object that facilitates the transportation of individuals from one location to another, somewhat akin to the Floo network, though typically utilized for long-distance travel. Molly Weasley gazed at her eldest son with a tender heart, gently ruffling his hair, before muttering, "Your hair is quite unruly. I shall trim it for you shortly." Bill, upon hearing this, offered a resigned smile to his younger siblings. The familiar embrace of maternal love has returned. Of course, the matriarch, Molly, did not overlook their little guest, a well-mannered, quiet, and polite boy named Adam. Adam, our accommodations are somewhat limited. You may need to share a room with Bill on the 4th floor, or perhaps you could stay with Ron. As you are of similar age and likely to find common ground, Molly Weasley conveyed apologetically to the young boy. Ron, overhearing this, expressed his concern, stating that his small room was currently in disarray and he was not particularly keen on sharing a bed with a stranger. "Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Weasley. I would be perfectly fine sharing with Bill, as we discussed during our journey," Adam replied. The young boy Adam smiled at Ron before politely addressing Molly Weasley. "Well, it is settled then. I shall tidy up your room." Before ascending the stairs, Mrs. Weasley called out to her youngest son, "Ron, fetch some food for Adam. Do not neglect our guest." "Why must it be me? George and Fred are just lounging about," Ron internally grumbled but dared not voice his complaint. With a glum expression, he trudged off to prepare refreshments for their visitor. That evening, the Weasley family, consisting of 8 members, with Charlie absent, and their young guest Adam, gathered around the dining table to enjoy a sumptuous feast. The conversation predominantly revolved around Bill and their guest. Bill's return naturally brought small gifts for the family. None particularly extravagant, some even crafted by him, or items he was permitted to keep from his treasure-hunting escapades. These tokens delighted his younger siblings immensely. The little pyramid you sent to Qin was a hit. He enjoyed it so much that he studied it with Professor Swindon for quite some time. "I hear Professor Snape also lent a considerable amount of assistance," Fred or George remarked, the twins so alike that even their family occasionally confused them. "Professor Swindon?" Bill inquired, his brow furrowing in perplexity. He was the defense against the dark arts teacher last year, a remarkably talented and knowledgeable professor. "I frequently sought his counsel. Yet he departed after just 1 year." This was stated by the ever-earnest Percy Weasley, the third of the Weasley brood, with Bill, the academic prodigy, and Charlie, the Quidditch captain, casting long shadows. Percy felt immense pressure and consistently pushed himself to excel. This year, however, Percy achieved his aspiration by becoming the head boy of Gryffindor, granting him a modicum of accomplishment. "Oh, I see. I did not realize that Professor Snape had an interest in this," Bill mused, likely recalling the professor's perpetually frosty demeanor, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Despite having graduated over a year ago, Bill still cherished his time at Hogwarts. Even the cold and aloof Professor Snape now seemed somewhat endearing in hindsight. You have yet to grasp the essence of Qin. The professors at school have, how shall I put it, a considerable interest in him, particularly Professors Swindon and Snape, who have maintained a good rapport with him," one of the twins remarked to Bill. Then added, "By the way, Bill, I am Fred. I know, you probably did not recognize me." "Indeed, Bill, I am George," the other twin chimed in. We've also caught wind of some intriguing news. It seems something transpired among the three of them before the summer break, after which Professor Snape has been rather reticent towards both Qin and Professor Swindon. One of the twins interjected, "Unfortunately, when we inquired about Qin, he refused to divulge anything, even threatening that if we persisted, he would tie us to the punishment tree." The twin, who identified himself as Fred, shrugged. "It seems your relationship with Qin is rather amicable," Bill queried curiously. "Amicable? It's more than that. They are loyal supporters of Qin. The three of them are inseparable, often found tinkering with various things at Hagrid's hut. And then there's Charlie, who introduced Qin to the Quidditch team, where Qin played a pivotal role in several matches. Charlie is particularly fond of him," Percy interjected. "Oh, I had no idea there were so many stories between you," Bill exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Among those present, Bill had known Qin the longest, albeit briefly, and the impression left by the young Eastern boy was one of cheerfulness, politeness, and apparent intelligence. This made Bill reminisce about Adam. Both were intelligent children, though Adam was somewhat more introverted, lacking the sunny disposition that Qin radiated. "By the way, Adam, we need to make a trip to Diagon Alley before school starts. Gringotts has entrusted me with some funds to help you purchase your school supplies," Bill informed Adam. Upon hearing this, Ron immediately looked up, casting an envious glance. Most of the supplies he would need for school were hand-me-downs from his brothers, like Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and the used textbooks of George and Fred. Even his cauldron was a discarded one from Percy. Not to mention the pet, a mouse that Percy had kept and which had been left at home for him to care for since last year. "Why can't I have something new?" Ron's face twisted into a frown at the thought. George and Fred exchanged glances at their younger brother's expression, making an effort to suppress their laughter before casually mentioning to Bill that they, too, wanted to accompany him to Diagon Alley, whether or not they bought anything. Primarily to clear their minds. Ron should come along, too. "Let's see if there are any new broomsticks, wands, or splendid robes," George, one of the twins, suggested to his brother. "No, you all go ahead. I'll wait for you at the leaky cauldron," Ron retorted, pouting. In the ensuing days, Adam stayed at the Weasley home, receiving exceptional care. The matriarch, Molly Weasley, fussed over him more than she did her own children. Ron, however, felt little envy. After all, even without Adam's presence, his mother rarely showed him a kind face and often scolded him. Well, he had grown accustomed to such maternal affection. Occasionally, he found Adam to be rather peculiar. For instance, he once overheard the boy seemingly conversing with the family mouse, Scabbers. "What are you doing here in this house in such a manner? Are you hiding from something?" These are the words spoken by Adam. Ron perceived that Adam harbored disdain for the rather bedraggled appearance of the little mouse, who had aged to the point of shedding fur and was missing a toe, appearing listless and drowsy. However, after that day, the mouse, whom they called Ban, kept its distance from Adam, despite Ron's best efforts to soothe the situation, all in vain. On September 1st, the day of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's opening, a magical express train awaited at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station in London to escort the young wizards to their school. The young sorcerers needed to pass through the wall situated between platforms 9 and 10 to reach that enchanted platform. That morning, the Granger couple escorted Qin Yu and Hermione to the entrance of the station, and as they watched their children step inside, Mrs. Granger could no longer contain her emotions and covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Last year they sent one child off, and this year, both were leaving. Seeing Qin push his luggage, with Hermione closely following and gradually disappearing into the crowd, she truly felt overwhelmed. "Jenny, they will return soon, Mr. Granger comforted as he embraced his wife. "But I am genuinely worried about Hermione," Mrs. Granger cried into her husband's chest. This was the first time their daughter would be away from them for such an extended period, not returning until the Christmas holidays. There's no need for concern. With Qin by her side, I trust he will take good care of Hermione. Mr. Granger gently stroked his wife's back, continuing to reassure her. Indeed, if it were our daughter venturing alone to such a distant and mysterious place, even I would be anxious, he admitted. However, he felt a sense of security knowing that Qin had proven to be remarkably reliable, especially after a year of study, as he had grown increasingly composed. His words evidently had an effect, as Mrs. Granger's spirits soon began to lift. Well then, Jenny, while these two little ones are away, I believe we should contemplate our plans for the weekend, Mr. Granger continued, smiling at his wife. Our weekend plans? Mrs. Granger murmured, her cheeks flushing at the implication of his words. After years of marriage, she was well aware of her husband's intentions. Yes, this weekend we could venture out. I have heard that the town of Cockworth is quite delightful. We could spend a couple of days there, Mr. Granger suggested. I believe that is a splendid idea, she replied. Mrs. Granger nodded, feigning tranquility, yet her mind began to wander into a myriad of fantasies. Indeed, since the arrival of their daughter, it seemed that they had not planned a weekend together in quite some time. The melancholy that had enveloped Mrs. Granger due to her daughter's schooling was considerably alleviated by her husband's words, as she subtly began to anticipate the forthcoming intimacy of their two-person world. Ha ha, Harry. Go find your platform 9. I hope it has finally been completed. A hearty laughter resonated in the ears of the Granger couple. They turned towards the sound and beheld a rotund middle-aged man, who was placing a cumbersome suitcase onto a trolley and handing it over to a bespectacled young boy with dark hair. Noticing their gaze, the portly man looked curiously towards the Grangers, prompting them to smile and nod in acknowledgement. After all, anyone who could utter the name Platform 9 was likely a parent of a young wizard. The stout man momentarily paused, reciprocated their nod, and then, seemingly disinclined to engage further, hastily departed, climbing into a nearby vehicle. Meanwhile, the bespectacled boy pushed the trolley into the station alone, presumably in search of that extraordinary platform. Qin Yu and Hermione awaited Harry Potter beside the wall between platforms 9 and 10. This rendezvous had been arranged in their correspondence, as Harry was unaware of the precise location of the platform. Qin, at long last, we meet again, Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing Qin Yu. Throughout the remaining month of summer, he had eagerly anticipated this day, as his life with his aunt and uncle had been far from pleasant. Even though they had shown some improvement in their treatment of him, he felt increasingly like an outsider. You appear to be in good spirits, Harry, Qin Yu remarked, observing the boy who seemed to radiate vitality, a stark contrast to their initial encounter. Hello, Harry Potter. I am Hermione, Hermione Granger. Hermione introduced herself to Harry with earnestness, extending her hand in greeting. I was just guessing. You must be Hermione. It is a pleasure to meet you. Harry promptly reciprocated the gesture, shaking her hand politely. Wait, you know my name? Hermione inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Of course, you are Qin's sister. He has spoken of you, and I have long wished to make your acquaintance. Harry replied with delight. Oh, is that so? What exactly did he say about me? Hermione inquired with a smile, her eyes narrowing playfully as she glanced at Qin Yu. Hiss. A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Yu's mind. He meticulously recollected that he had only mentioned Hermione in the underground vault of Gringotts. Furthermore, during that encounter, he had inadvertently triggered a forced retrospective, during which he had likely spoken ill of the girl, criticizing her for being gluttonous, restless during sleep, and nibbling on her fingers while reading, among other things. Fortunately, during his last attempt at conversation, he had made amends and refrained from uttering anything too outrageous. He noted that they shared a good rapport, often shopping together and indulging in delightful meals in Diagon Alley. Harry succinctly recounted Qin Yu's previous remarks about Hermione. Pleased, Hermione nodded in agreement, then took Qin Yu's hand, lifting her chin with a haughty huff. All right, it's time for us to enter. Qin Yu gently squeezed the girl's small hand, urging her onward. Yes, we should go, Hermione replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she feigned nonchalance. So, how do we get there? Harry scratched his head, genuinely perplexed about the location of the elusive Platform 9. However, he felt no undue worry, for with Qin by his side, he was certain he would not get lost. Just as the trio was about to step onto the platform, two voices called out in unison, Qin, wait for us. Qin, we're coming. Harry turned to see two identical boys with flaming red hair, slightly taller than him, and roughly the same height as Qin. Trailing behind them was a throng of others. George, Fred, Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and this little brother, greetings to you all. Qin Yu felt that, setting aside other matters. Greeting the Weasley family was indeed rather taxing on the vocal cords. The Weasley family reciprocated his greeting with cheerful smiles, and Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically praised Qin for having become more handsome and taller. Bill, why have you returned again? Qin Yu inquired, expressing his confusion. Although his words may have seemed peculiar. I must clarify that I have returned for serious business, Bill explained, as he introduced the young boy beside him. This is Adam, a young wizard from a Muggle family in Egypt. I have been commissioned by the local Gringotts to bring Adam here for his studies. Hello, Adam. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Yu greeted the young boy. Hello, Qin. I am also very pleased to meet you. Adam replied politely. Qin Yu felt a tinge of confusion, for although he was somewhat unaware of the identities of Hermione's contemporaries in his previous life, he had never encountered anyone named Adam in close association with the Weasley family. Nevertheless, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a butterfly effect or the discrepancies of parallel universes. After all, in this world, Hermione had already been aware of her wizarding identity prior to receiving her acceptance letter, had she not? This fleeting thought crossed his mind just as he intended to introduce Hermione, when the Weasley twins exuberantly exclaimed that this charming young lady must indeed be Hermione, as they had not clearly seen her in the previous photograph and were now delighted to meet her in person. Qin Yu indeed streamlined the introduction process. Meanwhile, Hermione felt a twinge of realization that she had already gained some notoriety. At this thought, the young girl glanced at Qin beside her and secretly held his hand. However, he seemed to exhibit no particular reaction, which somewhat dampened her spirits. The dimensional barrier presented a scenario that was rather challenging to navigate, and coupled with her recent busyness, updates had become infrequent. She hoped for everyone's understanding. She expressed her gratitude for the small gifts, genuinely not desiring extravagant rewards. The affection shown through every little gesture was deeply appreciated. Recently, she indulged not only in spicy hot pot, but also ordered a generous portion of braised chicken. In any case, she was thankful for everyone's support, as it fueled her motivation to continue. If Qin Yu were not Qin Yu, he might have found it somewhat awkward for this person named Qin Yu to meet Ron. Yet, he indeed was Qin Yu himself. After more than a year of companionship and 39 instances of time reversal, Qin Yu was convinced that there were certain matters he need not agonize over. Should he keep Hermione by his side or watch her be with someone else? It was a straightforward choice. Even if the so-called choice system had not chimed to present a selection task, Qin Yu knew what to choose. He chose to live freely in this life. He chose to protect those he wished to guard. He chose her, and no one could take her away. Moreover, he was certain that this girl had already entered his heart, and he had also found a place in hers. If, in the end, it turned out to be merely a one-sided affection, he would accept that. However, as he contemplated this, an inexplicable thrill surged within him, awakening a power that had long remained dormant. It was one of his greatest secrets, something he was striving to overcome or, perhaps, to channel. That force was potent and enigmatic, instilling both fear and temptation within him. If he surrendered to it, then the world would hold no challenges for him. Why then? Should he continue to strive so diligently in life? Let it take over. Surrender everything to it. Qin. Hermione's voice seemed to echo from a distant place. Qin Yu turned his head towards her in a daze, feeling that although she was so close, it was as if an immense distance separated them. Qin, what is the matter with you? Hermione called out to him again. This time, her voice was laced with urgency, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Qin Yu instinctively raised a hand to gently smooth the furrowed brow of the young girl, murmuring, "Do not be afraid, Hermione." With this gesture, his expression transformed. A subtle smile graced his lips. He then enveloped the girl before him in his embrace, closing his eyes to greedily and deeply inhale the scent of her hair, until that familiar fragrance filled his nostrils, stimulating the nerve endings to emit a complex yet rhythmic signal. This cascade of signals surged into his central nervous system, awakening his mind, which teetered on the brink of chaos. Hermione clung tightly to him, her voice quivering with a hint of tears as she asked, "Qin, what just happened? I spoke to you countless times, yet you ignored me. I was momentarily lost in thought. I apologize, Hermione, for causing you concern," Qin Yu gently replied, caressing the girl's hair. "I'm just relieved you're all right," she murmured, nestling closer, inhaling his scent, which swiftly reassured her. Hermione was well aware that Qin harbored secrets. After all, his presence and subsequent actions made it difficult for her to believe he was merely an ordinary wizard. Yet, She trusted that his silence stemmed from a special reason, and she could wait for the day he would confide those secrets to her. Until then, as long as he was well, that was all that mattered. Hey, Qin. The train is about to depart. Are you really not planning to leave? One of the Weasley twins called out, unable to contain himself. You all are going to school together anyway. There's no need to linger at the station, remarked the other twin with an eye roll, exasperated. At that moment, it was already 10:55, and the Weasley family began making their way to platform 9. George and Fred soon noticed that Qin Yu and the young girl, Hermione, were still lingering behind. Upon witnessing this scene, they felt as though they had been fed a mouthful of romantic sentiment. With their shout, the others turned their attention to the pair. Hermione quickly extricated herself from Qin Yu's embrace, while he, unfazed, continued to hold her small hand. Understood, you all go ahead. We will follow shortly, Qin Yu said to the twins. The others chuckled and refrained from saying anything further. Meanwhile, the small boy Adam, standing beside Bill, discreetly stole a few glances at Qin Yu, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear. Indeed, coming here was the right decision. I have encountered so many interesting people even before reaching the school. All right, George, you go in first. Mrs. Weasley instructed one of her sons. Mother, I am Fred. How can you, as our mother, not even recognize who I am? He exclaimed, feigning injury. Yes, Mother, I am George. The other chimed in. Mrs. Weasley huffed. George, Fred. Your little trick has been played for several days now. Do you really think I would still fall for it? This time, it is indeed genuine. You ought to know that my nose is slightly higher than Fred's. If you don't believe me, take a look at one of the twins. As he pointed to his own nose, leaning closer for Mrs. Weasley to see. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Weasley cast a dubious glance, then, with a tone of uncertainty, replied, It seems so. I apologize, George. It appears I have mistaken you. The child, pushing the luggage cart, moved towards the wall and, just before entering, flashed a radiant smile at his mother. Mom, I was just joking. I am indeed Fred. With that, he quickly slipped through the wall. George also made a face at his mother and the others before following suit. Mrs. Weasley, visibly exasperated, huffed in frustration. Harry, Adam, Ron, you may proceed one at a time. She instructed the 3 boys. After they passed, Bill followed suit, and Mrs. Weasley nodded to Qin Yu, taking Ginny with her as they entered. Come on, Hermione, Qin Yu said to the girl. All right, Hermione nodded. Subsequently, Qin Yu grasped her hand, and together they stepped into the wall. As they crossed through, Qin Yu distinctly felt the little hand in his grip become slightly tense. Once they emerged on the other side, they beheld a deep crimson steam train parked there, the platform bustling with a lively crowd. Observing the train, steeped in retro charm, and the throngs of wizards, Hermione's eyes widened with astonishment and curiosity. Nearby, Harry Potter bore a similar expression, having received special attention from Mrs. Weasley, with George and Fred assisting him with the cumbersome suitcase. Just before boarding, Harry intended to ask Qin Yu if he could sit with him, but George and Fred, overly enthusiastic, promptly ushered him, Ron, and Adam into a compartment together. You 3 are in the same year. It's perfect for you to get acquainted, Fred remarked. Indeed. You might even be sorted into the same house, so make sure to get along, George chimed in, and soon after, the 2 of them departed. The brothers were on a quest to find their friendly Jordan, who had reportedly acquired a massive tarantula. Although they had encountered the formidable 8-eyed giant spider, albeit in its deceased form, their curiosity was piqued by this venomous spider native to South Africa. After Hermione entered the car with Qin Yu, she noticed that regardless of grade or gender, many people warmly greeted him upon their arrival. Numerous girls, observing Hermione being accompanied by Qin, cast her looks imbued with a mix of emotions, causing an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Nevertheless, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset, donning a smile and confidently walking alongside Qin through the throngs of students. As they strolled, she inexplicably recalled a story Qin had shared about a fox concealing itself behind a tiger to assert dominance. In that moment, she felt akin to the little fox sheltered behind Qin. Look over there, she thought. A red-haired fellow was startled and fled upon seeing Qin. After a brief walk, Qin Yu led Hermione to an unoccupied compartment. Once they had stowed their belongings, he pulled the compartment door shut, and an air of tranquility enveloped the space. As the author, I certainly sympathize with anyone who has lost a beloved. However, as the protagonist, Qin Yu could not afford such inner turmoil. Well, this child, Qin, has become uncontrollable. Thus, his actions bear no relation to me. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed deity for their endorsement. and to every reader who has offered gifts, urged for updates, and provided feedback. Are you Elvis? Hermione inquired of the boy who had just entered. Yes, hello. You must be Hermione, right? Elvis replied, somewhat nervously. Yes, I am Hermione. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hermione Jane Granger smiled as she extended her hand towards the boy. Elvis hastily shook her hand, stammering, I am very, very pleased to meet you. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unusual sense of guilt in the presence of this girl, reflecting on the past year's actions. Especially the times he had divulged information about Qin to various girls, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, accompanied by a cold sweat. Had he perhaps done something he ought not to have? Elvis silently murmured to himself, grappling with an inexplicable sense of unease and trepidation regarding a certain young girl. Consequently, he dismissed the notion of lingering in the private room any longer. After exchanging a few words with Qin Yu and Hermione, he reluctantly took his leave. Elvis was not the first to enter this chamber, nor would he be the last. Once Qin Yu closed the door, before he could share more than a few whispered conversations with Hermione, the door was intermittently rapped upon by familiar faces. In addition to Elvis, there were Jimmy, Bach, Wilson, and several teammates from the Quidditch team, including the newly appointed captain, Wood, along with chasers Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. The latter of whom had been discovered by Wood towards the end of the previous academic year, possessing considerable talent as a chaser. Also present was the substitute member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Mung and Wanda, who had been stripped of her commentary privileges by Professor McGonagall due to her blatant favoritism towards the Gryffindor team during a match. Well, I intend to check on Ron. I heard from Fred and George that he's been shedding tears, Mung and I remarked, devoid of any sympathy for her distant cousin. Her expression instead radiating a sense of amusement at the unfolding drama. Qin Yu found himself at a loss regarding this distant cousin of the Weasley family. Soon, Fred and George joined him, sharing tales of their classmate, Lee Jordan, who possessed a South African venomous spider. Its toxicity was rather mild. Far inferior to that of a acromantula, George remarked. It could merely serve as a pet, Fred shrugged in agreement. Having spent a year with Hagrid caring for magical creatures, their perspectives had broadened, leading them to somewhat disdain these trivial creatures. Having discussed this matter, Qin Yu couldn't help but inquire about the reason behind Ron's tears. He discovered that his wand is brand new. George exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Furthermore, he noticed that many items in his suitcase were also entirely new. Fred chimed in, expressing his dismay. We had hoped he would only notice these things as he approached the school, never anticipating he would realize it so soon. George sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice, as if a portion of their joy had been diminished. Indeed, we had concealed it for quite some time and devised numerous distractions. Even when he was trying on robes in Diagon Alley, we nearly lost our patience, yet we refrained from revealing that we were indeed purchasing them. Fred lamented with a sigh of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. These two fellows were utterly devoted to the art of jesting at his expense, and they didn't even spare their own brother. Fortunately, their antics were not rooted in malice or intent to harm. Ron's tears upon seeing the new wands and robes were likely tears of joy, a manifestation of overwhelming happiness. Well, as for the way the Weasley children interacted, Qin Yu could only resign himself to their whims. He had no authority over them. Ron seemed to be getting along well with Harry Potter, a pleasant surprise for Fred, who commented with satisfaction, I hope this lad can find his spirit at school. George's tone softened as he added, despite their constant laughter, the Weasley twins possess a keen sensitivity. Their aspiration to venture into business and amass wealth is, to some extent, influenced by their family's financial struggles. Now, under Qin Yu's guidance and assistance, they had managed to earn some money. Naturally wishing to enhance the living conditions for their siblings by purchasing Ron a new wand, a fresh robe, and a cauldron, feasible gestures of their current means. Of course, this did not hinder them from teasing Ron along the way. Rest assured, Ron is your brother, and thus he is also my brother. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, I shall take good care of him, Qin Yu assured the Weasley twins. Fred and George chuckled, feeling that with Qin's promise, Ron would be able to stride confidently through Hogwarts. What sort of absurdity is this? Have I become a tyrant at Hogwarts? Qin Yu internally scoffed. However, he soon realized that these peculiar phrases seemed to echo stories he had previously shared with these two, now amusingly applied to himself. All right. We shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. Fred waved at Qin Yu and Hermione. See you at school. George rose to bid them farewell. Hermione quickly smiled and waved, watching the two depart. However, Just as the box's door closed, it was cracked open again, revealing the heads of George and Fred. Honestly, do you need to put a sign on the door? One head inquired. A sign for what? Qin Yu regretted asking almost immediately. Sure enough. The two heads chimed in unison. Do not disturb. This common phrase from the muggle world of hotels was something Hermione had learned during family travels. And Qin Yu was well aware of it too. Thus, both understood the implication of their words instantly. Before Qin Yu could express his irritation, the door to the box was shut once more, and the Weasley twins hastily made their escape. Ah, those two are dancing on the edge of chaos. Their personalities were such, they were genuinely good-hearted, and one simply had to grow accustomed to them. Qin Yu explained to Hermione with a hint of exasperation. Well, I quite like them. They bring such liveliness. Hermione smiled as she spoke, confident that since these two individuals shared a close bond with Qin, they must indeed be admirable people. Thus, their words need not be taken too seriously. Qin Yu added, who knows? Hermione then replied with utmost seriousness. Why don't we do as they suggested and put up a sign outside? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words, but he quickly discerned a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. He playfully tousled her hair and retorted, what nonsense are you saying? Hermione nestled against him, rubbing her cheek against him as she murmured, it's because those people keep coming in. Indeed. What was once a cozy private compartment for two had nearly transformed into a mobile reception room. Of course, Hermione only jested when another visitor entered. She promptly transformed into the obedient and charming little sister of Qin. This was especially true when Cedric entered. Hermione became fully alert, for he often regarded Qin with a certain gaze. Fortunately, he stayed only a short while before departing, insisting on giving Qin a hug and expressing how much he missed him. It seemed that Qin was quite popular at Hogwarts, a conclusion Hermione reaffirmed in her mind. Then, her expression shifted to one of complexity and gravity. A bit earlier, Harry, Ron, and Adam sat quietly in the compartment, with none of them speaking. Harry felt somewhat shy. Ron was unsure how to initiate a conversation with this famous person, and he was also reluctant to engage much with Adam, who was indifferent and content to quietly observe the scenery. Eventually, unable to bear the silence any longer, Ron cleared his throat and asked Harry, so, are you really Harry Potter? Just moments prior, Qin Yu had introduced Harry to the Weasley family, and Mrs. Weasley had greeted him warmly. However, Ron still found it hard to believe, for Harry Potter seemed to be a legendary figure from a story. And now he was sitting face to face with him in the same train compartment. Harry was not surprised by Ron's reaction. He had encountered many individuals with similar responses at the Leaky Cauldron, some even more exaggerated. He refrained from saying much, expertly brushing aside the lock of hair that fell over his forehead, as it was his most recognizable physical feature. When Ron finally caught sight of the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his eyes widened in astonishment. Even Adam, leaning against the window and gazing at the scenery, cast a curious and attentive glance in their direction. So, this was indeed the work of the mysterious figure? You truly escaped from under his grasp, Ron, remarked Harry, his lips slightly parted in disbelief. It must have been like that, Ron replied with a shrug. However, I genuinely cannot recall what transpired that day. All I remember is a blinding green light. That was it. It was a dreadful curse, only cast by an evil and powerful wizard, Ron asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Harry. Yet, such scrutiny made Harry feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ron quickly recognized this and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, apologies, Harry. I may have gotten a bit too excited. You know, you were quite famous. Well, that's all right, Harry smiled in response. With the conversation flowing, Harry couldn't help but inquire about Ron's family background. After all, a family with 6 red-headed children was truly eye-catching, provoking anyone's curiosity. Thus, Ron began to voice his grievances about growing up in a large family. You didn't see Charlie today because he is in Romania studying dragons. We have 7 children in our family. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister. My sister, you should know, is the little girl who has been curiously watching you. Ron then spoke about the pressure his brothers placed on him, although he had grown numb to it, and even chose to take a laid-back approach. Nevertheless, Harry expressed envy at having so many brothers. If you have that many brothers, you realize you will never have anything new. For instance, I am wearing Bill's old robes and using Charlie's old wand. In fact, I even had a pet rat they left for me, but when I left home, it vanished, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Well, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I can show you just how old my wand is. It's even beginning to reveal its core. As Ron said this, perhaps to dispel Harry's envy, he opened his suitcase slightly, rummaged around, and quickly produced a slender wooden stick. See, I told you, didn't I? Its exterior is worn, and at the tip. You should be able to see the unicorn hair inside, Ron said, presenting the wand to Harry. Moreover, as he spoke, he turned his head away, likely anticipating that Harry would display a look of sympathy or pity, which he did not wish to witness. Thus, he felt a twinge of regret for revealing his financial struggles and awkwardness in front of someone he had just met. Yet, he could not quite articulate why. But he wished to be more candid in Harry's presence, even though his mindset was still not strong enough. Just then, as Ron pondered these thoughts, he heard Harry Potter speak in a hesitant tone. Ron, this one doesn't seem old, does it? I gazed in disbelief, thinking it impossible. However, as Ron turned his head, he was astonished to find a brand new wand clutched in his hand. His tone shifted from mockery to sheer astonishment. Instinctively, he glanced at Adam, who wore a serene expression and spoke in a mild tone, suggesting that Ron should have anticipated this. Suddenly, memories flooded back to yesterday when he, along with Adam, visited Diagon Alley. Fred and George had insisted he accompany them to explore the shops, and they had specifically tried out a wand at Ollivander's. Yet they had not purchased it afterward. Looking again at the wand in his hand, he recognized it as the very one he had tested in the wand shop. They had also explored other stores yesterday. He quickly shoved the wand into his pocket and opened his suitcase, revealing an array of brand new items: a fresh robe, a new cloak, a pristine pointed hat, a cauldron, and a brass scale. Among these new possessions lay a note that read, "Haha, surprised, aren't you, Ronnie?" with the initials FG at the bottom, standing for Fred and George. Reflecting on his impatience during their shopping spree and his feelings of inadequacy, Ron noticed a small stack of gold galleons tucked in the corner of the suitcase. Being but a child, he could not contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. "Are you all right, Ron?" Harry exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden outburst of tears. "I'm fine, Harry. I'll be okay in a moment," Ron managed to say between sobs. "Fred and George are so mean. They just love to tease me." As he wiped his tears, he spoke in fits and starts. Harry was at a loss for words and turned to Adam, who sat quietly by the window, seemingly aware of the situation's nuances. Adam described it as a sort of family game, though the dynamics of the Weasley household were somewhat perplexing to him. Yet, this very complexity piqued his curiosity about the Weasley family. "Well then, Ron, I hope you feel better soon," Harry said as he settled into a chair. Observing Ron rummaging through his belongings, alternating between tears and laughter, this odd behavior led Harry to wonder if the boy had lost his mind. Thus, this chapter serves to recreate a portion of the original storyline, introducing characters and the overarching narrative. Given the brevity of this segment, it seems there may be another chapter forthcoming. The tale continues. "Hello, my name is Mungni Wanda, and I am Ron's cousin." When the cool girl with short, deep brown hair entered the compartment, Harry found himself enviously contemplating Ron once again. Why was it that he had only Dudley as a relative, while Ron not only had an adorable sister, but also a strikingly unique cousin? Harry mused silently. "Hey, Ron, I heard you've been crying?" the short-haired girl remarked with a raised eyebrow as she settled into her seat. Despite his eyes being slightly red from tears, Ron stubbornly held his head high and retorted, "I haven't been crying, Mungni, don't say such things. I was just a bit tired, so I yawned." Even Harry could not bear the clumsiness of his excuse. Mungni, of course, was not convinced. She playfully ruffled Ron's already tousled hair, making it appear even more disheveled. "Why did you mess up my hair?" Ron complained indignantly. "I don't want to see you fall for Fred and George's tricks. You probably don't know how much they made last year with that fellow Qin. Those three are practically known as the capitalists of Hogwarts," Mingni said, rolling her eyes. Truth be told, she had coined that nickname herself, as it was always Qin and his friends who footed the bill for the many treats during gatherings at Hagrid's hut. Upon hearing Mingni mention Qin, Harry perked up immediately. "The capitalists of Hogwarts?" Ron asked, perplexed. Mungni then recounted what she knew about Qin and the Weasley twins dealing in the Forbidden Forest resources. Both Harry and Ron listened, astonished. They had never imagined that a first-year student and 2 second years could orchestrate such ventures and earn substantial sums of money. Harry was particularly inspired, thinking to himself, "Indeed, Qin is remarkable." Meanwhile, Adam, sitting quietly in the corner, listened attentively to Mingni's tale without any particular reaction, resembling an almost invisible observer. "So, they merely spend a little money to buy you some new things. You can feel a bit touched, but there's no need to cry over such trivial matters, understand, Ron?" Mingni concluded. However, Ron felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing her words. "All right, Stop overthinking it. Capitalist money is meant to be spent. After saying this, Minnie grabbed the galleon that the Weasley twins had discreetly stashed in Ron's suitcase, selected one, and exited the compartment. At that moment, a woman slowly pushed a cart down the aisle. The cart was laden with various magical trinkets, and the woman called out her sales pitch, inquiring if the children in the compartment wished to make a purchase. Her words could be roughly translated to pumpkin pasties, beard.Thus every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and licorice wands. Come and have a look at what you desire. In summary, the short-haired girl was searching for this particular person. Hello. I need to purchase a few items, Ming and I exclaimed. Very well, young lady, I shall attend to you right away, the woman replied with a smile, promptly pushing her cart closer. During the shopping spree, Ming and I was indiscriminate, taking a little of everything, ultimately acquiring a substantial amount, which she placed in the vacant space of the booth. Observing Ming Ni's extensive haul, Harry couldn't help but reach into his pocket for some money and make a purchase of his own. He was feeling a bit hungry and, possessing a fair amount of currency from the magical world, found himself tempted to indulge as he witnessed others buying. Harry's purchases were modest in comparison, amounting to only 11 silver sickles. Thus, the four children in the booth began to savor the peculiar snacks from the magical realm, such as beard.Thus every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and cauldron cakes. Regardless of what others were doing, Ron was thoroughly enjoying himself, as his mother had prepared a rather dry corned beef sandwich for lunch, something he did not particularly care for, often forgotten by her in the chaos of managing so many children. Naturally, he had little to complain about given her circumstances. This is a chocolate frog. Inside the packaging, there are collectible cards of famous figures from the magical world. This card features Merlin. Surely you know of him? Ron remarked, pointing at the item in Harry's hand. Merlin's beard? Harry recalled a phrase Qin Yu had once taught him in Diagon Alley. Indeed, that's him. However, I have already collected many cards of Merlin. What I am currently missing are Agrippa and Ptolemy, Ron continued. The names he mentioned were completely unfamiliar to Harry. After stuffing another pumpkin pot eye into her mouth, Ming and I interjected, you children are quite passionate about these things. I once collected a dozen cards before giving up. You're not that much older, Ming and I. You're only 3 years my senior, Ron retorted indignantly. Huh, little brat, being 3 years older than you still counts, Ming and I replied, playfully tousling Ron's freshly arranged hair. Seeing Ron's annoyed expression, Ming and I clapped her hands in satisfaction and rose to her feet, stating, I won't play with you anymore. I'm off to find Linda. Girls are so much more delightful. Thus, Ming Ni's sudden arrival led to her mockingly teasing Ron before she indulged in a plethora of snacks, consuming them heartily, and then leaving without further ado. Meanwhile, Ron, after enduring his cousin's playful jests, gradually calmed down from his initial emotional upheaval. He certainly did not perceive Fred and George as capitalists. However, since his older brothers provided him with treats and pocket money, he felt he ought to be grateful. After all, he could always repay them when he grew older. In any case, Ron merrily relished the snacks purchased with his brother's money, engaging in a lively discussion with Harry about collecting the cards from chocolate frogs, and together they sampled a myriad of beard.Thus every flavor beans. Their banter fostered a camaraderie that made them feel as if they had known each other for many years. In stark contrast, Adam remained quietly seated, while Harry and Ron animatedly conversed about their topics. He absent-mindedly toyed with a card from a chocolate frog, which depicted an elderly gentleman with silvery hair and a long beard. The back of the card bore the inscription, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry finally encountered Qin Yu once more. This time, Qin Yu took the initiative to knock on the door of their compartment. Hermione was also present, accompanied by a chubby, bewildered little boy. Neville has lost his toad, and we are helping him search for it. Qin Yu explained his purpose. However, Harry and Ron were unfamiliar with him, leading to their departure. Before leaving, Qin Yu casually grabbed some snacks to share with Hermione and Neville. This was primarily because, when the snack cart had previously passed by, Cedric was inside the compartment, enthusiastically discussing the new term's Quidditch training plans with him, causing him to miss out on the treats. Now, seeing the abundance of food in their compartment, how could Qin Yu resist taking some, especially with no outsiders around? Once we arrive at school, I shall treat you to the delicacies of Hogsmeade. Qin Yu addressed the two individuals in the private room, or rather, the three. The boy named Adam was so quiet that one could almost overlook his presence. Shortly after Qin Yu and his companions departed, they encountered a pale-faced boy with golden hair in the corridor. Upon seeing Qin Yu, The golden-haired boy immediately exhibited a look of surprise and embarrassment, for he had finally confirmed the identities of the two individuals he had met at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As the number of people increased, it became challenging to articulate the narrative. As my skills are somewhat limited, I ask for your understanding. I shall take some time to plan how to handle this better. Our esteemed Draco Malfoy garnered much acclaim and admiration aboard this enchanted express train, which momentarily elevated his spirits. However, the students predominantly discussed the remarkable figure of Qin and the legendary Harry Potter, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord, Voldemort, though they would never utter his name directly. There is great anticipation regarding Qin's performance in the upcoming academic year. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has undergone a significant transformation with Qin's presence. Yet, with Charlie's graduation, it remains uncertain who will assume the role of Seeker. However, with Qin as a beater, as long as they are not utterly inept, anyone can excel as Gryffindor Seeker. Why don't you give it a try? One might jest. After all, they don't want anyone from other houses, and I will staunchly defend the honor of Hufflepuff. Seriously though, I heard Qin's sister has also come to Hogwarts. I wonder if she is equally formidable. That is certainly worth looking forward to. The Quidditch matches have made Qin Yu well known, and as people began to understand him better, they discovered that he was not only academically gifted, as attested by various teachers, but also of excellent character, according to feedback from some first-year students, and well-liked among his peers. This swiftly elevated him to the status of a prominent figure on campus. Of course, Qin Yu's fame was confined to the school. In the outside world, he remained just another face in the crowd. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned with such matters, content to learn and enjoy himself at Hogwarts while gradually leveling up. As for the name Harry Potter, it has resonated throughout the magical world for a decade. However, most had only heard of him without ever seeing him until now. The boy was in the next compartment. I glanced over as I passed and noted that he appeared quite composed. Is he truly impressive? To have escaped from the Dark Lord's grasp, he must possess considerable magical prowess. Not necessarily, he seems rather ordinary, someone replied, but he is undoubtedly exceptional. The discussions among these individuals stirred a sense of jealousy within Malfoy. However, he believed that given time, he too could attain considerable fame at Hogwarts. Before that, he was eager to glimpse the true appearance of those two individuals. Thus, he, accompanied by his two companions, Crabbe and Goyle, made his way towards the compartment. As he traversed the aisle, he spotted the person he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Most notably, several passing students greeted this individual with smiles, addressing him as Qin. Is it truly you, Qin? Malfoy thought of his earlier words, feeling somewhat awkward. What a surprise to see you so soon, Draco. Qin Yu responded with a smile. You know my name? Malfoy's pupils dilated in astonishment. Indeed, I have met your father on several occasions, each leaving a profound impression. Furthermore, your signature pale golden hair and that rather unpleasant countenance bear an uncanny resemblance to his. Qin Yu remarked coolly. His encounters with Lucius Malfoy had always been tumultuous. Thus, seeing his son, Draco Malfoy, did not elicit a favorable response from Qin Yu. I am unaware of the matters between you and my father, but I wish for you to speak with more civility. Malfoy retorted, a hint of unease in his tone. He began to grasp why his father had advised him to maintain distance from Qin. There was evidently a history of animosity between them. In truth, Lucius had encouraged him to steer clear of Qin Yu primarily because the first time he witnessed Qin Yu striking Jerome had left an indelible mark on him, fearing his son might suffer a similar fate. Oh, civility? Very well, remember your words. Should I discover any uncivil behavior from you at school, I will certainly have a word with you, Malfoy Jr. As Qin Yu spoke, he drew closer to the slightly shorter Malfoy. When he concluded his words, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, causing Malfoy to flinch. It was undeniable. The Malfoy family, steeped in tradition, epitomized elegance and civility as a pure-blood wizarding lineage. How could I ever engage in uncouth behavior? Malfoy tilted his face upward, striving to compose himself. Yet, he found it impossible. Qin was simply too near, and his heart raced uncontrollably, rooted in a genuine fear and trepidation towards him. Very well, a sweet treat shall be awarded to the junior. As Qin Yu spoke, he handed Malfoy a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. He also gave one each to the rather clumsy and stout Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy, having never tasted such a treat meant for the common folk, was intrigued. Delicious, he thought, as Qin Yu himself popped one into his mouth. Luck is on my side. It's strawberry-flavored. Hermione, Neville, let us depart. That toad has likely moved to another compartment. Qin Yu called to his sister and the chubby Neville. Malfoy swallowed hard, unable to resist tossing the birdie-bot's bean into his mouth. Immediately, his features contorted in pain. "So sour," Malfoy exclaimed softly, as his mouth began to flood with saliva. However, after the initial onslaught of sourness, a subtle sweetness began to emerge, and it seemed rather enjoyable. This tantalizing experience was something Malfoy had never encountered before, and he found himself unexpectedly fond of the intense sour flavor. "Qin, I shall catch up to you." Malfoy quickly chewed and swallowed the bean, shouting towards the retreating Qin Yu. "I'll be waiting for you," Qin Yu replied without turning back. Once Qin Yu and his companions had moved to another compartment, Crabbe inquired, "Malfoy, shall we still seek out Harry Potter?" "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" Malfoy replied. "Perhaps he might even join Slytherin. I hope he recognizes the situation and chooses to align himself with us." Malfoy had already spotted Harry Potter from a distance, confirming that he was indeed the bespectacled boy he had seen at the robe shop. His purpose was to draw Harry into their little group. Of course, the paramount goal was for the famous Harry Potter to become his friend and, ideally, heed his counsel. Such an association would undoubtedly elevate his own status. However, considering that Harry was acquainted with Qin, Malfoy thought it prudent to lower his expectations. Merely becoming friends would suffice. Subsequently, the trio of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle knocked on the door of Harry Potter's compartment. Despite recalling Qin Yu's admonition to be more civilized, Malfoy remained insufferably arrogant upon encountering Harry and Ron, even mocking the Weasley family's poverty. Naturally, Harry's disdain for Malfoy intensified. The thought of being friends was laughable. Had he possessed any magical skills? He might have resorted to physical confrontation, for Malfoy's jibes at Ron left Harry seething with indignation on behalf of his friend. Thus, not only did Malfoy fail to forge a friendship with Harry Potter, but the tension between them escalated significantly. "Ouch, my stomach hurts. It must be that bean," Goyle lamented, clutching his abdomen. "Me too," Crabbe echoed, also holding his stomach. At that moment, Malfoy's own belly began to grumble ominously. Consequently, the once arrogant trio of Malfoy departed the compartment in utter disarray. "Ha ha, ha ha." This elicited hearty laughter from Harry and Ron, while Adam, who had always been somewhat overlooked, slowly lowered his slightly raised hand, murmuring to himself, "What a trio of noisy fellows." The train sped along, flanked by vast mountains, rivers, forests, and meadows, with the occasional Muggle village passing by. The young wizards aboard the train engaged in lively conversation, sat quietly in contemplation, or admired the scenic vistas, all eagerly awaiting their destination. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Hermione ultimately failed to assist Neville in locating his toad. Fortunately, after a brief moment of sorrow, the chubby boy temporarily forgot about his plight and indulged in the delightful treats Qin Yu had offered him. Once they had seen off the little fellow, the two were finally free from interruptions, as their fellow travelers busied themselves with various preparations for their impending arrival. Qin Yu and Hermione donned their respective wizarding robes. Upon seeing Hermione transform into an adorable little witch once more, particularly with her chin raised in a proud demeanor, Qin Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and could not resist the urge to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Such a delightful visage was truly irresistible. Had they been at home, such a gentle pinch would merely be the beginning of his affections. At worst, he might recite a poem. "Any more pinching, and my cheeks will swell," Hermione protested, somewhat displeased. "I barely applied any pressure," he retorted. "Then let me try pinching you." "Bring it on. Just don't move." "Ouch. I certainly did not apply that much force." "Is that so? Then allow me to be gentler and try again. Don't dodge. Dodging would be foolish." "Huh. You'll not escape my grasp." In a moment of unsteady footing, the young girl fell into Qin Yu's embrace and decided to rest there for a while. All right. Discussing writer's block may seem overly vague and perfunctory. In truth, it pertains to the interactions of several key characters. I had initially underestimated the complexity, and it has caused me considerable distress for the past 2 days. I shall endeavor to clarify my thoughts and provide an update today. Enough said, everyone should rest early. A voice echoed through the carriage. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at its final destination. Please refrain from carrying excessive items. Simply leave your luggage on the train, and we will ensure it is transported to the school dormitories." Hermione stirred from her slumber, roused by this announcement, sleepily rising from Qin Yu's embrace. She blinked in confusion and murmured, "Have we arrived so soon? Is there any other possibility? Are you not yet fully rested?" Qin Yu replied, gently smoothing a few disheveled strands of hair from her face. "I truly did not get enough sleep. I wanted to seek you out last night, but I feared you would send me away." Hermione admitted, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, ultimately letting out a yawn. Qin Yu never anticipated that the young girl had been so anxious last night that she could not sleep. However, as he reflected on his own feelings upon first arriving at Hogwarts last year, he realized that even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he had still been overwhelmed with excitement. If he felt this way, how much more so would Hermione, this little girl? All right, do not be nervous. Soon, Hagrid will take you across the lake to Hogwarts Castle. You have met Hagrid before. Once we arrive at the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony will commence. Just on the sorting hat and await your allocation, Qin Yu said, cradling Hermione's small face in his hands, explaining the process for new students. Gently rubbing her cheeks to help her wake up. Hermione nodded twice under his hands. Afterward, Qin Yu released her and went to gather some of his belongings. As for Hermione's luggage, it was neatly stowed away to be delivered to her room after the sorting ceremony. Ah, Hermione suddenly exclaimed softly. What is it? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. My robes are wrinkled, Hermione lamented, pointing to the creases on her long robe. After having changed into her robes, she had fallen asleep in Qin Yu's embrace, and her restless slumber had caused the fabric to become crumpled. As she tugged at the material in an attempt to smooth it out, the results were less than satisfactory. Let me take care of it, Qin Yu offered. Certainly. Qin Yu did not reach out to assist her in adjusting her clothing. Instead, he produced his wand and cast a simple spell. Instantly, Hermione's robe became smooth and pristine once more. Knowing a few essential household charms, isn't that an indispensable skill for a competent brother and friend? Qin, you are truly remarkable, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. As Qin elegantly cast her spell, one could only imagine that had she been at home, her admiration would have transcended mere verbal praise. Presently, she constantly reminded herself that she was soon to arrive at school. Thus, it was imperative to remain mindful of her demeanor and comportment, as well as her identity as a young sorceress. The train gradually came to a halt, and the wizarding students poured out from the doors, creating a bustling throng. First years, gather over here. First years, gather over here. Hagrid's voice resonated through the commotion. Qin Yu accompanied Hermione to greet Hagrid and exchanged a few words with Harry, Ron, and Adam. Harry and Ron appeared visibly anxious, as if uncertain about which foot to place forward, while Adam, in stark contrast, exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, he wore a gentle smile. His curiosity piqued as he glanced around. See you at school. Qin Yu waved to Hermione. Yes, see you at school. Hermione replied earnestly, nodding her small face. Harry, Ron, and Adam also waved goodbye to Qin Yu. Subsequently, he joined Elvis and the others, boarding the carriage drawn by the magnificent Thestrals, which glided along the shaded path by the lake, leading them back to Hogwarts ahead of schedule. During the journey, the group engaged in conversation about their summer activities, with Elvis expressing his gratitude once more for Qin Yu's guidance through his letters. Before long, they arrived at the castle. As they disembarked and walked down the long corridor, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped them all. Similarly, Qin Yu found himself enveloped in the memories of the past year spent at this magical institution, where every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every stone felt strikingly familiar, as if they were welcoming him back. However, many familiar faces were conspicuously absent. For instance, Charlie, who had graduated and ventured to Romania, and Professor Swindon, who had departed from Hogwarts in search of ancient relics, along with several other Gryffindor upperclassmen whose names eluded him, but with whom he had shared a pleasant rapport. In their stead were the eager first-year students poised to enter the school, while he himself had now assumed the role of their senior. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a poignant sense of transience. As Qin Yu wandered amidst his reflections, he followed the throng into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It was precisely a year ago that he and his fellow classmates were assigned to their respective houses by the Sorting Hat in this very place. Now, however, it was Hermione, Harry, Ron, and the other first-year students who filled the hall. Shortly after the upperclassmen settled at their respective house tables, the grand doors swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor, leading a procession of young wizards into the hall. Within the crowd, Hermione instinctively searched for Qin Yu's familiar figure upon entering. Her countenance immediately softened upon spotting him. Harry, too, couldn't help but glance in Qin Yu's direction after locating him, as he only knew Hagrid and Qin Yu in this vast assembly. Subsequently, the Sorting Hat would determine the houses to which each student would belong as Professor McGonagall read aloud from a scroll inscribed on parchment. One by one, The first-year students approached the stage for their house allocations. The first to step forward was a young girl named Hannah Abbott, upon whom the Sorting Hat swiftly declared Hufflepuff. Following her, more than 20 students were assigned to Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff in turn. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall called out, announcing Hermione's name. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness, akin to that of a father watching his daughter grow up. How absurd, he mentally scoffed. He observed as the young girl dashed onto the stage, took her seat, and had the Sorting Hat placed upon her head. With a slight pout and a few blinks, she awaited the verdict of the hat. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat swiftly proclaimed. Instantly, an expression of excitement and joy adorned Hermione's face. After removing the hat, she courteously bowed to Professor McGonagall, then turned and scampered back down the stage, making a beeline for the long table of Gryffindor. As she approached, she slowed her pace and gingerly settled into the vacant seat beside Qin Yu. The Gryffindor students greeted Hermione's arrival with enthusiastic applause, to which the young girl responded with a polite yet graceful smile. Adam Quinn. Following Hermione, it was Adam's turn to ascend the stage. Qin Yu couldn't help but glance at the stage. He felt an inexplicable sensation towards this boy, who bore an ordinary name, had an unremarkable appearance, and possessed a rather bland personality. Although this child lacked a significant presence, he repeatedly caught Qin Yu's eye, and his intuition suggested that this alone indicated something noteworthy. Of course, he also wondered if he was simply being overly cautious. After all, if the boy were truly suspicious, the system would surely provide some form of alert. Wait a moment. Why should I rely on the system for such guidance? Is it truly that dependable? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he quickly reminded himself that he was privy to the plot of the story. Aside from Voldemort and his Death Eaters, what other villains could possibly exist in this world? Moreover, Adam was so young, surely he couldn't be one of the Death Eaters? Perhaps I am merely being overly sensitive. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at himself. These fleeting thoughts quickly dissipated, and he redirected his attention to the stage. At that moment, the Sorting Hat was shaking its head and muttering to itself, evidently pondering how to allocate this little boy's fate. As everyone can see, a rather challenging situation has arisen here. The readers are already aware that Adam is undoubtedly problematic, which complicates the setup of many mysteries. The author must rely on other characters to narrate matters concerning Adam, a task that proves to be quite difficult for a novice like me. Furthermore, given the protagonist's intelligence, it is implausible that he wouldn't sense something amiss with Adam, yet he lacks an omniscient perspective. Consider this a subtle foreshadowing. In any case, it's quite a conundrum. Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin. You seem to fit in everywhere, and yet nowhere at all. You are the unexpected one. The Sorting Hat murmured in a somewhat perplexed tone. My apologies for the dilemma, Adam softly thought to himself. So, which house shall you choose, my good sir? The Sorting Hat surprisingly inquired with a hint of respect in its voice. I believe I shall go to Gryffindor. That house seems rather intriguing, Adam mused, casting a glance in the direction of Qin Yu. Indeed, Gryffindor often attracts a host of interesting individuals. Since this is your choice, then Gryffindor it shall be. After muttering a few words, the Sorting Hat announced the house's name loudly. Adam then stood up, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he removed the hat and walked towards the Gryffindor table. The students of Gryffindor welcomed their new member with enthusiastic applause. Who would have thought you were also a challenge for the Sorting Hat? Qin Yu lowered his hands, which had been applauding, and smiled at Adam, a fleeting glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. The so-called sorting conundrum refers to students for whom the Sorting Hat cannot reach a decision within 5 minutes, a scenario that is quite rare in history. Adam, however, took nearly about a minute, causing the Sorting Hat only a momentary dilemma, and thus he clearly did not fall into this category. Qin Yu merely borrowed the concept of the sorting conundrum for the occasion. Oh, Adam paused slightly at this, then smiled and remarked, perhaps the hat believes my talents are lacking, which is why it struggles to make a decision. There is no need to overthink it. The Sorting Hat cannot determine one's future. In any case, welcome to Gryffindor, Qin Yu encouraged. Thank you, Qin. Adam nodded in acknowledgement. Next, there appeared another individual who made the Sorting Hat ponder for quite some time before a decision was reached. None other than the chubby Neville Longbottom, who, without any surprise, was sorted into Gryffindor, our future swordmaster of Gryffindor. Nevertheless, the hat's hesitation was ambiguous. It was unclear whether it stemmed from Neville's sluggish reaction or an inability to foresee the trajectory of his future. Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable speed. The moment the hat was perched upon his head, it loudly proclaimed the name of Slytherin. Young Master Malfoy beamed with delight as he vacated his seat, making his way to the Slytherin table. When it was time for surnames beginning with the letter P, Harry Potter was summoned to the stage. The Sorting Hat wavered between Slytherin and Gryffindor regarding Harry's placement, anxiously glancing towards Qin and Ron, and casting a disdainful look at the haughty Malfoy's table. Harry whispered softly to the Sorting Hat, "Not Slytherin." "Oh, not Slytherin? Another who desires Gryffindor, I see. Why do I say another? Very well, very well. Since your desire is so fervent, then Gryffindor it is." The incessant chatter of the Sorting Hat culminated in its final decision. Harry Potter beamed with delight as he removed the hat and hurried toward the Gryffindor table, taking a seat next to Adam, directly facing Qin Yu. Due to the surname Weasley beginning with the letter W, Ron was among the last to be called. In such a high-stakes moment, the child was visibly anxious. His face contorted and hunched over as if beset by stomach pains. Fortunately, the Sorting Hat made its decision swiftly, unhesitatingly proclaiming Gryffindor's name. A perfectly ordinary outcome for a member of the Weasley family. At last, when the last student, whose surname began with Z, had been sorted, the annual sorting ceremony at Hogwarts came to a successful conclusion. Following this, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose to deliver the opening address. His words welcomed the new students, encouraged the returning ones, and expressed hopes for all students to advance their magical studies in the coming year, concluding with an invitation to indulge in the sumptuous feast prepared for the evening, along with a toast to the faculty. As his words settled, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the 4 long tables. Witnessing this spectacle, the first-year students erupted in astonished gasps. Even young Master Malfoy displayed a hint of joy. Hermione, although she had heard of such wonders from Qin Yu, still widened her eyes in amazement. Harry, needless to say, was once again awestruck by the marvels of magic. In contrast, second-year students like Jimmy and Wilson maintained a calm and composed demeanor, embodying the poise expected of upperclassmen. Open wide. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Hermione instinctively opened her mouth, only to have a tender and flavorful lamb chop thrust inside. After chewing twice and suddenly recalling the setting, the young girl froze in surprise. She closed her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment, cheeks puffed in embarrassment as she glanced at Qin Yu, seemingly conveying the message, "This is school, not home. Hurry up and eat. There is so much more." At his prompting, Hermione resumed chewing, for the lamb chops at Hogwarts were simply exquisite, and being a child, how could she resist the lure of such culinary delights? Once she swallowed, another piece was offered to her lips, and surrendering to the moment, she opened wide and took a bite, resolving not to waste the delicious food. Observing her enjoyment, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and offered her a piece of carrot, supplementing her with vitamins. "Miss Granger, this is Hogwarts, your home for the next 7 years. Must you be so reserved?" Qin Yu remarked, handing her a bowl of soup. Home. Sitting opposite Harry Potter, he lifted his head at the mention of the word home, his lips whispering it repeatedly, while an unusual glimmer sparkled in his eyes. He had initially intended to remain silent, yet he could not restrain himself, for the concept of home was something he yearned for profoundly. Qin Yu cast a glance at Harry and the several first-year students before raising his voice slightly, proclaiming, "Indeed, Hogwarts is your home. Therefore, dear younger students, your dining manners are rather too refined." As he uttered these words, he turned to the second-year students beside him, saying, "Jimmy, Wilson, demonstrate to them what the true dining style of Gryffindor entails." "Of course, since you insist," the two responded, having long grown weary of embodying the image of a dignified upperclassman. One seized a large chicken leg, while the other clutched a hunk of buttered bread, devouring it with unabashed voracity, their mouths glistening with grease. Qin Yu observed the somewhat overzealous performance of the two individuals, unable to suppress an awkward smacking of his lips. Nevertheless, the effect was quite commendable. The first-year students, witnessing the seniors' exaggerated antics, displayed eager expressions, ready to partake. Ahem, what are we all waiting for? Seizing the moment before the embarrassment could drive him away from the pair, Qin Yu earnestly addressed the freshman. "Ugh, I want to eat that fried potato. Please pass me a portion of the gravy. This roasted chicken is simply delectable." After all, they were merely children, and once unrestrained, they reveled in their freedom. Of course, few among them were as ravenous as Jimmy and Wilson, but Ron's eating style mirrored that of Jimmy quite closely. Observing the atmosphere enlivened among the first-year students, Elvis glanced at Qin Yu and thought it was perfectly normal to have him around. Meanwhile, Percy, the newly appointed class leader, nodded to himself. having gleaned some experience in fostering a lively atmosphere from Qin. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yu initially made his remarks simply because he found Hermione too reserved, and he could not bear to watch her, thus offering her a few pieces of meat and carrots. In any case, the dinner on the first day of school transformed into a bountiful and jovial affair. Even Adam, typically of a more subdued temperament, munched away like a hamster, diligently savoring a plate brimming with vegetables, particularly broccoli and pea shoots, to which he had a particular fondness. "Qin, I want to eat this. Qin, I want to eat that. Qin, I would like some juice. What's wrong? I feel a bit stuffed. It's quite uncomfortable. Then perhaps you should stop eating. But I haven't even tasted that little cake yet. Then take a break before you continue." The consequence of a certain little girl indulging in her feast was that she became quite full. However, as she was still in her developmental stage, consuming more food would only contribute to her growth, not to any excess weight. Qin Yu has reason to believe that, with such a diet, this girl will grow remarkably tall within a year. When summer vacation arrives and he returns home, the Granger couple is sure to be astonished. After dinner, the first-year students are escorted back to their respective dormitories by the male and female prefects of each house, while the upperclassmen return independently. The password for entering the Gryffindor dormitory this time is Dragon Dung. After Qin Yu and Elvis recited the incantation, the portrait of the fat lady swung aside, revealing an archway. Once they entered, they found themselves in the long-forgotten common room. A quick glance revealed no sign of Hermione, prompting Qin Yu to return to his dormitory. The room remained unchanged. The bed, desk, chair, and various trinkets atop the table were all just as he had left them. Even the air was suffused with the familiar essence of the castle, identical to what he remembered. These familiar objects rushed back to him, awakening memories of the past year and gradually guiding him back onto the path of life he had known before the summer break. After a brief tidying up, Jimmy, Wilson, and others settled onto the bed, sharing treats and toys they had brought from home, animatedly discussing the day's sorting ceremony. They teased the first-year students about their nervousness while donning the sorting hat, exuding a sense of pride and superiority as upperclassmen. Little did they realize that they had not fared much better the previous year. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yu's university life in his past existence. In this regard, whether Muggle or Wizard, the differences were minimal. At that moment, a second-year student from the adjacent dormitory peeked in and called out, "Qin, your sister is in the common room. She seems to be waiting for someone." The boy's face was aglow with a grin, and he raised an eyebrow at Qin Yu after delivering his message. Qin Yu struck the lad with a punch and uttered a casual thanks, before hastily departing the dormitory for the communal lounge. "I came to deliver a message. Yet I found myself on the receiving end of a blow. What kind of logic is that? Wouldn't you agree, Elvis?" The individual rubbed his shoulder while addressing Elvis, who was busy organizing his books. Upon hearing this, Elvis absent-mindedly touched his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. He yearned to articulate more, yet the name of this classmate eluded him. After all, a summer apart had rendered him momentarily forgetful of the name. "Very well. No matter. I must return to my own affairs and arrange my belongings. Wishing you a delightful new semester, Elvis." "Happy new semester," Elvis promptly replied. However, even after quite some time had passed since the person's departure, he still couldn't recall the name, as if some unseen force had ensnared his thoughts, preventing him from grasping that elusive name. As Qin Yu approached the public lounge, he caught sight of the young girl by the fireplace. She had chestnut hair, a crisp white shirt, and a scarf adorned in hues of red and blue, elegantly draped with a loose-fitting black robe. Between her gray-blue skirt and black thigh-high stockings, a pair of slender, fair calves were revealed. At that moment, those delicate limbs were rhythmically lifting and lowering on the empty space before the fireplace, revealing their owner's restless pacing, a subtle indication of her anxiety and impatience. After she had traversed the area a couple of times, she turned again, raising her exquisitely charming face, her eyes reflecting the image of a young Eastern boy who had just stepped into the lounge. A radiant smile blossomed on the girl's face, instantly dispelling her earlier agitation and impatience. Qin Yu remained silent, gently stroking the girl's chestnut hair, murmuring, "Just as I imagined." "What do you mean?" the girl asked, her gaze vacant. "Well, just like in my dreams. I dreamed of you appearing here, clad in a wizard's robe, just as you are now," Qin Yu responded slowly. "I feel the same." The girl lifted her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming affection. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu echoed her earlier question, looking into her eyes. "I had a similar dream, seeing you here, also dressed in a wizard's robe," she murmured, and her words trailed off abruptly. And then what? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Nothing much, just chatting and talking, the girl said. But as she spoke, she felt a strong arm encircle her, causing her body to uncontrollably fall against someone's chest. Is this how it is? The person asked. I want to tell you, the girl replied, nuzzling her small face against his chest. The tension and fatigue of the day washed over her, making her long for a peaceful slumber. However, the occasional footsteps of passing Gryffindor wizards jolted her back to reality, reminding her that this was not home. Yet, she reconsidered, recalling someone's words, Hogwarts is our home. Thus, a brief embrace should be permissible, especially since everyone was busy packing, and the lounge was relatively quiet. Considering the girl might be somewhat shy, Qin Yu embraced her briefly before gently releasing her, then took her small hand to find a place to sit and chat. Naturally, it was primarily Hermione who spoke, for she had encountered a multitude of experiences that day. The castle here was far more enchanting than she had imagined, with its expansive corridors and the magical domes of the halls, 100 times more beautiful than depicted in the books. I could hardly fathom what it would be like to converse with a talking hat, and the dinner was truly delightful. Encountering so many wizards at once made me feel somewhat anxious. Qin, were you nervous when you first arrived? She inquired. Well, to be honest, my most anxious moment was actually in your attic. Since that day, I have felt considerably less nervous, Qin Yu reflected. Really? The girl, resting her head on his shoulder, looked up in surprise, her eyes widening as she spoke. Did I frighten you that day? Observing her expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but tousle her hair playfully. Smiling as he replied, how could that be? Humph, if you dare say I scared you, I shall bite you, Hermione declared, scrunching her nose in a mock fierce manner. It seemed that her personality had grown increasingly lively and mischievous. Qin Yu certainly does not perceive this as a misfortune. After all, in life, happiness reigns supreme. However, her demeanor, well, it is rather unconventional. Qin Yu once again embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, how could you ever frighten me? The day I opened my eyes to see you was the most significant day of my existence. The words carried profound meaning, some of which were too intimate to share with others. Yet, even without grasping the entirety of the sentiments concealed within that statement, the young girl felt a profound joy. That day, too, marked the most momentous occasion of my life in this world. Not long after, as the students tidied their respective dormitories, an increasing number of young wizards began to gather in the communal lounge. Among them, 2 adolescents adopted a more composed and serious demeanor. The young lady, in particular, produced a schedule of classes, engaging in earnest discussion about the upcoming courses, showcasing her scholarly diligence and thirst for knowledge. Indeed, she was fervently anticipating those enchanting lessons in magic, especially transfiguration, as she found the transformations between objects both intriguing and challenging. Rumor had it that there was a renaming test on the dimensional wall. Might this book be retitled Harry Potter, since the day I arrived at Hermione's? If all goes as expected, there should be another chapter today. Henceforth, the frequency of sweet treats will be moderated, for one must be cautious not to overindulge. After all, this work is a fan fiction with a strong narrative focus, and the author must dedicate considerable effort to the main storyline. Every year, on the day of the new school term, Dumbledore, as the headmaster, places great importance on this occasion. He prepares an opening address, and when in high spirits, he even shares a joke he has pondered for several days. However, most find his humor rather perplexing, as the preparation time renders it overly profound and whimsical. This year was no exception. He did indeed tell a joke on stage, yet it seemed that no one recognized it as such. Nevertheless, such trivialities mattered little. The sight of those vibrant children sitting in the auditorium, brimming with anticipation and dreams, filled Dumbledore with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. It was this very satisfaction that had sustained him throughout the years. For, long ago, Dumbledore had defined his role as an educator rather than a great wizard, an ambitious figure, or a power broker, even though these aspirations were easily within his grasp, easily within reach, a perilous trap. His desire for such attainable things led to greater losses. It was only later that he realized that his true mission lay in undertaking the seemingly insurmountable task of nurturing innocent children into kind and courageous wizards, equipping them to face a world that may not be perfect with grace and composure. This endeavor was far from easy. Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult, as many children, tempted by power, succumbed to ambition and lost their way. After uttering the password, the door to the headmaster's office and living quarters swung open. Dumbledore entered, holding the sorting hat. At that moment, the room housed but one man, one bird, and one hat. The phoenix, Fawkes, had grown quite old, perched there motionless, seemingly dozing, offering no significant reaction to Dumbledore's return. "Oh, dear Professor Dumbledore, congratulations on acquiring yet another group of new students." The talking hat could not refrain from speaking first. "Now, tell me, among this year's children, who stands out as particularly special, with his long gray-white hair and beard?" Dumbledore settled into his chair and addressed the sorting hat upon the table. "Ah, undoubtedly Harry Potter, he is truly exceptional," the sorting hat replied, its laughter sharp and far from melodious. "You know, I am not inquiring about that child," Dumbledore remarked, his ancient eyes peering over his half-moon spectacles at the hat. "Then it must be Neville Longbottom. He may be somewhat muddled, but he is a child of great promise, destined to become a courageous Gryffindor wizard," the sorting hat proclaimed in a spirited tone, concluding with a flourish akin to an operatic aria. "My old friend, it seems you harbor concerns. Would you like me to remind you?" Dumbledore said softly to the hat. "Dumbledore, please refrain from divulging too much of what you know. Our existence differs from yours, and we too are beings deserving of reverence, of a higher order," the sorting hat stammered, its voice faltering towards the end. "Rest assured. This room is protected by spells against prying," Dumbledore reassured him. "Not sufficient," the sorting hat timidly replied, its tall crown shifting nervously as if searching for something suspicious. "Very well, I shall reinforce it," Dumbledore declared, waving his ancient, multi-segmented wand, and a powerful yet silent spell enveloped the area of the headmaster's office. Thereafter, neither this world nor those beyond it could ascertain what transpired within or what was discussed. After parting ways with Hermione, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory, taking a considerable amount of time to rid himself of the lingering illusion of that scent at the tip of his nose. Gradually, his thoughts began to settle as he reflected on the events of the day, particularly those that unfolded in the Great Hall. At the conclusion of the feast, Dumbledore had, as anticipated, mentioned a matter of significance: the prohibition of students from accessing the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor. Qin Yu was aware that there lay the obstacles set by Dumbledore to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and the very first challenge was the three-headed dog, Fluffy, belonging to Hagrid. Well, he did play a part in this affair. After all, it was he who had contributed his own money to assist Hagrid in acquiring the creature. The Philosopher's Stone is widely known as the ultimate alchemical creation, possessing the extraordinary ability to transmute lead into gold and concoct the elixir of immortality. Most significantly, it is the object of Voldemort's desire, the key to his resurrection. Qin Yu harbored a genuine desire to engage in a meaningful conversation with Dumbledore, urging him to exercise caution regarding a certain suspicious professor who might resort to any means necessary to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, having made his decision during the summer, he found himself unable to act upon this wish. He couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration akin to being ensnared by a system. In addition to the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, Qin Yu pondered another concern: Professor Swinton. After the banquet concluded, he sought out the leisurely departing Snape to inquire about any news regarding Professor Swinton. "I received a letter from him not long ago," Snape replied. "He mentioned he was traveling to Egypt to explore an ancient site, and since then, I have heard nothing further." After relaying this, Snape seemed to recall something and continued. "Oh, he asked me to convey his wishes for a pleasant new semester to you." As he uttered this last phrase, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the exact words from Professor Swinton's letter were, "Severus, I shall forego writing directly to Qin. Please inform him of my current situation and extend my wishes for our brother to enjoy his new semester." The use of the term brother was clearly intentional on Swinton's part, as he was far enough away not to fear Snape's wrath. Having not seen Professor Swinton for an extended period and lacking substantial updates on his whereabouts, Qin Yu couldn't shake off the concern that arose from recalling Swinton's occasional expressions of melancholy before his departure. Given that Professor Swinton was currently traveling, it seemed unlikely he would have a fixed address, leaving Qin Yu unable to write to him proactively. He could only await the arrival of the next letter. As thoughts of Professor Swinton's potential circumstances and his unspoken secrets occupied his mind, Qin Yu gradually drifted into slumber. On the very first night of Qin Yu's return to Hogwarts, in a mysterious district of Paris, a tall man sat in a bar, indulging in drink. He was the very Professor Swinton that had occupied Qin Yu's thoughts before sleep. To be precise, his visage and physique mirrored those of Professor Swinton. Yet he was not Swinton. "Ian, will you not buy me a drink?" a blonde woman perched beside him inquired. "It would be my pleasure," he replied with a radiant smile, though his gaze lingered intently upon the woman's alluring upper form, a look both bold and teasing. The woman exhibited no sign of displeasure. Instead, she returned his gaze with a flirtatious smile, her voice sultry as she said, "I inquired about your matters, and they are quite eager for your participation. However, you must make a trip to North America. A certain Gellert Grindelwald is currently in New York." "Thank you, Camille," he responded with a smile. "Is it truly as simple as merely saying thank you?" The woman pouted playfully, feigning dissatisfaction. "What is it that you desire, then?" The man gazed intently at the woman once more. Naturally, the woman, extending her hand adorned with crimson nails, gently traced her fingers across his face. Soon, the man departed the bar alongside the woman, a place accessible only to wizards. This man was none other than Ian Stanley. Possessing the appearance of Stephen Swinton, yet embodying a personality distinctly his own, one unburdened by the constraints that typically govern desire. On this enchanting Parisian night, where the darkness enveloped the city like a silken veil, Professor Stephen Swinton, former Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had recently returned from a visit to his ancestral home by the River Devon in Yorkshire before setting forth for Egypt. After a period of exploration in Egypt, he identified his objective and followed the currents of the Nile, arriving at an ancient pyramid concealed from the Muggle world, where he ventured inside. Within that ancient edifice, a series of events transpired, leading him to emerge solely as Ian Stanley. At this moment, moonlight streamed through the large glass windows, illuminating the medieval-style bedroom. A delicate, pale arm rested upon his broad, sturdy chest, belonging to a figure whose cheeks still bore a rosy hue, now lost in slumber. Yet, Ian's eyes, aglow in the moonlight, sparkled with an unsettling brilliance, reflecting the ambitions and desires he could no longer contain. "I shall not be a fool, merely a teacher who entertains children," he whispered coldly. Emerging from that pyramid had liberated him from his greatest shackles, as if he had been reborn. Subsequently, driven by an instinctive wariness, he did not linger long in North Africa but returned to Europe, visiting the magical institution they had once attended, Beauxbatons. Within the halls of that school, numerous bittersweet memories resided. Undoubtedly, in the recesses of that man's consciousness, there were moments worthy of remembrance. For instance, the girl named Apollon, who by now must surely be a woman. In his recollection, she possessed an exquisite visage, golden locks cascading around a slender figure that seemed to radiate a silver aura. The youthful Stephen Swinton had been deeply infatuated with her, while the Ian Stanley hidden within the depths of his consciousness mocked him as merely ensnared by enchantment. For the girl bore the alluring lineage of her mother. Eventually, due to a ridiculous sense of inferiority or other reasons, that man allowed the girl to slip away from his grasp, soon receiving word of her marriage. Reflecting on it now, one cannot help but feel a pang of pity for the young Stephen upon hearing such news. "Ah, what a lamentable fellow he was." In his heart, Ian silently remarked. It was on the very day of his return to the Booth Barton School of Magic that he encountered a girl on campus who bore an uncanny resemblance to Apollon. The girl possessed a similarly exquisite visage, golden locks cascading down her slender figure, exuding a captivating charm that belied her tender age. She was, in essence, a mirror image of Apollon. Particularly upon gazing into her striking azure eyes, Ian found himself momentarily entranced, a fleeting daze overtaking him. This bewilderment, however, was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of fear and anger, for he believed such a reaction was more befitting of Stephen than himself. Thus, on the day of his departure for Booth Barton, he resolved to leave, setting aside even his initial intentions to confront certain individuals. Ferrum? As that name crossed his mind, Ian involuntarily uttered it aloud. The resemblance was astounding, overwhelmingly so. That damn exquisite face, that damn golden hair, that damn slender figure. Ian's fury reached a boiling point. He turned to the woman beside him, who had been peacefully slumbering, and rose in indignation. Startled by his movement, she could not help but voice her complaint. "Be quiet," Ian roared, his voice erupting from deep within his chest. The moonlight remained untouched in its brilliance, gently illuminating the room. Yet the inhabitants found themselves engulfed in confusion and fury. Humans often yearn to be merely themselves, yet they dread becoming others, unaware that they have never truly been just themselves. The following day, Ian Stanley awoke with renewed vigor, enjoying breakfast. Then, under the gaze of the beautiful witch named Camille, whose eyes shimmered like pools of water, he departed from this abode, leaving Paris behind. He sought to carve out a path uniquely his own. Emerging from the ancient pyramid, he resolved to achieve something significant, regardless of the light or darkness it entailed. Thus, he journeyed across Europe in search of an opportunity. However, in recent years, Voldemort had faded into obscurity, and the Death Eaters had become pariahs, prisoners of their own making. Naturally, Ian would not choose to align himself with them. In the wizarding district of Paris, he caught wind of intriguing news regarding G.A., the army of Grindelwald. This faction had taken root and flourished within a year in Brazil and the Americas, becoming a source of considerable concern for the local Ministry of Magic, even beginning to spread into Europe. This was precisely the opportunity Ian craved. Hence, he enlisted Camille's assistance in gathering intelligence, for he was far more adept in matters concerning women than Stephen. Now that he was aware that the G.A. leader, Gellert Abernathy, was in New York, North America, he felt compelled to meet him. He believed he was the very person they needed, just as they represented the capital and soil he sought. As a poem from the East eloquently states, his journey would be akin to the autumn wind meeting crystalline dew, surpassing countless encounters in this world. If we elevate our gaze and shift it eastward from Paris, we would behold the majestic mountain range known as the Carpathians, the eastern extension of the Alps, serving as the backbone of the nation called Romania within our line of sight. At a certain bend in this semicircular range, there lies a relatively open expanse of hills and meadows. If we were to suddenly lower our gaze here, and if fortune favored us, we might catch sight of one or two soaring dragons. Of course, this presupposes that we are not muggles and can see through the illusions cast by wizards in this realm. Indeed, this is one of Europe's most renowned dragon sanctuaries, the Romanian Dragon Reserve. A young wizard with fiery red hair has just been appointed as a fire dragon researcher here. Charlie, that little rascal has gone missing. Let us split up and search for him. A burly wizard with a thick beard grumbled as he entered a wooden cabin. All right, Benny. I'll join you as soon as I finish this letter. The young wizard in the wooden cottage replied. After uttering these words, he inscribed his name at the end of the letter, Charlie Weasley. The salutation of the letter read, Dear Qin. Indeed, this individual was none other than Charlie Weasley, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had just graduated from Hogwarts. In recent days, Charlie had calculated the commencement date of the new term at Hogwarts and decided to pen a few letters to his former classmates and friends, among whom was Qin Yu. Once he had placed the letter into a brown paper envelope and addressed it, Charlie summoned an owl to deliver the letters collectively. Of course, this owl would not fly directly to England. It would require several transfers before ultimately reaching Hogwarts. Charlie need not worry about that, as he had already paid the postage of a silver sickle. Having completed these tasks, he stepped out of their resting wooden cabin in search of the little creature, if a dragon towering over 3 meters could be deemed a little creature. Before long, he discovered the dragon amidst a rugged canyon. However, he was taken aback to witness a girl, with a single punch, send the 3-meter dragon flying. She was a not particularly tall young woman with raven hair, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, clad in a striking red outfit. Her long black hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, as she leapt and delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's head. Charlie felt as though a colossal hammer had struck a wooden post, the sound of the impact reverberating through the valley and sending shivers down his spine. Is that your dragon, the one with red hair? The girl inquired, lifting her chin to look at Charlie. Yes, that's my dragon, Charlie instinctively responded. But he quickly shook his head. Well, it's not exactly mine. I'm just a researcher. A researcher? How complicated. Anyway, it stole my food, so I hid it. That aligns with your rules, right? She asked. Charlie, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. Good. Then, the girl affirmed, and they both lapsed into silence, accompanied only by the soft whimpers of the little dragon. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Charlie Weasley. May I inquire your name? Charlie mustered the courage to ask. Oh, I'm Pusey. The girl replied. Pusey what? I mean, what is your full name? Charlie continued, finding her amiable demeanor adorably endearing. My name is simply Pusey. Pusey is Pusey, she clarified, believing her explanation to be sufficiently clear. Very well, Pusey, it is a pleasure to meet you. Charlie relinquished his inquiries, for, in comparison to her extraordinary ability to effortlessly send that little dragon flying, her lack of a surname seemed rather mundane. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Charlie invited the girl named Pusey back to his humble wooden abode. Perhaps it was simply because he could not bear the thought of such a diminutive and adorable girl attempting to tackle a wild boar, the very creature she had protected from the dragon's jaws. Let us momentarily transcend the boundaries of reality before delving into the matters of academia. Alas, I find myself somewhat ensnared in a creative quagmire. I've contemplated numerous plot points, yet the continuity and narrative flow elude me. Nevertheless, I shall proceed with my writing at a leisurely pace, striving to maintain coherence. Now, is it overly presumptuous of me to seek gifts? Ahem. If it is convenient for everyone, perhaps you might bestow upon me some of those delightful little gifts? As the saying goes, a penny from you and a penny from me allows the author to flourish, and with $1 from you and $1 from me. The world is filled with love. The encounter between Charlie and Pusey is but a nascent chapter. This second son of the Weasley family had not anticipated what the future might hold with this girl. He instinctively sensed that she was no ordinary individual, and engaging with her could not possibly be detrimental. After all, anyone capable of dislocating a little dragon's jaw is hardly trivial. Moreover, he believed he possessed some culinary skills inherited from his mother, Molly Weasley, which would prevent him from watching in horror as the young girl gnawed on raw, bloody meat. When Pusey tasted the roasted wild boar chop that Charlie had prepared, her eyes widened in delight, and as she savored each bite, she mumbled effusive compliments about his culinary prowess. Delicious. From now on, you must make this for me every day. I'll hunt the wild boar. I want to eat your roasted meat for a lifetime. The girl's words left Charlie blushing profusely, and he was acutely aware that Pusey was oblivious to the deeper implications of her statement in certain contexts. Not a problem. Charlie cleared his throat, responding to the girl. Well, cooking is quite simple. Take your time eating. I'll brew you some tea. A friend of mine, who is quite large, taught me that after consuming meat, tea can soothe your stomach. As he spoke, Charlie placed a kettle on the stove to boil water. Tea? I've never had it before. Thank you. The girl squinted her eyes in appreciation and continued to devour the roasted meat. Watching her relish the meal brought an involuntary smile to Charlie's lips. What a peculiar yet vibrant girl she is, he mused. He then regretted having sent his letters too early. Had he delayed, he could have included the incident of meeting Pusey in his correspondence. That lad Qin would surely be eager to hear about such extraordinary occurrences, as he always possessed a unique perspective on matters. Reflecting on this, Charlie found himself nostalgic for his days at Hogwarts. Those were truly unforgettable memories. Allow me to treat you to some meat. A hearty meal will surely elevate your spirits. The girl suddenly presented Charlie with a succulent rib, her expression earnest. She must have noticed that the red-haired boy's mood had taken a sudden downturn. Thank you. Charlie accepted the tender piece of meat and, after a moment's hesitation, mimicked the girl's actions and began to gnaw at it. To his surprise, indulging in such a hearty feast did indeed lift his spirits considerably. As the water boiled and the tea brewed, each held a cup, the girl cradling hers with both hands, gently blowing on the steam rising from the surface. She sipped the unique beverage, bitter at first but yielding a sweet aftertaste, her eyes curving into crescent moons of delight. Charlie observed her clumsy yet joyous demeanor, his gaze softening gradually. Life at Longcheng seemed less dreary now. The encounter between the eternally single Charlie Weasley and the wild yet endearing girl, Pusey, resembled a meteor crashing to Earth, seemingly serendipitous, yet shrouded in an inescapable fate. Of course, neither party was aware of the machinations of destiny at play. They simply reveled in the joy of their initial meeting, one delighted by the act of eating meat, the other by the sight of her companion enjoying it. As the saying goes, a small tree takes 10 years to grow into shade, and the vicissitudes of life cannot be counted merely in years. All that transpired here serves as a prelude. We shall set this aside for now and await what follows. Next, let us catch up with Charlie's letters. Riding on the wings of owls, undergoing a series of magical deliveries, and eventually transferring to another owl, finally arriving at the magnificent Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At this moment, Hogwarts was bustling with the excitement of the first week of the new academic year. The outside world's disturbances seemed to have been kept at bay by an invisible hand, leaving the entire campus alive with energy. Among the older students, there was an unmistakable restlessness following the holiday, while the first-year students buzzed with curiosity and audacity. Among the older students were Fred and George, the mischievous twins, who attempted to persuade Professor Quirrell to remove his garlic-scented turban, only to find themselves penalized with 10 points for their trouble. In the first-year cohort, Harry, Ron, and Adam frequently found themselves chastised by the ever-watchful Argus Filch for appearing in forbidden corridors. Despite their explanations of merely having taken a wrong turn, Filch was relentless in his reprimands. Unlike the Weasley twins, second-year student Qin Yu was not prone to reckless antics. Nor was Hermione the typical first-year student, easily lost in the labyrinthine corridors and staircases of Hogwarts. The reason for Hermione's rapid acclimatization to Hogwarts layout was simple. She had a competent guide. I have already taken you to our usual classrooms, the herbology greenhouse, the practical rooms, and the storerooms, as well as to the staircases and doors that might suddenly change direction or vanish. Pay close attention. And if you happen to lose your way, do you recall what I advised? Qin Yu instructed, pointing at a rudimentary layout map, and as he finished, he turned to Hermione. Stay put and whistle. Hermione spoke solemnly. Indeed, quite right. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The whistle Hermione referred to was no ordinary whistle. It did not emit a loud sound. Rather, it was crafted from a unique alchemical material. When blown, it would resonate with another piece of the same alchemical substance that Qin Yu carried, allowing him to be instantly aware if Hermione found herself in trouble and to roughly sense her location. This particular material had been entrusted to Qin Yu by Professor Swinton before his departure, and he had spent the better part of a summer contemplating how to forge it into a warning whistle. In any case, he had only just completed it after the school term commenced, equipping Hermione with it and instructing her on its use. At that moment, during breakfast, diligent owls fluttered into the hall, bearing an assortment of letters and packages, dropping their burdens with a soft thud. The white owl belonging to Qin Yu dropped a letter into his hands. Upon receiving the letter, Qin Yu instinctively looked up and scanned his surroundings, as if searching for something. However, he soon shrugged off the thought with a self-deprecating smile, realizing he might be overthinking it. Lately, he had occasionally felt a gaze upon him, yet he could not discern its source. Could it be that, as the protagonist, I am being observed by higher beings? A peculiar thought crossed his mind. While pondering such oddities, he opened the letter. It was from Charlie, who shared snippets of his life in the Romanian Dragon Preserve, which seemed rather intriguing. He even invited Qin Yu to visit someday. After a cursory glance at the letter, Qin Yu turned to Hermione, who was peeking over curiously. A dragon preserve? Are there really dragons there? Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a camera, so he couldn't send any photographs. Otherwise, we would surely see him posing with a fire dragon, Qin Yu replied with a hint of resignation. After all, in his previous life, he had access to his smartphone with millions of pixels, allowing him to capture whatever he desired. Now, it was not so convenient. Even taking casual snapshots for his sister or girlfriend required seeking out classmates with magical cameras. Alas, it was already 1991, and Mr. Qin had yet to record a single video. After breakfast, they parted ways for class, with Qin Yu and Hermione heading in different directions. Just as they approached a corner of the hallway, the young girl turned back and waved at Qin Yu, her face radiant with a bright smile. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yu noticed Hermione's roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, whispering to one another, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush a deep red. After exchanging a few words with her friends, she turned and dashed away. Watching the charming young witch disappear around the corner, Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk, collecting his thoughts before joining Elvis and the others on their way to the second-year classroom. Meanwhile, in the direction Hermione had taken, a stern-faced professor clad in a black robe with long hair entered the underground classroom. Happy Children's Day. Assuming this chapter was released yesterday on Friday mornings, the first-year students attend potions class. Today, Professor Snape, the potions master, is in a particularly foul mood. Two individuals are the source of his discontent, both of whom are students from Gryffindor. The first is Harry Potter, whose visage bears an uncanny resemblance to that of his father, James Potter, evoking unpleasant memories of his youth when he was tormented by James. The second is Hermione Granger, who possesses an unwavering determination akin to that of her brother Qin, incessantly striving to dismantle certain norms. In the case of the former, Snape silenced him with a series of remarkably simple inquiries, yet Harry attempted to argue and defend himself. Should such a student remain unrestrained, there is a risk he might evolve into a second James. Thus, Snape deemed it justifiable to deduct a point from Gryffindor. As for the latter, Miss Granger, who eagerly raised her hand during Snape's questioning, was well aware of the answers, a fact that mirrored her brother's penchant for showmanship, which Snape found quite distasteful. However, considering that Hermione was Qin's sister, he hesitated to utter anything excessively harsh. Miss Granger, you may raise your hand while seated. I fear that should you stand, you might puncture the ceiling of this classroom, Snape remarked, observing the eager young girl with indifference. Understood, Professor Snape. I want to stand up to raise my hand next time, Hermione replied with a smile. Truly, she was reminiscent of Qin, rendering it difficult for him to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Due to the vexations inflicted by these two, Snape subsequently delivered a series of stern admonishments to the first-year students. This left a profound impression on the children, most of whom regarded Snape with immense trepidation, believing potions class to be the most detestable subject at Hogwarts. However, having gleaned insights about Snape's temperament from Qin's letters a year prior, Hermione did not share the same fears as her classmates. In fact, quite the opposite. She appreciated Snape's teaching style, which was succinct and direct, an embodiment of what a good teacher ought to be. Of course, her favorite instructor remained Qin, who elaborated on topics with great detail and often encouraged her with gentle pats on the head, recognizing her quick comprehension and ability to draw connections. Occasionally, he would regard her with a uniquely tender gaze and softly pinch her cheek. Ahem, now is not the time for daydreaming. One must remain focused. Hermione hurriedly calmed herself, striving to dismiss the memory of Qin's gaze and the sudden quickening of her heartbeat when her cheek was gently pinched. With unwavering focus, she stirred the thick liquid in the cauldron, observing the transformation of its colors, gradually pushing certain thoughts out of her mind. It became evident that without the interference of that particular individual, Hermione's progress in brewing the potion was both swift and commendable. She even had the presence of mind to stop the chubby Neville from prematurely adding the hedgehog spines into the boiling cauldron, thus averting a potential cauldron-melting disaster. Mr. Longbottom, you ought to express gratitude to the overly cautious Miss Granger for her timely reminder. Had you been a moment later, you would be covered in boils by now. Professor Snape glared sternly at the still-grinning Neville Longbottom. The chubby boy stood there, momentarily stunned, before quickly pouting and shedding tears, stammering, "Yes, I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I hope you learn from this and truly understand where you went wrong." After delivering this remark, Snape dismissed Neville from his attention. He then turned his gaze to Harry Potter, coolly stating, while Miss Granger was preventing him from making a mistake, "What were you doing, Mr. Potter?" "Huh." Harry was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Not only did you fail to remind him, but you also appeared indifferent afterward. Perhaps you found amusement in Mr. Longbottom's carelessness, even hoping for someone to err." "I did not." Harry attempted to protest. However, he was cut off by Ron, who quietly advised him that Professor Snape was ill-tempered and utterly unreasonable, often deducting points from George and Fred. "Professor." Hermione could not restrain herself from rising to speak. "Miss Granger, what do you wish to say?" Snape inquired, turning his attention to her. "I believe you should not so subjectively judge Harry's thoughts and deduct points from him," Hermione boldly asserted. "Oh, is that so?" Snape paused, fixing his gaze on the young girl as he continued, "In light of your challenge to the teacher's authority in class, I shall deduct 1 point from Gryffindor." He anticipated the girl might burst into tears, much like the chubby boy had moments before, hoping this would instill a sense of restraint in his classroom. As for how Qin would react upon hearing this, he deemed it entirely irrelevant. Hermione's eyes widened at Snape's words. She had not expected the professor to be even more formidable than she had imagined. Nevertheless, recalling Qin's assurance that there was no need to fear him, Hermione straightened her back and raised her chin, declaring, "Professor Snape, even if you choose to deduct my points, I shall stand by my earlier statement." "Very well, commendable courage. 1 more point deducted from Gryffindor." Severus Snape showed no sign of concession. Hermione pouted, her eyes instantly shimmering with tears. Yet, she resolutely suppressed her urge to cry. "I must tell Qin. I must inform him that he is mistaken. This professor is utterly unreasonable," Hermione fervently declared within her mind, taking deep breaths through her nose. Observing Hermione finally settle into silence, Professor Snape subtly raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved. With one troublesome student from the previous year, now 2 had arrived. Snape felt as though they were sent by Merlin as a form of punishment. Although Hermione was incensed by Professor Snape's unreasonable demeanor, she refrained from complaining excessively upon meeting Qin Yu, believing she could handle such trivial matters. After all, how could she possibly keep pace with Qin and emerge as a new academic prodigy at Hogwarts? She certainly did not wish to be remembered merely as Qin's sister, Hermione Granger. Her aspiration was that when others spoke of Qin, they would say, "Look, he is the Minister of Magic." Admittedly, this envisioning was somewhat unrealistic. Yet Qin often insisted she could one day become the minister, leading her to occasionally entertain the notion that she might indeed attain such prominence. "What thoughts occupy your mind? Is potions class not going smoothly?" Qin Yu inquired curiously, noticing her dazed expression as they shared lunch in the Great Hall. Since taking his seat, he had observed that the first-year students regarded Hermione with peculiar glances, while she occasionally seemed lost in thought. Considering Professor Snape's habitual demeanor, Qin could surmise the general circumstances. Fortunately, Hermione had managed to find a more suitable way to articulate her feelings regarding Snape's excessive strictness. "What do you mean by strict? He is simply unreasonable, deliberately targeting us," Harry exclaimed indignantly. "It seems you all have lost points as well." Qin Yu remarked with a shrug. Huh. The other first-year students turned their attention to Qin Yu. Naturally, aside from Hermione, none of them were aware that Qin had previously lost numerous points. Indeed, I lost a point during my first potions class, Qin Yu confessed candidly, observing their astonished expressions, with Harry displaying a mix of relief and excitement. Qin Yu, concerned that the children might stray off course, continued, however, my potion class performance is excellent. The points I lost were not due to a lack of diligence or poor grades. He briefly recounted the circumstances that led to his point deduction, which he had nearly forgotten until now. Now, let us discuss your matters. Subsequently, it was primarily Harry who narrated, with Ron providing supplementary comments, while Neville occasionally murmured apologies. And Adam nodded in agreement. By the conclusion of their discourse, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the surrounding first-year students gazed at Hermione with admiration. There was no denying that daring to confront a teacher of Professor Snape's notorious caliber in class was a manifestation of immense bravery. In that moment, Hermione had ascended to the status of a revered leader in their eyes. Hermione, feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny, glanced at Qin Yu and, biting her lip, stammered. I just expressed some of my thoughts. Qin Yu had previously advised her not to rush to showcase her abilities in Professor Snape's class, cautioning her about the professor's peculiar temperament. Yet, she had not heeded his counsel. Well done. To his surprise, Qin Yu patted her head and praised her with a smile. His earlier reluctance to let Hermione assert herself stemmed from a fear that she might be reprimanded by Snape to the point of tears. However, it had become evident that Hermione sorting into Gryffindor was a testament to her courage. Some things, he realized, were beyond his control, as she was indeed a young woman of strong convictions. Ultimately, Qin Yu was both astonished and gratified by Hermione's performance that day. He reflected that perhaps he had been overly protective of her, forgetting that Miss Granger was a formidable individual, at least on her path to becoming one. After all, she was destined to become the Minister of Magic. The thought of others introducing him as the brother of the Minister of Magic was indeed a source of pride. Qin Yu's unwavering support and encouragement brought a radiant smile to Hermione's face, instilling in her the belief that she could persevere until the very moment she would incur a penalty of 5 points before conceding defeat. Meanwhile, those around them found the preceding topic utterly tedious. Just look at this. We are denouncing Professor Snape, yet you are unabashedly indulging in displays of affection? Is this the Ministry of Magic? Such inhumane treatment of the heartbroken goes unchecked? Many in the vicinity harbored similar sentiments. With gratitude, I acknowledge the inspiration capsule and the gifts bestowed by the esteemed readers, particularly the one from the branches of Yutei Mountain. Thank you to every reader for their thoughtful contributions, encouragement, and feedback. How foolish. Snape cast the shield charm, deflecting the long sword wreathed in eerie blue flames, and with another incantation sent the offensively unguarded Qin Yu soaring through the air. The latter fell heavily to the ground. Again, Qin Yu rose, leaning on his sword, and wiped the corner of his mouth as he spoke. As night descended, Qin Yu and Professor Snape returned to the room of requirement to resume the practical combat training that had been interrupted for 2 months. Qin Yu expressed his desire to wield that sword, acknowledging his inferiority to Professor Snape and hoping to experiment with a different weapon. Snape acquiesced, and thus, Qin Yu launched a fierce assault upon him. Despite Professor Snape's adeptness in magic, he found himself somewhat beleaguered by the techniques Qin Yu had honed against the basilisk. The young man, relying on the professor's restraint, fought with reckless abandon, prioritizing offense over defense. Your inner tranquility is insufficient. What purpose does such training serve? Professor Snape remarked coldly. If the lily in your heart were to be bullied, would your soul remain at peace? Qin Yu retorted, sword in hand, facing Snape with a somber gaze. At this, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Snape's eyes as he clenched his fist. Focus, Professor. Qin Yu taunted provocatively. Very well. Snape suddenly raised his wand before him, and, with a decisive gesture, bowed earnestly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his entire being brimming with heightened vigilance. As long as he wasn't facing a formidable threat, he believed there remained a glimmer of hope for his survival. Half an hour later, Qin Yu, battered and bruised, leaned against Professor Snape's back. Snape's attire bore several tears, and a wound marred his face. The two sat on the ground, back to back, panting, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Harry will despise you. Qin Yu eventually broke the stillness weakly. Did Hagrid inform you of my circumstances? Snape, rather than responding, unexpectedly inquired. Not entirely. You are aware that I have my ways. Qin Yu preferred not to elaborate further. I heard from Hagrid that you went with him to fetch that child. Snape continued his questioning. Indeed, we retrieved him from a rocky island. Rather extravagant, wouldn't you agree? The Dursleys are neither particularly kind nor excessively cruel to him. However, you know how it is with children. An adverse environment can lead to a stifled existence. Qin Yu remarked, hinting at deeper implications. It seems you are acquainted with quite a bit about me. Snape discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Yu's words. After all, his own childhood was far from idyllic. One could even describe it as wretched. Fortunately, in the vicinity of Spinner's End, he encountered a girl named Lily Evans, who possessed long, deep crimson hair and striking bright green eyes. Most importantly, she was a remarkably kind soul, and the time spent in her friendship constituted the happiest moments of his life. Regrettably, he alone had brought about its ruin, losing her forever. Is it not quite natural to inquire about your past? I genuinely regard you as an elder brother, Qin Yu stated earnestly. Do not attempt to provoke me again. I have no desire to tend to your wounds once more, Snape replied, his tone laced with a chilling finality. Ahem. Then please treat Hermione with more kindness in the future. Qin Yu shifted the topic. Indeed, you are quite the informant, Snape remarked with a hint of amusement. No. She said nothing. However, I am well aware of your temperament, Qin Yu retorted. Have you rested enough? Let us continue. Professor, I believe we should conclude for today. Yet, I sense you possess ample energy still. Snape rose, addressing Qin Yu loudly. Pick up that ostentatious sword of yours. Must we proceed so swiftly? At least allow for another 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, please. Very well, I shall rise. But what incantation is that glowing green light indicating? Surely, you wouldn't strike lethally. Thankfully, the green light was merely a yellowish green, not the ominous shade of a fatal curse. Later that night, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore welcomed Snape to sit for tea, observing with keen interest the state of Snape's tattered robes and the 2 wounds on his face. Would you require assistance with that? Old Dumbledore gestured, a smile dancing in his eyes as he addressed Snape. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. However, I am capable of managing on my own, so there is no need to trouble you. Severus, Snape said solemnly, do you believe that child is presently capable of controlling himself? Dumbledore, returning to the matter at hand, replied with equal gravity, I cannot guarantee his complete self-control. However, I must admit that I have been rather stern today, and he did not resort to that power. Snape spoke candidly. Oh, it appears his progress is commendable, Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, his aptitude for magic is exceptionally high, and most importantly, he possesses an imagination that surpasses the ordinary. Indeed, imagination is paramount in the realm of magic, Dumbledore chuckled. It seems you hold him in high regard, Severus. I am merely observing and assessing him as per your instructions, Snape replied. Yes, I understand. Let us wait and see. I shall seek an opportunity to converse with the boy. Their discussion did not extend for long. After concluding their dialogue, Snape drained his cup of tea, rose slightly, and departed from the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore remained seated behind his desk, deep in contemplation. Voldemort, Grindelwald, the power feared by the Sorting Hat, he murmured to himself. Very well, I suppose a few more complications would not be unwelcome. As he spoke, Dumbledore suddenly produced an ancient wand and gently waved it toward the phoenix, Fawkes. Instantly, a long feather detached from Fawkes's tail, igniting in flames as it soared through the air. Fawkes lifted his eyelids, emitting a low, discontented trill. Do not be vexed. Old friend, we require your assistance, Dumbledore soothed. The phoenix let out another soft trill before closing his eyes once more, returning to slumber. Thanks to Professor Snape's healing, Qin Yu, though disheveled, bore no serious injuries. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, he found Hermione seated in the common room, engrossed in a book. At this late hour, she was the sole occupant of the space, evidently awaiting someone's return. Upon noticing the wounds on Qin Yu's face, the young girl furrowed her brow, her expression filled with concern. Really, it's not that serious, he reassured her. Just blow on it a bit, and I'll be right as rain. Qin Yu leaned closer, presenting his face. Hermione puffed her cheeks and gently blew a few breaths in his direction. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Indeed. The results are quite commendable. I possess an even more effective approach. Hermione gazed at him and softly replied. Before Qin Yu could inquire about the method, he felt a gentle peck on his cheek. Good night, exclaimed the girl, who had successfully executed her playful ambush, before swiftly vanishing from sight. As he gazed in the direction of her departure, Qin Yu touched his cheek, pondering to himself, has this girl, perhaps due to her classmates' admiration for her performance today, awakened some latent attribute? This seems rather overwhelming. Nevertheless, Qin Yu felt he could endure it. Lost in such thoughts, he departed from the common room and returned to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. On Saturday morning, the Quidditch pitch was reserved for Gryffindor. As the Quidditch team prepared for their first official training session of the school year, Hermione was quite exhilarated, eagerly waiting in the common room from dawn. Forcing herself not to glance at the chair where she and Qin had sat the previous night, nor to dwell on her actions from that evening. The more awkward you feel, the more awkward it becomes. The less awkward you feel, the less awkward it remains. As long as you remain unembarrassed, you truly shall not be. The young girl silently recited the mantra that Qin had once taught her. Though a bit convoluted, she had to admit it was indeed effective. Even when Qin had playfully poked her cheek when no one was watching, she managed to remain composed and feign ignorance of his intentions. Hermione, you've changed. Qin's voice echoed softly in her ear. I have not. I merely. Hermione blurted out. Oh, so you still remember what happened yesterday? Qin's voice resonated once more. I do not. I remember nothing. I did nothing yesterday, Hermione declared emphatically. Indeed, it seemed she had grown quite adept at playful evasion. Before Qin's voice faded, Hermione felt her hand firmly grasped by another, and her body was involuntarily drawn into a secluded corridor. She was well aware that Qin possessed an intimate knowledge of the school's layout. Qin, what are you planning to do? She inquired, glancing around to confirm their solitude. Oh, what did you do wrong? Qin Yu questioned. Let me think. It seems I need a little assistance in recalling, he continued. No. I remember now. Qin Yu chose that secluded corridor precisely because it served as a shortcut to the auditorium. After all, they were in a hurry to have breakfast. Moreover, it was only reasonable to take the opportunity, when no one was around, to teach a lesson to a certain bold young girl. One's familial standing must be cultivated from the little things, accumulating bit by bit. Of course, he merely reciprocated what she had done to him the previous night. His actions were far from excessive. Indeed, his approach towards Hermione has always been one of mild reprimand, aiming to cure rather than punish. At that moment, Hermione sat at the dining table, her cheeks flushed. She took a small bite of bread, pouting as she glanced at Qin Yu. She recalled the earlier incident when someone claimed to be obsessive-compulsive, insisting that both sides of her face deserved equal treatment, even though it was she who enjoyed being willful and had accused him of the same. Well, never mind, she thought, hastily returning to her breakfast. Hermione shook her head, trying to forget the earlier events and regain her composure. Otherwise, her cheeks would continue to feel warm. This tastes delightful. You should try it, Qin Yu said, extending a piece of meat roll towards her. Naturally, the young girl opened her mouth to take a bite, savoring the flavors as she chewed. With each morsel, her taste buds awakened, and her eyes began to sparkle with delight. Indeed, the taste was quite pleasing. She then eagerly looked towards Qin Yu's plate, anticipating a second offering. Can I fly for a while? I haven't experienced riding a broomstick yet, Hermione pleaded, tugging at Qin Yu's robe with her bright, watery eyes. Since the start of the term, she had yet to attend a flying lesson, which was said to commence next week. Not now, you've just eaten too much. Qin Yu gently ruffled her hair. It's your fault for insisting on feeding me so much, Hermione skillfully deflected the blame. You certainly didn't say that while we were at the table. Qin Yu gently pinched the cheek of a certain girl who was adept at shifting blame. Then, he mounted his flying broomstick and took off abruptly, stirring up a whirlwind of grass and leaves. Hermione gazed at the silhouette soaring through the sky, her eyes brimming with excitement, the corners of her mouth gradually curling upwards. At last, she beheld him flying above, not merely through a moving magical photograph. Reflecting on the past year, the countless moments spent at home awaiting Hogwarts' letter felt like a distant memory. At that time, she would visit the attic where he had stayed almost daily, lying on the small bed he once occupied, imagining what he might have been doing at that very moment, and whether he had ever thought of her during those times. Suddenly, it seemed as though time had swiftly whisked her from the past to the present, transporting her from that tiny attic to the expansive Quidditch pitch of this magical school, where she could gaze up and see him flying and chasing the quaffle. Would time also one day thrust her into a far-off future, where both she and he had grown into adults? Would he be by her side then? Contemplating this, Hermione felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over her, a panic and helplessness in the face of the relentless passage of time. For the first time in her life, this brown-haired girl began to ponder the significance of time, grappling with the uncertainties that accompanied its swift transition. Someone was calling her name from the sky. The girl looked up, and a figure approached rapidly. Before she could respond, a strong arm swept her up, and she found herself securely cradled in a familiar embrace. seated firmly at the front of the flying broomstick. "Are you ready?" The voice whispered gently in her ear. "Yes." She nodded, a mix of nervousness and anticipation coursing through her. Then, she was lifted into the heights. Feeling the fierce wind whip against her cheeks, Hermione strained to open her eyes, yearning to gaze down upon the earth below. However, upon opening her eyes, she quickly closed them again, wishing to savor the sensation of flying in his arms. Was this not akin to the fleeting passage of humanity through the river of time? With him by her side, everything felt so reassuring. Even though the winds high above were biting cold, his embrace was warm enough to shield her from the chill. "Qin, will we be together for a lifetime?" The girl mused to herself, gathering the courage to confront the passage of time. The first Quidditch practice of Gryffindor after the commencement of the school year proceeded rather smoothly, albeit with everyone being inundated with an abundance of romantic displays. "Isn't it a violation for Captain Wood to ride a broomstick in pairs?" Fred exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed. Can this be permissible?" George chimed in. At the mention of this, Oliver Wood, the newly appointed captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, shrugged helplessly and remarked, "While it certainly constitutes a violation during a match, clearly, this is not the time for competition. Isn't anyone going to address this? This is a serious disruption to the normal training order." The Weasley twins continued, their voices filled with righteous indignation. It was evident that Qin had adeptly fulfilled his training duties. If he wished to fly with his sister on the field, it was hardly unreasonable. Wood sighed, conceding, "It appears he is merely enjoying a brief moment with her." The twins, rendered speechless, recalled the last time they had felt this way was indeed due to Qin. "Forget it. What we don't see, we won't fret about." After watching for another minute, George and Fred walked away, their expressions sour as if they had just bitten into a lemon. After allowing Hermione to experience a brief flight, Qin gently set her down. "Are you happy now?" he inquired, casually smoothing her disheveled hair. Earlier, during practice, he had observed her kicking at the grass with her head down, appearing bored and despondent. Recalling her previous words, he had seized the opportunity during a training break to swoop down and carry her aloft for a few circles. "Actually, I wasn't unhappy. I was merely contemplating certain matters," Hermione said, pursing her lips. "Oh? What matters? Do they pertain to me?" Qin raised an eyebrow, adopting a teasing tone. "Yes, they do," Hermione replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. "Have you come to a conclusion?" Qin inquired with curiosity. I haven't fully grasped it yet, but I do have a direction now," Hermione mused, tilting her head thoughtfully before resolutely stating her newfound clarity. "That's good to hear," Qin nodded, refraining from pressing further, knowing that if Hermione wished to share, she would do so in her own time. He then furrowed his brow and addressed the young lady with mild dissatisfaction. "Dear Miss Granger, having practiced for so long, don't you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, Hermione broke into a radiant smile, her hands clasped behind her back, fingers intertwined. She bit her lip, rose onto her toes, and leaned in close to Qin Yu's ear, whispering softly, "You're so handsome, so impressive, so remarkable." Although her voice was barely audible, it effortlessly found its way to Qin Yu's ears, sending a tingling sensation across his scalp and causing his heart to flutter slightly. Surely, it was merely due to the proximity. The vibrations of her voice had triggered the mechanism of bone conduction, resulting in this peculiar feeling, Qin Yu reasoned within himself. Observing Qin Yu's serious demeanor and indifferent expression, Hermione felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she swiftly planted a peck on someone's cheek, reminiscent of the previous night. However, this time she did not immediately retreat but defiantly held her chin up, meeting Qin's stern gaze with her own. If it comes to it, I can always be taken to a secluded corridor, endure punishment, or satisfy his obsessive tendencies." Hermione mused with a sense of resignation. At last, after Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile, Hermione emerged victorious from this silent standoff. "Be good, after my training. Let us have a picnic by the cabin," Qin Yu remarked, patting the girl's head. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. The cabin, of course, referred to Hagrid's hut. It had been a week since the school term began, and taking advantage of the weekend, Qin Yu had arranged with Hagrid and others for a picnic there, which Hermione eagerly anticipated. As she watched Qin Yu immerse himself in training, chasing the red quaffle and the black bludger through the air, Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight and a certain indescribable sentiment. Instinctively, she pressed her lips together, savoring a faint salty taste that lingered, likely a remnant from where she had brushed against the sweat on his cheek. Rather than feeling disgusted or repulsed, she found herself oddly charmed by this unique, slightly salty flavor. Is my preference for this somewhat strange? Hermione mused, her cheeks warming as she quietly contemplated. Well, this is something to explore further later, for now. It is best to focus on observing Qin's training. She banished those thoughts from her mind and attentively watched Qin Yu, occasionally cheering and applauding to ensure he knew she was rooting for him. Not long after the Gryffindor Quidditch team resumed training, several first-year students rushed over upon hearing the news. Ron, why didn't you tell me earlier that Qin and the others are training today? Harry panted, catching his breath. I only heard it from George and Fred when I was looking for them. If I had known they were training this early, I would have been the first to arrive. Ron expressed his irritation. Comparatively speaking, he favored Quidditch far more than Harry did, at least for the time being. Harry, on the other hand, was primarily motivated by a desire to assess Qin's prowess and to gain a deeper understanding of this sport renowned within the wizarding world. Who are those individuals? Ron observed three familiar figures from a distance, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. It was Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Harry immediately recognized the trio, for he harbored a profound disdain for that golden-haired boy. This aversion likely stemmed from Draco Malfoy being the first peer he ever disliked, thus leaving a lasting impression. Just as Qin represented the first wizard of his age that he admired, marking a distinct significance in his life. It was truly disheartening. Ron shared no fondness for Malfoy either. After a brief discussion, Harry and Ron resolved to ignore the trio of Slytherins. Harry Potter? You actually dared to come to the pitch. I assume you have never even touched a broomstick. Malfoy's obnoxious, arrogant voice echoed from afar. My affairs do not require your explanation, Harry retorted, pausing to deliver his response. He felt that regarding this insufferable, golden-haired wizard with the same contempt he reserved for Dudley was sufficient, as their manner of speaking and intonation were strikingly similar. Be cautious of getting hit by a bludger later. Malfoy, true to form, responded with a huff, before finding something amusing to mock further. Ha. You probably don't even know what a bludger is, do you? This is our Gryffindor practice. What are you doing here? Ron boldly confronted Malfoy. This statement caused a flush to rise on the faces of Malfoy and his companions. This is the school pitch. We can come as we please. Besides, I am quite curious to see if Qin is truly as formidable as the rumors suggest, or if he is merely boasting. Malfoy finally found a reasonable justification for their presence. Then keep your eyes wide open and watch closely, Harry remarked as he and Ron turned to depart in another direction. The pitch was expansive. Since they mutually detested each other, it seemed prudent to maintain distance, out of sight, out of mind. Once they had put some distance between themselves and Malfoy, Harry ensured they were out of earshot before leaning closer to Ron and whispering, Ron, what is a bludger? Harry, are you serious? Ron replied, somewhat astonished. How could anyone not know what a bludger is? To be honest, I am utterly unaware of the number of participants in a Quidditch match, Harry remarked with a nonchalant shrug. In front of Malfoy, Harry was reluctant to reveal his ignorance regarding Quidditch, yet with Ron, he felt no such reservations and spoke candidly. Observing his companion's earnest demeanor, Ron finally acknowledged that Harry must not be lying. Clearing his throat, he began, well, allow me to enlighten you about the rules of Quidditch. There are 3 types of balls, the quaffle, the bludgers, and the golden snitch. So many? Harry was taken aback by the fact that the magical world sport had more balls than those in the Muggle realm. Isn't that rather normal? Surely, a group of people wouldn't just compete for a single ball, would they, Harry? Ron chuckled, finding Harry's question somewhat peculiar. In the Muggle world, there is indeed only one ball, whether it be in football, basketball, or table tennis, Harry shrugged in response. That truly is perplexing, Ron exclaimed, slightly astonished. Well, this highlights the differing perspectives of 2 children raised in distinct worlds. Just as Harry cannot fathom how a match can involve 3 balls, Ron struggles to comprehend how a group can compete over a single ball, especially without the ability to fly. A game constrained to running on the ground. What enjoyment could that possibly hold? Of course, as their knowledge and horizons expanded, they would inevitably gain a deeper understanding of the disparities between their 2 worlds. Like today, as Ron animatedly gestured while imparting a wealth of information about Quidditch, Harry began to grasp the essence of this enchanting sport. As Harry and Ron conversed while approaching the pitch, they noticed a girl shouting excitedly. Who else could it be but the formidable Hermione Granger? Since the potions class on Friday, first-year students had inadvertently elevated Hermione's status. A girl who relished answering questions and basking in the limelight might be perceived as somewhat annoying. Yet one who dared to challenge a teacher in class was regarded as a true warrior. Furthermore, with Qin backing her, Harry naturally held her in high regard, and Ron, Even more so, considering both of his older brothers were part of Qin's circle and that his school supplies were indirectly obtained through Qin. In summary, this intricate web of relationships fostered a profound respect for Hermione from both Harry and Ron. "Harry? Ron? You've come too," Hermione exclaimed upon spotting the approaching duo, greeting them with enthusiasm. Then, with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Where's Adam? Aren't you three inseparable?" "Adam is still asleep. It seems he has never quite had enough rest," Harry and Ron replied in turn. "I suppose he hasn't yet adjusted from the holiday schedule." Hermione, drawing from her personal experiences, boldly speculated that had it not been for Qin urging her to adjust her schedule before the semester commenced, she likely would have struggled to rise from her bed in the morning. Thus, the three of them gathered together, cheering for the Gryffindor Quidditch team during their practice. Soon, they noticed another trio, several dozen meters away, intermittently voicing their cheers. It was none other than the Malfoy trio, although Draco Malfoy was reluctant to shout. The sight of the bludger flying through the air, executed effortlessly by the beater, stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Quidditch, what a dream it is for so many boys in the magical world. At that moment, Malfoy finally grasped just how formidable Qin truly was. Naturally, he quickly became aware of the gazes from Harry Potter and his companions, compelling him to suppress his enthusiasm. When Qin, in tandem with another red-haired beater, executed the V-shaped double strike, Malfoy could not help but shout once more. The V-shaped double strike, also known as the V-turn double strike, involves the first beater striking the quaffle downward, while the second beater, positioned below, sends it soaring back upward, creating an unexpected V-shaped trajectory for attack. Such a maneuver is typically only witnessed in larger professional leagues, and Malfoy had only seen it a few times with his father. If only Qin were a senior from Slytherin, I would certainly seek his guidance on Quidditch techniques. Draco Malfoy mused. "Draco, what were you just saying?" Goyle inquired, perplexed. "Nothing. Gryffindor is truly fortunate to have someone like Qin," Malfoy replied with a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, such an exceptional Quidditch player should be with us in Slytherin." Crabbe lamented. "Everyone has worked hard. That will be all for today. The next practice will be scheduled for Wednesday afternoon after training," Captain Oliver would announce from above. With that, the team dispersed, gripping their broomsticks, leaning forward, and soaring off in various directions. Qin Yu, along with George and Fred, soared towards the location of Hermione, Harry, and Ron. "Qin, you are simply amazing. You are the most formidable batsman I have ever seen," Harry and Ron exclaimed excitedly as they approached. This left George and Fred feeling quite disgruntled, as their younger brother seemed to have forgotten that his two older siblings were also batsmen, completely disregarding them. Hermione looked on in exasperation as Qin was surrounded by two adoring fans, feeling momentarily unable to break through the throng. Just as the group was engaged in their lively conversation, three unwelcome young guests arrived, Draco Malfoy and his two lackeys. Upon arrival, young Malfoy solemnly declared that Qin was wasting his talents in Gryffindor, asserting that if he were Qin, he would rather drop out. "Well, it's a wonder you even want to stay in Slytherin," Harry retorted angrily. He felt immensely relieved that he had not chosen Slytherin. The thought of being in close quarters with Malfoy, even sharing a dormitory, was enough to drive him mad. "I was even talking to you. Besides, Harry Potter, do you think just anyone can get into Slytherin? Someone like you, akin to a mudblood, wouldn't he even be able to cross the threshold?" Malfoy sneered, finding himself increasingly vexed with Harry. Note, mudblood is a derogatory term referring to wizards of non-pure blood lineage. "That guy is always opposing me." Malfoy fumed inwardly. Even if the Sorting Hat were to place me there, I would refuse." His words almost made Harry chuckle, as he recalled that the Sorting Hat had indeed suggested Slytherin for him before. Naturally, Harry understood that such a confidential matter should not be casually shared, given its implications regarding the Sorting Hat and the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. "Now, Draco, don't you think it's rather audacious of you three little ones to speak so boldly in front of us Gryffindors?" Qin Yu addressed Malfoy in a remarkably calm tone. It was only then that Malfoy realized that apart from his trio, they were surrounded by Gryffindors, including one second year and two third years. He swallowed hard, feigning composure as he replied, "If you bully me, Professor Snape will surely deduct points from your house." Qin Yu laughed. He turned to the Weasley twins and inquired, "George, Fred, how many points did I lose last year?" "Quite a few, I believe." "Too many to recall accurately," the twins replied with a feigned lack of memory. "So, do you think I am afraid of losing points to Professor Snape, Jr.? As Qin Yu spoke, he gestured towards Malfoy and his companions. Malfoy was taken aback, not anticipating that Qin would be such a problematic student with numerous demerits. Oh, I recall an occasion when I lost points for pursuing your second-year student, Jerome, with a sword regarding this matter. I wonder if Jerome mentioned it during your freshman orientation or any other gatherings. Qin Yu continued. Malfoy's already pale face turned even whiter with fear. He had heard whispers of Jerome's apprehension towards Qin, but he never imagined that he had been on the receiving end of Qin's wrath. We should leave, Malfoy stammered, feeling increasingly endangered as he beckoned Crabbe and Goyle to hastily depart. Initially, they dared not move too quickly, fearing that their commotion might provoke the fierce Gryffindors. However, after a short distance, Malfoy could no longer endure the rising terror within him and broke into a run, accelerating as he went. Haha, this is hilarious. George and Fred laughed heartily, to the point of tears. Harry and Ron, however, were left utterly bewildered. Qin, is everything you said true? Harry finally could not restrain his curiosity. He thought that even if Qin was indeed the dominant figure at Hogwarts, he would gladly align himself with him. Such is the power and peril of role models. Of course it's true. George interjected on Qin Yu's behalf. He was merely teaching Jerome a lesson because that little brat had bullied Qin's roommate. Yes, the one named Elvis, Fred added. So that's how it was. Harry sighed with relief. Although he did not mind associating with a school bully, he feared it would be exhausting, worried that he might not measure up. Hermione, well aware of these matters, had observed Qin Yu's display and noted Harry and Ron's reactions throughout. Thus, she approached and poked Qin Yu's chest, expressing her discontent. Why do you have to act like a villain? If I were unaware of the truth, I would think you were a bully. To deal with different individuals, one must wear different faces. That is the essence of survival, Qin Yu remarked earnestly, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson to the children. Moreover, how could one subdue a miscreant like Malfoy without a hint of ferocity? Then he gently grasped Hermione's hand and smiled. All right, let's go. We've trained all morning and are quite famished. Yes, let us hurry to Hagrid's. We didn't TC Anna last time, but perhaps we might this time if Qin goes. Indeed. Qin, it's been 2 months since you last saw her. Anna must miss you dearly. Absolutely, Anna adores you. George and Fred exchanged banter, unaware that with every word they spoke, Hermione's delicate face grew increasingly frigid. Eventually, the young woman halted her steps, lifted her chin, and slowly inquired, So who is Anna? Although her inquiry was accompanied by a smile, the chilling undertone in her words was palpable to all present. George and Fred exchanged a swift glance before turning their attention to Qin Yu. You haven't mentioned Anna to Hermione? That is your oversight. Why have you not disclosed your affairs with Anna to Hermione? As soon as they finished speaking, Qin Yu had yet to chastise the duo when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Hermione's nails were digging fiercely into his flesh. Turning to look at her, he noticed her lips pursed and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You two better watch out. Qin Yu glared menacingly at George and Fred. The two brothers, realizing they had stirred up trouble, quickly beckoned Harry and Ron to make their escape. It seemed they were merely feeling a tad disgruntled from indulging in too much romantic fodder, hence their earlier provocation. However, the repercussions appeared rather severe, and it remained uncertain how Qin would exact his retribution upon them. Qin Yu reflected on his correspondence with Hermione and realized that the name Anna had never been mentioned. In fact, he had only briefly mentioned unicorns once or twice, so the name was certainly out of the question. He acknowledged his own shortcomings compared to this senior named Anna. Whether she belonged to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff, surely she could not be from Slytherin. After George and Fred had whisked Harry and Ron away, Hermione lowered her gaze to her toes and began to murmur. The effort she made to maintain a calm demeanor was palpable, as if she were bearing the weight of her own distress. Deep down, she understood that. Despite her outward pride and enthusiasm, she could not escape feelings of inadequacy and frustration among her peers, who hailed from wizarding families. She yearned to prove herself, which was why she always strived to appear so proactive. She longed to stand beside Qin not merely as his younger sister, but as a witch who, though perhaps not his equal, could still be deemed sufficiently capable. Yet, the sudden emergence of a girl named Anna shattered the delicate tranquility she had so desperately tried to uphold, unleashing all her buried insecurities, fears, and anxieties. Anna, a name that resonated with the grace of a princess, surely embodied nobility, elegance, and extraordinary talent. The thought of this overwhelmed Hermione, causing a tightness in her chest. And before she knew it, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like pearls falling from a broken string. Qin Yu was taken aback by Hermione's reaction. He had intended to explain himself immediately, but recognizing that she was in the throes of an emotional outburst, He realized that any sudden attempt at explanation would only hinder her release of pent-up feelings. Qin Yu was uncertain whether there existed any theoretical foundation for his thoughts. He merely felt instinctively that a mere misunderstanding of species, mistaking a unicorn for a human, should not elicit such an intense reaction. Thus, he pondered whether this girl harbored other concerns. As he held Hermione close, these reflections occupied his mind. Often, an individual's anger or joy is not merely triggered by a singular event. For instance, a fierce quarrel with one's closest friend may be sparked by a particularly cutting remark, yet both parties are acutely aware that the underlying cause likely traces back several days. Qin Yu understood this principle, thus he endeavored to contemplate the mindset of the young girl. He could somewhat surmise that her feelings were largely related to the immense psychological pressure stemming from her recent entry into a new social circle. Upon this realization, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. In the days since the commencement of the school term, he had been preoccupied with entertaining her, reveling in the joy of attending school together, and had inadvertently overlooked the subtle fluctuations in her emotional state. Despite Hermione's remarkable intelligence, she remained a young girl with limited life experiences. The sudden shift in her environment surely required time for her to acclimate. Qin Yu gently caressed the girl's back until he felt the fabric of his shirt dampen against his chest, and gradually, Hermione's sobs subsided. "Am I very foolish, Qin?" the girl in his embrace said with a heavy nasal tone, her words lacking coherence. "Indeed, you are rather foolish," Qin Yu replied softly, stroking her chestnut locks. "Then you should go seek out that girl named Anna. I still have my history of magic assignment to complete. Yes, I must attend to my studies." Hermione managed to suppress the urge to weep anew, her mind clouded and unaware of her own ramblings. Once she uttered these words, she attempted to extricate herself from Qin's hold, only to find that he tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. It always happened this way. She thought a mere embrace would suffice. "Have you held at Anna in such a manner as well?" Hermione's thoughts turned increasingly vexed, and she exerted more effort to break free from his grasp. However, she ultimately found herself no match for Qin's strength, her struggles proving futile. "It is you who is forcing me." Hermione raised her gaze to his face, her eyes red with frustration, her heart seething with resentment. Then, with a slight rise on her toes and an outstretched neck, she bit down on Qin Yu's shoulder. Given the early autumn chill, coupled with Qin's attire for Quidditch practice being quite thin, her teeth met flesh through only a single layer of fabric. As she made contact, her mouth was once again acquainted with that familiar briny taste. Just moments ago, she had relished it. Now, it was utterly detestable. Even this insufferable fellow was equally loathsome. With her anger ignited, she clamped down harder, her orderly rows of teeth sinking in as if she were gnawing on a tough piece of beef. A sharp intake of breath accompanied by a hiss echoed in her ears, providing her with a sense of satisfaction, prompting her to apply even greater pressure. The sound seemed to resonate with heightened pain. "Serves you right for being so unbearable," Hermione thought, relishing in her small victory. Yet, as the sound of his discomfort reached a crescendo, a pang of concern struck her. "Have I been too forceful? He must be in agony." An unsettling realization dawned upon her, especially as she sensed the metallic taste of blood seeping between her lips and teeth. She had bitten into his shoulder. Upon realizing this, Hermione abruptly parted her lips, raising her gaze towards him, her eyes filled with confusion and alarm. This would surely ruin everything, even her relationship with her sister. "Qin," Hermione began, her mouth opening to speak. Yet, as she uttered her words, those gentle lips brushed lightly against her two eyes, calming the tumult within her heart in an instant. All the previous irritation, resentment, and panic seemed to vanish without a trace. Then, her once tense body relaxed completely, as if all her strength had ebbed away, leaning into his embrace, reluctant to rise. "Are you feeling better?" Qin Yu gently stroked the girl's long hair, his voice tender. "Much better," Hermione nodded in his embrace, then hesitantly inquired, "Does it hurt?" "It does," Qin Yu replied with a pitiful tone. "Then, may I let you bite me back?" Hermione raised her head, her expression one of sincere apology. She could think of no other way to atone for her prior actions. "No," Qin Yu resolutely shook his head. "Are you not prepared to forgive me?" The girl pouted, on the verge of tears. "Because I can't bear to, my dear Miss Granger," Qin Yu remarked, playfully pinching her cheek. "I was in the wrong earlier. I truly do not know what came over me. Henceforth, I shall only be your sister. Regardless of whether it is with Anna or Annie, I do not mind." Hermione initially offered an apology, but as she spoke, her once calm tone grew increasingly filled with grievance. Qin Yu embraced the young girl once more, murmuring, "How could I possibly regard you as a sister?" Her curiosity piqued. Hermione blinked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by that? You can explain when you are older." Qin Yu feigned calmness as he replied. "And when might that be?" The girl persisted. "I believe we could take a cue from what Aunt Ginny mentioned regarding age," he answered. Upon hearing this, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson. "So, what exactly are you implying?" Qin Yu's interest was rekindled, wondering what discussions transpired between Granger and her mother that day. After shedding a few tears and playfully biting Qin Yu, she found solace in his words, which lifted her spirits considerably. The wound on Qin Yu's shoulder was not deep. After all, the little girl, despite her emotional turmoil, had not exerted herself too forcefully. A simple treatment sufficed. As for the garments soaked with Hermione's tears, they were easily remedied as well. The girl was adept in several simple spells and personally dried Qin Yu's clothes, carefully smoothing out any creases so that no one would notice anything amiss. Subsequently, Qin Yu took her hand and continued their stroll towards Hagrid's hut. "So, it's merely that girl named Anna who has affections for you, yet you do not reciprocate. Correct?" Hermione mused, finding this assumption quite plausible. After all, Gina's favorite must surely be a sister, and not just as a sibling. However, to her surprise, Qin Yu shook his head and replied, "No, I actually quite like Anna. She is beautiful." Upon hearing this, the calmness in Hermione's eyes ignited into a small flame. After a brief outburst, her previously subdued feelings seemed to dissipate, leaving behind only boundless anger and determination. "I believe if you were to meet Anna, you would surely like her as well," Qin Yu remarked with a smile, observing the fiery glint in Hermione's eyes as though she might set him ablaze. Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of relief, no longer in haste to clarify his feelings. Thus, he continued forward, holding the seemingly volatile girl's hand, a smile gracing his lips. Since this girl possessed a hint of Yandere potential, how could he not play along to enhance their compatibility? From the Quidditch pitch to Hagrid's quaint wooden hut, they traversed a vast expanse of grassy fields. The wild daisies swayed in the wind. Beetles flitted about before settling on the grass, and the scent of autumn grasses wafted through the air, gradually soothing Hermione's earlier agitation. As they crested a small hill and caught sight of the hut in the distance, Hermione freed herself from Qin Yu's grasp and began to run across the grass. To Qin Yu, she resembled a delicate butterfly, flitting through the wild grass and flowers. Soon, the little butterfly reached the fence outside the wooden hut. Then, Qin Yu, who had been leisurely following, crouched before her to assist in removing the grass blades and thorny burrs that clung to her robe and socks. Hermione, mimicking his earlier actions, placed her hand on his dark hair, and unexpectedly, a smile crept onto her face, as the sensation reminded her of the little yellow cat they had named Crookshanks. "Crookshanks is mine. You are too," the girl murmured softly. What did you say?" Qin Yu inquired, having just removed the last straw from her cotton sock. Looking up at her in confusion, "I said, let us go meet your friends." Hermione placed particular emphasis on the word friend. After uttering this phrase, she playfully lifted Qin's chin, arching an eyebrow with an air of haughtiness. At that moment, as their positions contrasted, Qin Yu felt a sudden diminishment of his own presence. However, he was inexplicably struck by the thought that this girl possessed an undeniable charm. Dismissing such notions, Qin Yu grasped Hermione's outstretched hand for support as he rose to his feet. Subsequently, he took the young lady's hand and led her toward the wooden cabin. "Well, look at this lovely and spirited young lady." It was Hagrid who opened the door for them, his hearty voice brimming with unmistakable joy. "So wonderful to see you again, Hagrid." Hermione greeted the giant with a warm smile. Qin Yu waved at Hagrid and greeted him with a phrase of reunion. Soon after, he felt a small hand gripping his tightly, its owner craning her neck to peer into the room. The space was modest, and the occupants few, a visibly anxious George and Fred, alongside Harry and Ron, each gnawing on a biscuit they clearly had little desire to consume. No one else was present, which caused Hermione, who had mentally prepared herself for a larger gathering, to furrow her brow. She turned to Qin Yu and asked, her tone tinged with uncertainty, "Are the others not yet here?" "They're all here. You two are the last to arrive," Hagrid replied on Qin Yu's behalf. He then enthusiastically promoted his freshly baked rock cakes, the very items Harry and Ron were reluctantly munching on. "Thank you, Hagrid." Hermione instinctively accepted one. After settling beside Qin, she leaned in and whispered, "You mentioned I would meet Anna. Why isn't she here?" "You'll see her shortly," Qin Yu teased, snatching the cake from her grasp. "I haven't had a bite yet," Hermione protested. "Trust me, you won't regret not having tasted it," Qin Yu declared, taking a bite and laboriously chewing. Observing his struggle, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Qin's actions conveyed that Hagrid's cakes were not particularly suited to her palate. Hermione's earlier emotional outbursts stemmed more from the pressure she had accumulated over time. Releasing it felt much better, thanks to Qin Yu's steadfast companionship. Once she regained her composure, her suspicions about Anna intensified, and given the clues thus far, it was evident to Hermione that Anna was unlikely to be alone. The only uncertainty that lingered was what exactly Anna was, a small dog, perhaps, or an adorable owl. Miss Granger pondered various possibilities in her mind. Meanwhile, George and Fred breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Qin Yu and Hermione conversing softly, especially when they saw Hermione smile. Just before Qin had brought Hermione here, they had solemnly asked Hagrid if he would intervene should they be pursued by Qin, to which Hagrid had replied, "Qin has done what I have always wished to do. Why would I stop him?" Such a response left George and Fred profoundly disheartened, their spirits dampened, yet witnessing Hermione's joyous laughter, even as they were metaphorically fed a mouthful of dog food, brought them some solace, alleviating their fears of impending peril. Contemplating this, they found delight even in Hagrid's rock cakes, which suddenly seemed far more appetizing. As the exquisite unicorn gracefully emerged from the forbidden forest, Qin Yu and his companions were preparing for a picnic in the clearing before their wooden cabin, with the rock cakes merely serving as an appetizer. The first to catch sight of the unicorn was none other than Hermione. As sunlight bathed the unicorn's alabaster form, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. Exuding an air of nobility and mystery, Hermione stood transfixed, instinctively rubbing her eyes, convinced she might be hallucinating. However, it soon became evident that she was indeed beholding a mythical unicorn. "She must be Anna," Hermione whispered softly. "Such a stunning creature, reminiscent of a princess. Deserved a name as beautiful as her appearance." The query that had occupied her thoughts moments ago now found a definitive answer. Indeed, she was Anna. Qin's voice echoed in her ears. After 2 months apart, Anna's coat had transformed from golden to pure white, signaling her maturity. In some inexplicable way, she sensed Qin Yu's presence nearby and approached with delight. Upon seeing the unicorn, George and Fred excitedly retrieved the meticulously cleaned carrots they had prepared, eager to win her favor. Yet, they soon caught sight of the somewhat disapproving look Qin Yu cast their way, instantly halting their advance. They obediently handed the carrots to Hermione, wisely opting to curry favor with her instead. "Unicorns have a penchant for thoroughly washed carrots," Qin Yu explained to his sister. "Oh, is that so? May I feed her?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, I will take you over," he replied. As Qin Yu spoke, he pulled Hermione along to greet the unicorn. "Anna, George, Fred, can we join?" Ron inquired of his 2 older brothers. "Indeed, we wish to go as well." Harry fervently expressed his desire to accompany them. "Just you lot want to go?" came a murmured response, uncertain whether it was George or Fred. Aware of their unmerited position, they dared not intrude upon the interaction between Qin Yu, Hermione, and Anna. Upon noticing Qin Yu's approach, Anna joyfully pranced in place. Ever since this human boy had rescued her from peril in the forest, she had been utterly captivated by him, filled with admiration and reliance. After all, a young unicorn, having faced grave danger, could hardly forget the human boy who had come to her aid at such a critical moment. "Anna, it has been a while." Qin Yu greeted the little unicorn warmly. Anna responded with a gentle snort and nuzzled against Qin Yu's attire. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Hermione, my family," Qin Yu said as he brought Hermione before the unicorn. "Hi, Anna. It's a pleasure to meet you," the girl said, nervously waving at Anna. The unicorn glanced between Qin Yu and Hermione before leaning forward to nibble on the carrot held by the girl. "She is eating it. She is eating it," Hermione exclaimed with excitement, gripping Qin Yu's arm. "Indeed, it seems she has taken quite a liking to you," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Thus, Hermione, in a manner reminiscent of an ardent fan, carefully and excitedly fed Anna 2 more carrots. However, Anna did not linger for long. After engaging in conversation with Qin Yu and consuming a few carrots, she turned back towards the forbidden forest, responding to the call of the majestic unicorn, Kelly. A sense of unease had pervaded the creatures of the forbidden forest since the summer's end, and Hagrid, watching the departing unicorn, spoke in a low voice tinged with concern. Perhaps they sensed some impending danger. Qin Yu could not help but glance towards the direction of Hogwarts. "I am uncertain. I hope nothing catastrophic occurs." Hagrid scratched his head and remarked. The unicorn came and went in a flurry, leaving George and Fred with a sense of lingering regret. After all, it was a rare occasion to meet such a creature, and Anna had not even taken a single bite of their carrots, which filled them with disappointment. Even more disheartened were Harry and Ron. The two boys had never encountered a unicorn before, yet it had only spent a brief moment with Qin and Hermione before turning away. They truly wished they could somehow become Qin's sister, allowing them the opportunity to personally feed the beautiful and enigmatic unicorn. Alas, such a transformation was impossible, and they could only harbor envy. Fortunately, the ensuing picnic turned out to be quite delightful. Under Qin's guidance, George and Fred prepared a plethora of delectable dishes, including skewered meats, grilled vegetables, and roasted mushrooms. Much to everyone's satisfaction. After the picnic, Uncle Hagrid brewed a large pot of tea, and the group gathered to enjoy tea and engage in conversation. During this time, Hagrid inquired about Harry's life since arriving at Hogwarts, prompting Harry to recount his experiences from beginning to end. "I believe Professor Snape does not like me at all. Perhaps even harbors some resentment," the young boy concluded after sharing his experiences in potions class. "Nonsense. How could that be?" Hagrid immediately retorted. "Harry, I know a little about Professor Snape. He does not truly dislike you but struggles with how to navigate your relationship." "Exactly. In my opinion, Snape holds grudges far too easily." "Oh, but it's not just grudges. He might feel a sense of guilt as well," Qin added thoughtfully. However, as Hagrid continued, he suddenly realized that some matters were best left unspoken and quickly silenced himself. "Best left unspoken? What do you mean?" Harry looked at Hagrid in confusion. Nothing. I think we should wrap up today's picnic. I still have some tasks to complete." "Aha." Hagrid clumsily redirected the conversation. "I also have things to attend to. So let us tidy up together," Qin chimed in. The grievances between Snape and Harry's parents were far too complex to articulate in a few sentences, and this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Subsequently, Qin and the others assisted Uncle Hagrid in cleaning up the picnic items and bringing them indoors. While they were tidying up the room, Harry stumbled upon a new edition of the Daily Prophet and noticed an article regarding the theft at Gringotts. "Qin, the date mentioned here is the very day you and Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. That day happened to be my birthday. I remember it vividly." Harry pointed at the newspaper's content. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Hage, who promptly averted his gaze, looking off to the side. "Let me take a look." Qin Yu took the newspaper from Harry's hands. The headline read, "Regarding the theft at Gringotts on July 31st. The wizard responsible for the theft has yet to be apprehended." The spokesperson for the goblins at Gringotts stated that they had received a warning before the thief entered the bank and had bolstered their security measures. Not only did the thief fail to steal any items from the vault, but he also sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, the items in the vault the thief targeted had already been removed that very day. As for the nature of those items, Gringotts has declined to comment, reiterating that their security remains as trustworthy as ever. Qin Yu had encountered reports of the Gringotts theft before, and there were no new developments, as the thief remained at large. The emphasis on the thief's severe injuries in the absence of any stolen items was likely an attempt to salvage some dignity. After all, security is the lifeblood of a bank's reputation. "Do you think the item from Gringotts might be?" Harry whispered to Qin Yu, glancing towards Hagrid. His suspicion was not unfounded. The timing aligned perfectly with July 31st. And the incident coincided with the fact that Hagrid had retrieved a small package from the vault that afternoon. Moreover, it was crucial to note that since Professor Dumbledore had entrusted Hagrid with the task of retrieving the item, it must be of considerable significance, even if the package appeared unremarkable. Thus, the likelihood of it being targeted by the thief was quite high. "I cannot provide you with an answer to that question." Qin Yu shrugged. He was, of course, aware of the thief's identity and the target of the theft, but voicing it would serve no purpose, as it would merely provoke another temporal disturbance. He then turned his gaze back to Hagrid, hoping that the tight-lipped giant would share more about the matter. "Don't look at me. I really have a lot of work left to finish." Hagrid evaded Qin Yu and Harry's scrutiny, shoving some homemade rock cakes into their hands as he mumbled, "Take these. If you get hungry at night, you can nibble on one." Who would eat this nonsense? As the crowd clutched their stone-like bread, a singular thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. On the journey back to Hogwarts Castle, Harry, burdened with a pocket full of rock cakes, was lost in contemplation. He wished to share his thoughts with Qin Yu, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Many of his ideas were nebulous even to him, making it all the more challenging to articulate them to Qin. Moreover, his curiosity was most piqued by Severus Snape. There was one matter Harry had kept to himself. On the day of his arrival, when he first laid eyes on Snape in the Great Hall, He distinctly felt a twinge of pain in the scar upon his forehead, leading him to suspect that this brooding potion's master might have ties to the infamous Voldemort. Indeed, Snape embodied Harry's notions of a Death Eater, cold, arrogant, and menacing. However, Hagrid was reticent to divulge much about Snape, and Qin seemed to share a cordial rapport with him. Could it be that Qin? No, how could I ever doubt Qin? I will never question Qin in my life. Harry felt his mind spiraling into chaos. Such matters were hardly the domain of a first-year student. They were more exhausting than attending several classes. Stop overthinking it. What you need to do now is savor the experience of life at Hogwarts. Besides, it is only through mastering magic that you can tackle various challenges, Qin Yu advised, patting Harry on the shoulder. Yes, I understand, Qin. Harry replied thoughtfully, nodding earnestly. He recognized the wisdom in Qin's words. He must focus on his studies in magic, for knowing who the villains were would be of little use if he lacked the means to confront them. Shortly after entering the castle, the group dispersed. Qin Yu and Hermione set off for the library to indulge in their studies, while Harry and Ron retreated to the Gryffindor dormitory, distributing some delightful pastries to their roommates as a late-night snack. Meanwhile, the enigmatic twins, George and Fred, mysteriously vanished to an unknown destination, which was hardly surprising given their penchant for stealthy escapades. Before parting ways, Qin Yu cordially extended an invitation to George and Fred for some private training, a proposition that sent a shiver of trepidation through the brothers. The training he referred to was a solitary endeavor, quite distinct from the collective practice of the team, clearly signaling his intent to hold them accountable. In their moment of desperation, George and Fred cast a pleading glance towards Hermione. Little did they know, the young lady harbored a grudge, having previously been embarrassed in front of Qin due to the Weasley brothers' deliberate deception. Thus, she was unlikely to aid them. Consequently, George and Fred could only gaze at Qin with forlorn expressions, hoping he might show them mercy and grant them a reprieve. Qin Yu, of course, had no interest in their conversation and took Hermione away. What did you discuss with Harry? Hermione asked with curiosity. Well, we had a conversation about life. The child carries a heavy heart and has many thoughts. I encouraged him to focus more on his studies and to savor the experiences here, Qin Yu reflected. Oh. Hermione nodded, feeling reassured. Then she looked at Qin Yu with a serious expression and said, since you care for him so much, I will certainly take good care of him in the future. Take care of him? You're still a child yourself, and yet you think of looking after others. Qin Yu chuckled at her earnestness. I have grown up, all right. My birthday is coming in a few days. Hermione straightened her posture proudly. Indeed. You've grown taller than last year, Qin Yu remarked, patting her head. Of course. Rest assured, I will supervise Harry, Ron, Adam, and Neville too, Hermione declared, counting on her fingers. Suddenly, the weight of responsibility dawned upon her as she counted so many names. Are you sure they will listen to you? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Isn't there still you? I am but a little fox following behind this mighty tiger, the girl said, lifting her chin with a mock seriousness. She had certainly grasped the meaning of the idiom fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. However, Qin Yu corrected her, saying, but that little fox does not walk behind the tiger, it walks ahead of it. Oh, is that so? Hermione nodded, then grasped Qin Yu's arm and laughed. I think it should depend on the situation. If it becomes too dangerous, I would still prefer to hide behind the tiger. All right, this indeed is a cunning little fox. Qin Yu conceded. Qin Yu gently held the delicate hand of the young girl, guiding her slowly down the corridor towards the library, engaging in light conversation that meandered aimlessly. Ever since Hermione had lost her composure on the basketball court, Qin Yu had been attentive to the fluctuations of her emotions. Fortunately, after shedding tears and expressing her frustrations, the young girl seemed to have regained a considerable amount of her strength. However, Qin Yu did not believe that she had transformed overnight into an indomitable woman of steel. He merely hoped to become more perceptive in the future, to recognize the underlying issues before they led her to tears. Qin, I think we might be going the wrong way, Hermione suddenly interjected. Qin Yu glanced around and realized that this corridor did not indeed lead to the library, and that it was clearly seldom traversed. Perhaps it was because he had been lost in thought that he inadvertently led Hermione into this passageway. Mistaken or not, he decided to embrace the situation. With no one around, Qin Yu took the liberty of wrapping his arms around the young girl, seeking solace from the guilt and unease that had recently surfaced. Feeling considerably more at ease in his heart, he then gently pressed his lips against her forehead and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, If I were to say that I did not deliberately enter this corridor, would you believe me? Hermione looked up, her cheeks flushed, and upon hearing his words, She couldn't help but blink a few times. Then, she opened her mouth, thinking in resignation, "You're only saying that you entered on purpose. What can I possibly say in response?" In fact, this chapter had nearly 2,000 words written a few days prior, but I felt something was amiss. So I refrained from publishing it. After Hermione expressed her emotions, there was a lack of resolution that left the narrative feeling incomplete. Today, I added a bit to the conclusion, managing to somewhat rein in the emotional arc before finally sharing it. More importantly, I have recently sensed some issues with the plot arrangement, not only in terms of pivotal moments but also regarding the roles of both protagonists and supporting characters. I find myself struggling to recapture that effortless feeling, and the entire story seems to be teetering on the brink of chaos, which has been the source of my recent turmoil. Over the past few days, I binge-watched the American series Stranger Things, a quintessential show that unfolds its narrative through character-driven storytelling, gradually revealing the core mysteries. This has somewhat inspired me, though I remain uncertain if I can craft a more comfortable and fluid plot. I understand that as a fan fiction writer, I need not be overly fixated. Yet when I hit a wall, the writing becomes quite arduous. I hope to gradually untangle my thoughts. Well, that's enough of my musings. I wish everyone a delightful weekend. After spending some time meandering and taking a detour, Qin Yu finally arrived at the library located on the second floor of the castle with Hermione. Inside the library, Hermione sought out numerous books on flying. Feeling somewhat uncertain about the upcoming flying class and hoping to enhance her understanding through reading. After all, today marked her first experience of flying on a broomstick, and she had Qin by her side. Among her selections was a book titled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball, which provided her with a more comprehensive understanding of this sport closely tied to flying, including its origins, development, current state, and various rules. Can there really be over 700 fouls? How could a referee possibly remember them all? Hermione exclaimed, sticking out her tongue in surprise. That would be a question for Madame Hooch. Qin Yu shrugged, then smirked, adding teasingly, "But most of the time, I believe Madame Hooch judges whether players are violating the rules based on her instincts." Madame Hooch serves as the esteemed instructor of flying at Hogwarts and holds the prestigious position of chief referee for Quidditch matches. She is typically entrusted with officiating major inter-house Quidditch competitions and is also responsible for the recruitment and selection of the Quidditch team members. Qin Yu's words elicited a gentle laugh from Hermione, who then expressed her disappointment. The book does not specify the exact foul tactics. Otherwise, if I had noted them down, I might have been able to apply for the position of referee for our house team. There is a reason for that omission, Qin Yu replied. What reason? Hermione inquired with curiosity. If all the tactics were documented, there is a high likelihood that others would learn to imitate and exploit them, making the referee's jobs even more troublesome. Qin Yu elucidated. Oh, I see. So, it seems I have no chance of joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hermione sighed in resignation. She had pondered the matter carefully. The goalkeeper required steady and solid flying skills. The chasers needed fierce determination. The seekers demanded sharp eyesight and exceptional flying speed. And if she wished to join the Quidditch team, it appeared that the role of referee suited her best. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. And the book did not instruct her on how to become a Quidditch referee. This is not something that can be learned solely from reading. If you genuinely aspire to be a referee, you should participate in our training sessions regularly. You could also learn some Quidditch knowledge from Ming and I, who occasionally fills in as our referee. Trust me, her understanding of Quidditch far surpasses the content of this book, Qin Yu said thoughtfully, noticing Hermione's earnest demeanor. Ming and I? Hermione asked, puzzled. She is the girl with brown short hair we met on the train. She is a cousin of the Weasley family, Qin Yu briefly explained. Ah, I remember her. She is quite a cheerful girl, Hermione clearly recalled. Suddenly, a stern female voice interrupted. Scott, are you eating that gooey candy that resembles mucus in the library? Do you consider the library's rules mere trivialities? Why yes, I'm sorry, Madam Pants. I was just too hungry, a bespectacled boy stammered, visibly intimidated. Then you shall leave immediately, fill your stomach, wash your hands, and return. Oh, okay, the boy left, looking dejected, as if Madam Pants's feather duster were poised to strike him at any moment. And you too, do not let me hear your voices again. Madam Pants directed her gaze sternly at Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione immediately shrank her head and stealthily made a face at Qin Yu. Qin Yu had grown accustomed to it. Students who frequently visited the library to read or borrow books had all experienced the temper of Madam Pants. This formidable figure commanded such respect that even Headmaster Dumbledore often deferred to her, for within the confines of the Hogwarts library, Madam Pants held absolute authority. Given that the strong-willed custodian had already spoken, Qin Yu certainly would not dare to defy her. He cast a subtle glance at Hermione, urging her to focus on her reading, while he perused the potion books he had gathered, preparing for his potion class paper. Indeed, his presence in the library was not solely to accompany Hermione. He had his own matters to attend to. Before long, both were deeply engrossed in their respective tomes, reminiscent of the tranquil days spent together at home during the summer. The autumn afternoon sun filtered through the windows of the ancient castle's library, casting a warm glow that enveloped the shelves laden with books, the long wooden tables, and the young wizards who immersed themselves in their studies in hushed reverence. When Hermione grew weary from reading, she would lean against Qin Yu's shoulder for a brief respite. Occasionally, she would pick up a quill and sketch whimsically on paper, transforming into a little figure engrossed in reading, before tugging at Qin Yu's sleeve to show him her artwork, biting her lip in an effort to stifle her laughter. This would elicit a playful pinch on her cheek from Qin Yu, who would then draw another little figure beside hers. Hermione would softly critique the quality of his drawing, visibly dissatisfied, as it was quite evident that his addition represented her. Thus, they inadvertently missed dinner time. Fortunately, Qin Yu had some provisions in his dormitory. The pair settled down in the Gryffindor common room to enjoy their evening meal, with Hermione eagerly sampling a rock cake from Hagrid, though she only managed a single bite. In the following days, life at Hogwarts unfolded without incident. However, Hermione harbored some concerns. She realized that she might not be able to fulfill her promise of looking after Harry, Ron, Adam, and Neville. Overseeing their studies seemed a straightforward task. Yet it was complicated by the constant provocations from Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. During their first flying lesson, Neville accidentally broke his arm and was taken to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Malfoy seized Neville's remembrall, leading to a confrontation when Harry attempted to retrieve it. When Malfoy refused to return it, the two engaged in a mid-air chase on their broomsticks, which ultimately resulted in an irate Professor McGonagall escorting Harry away. On Thursday during lunch, Hermione recounted the morning's events to Qin Yu. What happened next? Qin Yu seemed somewhat indifferent. He did not respond to Hermione's narrative, instead expressing a pang of guilt, lamenting that it was his failure to prevent Harry from landing in trouble. Do you think he might get expelled? He pondered aloud. Qin Yu savored a bite of the bacon-wrapped steak, chewing thoughtfully before murmuring, "Surely, you wouldn't be expelled. If he were, the arduous task of confronting Voldemort wouldn't fall upon me, would it?" "What are you talking about? What arduous task?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued by his vague remarks. "Nothing much. Just wait for Harry to arrive, and you'll understand. He will definitely be fine." "Oh, all right. Is it delicious?" "Quite. It's made with bacon wrapped around chunks of steak and roasted. The savory saltiness of the bacon combined with the tenderness of the beef creates a remarkably unique flavor. Would you care to try?" "Yes, please. Open wide." Since Qin Yu assured her that everything was fine, and with the delightful food before her, Hermione temporarily set aside her minor worries and focused on her meal. As anticipated by Qin Yu, Harry soon arrived in the Great Hall, lowering his voice and excitedly recounting his recent experiences to them. It turned out that during flying class, he had seized a memory ball the size of a chicken egg, only to be inadvertently discovered by Professor McGonagall, who subsequently introduced him to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The spectacle of Harry snatching the memory ball in midair reminded Professor McGonagall that Gryffindor was in need of a skilled seeker. "So, I am the second player in recent years, after Qin, to join the Quidditch team in my first year," Harry exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The thought of joining the Quidditch team as Qin had done in his first year filled him with exhilarating pride. However, such sentiments were difficult for others to comprehend. After all, over the years, they were the only two who had become Quidditch players so early. Nevertheless, Oliver Wood had instructed Harry to keep this news confidential for the time being, so that their opponents would remain unaware of their strengths and weaknesses when the matches commenced. Qin Yu certainly deemed this precaution necessary. The pitch was akin to a battlefield, and possessing an edge was always advantageous. Meanwhile, the oblivious Malfoy mistakenly believed that Harry Potter was to be expelled from Hogwarts, occasionally casting envious glances in their direction. Of course, he dared not approach them to mock, as he was somewhat fearful of receiving a beating. Isn't it just relying on Qin as a support? Even with him around, what difference does it make? Can he surpass Professor McGonagall? Malfoy mused to himself, wishing fervently for a senior like Qin, for then he could thoroughly humiliate that Harry Potter. Alas, he was not as fortunate as that fellow. While the young wizards at Hogwarts were immersed in their magical studies, Diagon Alley remained bustling with activity. As evening descended, the dashing attendant at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor would seize the opportunity during a lull to inventory the stock in the backroom, receiving shipments of cream, condensed milk, granulated sugar, seaweed sugar, and various jams, essential ingredients for crafting ice cream. He would meticulously extract these items from their cardboard boxes and arrange them neatly on the storage shelves for easy access. Clearly, as a wizard, he need not laboriously transport the items. With but a few simple organization charms, he could deftly accomplish the task. Once completed, he would wave his wand toward the pile of empty boxes, summoning a burst of flames that swiftly engulfed them in a roaring blaze. When the last flicker of fire extinguished, leaving only a heap of warm ashes, he nodded in satisfaction, then bent down to sift through the remnants. Retrieving 7 pale golden metal discs, each roughly the size of a gold coin. He carefully polished them before placing them into a meticulously engraved metal cylinder adorned with intricate designs. 7 discs, precisely enough to fill the cylinder. After sealing the lid, he tucked it away into his pocket. Shortly thereafter, the ever-smiling ice cream shop attendant took a stroll outside, and upon his return, his pocket was completely empty. Not long after he re-entered the shop, at another apothecary in Diagon Alley, a towering giant with a bushy beard emerged. Honestly, do send me some more acromantula venom next time. Many customers are eagerly awaiting it. The apothecary owner called after him, his tone tinged with earnestness. I'm afraid that's beyond my control. You may write to Hogwarts for correspondence, the bearded giant replied gruffly. Sigh, I've written before. But I suppose I'll pen another letter, the owner said resignedly. Until next time. Until next time. The giant bid farewell to the apothecary owner and wandered through Diagon Alley, purchasing his favorite beverages and delicacies, filling a bag to the brim. As he passed a narrow alley at number 93, he veered in, and when no one was watching, he produced a crimson umbrella, tapping its tip against the wall several times. Soon, a gap appeared in the wall, and he reached inside, retrieving an item from within. As night fell, a visitor arrived at the Hogwarts headmaster's office, none other than the bearded giant returning from Diagon Alley. Upon entering, he tossed a gray drawstring pouch onto Dumbledore's desk, the contents clinking melodiously within. It seemed a bit excessive this time. All 7 message tubes were filled. It appears there are many troubles afoot, he remarked with concern. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, reflecting, let us hope these troubles stay away from the school. Since you mention it, you must feel something amiss, the giant replied. I cannot quite place it, merely an unsettling sensation. After some casual conversation, the giant took his leave, heading alone toward the castle and eventually returning to a small wooden cottage at the edge of the forbidden forest. Inside the cottage, he pointed the crimson umbrella at the fireplace, igniting a flame that quickly dispelled the autumn chill within the room. He then began roasting sausages and pastries beside the hearth, preparing his dinner. Remembering Dumbledore's words, he found himself lost in thought until the smell of charred meat jolted him back to reality. No more thinking, no more thinking. Let Dumbledore and his lot worry about these matters. I shall focus on my own tasks, he declared, shaking his head to cast aside his worries and returning his attention to the sausages, swallowing occasionally in hunger. He was ravenous, especially after pondering various issues, necessitating a substantial meal. Shortly after 9 o'clock, Qin Yu returned to the Gryffindor common room, dragging his weary body. There, he encountered a visibly anxious Hermione. Something's going to happen, Qin, she exclaimed upon seeing him. What is it? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Hermione then recounted an incident that had greatly vexed her. After dinner, following his departure, Malfoy had clashed with Harry, challenging him to a wizard's duel tonight. A wizard's duel? Have they learned any combat spells? Qin Yu observed that the duel between the 2 first-year wizards resembled the antics of preschool children engaging in a playful skirmish. Hermione shook her head in dismay and expressed her frustration, stating, I advised Harry against participating in such a meaningless endeavor. However, he insisted that since you aided a classmate in teaching a lesson to a Slytherin during your first year, he too should strive to emulate your actions. Upon uttering these words, the young girl cast a complex gaze towards Qin Yu. She was utterly unprepared for the realization that the very strength she relied upon had become an excuse to silence her. Thus, the influence of a role model can be formidable. Any action taken is easily imitated by admirers. The behavior of fans, the idol bears the responsibility. Chuckling awkwardly, Qin Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth. I truly do not wish to speak ill of Harry behind his back. But do you not perceive that ever since he became the seeker for the Quidditch team, his demeanor has transformed entirely? Hermione furrowed her brow in contemplation. Indeed. It is quite normal for the boy to become a bit carried away. Given his youth, Qin Yu sighed resignedly. Therefore, what he most needs to learn is your composure. The young girl declared earnestly, crossing her arms over her chest. Observing her serious demeanor, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, let him face the consequences of his own actions. Although Qin Yu could not recall whether a duel was ever arranged, he instinctively sensed that young Malfoy was likely up to no good, and it was evident that Harry had rashly agreed to the so-called duel, provoked by Malfoy's taunts. As this was merely a conflict among children, Qin Yu deemed it unnecessary to intervene excessively. However, Hermione, who was quite displeased at the prospect of our house losing points, remarked, "As long as no one discovers it, that's fine. By the way, do you know the exact time and place they have arranged to meet?" "At midnight." "In the trophy room," Hermione replied, rather well informed on the matter. "If you are truly worried, I could discreetly follow them to prevent the patrolling caretaker from discovering them," Qin Yu suggested after a moment's thought. "I want to go too," Hermione exclaimed, gripping his arm. Observing the eager glimmer in her eyes, Qin Yu found it difficult to discern whether her concern was genuinely for Harry and the others or merely an eagerness to witness the spectacle. Nevertheless, with her accompanying him, he felt reassured that no significant trouble would ensue. After pondering for a brief while, he nodded in agreement. "Very well then, let us meet here around 10:50. He stated. "Yes, yes." Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This excitement seemed to suggest her desire to witness the unfolding drama. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Just as Qin Yu lay in bed awaiting the hour to rendezvous with Hermione and subsequently follow Harry and Ron, a few lines of text materialized before his eyes. "Qin, if you are not yet retired for the night, kindly make your way to my office for a brief discussion. Albus Dumbledore." How Dumbledore's words materialized before him was a mystery to Qin Yu. He could only surmise it was some sophisticated form of magical communication. Since the esteemed professor summoned him at this hour, it was highly probable that he had something of significant importance to convey. Thus, Qin summoned an owl to send a note to Hermione, informing her that he had an unforeseen obligation and that their plans for the evening were to be cancelled, leaving Harry and the others to entertain themselves. Following Dumbledore's message, he proceeded to the headmaster's office located on the 8th floor of the castle. "My apologies, Qin. I lost track of time and only realized how late it had become after I attempted to send you another message, only to discover you were no longer in your dormitory," Dumbledore expressed with genuine regret upon their meeting. From his words, Qin gleaned two insights. Firstly, while the matter at hand was not exceedingly urgent, it was evident that Dumbledore regarded it with considerable seriousness. Secondly, the magical communication spell likely required prior knowledge of the recipient's whereabouts. Otherwise, Qin would have received Dumbledore's request to return to his slumber en route, thus rendering his visit unnecessary. These thoughts flitted through his mind, and Qin shrugged, replying, "It's quite all right, Professor Dumbledore. I happen to be experiencing insomnia and have yet to fall asleep." Naturally, he refrained from disclosing that he had been anticipating an adventure with Hermione, following Harry and the others. "Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand," Dumbledore indicated, gesturing for the young boy from the east to take a seat. As soon as Qin settled into the chair, a delicate porcelain teapot adorned with gold filigree glided gracefully towards him, tilting elegantly to pour a stream of amber liquid into an equally exquisite teacup on the adjacent table. "It seems you do not prefer milk or sugar in your tea. I trust my memory serves me correctly?" Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile. "Indeed, Professor, I prefer to savor the authentic flavor of the black tea," Qin affirmed with a nod. His previous experience in the headmaster's office, where tea was served during Lucius's visit, had made it clear that he was not one for adulterating his beverage with unnecessary additives. "Before we delve into the troublesome matters, allow me to present you with a gift. This has just arrived today, and it is fortuitous that I have the opportunity to bestow it upon you," Dumbledore remarked as he picked up a slender wooden box from the table and extended it towards Qin. At the moment Qin Yu received the wooden box, his eyebrows involuntarily arched, for upon the box he beheld the emblem of Ollivander's wand shop, accompanied by the illustrious slogan that has signified expert wand craftsmanship for over 2 millennia. Since 382 BC, we craft wands of exquisite quality. This prompted Qin Yu to glance towards the venerable Dumbledore. Indeed, it was a brand new wand. Dumbledore revealed no secrets. It was custom-made at my behest by Mr. Ollivander, with a core composed of phoenix tail feather. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Fawkes, the phoenix, who was dozing midair. Fawkes, as if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, lazily lifted an eyelid to regard him briefly before closing his eyes once more to resume his slumber. Such an aloof demeanor, truly. He is the epitome of a phoenix. Ah, how I relish the way you regard me with such indifference. Qin Yu silently praised as he opened the wooden box, revealing a grayish-white wand lying within. You may give it a trial to see if it suits you, Dumbledore suggested. Very well. As Qin Yu grasped the wand, he immediately sensed that it was slightly heavier than his previous one and evidently longer as well. However, upon attempting to wave it, he found it to be perfectly balanced. It seemed that Mr. Ollivander had taken into account his physical growth over the past year. He then closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. He felt as if the wand had become an extension of his arm, and at that moment, the core made from a phoenix feather emitted a soft trill. Unbeknownst to him, at that very instant, the phoenix fox cast a thoughtful and solemn glance in his direction. Upon hearing the melodious call of the phoenix tail feather, Qin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration and excitement emanating from it. He abruptly opened his eyes, raised his right hand gripping the wand, and traced a powerful arc in the air while uttering the incantation, Indio. Instantly, the room was engulfed in flames, the temperature soaring as a roaring inferno erupted, threatening to consume Dumbledore's desk. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Dumbledore flicked his wand with a casual gesture, effortlessly extinguishing the flames as if they had never existed. My apologies, Professor, I failed to control the intensity, Qin Yu quickly exclaimed, based on his previous wand. The intensity of the fire spell should not have been so formidable given his recent experience. Clearly, the wand, imbued with the phoenix tail feather, had significantly augmented the spell's power. Fear not. That is precisely the purpose of the wand I have bestowed upon you, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. His words prompted Qin Yu to ponder deeply. Indeed, Dumbledore continued, although you are still quite young, and I had initially intended to delay your exposure to these matters for a few more years, the unfolding events seemed to surpass my expectations. To Qin Yu, Dumbledore's expression revealed a hint of concern, as if this greatest wizard of all time were a burdened elder contemplating complex dilemmas. It was easy to forget that Dumbledore was, after all, over a century old. Perhaps it was his own tendency to see only Dumbledore's formidable strength that caused him to overlook the weight of his years. Is this related to my discovery during Christmas? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. Over the last Christmas holiday, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a transaction between two suspicious wizards in Diagon Alley, surmising their identities as one being a Death Eater and the other a member of G.A. Refer to Chapter 53 of this book. Most importantly, he had seized a vial of a dubious black liquid capable of transforming mice into zombies. According to Professor Swinton's analysis, it was a product of life alchemy, stemming from the dark alchemy of the North American wizarding cult, with effects that extended beyond merely creating zombie mice. However, the precise applications remained unclear, as Professor Swinton had not conducted sufficient experiments due to the limited sample size. In summary, the meeting between the Death Eaters and the G.A. members is not a promising sign. It was the first thought that came to Qin Yu's mind. Indeed, it is somewhat related to that event. Those who were originally active only in South America have now ventured into North America, and their rate of development has certainly exceeded my expectations. Dumbledore spoke, unveiling a world map that resembled a projection of the Earth before Qin Yu. Here is where those individuals were first discovered. Recently, their presence has been increasingly noted in North America. Moreover, the ambiguous stance of the North American Magical Congress is a source of concern for me. It appears that a significant faction within the Congress aligns with their views. As old Dumbledore gestured to rotate the globe, he elaborated on the current situation to Qin Yu, observing the flickering azure flames on the map. Initially concentrated in a specific region of Brazil and now scattered across North America, Qin Yu felt an urgent sense that a wildfire was about to erupt. He had not anticipated the rapid expansion of the group operating under Grindelwald's banner. This is far more formidable than the reclusive Death Eaters. I understand that discussing this with you may impose some pressure, Dumbledore noted, recognizing Qin Yu's tension. You know, you could say this is placing a burden on me, right? I have only just entered my second year. Can't I simply enjoy a stable 2 years of school life? Someone silently complained. Of course, Dumbledore could not hear his thoughts and paused before continuing. However, I believe you are different from other children. You exhibit a maturity that far exceeds your peers, particularly in your responses to Lucius's 2 provocations, which were both impressive and satisfying. Although you appeared nonchalant after the sudden change in your stance. What you truly meant to convey was your acting skills, right? Qin Yu mused inwardly. In any case, The purpose of sharing this with you is to prepare you for the many challenges ahead, as the future belongs to your generation. Dumbledore concluded with a smile, his expression lightening, as if he were recounting a rather intriguing tale. Qin Yu, however, found little intrigue in the matter at hand. Naturally, he struggled to comprehend the perspective of an elder who had lived for over a century. Perhaps old Dumbledore pondered life, death, and the passage of time in a manner distinct from the youthful. He yearned to express that if one were to borrow another 500 years from the heavens, who could possibly claim the future? Yet, all signs pointed to the undeniable truth that, even as the world's most illustrious wizard, Dumbledore had indeed entered the twilight of his years. Assuming he encounters no unforeseen misfortune, it seems the elderly gentleman has but a limited span of life remaining. Perhaps it is precisely due to the dwindling sands of time that Dumbledore sought to resolve matters in one fell swoop, which may also explain the myriad of schemes he orchestrated in his later years. As Qin Yu pondered over these trivial matters, he realized that his options were rather limited. However, he understood that when the crucial moment arrived, he would undoubtedly stand against those adversaries, for he could not bear to witness the demise of those close to him one by one. With no alternative in sight, he resolved to take action. Upon reaching this conclusion, a sense of relief washed over him, alleviating the weight of anxiety that had accompanied the impending crisis. Qin Yu grasped his wand, a smirk playing on his lips as he jested. "So, you bestow upon me this wand with the intention of having me engage in a skirmish with Death Eaters, or G. Hey, ha ha ha, you overestimate the situation. I have no intention of thrusting you into the fray just yet. I merely envision you as the pillar of strength for these young ones, and thought it prudent to discuss such matters with you in advance. Moreover, from Professor Snape's feedback, it is evident that you are indeed in need of a new wand." Dumbledore chuckled at Qin Yu's antics, shaking his head in amusement, and offered a brief explanation. The wand previously held by Qin Yu was incapable of wielding the more destructive dark magic, a limitation imposed by its core. For the unicorn hair wand core inherently repels dark magic. Moreover, Qin Yu's abilities were rather unstable, rendering the use of dark magic fraught with uncertainties. However, after receiving supplementary guidance from Professors Snape and Swinton, Qin Yu's mastery over his emotions and powers had significantly improved, and it was now time to learn more formidable spells. Then, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh, made a whimsical face, and continued, "In truth, I am uncertain about what precisely I wish for you to do. Perhaps I simply feel a bit overwhelmed and wish for you to share some of the burden." He added, strangely enough, after confiding in you, "I find my spirits lifted and the weight of pressure somewhat alleviated." "Ah, you feel less pressure, while I feel an increased burden," Qin Yu silently lamented, inwardly scoffing at the irony. That evening, Dumbledore merely gifted Qin Yu a wand, discussed the current circumstances, and encouraged him to unite the children, fostering their swift development. As for specific plans, old Dumbledore refrained from elaborating, as he himself was uncertain. The two engaged in casual conversation over tea, concluding what would later be speculated upon and imbued with legendary significance. Afterward, Qin Yu departed from the headmaster's office and made his way downstairs. However, as he descended a few steps, he felt a sudden, urgent vibration at his waist. It was an alchemical artifact he carried with him, resonating with a whistle that hung around Hermione's neck. Qin Yu removed the alchemical artifact from his waist, revealing a hollow bell slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. What was peculiar about this bell was its lack of a clapper. Yet, despite this absence, it emitted a continuous buzzing sound, as if struck by some unseen force from within. The noise of the bell signified that the corresponding whistle had been blown. The whistle and the bell were originally intended by Qin Yu to prevent Hermione from losing her way within the castle. Since he had given her the whistle, she had only used it twice, both during daylight hours. As Hermione became more familiar with Hogwarts under Qin Yu's guidance, and even ventured to secluded corridors, the likelihood of her becoming lost had diminished significantly. However, at the stroke of midnight, the whistle suddenly sounded. Considering the time and their plan for the evening, coupled with the reduced probability of Hermione getting lost, Qin Yu quickly reached a conclusion. The girl was in danger. As his thoughts raced, he instinctively halted. This was the first genuine warning the whistle had provided, and his immediate priority was to ascertain Hermione's whereabouts. With this in mind, Qin Yu closed his eyes to focus intently. Of course, this was not some form of spiritual sensing. They were not in the realm of mortal cultivation, but rather in a magical world where such abilities did not exist, at least not to his level of proficiency. He shut his eyes to better discern the direction of the bell's vibrations, which would allow him to approximate the whistle's location. The result was that the bell was persistently vibrating downward. Recalling the dual location arranged between Malfoy and Harry, which was the trophy room on the 4th floor of the castle, he realized it was directly beneath him. Synthesizing this information, Qin Yu quickly pinpointed the most likely location of Hermione, the 4th floor of the castle. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Having swiftly determined his target, Qin Yu hurried downstairs. He did not perceive any imminent danger, for after all, Headmaster Dumbledore's office was on the 8th floor, if anything serious were to occur. He trusted that Dumbledore, being so close, would not remain idle. Nonetheless, even with this reassurance, a sense of worry lingered. He moved swiftly, leaping down the staircase until he reached the corridor on the 4th floor. "Qin?" Hermione's voice echoed from the dimly lit corridor. She had not anticipated that. Upon blowing the whistle, Qin Yu would arrive so quickly, which surprised her to some extent. Qin Yu discerned the tone in Hermione's voice, realizing that there was likely no imminent danger. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. Instead, he quickened it, only feeling truly at ease once he clasped her familiar little hand in his own. "What happened? Are you all right?" he inquired, gripping the girl's hand. "I'm fine now, but it was quite perilous," she exclaimed. "We encountered a large dog, no, rather 3 dogs, no, that's not right either. It was 1 dog with 3 heads. I think I've read about it in a book." After Qin Yu arrived, Hermione, having finally set aside her tension and fear, began to recount her recent ordeal with animated fervor. As she narrated, Qin Yu scrutinized her closely, ensuring that she had not sustained any injuries from the 3-headed beast. Hermione cooperatively turned her neck a few times to provide him with a clearer view. Then, with a furrowed brow, she expressed her bewilderment. "It's quite strange. That ferocious dog initially barked at us, but then one of its heads leaned in to sniff me and became quiet." As she continued, her voice tinged with lingering trepidation. She added, "At that moment, the dog's head was less than 2 feet away from me. I could distinctly see its moist nose and drooling mouth. I was so frightened that my legs felt weak. Eventually, seeing it relax, we managed to escape. I then blew my whistle and you arrived sooner than I expected." Observing the girl's beaming expression as she concluded her tale, Qin Yu couldn't help but pinch her cheek playfully, albeit with a hint of exasperation. "I sent you a message telling you to stay in the dormitory. Why did you insist on following me?" Hermione recognized that he was genuinely upset this time, for otherwise she wouldn't have felt the sting of his pinch. He had always been gentle before. "Ouch, that hurts, Qin. I realized my mistake," the young girl exclaimed, quickly acknowledging her fault. Qin Yu exerted merely a fraction of her strength, yet she cried out as if she were experiencing a dozen times the pain. Seeing her in such a state, Qin Yu could not bring himself to chastise her further. He sighed and said, "Fortunately, that 3-headed dog did not attack you. Had it unleashed its ferocity, you would have undoubtedly faced injury, or even worse, could have been devoured. At that point, it would be too late to speak of it." Hermione nodded repeatedly, fearful of provoking the already irate Qin. The 3-headed dog, if all goes as expected, would indeed be the formidable beast known as Fluffy, cared for by Hagrid. Qin Yu had only encountered them a handful of times. However, Hagrid had trained that enormous dog to recognize the scents of both him and the Weasley twins, thus ensuring that they would not be attacked while feeding or approaching the creature. As for Hermione, perhaps due to her constant companionship with Qin Yu, she had also acquired his scent, which led the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, to mistakenly perceive the young girl as Qin Yu. It was only after sniffing her that Fluffy settled down. Upon realizing this, Qin Yu then turned his attention to the other children. In addition to Harry and Ron, who were inseparable, there was also Adam, who appeared sleep-deprived from a lack of rest, and to Qin Yu's surprise, even the typically dull Neville was huddled behind the others, looking utterly terrified. When Qin Yu glanced their way, Harry and Ron immediately averted their gazes, visibly anxious, while Adam stifled a yawn, clearly battling fatigue. And Neville wore a pout of indignation, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Speak up, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, what was the outcome of today's duel? Who emerged victorious? And who faced defeat?" Qin Yu teased them with a hint of sarcasm. "Malfoy didn't even show up," Harry muttered in a barely audible tone. "Pardon? I didn't quite catch that," Qin Yu replied, rolling his eyes. "Malfoy tricked us. He didn't come at all. He is nothing but a deceitful liar," Harry exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. "Indeed, not only did he fail to appear, but he might have even tipped off the caretaker to catch us here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up hiding in that room with the massive dog," Ron boldly added. The situation was quite straightforward. Malfoy had arranged a midnight duel with Harry but failed to show, instead alerting the Hogwarts caretaker. They had barely arrived before being pursued by the roaming caretaker, inadvertently stumbling into the room with the large dog. Observing their furious expressions, Qin Yu could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Ah, to have been so easily outmaneuvered. I wonder how you can still blame others for being too cunning." As soon as these words left his lips, Harry and Ron, who had just lifted their heads, lowered them once more, realizing their grave oversight in falling for such a simple trap laid by Malfoy. "All right, enough standing around. Let us return to our slumber. We shall address any matters tomorrow." After Qin Yu uttered these words, he grasped Hermione's hand and turned to leave. The remaining 4 children hastily followed suit. As they chatted lightly along the way, Qin Yu learned that Adam had arisen in the dead of night to visit the restroom and had coincidentally spotted Harry and Ron heading out, prompting his curiosity to follow them. As for Neville, he had sustained an injury during flying class earlier that day and had retreated to the infirmary for recuperation. When he attempted to return to the dormitory in the middle of the night, he found himself lost and encountered Harry and his companions, deciding to join them since he had already been wandering aimlessly around the castle for over an hour. In summary, while Qin Yu was summoned by Professor Dumbledore for tea, the children experienced a somewhat chaotic series of events, ultimately returning to the Gryffindor dormitory under Qin Yu's guidance. Each then retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Hoping to avoid any further mischief, Qin Yu addressed the few individuals present, who promptly dispersed in response. Once the others had departed, only Qin Yu and Hermione remained in the expansive common area. The moonlight poured in like water, and the night was tranquil. At this moment, Hermione gazed at him, gently biting her lip, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance as she began to speak. However, before she could finish her thought, Qin Yu enveloped her in his embrace, transitioning from a gentle hold to a firm clasp. She could genuinely feel the concern and affection he conveyed. Since they had already acknowledged each other's feelings, there was no need for excessive words. Hermione reciprocated his embrace tightly, her small face nuzzling against his chest like a contented kitten, inhaling the familiar scent that brought her comfort and warmth, stirring a delightful sensation within her heart. In this instant, her heart, which had been racing from the fright of the previous night, finally settled. Qin Yu was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the 3-headed dog discovered on the 4th floor of the castle. It was likely that Dumbledore had borrowed it from Hagrid to serve as a guardian for the Philosopher's Stone. The stone's previous resting place was the underground vault 713 of Gringotts in Diagon Alley, which Qin Yu had visited with Hagrid during the summer, accompanied by Harry Potter. It was during that retrieval that Qin Yu inadvertently revealed the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, triggering a time reversal. He had undertaken considerable effort and experimentation to understand this mechanism. In Qin Yu's view, a 3-headed dog was hardly sufficient to safeguard such a remarkable stone. After all, the creature paled in comparison to the dragon residing beneath Gringotts. However, the Philosopher's Stone was kept on the 4th floor of the castle, directly beneath Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore himself was the most formidable protector of the stone. Anyone daring enough to steal under the watchful eye of the greatest white wizard of the age would need to carefully assess their own capabilities. Perhaps old Dumbledore was employing the Philosopher's Stone as bait in a clever game of fishing for miscreants. As Qin Yu pondered these matters, he gradually succumbed to drowsiness while lying in bed. In that liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, he recalled Dumbledore's words, which conveyed a sense of grave concern regarding the current situation, urging him to unite the children of Hogwarts. Yet, it was evident that this was no simple task. For instance, he had strategies to pacify the current cohort led by Jerome, who had largely lost their rebellious spirit. However, the younger generation, if approached in the same manner, might render Hogwarts incapable of achieving its so-called combat readiness, all under the shadow of his authority, leaving little room for individuality or courage. Thus, he needed to devise a method that would foster both competition and growth among the children. This proved to be quite the challenge. Such considerations might typically fall under the purview of a teacher, yet Dumbledore had subtly shifted the burden onto Qin Yu's shoulders. Although the old wizard claimed not to impose any obligations on Qin Yu, there were veiled hints of entrusting him with a legacy. It was also plausible that Qin Yu was merely a pawn in Dumbledore's grand strategy, given his suspicion that the esteemed wizard had been orchestrating something over the years, utilizing his talents as an alchemist with both skill and patience, crafting a great magical stone for the world. In any case, it seemed that Qin Yu was expected to shoulder the worries and labor without any compensation. Perhaps this was indeed the old wizard's clever scheme. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Yu drifted into a slumber. The following day, the sun rose as it always did, casting its light upon Hogwarts, which remained as steadfast and wise as ever. Unhurried and calm, however, Draco Malfoy felt a sense of surprise and agitation, for he had not heard any news of Harry facing punishment. That insufferable boy with a scar on his forehead had neither been expelled from the school nor subjected to any other form of retribution. He was present in the Great Hall, enjoying breakfast as usual. This realization irked Malfoy and left him in a state of uncertainty. As he recognized that the trap he had set had failed, amidst his disappointment, he felt a flicker of concern about potential retaliation. It was not Harry he feared, but rather the formidable Qin Yu, who had become Harry's ally. In that moment, envy towards Harry Potter surged within him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of resentment towards Qin Yu, though he dared not express such feelings outwardly. Harry Potter, equally incensed, sat at the Gryffindor table, casting fiery glances at Malfoy that seemed capable of igniting flames. Those were the flames of anger, had his gaze possessed the power to cast spells. The thoroughly detestable Malfoy would have been consumed by fire, leaving his golden hair, which appeared slicked with oil, singed and bare. I will ensure that Malfoy receives the lesson he deserves. Harry huffed through his nose, seething with indignation. The events of the previous day had left him feeling stifled, and he realized that he had relegated Malfoy to the list of people he despised most, joining his cousin Dudley in that unsavory company. Qin Yu glanced at Harry and then at Draco Malfoy, who sat at the Slytherin table not far away, sensing an electric tension akin to a storm brewing between the two. Indeed, these young lads exuded an aura of palpable rivalry. However, Qin Yu noted that upon feeling his gaze, Malfoy's bravado immediately diminished. He lowered his head and ceased to cast furtive glances toward Gryffindor. "Oh, it seems I may have become a rather heavy influence," Qin Yu murmured to himself. If Harry and Malfoy were to balance each other on a scale, perhaps they could maintain a dynamic equilibrium of rise and fall. Yet, with Qin Yu firmly positioned on Harry's side, the balance tipped unfavorably. This did not align with his vision of competition and growth from the previous night. After all, while Malfoy was indeed a troublesome lad, his core was not malevolent. He simply lacked proper guidance. Qin Yu did not wish to diminish him to the point of becoming timid, as that would likely sap Harry of his fighting spirit as well. "What is too heavy?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. As she placed the morsel she had been eating onto her plate, Qin Yu observed her anxious demeanor, occasionally stealing glances at the food. Realizing that she must have misunderstood something, with a smile, he remarked, "It certainly isn't a comment on your weight. Here, do try this. It has a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity. I think I'll pass. Ever since school started, my face seems to have grown rounder," Hermione replied, shaking her head and pouting in distress. "Really? I haven't noticed," Qin Yu said after a moment of scrutiny. "How can you not? Just look at my cheeks." Hermione pointed out, gesturing to her own face. "Let me give it a little pinch," he suggested, unable to resist the charm of her youthful appearance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Hermione protested, her dissatisfaction evident. "The texture is rather nice. It seems you've indeed gained a bit of weight." "I didn't notice it last night amidst the rush," Qin Yu stated with feigned seriousness. "You, how dare you call me fat? Just wait until I bite you," Hermione declared, promptly sinking her teeth into the hand he had extended. "Ouch, that hurts," Qin Yu exclaimed in pain. "Humph." Hermione released him with a huff. "No one thinks you're overweight. It's simply that you eat a lot, which helps you grow taller. Otherwise, I would be towering over you by now. Then you mustn't eat so much, lest I catch up with you." "All right, I'll wait for you," he replied. "By the way, I'm thirsty. Could I have a glass of juice?" Qin Yu casually handed over a glass of juice. "Does your hand hurt?" "Yes, it aches quite a bit." "Then, shall I use a healing spell for you?" "No need, just blowing on it will suffice. The last time was quite effective." "Last time?" Hermione recalled that it had indeed been in the public lounge, where, to enhance the healing effect, she had even planted a kiss on his cheek. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she hurriedly lowered her head to sip the juice, feigning nonchalance, though her cheeks gradually flushed a deeper shade of crimson. After exchanging a few childish remarks, Hermione reverted to her gluttonous nature, eagerly resuming her feast of delectable treats. Qin Yu swiftly finished his breakfast. Subsequently, everyone departed from the auditorium and made their way to their respective classrooms. Hermione was heading to Charms class, while Qin Yu was bound for History of Magic. Despite Professor Binns hovering in midair, droning on in a monotonous tone about the tedious wars between wizards and goblins, Qin Yu rested his chin on one hand. Lost in thought, he pondered what strategies he could employ to encourage Malfoy, hoping to instill in him the courage to continue opposing Harry. However, the prospect of openly supporting Malfoy was unacceptable to him. He certainly did not wish to appear as if he were backing that arrogant boy. This dilemma was proving quite challenging. Qin Yu mused inwardly. Perhaps it was best to set it aside for now, temporarily dismissing these troubling thoughts. He recalled the conversation he had with Hermione that morning and couldn't help but envision her transformed into a plump girl. That would indeed be akin to becoming an entirely different person. Wait a moment. Becoming a different person, Qin Yu murmured this phrase. His brows slightly furrowed before relaxing as a thought emerged within him. The troubles that had recently plagued him found unexpected inspiration in this girl. Indeed. It must be said that pondering over her often yields benefits. Thus concluded a certain individual. Apologies for the recent stagnation in my writing. Life has been rather chaotic, and I have neglected my craft. I am immensely grateful for everyone's kindness, continuous comments, encouragement, and support. I sincerely appreciate the patronage from readers, which I had overlooked until now. Thank you for your unwavering support. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the pureblood wizarding family, the Malfoys. As one of the sacred 28 families, the Malfoy lineage boasts a long history and boundless glory. Being a member of this esteemed family, and the future sole heir, Draco possesses an inherent sense of pride and honor. Thus, for the past 11 years, he has lived like a favored child of destiny, albeit sometimes feeling the weight of expectation and pressure. However, he understands that such burdens are his to bear. To wear the crown, one must endure its weight. To grasp the rose, one must accept its thorns. He comprehends this truth and willingly sacrifices for the honor of his family. Until this summer, when he encountered two individuals in Diagon Alley at a robe shop. First, a quiet boy with black hair and glasses, followed by an older, formidable-looking boy of the same dark-haired descent. On that day, he felt his pride and honor belittled for the first time. To belittle him is to belittle the Malfoy family. Such an affront is utterly intolerable. Then came the day of the Hogwarts Express, when he earnestly sought to befriend the legendary Harry Potter, only to discover that this boy was, in fact, the same quiet lad from the robe shop. Once again, he was condescended to, and this time, in the presence of the ridiculous Ron Weasley, who was a well-known joke among pureblood families, a pitiable pauper. These incidents inflicted upon him an unprecedented sense of humiliation. After the term commenced, he attempted to retaliate and seek revenge, only to find that Harry Potter consistently nestled beside that chain, who was a figure he could not surpass or shake. This individual had somehow garnered the support of numerous professors, including Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Most importantly, Qin. This brutish character with a foul temper relished in bullying the weaker, effectively terrorizing the diligent students of Hogwarts. Indeed, Qin is nothing short of a true tyrant. He is destined to become a disgrace among wizards. Draco was firmly convinced of this. Just yesterday, during flying class, he merely picked up the clumsy Neville's memory ball, and that insufferable Harry shouted for him to return it, as if it were his rightful possession. Why should he hand it over? What authority did Harry have to command him? That arrogant Harry Potter. Even now, the recollection ignited a seething fury within Draco Malfoy, causing his head to ache with indignation. Subsequently, he and Harry engaged in a fierce aerial tussle on their broomsticks over the memory ball. Admittedly, Harry proved to be quite adept. Despite having practiced flying before coming to Hogwarts, Draco found himself closely pursued. Fortunately, in a moment of quick thinking, he hurled the wretched ball away. As Draco reveled in his cleverness, he recalled Harry's subsequent actions. Although Harry successfully snatched the ball, he was caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall and was promptly summoned away. In Draco's eyes, Harry's reckless flying and blatant disregard for school rules warranted a deduction of points from Gryffindor. Later, he devised a trap, deliberately provoking Harry and challenging him to a duel at midnight. However, he had discreetly informed the caretaker in advance, ensuring that the caretaker would be present to catch him in the act. The entire scheme was meticulously planned, flawless in its execution. Yet, why was Harry still unscathed? Did the Hogwarts faculty truly condone a student who repeatedly flouted the rules? This was utterly unjust. Furious, Draco spat those words bitterly through clenched teeth, seething with resentment. What unfair? Goyle, standing nearby, inquired with a puzzled expression. At that moment, their morning classes had concluded, and the trio had just finished lunch in the Great Hall. Goyle and Crabbe, each clutching a mound of food, were faces of utter satisfaction. Draco shot Goyle a disdainful glare at his foolish, vacant expression and snapped, "Never mind. Just eat your bread." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away toward the Slytherin dormitories, eager to distance himself from this dim-witted follower who contributed nothing but a penchant for gluttony. "Did I do something wrong?" Goyle asked, glancing at Crabbe, who shook his head in response. "I don't know either. Surely, I must have erred in some manner, or else he would not be so incensed," murmured Goyle, hurriedly. He consumed the croissant in his hand and hastened to catch up with Draco, who had already distanced himself. After lunch, there would be a period of free time, either for a nap or for leisure activities. Yet Draco had no inclination for frivolity. He merely desired to return to the dormitory for a while. Of course, he would never concede that he was fearful of mingling with Harry and his companions, lest he face retribution. He simply felt a tad fatigued. Indeed, he was weary. The morning charms class had been exceedingly taxing, and he longed to retreat for a brief respite. However, his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil, revealing his underlying fear. I, the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage, a scion of the most illustrious bloodline in the wizarding world, a prodigious talent of the younger generation, why must I endure such humiliation? Draco's mind screamed in defiance. Subsequently, a bitter, self-deprecating smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated that. Within less than a month of his arrival at Hogwarts, he would encounter a series of events that tormented his spirit. Yet, what recourse did he possess? He could only silently endure it all. With this humiliating awareness weighing upon him, Draco made his way toward the Slytherin dormitory. The autumn afternoon sun bathed the surroundings in warmth, yet he found this light irksome. Unbeknownst to him, he turned into an empty corridor, instinctively seeking solitude to avoid any encounters with others. As he progressed about a third of the way down the corridor, a sudden gust of wind erupted from the courtyard, sweeping into this passage. In an instant, debris was sent flying, and the fierce wind assailed him, striking his face with sharp stones and dust. He quickly raised his arm, using the voluminous sleeve of his robe to shield his face. However, the tempest was as abrupt in its departure as it was in its arrival, calming within mere moments. Draco lowered the protective fabric from his face, revealing his bewildered eyes. He glanced around, perplexed by the inexplicable wind. How unfortunate, he lamented, that I should encounter such misfortune. Just as his irritation mounted, his gaze fell upon a pile of fallen leaves at his feet, rendering him momentarily speechless. While fallen leaves were not particularly remarkable, this particular collection was distinctly arranged into letters. These letters, in a specific sequence, formed a glaring word, COWRD. A flush of indignation surged upon the pale visage of the youth, a manifestation of his utmost fury. For the term coward was precisely what he had been striving to evade, yet could not deny. Indeed, deep within, he believed himself to be a coward. In the present moment, with the word blatantly displayed before him, Draco was consumed by shame and indignation. I am not a coward. I am not, he bellowed. His neck strained as he gazed at the word formed by fallen leaves on the ground. His flushed face, coupled with his furious cries, rendered the proud scion of nobility somewhat grotesque. Yet, the flicker of humiliation in his eyes lent a touch of pity to his otherwise fierce demeanor. Who is it? Who is mocking me? Draco exclaimed in a fit of rage, drawing his exquisite wand from the inner pocket of his robe, and proceeded to unleash every spell he could recall, waving it wildly around him. He was convinced that someone was lurking nearby, relishing his misfortune. However, despite the chaos wrought by the winds, flames, and lightning unleashed by his spells careening through the corridor, the elusive tormentor remained hidden, leaving only devastation in their wake. Why? Why does everyone bully me? Draco lamented, his wand flailing as he voiced his grievances. As his shouting continued, his voice grew hoarse, a lump formed in his throat. His eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his pallid cheeks, tinged with a hint of pink. He finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Why? I am Draco Malfoy. I should be the pride of Hogwarts. I am not a coward. They are the ones who torment me. They are all villains. No matter how proud he aspired to be, he was ultimately just an 11-year-old child, already fraught with anxiety from the prolonged psychological torment inflicted by the Dark Lord and the failure of his scheme the previous day. He was terrified of retribution, scarcely daring to linger in the Great Hall. Now, having had his inner facade shattered by a mysterious figure, he crumbled entirely, expressing his turmoil and distress in the manner of an ordinary child. In that moment, Draco Malfoy felt utterly fragile. It dawned on him that he was indeed a worthless coward, an ordinary weakling, a good-for-nothing who could only weep yet accomplish nothing. After a prolonged period, having vented his emotions, Draco lowered his wand, ceased casting spells, and stopped shouting. Silence returned to the corridor. Leaning against a pillar, he slid down to the ground. His face still marked by remnants of tears, his silver-gray eyes vacantly fixed on the empty corridor. Perhaps, being a failure wasn't so bad after all. A bittersweet smile tugged at Draco's lips as he sat on the floor, murmuring a stream of grievances. Are you still there? If you wish to humiliate me, then indulge yourself. I am aware that I stand no chance against you, and I cannot even locate you. I detest this place. I loathe Hogwarts. I abhor Harry Potter. I despise Qin. I detest everyone. I yearn to escape from here, to attend another school. I never wish to lay eyes on these individuals again. However, no one responded to him. Only the occasional whisper of the breeze traversing the corridor, brushing against his disheveled golden locks that obscured his brow. Perhaps they have departed. What worth does a coward like me possess to warrant attention? Draco offered a self-deprecating smile, lifting his gaunt chin to gaze skyward, his eyes vacant and hollow. Rustling sounds emerged from the ground just as the dejected Draco assumed that the enigmatic figure had left after mocking him. He furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, discovering that a pile of leaves was shifting on the ground. The leaves, akin to nimble fish, swiftly formed new letters, which in turn coalesced into fresh words. The individual had not departed. Draco peered at the new words on the ground. Evidently, the mysterious person had left him another message. Have you cried enough? Draco hastily wiped the tears from his face, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a simple inquiry. For his heart was heavy with grievance and embarrassment. The mysterious figure seemed not to anticipate Draco's reply, continuing to rustle the leaves to create new words. Forming another sentence. Crying in youth is not a disgrace. It is preferable to the regrets of adulthood. Draco contemplated this statement, struggling to grasp its meaning, yet sensing profound significance within it. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, he perceived a semblance of concern emanating from these words. Is this person attempting to comfort me? Draco mused silently. You feel as though your pride and dignity have vanished, do you not? Do I still possess them? Upon reading this line, Draco instinctively retorted, his gaze dimming once more. You should inquire whether you ever truly possessed pride and dignity. What does that mean? Am I not even worthy of having pride? Draco felt a twinge of doubt, suspecting he might have misinterpreted the intent of this individual. Perhaps they were not there to console him after all. The pride you speak of stems from the ancient lineage known as Malfoy, derived from the so-called pure bloodline. Yet these superficial attributes are not genuinely worthy of pride. Due to the abundance of words in the sentence, it has been divided into 4 segments, akin to the subtitles of a film, with each segment promptly replaced by the next. Consequently, the rustling of leaves persisted for an extended duration. Amidst this rustling, Draco deciphered the lengthy message, only to reveal a look of bewilderment in his eyes. For him, the glory of his lineage and the purity of wizarding blood had always been a source of pride. Now, however, it was dismissed as something superficial. You're mistaken, Draco weakly countered. He intended to assert that the family and bloodline were indeed worthy of pride, yet upon reflection, it seemed that neither Qin nor Harry ever valued those aspects. You must have realized, whether it be Qin or Harry Potter, they never regarded your family or bloodline with reverence. The enigmatic figure appeared to have penetrated Draco's thoughts, inscribing a new message that startled him. He was aware of a spell known as legilimency, capable of extracting thoughts from another's mind. Could this mysterious individual possess a similar enchantment? As these thoughts surfaced, fear flickered in Draco's eyes. What, then, constitutes true pride? He inquired. True pride should emanate from within yourself, rather than from external sources. From myself? Draco's expression revealed contemplation. Precisely. I do not know. Draco lowered his gaze. He wished to express that he was uncertain of what within himself warranted pride. Indeed, in comparison to someone like Qin, he felt inherently insignificant and weak. What pride could he possibly claim? You perceive yourself as feeble, do you not? The mysterious figure seemed to discern his innermost feelings. Yes. Draco nodded. Acknowledging your own weakness is the first step toward pride. You have already taken that step. Another cryptic yet profound statement. Nevertheless, Draco's previously desolate heart experienced a slight stirring. It was as if he began to grasp something, though he couldn't articulate precisely what it was at that moment. Acknowledging your own weakness is the first step toward pride, Draco murmured. Indeed, there is an Eastern proverb that states recognizing one's own shame is a tremendous act of courage. Draco found wisdom in this Eastern saying. The origin of the proverb was inconsequential. What mattered was understanding that admitting one's weakness is not inherently negative. Thank you. I believe I comprehend your meaning, albeit slightly. Draco expressed his gratitude sincerely. Regardless of whether this individual was mocking him, he felt he had gained something today, such as the courage to acknowledge his own fragility. Perhaps you may inquire what the second step toward pride entails. The leaves formed yet another message. What is it? Draco instinctively blurted out, it is power, it is strength, it is the ability to make oneself formidable. It is the power to conquer others. Draco's eyes widened, his expression igniting with fervor. What does this person mean? Why are they speaking to me in such a manner? Could it be? So, child, do you wish to possess the strength to empower yourself? Draco contemplated this phrase, his heart swelling with excitement and elation. "Slow down," Hermione reminded the ravenous Qin. Watching as he devoured the ham sandwich she had handed him, even licking the crumbs off his fingers. This latter action made the young girl feel somewhat embarrassed, though fortunately, it seemed no one else had noticed. This realization brought her a degree of calm. "I was just so hungry," Qin finally said, appearing somewhat satisfied after swallowing the food. As if he had regained his composure. "What on earth were you doing? You look utterly exhausted after such a brief time," Hermione inquired with curiosity. As Qin was enjoying his lunch, he suddenly excused himself, and when he returned after a while, he appeared quite famished. "Well, I just donned a disguise and created a new account. You must understand that managing a new identity can be rather exhausting." Qin Yu mused gravely after a moment of contemplation. Hermione, well aware of his propensity for peculiar remarks, was not particularly surprised by his musings. "I wish to have that." Qin Yu indicated towards a particular dish. Noticing his evident hunger, Hermione refrained from further inquiries, reaching out to grasp the food and offering it to him. With a few swift bites, Qin Yu consumed the food, just as he was about to instinctively lick his small hand, which bore the remnants of his meal to avoid waste. That very hand swiftly recoiled. Qin Yu then beheld the owner of the hand, who gazed at him with a triumphant expression, as if to convey, "It seems you will not succeed this time." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was still somewhat hungry. Earlier, in an effort to guide a mischievous child, he had resorted to utilizing a high-level illusion spell for invisibility, while also evading the various chaotic spells cast by the youngster. Moreover, he had to exert considerable effort to shift the leaves in order to send a message, which truly was a trial for him, the hefty Qin. Thus, he ordered another dish, which the young lady promptly delivered. This time, he did not allow her to bask in her triumph. With quick reflexes, he seized her outstretched finger and playfully bit down, not too lightly, as a form of admonishment. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, glared at him in annoyance and huffed. "Just you wait," the little girl muttered under her breath, her words laced with mock severity. To provide context, Draco's portrayal was slightly more detailed. As he was not particularly skilled in depicting intense emotions, it was crafted in this manner. Without further ado, the summer vacation has come to an end, and everyone is set to enjoy the start of the new school year. Qin Yu has been in this world for over a year. As time progresses, especially after entering Hogwarts, his repertoire of abilities has expanded significantly. He excels in the standard curriculum, mastering subjects such as charms, transfiguration, and potions, far surpassing his peers. Beyond these conventional classes, he has also received supplementary tutoring from Professor Snape and Professor Swinton, leading to remarkable advancements in his practical skills. After all, Professor Snape is known for his rigorous teaching methods, often employing a no-holds-barred approach, particularly when Qin Yu occasionally finds himself acting impulsively. Having survived under Professor Snape's stringent guidance for more than half a school year, Qin Yu has also been bestowed with a magnificent alchemical sword from Professor Swinton. This sword is truly multifunctional, capable of breathing fire, freezing, providing poison resistance, and rendering its wielder invisible. It can alter its size and rigidity and, most importantly, it can fly. With this sword, Qin Yu effortlessly realizes his dream of soaring through the skies. Naturally, as a weapon, one of its paramount functions remains its formidable offensive capabilities. With determination, Qin Yu plunged into the depths of Slytherin's chamber, where he boldly provoked the basilisk. He navigated through several encounters, honing his combat skills and exploiting system loopholes to garner numerous rewards. Regrettably, after a few attempts, the system ceased to acknowledge him during subsequent confrontations with the basilisk. In addition to the skills he acquired through diligent study and practice, Qin Yu possessed several abilities granted by the system, including the advanced disillusionment charm he received during Christmas. This spell, in essence, allows the caster to alter their appearance or that of an object to deceive others, with the advanced version enabling true invisibility. Utilizing this enchantment, along with a few auxiliary spells, Qin Yu managed to silently materialize in a corridor, showcasing an impressive display of stealth before Draco Malfoy. It must be said that this maneuver was remarkably successful, leaving Draco momentarily stunned. However, it was no simple feat. Casting the advanced disillusionment charm was inherently taxing, and Qin Yu had to evade the erratic spells unleashed by the unruly child in a fit of emotional upheaval, which proved quite challenging. After all, many of his abilities were hindered while in an invisible state. Fortunately, drawing from his prior experience with Professor Snape and his reckless challenge against the basilisk, Qin Yu narrowly evaded the chaotic flames and torrents of water, managing to remain undetected and avoiding the embarrassment of a public blunder. Reflecting on the situation, he took pride in his ingenuity in controlling the leaves to form words. What choice do I have since I lack Dumbledore's prowess? He lamented inwardly. The inspiration for this method came from Dumbledore's message transmission technique from the previous night. While the esteemed headmaster could conjure writing to appear before Qin Yu, he could only manipulate physical objects to spell out letters, highlighting a considerable disparity in their abilities. Nevertheless, the overall effect was satisfactory, and Qin Yu had initially achieved his objective. He would observe how Draco would respond in due course. There was no rush. As he savored his meal and contemplated these thoughts, Qin Yu swiftly concluded his lunch. He then assisted Hermione in cleaning her hands before leading her back to the Gryffindor common room. Was there anything unclear from this morning's charms class? Qin Yu inquired during their walk. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick's current material is quite straightforward. However, there is one aspect I do not fully comprehend. After asking him, he mentioned that it would be covered later, and that delving too deeply now might be counterproductive. Hermione replied with a shrug of resignation. So, you still wish to clarify that point of confusion? Qin Yu asked, smiling at her. Hermione nodded, tilting her head as she said, Indeed, I want to understand. Did you not say that learning should leave no questions unanswered? That is your study philosophy. Very well, I shall explain it to you when we return. Observing Hermione's adorably serious demeanor, Qin Yu smiled, gently squeezing her soft little hand twice before hastening his pace, saying, Time is of the essence. I must teach you swiftly. The young girl had no choice but to jog alongside him, the initial embarrassment fading into the rhythm of their hurried steps. Thus, their midday respite was spent immersed in study. It must be said that tutoring Hermione was indeed a delightful endeavor. The clever girl grasped concepts effortlessly, displaying a remarkable diligence in her studies. She was able to comprehend the material Qin Yu presented, occasionally demonstrating her ability to draw insightful connections. Most enchanting was her expression of astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Who could withstand the charm of such a delightful young lady? Thankfully, the public rest area was bustling with people during the lunch break. Otherwise, one could only imagine the potential hazards she might face, such as having her cheeks pinched or her hair tousled. Noticing Qin Yu occasionally lost in thought, wearing a look of wistfulness, Hermione couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, understanding that he was suppressing certain impulses. After all, she had become acquainted with some of his habits during their time spent together over the summer. However, the crowd made the situation rather complicated. As the end of their break approached, Hermione glanced at the clock and flipped to a page in her textbook, earnestly stating, There is one last question. What is it? Qin Yu inquired, taking a sip from the cup on the table. Here, take a look, Hermione said, pointing to a specific section. Qin Yu leaned forward, pausing momentarily as he recited the content before him. The key to casting such spells hinges upon the differing materials of the wand core. Just as he began to read, he felt a sudden peck on his cheek. Class is about to start. I shall return to the dormitory to retrieve my textbooks for the afternoon. The mischievous girl uttered this before disappearing without a trace, leaving Qin Yu fuming at having been taken advantage of. Someone inwardly lamented. Has Malfoy perhaps ingested the wrong potion from Professor Snape? Ron whispered to Harry at the adjacent desk. At that moment, they were in defense against the dark arts class, where Professor Quirrell's stuttering speech frequently distracted the students. What is wrong with him? Harry inquired, puzzled. Haven't you noticed? This fellow has been chuckling absent-mindedly all afternoon. Look. He asked, laughing again. Isn't it rather peculiar? Ron remarked, gesturing towards Draco Malfoy in the distance, his expression tinged with mild apprehension. The sight of someone inexplicably smiling can indeed be somewhat unsettling to onlookers. Harry followed Ron's gaze and nodded, saying, It's true. He appeared quite glum this morning. Yet now he seems to be laughing often. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd, right? Unless he mistakenly took a potion, he must be losing his mind, Ron speculated with a hint of malice. As for Malfoy, Ron held a deep-seated disdain for him. Anyone who constantly belittles others, calling them poor, is bound to be disliked. Ha. Harry couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, please maintain classroom decorum. Professor Quirrell interjected sternly. Apologies, Professor Quirrell. We were in the wrong. Both quickly lowered their heads in contrition. All right, focus on the lesson, Quirrell instructed before continuing to demonstrate with a lizard. When Harry and Ron dared to look up again, they caught Malfoy casting a smug smile in their direction. The two glared back, their gazes clashing with palpable tension. Then, Ron gestured to his own head, silently mouthing a word. Instantly, Harry deduced that the word was fool. This implied that Malfoy was likely losing his wits, which explained his sporadic laughter. The two resumed their smiles, albeit more restrained this time, stifling any sounds to avoid another reprimand from Professor Quirrell. Meanwhile, Malfoy observed their laughter. Although unaware of its cause, he felt an instinctive surge of displeasure. He scoffed quietly, vowing to himself, "Just wait. Once I grow stronger, I shall make you regret this." Reflecting on the enigmatic message from the mysterious individual, Malfoy felt a surge of joy, and a smile once again graced his lips. This smile had appeared numerous times throughout the afternoon, for he was filled with eager anticipation and boundless imagination regarding the future. During dinner, Ron and Harry amusingly recounted Malfoy's silly grin as a source of entertainment for everyone. George and Fred listened with great interest, unable to resist glancing towards the Slytherin table, spending an inordinate amount of time observing Malfoy, ultimately convinced by their brother and Harry's assertions. He laughed approximately every 2 minutes, and his laughter seemed to erupt without any forewarning. The brothers exchanged banter, affirming, "Indeed, that's precisely it." Ron nodded vigorously, "Absolutely, it is completely without warning." Harry concurred with a nod. Hermione rolled her eyes and remarked irritably, "You two have been fixated on him all afternoon. Can't you engage in something else?" Perhaps Malfoy had encountered something joyful, Qin Yu casually speculated, then waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of focusing on others. Tending to your own affairs is paramount." "Indeed. You've already been reprimanded by Professor Quirrell once. Will you not learn from your mistakes?" The leader's formidable presence commanded attention, chastened by Qin and Hermione's comments. Harry and Ron shrank back, exchanging glances and making faces, allowing the topic to fade away. After all, despite Malfoy's obnoxiousness, he should not consume their entire lives. There were myriad other matters deserving their attention. Consequently, the conversation shifted to other subjects. For instance, Ron recalled a trophy he had glimpsed in the trophy room the previous day, inscribed with the name James Potter, a name familiar to all present, as it belonged to Harry's father. "You are destined to be an exceptional seeker, for you have a father who was an outstanding one," Ron asserted confidently to Harry. This remark elicited a complex expression from Harry, as father was a term that evoked both longing and unfamiliarity. Suddenly hearing something related to one of his parents in the very magical school they once attended stirred a mixture of excitement, confusion, and sadness within him, an amalgamation of emotions difficult to articulate to others. "I hope you are right," Harry murmured softly. "If you aspire to be an excellent seeker, then train diligently. Quidditch cannot be mastered through mere words," Qin Yu advised, half admonishingly, half as a means to change the subject. "Yes, I will strive hard, Qin." Harry immediately spoke earnestly. He listened attentively to what Qin had to say, treating him as a most esteemed mentor and role model. Observing Harry's earnest demeanor, Qin Yu nodded slightly and then added, "You will certainly struggle to keep up with the daily training of the team. Seniorwood has arranged for you an accelerated training program to help you quickly get up to speed. Will you teach me, Qin?" Harry adjusted his glasses, filled with anticipation. Under the enlightening guidance of his good friend Ron, Harry had already gained a relatively detailed understanding of Quidditch, leading him to a clearer recognition of Qin's prowess in this domain. Without a doubt, Qin was the best. It would truly be wonderful to receive his guidance. "Let's see how it goes. It may be that Wood and I will take turns teaching you, depending on who has free time," Qin Yu replied. "That's fantastic," Harry exclaimed with excitement. As long as Qin was able to teach him, he felt immensely satisfied. Whether or not he would take turns with Captain Wood was a matter of little concern. In a good mood, Harry's appetite flourished, and he filled a large plate with food, devouring it heartily. Ron, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for his friend, wishing he could join the Quidditch team as well. Alas, he struggled even to ride a broomstick properly, making the prospect of joining the team seem like a distant dream. This thought dampened Ron's spirits somewhat. However, as he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Qin, who then offered a slight nod and said, "Oncewood graduates, the Quidditch team will need a new keeper. If you're interested, you might want to start preparing for the tryouts next year or the year after." "Can I really?" Ron stammered, excitement bubbling within him. "I'm merely suggesting that if you wish to participate, you can begin to prepare," Qin clarified, reiterating his intent. "I understand. I will practice flying diligently," Ron declared, brimming with determination. "Yes, keep it up," Qin encouraged softly. "Thank you, Qin." Ron's spirits lifted considerably, and he piled even more food onto his plate than Harry, devouring it with an enthusiasm that surpassed his friends. Observing this scene, Qin subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "You certainly know how to placate a child," Hermione murmured as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Qin Yu was amused and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Aren't you just a child yourself? How can you call others children? I am not. Hermione pouted in protest. Well, no, you have indeed grown into a big child. Qin Yu replied dismissively. I am an adult. Hermione corrected him with a lift of her chin, clearly displeased. Dear Miss Granger, only children yearn to become adults. After Qin Yu uttered those words, he shoved a piece of mousse cake into the girl's mouth to silence her. You must eat more to grow up quickly, he added. Consequently, Hermione could only puff out her cheeks as she chewed her food. The autumn nights at Hogwarts grew increasingly chilly. The ancient castle silhouetted against the twinkling lights, reminiscent of a millennium past. In a dimly lit corridor of the castle, a slender figure cloaked in a thick black cape moved cautiously. Judging by stature, this individual was likely a first-year student, and judging by the direction, he was making his way toward the castle's exit. The tranquil night and the desolate campus rendered his actions somewhat furtive, however. It was evident that he possessed a compelling reason to risk breaching the school rule against nocturnal wanderings. At midnight, beneath the oak tree nestled between the greenhouse and the vegetable patch, the figure murmured a phrase, and as he spoke, his eyes shimmered with a glimmering light in the darkness. Indeed, this person was Draco Malfoy, a first-year student from Slytherin House. The phrase he had just uttered stemmed from an extraordinary encounter he had experienced that day. It must have been a powerful and enigmatic individual. As he recalled the words formed by the scattered leaves, Malfoy couldn't help but marvel once more in his heart. Since the other party was a formidable, mysterious figure, what could be their purpose in seeking him? Could it be that, as legends foretold, he had been chosen for something significant? Contemplating the myriad possibilities, Malfoy felt increasingly exhilarated, his eyes growing brighter with anticipation. Ahem, it has been a while since I last wrote. I nearly forgot the plot and even took time to review the earlier parts. I wonder if anyone is still reading. Regardless, I shall continue writing, hoping to complete this story. Achoo, achoo, achoo. A series of sneezes resonated in the delicate morning mist enveloping the castle. Through the ethereal fog, the source of the sneezes could be discerned beneath a towering oak tree, where a young boy with golden hair and pale skin sat. His once enchanting gray eyes were now bloodshot, staring vacantly at the sky, which had just begun to glimmer with light at a 45-degree angle. It dampened his forelocks, indicating he had lingered there for quite some time. Not far in front of him lay a collection of acorns of various sizes, arranged in a systematic fashion to form the letters H, S, W, and W, representing the abbreviation of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Clearly, the number of acorns was insufficient to spell out the full name of the institution or even the word Hogwarts. However, for a nearby squirrel, this bounty of acorns was substantial, equating to nearly half of its winter provisions. Regrettably, this foraging ground, once solely its domain, had been invaded by an unexpected guest who had claimed the acorns as their harvest for the night. The squirrel, unable to confront or chase away the intruder, was left yearningly observing the scene throughout the night. Stay back. This is not a place for your frolic. A deep voice boomed from a distance. The squirrel, having kept vigil all night, immediately stiffened, pricking its ears to listen. While it could not comprehend human speech, its instinctive warning of danger was undeterred. After a moment of standing frozen, the squirrel cast one last longing glance at the pile of acorns before swiftly retreating into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. The boy on the ground, too, sensed an impending danger. His dazed expression shattered abruptly as he hastily rose to his feet. He cast a purposeless glance around, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival, yet no one appeared, prompting a sigh as he hurriedly departed from the oak tree. The location was near the vegetable patch, and he did not wish to be mistaken for a mischief maker by Hagrid. As the guardian of the patch, Hagrid was vigilant against students encroaching upon it, particularly the Weasley twins, who had shown remarkable restraint over the past year. With the squirrel gone and the boy departed, the area was left with a scattering of acorns, awaiting their ultimate fate. Qin Yu slept quite soundly that night. He even had a dream, the details of which he could hardly recall. Yet he knew it was a delightful one, for he faintly remembered a girl with chestnut hair. Together, they had watched a film about an alien invasion of Earth, in which the extraterrestrials bore the visage of a feline master. The dream was somewhat chaotic, yet it emanated warmth. Upon awakening, the sun shone brightly, its rays streaming through the castle's windows, dispelling the indoor chill and ushering in a comforting warmth. After greeting Elvis and the three others who were still slumbering, Qin Yu departed the dormitory. In the common area, he reunited with the girl with chestnut hair, just as in his dream, taking her hand and engaging in a whimsical dialogue filled with disjointed topics. How has Crookshanks been lately? Is he still lacking in vitality? As they conversed, Qin Yu recalled the alien with a feline face from his dream, which reminded him of Hermione's little yellow cat. It seemed that the cat had been unwell ever since it arrived at school, remaining indoors all day without engaging in any activity. He has improved a lot. I should have let him stay home until he grew a bit stronger, Hermione replied, her tone tinged with concern. Perhaps we could let him stay with Hagrid for a while. You know how good he is with animals, Qin Yu suggested thoughtfully. Initially, he had believed the little cat would adapt quickly, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now it appeared they needed to consult a professional. Great idea. Let us take Crookshanks to Hagrid's hut later, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes brightening at the prospect. She was well aware of Uncle Hagrid's remarkable affinity for creatures. With a plan in place, they hastily enjoyed breakfast in the hall before returning to Gryffindor Tower to fetch Crookshanks and head towards Hagrid's small hut beside the Forbidden Forest. Upon exiting the castle and passing through the greenhouse tended by Professor Sprout, they reached a flat expanse of grass, crowned by a towering oak. At that moment, Crookshanks, who had been dozing in Hermione's embrace, suddenly turned his head and lifted it, gazing ahead. As Qin Yu and Hermione followed the gaze of the little cat, the reason for its actions became immediately apparent. There, crouching before them, was a small squirrel clutching an acorn. The squirrel, upon noticing the trio, froze momentarily before hastily retreating. However, in its panic, it dropped the acorn onto the ground. Is this squirrel on the verge of becoming a spirit? It has arranged the acorn to form 2 letters. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment as she approached and examined the ground. There, the acorns unmistakably formed 2 W's. The notion of transformation into a spirit was, of course, something Qin Yu had previously recounted to her in his tales. Qin Yu glanced at the pile of acorns, then at the grass nearby, which was evidently disturbed by someone having sat upon it. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he nodded and remarked, Perhaps it is a squirrel with a passion for learning, gathering food while also taking the time to spell out letters. Hermione, rolling her eyes in disbelief, clearly found Qin Yu's assertion to be far-fetched. Yet, she was at a loss for how to elucidate this peculiar phenomenon. Perhaps it was a bored Hogwarts student who had aided the squirrel in its endeavors. Qin Yu did not engage in any argument regarding the matter. Instead, he bent down to pick up an acorn and tossed it to Crookshanks. The little cat, intrigued by this round fruit, began to paw at it curiously in his embrace. The 2 did not linger any longer and proceeded to seek out Hagrid. Upon arriving at the familiar wooden hut and encountering Uncle Hagrid, Qin Yu conveyed their purpose. After hearing this, the giant of a man took the little cat into his care. Initially, the kitten felt somewhat apprehensive, but soon enough, it became quite familiar with the towering figure, even playfully swatting at his thick, unruly beard. As Qin Yu and Hermione witnessed the scene, they exchanged a glance, both contemplating how remarkably resourceful Hagrid truly was. It seemed that Crookshanks was somewhat ill-suited to the castle's environment. Perhaps it would be best for him to stay with me for a while, and I shall take good care of him, Hagrid declared, rescuing his beard from the grasp of 2 feline paws, a smile adorning his face as he spoke to Qin Yu and Hermione. Thank you ever so much, Hagrid. Qin Yu replied with gratitude. Thank you, Hagrid. Hermione echoed, her appreciation evident. Subsequently, Hagrid began to share his insights on interacting with animals, a subject in which he truly excelled. In truth, many creatures will reciprocate friendship if you engage with them sincerely, he elaborated, summarizing his thoughts after an extensive discourse. While sincerity is undoubtedly important, at times, a firm approach is quite necessary, Qin Yu remarked with a slight shrug. Upon hearing this, Hagrid instinctively glanced towards the Forbidden Forest, recalling his old friend, the Acromantula, and couldn't help but clear his throat, saying, Ahem, that is not to say it is the only way. Ultimately, one must first strive to understand the diverse habits of different animals to tailor one's approach effectively. Qin Yu nodded and remarked, Indeed, I find this perspective quite agreeable. For instance, when dealing with a rebellious eagle, the Eastern approach employs a method known as grinding the eagle, wherein the bird is deprived of sleep to test its endurance, ultimately tempering its wild disposition into a docile one. I have heard of this technique, yet it seems quite torturous for the eagle. Hagrid expressed his sympathy. A sword can only attain its sharpness through meticulous honing. Qin Yu shrugged once more, reciting a renowned line of Eastern poetry. Well, you are akin to a long sword that grows increasingly sharper. Hagrid clearly reflected upon the transformations that Qin Yu had undergone over the past year. Qin Yu smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as the topic was swiftly passed over. Subsequently, Hagrid rose to brew tea, enthusiastically recommending his homemade desserts. This time, Hermione had learned her lesson. She observed Qin Yu savoring the sweet treats before daring to indulge herself, fearful of damaging her teeth. Thus, a leisurely morning was joyfully spent among the three, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Perhaps due to Hagrid's slight allergy to cats, he sneezed a few times while tidying up Crookshank's bed. However, as Hagrid mentioned, brief encounters posed no significant issues. Cats, after all, tend to either sleep or entertain themselves, rarely seeking constant companionship. With Crookshanks temporarily entrusted to Hagrid, both Qin Yu and Hermione felt considerably more at ease. On their way back, they passed the towering oak tree where the acorns that once formed the letter had been cleared away, leaving only a carpet of fallen leaves. The squirrel, however, was quite industrious, prompting Qin Yu to commend its efforts. Fortunately, we did not frighten it. Otherwise, it would be a shame for it to abandon so many acorns. Hermione remarked with a sense of relief. Perhaps it is compelled by the necessities of life, unwilling to relinquish such a bounty. Upon reflecting on these words, Qin Yu was struck by a wave of contemplation. He recalled his previous life, where he willingly worked overtime until 8 or 9 in the evening for a meager salary, remaining on call over the weekends. Was it not better to avoid the relentless grind, to refrain from working overtime, and to ignore work-related calls on weekends? Was it not that he desired such a life? Yet, it was the demands of existence that dictated otherwise. Thus, it can be said that both animals and humans inevitably face obligations that they may not wish to fulfill but must confront nonetheless. Some delicate flowers, sheltered from the elements, must endure the storms to grasp the hardships of existence, learning that certain rewards are not so easily attained. In his heart, Qin Yu contemplated as he cast another glance at the patch of grass, which had evidently been occupied for an extended period but had now largely recovered. He felt increasingly justified in his thoughts. Let us proceed. Lunchtime is nearly upon us, he called out to Hermione, who was busy picking up a round fruit that had just fallen from a tree. After inspecting it under the sunlight with evident satisfaction, she tucked it into the pocket of her robe and, in high spirits, walked alongside Qin Yu towards the school. While residing in the wooden cabin, Qin Yu engaged in a conversation with Hagrid regarding the training of hawks, which was prompted by thoughts of Draco Malfoy. It is indisputable that Draco Malfoy is quite the troublesome child. Given this understanding, how could he possibly allow that boy to easily attain any so-called fortuitous experiences? Such indulgence would only exacerbate Malfoy's troublesome nature. As previously mentioned, Qin Yu harbors no desire for Draco and Harry to become the best of friends, at the very least. He has not contemplated facilitating any reconciliation between them. His sole intention is to help Draco regain his resolve, lest the pressures from the outside world, primarily stemming from Qin Yu himself, render the boy ineffective. Upon reflection, this situation resembles not so much the training of a hawk, but rather the concerns of a parent raising a child, torn between the fear of the child becoming a failure due to overindulgence and the anxiety of the child losing their vitality under excessive pressure. In any case, it is no easy task. By Merlin S. Beard, with all this worry, Lucius ought to provide me with some form of caretaker-s fee or tutoring compensation. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yu could not help but internally scoff. Around the same time, in the subterranean Slytherin common room, within a first-year boys' dormitory, Crabbe and Goyle were eagerly discussing the forthcoming lunch. As their conversation progressed, they found themselves unable to suppress several involuntary swallows. "Draco, would you like to join us?" Goyle cautiously inquired of the golden-haired youth reclining upon the bed. Malfoy remained silent, casting him a frigid and fierce glare. Feeling as though those eyes could emit 2 beams of green light, both Goyle and Crabbe instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard once more. Then, with awkward smiles, the duo slowly retreated under the scrutiny of those penetrating gazes, hastily turning and fleeing the moment they reached the doorway, too intimidated to linger. As the cacophony of their frantic footfalls gradually faded into the distance, the coldness and ferocity in Malfoy's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by an emptiness and bewilderment, embodying a sense of utter fatigue and apathy. "Why, oh why?" Malfoy murmured to himself repeatedly. Ultimately, he succumbed to the weariness of a sleepless night, drifting into a hazy slumber upon his own bed. Time passed unmeasured, until Goyle and Crabbe returned, one clutching a pile of muffins and the other a croissant, only to find their leader peacefully asleep, a smile gracing his lips as if he were lost in a beautiful dream. The weekend swiftly passed, with Saturday and Sunday slipping by in a blur. Monday arrived, ushering in a new week of lessons. In class, the ghostly Professor Binns floated in midair, delivering a monotonous account of a historical event. Well, he was not merely ghostly, he was a ghost. Harry found the subject matter far less engaging than the professor's very existence. As he pondered this, he endeavored to resist the waves of drowsiness induced by the tedious history of magic lesson. Casting a glance around the room, he inevitably noticed that Hermione was the most attentive student. At that very moment, she was even raising her hand, eager to answer a question that left Harry utterly perplexed. The others, like Harry, struggled between wakefulness and slumber, some already succumbing to sleep, such as Ron. Yet, there was one individual who appeared unusually alert, though perhaps a tad too much so. This realization dawned on Harry as he glimpsed Malfoy not far off. It was undeniable. Malfoy had been acting quite strangely lately. Unlike his silly demeanor from the previous Friday, he now emanated an indefinable restlessness. At that moment, Malfoy was tightly clenching and releasing his fists, his gaze fixated intently on Professor Binns. Of course, Harry was aware that this fellow was not genuinely listening. For Malfoy's focus was decidedly elsewhere. Anxiety, restlessness, yearning, disappointment, confusion, his eyes conveyed a complex tapestry of emotions. Observing the emotions flickering in Malfoy's gaze, and recalling his recent irritability that had even driven Goyle and Crabbe to keep their distance, Harry surmised that the lad must indeed be suffering from a sort of mental disarray, just as Ron had commented the other day. Thanks to the amusement derived from observing Malfoy, Harry Potter surprisingly managed to stave off drowsiness, remaining alert until the end of class, becoming the third student in the room to retain his vigor. All right, class is dismissed. Everyone may proceed to enjoy dinner, the professor announced before gliding toward the blackboard, passing through it and vanishing from sight. The young sorcerers had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After the professor's departure, most of the students displayed relaxed and cheerful smiles, engaging in small groups to discuss their plans until curfew. Ron, wake up. Wake up. Harry nudged the still sleeping Ron. Ugh, Harry, is it morning already? Ron mumbled, lifting his head while stretching and rubbing his eyes, still half asleep. Laughter erupted from their classmates around them. Harry, rolling his eyes, had grown somewhat accustomed to Ron's antics, even too indifferent to feign unfamiliarity, for everyone knew they were close friends, making any attempt to distance himself rather futile. Class is over, we should be on our way, Harry said hurriedly while gathering his belongings. He glanced in Malfoy's direction, expecting the boy to seize the opportunity to mock Ron for his foolishness. To his surprise, Malfoy merely cast a disinterested, disdainful glance before striding out of the classroom without a backward glance. What is wrong with him? Who provoked him? Ron queried, following Harry's gaze with a puzzled expression. Who knows? Harry initially contemplated voicing that Malfoy might indeed have lost his wits, but recalling Qin Yu's earlier advice about not fixating on others and prioritizing one's own matters, he swallowed the latter part of his thought. My interest in him was merely to keep myself awake during class, Harry added silently in his mind. As the two conversed, they finished packing their belongings and departed together toward the dining hall, which also served as the common room. Elvis, has Qin not arrived yet? Hermione inquired, stretching her neck to peer behind Elvis, but did not catch sight of the familiar figure. Just then, Elvis approached, murmuring softly about the growth habits of a particular herb. Interrupted by Hermione's question. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he replied, I apologize, Hermione. I nearly forgot to tell you that Qin asked me to convey he has matters to attend to at Hagrid's and will seek you out after dinner. To Hagrid's? What for? Hermione pondered silently. Oh, very well. The young girl shrugged her shoulders and spoke in a remarkably calm tone. Meanwhile, within Hagrid's wooden hut, Qin Yu had already shed his wizarding robe and wrapped himself in a large black cloth, busily engaged in his tasks. This black cloth bore an uncanny resemblance to Hagrid's oversized napkin, now marred by splashes of white flour mixed with water, resembling an abstract oil painting. However, Hagrid paid little heed to this, as his attention was primarily focused on the dish that Qin was preparing. According to Qin, this dish was called birthday noodles. As the name suggests, it is a special type of noodle traditionally consumed on one's birthday, a culinary delicacy imbued with auspicious meaning unique to the East. The giant, who often prided himself on his enthusiasm for cooking, was certainly not going to miss this opportunity to learn, sitting attentively behind Qin Yu, his gaze fixed intently on the young man's every movement. Qin Yu had just lifted the lid of a pot, peering into the simmering chicken soup within, before returning to the countertop to commence kneading the dough. In the quaint little garden, he dug and planted tiny seeds, nurturing delicate blossoms amidst the vast expanse of greenery. As he added water to the flour, he hummed a gentle tune, his hands deftly moving through the flour, as if tracing the incantation of an enchanting spell that synchronized beautifully with the lyrics. Hagrid, of course, could not comprehend the Eastern language of Qin Yu's melody. Yet it did not diminish his awareness of the song's lively cadence, reminiscent of a charming nursery rhyme. His focus remained steadfastly on the culinary endeavor at hand. He observed as Qin Yu rolled the kneaded dough into a somewhat irregular large sheet, which he then meticulously sliced into slender strands of noodles. Placing them into a separate pot of boiling water, distinct from the one simmering the chicken soup, which Qin Yu had set aside. 5 minutes should suffice, Qin Yu murmured, glancing at Hagrid's magical wall clock. Thus, Hagrid joined Qin Yu in eagerly awaiting the 5 minutes, during which Qin Yu periodically added water to the bubbling pot and stirred it gently. 5 minutes can be perceived as neither long nor short, largely dependent on who is fixated on the advancing minute and second hands. With a triumphant exclamation of "It's done," Qin Yu called out, prompting Hagrid to instinctively check his own sizable black ceramic bowl. However, to Hagrid's surprise, Qin Yu ladled the noodles into a basin and submerged them in cool water. This action left Hagrid feeling somewhat disappointed and perplexed by Qin Yu's intentions. Undeterred by Hagrid's silent musings, Qin Yu continued his task, returning to the chicken soup. After allowing it to boil for another 7 or 8 minutes, he added a measured amount of seasoning. Savoring the flavor, he deemed it satisfactory before extinguishing the flame. Merlin's beard, it reminds me of potions class. The complexity of this process is indeed a daunting memory, Hagrid muttered softly, astonished by the intricacies involved. Yet, his expression quickly brightened as he noticed Qin Yu setting out 2 bowls, one of which was his own large black bowl. Finally, it's time to eat. Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim softly. True to form, Qin Yu then adeptly used a pair of long wooden chopsticks to transfer the cooled noodles into both bowls. Once the noodles were nestled within, he added a colorful assortment of pre-cut vegetables and egg strips, vibrant green cucumbers, bright orange carrots, and sunny yellow egg ribbons, creating a visually appealing palette. With a ladle, he scooped the steaming chicken soup and poured it into the noodle bowls. In an instant, the savory aroma of the chicken melded with the nutty fragrance of the noodles, conjuring an irresistible and intricate bouquet of scents. Gurgle. Without any surprise, Hagrid swallowed again, the sound remarkably loud. 3 minutes later, like the wind sweeping away the clouds, Hagrid finished the noodles and drank the last sip of soup from the bowl. How did it taste? Qin Yu asked solemnly as he set down his chopsticks. He had just consumed half a bowl himself, though his pace was incomparable to Hagrid's. Although Qin Yu considered his efforts to be fairly satisfactory, he still felt it prudent to seek the opinions of others, particularly those well-versed in Western cuisine. Upon hearing this, Hagrid readily nodded and proclaimed, "Delicious. The noodles are wonderfully soft and silky, and the broth is incredibly flavorful. In short, it is simply exquisite." Hagrid had initially intended to employ a richer vocabulary to describe this remarkable dish, yet after contemplating for a while, he could only arrive at the word delicious. Nevertheless, Qin Yu understood his sentiment and nodded in agreement, expressing relief that the ingredients had not gone to waste. The most crucial ingredient of the birthday noodles was not the noodles themselves, but rather the chicken broth, which, to be precise, consisted of the herbs and mushrooms simmered in the broth. These ingredients had cost him a considerable amount of galleons and were recently procured by Hagrid from Diagon Alley at his request. Thanks to his general understanding of Eastern culinary techniques, combined with the knowledge of herbalism and potion-making he had acquired over the past year, the chicken broth he ultimately concocted could be described as innovative, imbued with certain potion-like effects, while still prioritizing flavor. Judging by Hagrid's feedback, it appeared that Qin Yu had largely achieved his intended outcome. He planned to further adjust the proportions of the ingredients, aiming to preserve the original freshness and aroma of the chicken broth. With his characteristic dedication to research, Qin Yu decided to conduct further experiments. No problem. Feel free to use whatever you find here. How could Hage possibly object? He wholeheartedly endorsed the idea. After all, he was quite pleased with this culinary delight and didn't mind being the test subject for a few more servings. There were still some noodles left in the bowl, and unable to contain his eagerness, Hage rose on his own, using a fork to scoop the noodles into his bowl. "Don't worry about me. You can finish the rest," Qin Yu said, observing Hage's actions with a hint of hesitation, displaying his understanding. Hage chuckled and eagerly cleaned out the noodles, mirroring Qin Yu's earlier actions by adding some side dishes, and, with a decisive flair, included some onions he particularly enjoyed. Finally, he poured several spoonfuls of chicken broth into the bowl, as if infusing the noodles with soul. After mixing everything thoroughly, Hage twirled a generous portion of noodles onto his fork and savagely stuffed them into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. In no time, The cabin was filled with the sounds of Hage enjoying his meal. After dinner, Hermione, clutching her notebook, made her way to the library. She sought several books for reference. The material covered in class was not difficult for her to grasp. She understood it with ease. However, being merely a first-year course, the teachers only skimmed over more complex topics, providing brief overviews without delving deeply. Even if they did elaborate, many students might not fully comprehend the explanations. As a proactive student of magic, Hermione certainly did not wish to leave so many questions lingering in her mind. Fortunately, the library's extensive collection often provided her with the answers she sought. Even without that fellow Qin around, I can still understand these books. The young girl placed a thick stack of books upon the table in the reading area, murmuring to herself. Her tone bore a palpable sense of resentment, intertwined with her innate pride and stubbornness. Resolute in her decision, she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, calming her emotions as she opened one of the books she had just selected. The ancient parchment was inscribed with words steeped in the essence of time, reminiscent of an elderly and sagacious wizard imparting his knowledge and wisdom across centuries, perhaps even millennia. This association stirred in the girl an inexplicable sense of reverence and emotion, swiftly captivating her with the knowledge contained within, leading her into a state of deep immersion. As time passed gradually, twilight enveloped the library, and the magical wall sconces emitted a gentle glow, bright yet not blinding. Students came and went, some seated to read, others departing with borrowed tomes, while a few wandered aimlessly. Hermione remained oblivious to the bustling activity around her, engrossed in her exploration of the books, occasionally jotting notes in her notebook, until a particularly obscure passage caused her brow to furrow, and after much contemplation, she found herself perplexed. Instinctively, she pointed to the passage and inquired, "Qin, why does it mention this herb twice, using different parts of the same plant?" "It's quite simple, really. The properties of the root and the leaves differ. Thus, when concocting potions, they must be added at different temperatures. This is precisely what Professor Snape has emphasized as order. It is one of the crucial keys to ensuring potion success," came the familiar voice, flowing smoothly. "Oh, is that so?" Hermione replied, but suddenly realized something was amiss. For Qin, who had not been there moments prior, was now seated beside her, books spread out before him, answering her earlier question as he always did. "Humph. When did you arrive?" Hermione asked, her lips pursed slightly. "Probably when you turned to page 8, Qin pointed to the potion-related book Hermione was examining, raising an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say anything upon your arrival? I saw you were deeply engrossed in your reading, so I didn't want to disturb you. What were you doing just now?" Hermione could not help but voice her foremost curiosity. "Who knows?" Qin mused after a moment of contemplation. "It's a secret." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, expressing her dissatisfaction. "All right, focus on your reading, or Madame Pants will surely be furious," Qin interjected, using the librarian as a shield against further inquiries. This left Hermione feeling somewhat vexed. As fate would have it, Madame Pants happened to stroll nearby at that moment. Casting a rather unfriendly glance in their direction, Hermione had no choice but to relinquish her questions and return her attention to the pages before her. However, she forcefully kicked her left foot against the side of the table, concealed beneath it. That Qin was truly insufferable. Hermione silently mused to herself. Meanwhile, after receiving a gentle kick from the girl, Qin Yu shrugged and resumed his reading of the book. After all, if one were to announce surprises in advance, much of the joy would be lost. Qin Yu has always maintained a profound curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration regarding the world around him, yearning for each day to be distinct from the last. However, in his previous life, he found himself ensnared in the monotony of daily labor, where the predictability of his work offered little in terms of fulfillment, with only the monthly payday providing fleeting joy, leaving the remainder as a cycle of mechanical repetition. Consequently, he could empathize with the reflection of his inner fears as illuminated by the wondrous artifact Bogut, which manifested as a mundane office desk, complete with weekly work reports. Now, having ventured into this enchanting realm brimming with magic, he feels himself propelled forward by an invisible hand of fate. Although he often senses a lack of autonomy, he is imbued with a sense of purpose. Cautiously yet exuberantly, he explores this world that is both familiar and strange, thirsting for knowledge and engaging with a myriad of individuals, while tenderly caring for a certain young girl by his side. The future may be uncertain, yet he has never contemplated pausing in his endeavors, relinquishing everything to destiny. This, perhaps, encapsulates Qin Yu's approach to life in this new world, a heart brimming with curiosity, cherishing those people and moments that truly deserve it. Thus, he is willing to leap into his serpent's lair to battle the monstrous creatures within, just as readily as he would don an apron to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for the young girl. He finds joy in both pursuits, reveling in the richness of his experiences. Qin, this is rather perplexing. Why do the two descriptions contradict each other so completely? Hermione, once again confronted with confusion, turned to Qin Yu for clarification. The young girl had entirely forgotten her earlier frustration, now immersed in the vast ocean of magical knowledge. Though Qin is quite bothersome, he harbors a small secret that Hermione has chosen to respect, much like a mother honors the privacy of a father. Moreover, Hermione harbors a subtle conviction that Qin will eventually confide in her regarding the matter, rendering any futile speculation unnecessary and only serving to increase her own vexation. Having come to this realization, after giving him a gentle kick, Hermione gradually found her peace, immersing herself in her studies. Occasionally, when fatigue set in from her reading, she would lean against him for a brief respite. After Qin Yu pondered over the perplexing passages that Hermione had encountered, he remarked to her, "This might be a frequent occurrence of textual inaccuracies found in magical tomes." Hermione tilted her head in confusion and inquired, "Can books really contain errors?" "Indeed. It is not uncommon for texts to harbor mistakes. Numerous factors could contribute to this. Perhaps the original scribe misunderstood the precise methodology for potion preparation, or there may have been oversights during transcription. There are even instances where individuals deliberately include erroneous accounts, leading to discrepancies between the written word and actual practices. When subsequent practitioners uncover the truth through their experiments, they will naturally document their findings differently. So, how can one discern which version is correct? Hermione pondered the crux of the matter. The answer lies in personal experimentation, Qin Yu stated, raising his hand and gesturing forward with solemnity. For it is practice that serves as the sole criterion for verifying truth. "Oh, I understand," Hermione nodded, but then, with a hint of curiosity, she asked, "But why did you make that gesture when you said it? Is it some special spellcasting motion?" The young girl mimicked Qin Yu's action, lifting her fair arm and waving it forward with conviction. She imitated him quite well. That is merely to invoke a great person buff," significantly amplifying the gravitas of the statement. Qin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Hermione's expression was one of bewilderment, clearly perplexed by the term great person buff, unsure how one could enhance the impact of speech without a wand. She was aware of the amplifying charm, which could elevate volume, yet that too required a wand, with the wand's tip positioned against the throat during casting. Observing Hermione's reaction, Qin Yu realized that his words had inadvertently created an awkward silence. This young Western girl found it difficult to grasp the essence of his statement. Thus, Qin Yu pondered the significance of cultural exchange, acknowledging the long journey ahead. Embracing the principle that as long as he did not feel embarrassed, the situation would not be awkward, he deftly shifted the topic. This is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you should always remember this adage. To wholly believe in the contents of a book is far less valuable than to remain uninformed. These are the words of a philosopher from the East named Mencius. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione nodded earnestly, expressing her deep agreement with this profound statement, her demeanor reflecting utmost seriousness. Truly, she was an adorably diligent student. Qin Yu chuckled as he affectionately tousled her long brown hair, feeling quite pleased. Hermione, however, could only shrug in resignation. She was powerless against this fellow, especially with Madame Pants nearby. Thus, she allowed him to ruffle her hair without protest. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not overstep his bounds. After a brief and hushed discussion on the matter, they returned to their respective books, falling into a quietude before Madame Pants made her rounds. In truth, Hermione's ability to identify contradictions within the text indicated her engagement with more advanced magical knowledge. After all, the simpler, foundational aspects of magic were established through the consensus of countless generations, leaving little room for dissent, much like the universally accepted truth that 112. As one delves deeper into the realm of knowledge, however, disputes and contradictions inevitably arise. This is a natural progression. Contemplating this, Qin Yu felt a sense of urgency, reminding himself not to become complacent in his magical studies lest he be outpaced by young Hermione. Thus, he immersed himself even more diligently in the vast ocean of magical knowledge. This exchange of learning, perhaps, signifies a mutual encouragement to excel. As night enveloped the campus in tranquility, Qin Yu and Hermione found themselves wandering the grounds after being ushered out of the library by Madame Pants. Along the way, young Hermione chattered animatedly about the things she had learned that day, sharing her thoughts on various topics while lamenting the absence of suitable materials to conduct practical experiments that would validate her perspectives. Qin Yu smiled and advised her not to be overly anxious, emphasizing that establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Advanced potions were undoubtedly more perilous, without a robust grounding. The consequences could be dire. The annual magical experiment accidents that befell upperclassmen served as the finest cautionary tales. The young girl, upon hearing this, stuck out her tongue, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for her impatience. Simultaneously, she gleaned yet another piece of wisdom from Qin, an Eastern proverb: if your heart is too anxious, you will not savor the steaming food. Qin, I'm so hungry, Hermione exclaimed, halting in her tracks at the mention of food, pouting her lips at Qin Yu. Then have this, he replied, producing a rainbow lollipop, a specialty from Honeydukes, which he had procured from Hagrid that day. The candy glimmered with swirling hues. Hermione knew that not only was the lollipop visually appealing, but it also offered an exquisite taste, with each bite delivering a rich sensory experience. She couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. However, she hesitated, recalling that indulging in sweets at night could lead to cavities. She said this with an evident lack of conviction. What's the big deal? I'll teach you an oral hygiene charm later. It will ensure your mouth stays pristine. And you won't have to worry about cavities or bad breath, Qin Yu assured her, bringing the candy to her lips and effortlessly placing it in her mouth. Clearly, Hermione had longed for it. Who could resist such a delightful treat when it was presented so enticingly? Hee. So I can eat whatever I want from now on without fear of ruining my teeth, Hermione joyfully proclaimed, savoring the lollipop. Indeed, we are wizards, Qin Yu remarked with a chuckle. Many years later, whenever Hermione recalled this seemingly innocent conversation, she would feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She believed her later peculiarities were undoubtedly instigated by Qin. Otherwise, she would not have dared to experiment after acquiring such a charm for oral hygiene. Yet, Qin Yu would always feign innocence, insisting that he had only taught her the charm for the sake of dental health. And any other notions would be a disrespect to magic, much like certain authors who merely wish to address issues of dental care. His words would invariably elicit Hermione's playful retaliation, sending him tumbling off the bed, or perhaps subjecting him to other unique penalties known only to the two of them. However, that is a tale for another time, and we shall leave it at that. As Qin Yu and Hermione entered the Gryffindor dormitory area through the door behind the portrait of the fat lady, there was still a considerable amount of time before curfew. Typically, Hermione would head straight back to prepare for her nightly routine. However, today, since Qin Yu had left her waiting after class, she insisted that he assist her with her studies in the common room, claiming that her academic tasks remained unfulfilled. After all, it's rather inconvenient to converse in the library. There are numerous questions I have yet to ask, Hermione elaborated. All right, I have nothing to do anyway, Qin Yu readily agreed. Spending time with Hermione was certainly preferable to mingling with those rascals back in the dormitory. I'll just go back to grab my books and return shortly, Hermione said cheerfully as she turned to fetch her belongings. Taking advantage of a brief interlude, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory to set down his belongings and change into a more comfortable ensemble. After completing these tasks, he cast a disdainful yet sympathetic glance at several idle youngsters, shaking his head with a sigh, before preparing to seek out his dear companion. It is worth noting that his experience in the second year at Hogwarts was notably more pleasant than that of his first year, primarily due to the presence of Hermione. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yu picked up his favorite quill and made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the girls' dormitory. She had swiftly changed into a light blue pajama set, an outfit he recognized well from her home attire. Upon noticing Qin Yu waiting, she hurriedly approached, clutching several books. Her fair complexion was flushed from her exertion, which made Qin Yu want to pinch her adorable cheeks. However, considering the presence of others in the common room, he restrained his impulse, accepting the books from her hands and guiding her to a quieter corner. Which subject shall we begin with? Qin Yu inquired as he settled into his seat. What about history of magic? Hermione suggested, holding up the textbook authored by Beedle the Bard, which was required reading for the first-year history of magic course at Hogwarts. Upon glancing at the book, Qin Yu hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us save that for last. It tends to be rather dull, Hermione remarked playfully, sticking out her tongue as she set the history of magic book aside. The mischievous glint in her eyes clearly indicated that she was teasing Qin Yu, reveling in her small prank. Qin Yu could only shake his head in resignation, feeling powerless against her. After all, it would be unbecoming to resort to corporal punishment. Thus, he turned his attention back to the study of potions. While in the library, there were several queries he had yet to pose to her. As he rummaged through his notes, Hermione produced another book, along with a notebook filled with her own meticulous writings. Indeed, Qin Yu held a particular fondness for potions, and he approached the subject taught by his elder brother, Professor Snape, with commendable diligence. Consequently, Hermione presented the questions she had accumulated over the past few days to Qin Yu for clarification. He, in turn, provided thorough explanations, elucidating the concepts in a manner that was both comprehensive and accessible, although some inquiries were perhaps beyond what a younger student ought to concern herself with. He felt it essential to extend his teachings to ensure Hermione grasped the overarching principles and intricacies of the subject. This, however, inevitably placed a considerable cognitive burden on the young girl, demanding extensive mental exertion and depleting her energy. At that moment, the rainbow lollipop Qin Yu had prepared served its purpose once more, alleviating hunger and replenishing energy. After Qin Yu handed her a lollipop, Hermione savored the sweetness, the sugary delight evoking a sense of happiness that prompted her to occasionally squint her eyes in enjoyment before re-engaging her mind in the swift processing of information. Thus, the lesson was swiftly brought to a conclusion. Qin Yu gazed at Hermione's potions notebook and couldn't help but commend, "Your notes are quite impressive and thorough." Upon receiving the praise, Hermione joyfully replied, "Hee, really? I thought you might find my questions rather simplistic and juvenile." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and solemnly remarked, "On the contrary, there are certain issues I failed to recognize during my class, many of which could have prevented students from falling into misconceptions. If these problems are understood one by one, I firmly believe that even an average student could excel in this subject." The challenges Hermione encountered during recent lessons were indeed unforeseen when he had previously guided her through the material. "Really? Does that mean I'm quite impressive?" Hermione said, lifting her face with a hint of pride. "Of course. Just consider whose sister you are, Miss Hermione Granger." Qin Yu chuckled, playfully ruffling her hair. "Humph. I'm not your sister. I bear the Granger name," the young girl muttered. However, she did not dwell on this statement, instead retrieving another book and a set of notes. Addressing Qin Yu, "Certainly not my brother's Qin Yu. Shall we proceed to herbology?" Qin Yu merely smiled at Hermione's lengthy declaration. As he spoke, he casually picked up her herbology notes. Observing the questions inscribed therein, an epiphany struck him, and he rested his chin on his hand, a playful glint appearing in his eyes. "Ah, the nostalgia of elite student notes and compilations of errors. Your smile is rather sinister," Hermione remarked, leaning away from him. "Miss Granger, you have no idea what you have brought to Hogwarts. Future students will remember your name and legacy," Qin Yu declared, his voice deep and alluring. "Huh." The young girl appeared utterly bewildered, her expression a mix of confusion and slight concern, rendering her adorably charming. Faced with Hermione's endearing cuteness, Qin Yu could not resist pinching her cheek. "Well, with fewer people in the common area now, we could engage in some activities without drawing attention." "You're saying such strange things," Hermione pouted, somewhat exasperated. "Haha, let's set that aside for now. Do share all your notes with me later. I shall organize and summarize them," Qin Yu said cheerfully. "Understood. Now, can you please explain herbology to me? I have so many questions," Hermione urged. Generally speaking, after allowing him to touch her head and pinch her face, Qin Yu should have been satisfied and focused on the task at hand, as per the little girl's experience. Indeed, Qin Yu nodded, clapped his hands, and resumed the interrupted explanation. "Humph, what an easily satisfied fellow," Hermione thought to herself while listening to his lecture. The time before bedtime was limited, and just as Qin Yu concluded his fifth herbology-related question, the hour to retire had arrived. Hermione had no choice but to postpone her remaining inquiries until the morrow. "Good night, Qin." The young girl picked up her book and waved at Qin Yu. "Good night, Hermione," he said, gently tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Hermione shrugged her shoulders, pouting slightly as she exhaled a long sigh through her nose. The girl felt that time passed swiftly, sensing that they had not spent much time together. Yet, she also felt that time dragged on, as she had to wait an entire night before she could see Qin again. Although Qin had once remarked that if the friendship between two good friends was destined to endure, it mattered not whether they were together every moment, day and night. Qin remarked that this was a line from an ancient Eastern poem, and he also taught her the original pronunciation. However, he always struggled with it himself, often being teased by Qin for having a speech impediment. How could one blame her? After all, Eastern languages are notoriously challenging, entirely distinct from her native English. The most daunting aspect lies in the tonal nature of each character. God knows why the same phonetics can have such intricate tonal variations. Isn't Qin, affection, and kinship all the same? Naturally, she believes that given sufficient time, she will undoubtedly master this language, provided that Qin, as her instructor, exercises patience in teaching her. Thus, the onus lies with Qin. As she repeatedly attempted to articulate the difficult pronunciations of the poem in her mind, Hermione found the verses undeniably beautiful and quite profound. Nonetheless, she still felt that it would be delightful to be together at all times. Unfortunately, Hogwarts accommodation regulations mandate a separation of the sexes, and she cannot sneak away at night as she would at home to find Qin and chat with him until dawn, even if she might doze off midway through. Sensing the gaze Hermione directed at her, Qin Yu could effortlessly discern the emotions conveyed within her eyes, so evident and pure. All right, let's head back. An early bedtime is essential for growth. Qin Yu gently ruffled her hair as he spoke. Fine, growth again, Hermione replied, reflecting on the necessity of maturing swiftly. For once she grows up, she could pursue her heart's desires. Good night, Qin, the young girl said once more. Good night, my dear princess. With a smile, Qin Yu spoke. Upon hearing this title, Hermione couldn't help but smile, her mood brightening considerably. Thus, the two exchanged goodnights twice, lingering for a moment before finally returning to their respective dormitory areas, precisely on time. Shortly after their farewell, the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seemed to slip into slumber, enveloped in tranquility. After a quarter of an hour or so, a slender figure emerged from the Slytherin common room. Observant readers would instantly recognize this familiar presence as Draco Malfoy, the young heir of the Malfoy family, previously mentioned in the text. The young lad, now noticeably different from his earlier nocturnal escapades, exhibited less trepidation and secrecy, moving with newfound confidence. He navigated the corridors with ease, skillfully avoiding obstacles and evading the watchful gaze of Argus Filch, the ever-vigilant caretaker, as he made his way swiftly towards the castle's exit. Yet, beneath this facade of calmness lay a palpable restlessness, evident in his frequent, unconscious glances around, as if he were searching for something elusive, yet yielding no results. His thoughts mirrored this agitation, swirling chaotically within him. It had been several days since he encountered the mysterious pile of leaves in the secluded corridor. Each night, as instructed by the leaves' cryptic message, Malfoy ventured beneath the oak tree situated between the greenhouse and the vegetable patch at midnight, eagerly anticipating his own extraordinary encounter. However, reality had not unfolded as he had hoped. He waited in vain, meeting no one. Instead, a bold squirrel, seemingly familiar with his presence, had taken to stealing acorns from him, albeit with a hint of trepidation in its movements. Concealing himself in the shadows, patiently biding his time until Filch's rounds took him far away, Malfoy found himself gazing aimlessly at the ancient stone walls of the castle under the night sky. What was he doing at this hour? A strange sense of unreality washed over him, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Uncertain of the purpose behind his late-night venture. Yes, he was to keep an appointment, one that was destined to be unfulfilled. He quickly answered himself internally. Yet, knowing full well that no one would come, why did he persist? Perhaps it was out of anger? Indeed, he felt furious, enraged. He longed to confront that person, to demand an explanation for their deceit. Even if the adversary's power surpassed his own manifold, he was resolute in his quest for answers. Yet, contemplating the prowess of the other, he found himself, to some extent, somewhat daunted. In the face of absolute strength, he appeared so diminutive. Perhaps there was no need for questioning. The other might indeed have pressing matters to attend to. As long as he elucidated the reasons, I would surely comprehend. Furthermore, he had shown no malice that day, even kindly offering counsel. Of course, even if he were to vanish from my life, I harbored no resentment, for he owed me nothing. Upon reflecting on this, Malfoy's spirits inexplicably lifted considerably. Since one cannot alter the essence of events, it is better to transform one's own disposition. He felt as though he embodied a philosopher at that moment. Life had imbued him with profound contemplation. Before long, the footsteps of Filch and the flickering light of the lantern had receded, and Malfoy emerged from the shadows, continuing his journey beyond the castle. This time, he no longer gazed about in confusion. His steps grew resolute. Were Qin Yu to be aware of Draco Malfoy's inner journey at this moment, he would likely be moved by a self-affirmation. Soon, Malfoy traversed the familiar path, passing by the greenhouses managed by Professor Sprout, and stepped onto the level expanse of grass. Arriving once again beneath the towering oak, there, a little squirrel had gathered a few acorns, and upon spotting Malfoy's approach, it clutched the largest of its treasures and hastily scurried away. Witnessing this, a smile graced Malfoy's pale, handsome face. Unbeknownst to him, This was the first smile he had shown in several days, though likely no one was there to behold it. After gathering his thoughts, he seated himself upon the ground, leaning against the sturdy trunk of the great oak, quietly awaiting the individual who may not arrive. The night was as tranquil as water, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting a dim and cool glow, mirroring the young man's current sentiments. In the room that served as both the office and quarters of the headmaster, a venerable man with a white beard, clad in a silvery silk nightgown and adorned with a tasseled cap, turned away from the window he had been facing. As he ambled toward a round-backed chair in the room, he murmured to himself, "At last, I need not assist him in evading Filch today, it must be said. Practice indeed makes perfect for this child." His tone carried a hint of light-hearted mockery, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. This venerable figure was none other than the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. As the principal of a prestigious school of magic and a recognized powerhouse in the magical realm, Dumbledore may not have been privy to every detail within the institution. Yet he could easily observe any individual of interest with intent. The previous Thursday evening, he had engaged in an informal yet necessary conversation with Qin Yu, and afterward, Dumbledore occasionally employed magical means to discreetly monitor the boy's actions. Naturally, this scrutiny did not encroach upon personal privacy, he merely observed from a distance. Thus, Dumbledore did not pay much attention to the interactions between Qin and the young lady, Hermione, for elderly individuals are prone to ailments like diabetes. Returning to more serious matters, Dumbledore did witness the exchange between Qin Yu and Draco Malfoy, where Qin concealed his presence. There was no escaping Dumbledore's keen perception, for the magical fluctuations accompanying Qin's spells were rather pronounced, making it impossible to remain unnoticed by one of the world's foremost wizards. Consequently, he too cast an invisibility charm and positioned himself nearby, observing how Qin coaxed, rather than deceived, encouraged, and motivated Draco, watching Draco Malfoy as he navigated the tumult of emotions from despair to emotional breakdown and ultimately rekindled hope through Qin's words amid the rustling leaves, was nothing short of breathtaking for Dumbledore. As a seasoned educator, he understood the significance of tailored teaching and harbored no aversion to Qin's unconventional methods in aiding Draco. Compared to the harsh realities of their world, Qin's approach was undeniably tender and kind-hearted. Thus, Dumbledore intended to witness how Qin would instruct the young Malfoy at the stroke of midnight. To his dismay, after exerting considerable effort to ensure that the caretaker, Filch, would not interfere with Draco, allowing the latter to reach his destination safely, he waited throughout the night without the anticipated appearance of Qin. In truth, shortly after midnight had passed, Dumbledore sensed that Qin might not show up. However, he clung to a sliver of hope, believing that such cunning strategies were beyond the youthful mind of Qin, a mere boy. Yet, as dawn broke and dew dampened his white beard, he was compelled to acknowledge the truth. Qin had indeed outsmarted him. It appeared he had underestimated the boy. Dumbledore stood not far from the ancient oak tree, uttering a profound reflection. He did not underestimate Qin's magical prowess. Rather, he held a deep admiration for Qin's talent and diligence in the realm of magic, recognizing him as one of the few prodigies he had encountered in his lifetime. What Dumbledore underestimated was the boy's character. He had not anticipated that at such a tender age, Qin would possess such remarkable patience and a profound understanding of human frailty and resilience. To describe this child as cunning might be an exaggeration, but it is certainly not an overstatement. Indeed, Draco Malfoy's temperament was one of impatience, even from a distance. Dumbledore could sense the turmoil and restlessness within him. This, perhaps, was the primary reason for Qin's failure to keep their appointment, or rather, Qin's intention to set this midnight rendezvous stemmed from his keen insight into Draco's nature. That morning, although Dumbledore stood by Draco's side throughout a long, arduous night of waiting, honing his own patience, a smile gradually emerged upon his aged visage on the journey back to the castle. He was delighted to witness the ingenuity of young Qin, recognizing in it the boy's reliability and a glimmer of hope for the future. Of course, it may be too early to draw such conclusions. He did not wish to impose unwarranted expectations upon anyone, as that would be unjust. Nonetheless, this did not prevent Dumbledore's estimation of Qin from rising significantly. In the ensuing days, after attending to his necessary duties, Dumbledore made it a point to devote time to monitor the movements of both Qin Yu and Draco Malfoy. The latter remained fixated on their midnight rendezvous, sneaking out each night after curfew. Thanks to Dumbledore's discreet assistance, Draco narrowly evaded several near discoveries, successfully reaching the designated meeting spot beneath the oak tree, where he would wait the entire night. Meanwhile, what of Qin Yu, the orchestrator of this affair? He was engaged in his usual activities, studying, dining, resting, playing, and accompanying young Hermione in her own pursuits of learning, eating, resting, and playing. Additionally, as Hagrid had mentioned, he was diligently researching a special birthday noodle, which, from the student records Dumbledore had reviewed, coincided with Hermione's recent birthday. Thus, while Dumbledore patiently waited alongside Draco for Qin's appearance, Qin was amusing himself with efforts to bring joy to the young girl. Dumbledore felt inclined to chide him. "Do engage in something of substance, Barbado Qin." Well, something to that effect. However, Dumbledore's critique of Qin was not entirely unfounded. Judging by Draco's recent reactions, the boy seemed to have gradually emerged from a state of agitation, doubt, and confusion, finding a measure of inner tranquility. At the very least, he had become increasingly adept at evading Filch patrols. Dumbledore could not help but jest. Indeed, this marked one of Draco's recent improvements. After spending some time in the round-back chair to organize his thoughts, Dumbledore resolved to retire to bed. Having stayed up several nights with Draco, he felt quite weary. Yet, just as he rose, he caught sight of a figure traversing the corridor through the window that faced the inner courtyard of the school. This figure was taller than Draco but still clearly a youth, indicating that he was an adolescent. From the direction the young man approached, it was evident he hailed from the Gryffindor Tower. Who could this be? By Merlin, what a coincidence! A smile flickered across Dumbledore's face, and in an instant, his drowsiness dissipated. As an elderly man, sleep was already scarce. Why not see if anything intriguing unfolded tonight? After bidding farewell to Hermione, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory. As per his usual routine, he intended to meditate for a while before succumbing to slumber. However, scarcely had he settled into the meditative state taught by Professor Swinton when an unforeseen impulse struck him, accompanied by 2 sudden sneezes. With one thought and a second curse, he pondered, was someone cursing me? Qin Yu arrived at an intriguing conclusion about a world steeped in magic. Upon reflection, he realized he likely had few adversaries. Thus, who could be the one disparaging him? After mentally sifting through the names of those he knew, Draco Malfoy emerged as the foremost contender. Recently, it seemed this young man harbored the deepest grievances against him. Firstly, as Qin Yu himself, he had exerted considerable pressure on Malfoy. Secondly, under the guise he had adopted, he had left Malfoy waiting for several days, making the latter's ire entirely understandable. This situation represented a compounding of grievances from both sides. In truth, Qin Yu had not forgotten their midnight appointment. Rather, he had been anticipating news of Malfoy's capture. In his view, stealthily slipping out of the castle at such an hour to reach the greenhouse was no simple feat, and it was hardly surprising that Malfoy had been apprehended after several days. Allowing the young man to experience a deduction of 50 points from Slytherin was certainly a rare opportunity. If Malfoy could face this with a degree of composure, then the time for resolution would be ripe. However, as Qin Yu waited, days passed without any news of Malfoy's capture. After sneezing twice that day, he pondered whether he should investigate the matter. From the feedback of Hermione, Harry, and Ron, Qin Yu surmised that Malfoy had likely been lingering beneath the oak tree these past few days. With the young man left in solitude for so long, a twinge of guilt pricked at Qin Yu's conscience, though it was a fleeting concern. Thus, around midnight, he stealthily exited the Gryffindor common room and made his way toward the greenhouse. As he approached the familiar greenhouse and stepped onto the soft grass, he found the surroundings eerily quiet, prompting a sense of unease. Surely, Malfoy had not failed to appear? Such disappointment would be a letdown of his expectations. He muttered to himself, frustrated by the young man's apparent failure to meet the occasion. Just as he voiced this thought, he faintly perceived the sound of a branch snapping underfoot. Yet, upon closer inspection, he could not discern its origin. Only the distant growls of beasts from the forbidden forest pierced the midnight stillness. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, he shrugged, pressing on. Soon, he spotted the great oak tree, its trunk standing tall, and beneath it sat a boy crowned with tousled golden locks. The lad sat quietly, his pallid face illuminated by the moonlight, casting an ethereal glow tinged with shadows. Qin Yu was inclined to remark that this fellow would be better suited for a horror film. However, it was evident that now was not the time for such jests. The boy in question was none other than Draco Malfoy, whom Qin Yu had summoned to this location at midnight. Malfoy had clearly arrived as promised, even multiple times. Yet, Qin Yu, despite coming today, still showed no intention of making his presence known. He quietly observed for a moment before turning to leave. A jade must be carved to become a gem, he muttered, his tone ambiguous, leaving one unsure whether he felt satisfaction or discontent. In any case, His figure soon faded into the ancient architecture of the castle. The boy beneath the oak tree appeared calm and unhurried. Yet Qin Yu still chose not to reveal himself at that moment. Beyond the desire to let Draco Malfoy stew for a few more days to solidify the effects, he was somewhat uncertain about how to instruct this young man. After all, his previous intervention had merely stemmed from a wish to uplift the dispirited child, coupled with Dumbledore's prior counsel, which had prompted him to spontaneously engage in a cryptic exchange involving leaves. At that moment, Qin Yu had not thoroughly contemplated the specific course of action for the future. During his idle days, he had been gradually pondering the methods and approaches he might employ. Dumbledore, however, completely misinterpreted Qin Yu's slow reactions as a sign of patience and cunning wisdom. Yet, inspired by Hermione, Qin Yu had developed a rather promising entry point. With a bit more preparation, he would be ready to proceed. For him, the task of mentoring Draco Malfoy was merely a minor episode in his studies and life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Whether he would succeed or not remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was far better than allowing this troublesome child to look back years later with regret for squandering his youth and shame for his lack of achievements. Indeed, Draco Malfoy should be guided to master his skills and contribute more significantly to the magnificent endeavors of the magical world. With these fleeting thoughts in mind, Qin Yu retraced his steps back to Gryffindor Tower and successfully returned to his dormitory. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, shortly after his figure departed from the corridor of the warm room, Albus Dumbledore, clad in a silver-gray silk nightgown and adorned with a tasseled soft hat, materialized near the bushes beside the grass. When Qin Yu uttered that phrase expressing his frustration, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently stepping upon a broken twig on the ground. It was quite unexpected that Qin, who had kept young Malfoy waiting for several days, would voice such sentiments. In Dumbledore's mind, countless tumultuous dragons seemed to rampage, causing him to momentarily lose focus on his surroundings. Of course, this lapse was also attributed to his inherent lack of caution, as he believed himself secure on his own grounds. Observing a student he had personally vetted, there was little need for excessive vigilance. Fortunately, upon snapping the branch, Dumbledore, drawing from his wealth of experience, swiftly concealed his presence more thoroughly, ensuring that Qin Yu remained unaware of a third individual's existence. However, Dumbledore's state of concealment did not endure for long, as Qin, having turned around not a minute after his arrival, hastily departed. Such swiftness was indeed startling, leaving Dumbledore momentarily bewildered. As for Qin's remark, "Jade must be carved to become a gem," Dumbledore, with his vast erudition, comprehended its meaning and resonated with its wisdom. It appeared that Qin had his own considerations. "Since you have departed, I, too, shall return for a bit of rest," Dumbledore murmured, waving towards the oak tree and softly uttering, "Good night, Draco." He then, like someone else, made his way back to the castle without a backward glance, leaving beneath the oak a solitary figure and a squirrel, both waiting for something with differing intentions. Meanwhile, shortly after midnight at the ancient magical school of Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands, in a city called Salem, located 8 time zones away on the opposite side of the globe, the sun had yet to set. Salem, a coastal city in Massachusetts within the New England region of North America, lies a mere 24 kilometers from Boston and is not far from New York City. This city boasts a rich history, having once served as one of the oldest ports established by European pioneers in this new world. An inseparable event from its history is the Salem witch trials. For centuries ago, on a fateful day in the small town of Salem, 20 individuals, deemed wicked sorcerers, were brutally executed, although not all were truly witches. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the magical community, directly leading to a contraction of European magical families' exploration of the New World and fostering centuries of tension between North American wizards and muggles. Of course, this was not the sole occurrence. Subsequent frictions and conflicts ensued, and tragedy never ceased. Note, muggles is the term used by North American wizards to refer to ordinary people. Indeed, Salem is an inescapable location within the entire North American wizarding community. Even the highest authority in the North American magical world, the North American Magical Congress, has erected a towering monument to commemorate those who perished during the Salem witch trials. The instigators of these trials were none other than the wizards' mortal foes, the Puritans and the Seekers. While the Puritans' enmity stemmed from their zealous beliefs, the Seekers were particularly loathsome, as they genuinely sought to eradicate wizards, often at the expense of innocent lives. Fortunately, in the present day, the power of the North American wizarding world has grown sufficiently robust, rendering the Seekers mere relics of a bygone era. It is particularly poignant that the city, once infamous for its witch trials, has transformed into a haven for a multitude of wizards, including some clandestine and fervent wizarding groups. These factions regard Salem as a place of disgrace for wizards, congregating to propagate their disdain for muggles and expressing their belief that wizards and muggles cannot coexist. This situation presents a considerable challenge for the Aurors of the North American Magical Congress, who frequently find themselves addressing incidents of wizarding breaches of the statute of secrecy and even harm inflicted upon muggles. Recently, a wizard employed a terrifying curse that drove a muggle woman to madness, leading to severe repercussions. The ministry dispatched 3 Aurors to manage the situation, and the number of muggles requiring memory modification exceeded 100. The implicated wizard has since been imprisoned by the Magical Congress and will face a harsh trial. The Aurors of the Magical Congress are nothing but a pack of sycophants who prey on the weak. They, alongside the Congress, abuse the powers bestowed upon them by the entire wizarding community. Within an aged wooden cabin, a lean middle-aged man with a scruffy beard waved his fist and exclaimed in anger, "Indeed, it has barely been a moment, and they have already forgotten the harm muggles have inflicted upon wizards, forsaking the hatred of our ancestors." Another female wizard, her face adorned with freckles, vehemently echoed his sentiments. "Yes, they have forgotten. Indeed, this pack of sycophants. The Magical Congress is nothing but a farce, a group of individuals who have lost their way." Amidst a cacophony of voices, the crowd expressed their profound dissatisfaction. The unfortunate wizard, who had been apprehended, was once a member of their small collective, and they believed that the punishment he would face would far exceed the gravity of his actions. After all, that deranged muggle fowl was truly despicable, incessantly mocking the beleaguered wizard and proclaiming that someone of such unseemly appearance and suspicious demeanor would have been burned as a witch for centuries ago. Behold, what a venomous creature humanity can produce. It perfectly aligns with their stereotype of muggle fowl. Yet, after a mere slight reprimand towards such a malicious muggle, the unfortunate wizard was heartlessly seized by the Aurors. How absurd! How ironic! It was an intolerable humiliation. The gaunt, bearded middle-aged wizard shouted in anger once more, prompting a chorus of vigorous agreement from the assembly. They fervently debated how to denounce the outrageous actions of the magical parliament and sought ways to rescue their unfortunate comrade. However, they found themselves at an impasse, for their group comprised fewer than 30 individuals, with only a dozen present that day. While the might of the magical parliament loomed large, this realization dampened their spirits as anger and humiliation enveloped the room. Just then, with a creak, the wooden door swung open. An immediate hush fell over the gathering. The diverse assembly of wizards, of varying ages, instinctively turned their gazes towards the entrance. They understood that this wooden cabin had been fortified with special enchantments, particularly the door. During their meeting, not even a muggle fowl, let alone a wizard, could easily gain entry. Yet, at that moment of fervent discussion, the door had been gently pushed open. This piqued their curiosity about the identity of the newcomer. A tall man in his 30s, possessing striking features, appeared before them, clad in a sleek black suit complemented by a matching wide-brimmed hat, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "May I inquire who you are?" the lean, bearded man asked, furrowing his brow. Simultaneously, he cautiously withdrew his wand from his inner pocket, displaying a wary demeanor. "Ah, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ian Stanley, though you may simply call me Ian," the newcomer replied, removing his hat and smiling with unhurried grace. "What brings you here? Our gathering does not permit unscheduled participants. Should you wish to join, you must arrange an appointment with me in advance, and I will assess your qualifications," the bearded man said, his tone slightly anxious. "What is my purpose here, you ask?" As Ian uttered these words, a contemplative expression emerged upon his face. He spoke while leisurely pacing, casually hanging his top hat on the coat rack by the door, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried, as if he had returned to his own abode. The onlookers, perplexed by his presence and uncertain of his purpose, mused to themselves, could this man be a fool? Or perhaps a madman? Just as their thoughts swirled in confusion, Ian suddenly slapped his forehead, a derisive laugh escaping his lips as he proclaimed, "I remember now. I have come to tidy up this motley crew of misfits." With this declaration, he revealed a set of pristine white teeth, his grin both chilling and sinister. In his left hand, he grasped a jet-black wand. Clatter, clatter. The room erupted with the sounds of chairs and tables colliding as the occupants scrambled to their feet, hastily drawing forth their own wands. Instinctively, they sensed that this man, who bore the traits of both a fool and a madman, was certainly not to be trifled with, and they could not afford to be complacent. "Oh my, what a formidable display!" It truly instills a sense of dread within me, Ian remarked, feigning trepidation. Yet his expression belied a thrill and exhilaration, as if he were about to partake in a delightful soiree. As a note of clarification, this book has not undergone a title change. Rather, it has been augmented with 5 new titles and covers. The original title remains, as this is a feature of the platform's multi-title testing. According to the platform's assertions, longtime readers should not be able to see the new titles. So it is curious how some have even glimpsed the new covers. The author is somewhat puzzled by this phenomenon, suspecting it may be a bug. Additionally, Magi is a term used in North America to refer to ordinary individuals, akin to the term muggle. Much like how a potato is also known as a spud or yam egg. The intruder Ian Stanley, alongside the wizards within the cabin, brandished their respective wands. In an instant, combat erupted within the confines of the modest room. The battles among wizards undoubtedly differ significantly from the brawls of muggles. The personal combat prowess of muggles relies predominantly on their physical attributes, which imposes a ceiling that is challenging to surpass, rendering it difficult to create substantial disparities in strength. It is a rare occurrence for one to defeat 10 individuals of such caliber, let alone stronger opponents. Conversely, wizards exist in a realm apart, bolstered by extraordinary powers. Their potential seems boundless. Even someone as revered as Albus Dumbledore, considered one of the finest wizards in the magical world, would hesitate to claim he has reached the zenith of magical capability. There are also those like Voldemort who seek to transcend limitations through forbidden means. Consequently, the disparity in abilities among wizards can indeed manifest as one being celestial while the other remains grounded. Akin to a scholar capable of entering prestigious universities juxtaposed with a student struggling to achieve a passing grade in elementary mathematics. As for Ian Stanley, who once coexisted in the same body with Professor Stephen Swinton, he possesses the entirety of Swinton's knowledge and mastery over all his spells, including dark magic that the professor either could not or would not cast. Thus, in a certain light, the wildly brutal Ian Stanley is far more formidable than the former defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts, as he is unreserved in his lethality. However, resorting to lethal force does not necessarily equate to taking a life. Faced with a dozen wizards whose combat resolve was lacking and whose magical prowess varied greatly, Ian Stanley unleashed the fire-making spell, driving the majority against the walls of a wooden cabin. He then swiftly waved his wand, casting the binding spell, followed by a stunning spell, effortlessly incapacitating the strongest member of the group, a bearded man, who barely had time to utter half of a disarming charm before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. With their leader incapacitated, the remaining wizards offered little resistance. Ian Stanley moved through the cabin with an air of nonchalance, casting spells at each of the wizards, drawing forth cries of anguish. "Fringo," he uttered, invoking the exploding spell. With a flick of his wand, a chair hurtling toward him shattered midair, sending splinters that struck several unfortunate wizards, causing them to bleed and fall. Rendered incapable of further attack, in a matter of less than 2 minutes, Ian had successfully subdued all the wizards present in this small group. Indeed, they were a pitiful assembly. He caressed his wand, which was only slightly warm, feeling an unexpected sense of unfulfilled desire. How much more exhilarating it would have been had he wielded a magical longsword in battle. Ian murmured languidly. He then recalled the youthful boy who once felt exhilarated by acquiring a fully functional longsword, and remembered the scene where 3 swords crossed together, resonating in harmony. It stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, a reminiscence of his former self. No, that was not he. That was Stephen Swindon, not Ian Stanley. Even if he had undergone all of that fellow's experiences, he was not him. The sword that belonged to Stephen Swindon had long been discarded by him in the mysterious pyramid of Egypt, left to accompany that individual and the mummies within the darkness of an ancient tomb. Aside from this body, Ian desired nothing that was connected to Stephen. Not even the wand he had replaced. Naturally, the sword could not remain by his side. While material possessions are easily forsaken, those memories occasionally resurface in his mind. Just moments ago, he even began to reminisce about the time spent with that Eastern lad. How absurd. How could he possibly long for that pretentious, glib, and superficial boy? With this thought, the joy Ian Stanley had felt from delivering punishment dissipated entirely, and his previously composed demeanor transformed into impatience. He kicked the bearded man awake and surveyed his surroundings, coldly stating, "Remember, this Saturday at 8 o'clock, gather here. If anyone fails to arrive, the repercussions will extend beyond today's mere punishment." As he spoke, Ian waved his wand, inscribing an address located in Salem upon the ground. Without waiting for a response, he again flicked his wand, blasting a large hole in the door, and departed without looking back. Compared to his polite entrance, his exit could only be described as exceedingly brusque. Yet, in light of the various curses he had just inflicted upon them, the destruction of a door seemed hardly remarkable. Who is he, after all? The freckled witch, clutching her stomach, struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She truly felt that the attack she endured was both sudden and inexplicable. If it had been someone from the magical guild, they would at least have uttered accusations of their clandestine slander against the guild. Alternatively, if it were a foe, they would have stated their grievances and intentions. Yet this man, Ian Stanley, merely declared his intent to deal with them as worthless scum before unleashing his wrath, a situation that even Merlin would find utterly baffling. Uncertain. And having never heard of this name, the bearded man rubbed his head, pondering, before continuing. However, I vaguely recall hearing from friends in Brazil that a force identifying itself as G.A. has been quietly consolidating power. Perhaps this individual is one of them. G.A. What sort of organization is that? A sense of bewilderment permeated the air as inquiries arose regarding the organization known as Grindelwald's army. The bearded man had uttered the name of Grindelwald, causing an immediate wave of astonishment among the gathered individuals. Clearly, the infamous name of Grindelwald was not foreign to them, as he had previously stirred considerable unrest in the North American magical community. Although he was currently imprisoned in the confines of Nurmengard in Europe, his notoriety remained undiminished across the Atlantic. Isn't Grindelwald incarcerated? The freckled witch questioned, voicing a common curiosity. The crowd turned their gaze toward the bearded man, equally eager to comprehend how a person supposedly confined to prison could orchestrate a movement under Grindelwald's banner. Could it be that he has escaped? Someone speculated, unable to contain their thoughts. A collective intake of breath echoed among many present. Grindelwald had once cast a long shadow over the heads of wizards worldwide. If he had indeed resurfaced, one could only imagine the tumult that would ensue. Should he return, it may not necessarily spell doom, interjected a young man, his tone suddenly chilling. The decaying magical world is in dire need of a reformation. His words evoked memories of Grindelwald's rallying cry for a greater good. Wasn't Grindelwald's concept of greater good aligned with their own aspirations? The young man's voice began to brim with a hint of fervor. Ahem, Roman, you are still rather naive. The bearded man coughed, evidently pained by the kick he had received from Ian Stanley moments before. After regaining his composure, he continued, Grindelwald's ideologies are excessively radical, and he exhibits a blatant disregard for the sanctity of life. In pursuit of what he deems the greater good for wizards, he has sacrificed countless lives. He is not a man of noble intent. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable, the young man countered, unable to suppress his rebuttal towards his once revered elder and leader. Roman, the bearded man exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with anger. My apologies, please do not take offense, the young man hastily replied, striving to temper the elder's ire. Very well. Let me continue, the bearded man said, surveying the group before elaborating. According to my friend's insights, the Grindelwald's army, which purportedly originated from the jungles of Brazil, is not actually led by Grindelwald. Official sources have confirmed that Grindelwald remains incarcerated in Nurmengard, a fact personally verified by none other than Professor Dumbledore himself. The security of the prison is exceedingly stringent, making remote command of an army bearing his name implausible. Then who are they, exactly? Someone inquired. Uncertain. Perhaps they merely seek to exploit Grindelwald's renown, the bearded man replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty. And what, then, is Ian Stanley's objective? The freckled witch gently inquired as the man with the scruffy beard settled in. If I am not mistaken, he has come to recruit us, or rather, to coerce us into joining his organization, the bearded man offered his conjecture. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals fell into a prolonged silence. They were, after all, a loosely knit group, capable of little more than venting their frustrations against the magical parliament and occasionally staging protests, devoid of any truly radical endeavors. Now, confronted by a formidable figure intent on subjugating them and potentially compelling their allegiance to an enigmatic organization, they found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. However, a portion of them perceived this as an extraordinary opportunity, a chance to realize their aspirations. Among them was the young man named Roman. The bearded man noted the varied reactions, yet refrained from addressing them directly. Instead, he concluded, speculation serves no purpose. We shall know the truth on the forthcoming Saturday. Now, everyone may return. Thus, they departed, each consumed by their own thoughts. either anticipating or dreading the impending day. Yet, the wait promised to be excruciating. Upon leaving the wooden cabin, Ian Stanley did not pause to rest. He proceeded to another destination in accordance with the intelligence he had received. There, another similar coven awaited his arrival, though it was evident that they would not welcome his presence. Ian's objective remained unchanged from before, however. This time he refrained from engaging in idle chatter, completing his task in half the time, and managing to rally even more witches than previously. The reason for his efficiency was simple. He was in a foul mood. He loathed the nostalgia he felt for his days at Hogwarts, which sometimes made him feel as though he had regressed into the timid Stephen Swindon. He had long since freed himself from that persona. The man he had become was treading a path brimming with fervor and passion, pursuing an exhilarating and grand ambition. This was the journey he was meant to embark upon. Not languishing like that coward in a decrepit school, instructing a gaggle of children on how to flee from werewolves and vampires, while indulging in the trivial comforts of a mundane existence, playing schoolyard games with a boy named Qin. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ian felt increasingly agitated. To vent his frustrations, he acted decisively and ruthlessly, inflicting a severe injury upon the most defiant witch, twisting the arm that wielded her wand into a grotesque shape. One that would take weeks to heal, even with magical remedies. Be here this Saturday evening at 8. He cast aside these words along with a line of words on the ground that represented an address, striding out of the shattered door without so much as a backward glance. Similarly, the fallen wizards lay in a state of confusion and bewilderment at the sudden emergence of this formidable figure, questioning his true intentions. Not far from that place, Ian slowed his pace, stretching his neck and wrists. After 2 consecutive battles, even against relatively weak opponents, he found himself somewhat fatigued. This was the predicament of not having ascended to the core ranks of G.A. Grindelwald's army, relegated to performing menial tasks. Indeed, the bearded wizard had accurately surmised some matters, such as Ian Stanley being dispatched by G.A. to recruit them. However, unbeknownst to them, had another individual been sent for the same purpose, the approach might have been more tempered. Ian, as a newcomer eager for recognition, felt compelled to create a certain level of commotion. This is quite understandable, akin to the ancient Eastern tradition of a blood oath. Organizations require a process of screening and evaluation before accepting newcomers. Completing the integration of the Salem underground wizarding community with elegance and efficiency was Ian Stanley's submission to G.A. and its leader, Gellert Abernathy. Reflecting on the leader who shared a name with Gellert Grindelwald, Ian felt a twinge of uncertainty. The man appeared robust and exuded a charismatic demeanor, wielding authority with a balance of benevolence and discipline, embodying the essence of a leader. Yet, upon their initial meeting, Ian found himself somewhat taken aback. He instinctively felt that such a person did not align with his preconceived notions of a G.A. leader, or rather, he perfectly epitomized the image of a leader. His life experiences had taught him that anything seemingly perfect in this world was destined to be illusory. Much like that lad Qin, who, though he seemed to possess considerable magical prowess and could be deemed a genius, was not without flaws. Often lazy, his ideas immature, and prone to indecision. Damn it, why was he reminded of that boy again? Ian irritably shook his head. In any case, due to an instinctive judgment, he had sown the seeds of doubt regarding the G.A. leader from their very first encounter. Nevertheless, this did not deter his desire to join the organization. After all, everyone harbored secrets unknown to outsiders. Additionally, he truly needed a stage to showcase his abilities. Ian, as long as you accomplish the tasks we assign you, you will be one of us, declared the man who had given him the assignment. This man, in his 40s and named Tald, was reputed to be one of Gellert Abernathy's most trusted subordinates, always at his side. Tard possessed a complexion of deeper hue, distinctly reminiscent of Latin American features. From this, one could surmise that he likely followed Abernathy in Brazil, as the G.A. organization had indeed risen from Latin America. Tasks? Companions? It all seemed rather plausible. At this thought, Ian could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. He then concluded his endeavors for the day and returned to his abode. The following day, he would venture into another region to once again engage in menial tasks. This would likely persist for several days until he had gained control over the underground coven in Salem. Reflecting upon it, the monotony was palpable. These were mere lackeys, devoid of any challenge. Ian Stanley lay listlessly on his bed, soon succumbing to slumber. In the city of Salem, a butterfly fluttered its wings upon the land. While vapor rose from the sea, carried by ocean currents and monsoons, traversing the vast Atlantic to settle beneath an oak on the Isle of Great Britain. Thus, the residual moisture condensed upon the tips of a youth's hair, forming droplets of dew. As dawn broke, the light refracted through the dew, casting a crystalline glow. The young lad gradually opened his eyes, awakening from an uncomfortable dream. He raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the piercing sunlight, while his other hand struggled to support himself as he rose to his feet. Such was the plight of anyone who had spent half the night in slumber here. Legs would surely fall asleep, a consequence of poor circulation. In a few years, an eminent magician from the East would exploit this very principle of numbness to deceive a chef by the surname Fan, successfully swindling a bicycle from him. Yet, that was a tale for another time. Shaking the dew from his hair, the youth gathered the thin blanket that had fallen to the ground, folding it carefully before tucking it into the pocket of his clothing. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring this blanket when sneaking out at night. Otherwise, the heavier dew would have surely left him ill. Casting a glance at the ground devoid of acorns, he looked up at the canopy of the tree, only to discover that the branches bore no nuts either. Thus, it seemed that even the little squirrel would not be keeping him company here any longer. With this thought in mind, the youth shrugged and set off towards the castle. Draco, how pitiable you are. The figure of the young lad grew distant, leaving behind a whisper of self-deprecation in the wind. Dimension Wall Summary. Ian Stanley is indeed the personality of Professor Swinton. Have you all forgotten? In an ancient pyramid in Egypt, Ian, through some mysterious means, though the specifics remain unmentioned, expelled Swinton's personality and took sole possession of the body. Subsequently, Ian Stanley journeyed to Europe, where he encountered Furong at his alma mater, Boothbatten School of Magic. Furong is the daughter of Swinton's unrequited love interest, and their relationship remained somewhat nebulous. However, Ian chose not to pursue her and departed from that place. Later, upon hearing of the organization G.A., he perceived potential in it and traversed great distances to North America, where the current narrative unfolds. As of now, the subplots merely serve to provide brief mentions, ensuring they do not consume excessive narrative space, primarily to alleviate the monotony of the main storyline. After all, sweetness should be indulged in moderation. Wishing you well and kindly requesting a small gift. Harry Potter felt undeniably mad. How else could he possibly find Draco Malfoy somewhat pitiable, even evoking a flicker of sympathy? At that moment, Harry was enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall. Just a short while ago, he and Ron had encountered Draco Malfoy in the corridor by the entrance. Expecting a scathing remark from Malfoy, they were surprised when he merely cast a cold, indifferent glance in their direction before striding into the hall, taking his seat at the Slytherin table and beginning his meal at a leisurely pace. Reflecting on Malfoy's expression and his solitary demeanor amidst the bustling table, Harry truly felt a twinge of pity for him. After all, he was merely a young boy who seemed to be grappling with some troubling matters. No, I must not be deceived by appearances. I must discern his true nature. He has committed many heinous acts and deserves no sympathy, Harry admonished himself. Despite these thoughts, he could not help but steal occasional glances toward the Slytherin table. Harry, have you noticed? Ron leaned over and whispered. Huh? Noticed what? Harry replied, taken aback. Malfoy has been hit with the soul-binding curse. Ron said gravely. What? Harry turned to look at Malfoy's position. Ron fell silent. What's wrong? Harry turned back to see Ron deep in thought. Harry, there is something off about you, Ron remarked, mimicking the mannerisms of an older student. What is off about me? Harry instinctively touched his forehead, finding the scar neither hot nor painful, which only deepened his confusion. Is there truly nothing amiss? I was merely jesting, yet you took it to heart, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Harry was taken aback as he realized that Ron had indeed been joking. The notion of Draco Malfoy being subjected to the Cruciatus curse seemed utterly implausible. How could he have failed to respond to such an obvious jest, and instead foolishly glanced in that direction? Truly, how naive of me, Harry chastised himself internally. Moreover, why have you begun to show concern for Malfoy? Ron remarked with a hint of jealousy. I do not. How could that possibly be? Do not speak nonsense. Harry replied with righteous indignation. Well, I am not the type to monopolize a friend and prevent him from mingling with others. Ron waved his hand dismissively. He then glanced at Malfoy, who was quietly consuming his sandwich, and continued, though I detest his character, I am aware that he likely harbors no malevolent intentions. Perhaps he is simply accustomed to a life of privilege. His demeanor is hardly endearing, and I, at times, am not exactly charming myself. Like my cousin Dudley, whom I utterly loathe. He is nothing but a spoiled brat, Harry empathized. Regardless, Malfoy has been acting rather strangely of late, especially today. He appears quite melancholy, which is entirely uncharacteristic of him. That is why I suggested he might be under the Cruciatus curse, Ron shrugged, realizing that his previous statement might have been inappropriate. Ron added earnestly, I assure you, this is not concern for him, nor is it sympathy. I am merely discussing him from a distance. Well, Qin interjected, it is not commendable to speak ill of others behind their backs. Harry cast a guilty glance at the empty seat beside him, a spot usually occupied by Qin, who seemed to be running late today. All right, let us cease our discussion of him. After all, he does not require our concern or sympathy. Ron shrugged once more. That is true, Harry nodded, and then solemnly added, in any case, we are merely curious, not concerned for that fellow. Indeed, that is correct. Ron agreed, nodding in affirmation. The two held a mutual understanding regarding Malfoy. As long as he did not provoke them, they would refrain from instigating any conflict. Since he was currently brooding like a melancholic prince, they resolved to mind their own affairs peacefully. After a brief exchange, they suppressed their curiosities and resumed their breakfast. Qin Yu and Hermione entered the hall a little later than others. I hope there is still plenty of delicious food left, she lamented, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders as she craned her neck to peer at the banquet table. I had already suggested that you could have arrived earlier. Qin Yu replied with a shrug, a hint of exasperation in his voice. No, I insisted on waiting for you, Hermione declared resolutely, shaking her head. After exchanging greetings with a few familiar classmates, she promptly urged the sleepyhead to take a seat. Qin Yu was half dragged into a seat, only to discover that there was still an abundance of food on the table. It seemed that Hermione's worries were entirely unwarranted. Nevertheless, the young girl still murmured with a hint of regret about the dishes she would miss out on today, expressing her disappointment in phrases like what a pity. Qin Yu could not help but reflect inwardly on the insatiable nature of human desires, as evidenced by the behavior of this little foodie. In truth, he had not overslept out of laziness. Rather, he had experienced some difficulty falling asleep after a night of restless wandering. As previously mentioned, seeing Malfoy, who had been waiting for several nights, caused him a slight pang of conscience, albeit a minor one. Utilizing the faint glow emitted by the illumination charm, he organized Hermione's notes and conducted a thorough review, gaining insight into the weaknesses of the first-year curriculum. In fact, he wished to borrow the correspondence exchanged with his roommate, Elvis, during the summer, as it contained numerous discussions about academic matters that could serve as valuable supplements. However, upon seeing the boy sleeping soundly with his blanket, Qin Yu ultimately chose not to disturb his peaceful slumber, and he too succumbed to sleep shortly before dawn. As a result, he indulged in a bit of extra rest that morning, while Hermione waited for him in the common area for quite some time, nearly resorting to storming into their dormitory with her wand raised. Hermione, author, are you jesting? Am I to be portrayed as a violent magical girl? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Qin Yu savored 3 hearty sips of the savory broth, feeling his weary body gradually rejuvenated and revitalized. This rich soup, crafted from simmered bones, was infused with spices such as pepper, chili, and cardamom, accompanied by morsels of beef, wood-ear mushrooms, peanuts, and daylilies. The resulting delicacy was both refined in texture and rich in flavor. Truth be told, this culinary creation was inspired by Qin Yu's suggestions to the skilled chefs of the kitchen, thus adding another exquisite dish to the Hogwarts menu. As a young man, the occasional late night bore little consequence. After a satisfying meal, he felt considerably better. Unlike in his previous life where even a single night shift would leave him utterly exhausted. Harry, Ron, you both seem a bit off today, Qin Yu remarked suddenly. Not at all. How could you think that? Harry and Ron replied in unison. Then, Qin Yu noticed their eyes instinctively darting towards the Slytherin section, where Draco Malfoy sat, playing the part of the solitary figure. Perhaps the boy's condition had worsened, drawing Harry and Ron's concern. Oh, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding, choosing to say no more. Harry and Ron found themselves momentarily speechless, anticipating the chance to counter Qin Yu's insinuation with remarks like, "Are you concerned about Malfoy?" Yet, he refrained from asking. He seemed to perceive something unspoken, yet chose silence, leaving them without a retort. It was indeed disconcerting. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both chewing their lips in frustration, unable to muster the courage to voice their thoughts. Qin Yu calmly added some crispy onion rings to the savory thick soup, savoring each delightful bite. Is it delicious this way? Hermione could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is quite good. The golden, crispy onion rings absorbed the rich broth, and with each bite, The salty and fragrant juice melds perfectly with the crunchy texture of the onion rings. Absolutely delectable, Qin Yu described enthusiastically. Hermione, unable to resist his enticing portrayal of the dish, requested him to serve her a bowl of the newly introduced savory thick soup and a plate of onion rings, which she proceeded to immerse one by one into the broth. Following Qin Yu's lead, she relished the dish with satisfaction, giving him a thumbs up in approval of this culinary method. After a brief moment of gloom, Harry and Ron managed to uplift their spirits and expressed a desire to try this way of eating as well. However, having already eaten to their fill, they resolved to wait until the next day. Breakfast soon concluded, and the young wizards departed the great hall in small groups, books in hand, heading towards their respective classrooms. Thus commenced another day of learning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In herbology class, Professor Sprout had wrapped up her recent introduction to mandrake and assigned students tasks such as repotting, watering, and fertilizing this herb. I must reiterate, remember the characteristics and effects of this plant. You may very well find it useful in the future, Professor Sprout stated with unusual seriousness in the greenhouse's teaching area. Utilizing this antidote herb could be somewhat ominous. Qin Yu flipped through the notes on his desk, reflecting on the key points of his studies. The mandrake, despite its appearance resembling that of an ordinary grass, reveals a stout root upon extraction, its form akin to that of an unsightly infant. This infant, in turn, exhibits a lifelike struggle, flailing about and emitting a piercing scream. Such cries have been immortalized in the literature of both muggles and wizards alike, often regarded as a harbinger of a curse. In truth, this herb, notorious for its shrieks post-extraction, possesses a sound capable of inflicting fatal consequences. Fortunately, the specimens they handle during lessons are mere saplings, significantly diminishing the potency of their cries, as long as the students refrain from removing their earmuffs or earplugs. They remain largely unscathed. However, each year witnesses a few who, forgetting to seal their ears, succumb to fainting spells when uprooting a mandrake for repotting. In such instances, Professor Sprout privately expresses relief that someone has inadvertently provided a cautionary example, imparting a vivid lesson to her students. Yet, this concealed sentiment is best kept discreet, for she is renowned for her benevolent demeanor at Hogwarts. How could she possibly take solace in another's suffering? Perhaps it would be more fitting to extend gratitude to the unfortunate child for their sacrifice. Yes, that would suffice. This year, the object of Professor Sprout's gratitude happens to be the clumsy Jerome, whom she personally escorted to the school nurse for treatment. Certainly, Qin Yu was indifferent to those who foolishly removed their earmuffs. He merely had an instinctive desire to learn more about this particular herb. After all, according to the original timeline, Hermione would be petrified in her second year due to the gaze of the basilisk, and the mandrake was a principal ingredient in the antidote. Although he was determined to avoid such occurrences and would decisively reject any options that interfered with the main storyline when faced with some absurd system choices next year, he harbored a vague premonition that, given the nature of this system, events might not unfold as he anticipated. In other words, a change in the main plot did not necessarily imply a reduction in danger. That possibility was far from negligible. According to Murphy's Law, if he believed matters would deteriorate, they undoubtedly would. Hence, contemplating these issues was not without merit. In light of this series of considerations, Qin Yu could only place his hopes in his own improvement in magical prowess and knowledge, as the system, akin to a rickety chair, was ultimately unreliable. After reviewing the characteristics, effects, and uses of this herb, Qin Yu closed his notebook and inquired with Elvis about the whereabouts of their correspondence from the summer. Elvis informed him that all the letters had been brought to school and were safely stored in the dormitory. Wonderful. Please show them to me later. I intend to organize some magical queries from last year, Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Observing Qin's smiling face, Elvis was tempted to advise him to ensure those letters were well kept. However, upon reflection, as those letters were originally written by Qin, the ownership rightfully belonged to him. Thus, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for him to say such a thing. Well, if you're anxious, I can get them to you by lunchtime, Elvis offered. Although it wasn't an urgent matter, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. That would be best if it's convenient. Consequently, they arranged to retrieve the letters from the dormitory during their break after lunch. Next class will be held in the adjacent greenhouse classroom. Everyone should preview the material on venomous tentacula. Let us hope there are no further unforeseen incidents, proclaimed the plump Professor Sprout as the end of the morning session approached. With that, the morning classes concluded, and the students tidied their belongings before exiting the herb-filled greenhouse classroom. During lunchtime, Harry and Ron had noticeably relaxed, or rather, Draco Malfoy had regained some of his spirit, thus they paid him little mind. Their focus remained on Quidditch. After school this afternoon, I will familiarize you with some basic rules of Quidditch. Once Oliver would have some free time, he will help you practice, aiming to integrate you swiftly into the team's training rhythm. Qin Yu conveyed the words Harry most longed to hear. That is fantastic. Harry clenched his fist, speaking with palpable excitement. Come on, Harry, Ron replied, his tone laced with complexity. There was no denying it. He felt an immense envy. To be selected for the Quidditch team in one's first year was a dream cherished by many, and here stood two individuals who had achieved that ambition. One was Qin, and the other was Harry. Indeed, it was a double dose of envy. Yet, one was a model student, warm-hearted and exceptionally caring, while the other was his dear friend. Ron, despite his envy, felt no bitterness. Instead, he held them in great admiration, accompanied by heartfelt wishes for their success. Having arranged training for Harry Potter, Qin then informed Hermione that he would return to the dormitory during lunch break to retrieve some items with Elvis. Thus, after lunch, Hermione watched with resignation as Qin and Elvis departed for the dormitory. She, on the other hand, proceeded to the library to continue her monotonous cycle of study. Although she felt a slight unease without Qin by her side, Hermione soon immersed herself in her books. Perhaps, when she devoted her attention entirely to her studies, extraneous thoughts would dissipate. Indeed, distractions would only impede Miss Granger's ability to wield her wand with swiftness. Thus, when Qin appeared in the library, laden with a stack of correspondence, Hermione remained deeply engrossed in her reading. Qin Yu had grown accustomed to the sight of the little witch immersing herself completely in her studies. He chose not to disturb her and settled beside Hermione, meticulously organizing the contents of the letters while cross-referencing them with the books, making necessary adjustments. Time quietly flowed by amidst the turning of pages filled with letters and texts. Oh, so you took these letters. How did the smudge appear on this one? Hermione inquired, peering over at an unforeseen moment. She recognized these letters as those Qin Yu had penned during the summer vacation. Have you forgotten how it happened? Qin Yu retorted, tapping the smudge. Let me think. Hermione mused, tapping her cheek. After a brief moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. I remember now, it was during the ice cream incident. On a summer day, while Qin Yu was responding to Elvis's queries, Hermione had leaned in to observe what he was writing. Engrossed in his words, she had completely forgotten about the creamy ice cream she was holding, which began to melt without warning, dripping a large blob of cream directly onto that page of letter. Startled, she quickly shoved the melting ice cream into Qin Yu's mouth, trying to prevent any further drips. Qin Yu could only sip on the ice cream while searching for a tissue to help her wipe her hands clean. A coin-sized stain marred the letter, but he did not bother to change the paper, as he had already written a substantial portion and switching would only increase his workload. Ah. It seems she has recalled something. You consumed half the ice cream yourself and stuffed it into my mouth without even asking for my opinion, Qin Yu remarked with annoyance. What, is the ice cream not good? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired. It is indeed delicious, but there is an odd flavor reminiscent of fried chicken. Qin Yu shrugged. Impossible. I finished the fried chicken and drank plenty of water. How could there still be a taste? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said, a bit embarrassed yet eager. Well, it's just a hint, not too pronounced. Qin Yu adjusted his wording. Very well then, since you're so particular. I shall be mindful next time not to offer you anything I've already tasted, Hermione pouted, speaking to herself. It's not a matter of disdain. I merely described the flavor at that moment. Qin Yu clarified upon seeing her expression. Since you claim not to mind, I shall eat herring from a can before taking a bite of ice cream and then putting it in your mouth. The young girl lifted her chin, speaking provocatively. You truly have some ideas. Qin Yu once again discovered the girl's cunning side. Hee hee, I have plenty of ideas. You'll find out in due time, Hermione said with a hint of pride. Then, before Madame Pants, the librarian, could catch them whispering, the girl concluded the conversation and returned to her book. However, her mood was much improved compared to before, and with Qin as her supportive chair, she could lean back occasionally and console him with questions. Indeed, studying alone pales in comparison to sharing the experience with another. After school in the afternoon, Qin Yu fulfilled their earlier agreement and took Harry to the Quidditch training grounds. Ron, initially reluctant to go, felt a pang of envy and wished to avoid any triggers of discomfort. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to temptation and followed along. To his surprise, Adam also joined them. This young boy typically engaged in no extracurricular activities and would retreat to the dormitory for a restful slumber whenever he had free time. Today, however, He made a rare appearance to partake in the group activity, standing quietly alongside Ron to watch. As for Hermione, she willingly took on the task of helping Qin Yu organize the first-year magical notes and busied herself in the library. All Qin Yu could express was profound contentment, coupled with a yearning to enfold the young lady in a warm embrace. Alas, the proud Miss Granger, with a slight smirk gracing her lips, hurriedly departed while clutching her books, depriving him of that opportunity. Qin Yu could only contemplate alternative methods to reward her. Arriving at the center of the Quidditch pitch, he unveiled a trunk filled with an assortment of balls. It is well known that a Quidditch match employs 3 types of balls: the bludger, the quaffle, and the golden snitch, with 2 bludgers, 1 quaffle, and 1 golden snitch. As Qin Yu gestured towards the balls within the trunk, he provided an introduction to Harry. Fortunately, with Ron's assistance and the resources he had studied in the library, Harry had already prepared in advance and was not unfamiliar with Qin Yu's explanations. On the contrary, Qin Yu's vivid demonstration coupled with Harry's prior studies deepened his understanding. Depending on the type of ball, Quidditch players are divided into 4 corresponding roles: the beaters, who strike the bludgers; the chasers, who handle the quaffle; the seekers, who pursue the golden snitch; and the keeper, who guards their team's goalposts. Qin Yu elaborated on the fundamental offensive and scoring rules of Quidditch, tailored to the various positions of the players. I am entrusted with the role of a beater, just like George and Fred, while Senior would assume the position of keeper. The other players you shall become acquainted with in due course. As for you, an opportunity has arisen for a seeker due to the graduation of Charlie, Ron's elder brother. Following Professor McGonagall's recommendation, Senior Wood has decided to allow you to undertake this challenging responsibility. It is not an easy task, so you must strive diligently. At the conclusion of his words, Qin Yu gazed at Harry with an expression filled with expectation. Instantly, Harry felt a surge of enthusiasm and, with a flushed face, vowed, "I will not betray your trust." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, very good. Next, we shall engage in some basic training, focusing on certain flying maneuvers that Madame Huichi did not cover in class. Subsequently, Qin Yu guided Harry through a series of Quidditch flying techniques, attempting to strike the bludger several times to allow Harry to experience the thrill of real combat. It must be noted that Harry displayed considerable aptitude in the art of flying, although Qin Yu had deliberately gone easy on him. Harry's swift adaptation to the offensive nature of flying and his ability to execute evasive maneuvers, even if they appeared somewhat frantic and awkward, was quite commendable. With a surge of exhilaration, Harry lifted his broom and executed a dive, successfully evading the bludger that Qin Yu had sent his way, unable to restrain a joyous cheer. Splendid, Harry. Below, Ron, craning his neck to observe, clapped enthusiastically, feeling a strong sense of immersion. As a fan of the sport himself, Ron could discern the rapidity of Harry's progress and could not help but feel a mixture of joy for his friend and envy at the same time. However, recognizing that his own skills were still rather modest, he could only hope to improve through diligent practice in anticipation of future team selections. Meanwhile, Adam also joined in with gentle applause, though his gaze subtly drifted towards Qin Yu's direction, his expression tinged with scrutiny. This action, however, went unnoticed even by Ron, let alone the others. As the sun set, the discussion of rules and initial flight practice gradually came to an end, signaling the conclusion of their scheduled training. Harry, unable to conceal his eagerness, inquired about the next training session. Perhaps the day after tomorrow. Senior Wood will assist you in honing your seeker skills. We must progress in a measured manner. There is no need to rush, Qin Yu replied. He then led the 3 youngsters away from the Quidditch pitch. I have organized the notes for potions, herbology, and history of magic for you. As for charms, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration, I have yet to complete them. And I also have many uncertainties that require your attention. Hermione presented her diligent efforts to Qin Yu, her expression a blend of modesty and confidence. Qin Yu casually flipped through the neatly organized notes and noticed that his own handwriting appeared rather hasty, while Hermione's was exceptionally neat. Very impressive, far superior to my own. Qin Yu sincerely praised her. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Hermione replied, her heart swelling with joy as if she had just savored a confection from the Duke of Honey's candy shop. Here, I reward you with a lollipop, Qin Yu exclaimed, genuinely producing a candy from the shop he had visited. After leaving the Quidditch pitch, he had stopped by Hagrid's to hone his culinary skills and made a few adjustments to his ingredient recipes. Anticipating that Hermione, the little foodie, might be hungry, he had pocketed an assortment of sweets from Hagrid before heading to the library. Upon seeing the lollipop, Hermione's face lit up with delight as she eagerly began to suck on it. Meanwhile, Qin Yu took her right hand, which was gripping the pen, and used a cleaning spell to remove the ink stains. He then gently massaged her fingers, alleviating the fatigue and stiffness from her prolonged writing. This was a traditional Eastern massage technique that Hermione had experienced before, and it felt wonderfully soothing. Thus, the young girl happily indulged in her candy while relishing the attentive massage from the charming Eastern boy before her. The exhaustion from her long hours of writing was momentarily eased, and she felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Perhaps this was what Qin often referred to as the value created through labor. Reflecting on her time at home, she recalled how he had cleverly persuaded her to do chores, praising her intelligence and competence. "Oh dear, I always willingly work when flattered. Does that make me seem foolish?" she mused internally. Nevertheless, she recognized that doing housework made her home more comfortable, and organizing notes was also a valuable learning process that benefited her. It wasn't solely for Qin. She was doing it for herself as well. As Hermione entertained these whimsical thoughts, her gaze occasionally drifted to the boy's brow or the corner of his mouth, wishing time could freeze at that moment, or that she could etch the scene into her memory forever. The stern librarian patrolled the area and, upon spotting the pair of students who often disrupted the order, noted that although they weren't reading and were engaged in unrelated activities, they were not speaking loudly enough to disturb others, thus she had no authority to intervene. She lingered briefly before strolling to another section to check on things, casually returning several books that students had returned to their rightful shelves. Little did she know, others had indeed been disturbed by the duo, choosing to sit far away. After all, too much dog food can be overwhelming, and excessive candy can lead to illness. "Charlie, is the meat ready? I'm starving. Famished." The girl's penetrating and infectious voice echoed from a distance. In response, Charlie, who was busy roasting a large potato in the kitchen, called back cheerfully, "Almost there, just a moment longer." Then, he waved his wand, adjusting the temperature of the flames, and continued, "Pussy, you may go take a bath first. By the time you emerge, your meal should be ready." "All right. My clothes are torn. Bring me a new outfit," the girl said as she entered, her tone demanding and presumptuous. Charlie understood that this girl, named Pussy, was not impolite. Rather, she was simply oblivious to the concept of manners. Initially, conversing with someone so devoid of subtlety was somewhat disconcerting for Charlie, as her remarks were strikingly forthright. For instance, she would say, "Charlie, you are quite handsome." Or abruptly inquire, "Charlie, why are you staring at my legs?" The former made Charlie's face flush with embarrassment, while the latter nearly drove him to seek solace against a wall. Fortunately, he could discern that her comments stemmed from a candid instinct for communication, devoid of ulterior motives. When she complimented Charlie's looks, it was an honest reflection of her thoughts. Her curiosity about why he was observing her legs was genuine. After regaining his composure, Charlie expressed gratitude for her praise and explained that he had been captivated by the impressive muscularity of her calves. Admitting to such an insincere explanation filled him with a sense of shame, yet to avoid further embarrassment, he had no choice but to deflect the conversation in that manner. Although he sensed a hint of tension in her words, he believed there was no malice intended. At that moment, Pussy pointedly highlighted Charlie's conversational shortcomings. He could only respond with a nervous chuckle, absolutely refusing to acknowledge his true thoughts while gazing at her long legs. When one fully lays bare their innermost feelings, it can indeed be a source of profound embarrassment. Thankfully, after several similar exchanges, Charlie had grown more adept at handling such encounters. These memories flashed through his mind, and Charlie quickly retrieved the new clothes he had prepared for the girl. Among them was a cozy pullover sweater and a knee-length skirt, all chosen in vibrant red, reflecting Pussy's preferences. Additionally, Charlie had thoughtfully included undergarments, a pair of black knee-high stockings, and a set of black lace-up shoes. The entire ensemble resembled a schoolgirl's casual attire. He had deliberated extensively over these selections, unsure if Pussy would appreciate them, as he was not particularly knowledgeable about fashion. After all, Mrs. Weasley had not endowed him with much in the way of aesthetic sensibility. "Do I really have to wear this?" Pussy asked, frowning at the undergarments. "It would be best to wear them," Charlie replied, licking his lips nervously. "All right, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't fit, you can come help me," she said. The young girl spoke as she picked up the pile of clothes and proceeded towards the small bathroom in the room, where a magical bathing apparatus awaited her. Meanwhile, Charlie, left behind, found himself in a dilemma, torn between hoping the girl would require his assistance and wishing she would not. "Oh dear, my chicken." Charlie suddenly recalled a large lump of dough he had placed on the grill. Promptly, he rushed over, brandishing his wand and reciting the incantation, Indio. As the flames erupted in response to the spell, a brilliant fire enveloped the lump, roasting it evenly. Watching the dough once again engulfed in flames, Charlie let out a quiet sigh of relief, praying that this time his culinary endeavor would not end in disaster. If Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor at Hogwarts, were to witness this scene, he might be torn between feeling proud of his student's precise control over the fire spell and lamenting the underutilization of such a useful charm on mere food. Of course, Professor Flitwick, situated miles away, was oblivious to the events unfolding here. Psyche, the girl Charlie had encountered at the Romanian Dragon Reserve, was a remarkable powerhouse. Despite her immense strength, capable of dispatching a wild boar with a single punch or dislocating a dragon's jaw, she remained steadfast in her daily training regimen. According to her, she was determined to grow stronger in order to fulfill her mission, the nature of which she deemed a secret not to be revealed to Charlie. Thus, he refrained from probing further. Since their meeting, Psyche had grown increasingly familiar with Charlie's abode, often seeking sustenance from him after her training sessions, and even indulging in bathing and sleeping here with regularity. This time, her bathing routine was as brisk as ever. Within 10 minutes, the bathroom door swung open. As she tugged at her garments beneath a red sweater, she called out to Charlie, "I wonder if I've put anything on incorrectly. Charlie, could you take a look for me?" Charlie swallowed hard, clearing his throat before stammering, "As long as nothing is inside out or askew, it should be fine." Psyche assessed her attire and nodded in agreement. "That's true, but it still feels odd, as if someone is holding it up." Charlie inwardly lamented, "Psyche, must you describe your sensations in such detail?" Yet, her attention quickly shifted. She gazed at the darkened lump on the grill with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Is this meat?" "Indeed. This is a new dish I learned to prepare, called beggar's chicken," Charlie introduced. "Ah, beggar's chicken, how fitting for a beggar like me," she replied. The young girl, devoid of any sense of self-respect, exclaimed with excitement, "Well, this is something my friend taught me to make. Its name carries a certain Eastern connotation, not implying that you are a beggar." Although Charlie was well aware that Pusey did not care whether he resembled a beggar, he felt compelled to clarify. "Does that mean I cannot eat?" The girl's primary concern was whether she would be able to indulge in meat. "You can eat. This is prepared for you, Pusey's roasted chicken." Charlie relinquished any futile explanations and directly provided her with the answer she most anticipated. "Wonderful. I want to eat," Pusey joyfully responded. "Then please sit tight while I retrieve the chicken." As Charlie spoke, he donned heat-resistant gloves and carefully lifted the large mound from the grill, placing it temporarily on the ground. He then procured a stick and struck the mound open. Inside, he discovered it was wrapped in 2 layers of lotus leaves. As he tore the leaves apart, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted into the air. As Pusey tore into a chicken leg, savoring each bite while showering him with compliments, Charlie felt that his 4 hours of hard work had been worthwhile. He silently expressed his gratitude to Qin for providing the recipe for this roasted chicken. After 2 correspondences since early September, Charlie had briefly recounted his situation and mentioned his friend who had an insatiable appetite for meat. Qin had then shared the recipe known as the beggar's chicken. Charlie gathered the necessary ingredients, sourced fresh lotus leaves, and procured clean yellow clay. Although it seemed rather peculiar to use mud for cooking, the outcome had proven to be quite successful. "This chicken leg is for you," Pusey declared, handing him another leg. "Thank you," Charlie replied gratefully as he accepted it. Pusey then shifted slightly to claim ownership of the remaining roasted chicken. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Seizing the moment, he also took a moment to admire the girl's new outfit. The red sweater paired with a matching short skirt fit her perfectly, accentuating her youthful vibrancy and energy. The black knee-high socks hugged her shapely calves, revealing a strip of sun-kissed skin between the skirt and socks. "Charlie, am I wearing my socks incorrectly?" Pusey inquired, her face smeared with grease and confusion. "Here we go again," Charlie thought, caught off guard once more. "No, you're wearing them just fine. I just think you look quite lovely in that outfit." Charlie felt as if he were losing his sanity. His interactions with Pusey had rendered him increasingly candid. "Really?" Pusey responded, lifting one foot towards Charlie, flexing it as if wishing to show him more clearly. Perhaps misjudging the extent of her movement, the little girl's dainty lace-up shoes brushed against Charlie's leg twice. "I'll go get you a handkerchief." Charlie spoke as he hurriedly bent down to retrieve a handkerchief to wipe the girl's mouth. "Oh, you can see it again when you return." Pusey thought that since the other party found it appealing, she might as well let him see more of it. After all, having tasted the meat he grilled, it could be considered a fair exchange. Meanwhile, Charlie was filled with regret, reflecting inwardly. Saying too much will only bring harm to myself. As humanity gradually distanced itself from the primitive existence of foraging and bloodshed, beginning to don clothing, the aesthetic appreciation of garments emerged alongside it. Deeply embedded in the genes and bloodlines of humankind, Charlie believed that his admiration for Pusey and that outfit stemmed from this ancestral aesthetic heritage. It was entirely natural, devoid of any excessive psychological burden. He splashed clear water from the faucet on his face, attempting to prevent any embarrassing incidents, such as a nosebleed. If that were to occur, Pusey would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to inquire further, leaving him to devise an excuse. Nevertheless, she truly looked stunning in that attire, especially the dress paired with the thigh-high stockings. Charlie splashed his face again, striving to calm himself, ensuring he did not appear like a naive muggle unfamiliar with the world. After all, he had once been the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Having encountered countless beautiful, charming witches with splendid figures, how could he possibly lack any resistance? Yet, Pusey was indeed the most extraordinary among them. Reflecting on their first encounter, when she had effortlessly sent a juvenile dragon flying with a single punch, that moment seemed to strike Charlie's heart, leaving an indelible mark. In her quietude, she appeared so petite and adorable, speaking candidly, like a pure, untouched sheet of white paper. This contrast captivated Charlie. Yes, he had to admit that Pusey was truly an enchanting girl. However, they had only just met, and he knew very little about her, making it inappropriate to reveal any feelings, especially as he himself was uncertain of his own sentiments. Therefore, it was best to interact normally. He would prepare delicious meals for her, and she would occasionally bring back game from the mountains. Having reached this understanding and adjusting his mood, he emerged from the restroom with a smile on his face, only to be met with Pusey's puzzled gaze. "What's wrong?" Charlie instinctively touched his nose and mouth. "Didn't you go to get the handkerchief?" the girl asked, bewildered. Noticing her small, greasy mouth from eating, Charlie suddenly recalled that he indeed mentioned retrieving a handkerchief. "I forgot. I'll go get it now." The red-haired youth awkwardly retraced his steps back to the restroom. The somewhat naive Pusey mumbled something under her breath. Although she lacked extensive knowledge of social etiquette, she could certainly perceive foolishness when she saw it. Today, this handsome young man appeared rather silly, reminiscent of a simple creature resembling a deer in the forest. Both of them simultaneously regarded each other as somewhat foolish, which, in a sense, indicated a certain unspoken connection between them. According to dining etiquette, one should prepare a napkin during meals. However, Charlie, accustomed to dining alone at Dragonfield, had little regard for such formalities. When Pusey boldly intruded, her approach to dining was even more relaxed than Charlie's, thus he had neglected to prepare a napkin. Upon returning with a handkerchief, Charlie noticed that the chicken before the girl had been nearly obliterated, with even some small bones crushed and swallowed, rendering her a veritable human food processor. Should the dish's creator, Qin Yu, have witnessed this scene, he would likely have remarked that this was indeed the proper way to enjoy a beggar's chicken. However, Qin Yu was wholly unaware of Pusey's existence, let alone the events transpiring here, as Charlie had not yet mentioned the girl in his scant correspondence. When Charlie observed the extent to which the girl had devoured her meal, he was immediately reminded of his mother, Molly Weasley. She would surely adore Pusey, as she often lamented their food wastage, perhaps even asserting that Pusey embodied the spirit of the Weasley family more so than they did. As such thoughts ignited a warmth within him, Charlie envisioned the scenario of bringing Pusey home. His mother would undoubtedly offer a warm welcome. His father, Arthur Weasley, would likely share some rather unamusing jokes, and his younger siblings would be curiously intrigued by their new sister-in-law. What am I even thinking? He chided himself, attempting to rein in his wandering thoughts. He then extended the handkerchief toward Pusey, who, without hesitation, leaned in and casually requested, "Could you wipe my face for me?" Charlie noticed that she held a chicken leg bone in her hand, unable to spare a hand, clearly reluctant to relinquish it, perhaps intending to savor it a bit longer. He pondered that, compared to bringing Pusey back to the humble abode of the Weasleys to meet his parents, or to have Ron and Ginny address her as sister-in-law, this trivial matter seemed rather insignificant. While there was a certain flaw in this line of reasoning, it did not prevent him from persuading himself. After hesitating for half a second, he took out a handkerchief and began to wipe the traces of grease from the girl's cheek. In response to his actions, Pusey would puff out her cheeks at the spot where the handkerchief made contact, playfully enjoying the sensation, and thus encouraged Charlie to continue wiping for a while longer until her face was thoroughly clean. This was his first time having such close contact with the face of a peer of the opposite sex, separated only by a layer of fabric. Charlie found the texture to be soft and, were the handkerchief removed, he could scarcely imagine what that might entail. Observing the girl treat this as a game, a gentle smile crept onto his lips. Once her face was restored to its pristine state, with her lips flushed from his attentions, he finally put away the handkerchief, intending to wash it later. Charlie, you are truly wonderful, the best person I have ever met, Pusey praised, her eyes squinting in delight as she gnawed on a chicken bone. Seeing her so ravenous, Charlie resolved that next time he would prepare 2 chickens, this time. Due to the experimental nature of the dish, he had only made 1, which was certainly insufficient for Pusey's appetite. How many people do you know? How can you consider me the best? Charlie inquired with a chuckle. In truth, his question bore an undertone of curiosity as he realized he knew very little about Pusey. The thought of introducing her to his parents left him feeling somewhat perplexed, as if he were indulging in fanciful notions. A few people? Let me think, it has been so long that I can scarcely recall how many I know. In any case, I know a great many, Pusey replied, leaving Charlie with a twinge of jealousy. He had initially assumed that, given her naive demeanor, she would have little interaction with others. He was surprised to find that he was not a unique presence in her life. He reluctantly acknowledged that it was his inexplicable possessiveness that stirred within him. However, Pusey's next words momentarily rendered Charlie speechless. She continued nonchalantly, but they either wanted me to kill them, or I ended up killing them. None of them are as kind as you, who prepares delicious food for me and wipes my face. What do you mean? Just because I haven't asked you to kill anyone, or haven't been killed by you, does that make me the best? This reasoning sent a chill down Charlie's spine. Coupled with Pusey's formidable capabilities, the boy, momentarily lost in certain imaginings, was compelled to confront the danger that this girl posed. If he truly brought Pusey home, would she also seek to eliminate his parents and siblings? As he envisioned the Weasley household awash in blood and reduced to ashes, Charlie felt a dryness in his throat. Charlie, are you afraid of me? The abrupt sound of Pusey pierced the air, imbued with a tinge of confusion and a hint of despondency, yet predominantly marked by indifference. This indifference, as heavy as Ian's old ice, seeped from the petite form of the girl, plunging Charlie into a chilling abyss. For a moment, the youth found himself at a loss for words, gripped by a palpable fear. Oh, I see, Pusey nodded knowingly. She thrust the chicken bone into her mouth, her 2 rows of immaculate, pearly teeth effortlessly crunching the fragile leg bone, before tilting her neck back and swallowing it whole. With a single breath, she downed the tea that Charlie had previously poured, fixing her gaze upon him with an expressionless countenance, declaring, I will leave. Pusey's peculiar yet, in his eyes, beautiful name lingered in his mind, evoking a bittersweet pang within him. Yet, the girl paid no further heed, rising to her feet and turning away. As she walked out, she murmured, Alpha was right. People can only fear us. I almost forgot. Nevertheless, her steps showed no sign of hesitation, growing stronger and quicker as she advanced. By the time Charlie regained his senses and rushed to the door, the silhouette of the girl in the red dress and black hair had vanished. Pusey, he called out loudly into the desolate expanse of the mountains, as if he had lost something precious. After a single shout, he stood there, bewildered, contemplating the meaning behind Pusey's words. I will leave. He then recalled the letter he had yet to send, in which he confided to Qin about a friend who might have developed feelings for a girl, seeking advice on how to help his friend interact with her and express his affection. Now, it appeared that the contents of that letter would require revision. The autumn wind howled mournfully, mirroring the youth's turmoil. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, the voice of the girl echoed in his mind. Charlie, are you afraid of me? Reflecting on the subtle confusion and despondency within her indifferent tone, Charlie inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow. Simultaneously, waves of regret washed over him. What am I even afraid of? He murmured. The youth remained troubled, as the autumn wind grew ever more desolate. As for the dimensional barrier, to put it simply, Pusey's character is defined by her straightforward and direct thinking, not foolish, but rather keenly perceptive. Thus, her abrupt shifts often appear jarring, as she operates under her own set of behavioral logic, catching Charlie off guard, blending sweetness and bitterness within this chapter. A minor subplot, simply pinned over a couple of chapters, serves as a side story for Charlie, destined to intertwine with the main narrative later. As the saying goes, sorrow cannot cross the river, and autumn hearts are cleaved in two. How, then, should one channel such sorrow? Thus, Charlie rewrote the letter, altering certain parts. In his correspondence, he mentioned a friend from Longchong, yet this friend sought advice not on how to interact with girls, but rather on how to make amends after causing pain or misunderstanding to one. However, even after penning the letter, Charlie remained engulfed in a profound sense of loss, as he was uncertain whether he would ever see Pusey again. Perhaps her presence was akin to a shooting star in the night sky, briefly illuminating his world before vanishing forever. If that were indeed the case, then no matter how clever Qin might be, it would avail him nothing. This thought plunged Charlie into despondency. He could not fathom why he had felt such overwhelming fear towards Pusey. He had previously perceived her as a person of pure and transparent nature. How could someone like her ever harm his parents or siblings? It felt as though he had been ensnared by some spell that dulled his intellect, rendering him incapable of rational thought. Perhaps he would never see her again. Such musings filled him with an emotion that felt suffocating, as if it were pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, he felt powerless, utterly unaware of Pusey's usual whereabouts. The next time I see her, I must inquire thoroughly. With this resolve, Charlie clenched his fists, transforming his pent-up resentment into a surge of anger. He was incensed by the girl's audacity to intrude so recklessly and then depart with such ease. How could she act in such a manner? Her actions were utterly irresponsible. Charlie exclaimed with indignation, "Humans are truly strange. The transformation between different emotions can occur in an instant. Just as it is written in some ancient Eastern novel, love can turn to hatred at its deepest, and affection can wane when it is most intense." Of course, Charlie was unaware of such sentiments. As the scene shifted, it was Wednesday, and the first-year students at Hogwarts were engaged in their morning charms class, followed by herbology in the afternoon. It was now the afternoon, and the herbology lesson was taking place in a greenhouse outside the castle. The curriculum for first-year students was relatively simple, focusing on the identification of various herbs and their properties, along with some basic cultivation knowledge. However, the requirements for growing these herbs were not particularly stringent. One merely needed to pay attention to temperature and humidity, unlike the mandrake, where a simple pot change could render one unconscious due to its cries. In the greenhouse, each young wizard was presented with a visually striking plant characterized by its compound leaves with oval-shaped leaflets and racemes of flowers that were white tinged with a pale purple. This was the herb known as white ash, which the first-year students had recently been studying. To emphasize, white ash is a widely used medicinal herb. The essential oil extracted from it is highly effective for treating wounds, and the plant itself can be directly applied for such purposes. For instance, animals in the wild, when injured, instinctively seek out white ash, chewing it and applying it to their wounds. Professor Sprout held a small bottle of pale green essential oil, explaining its uses to the children in the classroom. Hermione, who had been attentively listening and occasionally jotting down notes with her quill, suddenly beamed with a radiant smile as her peripheral vision caught sight of something outside the greenhouse's glass walls. Realizing she was in class, she quickly composed her expression. Yet the glimmer of joy lingered in her beautiful eyes, due to her proximity to the podium and her reputation as a diligent student. This sudden shift in demeanor did not escape Professor Sprout's notice. The plump witch turned her gaze in the direction of Hermione's attention and, to her dismay, spotted the very individual she least wished to see. A wave of apprehension surged within her, and she instinctively glanced at the plethora of white ash plants surrounding her. Last year, it was this boy who had claimed he would concoct a scar-removing skincare product using white ash, borrowing a considerable amount of herbs from her under the pretense of sharing profits upon success. She had fallen for his deceptive words, and nearly half of the greenhouse's white ash leaves and flowers had been depleted by him. Nonetheless, he had managed to create a white ash spray that could be directly applied to wounds, which offered some consolation to Professor Sprout. "Well, time is nearly up, and I see that students from other years are already finishing their classes," Professor Sprout remarked, casting a glance at Hermione. "Thus, we shall conclude today's lesson here." The portly Professor Sprout announced the end of class, prompting students to display expressions of relief and joy. "Be sure to tidy up your personal belongings and refrain from leaving any peculiar items in the flower pots," she reminded them in a loud voice. This scatterbrained group of young witches and wizards often left various oddments in the herb pots, causing the plants to wilt or perish, which had long been a source of frustration for Professor Sprout. The students responded with scattered murmurs as they busied themselves packing up to leave. Hermione was no exception. She hurriedly stowed away her notebook and quill, ensuring that nothing was amiss on her workstation before vacating her seat. She slightly bowed to bid farewell to Professor Sprout, quickening her pace to join the young Eastern boy waiting outside. With class concluded, there was no need to suppress her smile. After all, the professor would no longer be watching. "Why are you waiting here?" Hermione inquired curiously. Typically, they would meet in the Great Hall after class. So seeing Qin Yu at the classroom door surprised her, causing her to momentarily lose focus during the lesson, an unusual occurrence for a diligent student like her. We have flying class this afternoon, and it went rather smoothly, so Madam Hooch let us out early, Qin Yu replied, waving at Professor Sprout, who wore a somewhat displeased expression. The professor's cheeks twitched as a subtle acknowledgement, treating it as a sign of the professor's serious demeanor. Qin Yu paid it no mind and departed the greenhouse with Hermione. As they walked, Hermione chatted animatedly about what they learned in class, asking Qin Yu, the academic prodigy, about various topics, such as how to regulate the pH of white clay soil, why fertilizer ratios vary significantly with different flowering periods, and the appropriate dosage of white fresh essence for treating wounds, among other queries. Where are we going, Qin? Hermione suddenly asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. She had been so engrossed in conversation that she hadn't paid attention to their direction and only realized they were not on the path back to the castle after they had walked for a while. To the wooden hut, Qin Yu replied, appearing slightly hesitant. What for? Dinner is almost upon us. Hermione blinked in surprise. Yet, she had a hunch about the reason. Given the day's significance, I wanted to celebrate your birthday by preparing a delicious meal for you, Qin Yu revealed, not leaving any mystery. Indeed, today was a special occasion. It was Hermione's birthday. Wow, you revealed that so easily. I thought you'd make me guess, she exclaimed with a grin. Hermione smiled knowingly, yet couldn't resist teasing him a little. I initially intended to surprise you, but it seems unnecessary to wait until we reach the cabin to share it. Qin Yu scratched his nose, feeling a touch embarrassed. After all, his surprise was rather modest, merely a simple meal. Observing his demeanor, Hermione raised an eyebrow and feigned a harsh tone. My palate is quite discerning. You cannot simply throw together something to appease me. While I cannot guarantee the flavor, I assure you it will satisfy your hunger, Qin Yu replied with a shrug. All right, considering the effort you've put into this for so many days, I shall lower my expectations slightly, the young girl said with a smile as she linked her arm with his. How did you know I had been preparing for so long? Qin Yu asked, tilting his head. Humph, I may not have realized it before. But do you honestly believe I am one of those little witches who merely scream at you without using their brains? Hermione replied, raising her chin with a touch of pride. For several consecutive days, Qin Yu had visited Hagrid after school, which had piqued Hermione's curiosity. In light of recent events, she naturally deduced the purpose of his visits. Where's the little witch who screams at me? I can't see her anywhere, Qin Yu exclaimed, scanning his surroundings with eagerness. Though the scream of the little witch was absent, would you like to see the screaming Qin? The girl squinted playfully. No. Qin Yu promptly shook his head and pretended to flee. But I want to see. Hermione extended her hand, mimicking the action of turning a knob. Miss Granger, please refrain from such violence. One must maintain a ladylike demeanor, Qin Yu said anxiously. Humph. Do you still wish to see the little witch who screams at you? Hermione fixed her gaze upon him. There is only one little witch I wish to see, Qin Yu replied. Which one? Hermione inquired. Let me think, for a moment. I seem to have forgotten her name. It was just on the tip of my tongue, Qin Yu said with a serious demeanor. How could you forget? Remember. That name is Hermione Granger. The girl enunciated each word distinctly. Yes, I've remembered, Lady Hermione Granger. Qin Yu smiled with a twinkle in his eye. That is more like it. I am to be the future Minister of Magic. You had better remember that name well, Hermione declared with satisfaction. I mentioned that casually. But I took it seriously. Then don't feel pressured. Whether we become Minister of Magic or not, let us keep a calm attitude. Since you said so. If I fail to become one, I shall hold you accountable. You must compensate me with a minister. Then I shall need to ascend to the rank of Cosmic King to promote you to Minister of Magic. Where does this Cosmic King come from? Look at my name. Qi means king, and Yu means universe. Combined, it signifies Cosmic King. Does it not? You're being absurd again. Would you rather believe you can become Minister of Magic than accept that I might become Cosmic King? All right, I believe you, my Cosmic King. Thus, the two of them engaged in a whimsical conversation, traversing the grass, climbing over hills, and passing through the shade of trees until they arrived at the small cabin on the edge of the forbidden forest. Hagrid had already prepared everything, as per Qin Yu's instructions, eagerly awaiting the opportunity for Qin Yu to showcase his skills before Hermione. Upon entering Hagrid's kitchen, which was merely a corner of the living room, Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and deftly tied on an apron, exuding an air of readiness for battle. Do you not need my assistance? Hermione observed his preparations, feeling a desire to contribute, as she had little experience in cooking. No need. Just sit here and wait to enjoy the meal. Qin Yu insisted, gently pressing Hermione into a chair. Very well, I shall await the pleasure of your culinary talents. The young girl shrugged, relinquishing her insistence, for Qin appeared quite spirited, and she chose not to interfere, lest she complicate matters. Thus, Hermione sipped the tea that Hagrid had offered, seated there as a spectator to Qin Yu's performance. After washing his hands, he approached the kitchenware and ingredients, methodically commencing his tasks. He first combined flour and water to form a dough, then kneaded it into a flat cake, and employed a rolling pin crafted from a sturdy piece of wood to roll it thin. Once the dough was pressed to a delicate thinness, he folded it and swiftly sliced it into uniform noodles with a sharp kitchen knife. Observing Qin Yu deftly shaking the freshly cut noodles, Hermione couldn't help but think to herself, this fellow is quite capable. Of course, she had always believed that Qin was quite skilled. In any case, Hermione's gaze remained fixed upon Qin Yu's movements, though she knew she could not replicate them. Nonetheless, it did not hinder her from watching with great seriousness and delight. Qin Yu could certainly comprehend Hermione's mindset, reminiscent of his previous life's indulgence in handcrafted or culinary videos on a certain popular platform. The creators often endeavored to impart their knowledge to viewers, while the audience merely sought entertainment, indifferent to their actual learning. Unlike Qin Yu's experience of watching videos, Hermione was not only able to witness the culinary process but also savor the aromatic essence of the food. As the noodles were immersed in the boiling water and subsequently retrieved, Qin Yu incorporated them into the carefully prepared broth, unleashing a harmonious amalgamation of flavors that made the young girl unconsciously swallow. Meanwhile, the resounding rumble of Hagrid's stomach echoed in her ears. Noticing the girl's gaze directed towards him, Hagrid shyly offered an embarrassed smile. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not disappoint their anticipation, soon placing 3 bowls, 1 large and 2 small, upon the table. Dig in, he declared, removing his apron and wiping his hands, addressing the 2 in the room. Eager as ever, Hagrid deftly seized his oversized fork, skillfully twirling a hefty portion of noodles before shoving them into his mouth. His zealous actions resulted in a few splatters of broth adorning his beard. Hermione, however, was not inclined to share Hagrid's impatience. She carefully lifted a single noodle with her petite fork, gracefully bringing it to her lips. Yet, the moment the noodle touched her taste buds, her small mouth began to move with increasing speed. By the time her fork plunged into the bowl for a second helping, she had extracted more than 1 noodle. Hastily wrapping them together and stuffing them into her mouth, cheeks puffed up adorably. After consuming nearly half a bowl, she lifted her gaze and found herself meeting the charming, smiling face of Qin Yu. Delicious. This is the best noodle I have ever tasted, Hermione exclaimed, extending her thumb in a gesture of genuine praise. I'm glad you enjoy it. I added quite a few ingredients to the broth, but never mind that. You should focus on eating. Qin Yu intended to elaborate on his experimental recipe, yet he could tell from Hermione's demeanor that she was not in the mood for details. The young girl chuckled and resumed her slurping, clearly abandoning her earlier composure and elegance. Qin Yu, however, found this approach to eating to be a true homage to the food. Nevertheless, he casually reminded her, take your time, no one is competing with you. Little did he know, before his words had fully left his mouth, Hagrid had already lifted his empty bowl, skillfully serving himself more noodles. As a culinary enthusiast, Hagrid was adept at ladling noodles and adding broth, and in a matter of moments, a significant portion of the noodles had vanished from the pot. Hermione watched this scene with wide eyes, her expression turning a bit frantic as she glanced at Qin Yu. Upon seeing him shrug in resignation, she quickly slurped down the remaining noodles in her bowl and pushed it towards Qin Yu, licking her lips to signal her need for more. Once Qin Yu placed a second bowl before her, the tension in the young girl's demeanor finally eased. Qin, will you teach me how to do this? After taking a few bites of her second bowl, Hermione ceased her haste and gestured towards the chopsticks used by Qin Yu, remarking, indeed, it is much more convenient to eat noodles with chopsticks. Qin Yu nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Consequently, he retrieved a pair of handcrafted chopsticks and seated himself beside Hermione, guiding her through the art of their usage. First, align the 2 chopsticks together, grasping the upper end with your thumb and index finger, while your middle and ring fingers serve as support. Now, attempt to lift the upper chopstick, paying careful attention to the coordination between the 2. Qin Yu's instruction was thorough, and Hermione's diligence was commendable. She swiftly grasped the essentials of usage. However, the young girl's movements remained somewhat unrefined. As she attempted to grasp a noodle, the 2 chopsticks slipped from her control before the noodle could reach her mouth, splattering broth onto both their faces. They exchanged glances, observing the remnants of broth adorning each other's faces, and could not help but burst into laughter. Qin Yu gently wiped the face of the girl who was giggling in delight with a napkin, encouraging her to continue practicing while advising her not to exert too much force and to control her strength. Indeed, this time Hermione successfully maneuvered the noodles into her mouth. Quite impressive, she was learning swiftly. Qin Yu offered timely praise, and the young girl beamed with joy as she picked up another noodle to savor. Meanwhile, Uncle Hagrid observed Hermione's clumsy use of chopsticks with some bewilderment. He had previously attempted to use the chopsticks crafted by Qin but found them rather unwieldy, far less efficient than a fork, and thus abandoned the endeavor. Hermione, however, paid no heed to Uncle Hagrid's opinions. She was thoroughly engrossed in her practice and soon mastered the technique, achieving the remarkable feat of picking up 3 noodles at once and successfully delivering them to her mouth. Nevertheless, 2 bowls proved to be too much for a young girl, and ultimately, she could not finish her meal. Qin Yu pulled the remaining half bowl of noodles towards him and picked up his chopsticks to assist. Observing Qin Yu's carefree manner as he devoured the noodles, Hermione found herself smiling unconsciously. Then, resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at him earnestly and declared, "Next year, I still wish to have birthday noodles." "Of course. I will make them for you next year," Qin Yu replied, swallowing the noodles and nodding. "Every year, I want them." Hermione raised her chin, emphasizing her request. "All right. I will prepare them for you every year," Qin Yu replied with a smile, pleased to fulfill this demanding wish. Upon hearing this, Hermione's spirits lifted, and she picked up her chopsticks again, playfully offering a noodle to Qin Yu's mouth. "Won't eating noodles every year become monotonous?" Qin Yu inquired. "Will it? Such a delicious dish should never be tiresome, right?" Hermione responded, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "In that case, I will vary the soup ingredients each year to ensure there is always something new," Qin Yu suggested thoughtfully. "Well, now I am somewhat looking forward to it," Hermione said with a smile as she once again fed him a noodle. "Actually, we could make them any time you wish," Qin Yu remarked after finishing the last noodle. Can we eat them even if it's not my birthday?" Hermione asked, a bit surprised. "Of course. However, for regular days, we could keep it simple. Perhaps using just tomatoes and eggs, which also tastes delightful." "That sounds wonderful." Uncle Hagrid, who had long finished his bowl of noodles, listened to the conversation between the 2 young ones. By the end, he felt a swell of anticipation and resolved to learn the methods of preparing such dishes from Qin Yu. With enough time, he was confident he could master it. As darkness fell, Qin Yu and Hermione bid farewell to Uncle Hagrid, concluding the brief birthday celebration. While walking back, Hermione suddenly looked troubled, her brow furrowed. When Qin Yu inquired, she pouted and said, "You put so much thought into celebrating my birthday. How can I celebrate yours? I won't worry about it. I am just eagerly anticipating your birthday gift." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. "Oh, what a difficult question," Hermione lamented, her head drooping. "Don't worry. Take your time to think. After all, my birthday is still far off," Qin Yu reassured her. "All right," Hermione conceded, temporarily setting aside the perplexing dilemma. If she truly could not think of a gift, she could always simply wrap herself in a box and tie a bow on top to present to him. The thought of this whimsical idea wiped away her earlier distress, a smile breaking through as she found it to be quite amusing. As for Qin Yu's inquiry regarding her laughter, she stubbornly kept the reason to herself. "How wonderful it is to be here at school, celebrating birthdays together." The girl suddenly mused. "Indeed, it is truly delightful." Qin Yu also sighed in agreement. Following this, the young girl fell silent, extending her hand to grasp his palm, which was slightly larger than hers. The autumn breeze swept through, the night cool as water, yet warmth radiated from their clasped hands. While in the library, Hermione resembled a contented kitten, her gaze tender and her demeanor languid. However, akin to a restless kitten, she occasionally nudged Qin's shoes with her little leather-clad feet, producing a gentle tapping sound. When fatigue from reading set in, she would lean back against Qin's shoulder, her head whimsically rubbing against him, prompting him to tenderly ruffle her hair in a bid to soothe her restlessness. Deep down, she yearned to rest her head upon Qin's lap as she did at home. Her head nestled on his firm thigh, her feet perched upon the opposite armrest of the sofa, allowing her to gaze up at his chin, nose, and expressive eyes while reading aloud intriguing passages from her book. The thought alone was delightful. Unfortunately, this was the Hogwarts library, and she had to be mindful of her conduct. Reflecting on this, she realized that her time spent here was not entirely without its drawbacks. Of course, she merely voiced a slight complaint. Heaven knew how elated she was to be at Hogwarts, attending school with Qin. and learning the marvelous art of magic filled her with immense joy and excitement. Even though mastering magic proved far more challenging than her previous schooling, she relished every moment, especially with a scholarly companion like Qin, who could tackle any difficult problem with ease. Moreover, they could celebrate their birthdays together. How wonderful! With that thought, she rested her chin in one hand, squinting at the earnest young man beside her, deeply engrossed in his reading. As she watched him, she couldn't help but nibble her lower lip. Then, inexplicably, she pondered how delightful it would be to grow up quickly. What would they be like in the future? Suddenly, her cheek was pinched, and she pouted in displeasure. The owner of the hand spoke with a hint of exasperation. Hermione, focus on your reading. You haven't turned the page in quite a while. I don't want to read anymore. It's my birthday today. I want to be a carefree Hermione for the day, she remarked playfully while clinging to his arm. Then what would you like to do? Shall I take you somewhere else? Qin Yu closed his book, gazing at her rosy cheeks. No need. This is fine. I just want to watch you study, the girl replied, continuing to beam. Very well, Qin Yu said with a slight smirk, respecting her wishes. He couldn't resist giving her cheek another playful pinch, muttering, such a silly girl. He turned the pages of the book once more, delving into its contents while occasionally jotting down notes. Yet, the little girl beside him remained a persistent source of distraction, impeding his studies. There was little he could do. After all, it was her birthday, and he had to endure her antics. At that moment, Qin Yu began to reminisce about the days spent at the Granger residence during the holidays, where he could have disciplined this mischievous girl if his patience had run thin. However, within the confines of the Hogwarts library, he felt constrained. Hermione's satisfaction with her birthday gift made Qin Yu feel that the busyness of the past days had yielded a rewarding outcome. Indeed, simply being able to celebrate her birthday together was a splendid result in itself. Thus, he found himself in a relatively good mood, which significantly enhanced his efficiency in completing the final organization of his first-year notes at Hogwarts, despite Hermione's playful disruptions akin to that of a kitten. In the realm of learning, whether in the Muggle world or the magical one, a fundamental principle prevails. One reaps what one sows. He did not deny the existence of exceptionally gifted individuals throughout the history of magic. However, even those prodigies engaged in diligent study. To illustrate, if Voldemort had not been sufficiently industrious or curious, he would never have grasped the concept of Horcruxes. Therefore, learning cannot be neglected. Consequently, introducing certain educational methods from the mysterious East into the magical realm holds positive significance. At the very least, it allows certain mischievous children to strengthen their foundational knowledge, enabling him to guide them further along their paths. Lost in such thoughts, Qin Yu closed his notebook, feeling considerably lighter. He then turned his head to glance at Hermione, only to meet her gaze, which reflected a hint of guilt. Following her line of sight, he discovered that the hem of his robe had been twisted into a bundle and entangled with another bundle formed from her own robe's hem, creating a knot. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, silently acknowledging the girl's boredom. Thankfully, he had not stood up moments before, for otherwise, they would have surely toppled over. All right, I'll untie it for you, he said, as Hermione, caught in her mischief, stuck out her tongue and began to lower her head to unravel the knot. However, after a couple of futile tugs, she was unable to succeed, the knot proving stubbornly secure. All right, let me handle this, Qin Yu said, gently lifting her chin to direct her gaze upwards. Okay, you do it. The little girl replied obediently, straightening her posture to give him space. Qin Yu bent down to untie the large knot. It must be said that the knot Hermione tied indeed required considerable strength. Even Qin Yu himself expended considerable effort to unravel it. Fortunately, great strength yields unexpected results. And after his diligent efforts, he finally managed to loosen one end, allowing the knot to come apart with ease. However, just as he was about to completely free the knot, two small hands, one on each side, cradled his head. In the next moment, two soft petals brushed against his forehead and were gone. When he looked up, he saw Hermione gazing at the ceiling, lips pressed together, feigning indifference. Oh, this was a blatant act of taking advantage of him while he was unsuspecting. Only in the library could she be so audacious. Time to go back. He efficiently gathered his books and stationery, pulling Hermione along as they exited the library. Hermione allowed herself to be led toward Gryffindor Tower, yet her heart grew increasingly anxious, for she realized that Qin was taking some unfamiliar routes and corridors. It's my birthday today. Surely he wouldn't punish me, she thought to herself, feeling both nervous and expectant. In any case, the journey from the library to the dormitory took them twice as long as usual due to Qin Yu's detours. Of course, taking a different route occasionally could be a delightful experience. In the stillness of the night, Hermione lay in bed with a pleasant mood, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep, convinced that she would surely have a beautiful dream. If only she could control the content of her dreams, summoning whomever she wished and dictating their actions. Perhaps she could envision herself and Qin in their home in London, both as adults, comfortably nestled on the sofa with books in hand, undisturbed. Oh, but what if there weren't just the two of them? Would they have children as big as she and Qin are now? Would they also be sent to Hogwarts to study? And what about Crookshanks? Would he have little kittens? How many kittens would there be? Lost in her thoughts, her mind gradually became chaotic and blurred, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber without her even realizing when it happened. Not long after, the corners of her mouth hinted at the delightful dream she was experiencing. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Qin Yu had just concluded his own busy schedule. He meticulously reorganized his notes, categorizing them anew, and employed a simple photocopying charm to replicate the notes in triplicate. Upon completing this task, he surveyed the substantial stack of notebooks before him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, his capabilities were limited. All he could assert was that while a master may guide one to the threshold, the journey of cultivation ultimately depends on the individual. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Yu stretched lazily, intending to retire for the night. Lying on his bed, he instinctively brushed his forehead, his heart entangled in a whirlwind of thoughts, making it difficult to calm his mind and drift into sleep. Then, a peculiar memory surfaced, something he had once pinned to Hermione in a letter. If you dream of someone, that person will suffer from insomnia. Could it be that someone was dreaming of him, thus rendering him restless? The sun rose and set. The moon transitioned from a bright, full orb to a crescent resembling a pie with a bite taken out, while the stars in the sky formed orderly constellations. Even the students of Hogwarts, after their weekly astronomy class, seldom paid much attention to these celestial changes. Of course, infrequently noticed does not equate to unnoticed. For instance, some young wizards returning to their dormitory from the library at night might occasionally glance up at the luminous moon or the twinkling stars, marveling at the beauty of the night sky. Moreover, a certain mischievous child who sneaked out in the dead of night would gaze at the heavens, pondering the vastness of the universe and his own insignificance. It was midnight on Friday, or rather, the early hours of Saturday. Draco Malfoy found himself in such a reflective state, seated beneath an oak tree, staring vacantly at the starry sky. He mused that he might be the only one at Hogwarts observing the stars, as the patrolling Filch was likely too preoccupied to notice the celestial wonders. His gaze fixed on the shadowy corners, eager to catch a student violating rules and deduct points from their house. Ah, Filch is after me. Yet I have already made my escape, Malfoy thought to himself. After a week of waiting, he felt it was time to relinquish this fruitless anticipation. It would be impossible to claim he harbored no resentment towards that mysterious figure. However, he also understood that in the eyes of the other, he was likely just an insignificant character, a mere subject of jest. His foolish week-long vigil had only led him to realize his own helplessness and insignificance. As if he were but a neglected soul, it seemed that henceforth he would have to endure the bullying of that Harry Potter at Hogwarts. Malfoy arrived at a rather sorrowful conclusion. After a week of reflection, he realized that he might be able to accept the current situation, rather than feeling the desperate urge to flee as he had in the previous days. Does this count as growth? He mumbled uncertainly while scratching his chin. However, no one responded to him. Only the sound of the wind filled the air, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. Leaves? Huh? Malfoy instinctively emitted a sound of confusion. He then witnessed a flurry of fallen leaves dancing and swirling beneath the oak tree, as if caught in a small tornado. That leaf whirlwind drifted away, spinning faster and faster, gradually transforming into a dark silhouette. In a daze, that shadow began to take on a human shape. Suddenly, the whirlwind ceased, and the leaves fluttered down, revealing a tall figure standing there. Malfoy stared blankly for a moment before vigorously rubbing his eyes, aided by the starlight to discern the person who had appeared so suddenly. The figure was clad in a long black robe with a hood, their face obscured by a black metal mask, rendering their age and features indistinguishable. Is it him? The mysterious figure? Malfoy pondered, his eyes widening in realization as he hastily stood up, ready to inquire. To his surprise, the figure spoke first. Indeed, you have passed the test. Test? Malfoy couldn't help but repeat the word, filled with both confusion and excitement. Although he was unaware of the nature of the test, he surmised that passing it would imply some sort of reward. Indeed, the figure nodded. This was a trial of your patience. And the fact that you have waited for me here today pleases me. I shall fulfill my previous promise. The promise made by the figure was to grant him strength, to empower him to the extent that he would no longer be bullied by Harry Potter or even by Qin. So, was this the moment to fulfill that promise? The week of waiting had not been in vain. Malfoy's heart surged with uncontainable joy, a smile breaking across his face as he excitedly asked, "Can you truly make me stronger? What must I do?" "Certainly, as long as you possess sufficient determination and are psychologically prepared for the change," the figure replied nonchalantly. "I do. I have the determination, and I'm ready." Malfoy nodded vigorously. Yet, after voicing his eagerness, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. After all, in the magical world, the means to rapidly gain strength often lean towards the malevolent. As a descendant of the sacred 28 pureblood families, was he truly ready to embrace a path of darkness? His heart was filled with internal conflict. Suddenly, a thick book-like object crashed to the ground before him, raising a cloud of grass and a few dried leaves. "This is for you." The individual spoke with a calm demeanor, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Malfoy repeated, rushing forward to retrieve the book and cradling it in his arms. It was an ancient tome crafted from parchment, its weight substantial as he held it close. This must be a volume chronicling enigmatic magic, Malfoy surmised. He strained to decipher the words on the cover under the starlight, only to unveil a rather peculiar title, A Comprehensive Guide to First-Year Magic at Hogwarts. What is this? Confused, he looked up at the masked figure, a strange thought crossing his mind. Could it truly contain a complete compendium of first-year magical knowledge? "Are you perplexed?" the figure inquired, a note of derision creeping into their voice. "No, I simply..." Malfoy faltered, at a loss for words. His confusion was palpable. "Child, you lack the necessary reverence for knowledge," the figure remarked with a tone of disappointment. "I merely find the curriculum dreadfully dull," Malfoy confessed, voicing his inner thoughts. "Knowledge is never meant to amuse you. If you aspire to be powerful, you must possess sufficient respect and awe for it," the figure replied, adopting an indifferent yet serious tone. Malfoy listened, his understanding wavering, yet he could not help but feel the masked stranger spoke with profound wisdom. "It seems your trials are insufficient. If your desire to grow stronger persists, read this tome thoroughly." "I shall return at this time next Friday," the enigmatic figure declared, vanishing before Malfoy could respond. Left beneath the oak, Malfoy stood, momentarily dazed with the weighty book in hand. After what felt like an eternity, he opened A Comprehensive Guide to First-Year Magic at Hogwarts, discovering a line of small print on the title page, though the dim light obscured it. Unable to resist, he extracted a glowing orb from his pocket to illuminate the text, revealing a warning inscribed in red ink, "For personal perusal only. Do not share with others." Did the red ink signify a warning? A thrill coursed through Malfoy at this realization. The prohibition against sharing suggested the contents of this tome held great value. The mysterious masked figure would not casually bestow an ordinary notebook upon him. This opportunity must be cherished. He had mentioned it was yet another trial. Thus he must dedicate himself to studying this book diligently. Should he succeed in this endeavor, surely he would be taught more formidable magic, and he would undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Malfoy cradled the notes against his chest, growing increasingly exhilarated with each passing moment. His steps became lighter and more spirited, and soon he vanished into the depths of the path leading to the castle. Once Malfoy's figure faded into the darkness, another tall silhouette emerged beneath the oak tree. That of the masked figure clad in a black robe who had just disappeared. The person murmured, "Even tutoring requires such an air of mystery. This troublesome child is truly a handful." Upon uttering these words, he strode towards the castle. As he walked, he removed his mask, and his once towering figure appeared somewhat diminished, clearly revealing him to be a youth who had yet to fully mature. The mask was indeed quite effective, reminiscent of that fellow Swinton. The boy's voice was swallowed by the night wind, yet it seemed to carry far and wide on the breeze. Ian Stanley found himself ensnared in a lengthy and peculiar dream. He envisioned himself engulfed in an abyss of impenetrable darkness, so rich and profound that not only could he not see his hand before him, but even his own existence felt tenuous. In such obscurity, he lost all sense of space and time, gradually succumbing to a haze that dulled his awareness and reason, while fragments of the past flickered ceaselessly in his mind. He recalled the poignant sorrow of becoming an orphan in his childhood, the frailty and helplessness experienced while attending Buzzbarton, the self-loathing stemming from his inability to approach the girl he adored, the relentless perseverance of his daily struggles, the exuberance that followed his academic achievements, and the tireless quest to uncover the truths he was obsessed with. Ultimately, it was his experiences at Hogwarts that dominated his recollections, Those ordinary yet fulfilling days filled with a myriad of characters, sharing laughter and ire, engaging in seemingly foolish and trivial pursuits. He beheld the young man from the east, the long sword, and the starry sky they had gazed upon together during a drunken night. He heard voices calling his name, bidding him farewell, and expressing a longing for his return. In the final moments of the dream, he faintly discerned that familiar youthful voice, which remarked that it missed that fellow Swinton. Such an impolite address, lacking the courtesy of calling him professor or brother, merely uttering his surname. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike that boy's head with his wand in a fit of displeasure. Yet, all around him was darkness, and he realized he was but a part of that very darkness. He found himself unable to break free, lacking the strength or knowledge of how to escape. All that remained was darkness, darkness, and more darkness. Lying in bed and gazing at the wooden ceiling above, Ian Stanley had yet to fully recover from the recent nightmare. On this refreshingly cool autumn day, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. As he reflected on the experiences within his dream, a sense of inexplicable fear and unease welled up within him, leaving him restless. He was acutely aware that this dream was not without reason. It was undoubtedly linked to that accursed Stephen Swinton. He, or rather they, had stumbled upon the dark magic capable of severing souls, though Swinton, as the dominant entity, was solely focused on uncovering the so-called family secrets. Seeking to understand the fate of those family members who had vanished or perished, showing little enthusiasm for such magic. Conversely, hidden deep within his soul, Ian Stanley felt as though he had discovered a treasure, expending considerable effort to study it, even seizing the rare opportunity of dominance to peruse ancient tomes of magic, seeking out clues. Thus, he barely grasped the conditions and incantations required to wield that dark magic, ultimately performing the sinister ritual of soul division within a pyramid in Egypt, expelling Stephen Swinton from his body. As part of the ritual, Stephen Swinton's soul was ensnared within the mummy that resided in the pyramid. One could only imagine how uncomfortable he must be in that predicament. Could it be that the dream he had just experienced mirrored the current plight of Swinton? Ian Stanley muttered to himself. Once his emotions had settled, his sharp intellect easily led him to a certain conclusion. After all, magic associated with the soul has always been the most forbidden, enigmatic, and malevolent aspect of dark sorcery. He had merely grasped the rudiments of the incantation, cobbled together from various interpretations. To assert whether there would be any repercussions was indeed a challenge. He could say with certainty that there would be consequences, though he remained uncertain of their exact nature. Thus, as a potential after-effect, had he, to some extent, experienced the feelings of that wretched Stephen? Was that unfortunate soul now engulfed in an indescribable, oppressive darkness? Contemplating this, a cruel yet satisfying smile crept upon Ian Stanley's lips. "This was your retribution for suppressing me all these years," he bitterly declared. However, upon uttering these words, a profound anxiety stirred within him. This dream not only allowed him to empathize with Stephen Swinton's current plight, but also made him acutely aware that their connection had not been entirely severed. Perhaps he should devise a means to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. He resolved silently. Yet, at present, he found himself without a clue. Expelling that damned Stephen from his body had already required considerable effort, and he had no idea how to annihilate that individual completely. He had contemplated destroying the mummy that housed Stephen's essence, but nearly perished in the attempt, forcing him to abandon the idea. He had thought that merely keeping a distance from that accursed mummy would suffice, but it had evidently become a significant liability. Regardless, it was paramount to focus on the task at hand. A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind before he finally exhaled and rose from his bed. The magical realm was fraught with peril, and without a formidable organization to rely upon, both realizing his ambitions and eradicating Stephen Swinton would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, what he needed to do now was to be a competent worker. Indeed, the term worker was one he had picked up from that fellow Qin. Shaking his head to dispel irrelevant emotions, he transformed once more into the cold, ruthless Ian Stanley. He then exited his temporary refuge and proceeded to his predetermined destination. Saturday was fast approaching, and his task involved the complete consolidation of the wizarding forces within the city of Salem. It was not an overly difficult assignment, merely a bit tedious, requiring him to contend with a group of rather foolish incompetents. Yet, in order to join the organization known as G.A., he had no choice but to begrudgingly undertake such trivial tasks. With these thoughts in mind, Ian Stanley's pace gradually became casual and languid. "What is it, Qin?" During breakfast, Hermione inquired with curiosity. Rising early, She perceptibly noticed that Qin's mood was rather dismal. "Have I ever mentioned Professor Swindon to you? It has been quite a while since I last made contact with him," Qin Yu stated, setting down his sandwich with a hint of concern. "Yes. You previously mentioned that Professor Snape had received a letter from him, but you do not possess Professor Swindon's mailing address. Hence you are unable to respond," Hermione recalled, nodding in agreement. "Since that time, there has been no further correspondence from him. I cannot fathom why, but I feel a sense of unease whenever I think of him lately. Perhaps I am merely being overly anxious," Qin Yu remarked with a slight grimace. The use of that alchemical mask at night had rekindled thoughts of Professor Swindon, causing him some worry. Simultaneously, he inwardly scolded Swindon for his perpetual lack of seriousness, lamenting that during his travels, he could have penned a few more letters. "Do not fret too much. Perhaps he has simply been preoccupied lately and hasn't had the opportunity to write," Hermione reassured him. "It is also possible, after all, as he mentioned embarking on a lengthy adventure, that it may take some time before he concludes it. Let it be. Let it be. I shall not dwell on him. He ought to be capable of taking care of himself. We should hear news in a few days," Qin Yu shrugged. "Indeed, let us wait and see," Hermione concurred. In truth, Qin Yu possessed an unconventional method to reach out to Professor Swindon, one that involved the long sword crafted from alchemical materials. This sword, along with those of Snape and Swindon, was forged from the same alchemical substance, connecting them in a unique manner that could facilitate communication under certain conditions. However, this method required stringent prerequisites, combining meditation with alchemical practices, which posed a significant challenge given his current abilities. "Very well. I must focus on my studies and diligently enhance my skills," he resolved. In his heart, Qin Yu mused that he had inadvertently garnered additional motivation and direction for his studies. He swiftly finished his breakfast and, accompanied by Hermione, made his way to the library, where they sought out books pertaining to alchemy. Time passed swiftly, and as September drew to a close, October ushered in a chill in the air. The students of Hogwarts were engrossed in their respective pursuits, some diligently studying magic and fulfilling their responsibilities as students, while others engaged in various mischiefs or sought opportunities to sneak in a nap, indifferent to their obligations. Each individual led their own life, whether it be fulfilling, exhilarating, or mundane, a tapestry of diverse experiences. For Harry Potter, he found much satisfaction in his recent life at Hogwarts. Just the other morning, upon his entrance into the Great Hall, he received an exceedingly long package. Upon opening it privately with Ron, he discovered it to be a beautifully crafted Firebolt 2000, the very model of broomstick that he had long admired in Qin's possession. This revelation filled him with joy, enhancing his performance during Quidditch practice, where he felt remarkably at home and made rapid progress. However, amidst the joyous moments, Harry was irked by Draco Malfoy's incessant need to boast about himself. Malfoy was always eager to answer questions in class, wearing an air of smug satisfaction. In Qin's words, Malfoy was indeed an ostentatious show-off, an Eastern term aptly describing those who revel in drawing attention to themselves. Harry found this characterization fitting for Malfoy. At times, he felt he saw a reflection of himself in Malfoy. "Am I, at times, equally insufferable?" Hermione pouted and shrugged, expressing her exasperation. As dinner time approached, the sky remained bright, with the orange hues of sunset casting a warm glow into the hall, enveloping the Great Hall in a languid ambience. The students enjoyed a sumptuous dinner amidst this relaxed atmosphere. It was evident to all that Miss Granger, after her remark, did not seek affirmation. And thus Harry and Ron wisely chose to remain silent, while Neville busily indulged in his meal, appearing unconcerned. "Indeed, it bears some resemblance," Adam remarked, sipping his corn chowder. His peers cast him incredulous glances, impressed that this lad from Egypt dared to speak so candidly about their headstrong friend. Unperturbed by the fact that Qin had yet to arrive at the hall, just as Hermione's expression darkened, Adam continued thoughtfully, "However, he flaunts his knowledge for show, whereas you derive joy from your acquisition of knowledge. In this respect, you are distinctly different." Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both recognizing that Adam was indeed a person of considerable emotional intelligence. They felt they had learned something valuable and cast admiring looks in his direction, surprised that the seemingly slumbering Adam possessed such profound wisdom. Meanwhile, Adam was somewhat bewildered by their admiration, believing he had merely expressed an honest thought. Indeed. Upon hearing Adam's subsequent remarks, Hermione's expression brightened, clearly pleased with his response and in full agreement. After a brief pause, Qin Yu arrived late, and after listening to their conversation, he reflected for a moment before addressing Hermione and the others. "Do what you believe is right. without overly concerning yourself with the opinions of others. Such words allowed Hermione to completely set aside her minor internal conflict, and she smiled brightly. The other children, taking the matter seriously, pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in Qin's words. As for the specific thoughts each had, those remained a mystery to the others. In essence, while the same words were spoken, the feelings evoked in different individuals varied significantly. For instance, Adam's gaze revealed a deep appreciation for his peers, coupled with an unmistakable resolve shining through his eyes. Qin Yu cast several glances at the young boy with naturally curly black hair, finding him rather lively when he wasn't feeling drowsy. As the group conversed about recent events, the atmosphere lightened with Qin's arrival, and they soon concluded their dinner. After leaving the hall, the crowd dispersed towards their respective destinations. Harry, Ron, and the others headed towards the Gryffindor Tower, while Qin Yu, as usual, accompanied Hermione to the library. Considering that Professor Swinton had been unreachable for some time, Qin Yu contemplated whether he could establish contact through the method left by the professor, specifically by resonating his alchemical sword with Swinton's to facilitate communication on a magical level. However, despite half a month of study, he had made little progress. He had arrived late because he had stopped by Dumbledore's office to retrieve some study materials, which primarily consisted of Dumbledore's alchemical notes and ancient texts on alchemy. If I am not mistaken, the alchemical practices combined with meditation that Stephen mentioned essentially fall within a category akin to mental alchemy, distinct from the more commonly encountered material alchemy. This should be a form of magic conceived by Mr. LeMay in recent years, drawing from ancient alchemical traditions. It would be prudent for you to explore this independently first. If you find it too challenging, we can discuss it together later. This was what Dumbledore had just conveyed to Qin Yu. According to Dumbledore's explanation, ancient alchemists not only engaged in the transmutation of materials, but also attempted to communicate with their alchemical creations on a mental level, a practice known as mental alchemy. Of course, this ancient form of alchemy is now largely lost, and what Nicholas LeMay can offer is merely a conceptual reference, rather than a true revival of this ancient magical art. The general direction is set. What remains is exploration and experimentation. Though our dear Dumbledore appears quite sprightly, he is, after all, of advanced age and limited energy. Qin Yu did not wish to trouble him over such trivial matters, deciding instead to conduct his own research, seeking his guidance only for points of confusion. Moreover, Qin Yu's alchemical sword bore a master contract akin to that of a wand, making it cumbersome for Dumbledore to use without first wresting it from Qin Yu's grasp. Thus, Qin Yu continued to immerse himself in the intricate studies of alchemy. I strongly suspect that Professor Swinton deliberately left that method behind without teaching me how to use it immediately, intending to assign me an alchemical task. Abruptly lifting his head from the pile of old papers, Qin Yu lamented, realizing the situation with a mix of frustration and resignation. Observing his conflicted expression, Hermione couldn't help but stifle a laugh before quickly composing herself. Leaning closer, she whispered to Qin Yu, "It seems Professor Swinton is quite responsible, even in his absence. He hasn't forgotten his duties as a teacher, leaving you with this challenging conundrum." Qin Yu turned his head to gaze at the young lady, who was speaking in a serious tone while delivering teasing remarks. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her cheek, though the fierce expression was merely for show, and his touch was exceedingly gentle. This provoked Hermione, who huffed in discontent and pouted. The two, having gained experience, swiftly concluded their disruptive behavior in the library. And when Madame Pants, the librarian, glanced over, she remained blissfully unaware of the recent commotion. Of course, this vigilant librarian could not perceive the small foot clad in white knee-high socks and black slip-on shoes, discreetly resting upon another's foot beneath a nearby table. The owner of that petite foot lifted her chin slightly, casting a proud and challenging look at the other, who was utterly powerless to respond. Although this might have been a clever ploy devised by Professor Swinton, causing Qin Yu some vexation, he resolved to complete the assigned task nonetheless. After a brief moment of complaint, he seemed to draw strength from the presence of the brown-haired girl beside him, calming himself to continue poring over his alchemical notes. In a moment of distraction, he contemplated the possibility of testing Professor Snape's long sword after some time, curious to see if it could yield any intriguing results. He had previously mentioned this to Snape, who, unlike Swinton, was not particularly adept in the realms of alchemy and meditation, especially the latter, where Qin Yu, having been tutored by Swinton for a year, exhibited more innate talent. However, Qin Yu did not genuinely believe himself to be exceptionally gifted, suspecting that his urgent need for inner stability had compelled him to invest considerable effort into mastering meditation techniques. Lost in these thoughts, Qin Yu organized his ideas and gradually unearthed valuable knowledge from the intricate alchemical notes and ancient tomes before him. He opened his notebook and began to record his findings with a quill pen. It must be said that the study materials provided by Dumbledore were remarkably useful, of high quality, and rich in substance. Meanwhile, Hermione observed Qin's earnest writing and noted the gradual relaxation of his furrowed brow, allowing herself a quiet sigh of relief. Her mood lifting in tandem. Having already discussed dragon's blood, she believed she had elucidated its uses sufficiently. Apart from dragon's blood, other parts of the dragon's body also served as vital components in potion making. On that Friday morning during potions class, Professor Snape spoke in a detached tone, addressing the class. And after surveying the room, paused momentarily before continuing, asking who could name potions that utilize dragon liver as a primary ingredient. As expected, Miss Granger's hand shot up high. Yet, Professor Snape's gaze did not linger on her, opting instead to ignore her entirely. Hermione exclaimed, "If you keep this up, I'll tell Qin." Snape retorted, "What a joke. Am I afraid of that boy?" On the other side, Malfoy raised his hand even higher, nearly lifting himself off the seat, desperate not to be overlooked. He might as well have shouted, "Choose me, choose me." Professor Snape, observing him, cast several glances in his direction, pondering the recent peculiar prominence of Lucius's son. He could not fathom the reason behind it. Could it possibly be linked to that boy Qin? "Qin Yu, I am busy, please do not interrupt, thank you." Snape, "If I have wronged you, then I apologize." Qin Yu, "Not at all." Snape, "Don't leave after class." The sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoed nearby. The aloof potions master turned to see the source of the noise, discovering it was none other than Harry Potter. The boy who resembled a man he despised yet was inexplicably concerned about. Observing Harry, who similarly raised his hand and occasionally glanced at Malfoy, Snape could easily surmise his thoughts. Indeed, like his father, he too craved the spotlight. With this realization, Professor Snape narrowed his eyes, deciding to impart another lesson. "Clearly, you all have grasped this knowledge," he paused, surveying the room. Under Harry's expectant gaze, he turned and continued, "Malfoy, you respond." At this command, Malfoy instinctively straightened, loudly declaring in a voice that resonated throughout the classroom, "The cure for bewitchment. Dragon liver can serve as the primary ingredient in concocting the cure for bewitchment. It is a potion capable of eliminating bewitchments." Upon hearing this, Snape nodded imperceptibly, then resumed his characteristic cold tone, "You have earned Slytherin a well-deserved point." At the mention of Slytherin gaining points, Harry couldn't help but murmur to Ron in dismay, "I knew that. You even mentioned your mother often uses it." "It's all Snape's fault." Ron, catching this, quickly shot Harry a warning glance, urging him to refrain from voicing any further grievances about Snape's favoritism. After all, even without explicit words, Harry's meaning would be crystal clear to Ron, articulating it could easily attract Snape's attention, leading to a merciless deduction of 5 or even 10 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a teacher. As anticipated, Harry and Ron turned to find Snape casting a rather unsympathetic gaze in their direction, prompting them to straighten up and cease their whispering. Snape's eyes swept over the group of young students, noting each of their reactions. Then, pausing, he addressed Hermione, who bore a similarly regretful expression, slowly stating, "I see you all are quite enthusiastic about this question. Therefore, Miss Granger, why don't you tell us what other ingredients are necessary for the cure for bewitchment?" Upon the posing of the question, Harry, who had been previously enthusiastic, immediately lost his fervor and appeared dejected. The truth was, he had not delved deeply into the subject, as they were merely first-year students. It was commendable enough to remember that the potion known as the draught of living death required dragon liver. Any further complexities of potion recipes and preparation methods were far beyond their grasp. Similarly, Draco Malfoy found himself in a comparable predicament. Having recently acquired the notebook, he had yet to fully digest the foundational content, leaving him with little energy for extended learning. Thus, he felt a sense of relief that he had only been asked a simple question, rather than the intricate details regarding the draught of living death's ingredients. Professor Snape, who had posed the question, silently mused, "Do not claim that I do not provide opportunities." However, this opportunity was not one that many students were eager to seize, as the majority had never even heard of the potion's name, while many regarded Hermione with either sympathy, schadenfreude, or indifference. She confidently rested her hands on her desk and articulated in a clear, melodious voice, "Besides dragon liver, there are also chameleon tentacle, spotted mandrake, poison hemlock essence, water hemlock essence, and lady's mantle tincture." The moment her words resonated, The young wizards in the classroom were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the accuracy of her response. Snape's eyebrows instinctively arched in surprise. To know such details, truly, she is the sister of that extraordinary boy, Qin. The typically aloof potions master could not help but harbor such thoughts. While the students were momentarily stunned, Snape promptly assessed Hermione's response and awarded her house. Gryffindor receives 2 points. Upon hearing this, Hermione beamed, her excitement evident as she pumped her fist in triumph. The additional point over Slytherin was clearly a reflection of the question's difficulty. Though the Slytherin students, Draco included, felt a twinge of envy, they could not help but concede to the merit of her answer. The Gryffindor students, on the other hand, were elated, basking in the glory, especially Harry, who glanced at Malfoy and thought, the head girl has successfully subdued his arrogance, let him be humbled. However, just as Harry's smile began to blossom, Snape interrupted. It appears you are also quite interested in this question, Potter? Snape's words, like a chilling incantation, sent a shiver down Harry's spine, instilling an ominous premonition. Indeed. Snape continued, then it is your turn to enlighten us about the habits of this creature known as the foxglove. Harry found himself at a loss for words. What? You raised your hand so eagerly just now, and yet you cannot answer such a question? Snape narrowed his eyes, gazing at him with the same cold detachment. You are aware that this was merely moments ago, are you not? I am unable to respond now. Harry's face immediately flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle, he stammered, but, Professor, we only learned about the boggart in the care of magical creatures class. We haven't covered it yet. Are you implying that you lack knowledge of such a fundamental concept? Snape retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. In that case, 1 point shall be deducted from Gryffindor. But I never admitted to that. Harry protested, though he recognized that he indeed did not comprehend the subject matter. Yet, he felt that Snape's actions were excessively harsh. As Harry's face grew even redder, he contemplated confronting the professor, who seemed to relish in finding fault. However, he ultimately refrained from saying anything further. He understood that if he continued to speak out, Gryffindor might suffer more than a single point deduction, potentially erasing the 2 precious points Hermione had painstakingly earned, or even leading to negative points. He could only console himself with the thought that a deduction of 1 point after adding 2 meant Gryffindor still gained a point today. No deduction was, in itself, a form of progress. If they added a point, it was indeed a significant leap forward. Harry sought to calm his turbulent emotions. If he were oblivious to the very nature of the creature they were meant to confront, what purpose would there be in concocting an antidote for the boggart? Professor Snape raised his voice, ensuring that everyone would remember his proclamation. Although his reasoning was somewhat specious, he wielded authority in that classroom. The art of persuasion. Snape's forte. During lunch, Harry had little to say to the ostentatious Malfoy, but found himself harboring numerous grievances against Snape. It was abundantly clear to him that the professor was deliberately targeting him. After devouring a slice of cheese toast, Qin Yu languidly remarked, if Hermione fails to answer the potion's formula, then Professor Snape must be targeting her. This statement left Harry momentarily speechless. He comprehended Qin's implication. If he, like Hermione, could respond to that tricky question, Professor Snape would not only refrain from deducting points from Gryffindor but might even bestow additional points upon them. Thus, within the confines of his own rules, if one were to triumph over him, he would be rendered powerless. Qin Yu then articulated another convoluted analogy. It was akin to a security guard managing access control. As long as one swiped their card to enter and exit, the guard had no jurisdiction over them. Should one attempt to force their way in and then blame the guard for wielding a feather as a symbol of authority, it would simply be a case of self-inflicted frustration. Of course, Qin was aware that Snape did indeed harbor a degree of bias, a fact that could not be denied. Thus, that evening, when he met with Snape, Qin Yu, representing his companions, lodged a protest. In response, Professor Snape employed his wand to provide an explanation that left Qin thoroughly convinced. The more one learns, the more one realizes their own ignorance. Perhaps you wish for Harry to grasp this truth, Professor Snape? Qin Yu lay on the ground, kindly elucidating on Snape's behalf. No, I merely find him disagreeable, Snape retorted, retrieving his long sword and tossing it to Qin, instructing him to take it back for study. Initially, you two found me insufferable, intentionally giving me a hard time. And now you meticulously guide me, Qin Yu replied with a hint of pride. You truly are rather self-absorbed. Do you believe yourself to be the protagonist of this story? Professor Snape mocked. Isn't that the case? Qin Yu countered as he propped himself up with the sword. As long as you are content, Snape replied, dismissing further conversation. I am indeed the protagonist. I possess a golden finger, Qin Yu insisted. Oh, Snape responded. Do you not believe me? Qin Yu probed. Very well, Snape replied. What do you mean by very well? Please refrain from engaging in ineffective communication like those unscrupulous bosses, Qin Yu interjected. Very well, Snape reiterated. Severus, Qin Yu sighed. Let us bring this futile communication to an end. First, I shall seek out Madame Pomfrey for some salves for my injuries. Today's one-on-one training has proven to be rather excessive, leaving me in considerable pain. Thus, with the long sword wrapped in cloth slung over my shoulder, Qin Yu limped towards the infirmary, burdened by the aches inflicted upon him during Professor Snape's rigorous guidance. Although he had been confounded by Snape's advanced queries in potion class, which resulted in a point deduction for Gryffindor, Harry seemed to have activated some competitive spirit within him, engaging in a full-fledged rivalry with Malfoy. This rivalry was most evident in their eager attempts to answer questions in class. After all, he had the brilliant Hermione Granger as a classmate and the legendary Qin as a formidable ally, endowing him with remarkable advantages. In essence, the advantage lay with me. When Harry conveyed this sentiment to Qin, he remained silent for a considerable time, casting a meaningful glance in Harry's direction. Why imitate someone else? Are you also to pen a diary like Keishun? Bah, who in their right mind keeps a diary? In his heart, Qin Yu pondered over a myriad of chaotic thoughts. Yet he maintained a grave demeanor as he encouraged, indeed, have confidence. Should you encounter any queries, feel free to approach me or Hermione. Be sure to review the notes I previously provided. However, he silently added, Forgive me, Harry, for I am an undercover agent. As long as you do not complain about the tedium of studying, all shall be well. Hermione shrugged, indicating her willingness to assume the role of a study advisor. Thank you, Qin. Thank you, Hermione, Harry exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and seriousness. Ron, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, Am I included as well? For him, studying was often a daunting endeavor. Yet, it wasn't that he was unwilling to learn. He simply experienced an innate resistance. After all, how many individuals genuinely relish the act of learning? Nevertheless, seeing his steadfast friend Harry Potter focusing his energy on his studies, he felt compelled to join him. Yet, the discomfort of studying remained palpable. Thus, the notion of joyfully learning was, in itself, a fallacy. I wish to join you as well, Neville stammered. Observing Neville, Ron felt a surge of relief and, with a smile, patted his shoulder, saying, All right, let us embark on this journey together. In truth, the youth are not easily daunted by many things, particularly when accompanied by companions embarking on the same endeavor, as this transforms the experience into something intriguing. Pain is bearable when shared. To fit in, Adam declared that as long as he refrained from sleep, he could study alongside them and progress together. Thus, the group of aspiring scholars welcomed yet another child who was not particularly eager to excel. Regardless, Qin Yu felt that the unfolding circumstances were rather favorable. Not only did that Malfoy fellow seem to be invigorated, diving headfirst into his magical studies, but Harry, Ron, Neville, and the others also appeared to be threatened or inspired, determined not to be outdone by their rival. However, Qin Yu found himself somewhat fatigued, as he had to assist Harry and the others with their studies in plain view while simultaneously masquerading as a mysterious elder meeting with Malfoy under the cover of night. Balancing both roles required meticulous care to maintain the equilibrium of the game. It felt reminiscent of a game creator from a past life, albeit in a more tangible form. Fortunately, he only needed to don a mask and meet Malfoy once each week at midnight to check on progress, clarify doubts, and impart some new magical knowledge. Of course, aiding the young ones with their studies constituted merely a small facet of Qin Yu's life at school. He had his own pursuits to attend to. Completing his second-year coursework was merely the baseline, which posed little challenge to him. He had already advanced significantly in subjects such as potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts. This progress was likely attributable to his coexistence and struggle with the latent power within him, combined with his innate talent and diligent effort, further enhanced by the meticulous guidance of Snape and Swindon, allowing him to surpass the average student in magical studies. Beyond academics, he also engaged in Quidditch training, which served to bolster his physical prowess, as a robust body is essential for wielding magic effectively. Without good health, even the simplest incantations become arduous. In addition to these familiar academic and training routines, he had recently devoted a considerable portion of his energy to alchemy. Since he had nearly surmised that this was an assignment left by Swindon, and was eager to explore communication through alchemy, he decided to delve into it thoroughly. Thus, Qin Yu's life in his second year at Hogwarts became increasingly enriching and busy compared to his first year. As days passed, the younger students engaged in a relatively healthy competition both in and out of class, even overshadowing Hermione, who was previously the shining star known for her eagerness to answer questions, making her seem less prominent, a welcome respite from the alienation she faced in the Muggle world. Of course, within Hogwarts, no one dared to challenge her. Meanwhile, Qin Yu diligently made progress in his research on methods of communication through alchemy. One day, as was his custom, he found himself alone in an empty classroom, meditating with his alchemical longsword. Following the methods imparted by Professor Swindon, he recalled his understanding of alchemy. Striving to visualize the materials and alchemical processes used in crafting the sword, attempting to mentally reconstruct it to achieve a spiritual resonance. He aimed to resonate with the longsword before him, positioned a meter away. After countless attempts, 1, 2, 3, he lost count. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while the sword across from him remained utterly motionless, just as he was about to surrender due to mental exhaustion. The longsword he had envisioned in his mind suddenly became vividly clear. A surge of joy coursed through Qin Yu's heart as his thoughts reached towards the ethereal longsword. A humming resonance, akin to a metallic tremor, echoed in his mind. Subsequently, the genuine long sword he held quivered in response. Clang, clang, clang. Almost immediately, the longsword procured from Snape emitted a sound as it struck the ground. The longsword from Snape resonated successfully. I have achieved it. Qin Yu gradually opened his eyes, a smile that he could not conceal gracing his lips. Although this resonance was faint and the distance brief, it marked the first step taken. Soon after, Qin Yu lay back on the ground, fatigue washing over him like a tide. You look quite exhausted, Hermione remarked with genuine concern during dinner. Yes, I may have overexerted myself today, but I will recover soon, Qin Yu replied, offering her what he believed to be a warm smile. However, Hermione pouted slightly, handing him food while muttering, Am I not familiar with you? When you get busy, you neglect everything else. You need to eat more now, so you can rest well later. All right, I shall heed your advice, Qin Yu nodded obediently, then took a bite of the bread she offered, signaling that he would like a roasted sausage as well, seeing how tired he truly was. Hermione reluctantly indulged him with some feeding. Once he was well fed, Qin Yu felt significantly rejuvenated, contentedly leaning back in his chair while listening to the idle chatter around him. Unexpectedly, he caught Hermione saying, In 2 days, it will be Halloween. You mentioned in your letter that it would be quite lively. I'm really looking forward to it. Indeed. It will not only be lively but also filled with delicious treats, Qin Yu said, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Halloween was just 2 days away. The eve of Halloween was indeed a day that was hard to overlook. Recently, Qin Yu has been exceedingly busy, to the point of neglecting his own well-being, and his sense of time has become somewhat blurred. Had it not been for Hermione's casual mention of Halloween, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that October was drawing to a close. It is worth noting that, had it not been for his intervention, the Halloween Eve of this year would not have been so tranquil. Hermione would have likely found herself weeping in the bathroom, ostracized by her peers, particularly Harry and Ron, and consequently facing danger. However, with Qin Yu's involvement, the situation is poised for transformation. At the very least, Hermione should not find herself retreating to the bathroom in solitude. Nevertheless, Qin Yu, with a hint of concern, advised the young lady, if anyone troubles you during this period, or should you encounter anything distressing, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Huh, Hermione responded, gazing at him with bewildered eyes, her tone laced with confusion. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Why would I be bullied? I merely said if, considering that at your age, one is prone to encounter matters that might be beyond one's capacity to handle. In such instances, you can come to me for help. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, realizing that his words had come off as somewhat abrupt. Yet he could not elaborate too much and thus offered a strained explanation. What do you mean at my age? Perhaps you should reflect on how old you are as well, she pouted, clearly displeased. Women are indeed peculiar. They are so sensitive about age, when young. They resent being called childish, and as they grow older, they detest any mention of their age. Hermione, in particular, does not appreciate being regarded as a mere child by Qin Yu. After all, she has matured. She is already of an age to attend secondary school in the Muggle world, and in a few years, well, she is simply grown up. Observing the indignant young lady, Qin Yu raised his hands in surrender and chuckled. All right, if I encounter anything troubling or find myself bullied, I shall seek your assistance as well. Indeed. I shall help you deal with those who bully you." Hermione nodded earnestly, though it was evident she found the notion amusing, for she soon broke into laughter. As dinner concluded, having made some progress in alchemy, Qin Yu decided to momentarily set aside his studies to enjoy a well-deserved rest, thus taking Harry to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, intending to tend to Crookshanks, whom she had retrieved from Hagrid. The others departed to pursue their own endeavors, leaving the dining hall. As night fell, the fourth floor of Hogwarts Castle was nearly devoid of activity. In a shadowy corner of a dimly lit corridor, not far from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, two hushed voices suddenly emerged, intentionally lowered in volume. "You must take action. You can no longer afford to wait." A hoarse voice spoke sharply. "My lord, the defenses there are exceedingly tight. I find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry." Another timid voice, filled with humility and trepidation, responded, "This is a matter you must find a way to resolve." "Do you truly expect me to accomplish this task?" The hoarse voice retorted with palpable impatience. "And no, I assure you, I will find a way. Please believe me." The timid voice hastily replied, "Very well, do so swiftly. I feel somewhat weak and cannot remain awake for long. I shall take my rest now." The hoarse voice gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. Shortly thereafter, a tall yet somewhat timid man emerged from the shadows of the corner, his pallid complexion partially obscured by a thick headscarf. Should anyone approach him, they might catch a whiff of an aroma reminiscent of garlic emanating from his person. "I need an opportunity to allow those bothersome professors a brief respite," he murmured to himself as he walked, his gaze gradually brightening, evidently inspired by a promising idea. The chapter on the dimensional barrier is a bit brief. I shall continue tomorrow. The following day, which is the eve of Halloween, festivities are scheduled for the evening, most notably a sumptuous banquet in the hall. Early that morning, the scent of roasted pumpkin wafted through the corridors once again, compelling passing students to instinctively inhale deeply. Immersed in the festive atmosphere, smiles unconsciously adorned their faces. Amidst the throng, Adam strolled, occasionally savoring the aroma of the food, eagerly anticipating the evening's feast. Harry and Ron conversed ahead about Quidditch matches. According to tradition, as November approached, various house teams would commence their competitions, pitting teams against one another to determine which would advance to the finals. Calculating the days, Gryffindor's inaugural match would likely occur in 2 to 3 weeks, at which point Harry would officially succeed the graduated Charlie Weasley as the new Seeker, representing Gryffindor in the competition. The impending timeline rendered it difficult for Harry to remain calm. Despite his diligent training, he still struggled to achieve the level of synergy with his teammates. "I truly hope I do not become the one to hinder Gryffindor," Harry expressed anxiously. "Well, try not to put so much pressure on yourself," Ron offered in a feeble attempt at consolation, though his words had little effect, as he was not particularly eloquent. His thoughts circled back to the fact that Qin was still around, implying that Harry merely needed to fulfill his own role. Nevertheless, after conversing for a while, Harry's tension eased somewhat, allowing him to maintain his appetite for breakfast. Adam, listening to their dialogue, felt a sense of anticipation regarding the upcoming competition. Indeed, he always harbored excitement for the unknown, and Hogwarts presented him with countless mysteries. Of course, his expectations extended beyond merely a banquet or a match. After enjoying breakfast, the first-year students proceeded to the Charms classroom located on the 4th floor. However, as they climbed the stairs towards the 2nd floor, Harry noticed that Adam had mysteriously vanished. "He probably went off to find a place to slack off," Ron shrugged, appearing unfazed. "I think I saw him heading towards the storage room next to the girls' restroom on the 1st floor," Neville added after a brief pause. "He often goes there to rest, claiming it is quiet." "Well, let us hope he arrives in class before it begins," Harry murmured to himself. At that moment, Hermione, who was walking ahead, waved to them, urging them to hurry upstairs. Consequently, they no longer hesitated and quickly ascended the staircase to the 4th floor. As for Adam, who lagged behind, they had grown accustomed to his tardiness. After all, even the teachers were now aware that Adam was a little boy who loved to sleep. As long as he adhered to the other school rules and kept pace with the magical curriculum, he would be granted a certain degree of leniency. Just as anticipated, Adam arrived fashionably late to the Charms lesson, and Professor Flitwick merely instructed him to swiftly find a partner for practicing the newly learned spell. "Allow me to reiterate the essential movements for the levitation charm," Flitwick said. "Remember to wave your wand first, then give it a flick." To accommodate Adam's lateness, Professor Flitwick kindly demonstrated the new spell once more, accompanying his actions with the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. A long feather then gracefully rose, suspended in midair. After the demonstration, the students practiced independently. Adam seated himself beside Neville and Hermione, forming one of the classroom's few trio groups, while the others were pre-assigned into pairs. Neville, the chubby boy, exerted great effort in waving his wand and reciting the incantation, yet the feather on the desk remained utterly still. This occurred repeatedly, with the sole exception being a moment where the feather shifted slightly, which prompted doubts that it was merely the result of his proximity and breath. Those who had studied magic understood that when casting a spell, even the slightest variation in wand movement or the intonation of the incantation could lead to failure. Hence, many in the classroom, like Neville, were unable to levitate the feather, and it could be said that the majority had yet to succeed with this new spell. Malfoy noticed this and prudently refrained from attempting it immediately, lest he be ridiculed by certain individuals, primarily Harry Potter and his friends. "Phew, it seems I'm incapable," Neville sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Don't rush. Take your time. Once you find the right feeling, it will come easily," Hermione consoled him. This was also a lesson from her own experience. She had initially struggled with the spell until Qin had taught her the correct wand movements and provided guidance on her pronunciation. In summary, once the correct method was grasped, it required careful contemplation to find the right feeling to successfully cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione pronounced the incantation with impeccable accuracy, and simultaneously waved her wand towards the feather resting on the desk. The feather slowly floated upwards, the spell taking effect. Other students cast their curious gazes in various expressions. Indeed, when Hermione first uttered the incantation, many had already turned their attention towards them, for Hermione was quite renowned among the first years, and everyone was eager to witness her success. Unsurprisingly, Hermione Granger became the first student in the classroom to successfully perform the levitation charm. Observing the Gryffindors taking a decisive lead, Draco Malfoy felt a pang of regret, realizing that he should not have hesitated and should have dared to attempt it himself, as he was confident he could succeed. Just as he motioned for his partner Goyle to pause and allow him to take his turn, another incantation rang out. Instinctively, he turned to see that it was the unassuming Gryffindor, Adam Quinn, waving his wand. "You think you can succeed? A mudblood from a backwater place like Egypt." Malfoy instinctively smirked in derision. However, his smile faltered as he witnessed the feather before Adam begin to levitate. "This is impossible." Malfoy's grin vanished, his eyes widened, and his previously pale face flushed with excitement. Damn Gryffindor, stealing even second place. He could not afford to wait any longer. If he delayed, someone else would surely succeed. Malfoy instinctively glanced in a certain direction, his gaze locking with that of Harry Potter, who was also looking his way. It was as if they both understood each other's thoughts in that instant, and they simultaneously turned away, beginning to wave their wands and recite the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy quickly uttered the spell. However, as he waved his wand, no effect occurred. Anxiously, he repeated the incantation, yet still found no success. "Malfoy, don't rush. This is quite challenging. Look, many people have failed," Goyle said, attempting to console him, believing himself to be understanding. His words only served to infuriate Malfoy further, who shot him a furious glare, causing Goyle to shrink back and remain silent. "Bad news. I did not succeed. Good news. That Harry Potter fellow also failed." Regaining his composure, Malfoy steeled himself. He closed his eyes, recalling the details Professor Flitwick had just explained, alongside the various techniques taught by his mysterious instructor. Gradually, his mind quieted, and time seemed to stretch. It felt as though ages had passed, yet it could have only been a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, he sensed that he was becoming familiar with the nuances of casting this charm. With this realization, he hesitated not a moment longer, opening his eyes. And with a steady and rhythmic motion, he waved his wand, giving it a slight flick, while simultaneously articulating the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather soared into the air. Goyle could not help but exclaim. On Malfoy's previously serene visage, a smile of delight emerged upon witnessing the levitating feather. He lifted his chin with a hint of self-satisfaction as he glanced towards Harry's direction, only to see that Harry's feather had also begun to float. Having been engrossed in mastering the nuances of the spell, he was unaware if Harry had achieved this feat ahead of him. "Humph. I suppose I'll begrudgingly acknowledge that we finished simultaneously," Malfoy muttered with evident dissatisfaction. In his mind, with Hermione as a friend and Qin, the exceptionally gifted upperclassman, it was only natural for Harry Potter to grasp the levitation charm so swiftly. In contrast, he considered his own timely completion quite impressive. "Truly, I am remarkable." With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably, and he silently expressed gratitude to the mysterious instructor who tirelessly taught him every Friday at midnight. Just wait and see. I shall undoubtedly surpass all of you next time, Malfoy resolved within himself. Time flew by quickly during their studies, and as the afternoon classes concluded, everyone eagerly entered the Great Hall. The room was adorned with decorations befitting the Halloween theme, brimming with magical splendor and mystery, instantly enveloping all in a rich festive atmosphere. As Qin Yu entered, he found Hermione already seated at the dining table, her face aglow with anticipation for the sumptuous dinner. Upon witnessing this scene, he unconsciously exhaled with relief. At least the girl wasn't hiding away, weeping for some reason today. Perhaps circumstances had begun to shift. Nevertheless, when the banquet commenced in earnest, he still did not catch sight of Professor Quirrell, which stirred a sense of unease within him. The Halloween Eve feast was extravagantly lavish. Roasted meats of various kinds, delectable thick soups, fragrant breads, along with an array of vegetables and fruits, adorned the long tables of the four houses, each side bustling with eager diners, plates brimming with food. The allure of such primal sustenance captivated the senses of all present, transforming the atmosphere into one of vibrant festivity. A few first-year students were animatedly discussing the morning's charms class, noting that few Slytherin students had successfully cast the new spells, with even Draco Malfoy managing to do so only after Hermione and Adam had demonstrated it first, thus severely dampening Malfoy's opportunity to shine. Adam, one of the key participants, was absent, rumored to have spent the entire afternoon in search of a place to nap. The banter among these young ones held little interest for Qin Yu. It was merely their own trivial concerns. As chatter filled the air, Qin Yu cast another glance towards the professor's table, yet still, no sign of Professor Quirrell appeared. It was clear that the man intended to follow through with his plans today. His only feasible course of action seemed to be to ensure Hermione's safety, preventing any untoward incidents. He contemplated whether to preemptively intervene against Quirrell. However, upon further reflection, due to the inexplicable constraints imposed by the system, he realized he could not eliminate that individual in a timely manner without alerting him, which could lead to unforeseen complications and unpredictable developments. Rather than confront the unknown, it would be prudent to allow events to unfold along their predetermined path, provided he could safeguard those around him from danger. At the very least, he was confident that Dumbledore and Snape were not ineffectual. Everything remained within a controllable scope. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu ceased his internal turmoil and began to consume his meal voraciously. "Qin, why are you eating so quickly today?" Hermione inquired, nibbling on a small sausage. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "You all should eat swiftly as well. You might not get a chance later," Qin Yu mumbled, his words somewhat indistinct. Hermione looked at him with a puzzled expression. The others too were perplexed, for the table was laden with food, and it seemed impossible that they would run out before they had their fill. Qin Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, placed food onto Hermione's plate and urged her to hasten her pace. All right, I shall eat," Hermione replied with a smile, complying with his request and taking large bites. She pondered that Qin seemed to be in one of his peculiar moods today, as he often entertained odd notions. Well, she thought, one must simply indulge him. After all, he is quite pampered. Thus, within the grand hall, they were the fastest eaters, surpassing even the notorious gluttons, Goyle and Crabbe from Slytherin, who were still grappling with a minor dilemma over their choices. However, despite Qin Yu's efforts to consume his meal more quickly, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud crashing sound. Accompanied by the dull thud, the grand doors of the hall were forcefully flung open. A figure, swathed in a thick hood, stumbled in, making their way towards the professor's table. It was none other than Professor Quirrell, who had remained conspicuously absent until now. Dumbledore. Their essay troll. A troll. Professor Quirrell stammered, his expression a mix of fear and panic. "Calm down, please elaborate on where you encountered it," Dumbledore inquired in a steady tone. "In the dungeons. The troll seemed to have gone mad," Professor Quirrell replied, still trembling from the ordeal. Qin Yu observed the scene before him, resignedly wiping his hands and mouth, ceasing his meal. Indeed, after ascertaining the cause, Professor Dumbledore rose and addressed the assembly in the hall. "Everyone, please suspend your dining and follow your respective house prefects back to your dormitories." The troll, a highly destructive magical creature, posed a significant threat to the young wizards still in their formative stages of learning. Thus, evacuating to the dormitory areas of each house was deemed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, some timid students had already revealed expressions of confusion and fear, with a piercing scream echoing through the hall, contributing to an air of chaos. Consequently, under the guidance of their respective house prefects, the students began to leave the hall in a somewhat panicked manner. At that moment, Harry and his friends could not help but glance at Qin Yu, wondering if he had acquired some prophetic skill from Professor Trelawney, for how else could he have foreseen that they would not be able to enjoy their dinner? Qin, come assist me in escorting the first and second year students back to Gryffindor Tower, ensuring they gather in the common room without running about. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, sought out Qin Yu for help. Given Qin Yu's reputation and esteem within Gryffindor, the younger students were inclined to heed his guidance, which was precisely why Percy enlisted his aid in the evacuation of the students. Qin Yu promptly went to greet the students from Gryffindor in the 2 lower grades. However, the situation was rather chaotic. Several first-year Hufflepuff students, in a state of panic, collided with the crowd of Gryffindor. Someone from Slytherin was shouting something, while a number of Ravenclaw students had become congested at the entrance. The prefects hurriedly raised their voices to restore order. As Qin Yu gathered the first and second-year Gryffindor students together, Hermione anxiously exclaimed, "Qin, Harry, and Ron are missing." Qin Yu furrowed his brows in confusion. These 2 rascals. How can they vanish at such a crucial moment? I seem to recall them mentioning their intention to seek out Adam. In the midst of the chaos, I inadvertently lost track of them. Hermione continued, "These 2 enthusiastic souls truly leave one speechless." "Very well, I shall escort you back to the common room, and I will later search for them." Qin Yu hesitated little. He quickly made his way towards Gryffindor Tower with the first and second year students, inquiring along the way about Adam's whereabouts. It wasn't long before he learned from Neville that Adam often sneaked into a storage room to take a nap, conveniently located next to the girls' restroom on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was the closest to the basement, and it was highly likely that the troll had emerged from the basement to the 1st floor. Pig's nose. After casting a spell at the fat lady, the entrance swung open. Qin Yu led everyone inside and arranged them in the common room. Having completed these tasks, he briefed Percy Weasley, the prefect, on the situation. Although Percy was Ron's brother, his responsibilities as a prefect prevented him from leaving his post easily, so he entrusted Qin Yu with the task of locating his troublesome brother. Subsequently, Qin Yu departed the dormitory area, retracing his steps towards the 1st floor of the main castle. However, he had not ventured far when Hermione caught up with him, stubbornly insisting on joining him in the search. Observing the serious expression on the young girl's face, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. He took her hand, and together they hurried towards their destination. Moments later, as Harry and Ron had just left the Great Hall in search of Adam, Draco Malfoy, standing among the Slytherin ranks, noticed their figures disappearing through the doors, clearly not heading towards Gryffindor Tower. Where could they be going? Malfoy felt an instinctive alertness. At such a time, Harry had the audacity to team up with that Weasley pauper. What could they possibly be up to? Could it be that they aimed to confront the troll? Yes, indeed. They must be planning to vanquish the troll on their own, hoping to bask in glory before the entire Hogwarts community. After a moment's contemplation, he reached this conclusion, and an image of a smug Harry Potter flashed through his mind. Allowing Harry Potter to steal the limelight was more unbearable than killing him. No, I cannot allow that fellow to succeed. I must stand in his way. Malfoy, grasping Crabbe and Goyle by their arms, maneuvered them into position to obscure the view of the Slytherin prefects. Seizing the opportune moment, he crouched low and swiftly extricated himself from the Slytherin ranks. Slipping towards the exit, he darted away, pursuing the direction in which Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had departed. He had not ventured far when he spotted the 2 boys again, their demeanor furtive, as though they were wary of being discovered. Moreover, Malfoy seemed to catch a glimpse of someone ascending the stairs ahead of them. He pondered to himself that perhaps a teacher was in search of the troll. However, had not Professor Quirrell already encountered the troll in the dungeons? Why would someone be heading upstairs? While he was lost in thought, Harry and Ron quickened their pace, prompting Malfoy to abandon his musings and follow closely behind. Regardless of others' intentions, he was resolute that today he would not allow these 2 to achieve their aims. He had devised a plan. Should he indeed encounter the troll, he would first take cover, allowing Harry and Ron to grapple with the creature before he emerged to vanquish it himself. What a splendid strategy! Why is Snape heading upstairs? Harry murmured to Ron as they walked. The 2 had stealthily left to summon Adam back to the dormitory, only to soon encounter the hurried figure of Snape in the corridor. They trailed him, discovering that he had ascended the staircase. Perhaps he is going to safeguard his potions, Ron conjectured casually. Snape's potions classroom and office were on the 4th floor, and it was rumored that he often stored his precious concoctions in a small chamber there. Lending some credence to Ron's speculation. But the troll isn't upstairs, Harry muttered. Let's not concern ourselves with him. We should find Adam and return swiftly, otherwise. Percy will scold me, Ron replied, his tone tinged with unease. Percy, his third brother and the current Gryffindor prefect, was known for his strictness and severity. If he caught Ron acting independently, a reprimand was certain to follow. Moreover, Ron could foresee that Percy might even relay his transgressions to their mother and Ottery St. Catchpole, resulting in a letter filled with piercing admonitions. Reflecting on this, he began to regret hastily joining Harry in search of Adam. Perhaps Adam will return on his own. Do we truly need to seek him out? Ron suggested, a hint of guilt in his voice. Unlikely. You know Adam. When he sleeps deeply. We should find him, Harry replied. Harry articulated his reasoning, and Ron pondered for a moment, conceding that he was indeed correct. He nodded, yet added, let us search only the first floor. If we cannot locate him, we must swiftly return and inform Qin or Percy. It was Ron's reminder that prompted Harry to recall that notifying Qin in advance was the wisest option. For Qin was undoubtedly far more dependable than the two of them combined. How foolish he felt for his impatience, having assumed that they alone would suffice. The ogre, a creature often depicted in numerous legends, was surely perilous and terrifying. Now, with a calm mind, he contemplated the grim reality. Should they encounter such a beast, their fate would likely be one of suffering. Harry silently hoped for better fortune for himself and Ron, wishing they would evade that creature. After losing track of Snape, the two continued down the corridor of the first floor, their anxiety mounting with each step. Upon turning a corner, they were met with the sound of heavy footsteps and the scraping of a cumbersome object against the floor. They exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a gasp. Not far ahead loomed a towering figure, easily exceeding 10 feet in height, roughly the combined stature of two adults. Its limbs and torso were exaggeratedly robust, yet it possessed an exceedingly small head. Its broad, flat feet thudded against the ground with each step, while in its grasp, it wielded a hefty wooden club that dragged along the floor, creating a jarring noise. There was no doubt, this was the legendary ogre. Harry and Ron shared a knowing look, both acutely aware of the shared sentiment. How unfortunate we are. Fortunately, the ogre had its back turned to them and exhibited minimal awareness, oblivious to the presence of the two diminutive figures behind it. We should leave, Ron whispered. His mouth agape. Agreed. Harry nodded vigorously, fully supporting the notion. This was not the moment for heroics. Besides, they had never intended to play the heroes. They had merely come to search for Adam. Given their encounter with the ogre and the uncertainty of finding Adam anytime soon, it would be prudent to retreat and seek assistance. Thus, the two began to back away cautiously. Just as they were about to turn to leave, they observed the ogre bending down to enter a nearby room. Wait a moment, Ron. Harry called to his companion. What is it? Ron halted, puzzled. Harry pointed towards the room the ogre had just entered and whispered, we could trap it inside. Ron blinked a few times, recognizing that while this idea bore a certain level of risk, simply closing the door should indeed be within their capabilities. All right, let us proceed quietly. Ron concurred with the plan. Thus, the two of them stealthily made their way towards the room. Upon reaching the entrance, they swiftly closed the door behind them and secured it with a latch. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. After accomplishing their task, they hurriedly fled the scene. After a brief sprint, they paused to catch their breath, their faces betraying uncontainable joy. Does this count as a significant feat? Ron inquired. It should. For we have successfully trapped it, Harry responded, feeling a surge of excitement. Let us remember that room and return with others shortly, Ron suggested. I find that room quite memorable. It is adjacent to the girls' lavatory on the first floor, Harry remarked, standing on tiptoe to glance in its direction. Indeed. It is easily recalled, but I wonder what that troll intends to do there, Ron mused. Regardless, we must hasten back to inform Qin and Percy. Urging them to come with the professor to capture the troll, Harry declared, taking a step forward. Ron followed closely behind. However, as they walked, they abruptly halted in unison. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. In tandem, they exclaimed, next to the girls' lavatory, the storage room, Merlin's beard. Could it be mere coincidence? They quickly retraced their steps, for they both recalled Neville Longbottom's words from that morning, mentioning that Adam often took refuge in the storage room next to the girls' lavatory, as it was relatively quiet. Thus, it was highly probable that they had inadvertently confined the troll alongside Adam. This could spell disaster for him. It was precisely this thought that filled Harry and Ron with such urgency. In the Muggle world, A man named Murphy once proclaimed that if one anticipates a situation to deteriorate, it inevitably will. This adage holds true in the realm of magic as well. For instance, when Harry and Ron feared that Adam might be trapped with the troll, it was entirely possible that Adam was indeed in the very room where the troll had just entered. Consequently, the two hastily retraced their steps to the door of that chamber, ultimately confirming that it was the very storeroom Neville had mentioned, Adam's frequent hideaway for lazy slumbers. Contemplating Adam's diminutive stature juxtaposed with the troll's towering, 10-foot frame, Harry and Ron's faces turned a sickly shade of green. They exchanged anxious glances and hurriedly unlocked the door, cautiously pushing it open. They were terrified of encountering a small boy reduced to a pulp, their bodies trembling uncontrollably at the thought. Fortunately, such a gruesome vision did not materialize. The unfortunate news, however, was that Adam was indeed inside, and the troll was extending its enormous hand toward his head. Should that colossal hand seize Adam, a mere exertion of force could easily crush his skull like a watermelon, spilling forth crimson juice, a horrifying image that sent shivers down their spines. Harry and Ron simultaneously conjured this dreadful scenario in their minds. Meanwhile, Adam appeared utterly frozen by fear, staring blankly at the troll, seemingly oblivious to the need to evade. "Adam, danger! Run!" Harry and Ron shouted in unison, their urgency palpable. The troll and Adam both turned their heads toward the doorway. The former's grotesque visage bore an expression of confusion, while the latter displayed a look of bewilderment, as if startled by an unexpected interruption. "Adam must be paralyzed with fright," Ron astutely observed, quickly relaying to Harry, "We need to distract it so Adam can escape." Harry swiftly devised a plan. "How do we distract it?" Ron hesitantly inquired. However, he soon found himself relieved of such concerns as the troll's expression shifted from bewilderment to fury, letting out a low growl in their direction. From a distance, Harry and Ron could detect a noxious stench wafting toward them, a scent far more repugnant than any potion gone awry in their classes. Yet, they had no time to contemplate such matters. The enraged troll lumbered forward, dragging a hefty club, and charged toward them with thunderous strides. In a panic, the two quickly split up, hoping to disperse the troll's attention. Indeed, the troll momentarily hesitated, unsure of whom to pursue. Then, its gaze fell upon Adam, and it raised its club, swinging it down toward the small boy. "Hey!" Harry's voice echoed, momentarily startling the giant. In an instant, a dark shadow hurtled towards it, crashing against its robust frame with a resounding thud, and shattered into several pieces upon hitting the ground. It was an old cauldron, discarded in the storeroom. Infuriated, the giant abandoned Adam and charged after Harry, who had thrown the object. Adam stood frozen for a moment before hastily retreating to the wall. Due to the earlier chaos, the giant had now blocked the exit, making it difficult for the three of them to escape. As Harry became the target of the giant's wrath, Ron emulated him, seizing a broken brass scale and hurling it at the creature. Thus, the giant's attention was diverted once more to Ron. When Ron came under attack, Harry retaliated by tossing a metal funnel. This exchange of attacks continued, with the giant shifting its focus back and forth between Harry and Ron. Just as they both felt a moment of relief upon discovering a strategy to contend with the giant, Ron accidentally stepped on debris scattered on the floor, slipping and falling painfully, unable to rise immediately. The giant seemed to grow more cunning, disregarding Harry's continued assaults and relentlessly advancing toward Ron. In a critical moment, Harry leapt up, grasping the giant's arm in a desperate attempt to cling to it. The giant roared in frustration, vehemently shaking its arm, attempting to dislodge the irritating boy. Although Harry held on tightly, fear gripped him. He was merely an 11-year-old boy, his strength limited, and he could not sustain his grip for long. Should he be flung away, he risked severe injury. The situation was perilously dire. Just then, a voice both familiar and loathed echoed through the chaos. Harry and Ron turned to see the detestable Draco Malfoy, his face twisted in anger, as if someone had stepped on his tail, if he indeed had one. Malfoy's unexpected arrival was as shocking to Harry and Ron as encountering the giant itself. Even more surprising was Malfoy's leap, after calling them fools, as he clung to the giant's other arm. With both arms occupied, the giant grew even more enraged, thrashing about violently. Harry and Malfoy felt as though they might be thrown off at any moment, yet both understood the necessity of remaining steadfast. "You call me a fool, yet you act foolishly yourself," Harry retorted. "Silence, you two imbeciles, more foolish than the giant." Malfoy snapped back, his voice tinged with urgency. "Think of a way out." Without further ado, Harry hastened to devise a solution. However, his first thought was that he should not have acted impulsively. He should have informed Qin instead. He believed that Qin could effortlessly unleash a spell to vanquish the giant. With this thought in mind, Harry recalled the wand nestled within his pocket. He then mustered all his strength to climb onto the creature, eventually reaching its neck. Without hesitation, he drew out his wand and thrust it forcefully into the giant's nostril. Malfoy, closely following suit, brandished his own exquisite wand and mirrored Harry's actions, jabbing it into the other nostril. The giant, now infuriated by the simultaneous assault, was consumed by rage, intent on using its club to crush the two diminutive figures into a pulp. "Weasley, what are you dawdling for? Do something," Malfoy shouted, his voice tinged with alarm as he sensed the creature's fury. At that moment, Ron struggled to rise, eager to assist, but found it difficult to approach. Merely pacing anxiously at a distance. Stung by Malfoy's reprimand, Ron retorted, "All you do is insult. Why don't you come up with a plan? Idiot." Malfoy snapped in frustration. Both were acutely aware that this was not the time for infighting. After their exchange of barbs, they quickly refrained from further words. Ron glanced at the wands in Harry's and Malfoy's hands and decided to retrieve his own carefully kept brand-new wand. "Quick, cast a spell," Harry urged. "With what?" Ron instinctively inquired. "Anything, you fool." Malfoy couldn't help but shout again. Ron racked his brain but struggled to recall even a fragment of a spell. It was indeed at moments like these that he regretted not having studied more diligently. Meanwhile, the giant showed no sign of waiting. The colossal creature raised its club, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Harry, who was precariously perched on its neck. It was evident that if struck, Harry would likely be left in a gruesome state. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of peril, a spell escaped Ron's lips as he waved his wand. With a flick and a shake, the massive club of the troll soared into the air. When the club struck the troll's head, causing it to collapse, Malfoy, gasping on the ground, realized the folly of his previous actions. He had been trailing closely behind Harry and Ron, and like them, had witnessed the troll's menacing presence. However, to his dismay, he observed that those two cowards did not confront the troll. Instead, they deceitfully confined it within a room. Of course, this deceitfulness was a matter of perspective from the troll's viewpoint. Malfoy had initially intended to make his move just as the two were about to vanquish the beast. Yet it became apparent that they had no intention of battling the troll at all, which left Malfoy with a sense of disdain for their lack of bravery. After securing the troll, Harry and Ron retreated, and Malfoy surmised they were seeking help. Seizing the opportunity to remain undetected, he resolved to depart. However, just as he was about to navigate down another corridor to alert Professor Snape or another instructor, those two cowards returned to the door of the room that contained the troll. Their motives were utterly perplexing. Reluctantly, Malfoy followed cautiously. His intention clear, he could not allow these two to bask in glory. If he left to fetch assistance, and they managed to defeat the troll in his absence, it would only serve to elevate their status. With this thought in mind, Malfoy edged closer. Soon, he overheard them shouting for Adam to run, an unexpected twist, followed by the sounds of crashing and banging. It seemed a confrontation had already commenced. Thus, he continued to advance, eager to ascertain whether the troll was on the verge of defeat. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It was the Weasley boy who had been knocked down. And Harry Potter, that foolish boy, was inexplicably clinging to the troll. One lay incapacitated, while the other was about to be flung away by the troll, a sight that suggested they were far from conquering the beast. Rather, they appeared to be on the brink of being overpowered. Malfoy realized that the opportunity he had envisioned was slipping away. Foolish imbeciles. The thought of their ineptitude prompted a string of curses to escape his lips. He contemplated turning away, abandoning them to their fate. Yet, glancing at the troll's hefty club, it was evident that he had little time for hesitation. Reluctantly, Malfoy mimicked Harry Potter's foolishness and grasped the other side of the troll. In that critical moment of grappling with the beast, Malfoy's mind wandered for a brief instant, and he inwardly lamented, "I must have ingested the wrong potion to find myself acting as foolishly as Harry Potter and that Weasley pauper." However, given the circumstances, having already entered this battle under such unfavorable conditions, I must grit my teeth and persevere. I am the son of the Malfoy family, and I shall never succumb to fear or retreat. He encouraged himself inwardly, while irritably urging those two to devise a solution quickly. Fortunately, even foolish individuals occasionally display moments of brilliance. The impoverished Weasley boy finally proved his worth by correctly casting the levitation charm he had learned that very day at a critical juncture. The troll was struck on the head by its own hefty club, and with its diminutive cranium, it was rendered unconscious. "You nearly got us killed." Malfoy lay on the ground, gazing at the ceiling with an exasperated tone. "No need to thank me," Ron replied, leaning against the wall with an air of nonchalance. Their conversation was a disjointed exchange, akin to the mismatched lips of a donkey and a horse. Malfoy, disinterested in further discourse, chose to remain supine, seeking respite from the fatigue of the earlier skirmish. Although the confrontation had been brief, he felt utterly drained, wishing only to lie still and avoid engaging in too much conversation with the foolish fellow. Then, he pondered, did his actions truly prevent them from stealing the limelight? Or, conversely, had he inadvertently aided their quest for glory? The more he contemplated, the more he felt that the unfolding events had surpassed his initial expectations. After leaving the Gryffindor Tower, Qin Yu swiftly navigated the corridors with Hermione by his side. His primary destination was the storage room located on the ground floor of the Hogwarts castle, which was likely the very place where Harry and Ron, those mischievous little boys, would be headed. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the storage room, he was met with a rather unexpected sight. There, beside a fallen, monstrous figure resembling a small hill, Harry was strenuously attempting to lift the sprawled-out Malfoy, who displayed an expression of utter reluctance, as if he were being forced into an exceedingly unpleasant task. "Ah, you lot." Qin Yu's gaze wandered, and upon noticing the approach of outsiders, specifically Qin and Hermione, he felt a jolt as their eyes fell upon him. In an instant, Malfoy seemed as if struck by a bolt of lightning, hastily withdrawing his hand from Harry's grip. He was already unsteady, and this abrupt motion caused him to sway dangerously, nearly toppling over, prompting him to grasp Harry for support, which inadvertently sent Harry stumbling as well, eliciting a look of displeasure from him. Thus, the two who had just united against the troll were now beginning to express mutual disdain. Is the reaction really necessary? It's not as if we committed some heinous act, Qin Yu mused silently. Of course, he was indifferent to the nature of their relationship. He was no member of the D.H. faction. What on earth transpired? Qin Yu's primary concern remained this. Although he could gather a rough idea from the evidence at the scene, he felt compelled to hear the account from those involved. Consequently, Harry and Ron exchanged words, each recounting the salient points of the incident, while Malfoy remained silent, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, likely believing that as a Slytherin, he had little to discuss with those of Gryffindor. Here, we must also extend our thanks to Malfoy, as he did contribute somewhat. Harry relented begrudgingly, casting a glance at Malfoy. Contributed somewhat? If I hadn't shown up, you and that idiot from the Weasley family would have been done for, Malfoy blurted out, unable to contain himself. Immediately after speaking, however, he regretted his volume, fearing he had provoked Qin, the brutish fellow, and might face dire consequences. Fortunately, Qin remained silent for the time being, allowing Malfoy to breathe a sigh of relief. In the end, it was I who used the levitation charm to knock out the troll and save both you and Harry, Ron retorted with annoyance. That was merely luck. You just happened to cast a spell haphazardly, Malfoy muttered, clearly dissatisfied. He had already mastered the technique for the levitation charm, and had it not been for his prior engagement with the troll, he was convinced he would have been the one to triumph over it, rather than that Weasley fellow. Observing the three youngsters in their awkward exchanges, Qin Yu found it amusing, though he did not let it show on his face. Instead, he spoke in a teasing tone. So, it seems you wish to contest the credit for dealing with this troll? Not at all, Harry and Ron swiftly denied. Malfoy sensed the foreboding tone in Qin's voice. Indeed, Qin Yu continued with a serious demeanor, while you squabble over accolades. Have you considered that recklessly confronting a troll might lead to disciplinary action from the school for endangering your own lives? Upon hearing the word punishment, the three little miscreants suddenly realized that their actions had gravely transgressed the school rules. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore had specifically instructed everyone to return to their respective dormitories and await further instructions, yet they had chosen to wander aimlessly instead. Oh, now they comprehend the gravity of their misconduct? Prepare for a deduction of points. Qin Yu scoffed coldly, observing the trio, whose faces had turned pale with fright. And then glancing at Qin, who was displaying a rather theatrical demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but shrug, thinking that this fellow indeed relished in teasing others at times. After frightening the three young ones, Qin Yu casually cast a stunning spell to ensure that the troll would not awaken unexpectedly, staging a classic villainous comeback. Caution and steadiness. This was our forte. As Qin effortlessly executed the spell, the three initially awkward individuals stood frozen in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Previously, Qin had always exhibited qualities of maturity, dominance, aggression, and wisdom in their presence, seemingly never having used his wand to cast a spell before. As mentioned earlier, the execution of magic is intricate, requiring deep understanding and study of incantations and wand movements to be successfully performed. This was akin to their recent experience with the levitation charm, which only a few first-year students had managed to master. The stunning spell, capable of rendering a target unconscious, was a far more complex and aggressive incantation, its difficulty level distinctly higher than that of the levitation charm. Now, witnessing Qin perform such an advanced spell up close was like 3 elementary students observing a high schooler deftly solving trigonometric functions. They were utterly clueless about trigonometry, while Qin navigated it with ease. It was a bewildering display of brilliance. It is essential to interject here. If one were to liken a person to a high school student, it does not imply a lack of strength. On the contrary, it is widely acknowledged that high school is a phase many individuals cannot surpass throughout their lives. One might assert that Qin Yu's proficiency in casting spells already surpasses that of numerous adult wizards. However, quantifying this superiority is a complex endeavor, as the magical realm determines strength by various factors, not solely the magic itself. Considering that Qin is merely one grade above them, Harry, Ron, and even Malfoy cannot help but feel woefully inadequate in their magical studies. These thoughts, of course, are fleeting notions that pass through their minds, unknown to outsiders. Qin Yu is indifferent to the opinions of these 3 youngsters. He is well aware of his own capabilities. There is nothing to boast about. Yet he will not belittle himself either. The commotion on the first floor soon attracted the attention of the patrolling teacher, Professor Minerva McGonagall. The deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House was the first to arrive. Upon glancing at the giant troll sprawled on the floor, she could not help but furrow her brow. Her expression deepened further when she beheld the 3 disheveled boys in the room, covered in grime. Anyone witnessing this scene could easily surmise the situation. A blend of anger and concern flickered in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, at least no one was injured. Can someone please explain what transpired here? Professor McGonagall inquired coldly, echoing the question posed by Qin Yu. However, this time, Harry and Ron dared not respond, paralyzed by anxiety at the intimidating presence of Professor McGonagall. Malfoy, too, held his tongue, having just heard Qin's words. He feared that his impulsive actions would incur penalties for Slytherin. Yet, he understood that evasion was futile. Let Harry Potter and the Weasley boy take the blame. After all, I was merely passing through. Indeed, I am just a concerned wizard passing by. Malfoy mused inwardly, waiting for Harry or Ron to speak first so that he could feign innocence and offer a supplementary comment. Professor, this is all my fault. I was hiding here asleep, and Harry and Ron came looking for me. It was Adam who spoke first. Malfoy suddenly realized that this fellow was also present in the room, and he could not suppress his inner thoughts. Why mention only those 2? What do you mean? We had no intention of battling the troll. But when Adam was about to be attacked, we had no choice but to intervene, Ron explained. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. It is entirely my fault. I should have informed you or another teacher beforehand. Harry quickly admitted his mistake. What a master of deflection. Clearly, he just wanted to steal the limelight. Malfoy scoffed internally. And what brings you here, Mr. Malfoy? Professor McGonagall suddenly called on a student. As I passed by Malfoy, I whispered the reason I had just conceived. Just passing by? Professor McGonagall clearly found this answer implausible. Who would believe that one could casually stroll past a chamber housing a troll? Malfoy, too, grasped this truth and thus had no choice but to confess. I saw Potter and Weasley leave the Great Hall, and out of curiosity, I followed them. In other words, you deviated from Slytherin's ranks out of concern, acting independently, did you not? Professor McGonagall continued her inquiry. Straying from one's own house and acting on one's own accord constitutes a serious violation. Malfoy felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Consequently, he mustered the courage to assert, indeed, it was out of concern. Upon uttering this, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly, his stomach churning with nausea. He was not genuinely concerned for Harry Potter and the Weasley boy. He was merely feigning acknowledgement out of necessity. Malfoy fervently rationalized within himself. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, stepping back from him, utterly disbelieving his words. Who would genuinely believe he cared for them? Naturally, considering Malfoy had indeed aided them moments earlier, they refrained from expressing their doubts. Qin, you should have arrived slightly earlier than I did. Please share what you know, Professor McGonagall addressed Qin Yu, leaving no stone unturned. When I arrived, the troll had already been subdued. According to their account, Potter and Malfoy managed to grasp the troll by the neck. allowing Weasley the opportunity to cast the levitation spell and subsequently strike the troll unconscious with that large stick, Qin explained, gesturing towards the hefty club beside the troll. The stick was of a girth comparable to the troll's head, making it entirely reasonable that it could incapacitate such a creature. Indeed, upon hearing this explanation, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, addressing the young wizards present. Although trolls are notoriously irritable and destructive, they are not particularly intelligent. One can defeat them by targeting this weakness. Before the bewildered children could react, Professor McGonagall elevated her voice slightly, continuing in a grave and solemn tone. However, I still do not advise you to engage trolls, even if 3 of you work together. At this, Harry and Ron lowered their heads, and Malfoy, perceiving their dismay, quickly adopted a posture of avoidance, burying his head low. They were all apprehensive about what Professor McGonagall might say next. Mr. Quinn, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards Adam, addressing him with gravity. Your disregard for school rules during class and mealtime has placed both yourself and your friends in jeopardy. I believe deducting 5 points from Gryffindor will help you recognize your misstep. Thus, points were indeed deducted. Upon hearing these words, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, their hearts lamenting as their faces contorted in despair. However, Adam calmly nodded and stated, I accept this punishment. This child exhibits remarkable composure. Qin Yu mused internally, nearly forgetting his presence moments ago. Subsequently, Adam paused briefly, surveying his surroundings before speaking in a gentle tone. I believe I am not the focal point of this matter. Indeed, he was not the focal point. The true emphasis lay upon those 3 unfortunate youths. Qin Yu found great wisdom in those words. The others nodded in agreement, including the tardy Severus Snape and the visibly pained Chilo. After a brief pause, Professor McGonagall turned to the 3 first-year students who had their heads bowed, carefully choosing her words. As everyone's attention shifted towards Harry and his companions, no one noticed the faint white glow in Adam's eyes gradually fading away, just as they had failed to observe when that luminescence had first emerged. I hope the forthcoming consequences of your actions will not lead to any misconceptions, Professor McGonagall stated with a serious demeanor, carrying an implicit warning. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy. The trio of young boys instinctively deflated at her words, evoking in Qin Yu a sense of impending doom, as they all seemed to anticipate an impending punishment. However, Qin Yu was aware that their expectations would likely be unfounded. As anticipated, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards the trio and, with a softened tone, announced, Each of you will earn 5 points for your respective houses. What? The 3, who had previously appeared despondent, simultaneously raised their heads, astonished by the unexpected leniency of the usually stern matron. How had they suddenly earned points? They were momentarily taken aback, observing their bewilderment. Professor McGonagall offered a reluctant explanation. At your age, it is quite rare to possess the courage to confront and defeat a troll, with a few notable exceptions. As she concluded her statement, the older witch cast a meaningful glance at Qin Yu, clearly alluding to the aforementioned exceptions. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. To him, vanquishing a giant was not a feat worthy of pride. Although he acknowledged that he could not match the creature's strength, eliminating it was a rather straightforward endeavor. All right. You all should return to your respective dormitories. The Halloween Eve feast has yet to conclude and will continue in the common areas of each house, Professor McGonagall stated. Ushering the students away. Qin, please escort them back to prevent any further danger. Of course, Professor McGonagall, Qin Yu replied with a nod. He then led a group of young first years away from the chaotic chamber where the giant lay. Emerging from the storeroom, he guided the 4 Gryffindor first years ahead, while Malfoy trailed behind, somewhat apprehensive and reserved. After all, he was the only Slytherin in the corridor, which made him feel rather isolated. Upon reaching the fork leading to Gryffindor Tower and the Slytherin dungeon, Qin Yu halted, turning to smile at Malfoy. This caught the latter off guard, intensifying his unease. Do you need me to escort you back, Malfoy? Qin Yu inquired with a hint of enthusiasm. No. Malfoy vehemently shook his head in refusal. Perhaps sensing his response was too abrupt, he added, I can manage on my own. It's quite close to the Slytherin dungeon. Very well. Then do take care on your way, Qin Yu replied, not pressing the matter further. Judging by Malfoy's reaction, his offer of assistance might only exacerbate the boy's discomfort. Sighing inwardly, he pondered why trust between individuals seemed so elusive. As Qin Yu silently criticized, he led the group from Gryffindor to the left, while Malfoy, visibly relieved, hastily trotted off to the right. Once again, the outcome was a tie. Ron watched Malfoy's diminishing figure and muttered under his breath. Harry paused momentarily, quickly grasping the implication of his friend's words, and echoed, "Our house lost 5 points and gained 10. Slytherin also received 5 points, so in the end, it indeed balanced out. How infuriating it is that we failed to surpass Slytherin once more." A hint of regret lingered on their faces. However, they were also aware that Malfoy had earned those 5 points through his own merit. Reflecting on the earlier events, it was undeniable that when danger loomed, that fellow truly stepped up. It is said that shared experiences, especially those of great significance, can forge deeper connections between individuals, Qin Yu remarked, turning to Harry and Ron. He winked and inquired, "So, after what just transpired, have you become good friends with Malfoy?" "Absolutely not. Never." Harry and Ron vehemently shook their heads, as resolute as Malfoy had been in rejecting Qin Yu's offer of companionship. Moreover, they instinctively associated the notion of good friends with Malfoy, conjuring images in their minds of playful camaraderie with him. At this thought, they simultaneously shivered, goosebumps rising on their skin. "Even if I were the last wizard in this world, I would never become good friends with Malfoy." Harry contemplated Malfoy's wretched character, and although there was a slight change in perception today, his dislike remained palpable. "I feel the same. I would rather face a fierce dragon than that fellow," Ron declared resolutely. While one of them had dismissed all the wizards in the world, and the other had even brought up dragons, Qin Yu felt a strong urge to point out the implications of their statements regarding the sentiments of other wizards and dragons. Nonetheless, he merely criticized in silence. "I was just curious to ask," Qin Yu concluded, waving his hand and addressing the others. "All right, we should head back. I didn't quite finish my meal at the banquet before being interrupted by the troll, and I hope there is still something to eat upon our return." Upon his reminder, Harry and Ron, who had not eaten sufficiently, felt their stomachs begin to rumble. Their brief encounter with the troll, though short-lived, had drained their energy significantly, only intensifying their hunger. Consequently, they unconsciously quickened their pace. When the group returned to the Gryffindor common room, it was already bustling with activity. Such unexpected occurrences were rare in the usually tranquil campus, and the excitement among the students far outweighed their underlying panic, with a few timid souls being the exception. They were fervently discussing the troll, speculating on how it had managed to infiltrate Hogwarts and which professor had subdued the creature. Some even suggested that if Dumbledore himself had intervened, it would have been effortlessly resolved, a notion that garnered widespread agreement. As Ron listened to the discussions, a sense of pride swelled within him, thinking to himself that it was he and Harry, along with another inconsequential individual, who had vanquished the troll. Just as he was about to share his thoughts with Harry, he caught sight of Percy approaching with a serious and grim expression. Ron's heart skipped a beat, instantly petrified. His older brother, known for his strict demeanor and role as the Gryffindor prefect, was surely going to reprimand him harshly. Meanwhile, his other brothers, George and Fred, stood nearby, devoid of sympathy for their misfortunate sibling, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement at his predicament. "Ron, be strong. Don't worry. Percy won't eat you," they jested, exchanging banter before hastily stepping aside as Percy drew near. "I've heard about your escapades, Ron," Percy stated as he approached. Ron, with a pained expression, struggled to find the words to defend himself, momentarily at a loss. "I hope you will consider the potential dangers of your actions before you act recklessly," Percy admonished in a cautionary tone. I understand," Ron replied, lowering his gaze timidly. "Good to hear you're all right," Percy softly acknowledged, straightening up and solemnly adding, "Do not think I will shield you from this matter. I will inform Mom and Dad." "Please, Percy, if Mom finds out, I'm finished," Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. However, Percy remained unmoved by his brother's pleas and turned his attention to Harry, Adam, and others, advising them to communicate more with their teachers in times of trouble. The unconscious troll had been dragged away by Hagrid, and aside from the disarray in the storage room, the losses were not substantial. Thus, the unexpected incident was resolved relatively satisfactorily. Later, in the stillness of the night, a low, furious growl emanated from the Dark Arts Defense Office. "It's all that Harry Potter's fault. That wretched little boy. My master, it wasn't he, just him." There were 2 others as well. "Do you think those 2 are significant?" "Foolish. Yes, I was wrong. Seek an opportunity. It is imperative to eliminate him. He is but a hindrance, perpetually causing me trouble." "Very well, my master. It is truly lamentable. You cannot fathom the perilous situation at that moment. Had I not intervened, both Harry Potter and the Weasley boy would have been crushed by the troll." With a swift leap, I ascended to the top of the troll's head. At that critical juncture, the Weasley boy was rendered utterly speechless. Though, to be fair, he has never been particularly astute. Thanks to my timely reminder, he regained his composure and managed to conjure a rather feeble levitation spell. In summary, Professor McGonagall ought to award me 10 points, rather than the mere 5 that she grants them, for I alone am worth the effort of both of them combined. The following day was Friday, at midnight. Beneath the oak tree outside the castle, Malfoy animatedly recounted the events of that day, gesticulating fervently. In the moonlight, one could discern the flush of excitement on his pallid face, which bore the semblance of a valiant wizard. How embarrassing, Qin Yu mused internally. Were it not for his knowledge of the day's occurrences and the memory of Malfoy's ashen visage and trembling hands, he might have been convinced by the boy's bravado. However, as one privy to the truth, he could not allow his awareness to show. Thus, concealed beneath his mask, Qin Yu endured in silence, observing Malfoy as he expressed emotions that were possibly a blend of fear and exhilaration. Indeed, the events of that day had been exceedingly thrilling for children of their age. Ultimately, Qin Yu made an effort to speak in a cool, detached tone, saying, "Well, my recent guidance has not been in vain." Upon hearing such rare commendation from the enigmatic instructor, Malfoy beamed, revealing a set of neat, white teeth. Entirely devoid of his usual aristocratic demeanor, resembling instead the foolish son of a landowner. He then bowed solemnly to Qin Yu, saying, "Thank you. Encountering you and having the opportunity to learn from you is the most fortunate aspect of my time at Hogwarts. Indeed, putting aside other considerations, this child demonstrates a commendable respect for his elders." Hearing his heartfelt words, Qin Yu felt a flicker of emotion, not so much guilt for deceiving a mere child, but rather an acknowledgement of the boy's redeeming qualities. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yu experienced an impulse to touch his own nose. Yet he ultimately restrained himself from such an action, which would not align with his current persona. Well then, that matter has passed. It is time to proceed with today's practice. I hope that next time, it will be you who employs magic to vanquish the troll. Qin Yu judiciously decided to bring this topic to a close, lest the young man continue his incessant chatter well into the night. For he could not afford to sacrifice his sleep for the sake of idle conversation. Very well, I shall commence my practice. Draco Malfoy seemed to recognize the futility of further rambling, promptly responding in agreement. He then began to practice the various spells he had recently learned beneath the oak tree. Meanwhile, Qin Yu occasionally nodded in acknowledgement, though his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, preoccupied with his own concerns. The events of Halloween Eve, regardless of their significance, were now behind him, and he felt compelled to direct his attention elsewhere. Just a few days prior, he had successfully established a resonance between his alchemical sword and Severus Snape's through the medium of meditation. However, distance posed a significant challenge at his current level of mastery. Snape's sword remained inert if it was more than 3 meters away from him. The prospect of connecting with Professor Swindon's sword seemed an insurmountable distance, akin to a journey of myriad miles. Thus, one might wonder why Professor Swindon would venture so far afield at his age, still yearning to explore a world so vast. As Qin Yu silently criticized his elder brother's actions, he occasionally cast his gaze upon Malfoy, who was diligently practicing his spellcasting movements. Perhaps inspired or provoked by the recent incident, the young man was particularly earnest in his training today. As the saying goes, a teacher can guide one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. This notion holds especially true in the realm of magical studies. At critical junctures, Qin Yu could offer appropriate advice, however. To truly internalize the myriad spells and transform them into an instinctive ability deeply ingrained within one's being, relentless and monotonous practice is imperative. Today, Malfoy was making a modest effort to apply himself. Lower your elbow by another inch. This will enhance the fluidity of your movements. Focus your gaze on a point 6 feet ahead of the wand's tip rather than on the tip itself. Your actions must coincide with your thoughts. Do not hesitate to cast after contemplating in your mind. Qin Yu enumerated over 10 errors and shortcomings of Malfoy, causing the originally self-satisfied and haughty young man to lower his head in humility, regardless of whether it pertains to encouragement, adversity, education, or even PA. If one cannot maintain composure while imparting substantial knowledge, then this young man is indeed beyond salvation, rendering any further attempts to accompany him in his frivolous endeavors a waste of time. Once Qin Yu concluded his instructions, Malfoy instinctively followed the directives of this enigmatic mentor. He lowered his elbows, directing his gaze towards the tip of the wand, hesitating not for a moment, ensuring that his movements synchronized perfectly with his thoughts. Wingardium Leviosa. The trajectory of the wand's flourish coincided almost precisely with the incantation's conclusion. As the spell was cast, a withered twig on the ground before Malfoy began to rise slowly and steadily. The first-year Slytherin student beamed with genuine joy, immediately casting a grateful glance towards Qin Yu. Not bad, Qin Yu remarked languidly. This unremarkable praise sent Malfoy into a frenzy of elation, showering Qin Yu with expressions of gratitude. Thank you. Under your guidance, I've discovered that not only does the spell flow more smoothly, but my casting gestures have become more aesthetically pleasing as well. Malfoy expressed with fervor. Your words indicate that you have indeed put thought into this, Qin Yu acknowledged with a slight nod of his masked visage. Are you referring to the part about the gestures being beautiful? Malfoy inquired, somewhat uncertain, as he had not considered that his spontaneous remark bore any significance. Indeed. Merlin once stated that if your casting gestures lack elegance, it signifies a failure to master the spell, Qin Yu declared earnestly. So that is the case, Malfoy mused. Then murmured, Merlin truly possesses profound wisdom. As for whether Merlin actually uttered such words, Qin Yu was convinced that this venerable figure, who could scarcely manage his own beard and trousers, had little energy left to concern himself with the multitude of aphorisms attributed to him. Very well. That will be all for today. Upon uttering these words, Qin Yu cast a spell and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Malfoy, gazing at the spot where Qin Yu had disappeared with admiration and longing, stealthily made his way back to the Slytherin dungeon, eagerly diving into his own warm bed. Time passed in a tranquil yet fulfilling manner. It was uncertain when the temperature had dropped sufficiently for one to see their breath in the frosty air. The young wizards of Hogwarts had donned thick garments and wrapped themselves in scarves, each reflecting the unique style of their respective houses. Hermione's small hands had grown icy from the chill, requiring a considerable time in Qin Yu's warm grasp to thaw. What should I do when you are not by my side? The young girl pondered this with some distress. Thus, she summoned her intellect, and, with Qin Yu's assistance, utilized a newly learned spell to encase a flickering azure flame within a glass jar. In this manner, she captured warmth, enabling her to await the return of Qin's hand to warm her own. Overall, Hermione felt little trepidation towards the encroaching winter at Hogwarts. You are, after all, a seasoned professor at Hogwarts. How could you possibly be bested by a mere dog? This wound has persisted for 2 weeks without signs of complete healing. Judging by its gruesome appearance, it may require another fortnight, Qin Yu remarked casually while assisting Snape in changing the bandages on his leg. At that moment, the two were in the faculty lounge on the first floor, and indeed, Snape's lower leg was as Qin Yu described, a ghastly mess of blood and flesh, eliciting a wince from any onlooker. Once the wound was properly dressed, Snape lowered his robe with a weary sigh, casting a sidelong glance at the boy who had just fallen silent. In a frigid tone, he retorted, in your understanding, does a 3-headed dog qualify as just a dog? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu contemplated the 3-headed dog named Fluffy in his mind and nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, that creature is at least 3 entities, perhaps even more formidable. If I do not employ lethal force, I would likely be bitten to death by it. Hagrid, who was already reluctant, was succinctly addressed by Snape. This remark unveiled another reason for his injury, which aligned with Qin Yu's assertion about refraining from lethal measures, for that 3-headed dog was Hagrid's cherished pet. As Snape articulated, the initial intention was for the 3-headed dog to serve as a guardian for that significant object. Hagrid had initially opposed this notion, but thanks to Professor Dumbledore's persuasive reasoning and emotional appeal, Hagrid ultimately recognized the true nature of the threat they were to safeguard against, leading him to agree to offer up his beloved 3-headed dog, which he had not raised for long. Out of concern for the creature's welfare, Snape did not exercise excessive caution at first. Even when attacked by the 3-headed dog, his hesitance prevented him from employing overly powerful spells. It was akin to a fragile sorcerer venturing into the wild to farm minor creatures, unable to cast spells and reliant solely on basic attacks. And merely escaping without being slain by the creatures was considered a swift retreat. This imagery vividly resonated in Qin Yu's mind. How he longed for those days of fierce battles in the canyon. He should discuss with George and Fred about organizing a 5v5 tabletop game. Surely that would be more entertaining than a game of magical snakes and ladders. Qin Yu's thoughts had meandered far off course. He then rose to bid farewell to Snape, casually taking a book from the latter's desk. The cover of the book bore the elegantly archaic words "The Adorable Toad," which was indeed the title of the tome. It was unlikely that more than 5 individuals throughout the entirety of Hogwarts would possess any genuine interest in its contents. Clearly, Qin Yu was not among them. Snape feigned ignorance of his actions, remaining seated as he organized several potion ingredients. Just as Qin Yu was about to exit the common room, Snape uttered, rather cryptically, "The one who dies first is always the most arrogant." Qin Yu turned around and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, such a philosophical statement. Could it possibly have been uttered by Merlin? Snape replied, "You may leave now, but take that wretched book with you." Qin Yu shrugged, ceasing his incessant chatter, and strode away. With a resounding thud, a book with a green cover was cast upon the table in the Gryffindor common room. As they beheld the animated gif of a leaping toad upon the cover, expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of Harry, Neville, and Ron. It was indeed the charming toad they had previously confiscated. "Qin, you are truly remarkable. You actually managed to retrieve the book from Professor Snape," Harry exclaimed with excitement. Qin Yu's expression instantly soured as he rolled his eyes and retorted, "What do you mean by stealing? I am merely retrieving it. Please be mindful of your wording, Mr. Potter." Harry Potter sheepishly apologized to Qin for his inappropriate choice of words. Subsequently, he, along with Neville and Ron, delved into the pages of this recently recovered book. The title, The Adorable Toad, clearly indicated its subject matter related to toads. Neville, though he owned a toad that could hardly be described as charming, had been observing its behavior. Recently, as the weather turned colder, his rather unappealing toad had become lethargic, spending most of its time dozing off in its candy box, emerging only every few days for sustenance, and only when Neville forcibly roused it. Neville had indeed heard of toads hibernating, yet as a novice in caring for such creatures, he lacked the expertise to know the necessary conditions for hibernation or the preparations required. Thus, he sought out this book in the library, determined to study it thoroughly to ensure his toad could safely endure its first winter slumber. While perusing the book in the corridor, he encountered the enthusiastic Harry and Ron, who, upon learning of Neville's predicament, offered their assistance. However, as the trio huddled together over the book, Severus Snape unexpectedly appeared, confiscating the tome under the pretense of safeguarding the library's precious collection and deducting 5 points from Gryffindor. When Harry indignantly recounted this incident to Qin Yu and others, Qin felt both astonished and unsurprised. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that, according to the original timeline, the book destined for confiscation would have been the enchanted Quidditch ball borrowed from Hermione, but now it had transformed into this book about an adorable toad. With Hermione absent from the scene due to her association with Qin Yu, the sense of inevitability arose from the understanding that for someone like Snape, who constantly harbored disdain for Harry, particularly following the mischief of Halloween, it was entirely reasonable for him to seize upon such an opportunity. As for Qin Yu, all he could do was plan to discreetly reclaim the book when he encountered Snape. He reminded himself not to be solely preoccupied with the toad, as the Quidditch match was fast approaching, necessitating a proper adjustment and focus. Qin believed it prudent to apply a bit of pressure on Harry to prevent him from becoming too complacent. Indeed, upon hearing Qin mention the imminent Quidditch match, Harry visibly tensed, his anxiety mounting as he promptly declared his intention to prepare thoroughly and give his utmost effort. It was no wonder that Harry had previously exhibited a lack of concern regarding the upcoming match, as he had been continually subjected to Ron's incessant recounting of Qin's past performances. As long as you avoid significant blunders, relying solely on Qin's prowess should secure the victory, George and Fred had assured him. Ron had spoken these words to Harry more than once. His intention was to alleviate Harry's psychological burden so he would not falter during the match. Although Ron achieved his goal, it seemed somewhat excessive. Harry had become overly relaxed, as evidenced by his recent willingness to assist Neville in researching the hibernation of toads. In any case, after some commotion, Neville's little toad was finally ready to hibernate. The suggestion in the book was to provide it with a relatively stable and not too cold environment, which made the candy box it had been residing in quite suitable. Thus, in a sense, Neville's efforts were somewhat in vain. On the day before the Quidditch match, as Neville returned the book on adorable toads to the library, Hermione mysteriously informed Qin Yu that Harry had uncovered a staggering secret. During lunch, Harry had happened to overhear a conversation between Professor Snape and Hagrid as he turned the corner near the first-floor hall. Professor Snape had remarked, "Just consider me a passerby who was inadvertently bitten by that dog." Consequently, Harry speculated that on the eve of Halloween, Snape had attempted to steal something and was bitten by that fearsome dog, which must have been the very one they had seen that day. Observing the anxious expression on the young girl's face, Qin Yu was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He could vaguely imagine the circumstances surrounding Hagrid's encounter with Snape. It was merely a chance meeting in the corridor, where Hagrid had once again expressed his apologies for Fluffy's mishap, while Snape, maintaining his aloof demeanor, had dismissed it by saying he was just passing through and happened to be bitten by the dog. However, if Harry had merely overheard fragments of their conversation, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary assumptions. Therefore, it stands to reason that if one person consistently finds fault with another, they are bound to discover many unsavory details. For instance, Harry's feelings towards Snape can be deemed entirely reasonable. The imprints one leaves upon this world are often manifested in the lives of others. Take, for example, the young couple with the surname Potter, whose tragic demise many years ago continues to haunt the memories of some. Others still find solace in the warmth of their embrace, tucked away in the recesses of their recollections. Thus, many years later, when Snape encounters those eerily familiar eyes, he may momentarily lose his composure, yet is frequently incensed by the resemblance of their owner to his father, not only in appearance but also in his penchant for trouble and desire for attention. The events preceding Halloween left Snape seething with frustration, prompting him to brusquely confiscate that book in the corridor and deduct 5 points from Gryffindor, undoubtedly tinged with a hint of personal vendetta. Harry Potter, having lived and studied in the very places his parents once did, often finds himself conjuring vague silhouettes of them in his mind. These figures appear throughout Hogwarts, in classrooms, corridors, the Great Hall, courtyards, meadows, and by the lake. Did they share the same aversions and affinities for certain subjects? Did they ever find themselves lost in the hallways or staircases? What conversations did they engage in while dining in the Great Hall? Did they spend leisurely moments by the Black Lake, idling away time on the grass? Such musings occasionally distract him, leading to moments of reverie. Consequently, Harry harbors a unique anticipation regarding the sporting events his father once participated in. As an omniscient observer, Qin Yu profoundly comprehends their sentiments. He cannot help but recall the individual who left a mark on his own life, Professor Stephen Swinton. The man's whereabouts remain a mystery. Days have passed without a word, and Qin Yu struggles to reach him, diligently working on that alchemical sword in hopes of establishing communication. Each day, both large and small concerns weigh heavily on his heart. With these thoughts in mind, he glances at Hermione, who has just submitted a report, and finds himself uttering a vague lament. Hermione, puzzled, gazes at him with her clear yet adorably naive eyes. Qin Yu gently ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "All right. I understand. In the future, should anything like this occur, do inform me promptly." I will," the young girl replied, nodding earnestly, embodying a sense of obedience. After discussing these matters, the two companions made their way to the auditorium, followed by dinner and the customary tutoring session, all proceeding as usual, without further elaboration, uncertain whether it was the result of his musings or something else. When the next day arrived, the day of the Quidditch match, Qin Yu had just donned his robes and was about to step outside with his broomstick when he was summoned to Professor Snape's office. Upon entering, Qin Yu received a thin letter from the professor's hand. The envelope bore a beautifully familiar script, simply inscribed with 2 words, to Qin. Noticing the signature at the bottom right, S.S., Qin Yu immediately deduced the identity of the sender, a smile of delight gracing his features as he inquired, "Is this a letter from Professor Swinton?" "Yes, it just arrived this morning," Snape affirmed, nodding with a hint of ease in his tone, the icy contours of his face appearing somewhat softened. "At last, we have news," Qin Yu remarked, unable to suppress a smile. Although he and Swinton had not exchanged many words, the prolonged silence had left them both concerned. Now, receiving his letter brought a sense of reassurance to his heart. Qin Yu ceased to speak further and, in the presence of Severus Snape, opened the envelope to extract the solitary sheet of paper within. He unfolded it to read. Noting the brevity of the message, "Dear Qin, after our last correspondence, I ventured into a remote area in search of something elusive. Due to the lack of means for communication, I was unable to write to you in a timely manner. I hope this has not caused you undue concern. In the forthcoming period, I shall be engrossed in the study of the object I have recently acquired, which will render me unable to communicate with the outside world for an extended time. I wish to inform you of this in advance, so please do not worry about my absence. Yours sincerely, Stephen Swinton." The content of the letter was indeed exceedingly brief, and even after reading it twice with utmost seriousness, Qin Yu found little time had elapsed. Glancing once more at the archaic English phrase, "Please do not worry," he could not suppress a remark. "Is this it?" With this, he presented the letter to Snape. The latter cast a cursory glance over the contents, revealing no surprise, and nodded, saying, "It is quite similar to mine." "Truly, how lazy can one be? The letters keep getting shorter," Qin Yu lamented, only to add, nevertheless, it is fortunate that we have received news. At least our worries were for naught. Only you were worried, Snape retorted, flicking his robe and returning to his desk. Ah, yes, indeed. It is only I who harbored concerns. You felt not a trace of worry, Qin Yu replied, feeling disinclined to engage further with the proud potions master. With Professor Swinton's message bringing him a sense of relief, Qin Yu found himself less encumbered as he prepared for the upcoming Quidditch match. I must prepare for the match now. I shall take my leave. Farewell, Professor Snape. Qin Yu carefully tucked away the letter, bidding farewell to Snape before departing with a light-hearted step. As he walked, he mused that now that he had made contact with Swinton, perhaps he need not persist in his relentless pursuit of the alchemical sword. After all, he had made little progress of late. However, upon further reflection, he considered that after investing so much time and effort, abandoning the endeavor would render his previous toil futile. Sighing, he recognized that the phenomenon of sunk cost is indeed a compelling motivator for human perseverance. He resolved to continue practicing the magic of alchemical communication. Just as Qin Yu was about to exit the office, Snape's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Qin Yu paused, momentarily surprised that Professor Snape seemed to align with his thoughts. I intend to convey that if Swinton remains unresponsive for an extended period, you do possess a means to reach out to him, Snape stated, his gaze lowered to the desk as he tidied his belongings, his tone remaining neutral. Oh, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Qin Yu nodded earnestly, then added with a playful tone, you mentioned that his sword might suddenly emit our voices. Well, my voice, to be precise. Might that not startle him? He chuckled at the thought, finding it rather amusing. As Qin Yu concluded, he chuckled foolishly, primarily because the thought of the matter conjured vivid imagery. Naturally, Snape paid no heed to Qin Yu's foolish antics. Qin Yu, accustomed to the peculiarities of this world, hummed an unfamiliar tune as he departed from the scene. I shall escort you away, 1,000 miles hence. The sounds echoing down the corridor gradually faded, while Snape furrowed his brow, straining to discern the nonsensical melody emanating from the boy's lips. In North America, within the bustling heart of New York, stood an old 5-story building, discreetly nestled amidst the chaos. It was precisely at the moment when Qin Yu opened that letter that a middle-aged wizard, peacefully slumbering in one of the bedrooms, stirred and opened his eyes. The letter has been pinned. They surely will not seek that fellow any longer, he murmured to himself. He had deliberately cast a spell upon the letter, ensuring that he would sense its opening. Ah, at last, I can rest easy, he thought to himself. Qin Yu conveyed the news of receiving a letter from Professor Swinton to Hermione, who felt a surge of joy for him. After all, she was aware that Qin Yu had been preoccupied with thoughts of his former defense against the dark arts instructor and had been seeking ways to establish contact. However, the specifics of how to reach out were beyond her comprehension, as the intricacies of alchemy remained somewhat advanced for her, a mere first-year student. Nevertheless, she was certain that she would delve into such studies in the future. If Qin is capable of mastering a skill, then she surely can. And if she fails to do so, it must be because Qin did not instruct her properly. Indeed, that is the case. With this thought in mind, Hermione inquired, how is your research on that sword progressing? Will you continue? As she spoke, Hermione gestured with her hands to illustrate the length of the sword. Qin Yu could easily perceive the anticipation in her tone and understand that the young girl was undoubtedly intrigued by alchemy. It must be said that after spending considerable time together, one can effortlessly discern the thoughts lingering in the heart of the other. Thus, he smiled and affirmatively replied to Hermione, indeed, I shall not abandon this endeavor halfway. As he spoke, he took Hermione's hand and led her toward the sports field, gradually adding, however, since Professor Swinton has already received some news, I need not rush. Perhaps a relaxed mindset will facilitate our research. This, my dear, is what one might call tension alternating with relaxation. You should adopt this approach in your studies as well. Do not remain perpetually tense, but learn to unwind appropriately. The young girl echoed the phrase tension alternating with relaxation, finding Qin's words to be quite insightful, and she nodded with a smile. I will remember. In the future, when I feel weary from studying, I will seek you out for stories. I believe listening to you narrate tales brings me both joy and relaxation. Absolutely. Qin Yu readily agreed, for he had a wealth of Eastern stories to share. If that were insufficient, he could always recount the peculiar adventures of Zhou Mingrue, traversing the Cthulhu world, or Li Huang's exclamation, Mom, I can't tell the difference. However, at this moment, Hermione's appetite for stories had not yet been overly refined. Even a tale of the Monkey King's pilgrimage was enough to captivate her imagination. By the way, last time you mentioned they ventured into a land inhabited solely by girls, where Master Tang, the pig demon, and the river monster drank enchanted river water that caused their bellies to swell. What transpired thereafter? Hermione inquired, seamlessly transitioning into the narrative. The events that followed were somewhat tumultuous. They had to devise a means to alleviate their predicament, which necessitated a miraculous spring water. Yet, the guardian of this spring was not easily dealt with, a person known as Rui. As Qin Yu spoke, he suddenly became aware of something and turned to ask, have I not yet shared the story of their encounter with the Red Boy? The Red Boy is, after all, the nephew of the guardian of the falling fetus spring. The true immortal Rui, which means that the Journey to the West group has a grudge against him. Without mentioning the Red Boy, the tale of the Kingdom of Women cannot be properly told. Red Boy? Hermione gazed at him in bewilderment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Is he a person entirely clad in red? You haven't mentioned this individual before. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu responded, not to worry. We can narrate the story of encountering this Red Boy monster in a non-linear fashion. However, time is of the essence, and I shall certainly recount it to you next time. He spoke with a serious demeanor to mask his embarrassment. After all, he found the plot of the Kingdom of Women far more captivating and had inadvertently skipped ahead. Yet, without the necessary context, many elements of the Kingdom of Women's storyline simply cannot be conveyed. In hindsight, not only was the plot involving the Red Boy bypassed, but even the tale of the Bull Demon King was left untold. Thus, crafting a novel or telling a story is indeed no simple task. It is all too easy to overlook certain details, leading to a disjointed narrative. Fortunately, he could use the excuse of employing nonlinear storytelling to cover his tracks, feeling rather proud of his literary finesse and adeptness in narrative techniques. Though Hermione harbored significant skepticism towards his reasoning, she recognized that there was little time left before the competition began, and this was not the moment to dwell on the story. Nevertheless, she felt a tinge of disappointment, and a glimmer of mischief appeared in her clear brown eyes as she pursed her lips, striving to suppress a villainous smirk. Her mischievousness manifested in subtle gestures, tightening her grip on his hand before releasing it, repeating this action several times as they walked. Eventually, Qin Yu cast her a look of exasperation. Miss Granger, what are you doing? He asked, tilting his head towards his beleaguered hand. While it wasn't painfully excruciating, it was evident that she was up to no good. Hermione chuckled softly and replied with a straight face, Did you not say something about maintaining a balance? See, this is merely a moment of tension followed by relaxation. As she spoke, she demonstrated once more, and Qin Yu watched in disbelief as his hand was contorted into a claw-like grip before being released. In the face of such blatant antics, Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing that the situation was turning awkward, Hermione seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted and quickly withdrew her hand. I'm heading over to the stands. Once it gets crowded, I fear I won't be able to squeeze through. Goodbye, Qin. With that, the little witch dashed ahead, her actions betraying a guilty conscience as she made her escape. In an instant, Qin Yu realized the situation, his eyes flashing with anger as he let out a huff of indignation, hastily setting off in pursuit. The corridor was teeming with individuals heading to the Quidditch pitch, and with his broomstick in hand, Qin Yu found it quite challenging to run swiftly. For a brief moment, it seemed nearly impossible to catch up to the agile brunette girl. Nevertheless, despite his lack of speed, he managed to apprehend the culprit just before reaching the changing room of the pitch. Humph, you were truly too slow, Qin. If I hadn't slowed down, you would never have caught up with me. At this rate, how do you expect to win against them in the upcoming match? Hermione remarked with an air of playful arrogance. As Qin Yu observed her demeanor, he rolled his eyes, contemplating that if he were to truly unleash his prowess in the Quidditch match, she would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Though the desire to engage in a duel was tempting, he could only sternly tap the little witch on her nose as a form of reprimand. Hermione scrunched her nose in response, initially displaying a look of discontent, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she burst into laughter, cheerfully addressing Qin Yu. Hey, I'm not going to tease you anymore, Qin. Best of luck in the match. I'll be there cheering you on. After lingering outside the changing room for a brief moment, Qin Yu glanced at the time and realized the match was indeed about to commence. With a measured gesture towards her petite hand, a form of jestful retaliation, he then allowed Hermione to depart, watching her make her way to the Gryffindor stands. At that moment, the faculty and students of Hogwarts had gathered in the stadium, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the Quidditch match. It must be noted that after a year of competition, Qin Yu had garnered quite a reputation in the realm of Quidditch. As he passed through the spectator areas, it was not uncommon to hear his name being spoken, accompanied by remarks such as the last double maneuver was simply spectacular, and the moment the opposing team secured the quaffle, it was the beginning of their nightmare. Qin alone could rival a golden snitch. While other houses may not have openly displayed support for Qin Yu, the closer one approached the Gryffindor stance, the more Hermione could palpably sense the fervor surrounding him. It was a veritable sea of banners and enthusiastic supporters. Admittedly, Miss Granger had yet to absorb such exuberant expressions from certain individuals. In any case, the Gryffindor stands were adorned with numerous banners, all emblazoned with slogans pertaining to Qin, the largest of which spanned the space of 10 individuals, boldly proclaiming a phrase that had left a lasting impression on Hermione. Qin is our king. While we may momentarily set aside the notion of youthful exuberance, this phrase indeed rolls off the tongue with a certain vigor and grandeur. Upon first sight, Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart racing in rhythm with her fervor. It was akin to the exhilarating feeling one experiences when one's beloved idol proves to be remarkably exceptional. She felt elated to see so many supporters rallying behind Qin, allowing her to cheer boldly without concern for appearing too conspicuous, for she believed she would not be alone in her enthusiasm. Qin is our king, she murmured softly, a flutter of excitement coursing through her as she approached the Gryffindor stands. After a few steps, amidst the sea of banners, she spotted a rather inconspicuous one, crafted from what appeared to be a tattered bedsheet, hoisted by 2 individuals. The banner bore a lion emblem, representative of Gryffindor, with the encouraging slogan, "Potter must prevail." Unsurprisingly, Hermione recognized the bearers of this banner as Harry's roommates, Seamus and Dean, accompanied by Neville, Ron, and Adam. One could not help but feel that Harry's banner appeared somewhat forlorn, overshadowed by the surrounding displays. Driven by a desire to support Qin and care for her junior, Hermione approached with a smile, brandishing her wand towards the banner as she recited a spell she had mastered long ago. As the incantation took effect, the lion emblem on the banner became increasingly vibrant, the words "Potter must prevail" shimmering with a radiant glow, drawing attention from afar and conveying its message with clarity. Hermione, you are truly remarkable. You've brought Dean's lion to life. Thanks to you, Harry will undoubtedly see our banner. How did you achieve this? It seems beyond the magic we have learned. Hermione, how can I become as skilled as you? The chorus of awe and admiration from her peers caused Miss Granger to feel a sense of elation. This sensation was indeed delightful. However, upon glancing at the banners supporting Qin, her heart, which had yet to soar, swiftly grounded itself in the realization of her considerable distance from a certain individual. Understanding that she was merely a shade more proficient than the other children. This is merely a simple spell, easily learned. When I have the time, I can teach you. Or perhaps seek out Qin. Hermione smiled as she spoke. Most of the spells she had mastered were taught by Qin, including the dazzling charm she had just cast. These individuals could be considered Qin's subordinates, and he occasionally provided them guidance on their magical studies. It would be quite simple for him to impart a few additional minor spells. Amid the eager chatter of several young children, Hermione found a spot to sit beside them. She also accepted a monocular telescope that Adam had handed her. The viewing platform was situated far from the competition area, making it difficult to discern the Quidditch players soaring on their broomsticks with the naked eye. Thank you, Adam. Hermione began to express her gratitude, only to notice Adam leisurely pulling out a binocular telescope, which was evidently more effective than her monocular. Upon catching her gaze, Adam returned her a warm smile. After a brief moment of surprise, Hermione shrugged her shoulders, feeling accustomed to this somewhat eccentric classmate. All right, Adam may often be sleep-deprived, but he truly puts effort into joining the excitement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared 2 telescopes just to watch a match. Most first-year students, like Hermione, are utterly unaware that they should prepare such things. Qin could have given us a heads-up, leaving me unprepared, Hermione mumbled, raising her telescope to scan the center of the pitch, eager to catch a glimpse of someone making their entrance. If Qin Yu had overheard her, he would likely have protested vehemently. After all, his primary role was to compete on the field, and he had little experience to share regarding the spectator's perspective. Even when watching matches from other houses, he had simply snatched a telescope from the Weasley twins to observe, so he harbored no grievances about being unprepared. As the stands filled with faculty and students from various houses, the Quidditch players in the changing room donned their respective team robes. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team for this season, felt a mix of nervousness and excitement as he delivered a pre-match pep talk, encouraging everyone to play their best. Such a klitsch, even more verbose than Charlie, Fred couldn't help but mutter to George. Indeed, With Qin on our side, we are bound to succeed, George echoed, noting Wood's lack of composure, which did not reflect the confidence expected of Gryffindor. Enough from both of you, Wood retorted, slightly exasperated. After regaining his composure, he stated seriously, although we have Qin, we must still ensure that Slytherin does not devise any unexpected strategies. Wood was determined not to let other houses surpass his team since that would be utterly humiliating. Meanwhile, in another changing room, several Slytherin players gathered together to listen to their captain, Marcus Flint, deliver his speech. Terence, keep a close eye on that Harry Potter. He is merely a novice who has not played Quidditch for long. If he manages to snatch the golden snitch before you, you know the consequences that await you. Flint spoke harshly to the beater, Terence Higgs, who immediately straightened his posture, trembling as he acknowledged the reprimand. And you two beaters, whenever the opportunity arises, target those two new girls. Make them feel pain, instill fear, and bring them to tears. Flint instructed the two batters. The two new girls he referred to were Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet from Gryffindor, one a second year and the other a third year, who had recently joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, thus truly embodying the role of newcomers. As for the keeper, let me be clear. If you let a single goal slip by, I will hold you accountable, he continued, turning his gaze toward the two chasers responsible for scoring. We three chasers, especially you, Dorian, if I see you once more flinching in fear from a bludger, I will ensure your cries are far worse. Dorian Hughes, the chaser, instinctively shrank back, intimidated by the fierce authority of his captain. What about Qin? One of the beaters inquired quietly, seeking guidance on how to handle him. A profound silence enveloped the changing room. After a prolonged pause, it was Captain Marcus Flint who broke the stillness, his voice low and strained. When confronted with him, one can only fight back. If I manage to seize the quaffle, even if a bludger breaks my nose, I shall still throw it through the goalposts. In an effort to rally both himself and his teammates, he raised a clenched fist to bolster his resolve. Yet, silence remained the response. His teammates appeared less inspired and more sympathetic, seemingly envisioning a face mangled by Qin's prowess. Enough of this chatter. Let us go. Flint growled in frustration upon witnessing their reaction. Clad in the green team robes and wielding his broom, he strode out toward the pitch. Ouch! Who hit me? Ron exclaimed suddenly. As the match was about to commence, he sat comfortably in the stands, ready to cheer for his dear friend Harry Potter, when unexpectedly, he felt a light but firm tap on his head. Startled, he nearly toppled from his seat, what one might colloquially call falling off his chair. After shouting out in surprise, Ron stood defiantly, turning to see a face both familiar and infuriatingly unoffendable. The owner of that face, upon noticing his gaze, provocatively lifted her chin in defiance. Having shared an unforgettable summer with her, Ron bore an indelible psychological scar from that experience, regardless of her looks. Consequently, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Mong, why on earth did you hit me? Ron quietly protested with a sense of calm. The person in question was none other than his cousin, Moni Wanda, who was currently in her 4th year at Ravenclaw. What do you mean by hitting you, my dear cousin Ron? This is merely my way of expressing enthusiasm. How could you say such a thing? It saddens me. Moni dramatically placed her right hand on her chest. Her tone exaggerated as if Ron had truly wounded her delicate heart. How absurd. Ron thought wildly. You are clearly doing this on purpose. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? However, he dared not voice these thoughts, fearing what further theatrical or cruel antics Moni might unleash. Fortunately, the earlier strike was not painful, merely a tad more intense than a playful tickle, and he deemed it unnecessary to make a fuss over it. After a brief mental self-soothing session, Ron composed himself and said to his cousin, I hope next time your greeting isn't directed at my head. Oh my little Ron, how fierce you are. Moni feigned astonishment, simultaneously reaching out to tousle Ron's hair into a chaotic mess. What are you doing here? Go back to Ravenclaw. Ron, feeling flustered, vigorously attempted to smooth his hair down, sulking back into his seat, unwilling to utter another word. Leave me alone. Moni had no intention of departing. Instead, she settled behind Ron, squeezing in next to a petite second-year girl and assisting her in pulling a banner that spanned across 10 seats. My name is Moni. Pleased to meet you. She greeted the girl with a smile. I'm Joanna. Nice to meet you too. The girl replied shyly, also introducing herself. I'm from Ravenclaw. But it's so much better here. I can cheer for Qin openly, although I might have to face her jibes when I return. Moni reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Those classmates merely mocked her for supposedly disrupting the Sorting Hat's judgment in 1st year, leading to her being mistakenly sorted into Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. Huh. Moni would not let such gossip hinder her actions. Hee hee. I do feel a bit guilty since I'm roommates with Katie Bell, but you know, Qin is simply the best, Joanna admitted, feeling a twinge of remorse for betraying her roommate, though evidently it did not weigh heavily on her. The two exchanged smiles, sensing a shared camaraderie. Just as they were about to delve into further conversation, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands all around them. Without a moment's doubt, they turned their attention to the match, witnessing teams clad in red and green robes marching in unison onto the field. As the referee, Madame Hooch, soared into the center on her broomstick, her cloak and gray hair billowed in the breeze, exuding an impressive aura. Gryffindor, victory is assured. Slytherin onward. Amidst the ever-increasing cheers from the audience, the match commenced. The quaffle has now reached Gryffindor's side, and after swiftly maneuvering past obstacles, Aliana Spinnet passed the ball to the elevated position of Angelina Johnson, undeniably an exceptional and strikingly beautiful player, or rather, an athlete brimming with sporting charm. Alas, Slytherin's beater launched an interference. The match unfolded with fervor, while in the commentary booth at the center of the stands, a third-year boy passionately narrated the events. Seated in the Gryffindor viewing area, the chestnut-haired girl, Moni Wanda, was simultaneously listening to the commentary and voicing her disdain. What on earth is Lee Jordan commentating about? Compared to last year with Linda, this is truly subpar. I can't fathom what Professor McGonagall was thinking, substituting us for this mediocre commentator. It's utterly unfair. Moni's primary grievance, aside from her opponent's lack of skill, was her inability to watch the match from the commentary booth, where the view was splendid. Unlike the ordinary stands, where one required binoculars to discern the player's actions, the immersive experience was sorely lacking. This was what she found most intolerable. Indeed, your commentary last year was exceptional. But perhaps it was precisely because of its excellence that Professor McGonagall decided not to allow you to continue in that role, Joanna remarked, her tone both tactful and laden with double meaning. Joanna referred to the match in which Qin Yu participated for the first time, also featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. In that match, Moni, at the behest of her two cousins, George and Fred, had launched a barrage of mockery at Gryffindor at the outset, effectively disarming Slytherin and allowing Qin Yu and others to seize control of the match, leaving Slytherin in utter disarray. Furthermore, during subsequent commentary, Moni's banter was relentless. And despite her partner Linda Zhu's earnest attempts to rein her in, she could not be contained. It was fair to say that Professor McGonagall's decision to dismiss her was not unwarranted. Quidditch commentary should be unconventional, otherwise, how can the excitement of the match be conveyed? Professor McGonagall is simply too rigid, Moni whispered, grumbling. She dared not openly criticize Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House, especially while surrounded by her fellow Gryffindors. The last thing she wanted was to be torn apart by the fiercely righteous little lions. What did you say? The surrounding noise made it difficult for Joanna to catch the young lady's murmurs. Nothing. I was merely saying that Marcus Flint is utterly despicable, recklessly charging into others due to his imposing physique, Moni exclaimed indignantly. Indeed. Moreover, their batsmen fixated solely on Katie and Alia. Katie had just narrowly avoided being struck. Thanks to Qin's timely intervention, Qin was undeniably impressive, wasn't he? Joanna exclaimed with excitement. Oh yes, indeed. Mingni eagerly chimed in. She certainly did not wish to reveal that she had been distracted and had entirely missed how Qin executed his move. Well, there was no point in pondering why Professor McGonagall held her in disdain. Given the circumstances, she could only settle for watching the match from the ordinary stance. As her attention returned to the field, Mingni observed that Qin appeared to be engaging in a rather leisurely manner, as if riding a flying broomstick, surveying the sky with ease. Merlin had once remarked that when something seemed amiss, there must be an underlying issue at play. With this thought in mind, Mingni surveyed her surroundings, employing her expertise as a seasoned Quidditch fan to analyze Qin's intentions. As the former commentator noted, Qin Yu was indeed in a seemingly relaxed state, wielding a pale red oak bat while meandering through the air on his broom, rarely making a move. He did not wish to remain so passive, however. As he participated in more matches, opposing teams had begun to take him seriously, often marking him with not just one defender, but sometimes nearly half the team. It was quite absurd that the seeker would abandon the pursuit of the golden snitch to defend a batsman. Of course, the difficulty of capturing the elusive snitch allowed the seeker some leisure time, which contributed to this odd strategy. In summary, due to Qin Yu's prior performances, he had forced the opponents to abandon conventional tactics, resorting instead to unconventional strategies. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can overwhelm even the master. With their unorthodox approach, Qin Yu found it challenging to showcase his skills, resorting to wandering aimlessly, only intervening when crises arose, and occasionally engaging in conversation with the novice Harry Potter to soothe his nerves. Leave the bludgers and the quaffle to us. That is our responsibility. Just keep your eyes on the golden snitch, and when it appears, pursue it immediately. If you encounter any obstacles, we will do our utmost to assist you. Qin Yu elaborated for a moment and then, with a relaxed tone, remarked, "Therefore, you need not feel anxious at this moment. Conserve your energy and strength. For there will be a time later when you will be occupied." "I understand." Harry nodded repeatedly, his tension somewhat alleviated, yet still present. Qin Yu understood that mere words would not suffice to help the child overcome his anxiety. With a shrug, he resumed his aimless wandering. The brief exchange he had with Harry appeared to many as though a formidable strategy had been devised. Otherwise, why would Harry Potter nod with such gravity? "Marcus, what is happening? What scheme is that fellow concocting?" De Leon Puys inquired anxiously as he approached Captain Marcus Flint. Naturally, Marcus had observed Qin's earlier actions, having maintained vigilant oversight of him from the outset. Now, witnessing such blatant scheming, how could he not be on high alert? "Do not panic, De Leon. This fellow will undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous means. We could have anticipated this," Marcus reassured, stabilizing his flight speed while calming his teammate. However, De Leon hesitated. Memories of Qin's prior rampage haunting his mind, leaving him with lingering doubts. "There is no room for uncertainty. Just focus on him, as well as on that Harry Potter." Marcus interrupted, making arrangements. "Very well, I shall heed your advice," De Leon replied with a nod. Marcus swiftly navigated to the positions of other teammates, issuing distinct instructions to each. After circling the field, beads of perspiration formed on his brow, yet his expression remained grave despite the flurry of activity. "What is Slytherin planning? I understand now. They're altering their strategy. I see it clearly. Marcus is formulating a response. I suspected Qin was up to some devious plot. I mean a strategic maneuver. Look at Harry Potter's flight trajectory. Do you discern anything?" "Nothing." "What trajectory? Is there anything remarkable about it? Isn't he just flying aimlessly?" "I knew you would fail to comprehend. Let me remind you to observe his position." "Position? Isn't he simply flying above everyone else?" "Now that you mention it, I do think he is at quite a height. The wind must be fierce. Surely it stings his face. All of you are utterly clueless. Like Merlin's trousers over your heads. Enough about us. Clarify what is happening." "Indeed. Only you are devoid of insight. Please elucidate." "All right, let me clarify further. Are you aware that Quidditch features a technique where one dives down from a great height? Could you possibly be referring to that? That is exceedingly difficult." "It cannot be that. Nothing is impossible. That is precisely what Qin has orchestrated. And remember, that is Harry Potter. You should know the tale surrounding him." In a section of the stands, several spectators were fervently engaged in animated discussions, gesturing emphatically as they fervently analyzed the current dynamics of the game. Those nearby perceived their discourse as remarkably professional, even though they did not explicitly name the technique that descended from the lofty heights of the sky. It was evident that it possessed an impressive prowess. Qin Yu remained largely indifferent to the tactical shifts employed by Slytherin, as they had eschewed conventional strategies from the outset, only to embrace an even more unorthodox approach as the match progressed. A glance at one of their chasers, who directed a feint towards Harry, revealed the absurdity of Slytherin's tactics today. With the golden snitch yet to make its appearance, what purpose did it serve to disrupt Harry Potter, the Seeker? Perhaps the sole outcome was that Harry momentarily lost his balance in midair, showcasing his command over the enchanted broomstick, thus contributing a modicum of excitement to the match. Bang! Qin Yu swiftly maneuvered to intercept, delivering a powerful blow to the rogue bludger that had disturbed Harry. The black iron sphere traced an elegant, elongated arc through the air, emitting a piercing whistle as it struck the shoulder of a Slytherin chaser with remarkable precision. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena, as the audience seemed to hear the dull thud of the bludger colliding with the unfortunate player. Observing the chaser nearly topple from his broom, one could almost palpably sense the pain he endured. It was evident that Slytherin's chaser, Klee, had just suffered a significant impact. His right shoulder appeared to be rendered nearly useless, forcing him to lean forward in a bid to stabilize his broomstick. Despite this, he clung tenaciously to the quaffle, embodying the indomitable spirit that defines the allure of Quidditch. Let us applaud Klee's resilience. Lee Jordan exuberantly narrated, lavishing praise upon the Slytherin chaser. However, His tone bore an odd resemblance to that of a victor pitying a vanquished foe. This prompted discontented glances from the Slytherin students, who found themselves powerless to counter his remarks, as even Professor McGonagall could not find fault in his commentary. Complimenting someone yet receiving criticism was an absurdity in itself. While Klee displayed commendable tenacity, his physical condition evidently would not sustain him for long. At this juncture, he needed to pass the quaffle, though certainly not to the encroaching Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet. As Lee Jordan continued his commentary, light laughter rippled through the stands, further aggravating the Slytherin supporters. Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, both novice chasers for Gryffindor, astutely seized this opportunity to launch an offensive against Slytherin's chaser, demonstrating their professional acumen and decisiveness, which garnered the admiration of many who were previously unaware of their capabilities. Yet, amid this critical moment, Klee found himself surrounded by scant defense. His fellow chaser, Dry and Pusey, seemed to just be responding, still en route, while the two beaters tasked with protecting the chaser were positioned far afield, one of them having just targeted Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter. I must admit, I cannot fathom this maneuver, yet I am utterly astounded, Lee Jordan remarked with growing fervor. Jordan, mind your language, Professor McGonagall interjected, unable to contain her disapproval. With such a sharp tongue, she genuinely feared that this young man might face consequences from the Slytherin students' post-match. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall recalled the previous commentator, Moni Wanda, pondering that none of these individuals were easy to manage. Well, he's not too bad. This lad has a hint of the flair I possessed in my youth. In the stands, a girl whose name had briefly crossed Professor McGonagall's mind spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Ron, somewhat speechless, glanced back at this cousin, finding her quite fickle. Just moments ago, she had been berating Lee Jordan, and now she was praising him. So, I suppose the final say belongs to you. Migney shot him a glare, indicating that if this lad had any objections, he should keep them to himself. Ron shrank back in apprehension, wisely choosing to align himself with the prevailing sentiment. Katie Splendid, Xena, seated next to Mungni, suddenly exclaimed, rising to her feet and applauding enthusiastically, prompting many others to join in the cheers. Both Mingni and Ron were startled by this outburst, momentarily disregarding each other and turning their attention to the field. Indeed, the dynamics of the game had shifted. The elusive quaffle had found its way into the hands of Katie Bell from Gryffindor, and the young girl was barreling towards the Slytherin goal, having deftly pushed past the obstructive DeLeon Pusey. Meanwhile, Hermione, with her characteristic enthusiasm, exclaimed, I'm live-streaming the Quidditch match for everyone. Ha ha, I arrived just in time. I witnessed that incredible moment when Katie snatched the quaffle. It was simply spectacular. The towering figure of Hagrid squeezed into the space, plopping down between Ron and Neville, causing the children in that row to huddle closer together, their room for movement severely restricted. Hi, Hagrid. Hermione greeted him, and, upon receiving his response, returned her focus to the match. Although it was her first time watching a Quidditch match live, she could still discern the brilliance of Qin's seemingly casual strike, which had created an exceptional opportunity for a teammate. Reflecting on that moment, she felt it was truly impressive, fueling her desire not to miss any thrilling instances in the game, especially those involving Qin, which explained her brief and hurried exchange with Hagrid. I'm so excited. Let me describe what just transpired. She continued. Moments ago, after Qin had created the opportunity, Aaliyah had pretended to close in on the Slytherin chaser, Kree, eliciting an instinctive evasive reaction from him. However, the real attempt to seize the quaffle was made by Katie. Indeed, this was a classic Perochi feint. Under normal circumstances, Katie's attempt might not have succeeded so easily. However, Kree, having been struck by Qin's maneuver, was struggling to maintain his flight. Terrified by Aaliyah's approach, he was utterly oblivious to Katie's presence, allowing her to seize the opportunity with remarkable success. Alas, you two young and benevolent ladies. How could you bully an injured player? I cannot help but express my dismay at your cruelty. The replay by Lee Jordan informed those spectators who missed the moment about what had just transpired. Unsurprisingly, his concluding remark once again provoked the ire of the Slytherin students, as well as a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall. The chase on the field continued unabated, undeterred by the commentary or the audience's reactions. The Slytherin players, finally realizing the situation, charged furiously towards Katie Bell, with Dorian Pughs leading the charge, his demeanor fierce as if he intended to devour the wretched Gryffindor newcomer. However, Katie remained undaunted, meeting the interceptor with equal ferocity, employing her flying skills to collide with Pugh's left shoulder, forcing him back while she seized the opportunity to adjust her trajectory and continue her advance towards the opposing goal. Dorian Pugh's interception proved ineffective. And now the focus shifted to the other Slytherin players as they sought their captain and seeker, Marcus. There he was, positioned aggressively at Katie's right flank. More robust and imposing than Pugh's, an ominous threat to Katie. As Lee Jordan's commentary heightened the tension, Hermione and others shared in the concern for Katie on the field, acutely aware of Marcus's formidable presence. Just as all eyes were riveted on these two pivotal figures in the offensive and defensive struggle. A small black ball whistled through the air, striking Marcus squarely in the lower back. His movements abruptly halted, as if the brakes had been engaged. He lurched forward, his body contorted like a shrimp, precariously leaning on his broomstick, clearly in considerable agony and momentarily incapacitated. It was Qin. At a crucial moment, he had struck with precision, successfully intercepting Marcus. The greatest obstacle before Katie had been removed, and she surged forward towards the enemy goal. Lee Jordan's impassioned commentary persisted. Yet the stands fell into an unusual silence, as if they collectively held their breath for the advancing Katie, reluctant to break the tension with noise. In contrast, the Slytherin side, faced with imminent danger, saw their goalkeeper hurriedly resort to the double-8 loop. But was it not too late for such a maneuver? Slytherin seemed to be fumbling in their haste, making blunders at every turn. The goalkeeper, clad in a green team robe, soared in an elegant figure-8 around the three circular hoops of Slytherin. This maneuver, a quintessential defensive flight tactic for goalkeepers, typically allows for coverage of all three goals. However, in a state of panic, a broader coverage can lead to greater vulnerabilities, rendering it more prudent to remain firmly positioned and ready. Indeed, seizing the opportunity as the opponent ascended to the upper right, Katie deftly maneuvered her broom towards the lower left, feigning in advance. Realizing this, the goalkeeper hastily redirected his flight to the lower left, nearly losing his balance due to the abrupt turn. Yet, just as he arrived to defend that space, Katie pivoted sharply and darted toward the previously defended upper right hoop. In that fleeting moment of Slytherin's defensive lapse, she unleashed her shot, the elusive Spectre Ball. Katie scored. She secured the first 10 points for Gryffindor since the commencement of the match. Let us rejoice. Amidst the despairing gazes of the Slytherin goalkeeper and the other teammates rushing to assist, the Gryffindor newcomer, Katie Bell, pierced through to score, earning 10 points for her house. Katie, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. The arena erupted in exuberant cheers, with the applause from the Gryffindor stands being the most fervent. Harry Potter, participating in his first match, spun joyfully in place twice upon witnessing his teammate's goal, a testament to his elation. As Qin Yu passed by the young man, he impatiently remarked, "Save some energy. There will be a time later when you'll need it." Harry grinned widely, chuckling foolishly, and repeatedly nodded in agreement. Qin Yu, feeling no inclination to linger on the matter, reunited with Katie and Alia, expressing his heartfelt encouragement. "Well done, your diligent training has certainly borne fruit. Let us maintain our own rhythm. If we continue to play in this manner, success will surely follow." The two novice players, elated by the praise, joyfully circled around Qin Yu, paying homage to him in the distinctive manner of Quidditch. Qin. At that moment, the stands seemed to awaken, fervently chanting Qin Yu's name. For it was evident to all discerning eyes that his two strikes had been pivotal to this goal. Before long, that familiar rallying cry resonated throughout the arena. With a sense of helplessness, Qin Yu waved at the enthusiastic Gryffindor stands, and from a distance, he could faintly see a brown-haired girl cupping her hands around her mouth, joining in the fervent cheers. She certainly had a vibrant spirit, he mused. He had not intentionally come to steal the limelight. The encouraging words he had just spoken were meant for Oliver Wood, the team captain. However, as Wood was the goalkeeper, it would be absurd for him to fly to the center of the field during the match. Among the veteran players, Angelina Johnson lacked sufficient influence, and George was hardly worth mentioning, thus it fell upon him to step forward. After briefly encouraging the two players who had scored, Qin Yu instructed everyone to return to their positions, preparing for the next phase of offense and defense. As the saying goes, beneath the sun, some rejoice while others lament. Once he regained his composure, Marcus gathered his teammates, expressing his fury. "We have been outsmarted by Qin. He has cleverly used Harry Potter to divert our attention. Such cunning. To employ a useless player as a decoy to mislead us is utterly despicable." One of the beaters echoed his outrage. Subsequently, the team began to vocally condemn Qin's underhanded tactics, deeming them the actions of a rogue. Enough of this chatter. Marcus interjected, unwilling to dwell on his previous misjudgment. Let us return to our original strategy, focusing our assault on those two chasers without allowing ourselves to be distracted any further. Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, a realization struck. I see now, Qin is indeed a tactical genius. He has led others to mistakenly believe that Harry Potter has a significant role, when, in reality, Harry is merely a feint designed to occupy Slytherin's attention. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Qin is truly remarkable. Several individuals proceeded to analyze the classic tactics employed by Qin Gang, contemplating the sophistication of the trajectories executed during the two strikes on the rogue bludger. Meanwhile, a spectator seated adjacent to them observed their animated discourse with a hint of disdain, internally lamenting, "I have come to realize that you all possess little understanding." Merely engaging in idle chatter. As a seasoned player who had participated in numerous intercollegiate competitions, Qin Yu had developed the ability to discern the subtle shifts in the dynamics of the game through keen observation. It was evident that, following Katie's goal, Slytherin had lost its characteristic composure and tranquility. Although it was apparent they were targeting the two newcomers, Katie and Elia, their agitation and confusion were palpable, leading to several uncharacteristic errors, including instances of elbowing and other fouls. One such infraction resulted in a bludger striking a first-year Hufflepuff boy, who, overwhelmed by the fast-paced action, failed to evade the incoming ball, suffering a direct hit to the nose. In essence, Slytherin's rhythm had been disrupted. Moni, a seasoned Quidditch player and former commentator, swiftly reached this conclusion. However, the sight of the intimidating Slytherin players encircling Katie stirred concern in Xena for her roommate. Fear not. For now that they have revealed such glaring weaknesses, Qin will seize this opportunity, Moni remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Her words provided reassurance to Joanna, who resumed her spirited support for her roommate and the formidable Qin, eagerly awaiting their forthcoming performance. Suddenly, Qin Yu struck a bludger, sending it careening into a Slytherin player, clearing the path for chaser Angelina Johnson, who skillfully advanced and scored a goal. The tardy Marcus and Pews hovered near the goal, their frustration palpable as they glanced between their recent defensive assignments, Katie and Elia, and the newly scored Angelina. They were momentarily at a loss as to whom they should prioritize in defense. Yet, the Gryffindor players showed no inclination to accommodate their opponent's sentiments. Instead, they capitalized on the myriad vulnerabilities in Slytherin's defense, launching an aggressive offensive. With the coordinated efforts of Qin and George, the two beaters, and the fierce charge of the three chasers, the tide of the match began to tilt overwhelmingly in Gryffindor's favor, resulting in a staggering 5 goals within a brief span. The score soared to 50-0. However, the ire of Slytherin was thoroughly ignited. Marcus fulfilled the bold proclamation he made before the match, seizing the elusive quaffle despite being struck twice by Qin, leaving him battered and bruised. Yet, with fierce determination, he managed to score, securing the first goal for Slytherin since the match commenced. Marcus's goal was truly remarkable, prompting Qin to perform a gesture of respect, pounding his chest with his right hand while pointing at the opposing team. Although the exact meaning of the gesture remained unclear, it was evident that he intended to pay homage to his adversaries. Nevertheless, the resolute and graceful manner in which Qin turned away indicated that such commendation would not soften his resolve. As anticipated, the subsequent match unfolded as commentator Lee Jordan had forecasted. Qin offered no respite to his opponents, joining his teammates in delivering relentless assaults against Slytherin. Following Marcus's goal, it seemed as though Slytherin had squandered their last vestiges of courage, reduced to merely scrambling to keep up. "Why didn't we continue the pursuit?" Marcus bellowed. "I saw Qin approaching," explained Pews. "What are you batters doing? You can't even hit one person." Marcus continued his tirade. "They were moving too swiftly and evaded our attempts." "It was difficult to judge their direction," the batter retorted. "If you can't defend the goal, you might as well take your broom and clean the toilets." Marcus seethed at the inept goalkeeper. "I have done my best," the goalkeeper replied, utterly exhausted. The echoes of Marcus's furious shouts and the lamentations of his teammates repeatedly resonated across the field. After venting his frustrations, the Slytherin captain caught sight of his seeker, Terrence Hicks. Noticing that the lad was still fixated on Gryffindor's seeker, the inept Harry Potter, Marcus's anger flared once more. He zoomed over and poked Terrence's backside with his broomstick, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Why are you staring at that guy instead of looking for the golden snitch?" "I think Potter might have spotted the snitch," Terrence stammered, his naturally timid demeanor preventing him from arguing forcefully. Upon hearing this, Marcus was momentarily amused. Just moments ago, they had been deceived by Qin and Potter, and now Terence was easily falling for the same trick. It was utterly foolish. Does the Lonsky feint need to be explained to you? He is surely pretending to have found the snitch, luring us to follow him. Can't you learn from your mistakes? Marcus chastised his dim-witted teammate. All right. Perhaps I was overthinking it, Terence mumbled in agreement. However, before he could finish his thought, he paused abruptly, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he remarked, "And Marcus, is there something over there reflecting light?" As Terence spoke, he pointed towards a certain direction. Following his gesture, Marcus indeed caught sight of a glimmering golden light. That accursed Harry Potter was precisely in that direction, bent low and rushing forward. Marcus, that Harry Potter? Aren't you going to pursue him? Isn't that merely a feint? Marcus felt his face flush with indignation, uncertain whether his teammate was intentionally provoking him. However, he had no desire to dwell on the embarrassment of being caught off guard. The paramount concern was to thwart Potter from seizing the golden snitch, with the current score standing at 90-10. If they could prevent the opposing team from capturing the snitch and manage to snatch it themselves, the tide of the match could be turned. These thoughts flickered through his mind, yet his actions surged ahead of his contemplation as he accelerated towards the Gryffindor seeker, Harry Potter. In such a critical moment, he had no other tactics at his disposal and resorted to a desperate foul, abruptly veering his broom to strike at Potter. Harry Potter, initially exhilarated by his pursuit of the golden snitch, believing himself to be the first to spot it, was filled with excitement. Envisioning the triumphant moment of securing the snitch that would seal victory for his team. Unexpectedly, a broom swooped in from the side, nearly knocking his glasses off and startling him into a panic as he scrambled to evade the sudden attack. In that fleeting moment, the trail of the golden snitch vanished. Thus, the Slytherin player, in a reckless bid to commit a foul, hindered the Gryffindor seeker from capturing the snitch. The penalty would only yield a single goal, worth a mere 10 points, which was far preferable to the 150 points the opposing team would gain from catching the snitch. Marcus, as the captain, was acutely aware of this calculation. However, his foul drew the ire of many, particularly the Gryffindor students. Hermione and her peers in the stands felt the depth of Marcus's shamelessness, while Harry's housemates were indignant on his behalf, with Dean shouting for Marcus's expulsion from the game. Nonetheless, Madam Hooch did not heed Dean's wishes, for Quidditch did not impose yellow cards or red cards for expulsion, as the referee. Madam Hooch merely awarded Gryffindor a free shot, granting them possession. Although Gryffindor successfully scored 10 points from the free shot, it was still a significant loss compared to the potential gain from the golden snitch. Morale took a slight dip, but fortunately, Qin, stepping in for Captain Wood, made a round to offer encouragement, quickly revitalizing the team. What was troubling Harry? As the competition unfolded with fervor, Hermione, peering through her monocular telescope, discerned that Harry, not far behind Qin, seemed to be in distress. The broomstick Harry was riding appeared to have transformed into a wild stallion, careening erratically, sending him soaring and swaying in every direction. Soon, many others took notice and began to murmur among themselves. Hermione's acute awareness of Harry Potter's predicament stemmed from his proximity to Qin, as they were at least aligned in the same direction. After all, the narrow field of vision offered by her telescope limited her focus to just one or two targets. If she was observing Qin, who else could she possibly watch? Thus, Harry's plight was merely a secondary observation. Naturally, many spectators were similarly captivated by Qin Yu, which led them to notice the leisurely seeker, Harry Potter, who occasionally hovered nearby. When Harry's broomstick began to behave erratically, it didn't take long for the audience to recognize the alarming spectacle. Is Harry's broomstick malfunctioning? Neville murmured softly. Surely not. It's brand new, and a Firebolt 2000. Ron, well acquainted with Harry's broom, recalled that they had unwrapped the package together. As he noted, the Firebolt 2000 was not only aesthetically pleasing and remarkably swift, but also boasted excellent stability, impervious to ordinary disturbances. Conversely, this implied that if it were indeed malfunctioning, the cause was anything but ordinary. As Harry continued to scream in terror from above, desperately gripping the handle of his broom, his body was tossed about due to its erratic movements. He felt as though his bones might shatter, and he feared that soon he would be flung off the broom entirely. The consequences of plummeting from such a height were dire. Either death or serious injury awaited him. In this life-threatening moment, Harry's first thought was of Qin. He believed that as long as Qin was present, he would be safe. This instinctive urge to fly toward Qin during the match was driven by that very conviction. However, when Harry glanced in Qin's direction, his heart sank. For Qin was not looking at him. Instead, he had turned his back, seemingly preoccupied with something else. "Help me, Qin," Harry cried out desperately. His anxiety was palpable. And as he struggled with the rampaging broom, his cries were fragmented. He feared that Qin might not hear his disjointed pleas for help. Fortunately, Qin eventually responded, casting a glance in his direction. However, it was merely a fleeting glance. After nodding slightly, Qin inexplicably soared away. He left, departed, disappeared. By Merlin's beard, Qin. "Are you abandoning me? Woe is me." Harry's heart was engulfed in despair, akin to the last straw drifting away on a turbulent wave. It felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water on a frigid day, plummeting into an abyss, only to be struck by a heavy stone from above. In essence, Harry felt an overwhelming chill within. It was not that he lacked alternative possibilities in mind. Rather, in such dire circumstances, he found himself devoid of the energy to contemplate other options, clinging desperately to his broom, hoping for Qin to have a change of heart. The absence of confusion in Harry did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. Hermione, who had been observing intently, furrowed her brow in contemplation upon witnessing Qin's retreating figure. She did not perceive Qin as someone who would abandon another in distress. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed, as if he had devised a plan to assist Harry. Yet, why did he choose to fly in another direction? Hermione was utterly perplexed. What was Qin truly up to? She murmured to herself while using a monocular to track the swiftly moving figure. However, she could discern nothing conclusive and could only sweep her gaze around with the telescope. "Adam, could we swap?" Hermione implored Adam Quinn, the equipment supplier. As she spoke, she shook the monocular in her hand, lamenting its significant limitations. "Of course, here you go." Adam readily agreed. Hermione expressed her gratitude and hastily donned the binoculars for a better view. Indeed, her field of vision expanded considerably, and the dual-eye perspective provided a level of detail and comfort far superior to that of a single lens. Without pausing to fully appreciate the enhancement brought by her new equipment, Hermione's focus shifted to the unfolding situation on the field. Uncertain of what had befallen Harry, a palpable chaos ensued, yet Slytherin seized this opportunity to orchestrate a brazen, albeit ruthless, offensive, as the commentator's tone betrayed a hint of concern. Hermione observed Slytherin's seeker, Pusey, who, taking advantage of Angelina's momentary distraction, intercepted the quaffle. On Gryffindor's side, some players attempted to ascertain Harry's predicament, vocally reaching out to him, while others remained committed to the match. As an essential player for Gryffindor, Qin soared towards Pusey's direction, seemingly intent on continuing to play well. The girl captured the sight of Qin in flight, swiftly approaching Pusey's position. She did not doubt that Qin would disregard Harry. Rather, she believed he was solely focused on thwarting Slytherin's goal. Of course, Hermione did not perceive Harry to be in grave danger. Even if he were to fall from his broom, she was confident that Qin would have ample time to swoop in and rescue him. Regarding Qin's flying speed, she felt quite knowledgeable, having been whisked through the air by him on several occasions. Indeed, she was well aware of his swiftness. In any case, at the current distance, as long as Harry remained within the confines of the pitch, Qin's velocity would surely allow him to catch Harry before he reached the ground. This thought conjured an involuntary image in the girl's mind of Harry perched upon Qin's broom, leaning against him. Oh no. Hermione vehemently rejected this vision, wishing it would not materialize. It was far more unacceptable than witnessing someone else in the passenger seat next to her boyfriend. "You had better truly have a plan." She pouted, continuing to peer through the binoculars at the figures in the sky. The dynamics of the match shifted rapidly, taking advantage of Harry's unusual situation. Slytherin successfully seized the quaffle and mounted an attack toward the goal. Meanwhile, Gryffindor struggled to respond, with only Qin fully immersed in the game, striving to thwart the opponent's efforts. Spectators observed this scene and murmured among themselves. Some believed that Qin should first assist his teammates in overcoming their difficulties, while others argued that the essence of Quidditch was victory. Individual errors should not compromise the overall match. Alas, Quidditch could indeed be merciless, with injuries such as broken limbs being commonplace. Migney, seasoned and pragmatic, articulated a more brutal reality. Surely Harry cannot truly be in danger? Ron felt a surge of anxiety for his dear friend and turned to his cousin. "Rest assured, we are not participating in a frenzied professional match. Besides, there are numerous teachers present, including Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and, Professor Quirrell, all keeping a watchful eye on Harry. He is certainly not in any mortal danger." Monty reassured her frowning cousin. "Well, if there is no threat to his life, Does that mean there are other dangers? Ron's concern lessened somewhat, though not significantly. Monty found herself momentarily speechless, for indeed, the possibility of injury existed. Well, fortunately, we are not muggles. As long as we don't perish, a few injuries are inconsequential. Worrying won't help. Just wait and see. Before she could finish her sentence, her attention returned to the field, as Qin suddenly accelerated to a certain position. Monty quickly raised her binoculars to observe Qin's actions. She saw that the lad had raised his light red bat high and struck a wildly darting bludger with considerable force. The bludger flew towards the charging Adrian Puce. The black iron ball hurtled forward with astonishing speed. However, Puce, having already anticipated Qin's movement, merely adjusted his flight path slightly and effortlessly evaded the bludger's attack, allowing it to zip past him. Commentator Lee Jordan had not yet had the chance to lament Qin's failed attack when the bludger, undeterred, continued its trajectory, curving gracefully toward the spectator stands. Oh no! The bludger is headed for the audience. Everyone, take cover. Whether it was due to the commentator's warning or the imminent approach of the bludger, a commotion erupted among the spectators in a certain area. Well done, Qin. Hitting the ball out of bounds constitutes a foul. Fortunately, no one was harmed. A close call, and the match can continue. Once the audience regained their composure, they noticed that, at some point, Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, had ceased his erratic flight and returned to normalcy. While Gryffindor's match had resumed its course, among the spectators, the only one who discerned the truth was a seemingly childlike figure, none other than the young detective, Idagawa Hermione. She had observed that the section struck by Qin's bludger was occupied by Hogwarts teachers, among whom was none other than Professor Snape, whom she had previously mentioned to Qin. Numerous signs indicated that Professor Snape harbored a disdain for Harry. To Qin, they represented a respected mentor and a dear little brother. Thus, the complexity of Qin's gaze towards that direction was evident. He must have felt great anguish, the young detective murmured, her voice tinged with sorrow. A cold, damp wind from the Atlantic blew in from the southwest, rustling the robes high above and causing the flushed cheeks from exertion to sting. Qin Yu swung his bat once more, sending a rogue ball soaring into the air. He then paused, gazing intently at the unfolding battle, allowing several beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead and cascade down his cheeks, scattering in the wind. The dynamics of the match had become clear ever since Harry's broom regained its responsiveness. It could be said that it was at that moment that Slytherin had already lost its fighting spirit. Just moments ago, Qin Yu had struck the rogue ball, sending it crashing into the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs. Given Harry's speed, it was predictable that he would be the first to seize the elusive golden snitch. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind was in a state of blissful detachment, akin to the fabled philosopher's time. That fellow must indeed harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Harry, for it was Harry who had rendered him a mere shadow of his former self back in the day. As for me, I cannot hope to compete, unless I were to unleash my full potential, but doing so would undoubtedly take a toll on my body, and the uncertainties involved are too great. Caution is imperative. The limitations imposed by the system may, in fact, serve as a form of protection, as long as they do not lead to pitfalls. I shall take my time. After all, I am still a child, and I hope to continue relishing these leisurely years. In Qin Yu's mind, a flurry of disjointed thoughts drifted by. He did not consciously strive to clarify anything, but rather allowed his thoughts to meander freely. When he reached a particular train of thought, he cast a glance toward the stands where the professors were seated, as if attempting to peer through the enveloping headscarf to glimpse that fearsome visage. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, victory. Suddenly, an exuberant cheer erupted both on and off the field. Qin Yu halted his chaotic thoughts and directed his gaze towards Harry, who appeared somewhat bewildered as he clutched a golden ball with wings, scanning the jubilant crowd around him with a look of naive disbelief. When Harry's eyes fell upon Qin, a smile spread across Qin's face as he nodded in acknowledgement, instantly replacing Harry's confusion with exhilaration and joy, which illuminated the youth's features. In stark contrast to the despondent Slytherin players, the jubilant Gryffindor team soared in from all directions, encircling Harry to express their congratulations and share in the elation of victory. In the Gryffindor stands, Moni and Gina had already risen, joining the row of students and raising their banners and cheering. Ron, too, leaped up in excitement, overwhelmed with pride for his dear friend's remarkable performance. "Harry, you are incredible," he thought, his heart brimming with joy. So much so that he returned a blissful grin even when his equally exuberant cousin playfully ruffled his hair. "Ah, that boy Harry, indeed a mirror of his father," Hagrid murmured with a mix of pride and nostalgia, his large hands clapping together. Meanwhile, Neville, Dean, and Seamus joined the throng, their voices blending into the chorus of cheers. What a lively atmosphere, indeed. Adam's soft whisper was drowned in the sea of applause, leaving only Hermione, seated somewhat more composed beside him, able to catch the essence of his words. However, she had little energy to focus on what he had said, for she had just noticed Qin glancing towards the professor's direction. Through her telescope, she discerned the complex emotions etched on Qin's face. This involuntarily transported her back to the letters she had received from him, in which he had mentioned Professor Snape's name more than once. Despite the teasing undertones present in those letters, Hermione could still sense the admiration woven through his words. Recently, she had confided in Qin about the conversation she overheard Harry having, and reflecting back, she recalled Qin's expression of shock at the time. Now, with Harry having faced a targeted attack, it was evident that Qin had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, he would not have cast that elusive ball towards the audience nor displayed such a complex demeanor. Coupled with the fact that he instinctively looked towards the professor's seating area as the match concluded, was this not sufficient evidence? Qin must be deeply conflicted. I must investigate this matter clearly on his behalf. Hermione clenched her fists, her gaze unwavering. She then turned to look at Hagrid, who was rising to leave. Following the conclusion of the match, Harry Potter was eager to seek out Qin Yu. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired on the field, upon reflection, he realized that Qin's actions during the moment his broom had gone awry were imbued with profound significance. It was evident that Qin had not been indifferent to his plight, but the specifics of his actions remained unclear to Harry. Thus, he yearned to inquire further, hoping to garner a semblance of approval from Qin. However, upon arriving at the changing room, he discovered that Qin was not present. He had seemingly been summoned by Professor Snape, though the reason was not disclosed. Captain Wood had conveyed this to him. Disheartened, Harry changed out of his gear and left the changing room. As he exited the Quidditch pitch, he spotted Hermione fervently striding to catch up with the towering figure of Hagrid. Hagrid, why didn't you wait for me to finish? Hermione called out in pursuit. Hermione, you should head back, Hagrid replied with a tone of exasperation. The tall Hagrid continued to forge ahead, while the petite, brown-haired Hermione struggled to keep pace with him. Observing this scene, Harry did not dwell on it, but instead grasped his broom and followed suit, eventually reuniting with his friend Ron along the way. Why didn't you rush to save that boy? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed, as Qin Yu entered an empty office. His tone bore no accusation or interrogation, merely a hint of confusion. It was evident that, in Snape's perspective, it was entirely reasonable for Qin to intervene to rescue Harry when he was in peril. His decision to turn away seemed rather illogical. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, perhaps I value the competition more than Harry. After all, I am not particularly well acquainted with him. Severus Snape, skeptical of his frivolous claims, cast him a sidelong glance and murmured, as if to himself, what you did back then defied reason, at least from the perspective of those who know you. Fortunately, there are not many who truly understand me in this world. Are there, Professor? Qin Yu retorted with a smile. Observing his demeanor, Snape huffed in exasperation and snapped, conceal your cleverness. You know nothing of the person before you. Do you comprehend that? Now, Professor. No need to be agitated. I shall be more cautious in the future, Qin Yu quickly reassured, sensing Snape's genuine irritation. Once Snape regained his composure, he regarded the young man coldly, stating, it seems you have indeed discerned something. If that is the case, you should refrain from any actions. I merely wish to lend a hand, all right? Very well, I shall be mindful of my boundaries, Qin Yu began, but upon catching Snape's disapproving gaze, he hastily changed the subject. After all, when someone genuinely cares for you, there is no need for obstinacy, a principle Qin Yu upheld. You had best truly understand, Snape asserted. Not one for idle chatter. Having clarified the situation and alleviated some of his own doubts, he decided it was time to dismiss the perpetually troublesome individual. Be cautious. Before departing, Qin Yulin overheard a fragment of Snape's words. He turned back to glance. Be cautious in all matters, and do not take unnecessary risks. Snape did not continue his previous statement. Instead, he waved his robe, dismissing Qin Yulin to keep his distance. Very well. Without needing to utter that name, Qin Yu waved his hand in farewell to Snape and exited through the door. What is Q, if not merely Chilo? He conceals it, thinking I am oblivious. Alas, I find myself unable to share this with others, leaving me in a state of distress, burdened by this torment. Qin Yu clutched his flying broomstick, muttering to himself as he walked. He was not surprised by Professor Quirrell's attempt to attack Harry. After all, he was backed by Voldemort, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Harry. It was entirely reasonable for him to seize the opportunity to create chaos, and this did not signify a complete resolution of history. From Snape's insinuations, it was evident that he had discerned something amiss. His warning to be careful of Q was an incomplete caution regarding Quirrell. However, it remained unclear why Snape and his allies chose to remain passive. Set aside your cleverness. You know nothing of the person before you. Qin Yu mimicked Snape's tone, repeating the words, pondering that this must be the underlying reason. It must be said that the noseless resurrected figure, so numerous and formidable, was indeed far more challenging to vanquish than the elderly gentleman from the East, who, at over 70, still accompanied his young wife on mountain hikes, horseback rides, and live broadcasts. As Qin Yu pondered these aimless and chaotic thoughts, he glanced up at the sky and realized that there was still some time before the sun would set. He then made his way towards the auditorium. Earlier, during the dispersal of the gathering, he had hurriedly asked a teammate to relay a message to Hermione, instructing her to wait for him in the foyer of the auditorium. However, upon arriving, he found no sign of her. It seems my long legs allow me to outpace the short-legged Miss Granger," with a playful remark. Qin Yu settled leisurely onto a long-backed bench in the foyer. He mused that when he would eventually share this quip with the young lady, it would surely provoke her into a delightful frenzy, her small hands flailing in exasperation as she attempted to scratch him. Oh, just imagining that scene brings a smile to my face. After all, in this journey of life, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to tease a little witch? Wouldn't you agree? Just as these mischievous thoughts lingered in Qin Yu's mind, a disoriented owl flew in, pausing momentarily upon spotting him. Its already round eyes widened in surprise, as if it had finally located its intended recipient. With a soft thud, a thin letter was dropped onto Qin Yu. The owl, having completed its delivery, flapped its wings and turned to depart, resembling a diligent worker who, having fulfilled their daily task, could now indulge in leisure. Indeed, only those who embrace leisure, be they humans or birds, truly possess their own existence. Work is merely a form of alienation for both. Qin Yu seemed to comprehend the feelings of the owl as he watched it gracefully soar towards the Ollery beyond the castle. The letters, though slender, comprised 2 missives, each rather brief and lacking in extensive content. One was from Hermione, stating, "I have come to Hagrid's for a matter. I hope you will join us later." The other was from Hagrid, which read, "Hurry over, Qin. These 3 little ones are incessantly asking questions, and it is quite overwhelming." Qin Yu tucked away the letter, silently lamenting his arduous fate. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way towards Hagrid's hut nestled in the Forbidden Forest. Along the path from the school to Hagrid's abode, Qin Yu encountered numerous individuals, their spirits still buoyant from the recently concluded match. They eagerly extended their congratulations, praising his earlier performance with enthusiastic words. Qin Yu naturally responded to these kind greetings with a smile. However, there were also those who regarded him with disdain, such as certain students from Slytherin, including Jerome and Malfoy, who glared at him from a distance, evoking a palpable sense of long-standing animosity toward him at Hogwarts. Qin Yu, of course, regarded these individuals with indifference. They could behave as they wished, as long as they did not dare to confront him directly. At present, it appeared they lacked the audacity to approach him. Following a familiar path adorned with lush grass and rolling hills, Qin Yu swiftly arrived at Hagrid's wooden cabin. Upon entering the room, he beheld Hagrid seated in his oversized chair, facing the fireplace, presenting a formidable back to those around him. He was humming softly, remaining silent, embodying an air of disinterest towards anyone who might wish to engage him. The individuals he seemed unwilling to acknowledge were clearly Hermione, Harry, and Ron, who stood behind him. "What on earth is happening?" Qin Yu inquired curiously as he stepped inside, his gaze surveying the trio. Hermione opened her mouth, poised to speak, yet appeared at a loss for words. Harry, glancing at his somewhat timid friend and then at the speechless Hermione, took a tentative step forward and whispered, "We came to ask Hagrid some questions, but he doesn't want us to know." Just as he began to speak, Hagrid, who had just turned around, looked rather aggrieved and exclaimed to Qin Yu, "Qin, you have finally arrived." Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Qin Yu's mind conjured a fitting title for a short essay. Shocking. 3 first-year wizard apprentices bring a 10-foot giant to tears. "Very well, I shall have a cup of tea first. We can discuss matters at our leisure," he replied. Qin Yu, with a calming demeanor, leisurely settled beside the table. Hermione, observing the barren surface before him, promptly offered her own steaming cup of tea, flashing him a bright smile. Qin Yu glanced at the little witch who was grinning foolishly at him, and with a hint of annoyance, rolled his eyes before gesturing for her to take a seat on the chair beside him. Hermione stuck out her tongue and bit her lip, settling down next to him. Naturally, Qin Yu also motioned for Harry, Ron, and Uncle Hagrid to join them in a circle so they could clarify the matter at hand. Now do tell. What exactly transpired? Qin Yu sipped his tea, turned his gaze to the side, and continued, Hermione, why don't you begin? I have a strong inclination that this incident was instigated by you. Qin Yu did not accuse her without reason. It was strikingly evident that, based on the behaviors of Harry, Ron, and even Hagrid, Hermione was undoubtedly at the heart of the matter. The young girl took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and felt a strong urge to refute Qin Yu's accusations. However, she ultimately found herself unable to articulate a defense. What I truly wish to understand is whether Snape orchestrated today's events, since Harry had overheard Snape's secret. The only person I could inquire with was Hagrid. Yet he remained tight-lipped, unwilling to discuss the matter, offering only a few words before turning his attention away from us. Hermione expressed all of this in one breath and, in conclusion, cast a glance at Hagrid. Qin Yu also turned his gaze towards Hage, whose face was a portrait of conflict, helplessness, and frustration. He surmised that Hage's reticence might not have been as steadfast as he had hoped. So, Hage, how much have you disclosed to them? Qin Yu inquired. Lu Wei. He is the three-headed dog we encountered last time. And there's also a name, Nicholas Flamel. Harry and Ron interjected eagerly. I was already aware of the name Lu Wei, Hermione added. Qin Yu had previously mentioned to Hermione about Hagrid's acquisition of the three-headed dog, so she was not surprised by the name. Lu Wei was guarding something of great significance, and it was Snape who was bitten while attempting to steal it. Hermione continued her analysis. Upon hearing this, Hagrid promptly retorted, I have already stated that Snape did not go there to steal that object. Yet, Harry had distinctly heard him confess that he was bitten by the three-headed dog. Hermione presented her evidence. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. You spoke of being bitten by a dog in the school corridor, Harry added as a witness. He was there to protect that object. In any case, he is not a thief, Hagrid clarified. So what exactly is that precious item? Ron inquired with curiosity. Nothing at all. I have told you, it is not your concern. Hagrid replied, somewhat vexed. It is related to Nicholas Flamel, isn't it? Harry asked. No, it is not. Stop guessing. Hagrid exclaimed angrily, slamming his large hand on the table. Observing the nearly disassembled wooden table from Hagrid's strike, Qin Yu shook his head in silence. Well? The extent of Hagrid's discretion had reached its limits with this small revelation. If Snape was not the thief, then why did he attack Harry during the competition? Hermione articulated this question slowly, her gaze cautiously directed towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu was momentarily bewildered by her gaze, which conveyed a curious blend of 3 parts confusion. 3 parts compassion, 3 parts concern, and a hint of inquiry. What could it possibly mean? It was the first time Qin Yu had observed such a complex array of emotions within her gaze. While he was lost in contemplation, Hagrid became flustered by the question. Stammering, how can that be? No matter what, Snape would never harm Harry. True, he might harbor some dislike for Harry. But that is only because he is James's son. Although he may despise James, he had a good relationship with Lily, at least in the beginning. The others present turned their attention towards Hagrid, fully aware that James Potter, also known as James, was Harry's father. Ron had already encountered this name in the trophy room. As for Lily, it was likely that only Harry and Qin Yu knew who she was. Yet it was not difficult for others to deduce that the name belonged to Harry's mother. Hagrid's words carried a distinct whiff of gossip, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, Hagrid quickly clarified, what I meant to say is that Snape would never harm Harry out of personal vendetta. Your suspicions of him are completely unfounded. Although there is no equivalent idiom in the West that conveys the reverence for the deceased, everyone wisely chose not to delve into the grievances of the previous generation as a mark of respect for Harry. Nevertheless, Hermione remained skeptical of Hagrid's assertions and turned to Qin Yu, asking, but why, during the match, did you aim that bludger at Snape? Yes. That familiar gaze of pity and concern had once again surfaced. Qin Yu found himself internally critiquing the situation, with a slight shift in thought. Reflecting on her earlier words alongside previous events, he began to comprehend her perspective. She must have believed that I had uncovered Snape's malevolent side, and thus felt utterly heartbroken and unable to accept it. How dramatic. It seemed he had regaled her with tales far too often. Qin Yu silently shook his head, feeling rather speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I did not intend to direct the wandering ball towards Professor Snape. Rather, it is evident that, for those who are unaware, I cannot divulge further information and can only share half of the truth. Truly, I am at a loss to fabricate a compelling reason. After all, I am not a web fiction author, capable of spinning elaborate tales at will. If I were to claim that my sole intention at that moment was to win the match, which led to the inadvertent strike of that wandering ball, the gathered crowd, especially Hermione, would be the first to disbelieve me. This explanation would serve better left unsaid, as it would only deepen Hermione's confusion. And what is it? Hermione inquired, her curious eyes wide with anticipation. Harry and Ron were equally intrigued, particularly Harry, who believed that Qin's shot must possess profound significance. Moreover, it was after that very shot that he managed to regain control of the errant broom. Hence everything must be interconnected. After pondering for a considerable time, Qin Yu boldly declared, "This is a secret," before the impatient Hermione could press him for details. He preemptively sealed her lips. "Do not inquire about the nature of this secret. Its confidentiality is akin to that of the treasures guarded by the three-headed dog, Fluffy." Now it was Hagrid's turn to become anxious. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Qin, do you know something? Dumbledore has expressly stated that this matter should not be discussed lightly." Qin Yu rolled his eyes internally. "So, is this related to Nicholas Flamel?" Harry interjected, recalling the name Hagrid had mentioned earlier, which left them all puzzled. "Ah, splendid. The conversation has circled back to the crux of the matter. Well done, Harry Potter." Qin Yu could not help but acknowledge Harry's remarkable intuition. For some reason, he fixated on the name Nicholas Flamel. In contrast, Hermione, after a careful observation, discerned that Qin Yu did not exhibit any signs of distress upon realizing that Snape was the malevolent antagonist. Consequently, her interest in the matter diminished significantly. Nevertheless, as this was the grand secret that Qin Yu had alluded to, she still retained a considerable degree of curiosity. After Harry posed his question, everyone glanced alternately at Hagrid and Qin Yu, eager to ascertain whether they might divulge any further information. Hagrid, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny, opened his mouth, realizing that remaining silent was perhaps the wisest course of action. Ultimately, he lifted his oversized mug and began to noisily gulp down his tea in a state of irritation. Qin Yu took a leisurely sip of tea, calmly stating, "Regarding this matter, I cannot affirm its relevance, nor can I deny it. As for whether you believe it to be relevant or not, I cannot assert that your thoughts are correct, nor can I claim they are erroneous. In essence, the situation is precisely what it is, and the matter is simply that, a matter. I am unable to elaborate further. Can you comprehend this?" Comprehend what nonsense? Harry and Ron were utterly confounded, while Hermione, her teeth clenched in frustration, appeared ready to take a bite out of Qin Yu. Ahem. Since Hagrid has already mentioned the name Nicholas Flamel, if you are truly curious, why not investigate who this individual is? Qin Yu deftly shifted the responsibility onto Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Qin Yu consoled. After all, the confidentiality of this name is not particularly high. It poses no significant issue for ordinary students to know it, correct, Hagrid? Indeed, Hagrid mused, finding some merit in Qin's reasoning. Primarily, after Qin's explanation, he realized that the information he had inadvertently divulged was not overly grave. He had merely mentioned the name of an individual whose significance was rather trivial to some, without revealing the specifics of what Lu Wei was protecting. With this thought, Hagrid's guilt for failing to keep the secret diminished considerably, and his mood lightened. Well, let it be. If you wish to discover something, seek your own clues. Observing that Hagrid had no further comments, Qin Yu concluded the matter decisively. Are there any hints? Hermione, intrigued by the challenge of this puzzle, eagerly inquired of Qin Yu. Yes, indeed. Are there any hints? Harry and Ron echoed, their expressions reflecting a readiness to embrace the challenge and eager to hear Qin Yu's advice. No hints. You must devise your own methods. You can search for clues together or independently. Qin Yu replied with an unwavering and impartial demeanor. How stingy of you, Qin. Hermione pouted. By the way, should you encounter anything suspicious or dangerous during your investigation, promptly inform me. Do not act recklessly. Qin Yu reminded them one last time. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, Qin Yu successfully resolved the situation, while Hermione, Harry, and Ron found themselves with a small task, devoid of any time constraints or rewards. After all, being young, having something to occupy their time would make life all the more fulfilling. As Qin Yu pondered, the seasons at Hogwarts transformed, autumn yielding to the refreshing scenery of winter. During the festive Christmas season, the winds carried snowflakes, and the Black Lake mirrored the surroundings, welcoming wanderers. With the deepening winter chill, The arrival of Christmas was imminent following a heavy snowfall. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was on the verge of embracing a prolonged holiday break for the festive season. During this time, Qin Yu found himself in a state of leisure, even finding the inclination to compose a light-hearted poem after witnessing the flurries of snow and the lake's icy surface. However, when he shared the English translation of his poem with Hermione, he did not receive the heartfelt praise he had hoped for. She merely offered a cursory exclamation of admiration before casually remarking, "You're amazing." Such a display was truly the epitome of perfunctory acknowledgement. Qin Yu felt a surge of indignation, yet he found it difficult to muster much ire, for Hermione was seated beside him, engrossed in a tome titled Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. The reason Hermione was fervently poring over this book was her quest to uncover the name Nicholas Flamel. Her motivation stemmed directly from a problem-solving assignment assigned by Qin Yu. Ever since that fateful day in Hagrid's hut, when Hagrid inadvertently divulged an abundance of information, Qin Yu had encouraged them to research who Nicholas Flamel was. Consequently, Hermione devoted her after-school hours to the library, diligently sifting through various texts after completing her academic duties. And this particular book was among those she had previously examined, seeking any additional clues. As she delved into her reading, she entered a state of complete absorption, so much so that she would scarcely acknowledge anyone, not even Qin Yu. A mere perfunctory compliment from him was already a significant concession. Qin Yu, recognizing his role as the instigator of this endeavor, could do little but sigh at the situation. "Ah, how lofty and solitary it feels," he lamented, albeit in a somewhat self-indulgent manner, that his poetic musings went unappreciated. Of course, he was not without his own pursuits. He had merely taken a brief respite from his reading. Moreover, they were in the library, and with Madame Pants potentially approaching at any moment, he refrained from speaking too freely. However, before returning to the book before him, Qin Yu extended his hand, playfully ruffling the hair of the young lady beside him. Unable to resist the impulse to tease her as she focused so intently on her studies, his hand became a victim of its own mischief, resulting in a sharp reprimand from a small shoe that landed squarely on his foot, accompanied by a fierce glare from Hermione, reminiscent of an irate little beast. What? Was the idiom used incorrectly? Ah, it matters not. Madame Pants appeared just in time, her hawk-like gaze sweeping over the restless young wizards. One might wonder why Madame Pants maintained such a strict oversight, given that our protagonist and the other students occasionally created a ruckus in the library. The answer lies in the nature of rules. Without vigilant enforcers, regulations become mere words, which is precisely why Madame Pants' frequent interventions are necessary. Indeed, should everyone behave impeccably, she would find herself out of a job. Thus, it is the mischievous students who ensure that Madame Pants has a purpose in her role. As a bandit, Qin Yu naturally refrained from taking the lead at such a moment. He thus concealed his expression and quietly immersed himself in his reading. Hermione, noticing the arrival of the librarian, similarly dared not violate the rules for fear of being caught. After giving Qin Yu a soft huff, she turned back to the tome on significant magical events of the 20th century, continuing her search for names. However, the young lady did not immediately withdraw her foot. Instead, she discreetly exerted pressure, her little shoe pressing down forcefully on his foot several times. Yet, who is our protagonist? He is none other than the esteemed figure of Hogwarts, capable of losing anything but his dignity. Even after being stepped on multiple times, he maintained his composure, calmly perusing the alchemical treatise, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. After a few more presses, Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction. She knew not to overstep, as further provocations might provoke retaliatory actions from him. Hence, she promptly retracted her foot. At worst, she could crouch down later to help clean his shoes, which would surely temper his response, or so she hoped. Lost in these thoughts, Hermione realized she had been somewhat distracted, having flipped through a few pages without truly absorbing their content. Annoyed, she quickly returned to focus, her slender fingers gliding over the lines of text as she concentrated intently on searching for that name or something akin to it. However, upon completing the book, she found herself no closer to her goal. The following day, Friday, marked the last day of classes before the Christmas holiday. As is customary on the final day before a break, the entire campus was imbued with a jubilant atmosphere, akin to a flock of caged birds eagerly awaiting the moment their confinement would be lifted, ready to soar into freedom. Harry, too, was among the young wizards anticipating the holiday. However, his excitement did not stem from a desire to leave Hogwarts. Indeed, he would remain there throughout the Christmas break, rather than returning to the home on Privet Drive in Surrey. No, that was not his home. It was merely a temporary refuge. Compared to facing the harshness of his aunt and uncle, along with the foolishness of his cousin Dudley, he much preferred the warmth of Hogwarts, which felt more like home to him. Splendidly, Ron would also be staying, allowing them to continue their quest for clues together. Harry spoke with a hint of excitement. At this moment, they were enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall, where Ron had received a letter from home. His mother mentioned that she and his father were heading to Romania to visit Charlie, as they had heard that he had not been in good spirits lately. Seizing the opportunity during the holiday, they decided to check on the second son of the Weasley family. Consequently, Ron, along with his brothers Percy, Fred, and George, would not be returning home, as they would be unable to enter the house. Ron was quite pleased with this arrangement. After all, school was delightful, filled with companionship and delicious food. Hermione shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness regarding the library books, which could not be taken home. She lamented that she would be unable to assist in checking them during the holiday and left it to the others. Do not dwell too much on this matter. Instead, relish your holiday and cherish a joyful childhood. After all, Hogwarts emphasizes the importance of holistic education, Qin Yu remarked casually. Hermione, puzzled by the concept of holistic education, felt that her daily studies did not impede her ability to enjoy a happy childhood, at least since Qin's arrival. Qin, are you truly going back? Harry inquired with a touch of reluctance. Observing Harry's expression that seemed to suggest he was unhappy about being separated from his brother, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and replied somewhat irritably, It's just a few days. Don't act as though we're parting for months or years. The one who would be away for months was that fellow, Swindon. Qin silently scoffed at the thought of the old chap gallivanting about. Hey, I believe our Christmas together will be quite lively. Hagrid mentioned that you promised him last year to celebrate Christmas together, Harry said with a sheepish smile. Next time. I promise, Qin Yu said, though it felt more like an unreliable vow. He vaguely recalled mentioning last year that he would remain at Hogwarts for Christmas in a couple of years. But now that Hermione had been attending school here for nearly half a year without returning home, he felt compelled to accompany her to visit their parents. After all, he frequently met with Harry, Hagrid, and the others, so Christmas was not particularly special. As their conversation progressed, Qin Yu recalled Charlie's situation and casually remarked, You might want to ask Aunt Molly to pay attention to Charlie's romantic troubles. In the last letter, he mentioned that a friend had offended a girl and didn't know how to apologize. That seems rather suspicious. Yes, I will write to Mum today to inform her about this before she departs. Ron was evidently quite enthusiastic about the gossip, displaying an active demeanor. Other areas of the auditorium were equally bustling, with conversations predominantly centered around the Christmas holidays. After finishing his meal, Draco Malfoy deliberately passed by Harry and remarked that some individuals were truly unfortunate, unable to return home for Christmas. Naturally, under the oppressive influence of Qin Yu, he refrained from being overly audacious. Having uttered his comment, he hastily departed with his entourage. Harry, however, remained entirely unfazed by Malfoy's taunts. As previously stated, he had no desire to return to that so-called home. Thus, with a restless spirit, they concluded their meal and proceeded to class, where the day's lessons were destined to lack high efficiency. Teacher, I finally managed to mock that Harry Potter fellow right in front of Qin today. I didn't bring shame upon you. Under the cool moonlight, Malfoy reported his triumph with a hint of excitement to the enigmatic teacher. It seemed that at some point, Qin Yu had grown weary of Malfoy calling him teacher, for after all, a title was necessary. If he wished to call him teacher, so be it. However, he did admonish the boy, warning him that should he find himself in trouble, he ought not invoke his title. Of course, he refrained from disclosing to Malfoy what his own title was. He could hardly declare himself an idiot of another era, could he? Such a notion was juvenile, and he feared that some nameless deity might breach dimensions to confront him, wearing an alchemical mask and shrouded in a black cloak. Qin Yu listened to Malfoy's self-satisfied words and could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of cold indifference. Is that so? How did you manage that? Just as Malfoy was about to recount the events of the morning, he found the words caught in his throat, realizing it might be somewhat difficult to articulate. What? Did it not happen at all? Are you merely boasting? Qin Yu's tone sharpened, his presence growing more authoritative. No. I truly mocked that Potter kid to his face, Malfoy stammered, fearful of inciting his teacher's wrath, yet also apprehensive that revealing the truth might provoke even greater ire. Just what? Qin Yu leaned forward, his masked face intensifying the scrutiny. I. Malfoy hesitated for a prolonged moment before resolutely closing his eyes and declaring, I mocked him for having no home to return to for Christmas. This justification, indeed, lacked sophistication. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the only sound being the chilling wind whispering past his ears. The daunting stillness caused Malfoy's heart to race. He inwardly pondered, had he truly angered the teacher? After a considerable pause, he finally summoned the courage to slowly open his eyes, eager to gauge the reaction of the enigmatic teacher. What met his gaze was the cold, expressionless dark golden mask, its wearer still slightly bent forward, as if scrutinizing his trepidation and disarray. An inexplicable sense of shame surged within Malfoy, reaching its zenith upon hearing the derisive scoff that escaped the teacher's lips, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. Why are you blushing? Were you not just feeling quite proud of yourself? Qin Yu straightened, his tone tinged with playful curiosity. I was wrong, Malfoy stammered, eventually bowing his head in contrition. Oh, in what way were you mistaken? Qin Yu inquired with a hint of intrigue, as if he had heard something most peculiar. Yes, what was my error? Malfoy responded, somewhat bewildered by the question. He had initially envisioned confronting Harry Potter before Qin, boldly proclaiming his disdain in an attempt to portray himself as anything but cowardly while simultaneously belittling the overly exuberant Harry Potter since the Quidditch match, relishing the thought of embarrassing him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had felt a pang of shame and found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Is it because I shouldn't mock him for not being able to return home? Malfoy ventured tentatively. This was the first fault he could conjure in his mind, believing that the teacher might be a person of integrity who disapproved of mocking others. Of course, he did not entirely absolve himself of wrongdoing. However, in seeking retribution, one must resort to certain means, and his options were evidently limited. After all, in terms of physical confrontation, he could merely hold his own against Harry Potter, while Qin was someone he could never hope to contend with, thus resorting to the notion of Potter's inability to return home as his weapon of ridicule. This tactic was undeniably rather unsavory. Perhaps that was the reason for the teacher's ire? Is that all you can think of? Qin Yu remarked cryptically. What else could there be? Malfoy pondered, his mind racing, struggling to identify any further missteps. A wretched fool, indeed. With a sigh, Qin Yu drew his wand and softly uttered an incantation, directing it above Malfoy's head. Instantly, Malfoy froze in terror, fearing for his very life. Yet, the spell was not aimed at him. A sharp crack echoed above, as a moderately sized branch from an oak tree snapped, landing squarely upon Malfoy's head. Ouch! He exclaimed, rubbing his sore scalp and casting a reproachful glance at his teacher. Do you wish to understand your mistake? Qin Yu inquired. Yes, please enlighten me, and I shall amend my ways. Malfoy nodded fervently. At that moment, he dared not utter any further nonsense. He had witnessed the formidable power of this enigmatic teacher. What had just been a branch could easily become a heavy stone, a blow that could leave him dazed. You mock that which is beyond one's control, birth and family. Yet, what truly incites your jealousy and wrath? You know all too well, do you not, my dear Malfoy? Qin Yu's voice dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. Malfoy's face oscillated between crimson and pallor, even under the moonlight. He had never heard of a dish from the East called sand ginger pig's heart. But the sensation of having his innermost thoughts laid bare was strikingly similar. The teacher was correct. His genuine envy lay in Harry Potter's perennial spotlight. He wished fervently to unseat that fellow from his broom during a Quidditch match. He also harbored jealousy for the individual named Qin, who consistently shielded Harry Potter. Why should all the good fortune befall Harry Potter? Why not Draco Malfoy? Even though he now possessed a remarkably powerful teacher, their encounters were limited to once a week. And he could not flaunt this fact. This was the most agonizing aspect. This cascade of grievances brewed a tempest within him. When the opportunity for release arose, his head became overheated, daring to utter scornful words towards Harry in the presence of Qin, the feared figure of Hogwarts. In hindsight, he realized his actions had been foolish and immature, driven by nothing but youthful fervor. Teacher, I now understand where I went astray. I should not allow myself to be swept away by trivial matters, for there is nothing to be proud of in such folly, Malfoy confessed, lowering his gaze. His words carried a genuine sincerity. At least you haven't completely lost your wits, Qin Yu remarked, then continued, as I previously stated. I hope you will reclaim your rightful glory through your true abilities. I will, I promise. Malfoy declared, his gaze resolute, his fists clenched tightly. Qin Yu nodded and advised him once more. During the Christmas holiday, do not neglect your studies in magic. Furthermore, Do not mention my existence to anyone, including your parents. Understood, I shall heed your words. Malfoy promptly assured with a serious demeanor. Qin Yu nodded once more, contemplating the hope that dedicating this hour each week would yield satisfactory rewards in the future. The following morning, the young wizards, eager to return home for Christmas, had packed their belongings early and flocked in groups to Hogsmeade Station, awaiting the arrival of the magical express train. Qin Yu's luggage was rather minimal, however. Hermione possessed an impressively large suitcase. Perhaps feeling reassured by Qin Yu's presence, the young girl maximized the suitcase's capacity, cramming it full of items. What could possibly be inside? Qin Yu struggled to lift the heavy suitcase and couldn't help but inquire. Hermione replied that it contained local specialties from Hogsmeade for her parents. Such a display of filial piety. What more could Qin Yu say? Fortunately, they encountered Hagrid along the way, who, at that moment, was not overly occupied and kindly assisted them by carrying their luggage to the station. It's truly a pity that you can't spend this Christmas here, Hagrid remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Despite his imposing stature, this gentle giant possessed a remarkably delicate and rich emotional depth, especially when it came to those he knew well. Qin Yu grasped the thumb of Uncle Hagrid, managing to only hold on to a single digit. And with a sense of regret and apology, he remarked, I am truly sorry, Hagrid. In a couple of years, when Uncle and Aunt Granger feel more at ease with Hermione, we shall remain at Hogwarts to celebrate Christmas. Indeed, Hagrid, I too eagerly anticipate spending Christmas at school. However, my parents believe I am still quite young and hope that I can return home during the holidays, Hermione added, before quietly murmuring to herself, I feel quite grown up already. When the subject of parents arose, Hagrid's emotions became rather complex, casting an envious glance towards Hermione. Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself, smiling as he patted the two, expressing his excitement for the day they would celebrate Christmas together. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Qin Yu and Hermione boarded the train that was about to depart. Just like last Christmas holiday, this year's train was not overly crowded. Qin Yu grasped Hermione's hand, and after a brief stroll down the corridor, they discovered a vacant booth. After placing their luggage, the two of them settled into their seats, each retrieving a book to read in solitude. The journey was rather lengthy, and it was only natural to seek some form of engagement, was it not? Their customary pastime involved perusing literature together in the library, and now they merely found themselves in a different setting. However, there existed a notable distinction. The booth was devoid of other patrons and, more importantly, lacked a supervising attendant, which rendered the atmosphere considerably more relaxed. Before long, Hermione shed her shoes, resting her feet clad in thick socks upon the seat opposite her. This action somewhat unsettled Qin Yu, as her feet alternately perched on the chair and then on his lap, occasionally swaying or playfully poking him, embodying a restless spirit that far exceeded the decorum typically observed in the library. In a moment of exasperation, Qin Yu seized one of the feet and, with a fierce gesture, scratched the sole as a form of punishment. However, this proved futile. After a short while, the feet stealthily crept back, resuming their mischief, rendering him defenseless. With no recourse, he could only allow it to continue. Yet, whenever someone knocked at the door, Hermione would swiftly retract her feet and hastily slip them into her delicate, strapless leather shoes, feigning a serious demeanor while reading, though, in truth, she was genuinely engrossed in her book. As Qin's sister, her persona of being obedient, charming, demure, and intelligent must remain intact. It simply could not falter. I had always believed that my failure to master the precise measurements of the potion ingredients was the issue, not realizing it stemmed from the necessity of administering the two potions at intervals. Thank you, Qin, for enlightening me so profoundly. It is my pleasure, Elvis. Feel free to approach me with any queries at any time. Very well. Would you care for a cup of tea, Elvis? No, thank you, Qin. I have already intruded upon your reading time for too long. I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Farewell, Qin. Farewell, Hermione. Goodbye, Elvis. Goodbye, Elvis. After half an hour of inquiring about potion-related matters, Qin Yu's roommate, Elvis, finally bid farewell to the two and departed from the booth. Taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat and setting the cup down, Qin Yu mused to himself that the unspoken etiquette of serving tea and seeing guests off holds significance in the West as well. Just as he intended to take another sip, the cup was snatched away by Hermione, who tilted her head back and gulped down several mouthfuls, shedding her previously composed demeanor. Goodness, Elvis had so many questions. Hermione couldn't help but remark after setting the cup down. Weren't you also listening attentively just a moment ago? Qin Yu retorted, slightly irked. When he was explaining to Elvis, that little witch had been tiptoeing and craning her neck to listen, and during particularly exciting moments, she couldn't refrain from nodding, causing Qin Yu to be bumped on the head several times. Qin Yu retrieved the cup once more, savoring the opportunity to take a few more sips. After drinking, he smacked his lips thoughtfully, pondering the unexpected taste of strawberries. It dawned on him that the girl had indulged in a couple of candies earlier. Noticing that only a small amount of water remained in the cup, he decided to finish it, preferring to avoid any spills caused by the train's jostling later on. Indeed, there was a hint of sweetness reminiscent of strawberries. As the compartment gradually filled with familiar faces, several acquaintances arrived. Ming and I. The cousin eager to obtain autographs for her friend, Senior Wood, who came to discuss the training schedule for the upcoming holiday, and classmates A, B, C, and D, who dropped by for a casual chat, expressing their enthusiasm. By the time they bid farewell to Cedric from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, the clock had struck 2 in the afternoon, marking a time when visitors were scarce. Qin Yu and Hermione retrieved the provisions they had on hand and proceeded to the food cart to purchase additional delights, thus commencing their somewhat belated luncheon. Following their meal, Hermione's eyelids grew heavy, battling against sleepiness. Consequently, she climbed onto Qin Yu's seat, resting her head upon his thigh, and lay down. After a few restless movements, the young lady finally discovered the most comfortable position, her visage radiating contentment as she closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Qin Yu gently pinched her delicate nose, resigned to his fate of being treated as a pillow. He was not particularly fatigued after resting his eyes for a while. He resumed his perusal of a book related to alchemy. Since receiving Professor Swinton's correspondence that day, Qin Yu's urgency regarding his research in alchemical communication had significantly diminished. In his leisure time, he primarily skimmed through relevant literature, scarcely attempting to engage with the alchemical longsword, as his progress had indeed been sluggish. The book he was currently examining was not a profound ancient tome of alchemy. Rather, it was a theoretical notebook from Headmaster Dumbledore's collections, purchased during his travels in the North long ago, which he casually handed to Qin Yu for reference. Alas, old Dumbledore was not mistaken. This book indeed contained nothing but grand theories, devoid of any practical application. It would have been preferable to include an alchemical formula or something that might allow me to craft a magical stone. After flipping through it for a while, Qin Yu felt he had gleaned little of value, and could not help but express his frustration. A muffled voice emerged from below, indistinctly murmuring, "Where are we? Have we arrived? Daddy Qin, are you here to pick us up?" Clearly, she had been stirred from her slumber by the sound of Qin Yu's voice. Qin Yu extended his hand, gently resting it upon her eyes, which she wished to open, and softly murmured, "It is still early. Continue to sleep." Then I shall slumber a while longer," the girl mumbled sleepily. The warmth of a tender peck lingered on his palm as Qin Yu retracted his hand, discovering a faint mark upon it. Clearly, turning the pages at this moment would dampen the paper, so he deftly rubbed the spot with 2 fingers of his other hand, hastening its evaporation. Once his palm had dried anew, he resumed perusing the book. His gaze fell upon a seemingly mundane phrase he had encountered numerous times. Rather than refining 100 pounds of scrap iron, it is wiser to forge an ounce of fine steel. Such terms as scrap iron and fine steel, trivial and pedestrian, elicited another round of internal derision. In the imperial system, 1 pound equals 16 ounces, therefore, 100 pounds equates to 1,600 ounces. Thus, refining 100 pounds of scrap iron into an ounce of steel signifies a reduction by a factor of 1,600. Qin Yu instinctively began to calculate and compare in his mind, envisioning what it would be like if a massive chunk of iron were to shrink 1,600 times. It would probably become as small as a thumb, he mused. This comparison evoked a powerful visual impact, leaving a lasting impression. As his thoughts wandered, Qin Yu faintly sensed that he might have touched upon something pivotal, yet he was momentarily at a loss to articulate what it was. The method that Stephen spoke of, which combined alchemy with meditation, essentially belonged to a realm akin to spiritual alchemy. The words of Dumbledore echoed in his mind once more. Spiritual alchemy. 100 pounds of iron, reduced to an ounce of steel. Alchemy that condenses and refines, producing only the finest essence. Stop, Pan Changjiang, do not speak in my mind.